When I completed the final assassin mission and took the position of the assassin leader, I was told that I am the true young master of the Yi family who has been wandering outside. Just entered the noble high school. The whole class thought I was a bumpkin. On the first day of school, I caught the attention of the 4 school beauties. I drove a Hummer straight into the school, performed a beautiful drift and parked in the parking space, stunning several people in front of me. I opened the car door, revealing a pair of slender legs first, wrapped in black tight pants, looking long and straight. The nearby students immediately started discussing me, but I didn't care about these discussions at all, and went straight to the classroom. The head teacher of class 5 of the 3rd grade, Julie, walked in wearing high heels and said, "Let me introduce the new student to everyone. Yi Hung, please introduce yourself." "Hello everyone, my name is Yi Hung." After a moment of silence, everyone was waiting for my next words, but there was nothing. The people below started whispering to each other. "Quiet," Julie shouted again, pointing to an empty seat. "Yang, you go sit there." "Oh my god, he can actually sit at the same table as Jilingtian. I also want to sit at the same table as the goddess. If you're not afraid of death, just go." I didn't understand what they were saying, but I didn't care. I still didn't know that all of this was arranged by Ye Huayan. Jilingtian is the first of the 4 school flowers of Xingli High School, and also the most mysterious and untouchable woman. Ye Huayan originally thought I would be severely punished by Jilingtian, and all men who dared to approach her would pay the price. But today Jilingtian did not come to school. After school, Ye Huayan stayed at school to ask the teacher questions, deliberately delaying time, not wanting to go home with me, so I went back first. I went to meet Xiaoli first. Xiaoli has been my assistant for many years and is also the second in command of Dark Sky. His ability to collect intelligence is top-notch in the world. A few days ago, someone placed an order for 5 million. I wouldn't normally take such a low-priced order, but the person who placed the order had helped me before, so I took it as a favor. I put on a specially made black tight combat suit, disguised myself, and pulled out a butterfly knife, tucking it into my sleeve. I'm still used to using this kind of cold weapon, walking down the street with my hands in my pockets, almost blending into the dark night. Suddenly there was a commotion ahead. Normally, I wouldn't get involved, but after a woman hurriedly ran past me, the 2 men chasing her bumped into me hard. Not only did these 2 men not apologize, but they also turned around and taunted me, saying, "Hey, kid, not bad looking. After I'm done here, let's have a drink together." As I coldly raised my eyes, the butterfly knife in my sleeve had already flown out. It's useless to talk too much. Ignoring the 2 men struggling on the ground, I continued walking forward, only to be grabbed by the ankle at the entrance of the alley. I looked down and met a pair of azure eyes. Those eyes were sparkling and colorful, although the other features were ordinary. Just this pair of eyes could be considered extraordinary. This woman seemed to be certain that I would save her. I smelled a similar scent on her. It seemed that this woman was also an assassin. I turned back to look at the 2 struggling people on the ground, shrugged. "Oh well, since I'm in a good mood today, and you look good, I'll save you once." I helped up this woman and instantly disappeared into the darkness. As the leader of the Dark Sky organization, I naturally have my own residence. This building looks plain and unremarkable, seemingly no different from the surrounding small villas, but it is full of traps. If a stranger comes in, they won't be able to take 3 steps before meeting their end. After I finished bandaging her up, I sat by her side and started playing with my phone. When I turned my head, I noticed that the woman had woken up at some point and was staring at me. "There's food in the fridge. There's a sofa over there. I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning," I said briskly and walked out, but the woman grabbed my wrist from behind. I usually dislike being touched by others. I don't know why. This woman seems to be an exception. "I'll go with you." She got up. Although her face was pale due to excessive blood loss, she was very determined. I raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid of death?" She shook her head. Since she didn't care, what did I have to care about? After walking out of the villa gate, the woman said, "I will repay you in the future." "How will you repay me? You haven't even told me who you are." She calmly said, "I will find you." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman disappeared into the night. I chuckled softly. I am the leader of the Dark Sky. How could I be easily found? Little did I know, the woman had not gone far, but had stopped not far away. "The boss, the person who betrayed you has been found," a man named Shoma said. "Do you want me to investigate the man who saved you?" "No need. You won't find him. This man should have disguised himself like me. Anyway, it's more interesting this way. Although I don't know who he is, I have a feeling we will meet again." On the other side, I went straight back to the Yi family. All the fences and door locks at the Yi family were like a mere formality to me. I cheerfully jumped to the second floor, directly lay on the bed, and heard Yi Jiangwo downstairs shouting loudly, "This won't do. A little kid like him not coming home so late. What will people think of our Yi family when they hear about it? They might think we have no manners." "Dad, don't be angry," Yi Huayan said with red eyes. "Brother may have gone to play at another classmate's house. Let's go find him quickly." "Find what?" Yi Jiangwo shouted angrily. At this moment, I sat on the second floor railing and whistled at the two of them. My legs were gently swaying on the railing, looking like they could fall off at any moment. "When did you come back?" Yi Huayan asked in surprise. She had checked after coming back and had been in the living room the whole time, not noticing my return. I nonchalantly chewed gum. "Didn't you have questions for the teacher? Why didn't you leave with me?" "So I came back first. Huayan is so excellent and knows how to work hard. Look at you, always fooling around like what?" Yi Jiangwo scolded. I blew a huge bubble. As if I hadn't heard Yi Jiangwo's words, Yi Huayan pretended to choke and said, "Dad, it's all my fault. Don't be mad at my brother." I bluntly said, "Stop calling him brother. My mom only gave birth to me." "What are you saying?" Yi Jiangwo exploded at the words. I jumped lightly off the railing and went straight back to the room. Looking at what Yi Jiangwo handed me, I asked disdainfully, "What is this?" "This is a suit specially picked for you by Huayan. Hurry up and change into it. You have to attend the banquet later." Yi Jiangwo had his own calculations when he brought me back. The development of the Yi family in the past 2 years has not been very good, and having one more son means one more chance for a marriage alliance. However, the clothes selected by Yi Huayan were not carefully examined by Yi Jiangwo at all. The suit was loose and baggy, making me look short and fat when I put it on, and it was very sloppy. Yi Huayan was just waiting to see me make a fool of myself, but he didn't expect me to look so disdainful. "I'm not wearing this. This blue color is too tacky. I'll just wear what I have on. Otherwise, I won't go." I rolled my eyes and chewed on gum. "Wear whatever you want." Yi Jiangwo was not happy. On the way to the banquet, Yi Jiangwo kept a straight face and didn't speak, while Yi Huayan dressed up specially. Even the suit was carefully selected, making him look like a prince. As for me, in a tight black outfit, I looked like a demon from hell. As soon as I got out of the car, my long and straight legs attracted a lot of attention. Huayan's good friend Wang Chang ran over, looking me up and down with a disdainful look. "Oh my, Huayan, why are you hanging out with someone like this? Oh my, he's so embarrassing dressed like this for this occasion," Wang Chang said. Huayan put on a look of understanding. "Brother used to have a poor family background and is not very familiar." "Don't say that. I don't like standing with this kind of person. Let's go." Wang Chang pulled Huayan and left. Huayan seemed to be forced on the surface, but he was actually very happy inside. The banquet had just begun when Wang Chang quietly walked up behind me with Yi Huayan. They wanted to push me into the pool in the middle of the banquet hall to embarrass me. Wang Chang reached out towards my back, but Yi Huayan saw Lu Ruyan walking over in this direction. Lu Ruyan was her classmate and also one of the 4 campus beauties. It is said that her family's money could buy the entire United States. She changed boyfriends almost every week, but she was very beautiful and generous to her boyfriends. So many men fell for her. Yi Huayan quickly lowered his head to adjust his suit, and Wang Chang pushed me hard. I thought I would fall directly into the pool, but instead, I spun in place. No one saw how it happened, and Yi Huayan was the one who ended up in the water. It all happened in the blink of an eye. I originally wanted to throw Wang Chang in together, but Lu Ruyan had already come to me and hugged my waist. Her peach blossom eyes were full of charm, smiling and saying, "Little handsome guy, be careful." I was overwhelmed by the scent of perfume on her body, and asked, "Who are you?" "Oh my god, is that country bumpkin going to be Sister Lu's next prey?" Everyone's attention was drawn to me and Lu Ruyan, and no one noticed the drenched Yi Huayan. "Dad, I don't know what I did wrong." "Brother actually," Yi Huayan cried intermittently. Half an hour later, she was finally rescued and threw herself into Yi Jiangwo's arms, crying loudly, "Are you crazy? Apologize to Huayan quickly." Yi Jiangwo shouted at me, absent-mindedly chewing bubblegum. I said, "Only impolite people would push others into the pool. Who are you rudely scolding?" Wang Chang on the side became anxious. I gave him a cold glance and said, "I didn't say it was you, so why are you in a hurry?" Wang Chang immediately felt guilty, and Lu Ruyan on the side suddenly laughed while holding a glass of red wine. "This guy is quite interesting," she asked Xiao next to her. "How long do you think it will take for me to win over tomorrow's tablemate?" Xiao pushed his glasses and replied gently, "It might take a lifetime." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows and said, "Let's make a bet. How about 5 million? Deal." After returning home, Yi Jiangwo scolded me again. Yi Huayan deliberately put on makeup today and looked very embarrassed. I was too lazy to listen to Yi Jiangwo, so I went straight upstairs. "Look at how you've bullied Huayan. Do you have any manners?" Yi Jiangwo shouted at me on the stairs. Aren't you rich? Can't you even afford waterproof makeup? Without looking back, I said, not only am I skilled, but I'm also one of the best in the dark world. Upon hearing this, Yi Huayan cried even harder. Yi Jiangmo kept comforting her while also saying he would cut off my pocket money as punishment. I could hear everything clearly on the second floor. It's just a few tens of thousands of pocket money a month. I make tens of millions with just one deal. Why would I care about this little money? The next morning when I went to school, Yi Huayan still didn't wait for me, and I didn't care either. I drove away in my own Hummer, but as soon as I parked the car, I found a wrangler blocking my way. I walked forward with long strides, not looking sideways. Stop! The window of the wrangler opened, and a girl coldly called out to me. I squinted at her. Move the car. I don't want to say it a second time. Ji Lingtian stared at me coldly, wearing sunglasses, her temperament and aura making people feel unwelcome. Why? Ji Lingtian was instantly shocked. In the entire Xingli High School, no one had dared to speak to her like this. This is my parking spot, she explained with suppressed anger. I told you I paid at the finance office yesterday. This is my parking spot. Ji Lingtian immediately furrowed his brow, took out his phone, and called the finance office. The trembling voice of the staff member who answered the phone said, I'm sorry, Miss Ji, your parking spot expired yesterday. The new intern forgot to renew it for you, and it has been rented out to someone else. This staff member was on the verge of tears. Ji Lingtian hung up the phone and looked at me coldly. 1 million. The annual rent for this parking space is only 200,000. I'll pay 5 times the price. Nothing. I'll leave first. I shook the car keys, whistled, and left with a long stride. Sending away a beggar? Neither Ji Lingtian nor I recognized each other. Not only did we not know that this was the woman I saved, but we also didn't know that she was my classmate Ji Lingtian. The first class was English. I have done a lot of European exercises and can speak fluent English. Just as I was daydreaming, suddenly the back door of the classroom opened, and I didn't know who was late. The teacher was about to get angry, but immediately put on a smile and said, Miss Ji, you're here. The attention of the whole class was drawn over, but I was still staring blankly while chewing bubblegum. She put on a serious face, threw her backpack on the chair, and found that there was a boy next to her. Who allowed you to sit here? Ji Lingtian spoke up, and the temperature around dropped several degrees instantly. I looked up at her and said, It's you. Both of us were surprised at the same time, and Ji Lingtian's expression became even uglier. Why is this man always causing trouble for me? I turned my head away. Normally, I might have changed seats, as it didn't matter where I sat, but this girl was just too annoying. Did she think the world belonged to her? I refused to give in. Don't bother trying to get close to me. I'm not interested in you. Ji Lingtian mistook me for those boys who deliberately approached her. I sarcastically remarked, Is it funny? Good-looking people don't need to look in the mirror. Ji Lingtian was so angry at my retort, but our eyes met, and Wang Chang in front was unusually excited. It seemed like I was definitely in for some bad luck this time. After class, Wang Chang was about to go and tell Yi Huayan the good news, but Ji Lingtian sat down as if by divine intervention and did not continue arguing with me. Her injuries were not healed yet, and she just wanted to rest. If she wasn't afraid of suspicion, she wouldn't have come to school today, and those eyes made her inexplicably familiar. Wang Chang was full of disappointment, but he kept staring at Ji Lingtian. What are you looking at? Ji Lingtian coldly scanned the room. Class. Everyone quickly sat up straight, and the teacher continued to talk about the text. The bell rang for the end of class, and Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian both plopped down on their desks. Ji Xiao actually really let this woman sit next to him. Hey, ooh, why not me? I also want to be at the same table with the boy god. The students next to him were whispering. Shimu came in through the back door with a big grin and smiled at the students in front of Ji Lingtian. Make way? That female classmate was mesmerized by his smile and rushed to get up. Silhouette sat down and poked Guillermo. The 4 schoolboys were on good terms, and they were the only ones who dared to disturb Ji Lingtian while he was sleeping. Ji Lingtian raised his head with a sullen face. Lingtian, how is it? Does it feel good to have a new table mate? Boring. Ji Lingtian didn't bother with him. Hey. Silmo held his chin to keep him from getting down. I think your table mate is quite cute. Why don't you introduce him? How about I switch with you? Ji Lingtian said with a cold face. Forget it. Silm spoke with a smile. I've fallen from class 1 to class 5. The old man will eat me up. St. Mary's is divided into classes based on grades, with one class being the best. Noisy. Gu Xiaobei also raised his head and impatiently threw a piece of bubblegum into his mouth. Shimo sniffed it and raised a seductive smile. Watermelon-flavored bubblegum. Hey, give me a piece of that. But, cutie, you chewed it too. Oh. He threw a wink at Gu Xiaobei. Disgusting. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian spoke in unison. giving each other another disgruntled look and getting down in unison. Hey, I'm just kidding. Who really eats someone's chewed bubblegum? Shimu finally realized that he really couldn't tease these two people, and thought sadly in his heart. Chapter 5, I'll find you. On this day, neither Gu Xiaobei nor Ji Lingtian said another word to each other. At the end of the school day, the two of them were even the first to rush out, as if they were suffocating from spending one more second with each other. The students behind them began to discuss the two of them. Gu Xiaobei is also too shameless. Even if she intentionally sat next to Ji Xiao, she actually pestered Ji Xiao after school. That's right, my boy god is also something she can approach? But I see that Gu Xiaobei looks very pretty, and Ji Xiao standing together is also very compatible. Hey, what are you babbling about? Look at her in that's what she's wearing. But didn't Ji Xiao also wear all black? Don't you dare talk about my manhood. Gu Xiaobei sat in the car and turned on his cell phone. Beaver sent her many messages. Meet and talk. Go to the villa. Gu Xiaobei replied with a quick reply. With a foot on the gas, the Hummer roared toward her secret villa. Beaver sat at the table with her legs crossed and drank coffee, a habit she had, having to drink at least 6 cups a day to keep her mind going fast. Boss, you're back. Little Beaver jumped down from the table and was about to jump into Gu Xiaobei's arms. Gu Xiaobei poked her away with one finger. She hemmed and hawed. She had always known that Gu Xiaobei didn't like other people's touch, but she just loved seeing her boss with a look of disgust still tinged with hopelessness. Here's the information the man sent. He's very sincere. What do you think, boss? Little Beaver had sent a message to Gu Xiaobei before telling her that Phoenix Void had suffered infighting some time ago, and that one of their high-level people had betrayed the Phoenix Void boss, and even nearly killed him, and was now being hunted down by the entire Phoenix Void. This person knew many secrets of Feng Su, and he was now as if he was a lost dog, wanting to defect to Dark Sky to seek protection. Feng Su had been fighting with Dark Sky for many years, so if he could really get some information from him, it would definitely be useful to Dark Sky. Catch him and send him back to Phoenix Void. Ha! Beaver thought she had heard wrong. Gu Xiaobei's voice was undeniable. If he can betray Phoenix Void, he can betray us. This kind of person will be a scourge sooner or later even if he is brought back. We don't need to resort to such despicable tactics for the fight between us and Phoenix Void. Little Beaver looked at Gu Xiaobei with starry eyes. Boss, you're really my idol. Little Beaver went to hug her again, and Gu Xiaobei dodged away like a gust of wind. Xiao Beaver spoke up in the back. Boss, why do you dislike people so much? I'm going out for a walk. You be good and do your work and I'll bring you your favorite coffee next time I go to Europe. Wow, boss is the best. Gu Xiaobei was strolling alone in the garden of the villa area. The buildings here were not densely populated and there were very few people living here, which was why Gu Xiaobei, who liked to keep things clean, chose to put his secret base here in the first place. As she passed by a rose bush, Gu Xiaobei suddenly heard a bit of other sounds mixed in with the wind behind her. She turned back abruptly. Ji Lingtian stood right under the tree. The light of the setting sun spattered on him through the leaves, giving the icy cold him a little more warmth. Of course, at this moment, Ji Lingtian and Gu Xiaobei were both in a state of disguise. It's you, Gu Xiaobei said. I told you I'd find you. Gu Xiaobei turned his head to look at the beautifully blooming rose and didn't say anything. My name is Night Creek. Ji Lingtian opened his mouth. People like them wouldn't even say their real names outside. Gu Xiaobei was silent for a moment before saying, 7 demons. At the age of 7, she entered the Dark Sky, and from that day on, she was no ordinary person. You don't seem happy. Ji Lingtian didn't know what was wrong with him. No matter in school or in Feng Su, he was cold and didn't like to talk to people. But this girl seemed to be an exception. Nothing. Gu Xiaobei's hand was pricked by the rose's thorns, and she quickly retracted her hand, putting her finger in her mouth and sucking on it. For some reason, she suddenly remembered Ji Lingtian. This boy is like a rose, pretty but thorny and prickly. Just remembering a nasty person. This Nightbrook had only met her once, yet it was as if she didn't resist talking to him. People like us are least able to be emotionally tied down by others. Ji Lingtian said, if you hate it, simply finish him off. He didn't know at the moment that the person being spat on by the 7 demons was himself. He picked the rose that had stabbed Gu Xiaobei and then quickly removed the thorns on it. As she watched him hand that flower towards her, Gu Xiaobei flew back a step. Makes sense. She met Kirito's eyes. But I still don't want to see you continue to stalk me in the future either. Or else. When she finished, she flicked her wrist, and something darted and flashed past, too fast for anyone to react. The silver light struck the center of that rose, and the brilliantly blooming petals were instantly knocked away and split apart. Instead, what fell to the ground was just a button. Gu Xiaobei turned and walked away, but Ji Lingtian picked up the button and placed it in his palm. Suddenly, the cell phone rang, and it was a message from Chiu Mo. Boss, Dark Sky's side sent that betrayer back. Ji Ling Tian's eyes instantly turned cold. I'll be right back. Gu Xiaobei went straight back to the Gu family. Last time Gu Igua thought she was going to be scolded for coming back late. This time she came back earlier than Gu Yuran and was actually still scolded. Look at Yuran. Every day in addition to studying also participated in a lot of activities. I do not know how many prizes to bring back. Today in order to organize the new student welcome party until now did not come back. You look at you. It's not like I welcome them. Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. What are you talking about? Gu Igua reached out and yanked back Gu Xiaobei, who was about to go up the stairs. She subconsciously had to resist. If she shook her shoulders and twisted her body, it might just be a blink of an eye and Gu Igua wouldn't be able to have this arm. She managed to keep it under control, though she didn't want to reveal her identity. However, her icy gaze when she turned around startled Gu Igua. He hurriedly coughed to ease the embarrassment of his just shivering. Wu family's young master Wu Mingfeng also went to Assay Li this year. He's only a freshman but he's the same age as you. Wu family's side is already a bit willing to let Wu Mingfeng marry you. You'd better give me a good performance. If you mess up, see how I'm going to clean you up. After saying that, Gu Igua looked Gu Xiaobei up and down again. Look at you. You don't have the look of a little girl in your body. It's a shame to raise a daughter like you. Then you let your good daughter Gu Yuran go to the marriage. Gu Xiaobei said with full concern. You. Gu Igua was furious and raised his hand high to slap her. Chapter 6, Gambling on Stones. Gu Xiaobei snapped his head up. His gaze so harsh that it was like a knife. Gu Yuran just entered the door, hurriedly carrying her skirt and ran over. The tear stains on her face still not dry. Sister, you should not fight with Dad anymore. Dad's health is not good lately. Anymore, Dad is also your real dad. Because of her block, Gu Igua's slap did not land on Gu Xiaobei's body, but as much as he didn't want to admit it, he had to think in his mind that, just now, he had been surprised by his own daughter's gaze. It was almost like wanting to get down on my knees and beg for forgiveness. Ha, now what's all this talk about kissing or not kissing? I heard that someone recently spread the word at school that I'm adopted? Gu Xiaobei sneered. Under the gaze of her eyes, Gu Yuran had a few moments of weakness. Sister, why are you looking at me like this? Could it be that in my sister's heart, I would be the one to say such a thing? Sister, if you're not happy, I'll go in front of the whole school tomorrow to clarify that I'm actually a child who was carried in the wrong arms. Gu Yuran said while crying, looking like she didn't know how much she had been wronged. Gu Igua hurriedly stopped it. Yuran, what are you babbling about? If you tell anyone, they'll look down on you in the future. Gu Igua frowned at Gu Xiaobei. Look at your dangling appearance. No one else will believe you're my own daughter. You'd better listen to me from now on, or I'll kick you out anytime. Gu Xiaobei rolled her eyes as she chewed on bubblegum. Does he really think he's good enough to be his daughter? But it was just a temporary place to land. And she also wanted to investigate the death of her own mother. And most importantly, she suspected that this hug was, from the beginning, a conspiracy. She didn't have any feelings for Gu Igua either, so she didn't care if he treated Gu Yuran better than her. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Gu Yuran was still practicing next door. Her singing voice was still very good. When she was very young, she went to a special training course. The teacher of that training course was still graduated from the Slyden Conservatory of Music. That's the best music school in the world. But Gu Xiaobei had been hired as a tenured professor at Slyden 3 years ago, and now Slyden had several other textbooks that she had written, and for her to listen to Gu Yuran's singing was tantamount to pouring garbage into her ears. Just at this time, Little Beaver sent her a message. Boss, there's fun at Feng Ming Residence tonight. Going or not? Phoenix Residence is the largest trading place for raw stones in the imperial capital, and every once in a while, it will release a batch of top-quality raw stones to come, and Little Beaver said that a large batch of goods came tonight. So it is estimated that a lot of people will go. Gu Xiaobei thought to himself that it was better to be idle than to listen to Gu Yuran's magic voice here. She renewed her disguise, opened the window, and disappeared into the darkness as briskly as a wildcat. Little Beaver farted behind her and entered Feng Ming Residence. Boss, I heard that tonight's raw stone is super top-notch. Do you want to try it? It was important to know that when Gu Xiaobei took over Dark Sky, their funds weren't as plentiful as they were now. And that was when Gu Xiaobei earned her first bucket of gold through gambling on stones, and then frantically took orders, coupled with her extremely skillful financial investment methods, which allowed the entire Dark Sky to lead a privileged life. Little Beaver hadn't even had a full meal before joining Dark Sky, so in her eyes, Gu Xiaobei was greater than a god. If there's a good one, you can try it, Gu Xiaobei said as he picked up a stone in his hand. These small raw stones placed in the entrance are usually of poor color and cheap. She had just pawed it twice when someone came up to her. Does the pretty lady like this stone? Do you want me to buy it and give it to you? This person's voice was like a slimy snake, and Gu Xiaobei recoiled at the sound of it. She frowned slightly as Beaver tapped the keyboard twice behind her and whispered in her ear, "Boss, this is Wu Mingfeng." The Wu family was much richer than the Gu family, which was why Gu Igwa wanted to get Gu Xiaobei and Wu Mingfeng engaged in exchange for the Wu family's investment. But this Wu Mingfeng was really not good, because he was too fat. His eyes were squeezed into two slits, his face was full of pockmarks, and some of them were a bit bigger than his eyes. Most importantly, his IQ is also not high, obviously the same age as Gu Xiaobei, but this year he has just entered the first grade, and he only knows how to pick up bars and play with girls on weekdays, and he doesn't do anything serious at all. As if she hadn't heard him, Gu Xiaobei casually placed the piece of stone she was holding in front of the staff member next to her. Rub. The staff thought they had heard wrong. Rub? It's a stone out here that can't even be cut to get anything out, and she's actually going to rub it? Shouldn't be here to play with himself. The so-called rubbing and cutting are specialized terms that are used when gambling on stones. Cut it, that is. First cut off a certain thickness to see if there is any exposed jade inside. If exposed, then cut along the jade. If not, then continue to cut. And what about rubbing? This means that the stone is basically filled with jade, with only a thin layer of skin. That's why it needs to be gently polished, so that it doesn't cut down with a single slice and shatter the jade inside. However, Gu Xiaobei had already paid, and this staff member could only obediently do what she told him to do. Whoa! It had just been sanded not 2 times when the staff member let out a gasp. It was, literally, full of jade. Gu Xiaobei only spent $100,000 to buy this stone, and the jade inside is worth at least $2 million. Wu Mingfeng's eyes instantly lit up. I didn't realize that this woman was not only pretty, but also had good eyesight. He had been told off by his dad several times for always being out of work, and if he could make some money tonight, his dad would definitely stop talking about him in the future. His green bean-sized eyes rolled. Does the pretty lady want to go for a spin inside? I'll buy whichever stone the pretty lady has her eye on tonight. Gu Xiaobei just glanced at him, lifted her foot and walked inside. He lowered his voice to the man next to him and said, "Go prepare me a spiked glass of water." Wu Mingfeng planned to use Gu Xiaobei to make some money first and then charm her. Tonight, he was going to get his hands on both money and people. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xiaobei had amazing ear power, and she had heard his words a long time ago. Wu Mingfeng followed Gu Xiaobei's lead with his ass, and he bought all the stones that Gu Xiaobei looked at a few more times or touched for a while longer. The raw stones inside were much more expensive than outside, and before long, he had spent $6 million. But what was opened couldn't even be sold for $2 million. What do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to mess with me? Wu Mingfeng was instantly annoyed. Chapter 7, Big Brother Buyers. You don't have any money to play gambling with stones. Gu Xiaobei gave him a cold look. I have no money? Ha! Funny, I would be broke. Wu Mingfeng pointed at his nose and exaggerated. Joke, he's Wu Mingfeng, the son of the Wu family, would he not have money? Seeing that Gu Xiaobei was about to leave again, Wu Mingfeng hurriedly followed again. Beauty, is a few million? Brother spent on spending. As long as you are happy on the line, you do not get angry. Wu Mingfeng bare teeth smile. Here, first drink a cup of water. Gu Xiaobei glanced down, and although the cup of water looked transparent and clear, it had been spiked by Wu Mingfeng. She took it, but didn't drink it, only staring at a rock. Wu Mingfeng had already lost a few $1 million tonight, and now he didn't want to keep throwing money at it. He just wanted to hurry up and get Gu Xiaobei. Rub it. Gu Xiaobei swiped $500,000 and said to the staff, the price tag of this piece of raw stone is $5 million. You pay $500,000 up front. Then you can let the staff make a cut at the location you specified. If the jade comes out, you want it, you need to pay another $4.5 million. But if you don't want it, you only need to pay another $500,000. This way, you make less and lose less. The staff polished the spot she pointed to a few times and a green light emerged. Surprisingly, it's a fine emerald. If this were a whole emerald, it would be worth over $50 million. Wu Mingfeng repented. Why didn't he just buy it straight away just now? Me. Give it to me. Wu Mingfeng pulled out his card. Swipe it. I'll take this stone. Give me a good grinding. After saying that, he turned his head to Gu Xiaobei and said, Sister, you quickly drink the water. Brother will bring you out to have a good time after earning money in a while. 10 million down the drain is 50 million. He's going to make a fortune tonight. And, it's a good idea to get this woman as well. Wu Mingfeng's attention was on that piece of raw stone, and Gu Xiaobei took advantage of his inattention and pretended to take a big gulp, but actually poured out a large portion of that glass of water. The staff member sanded a few more times, and Wu Mingfeng instantly cursed out a series of expletives. This stone, actually only rubbed out that small area is emerald. The rest, all stone. That small piece couldn't even make a bracelet. At most it could make 2 rings. This time, he could lose a lot of money. This woman definitely did it on purpose. Xiao Beaver in the back cannot help but laugh. Her boss in the gambling market is comparable to the existence of perspective eyes. This Wu Mingfeng wanna mess with the boss. Did not let him lose a fortune is good. Wu Mingfeng gritted his teeth and turned around with a ferocious face, practically wanting to die with Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei cocked her head and blinked. Brother, don't be angry. Have a drink of water to calm down. She shoved the remaining half cup of water into Wu Mingfeng's hand. Wu Mingfeng was so angry that his mouth was dry, and without thinking, he took it and drank 2 large mouthfuls. Just as he swallowed, he reacted that something was wrong. You. Wu Mingfeng pointed at Gu Xiaobei. His eyes were dizzy, swayed twice, and collapsed. Is this your friend? What is going on? The staff didn't know what to do for a moment. Gu Xiaobei shrugged. I don't know him. I guess he lost too much money and got angry. You guys will see what happens. She marched out, Beaver bouncing after her, making a face back. Ha ha. After resolving Wu Mingfeng, Gu Xiaobei had wanted to go back to sleep, but a man suddenly appeared on the stage, saying that there were some very good color raw stones tonight, which were brought to the auction. Gu Xiaobei and Little Beaver sat down together to watch the fun. Although the raw stones in the previous auction were also genuine, Gu Xiaobei felt that the color was average, so he didn't bid on them. To be able to participate in the auction here are also playing the old hands of the original stone. Not many will go out of sight. The basic price of the auction are similar. Gu Xiaobei yawned while looking at it, and Little Beaver gently nudged her, saying in a small voice, Boss, you're at the same table. She looked up to see, and sure enough, it was both Jiling Tian and Shimu. Jiling Tian is also very good at gambling on stones, and Shimu wanted to come and join in the fun today, so he dragged him along. Gu Xiaobei had changed his appearance and was not worried about being discovered by the two of them, so he dropped his gaze back onto the stage. It didn't matter what she saw, her eyes widened. The stone looked plain and ordinary, and even the people who raised their cards to bid on it were few and far between, but Gu Xiaobei saw it with a single glance, that underneath the roughly 4 centimeters thick skin of the stone was a shallow layer of jade with impurities, and further inside, it was a whole block of imperial green. Imperial green, a rare species that can be found in the jade market. This stone would be worth at least $100 million if it was polished, but now the bidding is even less than $10 million. $10 million. Little Beaver quickly raised her sign at Gu Xiaobei's behest. The price of this stone had been hovering at over 8 million for several rounds, and everyone was only willing to add a few tens of thousands to the price. No one was willing to bid too much. This time someone added up to $10 million, and then no one made a sound. To offer $10 million for such a stone is crazy. Didn't see it was a little girl, probably out for fun with the family's money. TSK, without some skills dare to come to gamble on stones. Sooner or later you will lose all your family's money. The whispers of the people next to them all fell on Gu Xiaobei's ears. $10 million a time. 10 million 2 times. 10 million 3. The host on stage had a smile on his face. Just when everyone thought it was going to be a deal, someone suddenly said, $15 million. The crowd immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Who is this? He actually added $5 million in one breath. Gu Xiaobei looked in the original direction. As expected, it was Jiling Tian. Jiling Tian also looked this way. There was no wavering in his eyes, and he didn't look like he recognized her, so it wasn't a deliberate attempt to antagonize her, but he really did see the value of the stone as well. It's fun to play chess. $20 million. Beaver raised the sign again. $30 million. Jiling Tian didn't hesitate for a second. The people on the field were stunned by their maneuver. In their opinion, this stone was only worth $10 million at most, but these two people actually raised the price by $10 million in one go. $80 million. When the little beaver offered $80 million, Jiling Tian obviously hesitated for a moment and didn't directly add another $10 million, but only added $5 million. By the looks of it, he also saw that the value of this piece of imperial green should be around $100 million, so if he added too much, it would not be cost effective. Both sides went back and forth, and the last bid was $97 million shouted by Beaver. 97 million once, 97 million twice. Seeing that the host was about to drop the hammer, Jiling Tian still had a few moments of hesitation. $110 million, just a second before the hammer fell. Someone suddenly said. However, this voice was neither Jiling Tian's nor Little Beaver's. Chapter 8, Country Bumpkin. Simu, who was sitting next to Jiling Tian, crossed his legs and absent-mindedly raised his sign. It was he who shouted that just now. It's hard to buy master's pleasure with money. Shimu raised his eyebrows and met Jiling Tian's gaze. $111 million. Sold. The host on stage joyfully dropped the hammer. Gu Xiaobei looked at Jiling Tian's face from afar and knew that he must be very angry right now. Shimu today pulled him over is to let him do a reference to make a good deal of money. The results, he spent 110 million to buy a piece of jade worth 100 million, carving out an estimated 100 million, which is invested in a lonely. The jade was soon polished out, and everyone saw the piece of excellent color imperial green inside, and they all started to compliment Shimu. I can't imagine that this brother's vision is so old-fashioned at such a young age. What do you know? This is the young master of the Shi family, so it's Shi Xiao. No wonder the investment gaze is so ruthless. Simu raised his lips and responded to the others' compliments one by one. Wherever, it's all natural. Why no way no way. It's hard to have a bad eye when you look at my handsome face in the mirror every day. Jiling Tian simply wanted to smash his fist over to see how thick Shimu's face skin was. Gu Xiaobei also saw the polished piece of imperial green, and it was getting late, so she left with little civet in her heart. Jiling Tian looked towards her back and suddenly frowned. Strange. This person seems a bit familiar. When Gu Xiaobei went back, Gu Yuran had already gone to bed, so she didn't have to endure the torment of Gu Yuran singing, took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, as usual, she drove herself to school. Jiling Tian's Wrangler was parked right next to her parking space, and by the looks of it, he had paid for the space next to hers. Jiling Tian was already in his seat when she entered. It was rare for Ji Xiao, the head of the 4 schoolboys, to come to school so early, and the girls in the class were resting their cheeks on him. Xu Xinjing was also making a flowery face at Jiling Tian, and when she saw Gu Xiaobei come in, she rolled her eyes. The chemistry teacher standing on the podium, Zhao Yenya, coughed twice and tapped the table. Alright, quiet. We're going to start class soon. Gu Xiaobei, go stand at the back and listen. On what grounds? Gu Xiaobei didn't move. Zhao Yenya rounded her eyes. You're late and you actually dare to ask the teacher on what grounds? Do country bumpkins know so little about honoring teachers? Last night, Zhao Yenya had already discussed this with Chu Xianjing and Gu Yuran. Gu Yuran deliberately broke the lock when she left in the morning, and had thought that she could trap Gu Xiaobei for at least 2 hours, but she didn't expect Gu Xiaobei to open it with ease. But Zhao Yenya still decided to follow the original plan and find trouble with Gu Xiaobei. After all, she had looked at Gu Igua during a home visit and had always wanted to be a stepmother to Gu Yuran, but had never gotten her way, which was why she had tried to please Gu Yuran at every turn. Late? Classes start at 8. I got into the classroom at 7:59, so who's to say I'm late? It was already 8:01 when you took your seat. You're still trying to weasel your way out of this. A bumpkin is a bumpkin. You don't even have a sense of time. Seeing that Gu Xiaobei still didn't move, Zhao Yenya became even more angry. Gu Xiaobei, I'm talking to you, you're deaf aren't you? If you don't stand at the back I'm not going to start the lecture. You're delaying every student by 1 minute. That adds up to more than 20 minutes. Time is money. You're making a fortune in killing people. Xu Xinjing followed suit. That's right, Gu Xiaobei. You don't like to study. Can you not delay us? We still want to study well. It is what it is. There were also a few female classmates who were jealous of Gu Xiaobei being able to be at the same table as Jiling Tian, who began to whisper in agreement. Gu Xiaobei, our Shengli Academy is a place with rules. It's not your kind of countryside pheasant school. If you don't follow the school rules again, I'll tell the principal and expel you. Zhao Yenya began to scare Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei gently raised her eyes and sneered. School rules? Chapter 3. Article 5 of the Saintly School Rules clearly states that students need to enter the classroom and prepare for class before the bell rings. St. Lee's prescribed morning class time is 8 o'clock. I entered the classroom at 7:59. St. Lee's bell time is 8:01. I took my seat at 8:56 seconds. Teacher, you and I are saying that I've violated the school rules? She's a top-notch memory genius, and no one should try to fool her with such trivialities. Zhao Yenya's grip on the podium tightened abruptly. She didn't expect Gu Xiaobei to even memorize the school rules. Gu Xiaobei, don't get cocky too early. I'm telling you, Xingli isn't a place where any cat or dog can stay. It's almost time for the monthly exams. If you're dragging the class down too badly, I'll kick you out just the same. Bumpkins should study in the countryside. Zhao Yenya sneered at Gu Xiaobei for a while longer before she started lecturing. Gu Xiaobei propped his head up and listened in boredom. She was able to mix her own explosives when she was 10 years old, and she knew all the chemistry experiments in this book by heart, so she still needed Zhao Yenya to explain them? Zhao Yenya looked at Gu Xiaobei from above, but in her heart, she was looking down on him. The country bumpkin is not good. And then look at the other class of Gu Yuran, always so good at learning. Every time is the top 5 grades. This is the Gu family miss should have the appearance. After class, Zhao Yenya rolled her eyes at Gu Xiaobei before she stepped on her high heels and left. Xu Xinjing said conspiratorially, ho ho ho. Some people are going to get out of our class soon. The air is finally going to be a little cleaner. Julie, the homeroom teacher, walked into the rowdy class. All be quiet. She looked around the class, her gaze lingering on Gu Xiaobei's body for a moment longer if at all. I heard the chemistry teacher say that some students in our class don't respect the teacher. I hope you all won't do that in the future. Shengli doesn't need that kind of unruly person. Chu Xinjing let out a low laugh. Chu Xinjing, Julie called out to her. She stood up in a hurry. It's the welcome party soon. You come and organize it. Each class has to come up with a few programs. You and everyone else should discuss it together. Yes, teacher. After Julie left, Chu Xinjing took the sign-up sheet and went through the class, asking those students who were usually multi-talented if they wanted to sign up for the program. Yo, Gu Xiaobei, sleeping on your back again. She stopped by Gu Xiaobei's side, her eyes looking towards Ji Ling Tian's side every now and then. Do you want to enroll in a program? Save yourself from being thrown out of the class when you don't do well in the exams. You might as well contribute more to the class while you still can. Not interested, Gu Xiaobei said coldly. Chu Xinjing, however, didn't care at all, writing and drawing something on the enrollment form as she walked. Gu Yuran has been learning the piano since she was 4 years old, and is the best piano player in Shengli, and she enrolls Gu Xiaobei in a piano as well. Gu Xiaobei, a bumpkin like her, probably hasn't even seen a piano, so when she goes on stage, she will definitely make a fool of herself, and in this way, won't it set off Yuran even more? Chu Xinjing couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 9, I Am the Power. After Chu Xinjing turned to leave, Gu Xiaobei continued to sleep on his back. She and Ji Ling Tian both wore all black, and the two of them were lying on the table in unison, looking like a pair of black impermanents. My family's male god is so handsome. These days the male god comes to class. It's so happy to see the male god every day. That Gu Xiaobei is always dressing like Ji Xiao. It's so annoying. But Gu Xiaobei's legs are so thin, straight and long. Humph. It's not just thin legs. My legs are just as thin if I eat 2 less meals. Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but feel a headache as she listened to these women's chattering discussions. Maybe she should think about doing better on this exam to go to class 1. Or else she'll be noisy to death every day here guarding Ji Ling Tian. But the women in the class were only giggling in whispers, when suddenly there was a great stirring outside. It's Sua. Sua is here, someone exclaimed. Gu Xiaobei was so disturbed by the noise that she couldn't sleep well at all, and immediately got up, wanting to go out and wash her face. An overbearing girl stepped in front of her. You're that bumpkin Gu Xiaobei? Suya measured Gu Xiaobei from head to toe with a disdainful gaze. Gu Xiaobei lazily ignored her and walked around her to get out. Instead, she reached out and pushed Gu Xiaobei. I'm telling you, you stay away from Brother Ling Tian in the future. Brother Ling Tian? Gu Xiaobei looked back at Ji Ling Tian. It's him again. Nothing good ever comes from being involved with him. Watching Suya scold Gu Xiaobei, Gu Yuran, who was hiding in the corridor outside, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Suya is Ji Ling Tian's #1 suitor, basically confessing to Ji Ling Tian every week, and she is also the eldest daughter of the Su family. The Su family is very powerful. Even the teachers usually turn a blind eye to Suya. The school library, after all, was donated by the Su family. Otherwise, with Sua's grades, how could she be in the first class? This time, it was Gu Yuran who had deliberately told Suya, in order to make Suya deal with Gu Xiaobei properly. Hey, I'm talking to you, bumpkin. Do you hear me? Suya pinched her waist, her fingers poking into Gu Xiaobei's eyes. Gu Xiaobei's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed. Suya was instantly taken aback and subconsciously moved to the side. In a flash, she colored again and said, I told you that you stay away from my home brother Ling Tian, or I'll let you have it all. Not interested, Gu Xiaobei coldly threw out a sentence. Cool sister. Saturday 6, who had taken her companion with her to the restroom, happened to pass by the door of Class V and waved at her excitedly. Gu Xiaobei walked towards Saturday 6. Suya got tired of Ji Ling Tian's sight again, calling out Brother Ling Tian with every mouthful. Her whole body couldn't stick to him. I have a favorite, Ji Ling Tian suddenly said. Suya felt like she had been hit by a thunderbolt and thought she had heard wrong. Ling Tian, brother, what are you saying? Here, that's her. Ji Ling Tian glanced towards Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei felt a murderous aura sweeping towards his back. Gu Xiaobei, Sua screamed and lunged at her regardless. Ji Ling Tian had his arms wrapped around his chest at the back, the corners of his mouth slowly hooking up. Gu Xiaobei was so angry that she clenched her teeth. This Ji Ling Tian definitely did it on purpose. You shameless, how dare you seduce Brother Ling Tian? Let's see if I don't tear your face apart. Outside, Gu Yuran was laughing so hard that the corners of her mouth were almost grinning to the roots of her ears. Gu Xiaobei this time was definitely going to suffer. Suya stood to be a notorious school bully at Sa. Lee's college. Saturday 6 bravely stood in front of Gu Xiaobei. Who are you scolding? It was Ji Xiao who said she liked Sister Cool, not Sister Cool who said she liked Ji Xiao. So who are you to say that Sister Cool hooked up with Ji Xiao? The first time she saw Gu Xiaobei, Saturday 6 was attracted by her aura, and she was now Gu Xiaobei's downright little fangirl. Suya pushed Saturday 6's shoulder. I want you to mind your own business. Who do you think you are? What's wrong with me scolding her? She played with her heart and intentionally sat by brother Ling Tian's side to hook up with him. That's shameless. That's. With that, she reached out her hand to grab Gu Xiaobei's face. She had long fingernails, and if she scratched them, Gu Xiaobei would break his face. Gu Yuran cheered in her heart. Ji Ling Tian instantly looked aghast and was about to get up. After all, he was only trying to get rid of Suya and cause Gu Xiaobei some trouble in the process. He didn't really want to hurt Gu Xiaobei. But just then, Gu Xiaobei suddenly grabbed Suya's wrist. Ouch! Suya's tears instantly came out. She grimaced in pain, but still scolded. Dirtbag, you hurry up and let go of me. Agu, or I'll have to tell you to get the Agu out of St. Lee's. Apologize. Gu Xiaobei coldly spat out 2 words. Suya felt that her bones were almost broken. How to scold Gu Xiaobei refused to let go, so she could only cry. I am sorry for. Okay. Only then did Gu Xiaobei let go of his hand, coldly glanced at Suya, turned around and walked out. Seeing that Gu Xiaobei didn't suffer, Ji Ling Tian lazily sat down and closed his eyes intending to rest for a while longer. But how could Suya swallow this? She watched Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6 walk in front of her and suddenly screamed and rushed over. Gu Xiaobei dodged it lightly, but Saturday 6 wasn't so lucky. She bravely greeted Gu Xiaobei and blocked the slap for him. That crisp slap, Gu Xiaobei's heart jumped when he heard it. Saturday 6's cheek was swollen and had 3 red marks. You! Gu Xiaobei wrinkled her eyebrows fiercely. She had already spared Suya once. She didn't expect Suya to still seek death. Cool sister. Forget it. Saturday 6 cried in pain, but still tugged on Gu Xiaobei's raised right hand, said in a small voice, I'm fine. The Su family is powerful and influential. Don't hit her for me. You'll get in trouble. Sua smiled triumphantly, but the next second, Gu Xiaobei slapped Suya hard with his left hand. Power? I am power. Gu Xiaobei was telling the truth. She was the dark sky boss, armed with dozens of skills, and was a top-notch existence in all walks of life. But those who didn't know the truth thought she was talking about the power of the Gu family. How can the Gu family be compared to the Su family? The onlookers were so surprised that their mouths opened so wide that they could even fit an egg inside. You wait for me. Suya covered her face and ran away crying. Saturday 6 was also anxious. Cool sister. What to do? The last person who went against Suya was not only expelled from Saintly, but the entire imperial capital doesn't have a school that dares to enroll her. I'll first take you to the infirmary to rub some medicine. Gu Xiaobei, however, was in no hurry at all, and looking at Saturday 6's face, she was still a little heartbroken. Ji Ling Tian looked at Gu Xiaobei's back and his eyebrows jumped in thought. He disliked the idea of someone being at the same table as him, but did he really want Gu Xiaobei to be expelled? He pondered for a moment. Chapter 10, Get Out of St. Lee, Bastard. Gu Xiaobei had just sent Saturday 6 to the infirmary when he heard the school's loudspeaker blaring. Gu Xiaobei from 3rd grade class 5. Gu Xiaobei from 3rd grade class 5. Come to the principal's office. Come to the principal's office right now. The sound of a loudspeaker echoed throughout St. Lee's college. Zhu Xinjing and Gu Yuran leaned together, their faces full of smug smiles. Yuran, this time Gu Xiaobei is definitely getting the hell out of Xingli. A bumpkin like her doesn't deserve to be in our school in the first place. Gu Yuran, however, blinked her eyes and sighed gently but helplessly. Alas, I also hoped that she could study well and change her fate. I didn't expect that not only did she get into trouble, but she was also that arrogant. If Dad knew, he would definitely be angry. Yoran, she's like that and you're still thinking about her. You're too kind. How could Zhu Xinjing know that Gu Yuran was now laughing out loud with glee? The Gu family's first lady could only ever be her, and Gu Xiaobei would always be a rotten bumpkin. In the principal's office, Sua was gripping the hand of a middle-aged man and crying. This man is called Su Chang, is her father, although Su Chang is not much ability, but Suya's grandfather Su Lishan is a famous entrepreneur in the empire. Everyone in front of him have to respectfully call him Master Su, so even the principal, in front of the Su Chang and Suya are also compensated with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely give you a proper account. When Gu Xiaobei entered, he heard the principal say to Su Chang. Su Chang sized Gu Xiaobei up with a disdainful gaze. I heard that you are the daughter of the Gu family? How dare you? Not only did you dare to make a move on Yaya, but you actually said something about the Gu family being more powerful than the Su family? I think you are crazy, a bumpkin who hasn't seen any sense. All poor and sour. Gu Xiaobei didn't ignore him and only looked at the principal, saying, It was Suya who made the first move. I just fought back. The sunlight beat in from behind Gu Xiaobei, coating her with a light golden light, and she stood straight, her spine like a sword drilling into the sky, making people unable to help but feel admiration. Your bull ******* ting me. Suya roared. I'm still tired of dirtying my hands when I beat up a bumpkin like you. My hands are dirtier than your mouth. Gu Xiaobei disliked Suya's words so much that she cried again. The principal hurriedly said, Gu Xiaobei, you said that Suya started it, do you have any proof? Principal, I saw it. Before Gu Xiaobei had a chance to speak, he heard the door to the principal's office slowly open, and Gu Yuran revealed a head and timidly said, Gu Yuran was pretty and studied well, and the principal knew her. I'm sorry, Suya, I'm sorry, Uncle Su. Gu Yuran came in and bowed twice to Suya and Su Cheng first. It's all because of my family's lax tutelage. That's why Suya was wronged. There's no need to engage in all this nonsense. If you want to harbor this bumpkin don't even think about it. Su Cheng said angrily. Gu Xiaobei chewed bubblegum and watched with a good sense of humor, as if she was staying out of the way. She wanted to see what Gu Yuran was going to act out again. Not, Uncle Su. Gu Yuran red eyes waved his hand. I just want to. Uncle Su do not because of Gu Xiaobei think our Gu family are such people. Dad has always said to me that very admire Uncle Su. Just now I see clearly. It is Gu Xiaobei firsthand. She came back from the countryside has no rules. No matter how to be punished depends on the views of Uncle Su and Suya students. Just please do not implicate the Gu family. Su Cheng actually knows his daughter's temperament in his heart. And today it must be Suya who finds fault first. So when he saw Gu Yuran come in, there were still a few points of unhappiness. And now when he heard her say this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, I know. I think it's also because this bumpkin wasn't educated well from a young age. And it doesn't have anything to do with your Gu family. When Gu Yuran had said so, the principal chided towards Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, what else do you have to say? She shrugged her shoulders and spoke with concern. What's there to say? There's surveillance everywhere in St. Li, just pull it up and look at it. Hateful. Suya clenched her teeth in anger. How could she have forgotten about the whole surveillance thing? Wouldn't everything be exposed if we went to see the surveillance? Suya hurriedly gave Gu Yuran a wink. Gu Yuran's tears were swirling in her eyes, looking aggrieved and hateful. Gu Xiaobei, hurry up and admit your mistake. Would I still wrong you? If you keep pestering me like this, I'm afraid there will be a more severe punishment. Dad's been so good to you. Do you have to implicate Dad before you'll give up? Alright, the principal said seriously. We St. Li is a place of mellow school spirit. Absolutely no tolerance for this kind of fighting and trouble. Today Gu Xiaobei you must be fired. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a phone call. As soon as he saw the caller ID, the principal's face immediately changed, covering the microphone and hurried out. Suya raised her chin toward Gu Xiaobei triumphantly. Gu Xiaobei, just wait for death you. Gu Yuran's heart is all happy and blossoming, and on her face she still makes a generous and understanding look. Gu Xiaobei, you quickly apologize to Suya. Usually in the house pretends to be sisterly love, a mouthful of sister, but now on the outside wants to be separated from her. But that was fine. Gu Xiaobei didn't want to be sisters with her in the first place. Not long after, the principal returned, his face still a bit gloomy. Suya couldn't care less about the pain on her face and cheerfully said, Principal, can you issue the expulsion notice now? When will you let Gu Xiaobei get out? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, the principal said in a serious manner. We still need to re-investigate this matter. St. Li is a fair school, and we absolutely cannot wrong any of our students. Suya and Gu Yuran both froze. What's going on here? How come the principal took a phone call and came back a different person? Gu Xiaobei, however, chewed bubblegum and leaned against the cabinet with a confident look on his face. Because it's all in her hands. Su Cheng immediately felt that his face couldn't hang on. Even a little girl child he couldn't solve. How could he still mix in the imperial capital in the future? Headmaster, if you don't handle this matter properly, believe it or not I'll cancel the originally planned investment in the cafeteria. St. Li has the intention of refurbishing the cafeteria this year, and originally the money, the principal was going to let Su Cheng donate. The principal, however, was unmoved. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, as the principal of St. Li I must act impartially. What you want to donate is your freedom. If you want to cancel it, I can only express my regret, but the principle that should be maintained, I must still maintain. For a moment, everyone except Gu Xiaobei froze. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 11, so you're this kind of person, Mr. G. Gu Xiaobei actually walked out of the principal's office intact. Suya was so angry that she kept losing her temper with Su Cheng in the back, asking him to make a decision for herself. Dad, I can't even fix a bumpkin. How can I stay in St. Lee in the future? Why don't I just take a break from school? Well, my missy, Daddy will find a way for you. Gu Xiaobei chewed bubblegum and raised his head. Sua stomped her feet in anger behind her. The principal breathed a sigh of relief after sending the men away. Geez, why did the chief suddenly come over here? Scared me, he said as he wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. It turns out that just now, the principal received a call from his secretary saying that the Secretary of Education was coming to visit St. Mary's. This director is most concerned about fairness and impartiality. If he finds out about what happened today, it will not be easy. That's why the principal hurriedly dismissed these people. Just how did he know that the director of the Education Bureau was the one Gu Xiaobei had asked Little Civet to ask to come in the name of the donor? On the way back, Gu Xiaobei received a message from Little Beaver. Little Beaver, boss, why don't you just fire this principal and forget about it? How dare you find trouble with you, boss? Gu Xiaobei, there's no rush. There will be opportunities later. Xiao Beaver, really have eyes not recognized Taishan? Su Chang repair a little cafeteria. He took Su Chang as a treasure. Xingli, but there are 8 teaching buildings, 2 experimental buildings, 4 dormitory buildings. Are the boss you donate it? Gu Xiaobei, well, you've reminded me. Since Su Chang has no place to spend his money, find a chance to bankrupt all the businesses in his name. Beaver, the boss is mighty. Although the Su family is a large family, Su Chang has never been able to make a difference. And Su Lishan has only given 4 of his average-sized companies to Su Chang. Gu Xiaobei wants to suppress Su Chang as simple as taking a breath. When Gu Xiaobei went back, her classmates looked at her with eyes like she was a monster. Geez, there are people targeted by SUA who actually make it back in good shape? This Gu Xiaobei's luck is too good. The arrival of the math teacher interrupted the sound of their conversation. This class, Gu Xiaobei spent it in boredom again. For a math genius like her, who had been fought over by Stanford and Harvard together, 3rd grade knowledge was as boring as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. After class, the students got together again in groups, talking about something on their cell phones. Oh my god, did you guys see the news? SUA's family is broke. What? The Su family went bankrupt? Their family is one of the top 3 consortiums in the imperial capital. It's either the Su family, or Suya's family. She has always claimed to be the Su family's first lady. In fact, her family's industry is less than 1/10 of the Su family's entire. And this time, when the financial market has been shaken up a little bit, her family has directly gone bankrupt. No wonder Gu Xiaobei was able to come back properly. I guess Suya wasn't in the mood to deal with her. She's really lucky. Ji Ling Tian couldn't help but frown at her. This Gu Xiaobei actually has such good luck? She actually got out of there in one piece before he even made a move. Hi, Ling Tian, why are you looking at my little cutie out of your mind? Shimu didn't know when he ran over and sat on his butt in front of Ji Ling Tian, reaching out and waving his hand in front of him. Ji Ling Tian coldly swept him a glance. Boring. Gu Xiaobei also propped herself up, lazily raised her eyelids, and slowly spat out 2 words under Shimu's burning gaze. Noisy. Simu was hurt. Cootie. People come to give you gifts from Baba, and this is how you treat them. Shimu threw a wink at Gu Xiaobei. Not interested. Gu Xiaobei finished speaking and went to lie down again. Other than Ji Ling Tian, Shimu had never seen someone so cold. And, moreover, he had never seen a girl who was unmoved by his looks and closeness. But the more Gu Xiaobei was like this, the more he had a desire to conquer. Sweetie, this is for you. Do you like it? Silhouette reached out, and in his hand rested a tiny, emerald green fox, alive as if it could jump in the next second. It's the same imperial green he carved out of the one he auctioned off last night. Although this is only one part of that imperial green, it's worth at least $10 million. It looks like Shi Xiao spends money like water, and it really lives up to its name. Gu Xiaobei looked at the fox and then at Ji Ling Tian, blinked her eyes and said to Shimu, I'm sorry, Mr. Shi, I wouldn't dare to accept it. If I did, Mr. Ji would definitely be angry. Hearing Gu Xiaobei carefully mention himself, Ji Ling Tian felt like he had been struck by lightning. Is this woman off her meds? She was full of fury when she just hit Suya. Because, Gu Xiaobei wrung her fingers, seemingly torn, because I accidentally saw Ji Xiao's diary, and he's actually been liked all of you, Shi Xiao. That's why he refused to accept other female classmates. Put. One of the boys took a sip of water and didn't swallow it, spraying it all over his table's face. The class was dumbfounded. Shimu's mouth opened wide as he slowly looked at Ji Ling Tian. Ling Tian. You. Me. I don't like men. Gu. Xiao. Bei. Ji Ling Tian had the heart to kill her. She was definitely getting back at herself for the fact that she had just said she liked her in front of Sua. Gu Xiaobei blossomed a victorious smile towards Ji Ling Tian, then bounced up like a frightened bunny and stammered. Right. I'm sorry Ji Xiao. I didn't mean to look at your diary. And I didn't mean to confess for you to help 11 Xiao. So Ji Xiao, you mustn't be angry. Kidding aside, she is a well-known movie queen in the entertainment industry. Although she has left for 2 years, but her acting skills have not regressed at all. Some of the girls were on the verge of tears, not realizing that their guy had a crush on another guy. And some of the rotten girls were even more excited to look at Jiling Tian and Shimu, instantly brainstorming tens of thousands of words of a little sweet text. What are you looking at? Everyone close your eyes. Jiling Tian yelled at the class. Shimu, however, was still playing along with Gu Xiaobei's act, saying with a panicked expression, Ling Tian, what she said can't be true. So the minds of the students who had just been intimidated by Jiling Tian became active again. Jillian was so happy that she grabbed the door. Ha ha ha, little cutie. I've never seen anyone who can make Ling Tian suffer like this. Interesting, this is a reward for making me watch a good show. Shimu gave Gu Xiaobei that little imperial green fox and didn't even give her a chance to refuse, leaving directly. Until class started, Jiling Tian didn't come back, so Gu Xiaobei was happy to be free. But in just one class, the Saintly College's posting bar was full of posts discussing Jiling Tian and Shimu. So many students brushed up on it. Gu Xiaobei casually glanced at them in his boredom, but in less than a minute, these extremely hot posts with hundreds of floors were instantly deleted cleanly. There is a big line floating on the front page of the posting, any more nonsense and you'll be waiting. All the students instantly put away their cell phones to behave in class. Gu Xiaobei laughed softly. She knew at a glance that this was Jiling Tian looking for a hacker to delete all the posts. Calling up the virtual projection keyboard in his ring, he put the phone in landscape, and using the cover of the book, Gu Xiaobei's fingers flipped, and a section of code flew across the screen. Other side. Oh Xia, Shengli's fourth largest schoolmate who had just finished addressing Jiling Tian's needs, clapped his hands and leaned back, raising a cute and sunny smile. I say Ling Tian, you still have to come to me for such a small thing. Now you can let me go to class. Up my ass. Jiling Tian gritted his teeth and raised his own cell phone to Oh Xia's face. Chapter 12, Gu Xiaobei, you're dead. O'Shaughnessy's eyes widened at once. He had half-length, shaggy hair, dyed a nice bright yellow that looked to be the same color as the sun. How could this happen? Oh Xia beamed, picking up the keyboard on the side and tapping the code again quickly. Jiling Tian sat down beside him with a sullen face. Oh Xia is an internationally recognized hacker who, although only 17 years old, has remotely controlled the reorbiting of satellites. He skipped class a lot, but no teacher dared to flunk him because he would hack into the school's registrar's system and change everyone's grades all over the place if he wasn't happy. So something like deleting a posting is a piece of cake for him. But sweat was gradually seeping out of Oh Xia's forehead. Strange, he muttered. Jiling Tian gathered his head to look at it. On the screen was a series of codes that jumped around nonstop. Although he couldn't fully read it, he knew that Oh Xia was in some kind of trouble. The other party set up a data interception to block my crawler code. I originally thought that it was done by someone from the school, but now it seems that the school shouldn't have such powerful people. Oh Xia said while puffing up her cheeks, looking puffed up yet cute. Oh Xia's fingers flipped even more rapidly, and were already beginning to show a shadow. It had been a long time since he had met such a strong opponent at home. I'll set up a fake program attack to bypass him first, then I'll delete that data for you. Oh Xia tapped the code while explaining to Jiling Tian. Then, Osha smiled and raised an eyebrow. Hack his camera and find out who the other guy really is. Jiling Tian also came a little closer to the screen. His brows furrowed. If he found out who this person was, he would definitely make him look good. Unlike the busyness on Oh Xia's side, Gu Xiaobei was just banging on the keyboard with one hand, blocking his attacks, and it didn't look too easy. She thought that Jiling Tian had just paid a random hacker, so she didn't fight it with her heart. Suddenly at that moment, her camera butt flickered. Gu Xiaobei was startled and quickly cupped the camera with his left hand, while his right hand quickly tapped the code, and the other side. Jiling Tian and Oh Xia looked at each other. Why did the scene that just flashed by look so much like, say, Lee's classroom? Could the other party actually be a student of St. Lee's? No way. Oh Xia puffed out her cheeks. There's definitely no second person this powerful in Shingli besides me. Jiling Tian's eyebrows but the more frown the tighter. Just now that the scene that passed by really let him feel incomparably familiar. Oh Xia muttered in a low voice while tapping on the keyboard. I'll just check the other party's IP address. Not a moment later, Oh Xia covered her mouth in disbelief. Oh my god, this IP address is actually really insanely. Too late to react much. Jiling Tian hurriedly rushed out. Gu Xiaobei, you'll be dead if I know it's you. That scene just now really looks like the cabinet behind his seat. Jiling Tian rushed into the classroom with long strides. Clang came the door, and the students and faculty in the class were startled. Hooah! Get the hell out of! Zhao Yenya turned her head with an impatient face, and when she saw that it was Jiling Tian, Her face immediately piled up a smile. So it's Ji Xiao ah. Ji Xiao quickly sit down and listen to the lesson. I just happened to speak to a key point. Ji Ling Tian, however, simply ignored her and went over towards Gu Xiaobei, who was sitting upright. What are you doing? He asked, looking down at her with a sullen face. Gu Xiaobei slowly turned her head with a sincere face. I'm listening to the lesson. Goddamn listening to class. Ji Ling Tian hated to think. 11 out of 10 lessons you were lost in thought. And now you tell me you were listening to the lesson? How could Ji Ling Tian know that Gu Xiaobei didn't listen to this kind of simple lesson because it was too boring? Only thinking that she was an uneducated. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Gu Xiaobei, who didn't listen to lectures every day, suddenly started to listen to lectures, and was definitely covering something up. Gu Xiaobei, you'd better admit it to me. Are you hiding here? Ji Ling Tian bent down and pressed his right hand hard on Gu Xiaobei's table, while his left hand grabbed towards her table hole. Gu Xiaobei must have hidden a laptop here. At that moment, Ji Ling Tian and Gu Xiaobei were so close that their breaths were intertwined together. Gu Xiaobei resisted this proximity, and if it weren't for the fact that she was still in class, and if it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to reveal her identity, she would have already struck out by now. But Ji Ling Tian touched a blank. How can that be? Surely you need a computer and a keyboard to write code. How could he have known that Gu Xiaobei's ring, alone, could project a virtual keyboard, and that Gu Xiaobei had packed everything up as early as a minute before he returned? The students all looked this way. They didn't know what was going on, but they knew that Ji Ling Tian was definitely looking for something. Zhao Yenya immediately complacent. This Gu Xiaobei is a bumpkin. Ji Xiao's family, however, has power and influence. It must be that Gu Xiaobei stole Ji Xiao's things and was discovered. She cleared her throat and said, Gu Xiaobei, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Even if you don't respect your teacher, you actually have unclean hands and feet. What did you steal from Ji Xiao? Hurry up and hand it over. We sadly can't tolerate thieves like you. Gu Xiaobei's eyes shrunk violently, her complexion aghast. This Zhao Yenya has crossed her path 3 times. Gu Xiaobei, do you hear me? Zhao Yenya pointed at her nose and opened her mouth aggressively. Spittle flying. If you don't take it out again, hurry up and get the hell out of here. At this moment, Ji Ling Tian, however, suddenly received a text message. Oh xia, Ling Tian Ling Tian Ling Tian, I made a mistake. The IP address is actually encrypted. After I unlocked it, I found that the IP is actually from Northern Ireland. Just now the other party sent a message, saying that she is a wanderer. Yuzi, the top international hacker, can make a multinational company's server go down in 3 minutes if she wants to, make a country's homepage full of praise for hostile forces in half an hour, and remotely control the explosion of an atomic bomb in any corner of the world in an hour. She was godlike and never did anything but have a good time. For no reason whatsoever. The tweets were all followed by Xiao's proud statements about how he had managed to fight off Yuzi for more than a minute before losing. Ji Ling Tian didn't bother to look at it anymore and directly turned off his cell phone. Junior Ji, this Gu Xiaobei is really unruly. Don't worry. This time I will definitely tell the principal to kick her out. Zhao Yenya was anxious to please Ji Ling Tian. I didn't expect Ji Ling Tian to coldly say, she didn't steal anything, it was my mistake. Zhao Yenya was instantly a bit disappointed. Ji Xiao, if you've really lost something, why don't you search your body? How about I help you search Gu Xiaobei's body? With that, she walked towards Gu Xiaobei. Chapter 13, Gu Xiaobei leaves class 5. Gu Xiaobei squeezed a pen. With a flick of her wrist, the pen would fly out at close to the speed of sound. Before Zhao Yenya could react, one of her arms or legs would be completely wasted. I've said that I made a mistake. Can't you hear me? Ji Ling Tian jerked his head up, his face full of impatience. He didn't like Gu Xiaobei and hated this kind of dog-eyed teacher. Zhao Yenya was startled and hurriedly stopped, bending down and saying, yes, Ji Xiao, I'm sorry. Gu Xiaobei, however, lifted her chin and looked at Ji Ling Tian. A simple sentence of mistake is enough? Every line of her face was dry and sharp. It was aggressively pretty, with delicate brows but an icy gaze. Ji Ling Tian lowered his eyes to meet her gaze, like 2 icebergs colliding together. Apologize. Gu Xiaobei's thin lips lightly opened. The class sucked in a breath of cold air. Tian. Gu Xiaobei is out of her mind. She actually dares to talk to Mr. Ji like this. No. Isn't there anyone who doesn't know that Ji Xiao is known to have a bad temper? Humph. My boy god won't apologize to her. My boy god is never wrong. The students chattered and discussed. However, after Ji Ling Tian and Gu Xiaobei stared at each other for a while, they actually slowly spoke. I'm sorry. Although there were only 3 words, it also shocked all the students present to the point that their mouths were so wide open that almost everyone could fit a fist in their mouths. After saying that, Ji Ling Tian turned around and left. He's going to find out how the dang hacker Yukai can suddenly cross him. Gu Xiaobei wasn't afraid of him checking. That so-called IP encryption was a fake she made. And Oh Xia really didn't find out either. The entirety of what they could find out was just what Gu Xiaobei wanted them to find out. After all, she was the best hacker in the world. Yuko. It took Zhao Yenya a long time to recover from her shock. She rolled her eyes. Gu Xiaobei, I'm telling you. You have to be thankful that Ji Xiao is being lenient with you. Otherwise, I'd have to kick you out. Gu Xiaobei looked at her coldly. You're the one who should be thanking Ji Lingtai. If it wasn't for him, you might be wasted by now. Zhao Yenya took 2 steps backward at Gu Xiaobei's gaze. You. She colored. If you don't do well on this test, I'll have to kick you out. Although Saintly was an aristocratic academy, it also valued academic performance. And in Zhao Yenya's eyes, Gu Xiaobei was uneducated and was probably going to fail every single door. And when the time came, no matter what means she had used to get in, she would have to get out. For the second half of the class, Zhao Yenya didn't even dare to look at Gu Xiaobei again. The gaze of Gu Xiaobei just now was really too intimidating. After class, she hurried out. The class teacher, Julie, then stepped into the classroom with her high heels. She signaled everyone to be quiet, and then began to talk about the school's notice. The school told you all before that the welcome party will be held next week. I don't know how well everyone's programs are prepared. She looked to Chu Xinjing. Chu Xinjing hurriedly stood up, puffed out her chest and raised her head. Teacher, we've been practicing intensively every day, and when the time comes, we'll definitely win for the class. She was smug in her heart. They had been catching up on their practice, but no one had told Gu Xiaobei at all. By the time she gets on stage, I'm afraid she won't even know where to put her hands and feet when she plays the piano. Definitely going to make a fool of myself in front of the whole school. Julie nodded. There's one more piece of news to tell. This orientation party may be the last group event for our class. Huh? What the hell? What do you mean last time? Quiet. Julie slapped the lectern. Previously, the tradition of St. Li was to divide the classes once a semester. But because of the pressure of the third-year classes, in order to be able to make everyone study in a class that suits them better, the school has temporarily decided to add an additional mapping test next Monday. And the scores of the mapping test will be used as the basis for the division of the classes. And after the orientation night, will be redivided into new classes. Chu Xinjing suddenly turned her head to look at Gu Xiaobei, and thought in her heart triumphantly, this time, Gu Xiaobei should always get the hell out of Shengli. Instead, there was a wail from the other students. Ah, how come the exams are coming up so soon? That's right, how can we prepare for the party? Can't we just let the people have a good time? Oh my god, I can't do anything right now. How am I going to take the test? Okay. Julie clapped her hands and said, everyone just need to treat the exams normally and play normally, whether you stay in this class or not. I hope that you will actively participate in the last class activity. Julie finished and left. The classroom was in an uproar. Everyone is wailing over their upcoming exams, and some students are considering whether or not to spend so much time preparing for the evening's events. Chu Xinjing walked to the side of Gu Xiaobei, condescendingly said, Gu Xiaobei, this is your last week of school here. The bumpkin came to see the world for 2 days. Should also roll back to where you should go. Your hometown there is still land. I see that a bumpkin like you who can't do anything can only go home to farm. Or picking up dung. Picking up garbage? When she finished, she started laughing maniacally. Gu Xiaobei raised his eyes coldly, looking at her without any semblance of emotion. Why should I pick you or pick you up? Chu Xinjing reacted for a moment before realizing that Gu Xiaobei was calling her a turd and trash. You. Before Chu Xinjing could say anything, she heard a cold voice from above her head. Who allowed you to stand here? She flew back 2 steps, trembling. Ji Xiao. As soon as Ji Ling Tian came over, the air pressure and temperature in the surrounding area lowered. He just glanced at Chu Xinjing, and Chu Xinjing hurried back to her seat, sitting straight up, almost not daring to breathe. Ji Ling Tian sat down with a huff. Just now, Oh Xia had already checked. All the things about that swimmer couldn't be found out, and Oh Xia even told him with a wistful face that the swimmer was such a god. The reason why he wanted to have trouble with him was probably just for the fun of it. Fun my ass. Fortunately, Gu Xiaobei did not continue to interfere. Oh Xia also smoothly deleted those posts. Students are busy discussing the upcoming exams and orientation party. That thing's heat slowly dropped down. Otherwise, Ji Ling Tian would probably be pissed off. Although Ji Ling Tian could only tell himself that he should have misread the scene in the camera at that time, and that he had misunderstood Gu Xiaobei, he still felt that Gu Xiaobei was a calamity, and that nothing good could be expected from being with her. It was just as well that he must take advantage of this exam to straighten Gu Xiaobei out of class 5. Chapter 14. Copy me, you hear me? But at that moment, Jiling Tian didn't know that what Gu Xiaobei was thinking was also, this exam must leave class 5 and never stay in the same classroom with Jiling Tian again. After school, she and Jiling Tian dashed out again in unison like two dark shadows. The rest of the class was wide-eyed. Is this Gu Xiaobei annoying? Pestering my male god every day. She's really something. Just now Ji Xiao came back and got mad. I couldn't even breathe. She was actually chewing bubblegum next to me. Yeah. I think Gu Xiaobei is so handsome. I kind of want to pout her. Chu Xinjing finished packing up her books and gave the female classmate who had just spoken a blank look. You really have no taste, and the bumpkin likes it, but if you like it, take a look at it more often, because after the exams, Gu Xiaobei is going to get the hell out of Xingli. After Gu Xiaobei got out of school, he first went to meet up with Xiao Beaver to take care of the recent daily happenings before folding back into the Gu family. Gu Yiguo and Gu Yuran were both seated on the sofa, and when she entered, she saw a happy scene. But that cozy atmosphere disappeared in an instant when he saw her enter. Gu Yiguo came over in a rage and scolded. Gu Xiaobei, are you crazy? Who are you messing with? You actually messed with Miss Su. What else can you do besides messing me up? It's okay if you're half as sweet as Yuran. If it wasn't for Yuran's plea in front of Mr. Su today, do you know how much of a mess you would have caused? Gu Xiaobei chewed bubblegum and spoke with full concern. Didn't Suya's family go bankrupt? Suya's family is bankrupt, but the Su family is still a big family. It's only a matter of minutes before Mr. Su rises again, and if it wasn't for Yuran's plea today, when Mr. Su rises, he'll definitely take revenge on our Gu family. Why did I give birth to such a white-eyed wolf like you, who is good for nothing but trouble? The more Gu Yiguo looked at Gu Xiaobei, the more displeased he became. You like to lick the Su family so much, why don't you just go bankrupt too? Good brothers have a property to break together. Maybe Su Chang will be very touched, and will pull you a hand when you have the chance in the future. Gu Xiaobei said. Gu Yiguo covered his chest, so angry at her that he could hardly breathe. Gu Yuran walked over with red eyes. Sister, how can you talk to dad like that? Doesn't dad work so hard for the Gu family every day to provide us with a superior life? Sorry to interrupt. Gu Xiaobei made a pause gesture. No one has given me a single penny since the day I came back. Gu Yiguo's face was also a little hard to hang on to. It was true that he hadn't given Gu Xiaobei a single cent of pocket money, and he had wanted to teach her a lesson. But then he had forgotten about it. I don't know what she's been spending lately. Maybe it's the money she saved from her old part-time job. Country people are used to hard times, so I guess she has fewer expenses. Sister, don't say that. No matter what, dad gave you life. You should be nicer to dad. Don't teachers often teach us to learn to be grateful? Gu Yuran made a magnanimous appearance to persuade Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yiguo obediently took over the conversation. You have to look up to Yuran. She is obedient. Her studies are good. This is what my Gu family's daughter should look like. As for the money, well, he coughed twice uncomfortably. I hear you have exams coming up soon, so I'll give you a reward if you do well. Dad, my sister just transferred here. It's normal that she can't keep up with the curriculum. If she doesn't do well in the exams, you can't scold my sister. Gu Yuran hugged Gu Yiguo's arm and pampered her. Can't you see how good Yuran is to you? Gu Yiguo glared at Gu Xiaobei. Yuran is in the top 5 in her grade every time, so give me a good test and don't embarrass me. Take the test properly? Gu Xiaobei sneered in her heart. She was planning to do well on the exams, but not so she wouldn't lose Gu Yiguo's face, but to stay away from Jiling Tian. No matter how much St. Mary's students don't want the test to come, the test it will come. Shengli Academy was divided into examination rooms according to their grades, and both Gu Xiaobei and Jiling Tian were assigned to the last examination room. The first day's test was in language and math. After handing out the papers, some of the students wailed. Originally, I heard people say that the test is not difficult, but what is all this It seems that every word no, but combined together is a sentence cannot understand So many students turned their papers over and over, desperately trying to find a few answers from the pile of puzzles that they could barely write a few words on. Gu Xiaobei, on the other hand, handed out the papers and started writing furiously, and half an hour later, she was lying on the table. These questions are simply not too simple. Those math questions she can see the answer at a glance. But in order to get the step score or have to patiently put her think it is 1 + 1 is equal to 2 the same simple reason step by step to write out. And at this point, most of the students haven't even finished the multiple choice questions yet. The invigilator on the podium couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hey, I heard that that's Gu Xiaobei who transferred here. Yeah, I heard it's from the countryside. It's so brainless. I can't believe I gave up without even answering the multiple choice questions. Guess education doesn't work in the country. TSK. The two invigilators were whispering in front of them. Although Gu Xiaobei heard it, he didn't bother to explain it to them. If they walked down and saw Gu Xiaobei's papers filled with writing, they would probably pass out on the spot in shock. Ji Ling Tian sat diagonally in front of Gu Xiaobei, who was also sleeping on his back, and was awakened by the sound of the invigilator's voice, frowning as he glanced back. As a result, it locked eyes with Gu Xiaobei. The two rolled their eyes together, and in unison they plopped down again. Ji Ling Tian couldn't help but get a headache looking at his paper that didn't answer a single question. Finished. This Gu Xiaobei, actually also like himself, did not answer a single question, the whole time was sleeping. So if this goes on, will not she still be in the 5th class? He didn't want to leave class 5, and if he did, it would have to be Gu Xiaobei who left. After the exam was over, Ji Ling Tian took a long leg and stood in front of Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, can you do well in the exams? Do you know that you'll be kicked out of Xingli if you fail every door? Gu Xiaobei froze because of Ji Ling Tian's sudden concern and subconsciously said, I answered. I can pass. Really? Ji Ling Tian was a bit unconvinced, bending down and bracing himself on her table, staring into her eyes. You'd better not lie to me. Gu Xiaobei nodded, then instantly sobered up again and looked at him coldly. It's none of your business if I fail. Ha! Ji Ling Tian sneered, but said nothing. How is it none of his business? Gu Xiaobei cannot leave from class 5 if he does better in the exam. Inexplicable. Looking at Ji Ling Tian's back as he left, Gu Xiaobei muttered. The next morning's test was in English, a paper that seemed to Gu Xiaobei as good as a fairy tale book with added pinyin. And this time, she didn't even use all 20 minutes to finish the paper. The next afternoon, the test was on science. As soon as Gu Xiaobei entered the examination room, she realized that the person next to her was actually Ji Ling Tian. Gu Xiaobei. Ji Ling Tian took advantage of the fact that the exam hadn't started yet and the inside of the exam room was a bit chaotic, and lowered his voice to her. Copy my paper later. You hear me? Chapter 15, Be My Girlfriend. Gu Xiaobei froze. She's a genius, and she needs to copy papers for such a simple exam? And Ji Ling Tian was at the bottom of the worst class in essay, Li's 3rd grade all year round. So where did he get the courage to let others copy his papers? He's off his meds. The previous subjects Ji Ling Tian handed in blank papers. He had calculated that even if he scored full marks in science, he would still end up in the 5th class. If Gu Xiaobei could pass all the previous subjects, plus a perfect score in science, then he would at least be able to enter the 3rd class. He was skeptical that with Gu Xiaobei's level of not listening to class every day he could really pass, so he had to make Gu Xiaobei copy the science synthesis to full marks. That way, you should be able to get into class 4 even if you flunked the front. Anyway, Gu Xiaobei walks away. Both men looked at each other coldly, and both had decided in their hearts that the other must be a scum. Hear that? Ji Ling Tian said impatiently. Just at this time the invigilator walked in with the paper and he returned to his seat. After the rolls were handed out, there was no more wailing. After the previous 3 exams, they had no illusions about the science exams, which must have been hard to get right as well. Ji Ling Tian began to write furiously. Gu Xiaobei instead wrote a name and then didn't move his pen again. This one was invigilated by Zhao Yenya, who purposely walked next to Gu Xiaobei, glanced at her blank paper, and couldn't help but let out a contemptuous snort. A bumpkin is a bumpkin, and it's still a disgrace to come to St. Li's and not know anything about it. Ji Ling Tian finished answering one side quickly, then leaned over to Gu Xiaobei's side, revealing the paper to her, and even gave her a wink when the invigilator wasn't looking. Gu Xiaobei swept a glance at Ji Ling Tian's paper and was immediately shocked. It's amazing that every question on this was done correctly. Gu Xiaobei frowned. Isn't Ji Ling Tian a notorious academic scum? He was also always at the bottom of the list in class 5. So how did he suddenly become so good? Gu Xiaobei didn't know that he had turned in blank papers for the first few exams, calculating that if things went on like this, the two of them would be afraid to get into the 1st class together. She didn't want to be in the same class as Ji Ling Tian anymore. Learning from the pain, Gu Xiaobei decisively chose the latter between proving his strength and staying away from Ji Ling Tian. The exam bell rang, and Gu Xiaobei dumped the paper with only his name written on it upside down on the table, then packed up his things and left. Ji Ling Tian blocked her at the classroom door with his long legs. Gu Xiaobei coldly looked up. Hey, Gu Xiaobei, you just copied it. Aha. Gu Xiaobei didn't bother pestering him and went straight into the classroom. When the time came that Ji Ling Tian and her weren't in the same class anymore, could it be that he would still come after her because she didn't copy his papers? The whole classroom was in an uproar just after the exam. The students all got together in 2s and 3s to check their answers, complaining that the test was too hard. Suddenly, someone winds up rushing in through the back door. Gu Xiaobei. A girl put her hand in front of her and gritted her teeth. You give me my family's moo-moos things. I don't know any moo-moo. Gu Xiaobei wrinkled her nose in disgust. The girl smelled of pungent perfume, and Gu Xiaobei got a headache from it. What are you pretending? Hurry up and give me the stuff or I'll make you look good, the girl screamed. Xu Xinjing looked back with a gloating expression. This girl is called Si Qing. Is she Mu's newest girlfriend? 2 days ago also with Shimu together show love. The two people look at the feelings are still very good look. Xu Xinjing secretly let Si Qing know that Shimu had previously given Gu Xiaobei a pendant. Si Qing was already extremely possessive, not to mention that piece of imperial green she also liked, and would definitely not let Gu Xiaobei go easily. Si Qing's anger rubbed off when she was ignored by Gu Xiaobei. Hey! I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Si Qing said angrily. Ji Ling Tian wrinkled his brows impatiently. Get out of here and talk. Did this woman pour a bottle of perfume on her? Si Qing was startled and said in an aggravated manner. Ling Tian, why are you so fierce? Normally, that was how Shimu called Ji Ling Tian, so she followed suit. After saying that, Si Qing felt the disbelieving and envious gazes cast by the students around her. After all, not everyone could be so close to Ji Xiao. Who allowed you to call me that? Ji Ling Tian suddenly chilled his face, and even the air around him chilled as if it was about to freeze. Ji Xiao. Si Qing stammered in shock. Silmu just happened to waltz in from outside. Ji Ling Tian saw him with a sideways glance and leaned back impatiently. Your vision is getting worse. Simu raised an eyebrow, puzzled at first, before seeing Si Qing. Si Qing deflated in aggravation and opened her arms for a hug. Why are you here? I heard that you gave this bumpkin a gift. I want to go back. Who knows that she is not only not to give, but also to people's attitude is not good at all. And Ling Tian also fears people. People are so aggrieved. Si Qing pulling Shimu's arm pouting. Shimu usually has a generally good attitude towards girls, and although he often changes girlfriends, as long as he's still in a relationship, he'll spoil his girlfriends to the skies. These 2 or 3 days of pampering made Si Qing feel like she was a different kind of being in Silhouette's life. But Shimu's face sank. Who allowed you to claim what I gave away? And who allowed you to call Ling Tian that? But I'm your girlfriend now. If you're like this, I'm going to get upset. Ha! Si Qing stomped her foot and made a scene on the basis that she was still Shimu's girlfriend. Simu laughed softly, his fox eyes raised. Oh, girlfriend? Moo. Simu shook off her hand. Then break up. Simu had only been with her 3 days ago and actually broke up with her today. As we all know, Shimu only changed his girlfriend once every week, which means that Si Qing became the earliest girlfriend of Shimu to be broken up with. Oh no, it's an ex-girlfriend. There was a burst of derision from the onlookers. TSK, thanks to her, she just dared to get close to Ji Xiao. Now she's been slapped in the face. That's right, so soon to be broken up. She is still the first one in Shengli. Moreover, Ji Xiao has never flipped off his ex-girlfriend before even when he broke up, so she's really making a big joke out of it. If I were her, I'd just quit school. Right ho, maybe young she is defending Gu Xiaobei? How can that be? Hey, Ji Xiao must be defending Ji Xiao alright. Gu Xiaobei is nothing. Si Qing was still crying and apologizing at the same time, hoping that Shimu would make up with her, but Shimu acted as if he couldn't hear her. He looked at Gu Xiaobei and raised his eyebrows. Hey, cutie, why don't you be my girlfriend? Chapter 16. Ji Ling Tian often bullies me. Oh my god, did I hear it right? She confessed to Gu Xiaobei. Oh my god, why does Gu Xiaobei have such good luck? Being at the same table with no Ji Xiao, and being confessed to by Shi Xiao. What's the big deal? You're still going to get dumped a week from now, the students whispered. Si Qing was hanging on to a face full of teardrops, looking at all of this with disbelief. Moo, this dirt, don't call me that. When you're my girlfriend, you're whatever you say you are, and when you're not, you're whatever you say you are. Siharu froze at his yelling. How about it, cutie, consider being my girlfriend? Shimu looked at Gu Xiaobei again. Si Qing gritted her teeth and looked at Gu Xiaobei. You shameless, how dare you seduce my boyfriend? Just you wait. After saying that, she pulled her feet up and ran out. Simu didn't care about her at all, as if there was someone else with whom she had shown affection 2 days ago. Cutie? Not interested. Gu Xiaobei coldly spat out 3 words. Simu froze. No girl had ever turned him down since he'd arrived at S.A. Li. The students were shocked. After all, St. Li didn't know how many girls were lining up for the proclivities of Shi Xiao. It took a while for Silhouette to come back to her senses. It's okay, cutie, you'll fall into my hands sooner or later. Shimu turned to look at the other students in class 5. Hey, listen up. Gu Xiaobei is my future girlfriend, so you guys aren't allowed to bully her in the future, or else you'll be at odds with me. Little cutie, are you touched? Shimu turned back and winked at Gu Xiaobei. Ji Ling Tian just bullies me a lot. Gu Xiaobei met his gaze and said in a serious manner. Ji Ling Tian also raised his head and coldly locked eyes with Shimu. Simu looked at them both and rubbed his nose. Bye. Just kidding. He wouldn't dare to cross Ling Tian. After Shimu left, the classmates were quiet for a while, supposedly not having recovered from that big tangled episode just now. After a while, only a girl said angrily, "What's the matter?" Pretending to be noble and not accepting the confession of Shi Xiao, even if it's not enough, actually also provoking the relationship between Shi Xiao and Ji Xiao. Who knows if she's deliberately trying to get Ji Xiao's attention. "Gu Xiaobei, stay away from my boy god, okay?" Disgusting. The voices slowly quieted down until the bell rang. Si Qing from the next class didn't go back to class. She hid in the women's restroom and cried, her heart filled with hatred for Gu Xiaobei. Her family's condition is average. After coming to Shangli, she found that the students around her family are very rich. Food and clothing are all high-grade goods that she has never seen. After she was with Shimu, she could also buy tens of thousands of dollars of dresses, carry 100,000 or so bags, and go to places where a meal would cost tens of thousands of dollars. For the past 2 days, she had been bragging to her classmates every day about what she had, as if she was born a rich white girl. But now, because of Gu Xiaobei, Shimu broke up with her and she had nothing left. She had the heart to kill Gu Xiaobei. "Here, wipe it off." One hand cupped a tissue and handed it over. Si Qing was startled and raised her head only to realize that it was Suya. She didn't pick up the piece of paper. Once upon a time, Suya was the famous Su family's young lady at school. But now, her family was bankrupt. It was as if Sua could tell what she was thinking. "My family is broke, but the Su family is still around. And grandpa won't watch me and dad be homeless." Suya pinched the piece of tissue twice with 2 fingers and wiggled it around, narrowing her eyes and smiling. "So I can help you." Si Haru looked up with a face full of tears. "Don't you just hate Gu Xiaobei?" "I can help you," Suya said. Although Si Qing had just put harsh words in front of Gu Xiaobei, she simply didn't know how to retaliate against Gu Xiaobei for good. "How can I? You help me?" Suya came close to Si Qing, whispered in her ear. "When you were in junior high school, you went to the 18th middle school, right? Isn't there a lot of punks in your school? I'll give you money, you go to them." After Si Qing took Suya's money, she didn't go back to the classroom, but left the school directly. After school, as soon as Gu Xiaobei went out, she saw Saturday 6 at the door. "Cool sister, are you alright? I heard that Si Qing came to trouble you." "It scared me." Gu Xiaobei gently shook his head. Saturday 6 followed her along outside the school. She was a chirpy little chatterbox who knew all the gossip inside Estee. "Lee's, I and you say oh cool sister. Since that's Si Qing and Shi Xiao good after all kinds of look down on people, but also bullies. I was really a little worried about you, but now it seems to worry about our redundant Who are you Is my Saturday 6 cool sister she said, and patted her chest, looking extraordinarily proud. Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but laugh softly. At St. Lee's, Saturday 6 was the sweetest girl she'd ever seen. It just so happened that her car was dropped off for maintenance today, so she skipped along with Saturday 6 toward the bus stop, and it was quite fun to listen to her chatter on the way. However, when the two of them passed through an alleyway together, Gu Xiaobei suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Saturday 6 was talking about gossip with a frown on his face when he was suddenly stopped by Gu Xiaobei. She cocked her head in disbelief. Suddenly, a footstep sounded behind them. Because he was still surrounded by Saturday 6, Gu Xiaobei didn't want to cause too much trouble and grabbed her hand to go forward, but when he looked up, he realized that the road in front of him was also blocked by people. There were 6 or 7 punks both in front and behind them, one with a wooden stick in his hand, looking at the two of them with a sardonic smile. Little sister the leader of the yellow-haired punk licked the corner of his mouth. Looks pretty good. Accompany brother to play. Brother let you less beaten. How? Saturday 6 was terrified, grabbing Gu Xiaobei's arm and saying, "Cool sister, what should we do? Who sent you?" Gu Xiaobei coldly looked at the person in front of him. Yellow Hair let out a strange laugh. "Ha ha, little sister, you don't need to know what you shouldn't know. You just need to know that brother is strong." Ha 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 ha. The punks in the front and back of the room burst into laughter. One punk reached out to touch Gu Xiaobei's face. Another punk went to pull Saturday 6. Gu Xiaobei threw a slap across the face. The first punk slammed into the second, and the two fell to the ground together. Yellow Hair spit a mouthful of spit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Give face to face. Brothers and sisters, give me on. Beat this chick to her knees and call her father. Cool sister, you go. Saturday 6 took a step in front of Gu Xiaobei. She still had a band-aid on her face, from a previous beating by Sua. The cool sister saved her before. This time it's her turn to save the cool sister. Ha! There's even one who offers himself. Go! Yellow Hair beckoned and pounced towards Saturday 6. Saturday 6 pushed Gu Xiaobei hard, telling her to run. Chapter 17 Classification Results. Saturday 6 saw that the Yellow Hair had already pounced on him. and closed his eyes like he was resigned to his fate. But the wind was blowing in her ears, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw that yellow hair screaming miserably and collapsing in front of her, unable to get up for half a day. The remaining punks gripped the sticks in their hands tightly and looked at Gu Xiaobei as if they were on the verge of an attack. "What the are you thinking? Give it to me!" Yellow hair shouted. The rest of the punks rushed forward with strange cries. Gu Xiaobei's movements were so fast that it was hard to see. Saturday 6's eyes widened, but he also only saw shadows flashing, and those punks screamed and flew out. Half a minute later, Gu Xiaobei retreated to Saturday 6's side, clapped his hands, and coldly looked at these people who had fallen 7 times in front of him. You. Yellow hair's legs were scared and soft, bracing his stick and barely standing up, wanting to escape. Gu Xiaobei lifted her foot and kicked him in the back of the head. Then with a hook of her foot, he spun in place, and his entire body flew up in the air, falling down solidly and kneeling in front of Gu Xiaobei. There was a crisp thud and he grimaced in pain, thinking his kneecap had probably shattered. "Say, who sent you here?" Gu Xiaobei half crouched down and stared into Yellow Hair's eyes. Yellow Hair originally didn't want to say anything, but when Gu Xiaobei narrowed his eyes slightly, he was scared less. To be able to finish off 8 of their brothers in half a minute, what kind of heaven-defying existence was this? It was Si Ching who gave us the money to let us come to trouble you. "Big brother, please let us go, big brother." "Zi Ching?" Gu Xiaobei smiled coldly. It looks like he's giving face. But in this case, was Si Ching really the only one involved? Gu Xiaobei sent a message to Xiaobei, then coldly looked at the person in front of her. "Get lost." "Thanks, big brother." "Thanks, big brother." Yellow Hair and the remaining punks supported each other and limped away. Saturday 6 looked at Gu Xiaobei with starry eyes. "Wow, cool sister, you're too good too. What is this?" If it wasn't for Gu Xiaobei not wanting to expose her identity to scare Saturday 6, she would have even needed only 20 seconds to take the lives of everyone just now. On the way to the bus stop, Saturday 6 was expressing his admiration for Gu Xiaobei. Only after sending her to the car did Gu Xiaobei receive a message from Xiaobei. "Xiao Beaver, boss. I've checked. This afternoon Si Ching went to the bathroom and cried for a while. The surveillance showed that during that time, only Suya went in, and after the two of them came out together, Si Ching left Xingli and went to find those punks. I also checked the money that Si Ching gave to those punks, and it has Suya's fingerprints on it." Gu Xiaobei, looks like the lesson given to Suya last time wasn't enough. "Beaver, what do you want to do, boss?" Gu Xiaobei, scrap half of Su Lishan's assets and tell him to discipline his granddaughter. "Beaver, the boss is mighty." Beaver did her work well, and Dark Sky had enough resources at her disposal. Early the next morning, the Su family, which could have ranked in the top 5 in the imperial capital, vaporized half of its property overnight, and its ranking instantly dropped to outside the 50th place. It was said that Suya and Su Chang knelt outside Elder Su Lishan's door for a night, and it was not known what this matter had to do with the two of them. The next morning, when Gu Xiaobei arrived at school, many people were discussing this matter. Gu Yuran's face was very bad. She hadn't tried to curry favor with Suya in the past few years. Obviously she felt that she was prettier and more generous than Suya, but she still had to set Suya off on various occasions. But now it's good. The basket is empty. Saturday 6 was also a bit skeptical if this matter was related to Gu Xiaobei, but if Cool Sister told her to keep it a secret, she would definitely keep it a secret. She's the Cool Sister's #1 little fan. The Su family's matter became the focus of the school, but no one noticed that Si Ching didn't come to class today either. 3rd grade, class 5. Because the students were discussing too enthusiastically, they didn't even hear the class bell ring. Gu Xiaobei was sleeping on the table, and Jiling Tian was messaging Xiao next to him. "Xiao, boss, we haven't found out who did it yet. The half of the industry that the Su family lost can have quite a few of our shares, and we've lost at least $2 billion this time. KLT, keep checking. He would like to know who dared to deliberately cross him." Although it is said that the little beaver left a message for Su Lishan to control Suya, but this is just an excuse in Jiling Tian's opinion. The black hand behind the scene is definitely rushing at him. Who will make such a big deal for Suya? A little girl. How could he have thought that Gu Xiaobei was the one who made such a big move to suppress Suya? Okay, stop it. Zhao Yenya entered the door with a look of impatience. "Do you know what you've become in your exams? And you actually have the face to argue. The papers for the mapping exams have been graded and are now being checked for marks. But this time the questions were harder and people generally scored poorly. Teachers can't say that. It's all about the questions being too hard." "That's right. I feel like all that stuff hasn't been covered yet. Hey, how come the test is quiet?" Zhao Yenya slapped the table fiercely. "You guys still have the face to say it's hard? It's the same test questions. Why do some people get perfect scores while others actually get 0? This time, although the questions are very difficult, but every subject has a perfect score, Many teachers are guessing who is so powerful. Zhao Yenya believes that the test perfect score is definitely his favorite student Gu Yuran. Anyway, it won't be someone from class 5, right? The one who got a 0 better not be from my class, or you'll all be punished together. With that, Zhao Yenya glanced towards Gu Xiaobei's side. If I find out who intentionally handed in a blank paper to cross me, then just wait to get the hell out of Xingli. It is important to realize that students' test scores are directly linked to teachers' performance bonuses. Zhao Yenya didn't even show a good face this class. After class, Xu Xinjing deliberately said loudly, I don't know who it was, but he got a 0. It's so embarrassing. If it were me, I'd rather die. She looked at Gu Xiaobei as she spoke, but Gu Xiaobei was unmoved, just chewing bubblegum and drawing randomly in her notebook. At this time, a student suddenly exclaimed, Holy, someone said that the big list is posted, right in the second floor corridor. Seriously, go check it out, go check it out. The surrounding students all swarmed and ran out. Originally, Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian were not people who cared about grades, nor did they care to get together. But at the moment both of them wondered in their minds if the other would leave class 5 and follow them out. The big list had just been posted, and a large crowd gathered in front of it. Oh my god, the first place this time is actually not Gu Yuran. Hey, strange, I thought there were perfect scores in every subject. Where are they? Some students went through the top 50 of the big list and didn't see any single subject with a perfect score. Ji Lingtian came from behind with his hands in his pockets. It was as if a cold aura enveloped his surroundings, and wherever he passed, the crowd automatically dispersed a path. Gu Xiaobei also followed beside Ji Lingtian and squeezed in together. Ji Lingtian first looked over the list of class 3 and class 4 without Gu Xiaobei. The second class also does not have Gu Xiaobei. Undeterred, he went to another class, and there was still no Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei also followed and looked all the way over. In the end, both of them looked at the list of class 5 with a look of despair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ji Lingtian and Gu Xiaobei's gazes clashed together and cursed in unison. Chapter 18, Gu Xiaobei cheats. Why are you still here? Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian spoke in unison. Gu Xiaobei was depressed and Ji Lingtian was desperate. The surrounding students didn't dare to utter a breath, looking at the two of them in surprise. In the whole of Shangli, no one had dared to yell at Ji Xiao like this. After the two of them glared fiercely at each other, they turned around and took big strides in different directions. Had to go to the bathroom and wash my face to clear my head. They both thought to themselves in unison. Who is this guy? After the two of them left, an unidentified student asked, You don't even know this? Gu Xiaobei. Ah, the famous prick in our class. Dared to dislike the teacher, dared to choke Ji Xiao. Not only did she make Ji Xiao apologize to her, but also rejected Ji Xiao's confession. Asterisk 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 awesome. After that student got the answer, he looked for Gu Xiaobei's name on the big list of class 5. She's a country bumpkin. I guess she can get second to last if she plays better. You can just look backwards from the back. That student started at the bottom and looked forward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He was surprised. Gu Xiaobei scored 450 points and was first in your class. What? That class 5 guy came over to look as well. He snapped his eyes round, his eyes falling out of their sockets, because that big list clearly reads, 3rd grade class 5, Gu Xiaobei, class rank 1, 150 points in math, rank 1 in grade, 150 points in language, rank 1 in grade, 150 points in English, rank 1 in grade, 0 points in science, rank 250 in grade. Gu Xiaobei actually scored full marks in 3 subjects. It must be his eyes. But after he rubbed it hard, he realized there was still no change. Class 5's next class was math, and their math teacher was a recent college graduate named Gui Yaban. The class bell rang. Gui Yaban walked through the door gleefully holding the paper and pushed his thick glasses. This time, the bottom exam, the first in the math grade is in our class, and it's still a perfect score. Everyone clapped together to encourage student Gu Xiaobei. He's just graduated and he's teaching so well that the principal will surely praise him. But few responded to him, and only he applauded with 3 or 4 of his classmates. Gui Yaban's family is not well off, and he has long been used to not being respected by his classmates in Shangli. He still smiled nervously and said, Student Gu Xiaobei, I heard that when you took this exam, you handed in your paper an hour early. Come and talk to everyone about your experience. Tell us how you did it. The paper was due an hour early, which means she only answered it for an hour and it was still a perfect score. You should know that the questions this time are really difficult. Even the school bully Gu Yuran was just finishing the paper when the time came, and only scored 130 points. And most of the students didn't even have time to read the stem of the last 2 big questions before the time came. It's simple. Gu Xiaobei spoke gently. Just sleep for half an hour after you finish the paper. Gui Yaban froze. He. Gu Xiaobei-san is really good at joking. he scratched his head and said, Chu Xinjing, however, rolled her eyes. What the heck? Also too good at pretending. That's right, don't you feel embarrassed saying such things? Isn't it just getting a perfect score once in a while? Is there a need to show off so much? What do you mean occasionally? Why don't you take the test once in a while and see? At least people really do get perfect scores, okay? After these few days, Gu Xiaobei had also gained a few small fans, and people were starting to fight for her. She's pretending and she won't let anyone tell her? Do I have to be a refrigerator if I want to comment on whether or not a refrigerator will cool? Don't learn an internet buzzword and use it, okay? Is that a meaning? The smell of gunpowder on both sides is getting stronger. Alright. Wei Yaban hurriedly waved his hand to round off the scene. Students, don't argue. Let's start talking about the papers. Student Gu Xiaobei, if you know them all you don't need to listen. You can study on your own. Oh right. Wei Yaban just wrote 2 words on the blackboard, and then turned his head, pushed his thick glasses. Ji Ling Tian students, you need to learn more with your desk. You see people are full marks. You actually 0. Next time don't be like this. There is something you don't know to ask more teachers and deskmates. The students were shocked, but it was normal. Only this honest Wei Yaban dared to really dictate to Ji Xiao's studies. In this lesson, Wei Yaban complimented Gu Xiaobei no less than 20 times, but Gu Xiaobei, who had just received preferential treatment in this class, suffered in the next class. Originally, the next class was physical education, but the physical education teacher had something temporary to do, so she switched classes with Zhao Yenya. As soon as Zhao Yenya entered, she slammed a bunch of papers into the class rep's hands. Gu Xiaobei, are you deliberately trying to cross me? A 0 is going to take a lot of performance out of her. Gu Xiaobei was originally sleeping on the table, and when he heard her speak, he raised his head in a daze and yawned. White paper. 0 points. 250th place. Zhao Yenya gritted her teeth and scolded. You look like a 250 to me. It could also be that you're not teaching well. Teacher. Gu Xiaobei yawned again. You fart. It's the same class. Why does someone else, Ji Xiao, get a perfect score? Zhao Yenya was also pleasantly surprised by the fact that Ji Ling Tian had gotten a perfect score on the science synthesis test. Ji Xiao had basically turned in blank papers on his previous exams, and this time he was really giving face. Ji Ling Tian also wrinkled his eyebrows and looked up. He was always impatient with people who disturbed his sleep. Noisy. His cold words instantly brought Zhao Yenya down. After a while, she compensated with a smile. Ji Xiao, you continue to sleep. Since you got a perfect score on the exam, surely that means you know everything. You don't need to listen to the lectures. Jillian buried her head again. Zhao Yenya lowered her voice and looked viciously at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, I'm telling you, this time you're out of luck. Gu Xiaobei, however, didn't care, because she was afraid of disturbing Ji Ling Tian as he slept. Zhao Yenya let her classmates study on their own for this lesson. As soon as class was over, she hurried over to Julie. Julie, no matter what, you must expel Gu Xiaobei this time. She actually dared to turn in a blank paper. Julie was a little hesitant. But, she's first in our class this time. First? Zhao Yenya thought she had broken her ears. How could Gu Xiaobei be number 1? She took the report card from Julie and looked at it. She had thought that Gu Xiaobei was the bottom one, but she didn't realize that she had perfect scores in the other 3 subjects. That's impossible. Zhao Yenya rounded her eyes. Cheating. Gu Xiaobei must have cheated. Chapter 19, Setting Off Gu Yuran? Julie's face didn't look very good either, although she didn't like Gu Xiaobei either. Being told that the first place in her class was earned by cheating wasn't a very honorable thing for her as a homeroom teacher. Ms. Zhao, you need to have evidence to say such things. Just you wait. I'll definitely find the evidence. Zhao Yenya wrinkled her eyebrows and spoke viciously. After saying that, Zhao Yenya left the office. This matter, she had to go and discuss it with Gu Yuran before she could do so. Julie, on the other hand, is back in 3rd grade 5. After the welcome party, it was time to divide the classes. The rosters of the new classes were already posted on the big list, and most of the students stayed in their original classes, with only a few making changes. However, this part of the change is not willing to go to the orientation party in the name of Class 5 anymore. After all, Class 5 is the worst class in the grade, and their new classes are Class 3 and Class 4, and they also want to contribute a little more to their new classes. After cutting a few programs, there aren't many left. The day after tomorrow is the welcome party. Everyone must be well prepared for it. Chu Xinjing, that group dance of yours should be practiced a few more times. Take everyone to familiarize themselves with the movements, and make sure to dance neatly. Right. There is also Gu Xiaobei. I haven't seen you go to the piano room to practice much. Are you sure? Practicing? Gu Xiaobei looked up with a puzzled expression. Chu Xinjing said, of course, teacher. Don't worry. Gu Xiaobei is the first in our class. She will definitely not be willing to be behind in contributing to the class. And at that time, she will definitely give a wonderful piano performance. Gu Xiaobei knew just by looking at her that this was all her doing. She was also Gu Yuran's little follower. So I guess she couldn't get out of Gu Yuran's way. Moreover, Gu Yuran had been practicing the piano at home at night recently. Presumably because she was planning to play the piano for the welcome party. It looked like she was planning to use her to set off Gu Yuran. Gu Xiaobei sneered in his heart. Yeah, I go back to practice every night. Gu Xiaobei said. Chu Xinjing rolled her eyes. What are you talking about? Yuran told her long ago that Gu Xiaobei goes back to his room every day to sleep. When has he ever practiced the piano? Moreover, there was only one piano in Gu's house, which Yuran used every day. So how could there be Gu Xiaobei, an adopted bumpkin, practicing the piano? However, the other students didn't know that Gu Xiaobei also lived in Gu's house. So Chu Xinjing pinched her throat and said, Yo, I didn't think that you, Gu Xiaobei, have a piano in your home in the countryside. It won't be a stainless steel piano. Ha ha, of course I do. Do you have one at home? Of course I have it at my house. Oh, then there's no difference between you and a country bumpkin like me. Gu Xiaobei said in a clear and cold manner. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? You hick. Gu Xiaobei tilted his head as he chewed bubblegum. Oh, I forgot. You're not from the countryside. You're a turd in garbage. You. Chu Xinjing almost died from her anger. But what's the use of her showing off here? The day after tomorrow is the welcome party. Let's see how much she'll lose face then. In the 2 days before the welcome party, Gu Yuran was still practicing intensively, and Gu Xiaobei was so annoyed by her noise that every day, after closing the door to her room, she secretly jumped out of the bedroom window and ran back to her villa to sleep. In a flash, it was the day of the orientation party. Gu Yuran deliberately wore a Gucci dress. The well-tailored dress made her curves exquisitely reflected. Her waist as if she could hold it over with one hand. There's a little bit of lace and crystals embellished just right on top, which not only makes her look like a little princess, but also shimmers with colorful light under the limelight. The dress was worth $80,000 and was Gu Yigua's reward for Gu Yuran's third in her grade on the touch test. As for Gu Xiaobei, she didn't even get out of class 5. And Gu Yigua didn't even give her pocket money, not to mention rewards. But she didn't care, and went to school still dressed in all black, not dressed up on purpose. Gu Yuran couldn't help but snort as she looked at her attire. Gu Xiaobei, ah Gu Xiaobei, so what if you are the Gu family's own daughter? In this life, you are destined to be my companion piece. I'm shining in the spotlight and you're just a spectator in the darkness next to me. Every year, orientation night is one of the more important holidays for SA. Marries. The second and third graders pulled out all the stops to put on a show and impress the first graders. Chu Xinjing and their group dance drew a better sort. The monologue in front of them was extremely boring. As soon as the 7 or 8 girls in revealing navel dresses and hot pants ran onto the stage, they were cheered by countless boys. Wow! There were shouts of approval from the audience, and a number of boys whistled in surprise. Chu Xinjing and their hot dance reaped warm applause, and the atmosphere in the entire hall was instantly mobilized. Julie also nodded with satisfaction and waited until after they got off the stage. She even patted Chu Xinjing's shoulder and said, "Not bad, hard work this time. It's nothing, it's only right to work hard and contribute to the class," Chu Xinjing said sweetly, and looked at Gu Xiaobei. "How about it, Gu Xiaobei? You'll surely add color to the class as well." With that on her lips, she was sneering in her heart. Adding color? It's embarrassing, isn't it? Soon, it was Gu Yuran's turn to go on stage. Her dress glistened in the light, as if she had draped a Milky Way over her body. Gu Yuran had started learning the piano at a very young age, and as she sat there, the limelight shone on her, making her look like a noble princess. The song Moonlight Banquet was something Gu Yuran had started practicing years ago, and even with her eyes closed, she was able to play it well. She sang softly as she played the piano. She sings as beautifully as a lark. The people below were waving glow sticks and gently swaying their bodies along with her song. Gosh, a schoolgirl is a schoolgirl. She's pretty, she plays the piano, and she sings so well. So envious. Oh, Gu Yuran, this kind of white rich beauty is also too excellent. Please God, even let me live in this kind of capacity for a day or not. Gu Yuran's singing voice was like a small stream, trickling over everyone, bringing over a wave of comfort and coolness. When she finished playing, everyone started clapping desperately. Yoran is the most beautiful. I love Yoran, a boy on stage yelled as he tore himself away. Gu Yuran stood up, carrying her skirt and bending her knees toward the stage. Thank you all for the likes, and I love St. Lee and every one of my students. The host couldn't help but praise Gu Yuran even after he came on stage. Our school flower is always able to bring us so many surprises, and St. Lee is proud of student Gu Yuran. The host held the microphone. Next, Let's invite Gu Xiaobei from 3rd grade class 5 to play the piano piece Hymn of the Night for us. Hymn of the Night? Gu Yuran's footsteps suddenly lurched. This is a notoriously difficult tune to play. Even if ordinary people play according to the score, I'm afraid it will take 3 or 4 years to play to be completely familiar with it, and may not necessarily be able to play the flavor of it. Gu Xiaobei couldn't be that he didn't know how to play the piano at all, so he deliberately chose a difficult one, so that even if he couldn't play it well, he could still rely on the tune. Chapter 20. Gu Xiaobei doesn't want to be in the limelight. Some of the piano-savvy students below couldn't help but be amazed, while others didn't realize what was so unique about this Hymn of the Night. The schoolgirl plays the piano and so does she. She's quite the follower. The schoolgirl's last name is Gu and so is hers. She's really imitating with her life. Surname. What? This kind of question is not something that one can decide right. Words. This Gu Xiaobei and Gu Yuran wouldn't be sisters. Right. What the hell? What part of Gu Xiaobei looks like the school beauty? But I think Gu Xiaobei looks pretty too. No way. When did you go blind? Gu Xiaobei stepped onto the stage with his long legs and casually pressed the piano twice. It's not as good as the piano in her collection, made in the 19th century and worth $30 million. And the intonation is quite a bit worse, but it'll do just fine. TSK, look at her pretentious look. I guess she doesn't know how to play the piano at all. I don't know if I can afford to pay for it if it's broken. My family, Yuran, is the school's flower. She, is a joke. Off stage, Gu Yuran's fiery suitors recklessly slammed Gu Xiaobei. She was dressed in pitch black, and if it weren't for the limelight beating down on her head, she would have almost blended in with the darkness of the stage. But the side of her face was exquisite and unusual, like the finest sculptor had finished it with a single stroke. Shimu sat in the excellent viewing position that belonged exclusively to the 4 school herbs and crossed his legs and said, "My little cutie can be really good looking." Hey! Silhouette reached out, waving his hand in front of Yasuki Chao's eyes. "Chao, what are you looking at? You wouldn't be interested in my little cutie too, would you?" Jie Chao gently shook his head. "I just didn't expect that she would choose the song." Yasuki Joe is a well-known ascetic male god in the entertainment industry, who not only knows how to act, but also knows a lot about music. How hard it is to play Hymn of the Night. He knows. The cutie picks whatever's right. Silhouette laughed, poking Xia, who was playing with her cell phone next to her. "What do you think?" Xia ignored him, but Shimu was persistent. "Xia, don't play with your cell phone. Every day you check people's information about swimmers. You never find out. You quickly say, 'How is my family's little cutie?'" Xia raised her head to glance at Gu Xiaobei and puffed out her cheeks. "Anyway, Yuzi is the best. I like Yuzi the most. Come on." Simu leaned back, leaning back in her seat. "You don't even know if that Yukai is a man or a woman. And you're falling for someone just because they're a good code writer?" "That's right." Xia puffed out her cheeks, clenched her fist and spoke firmly. "I like it even if Yuzi is a husky." Shimu looked at Xia with a complicated face. "Okay, you're awesome." Gu Xiaobei on the stage pressed the first button. The smooth sound of the piano was like a gust of wind, swiftly blowing past everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone winced, only to feel the pores of their bodies open, and there was not a single spot where they did not feel free. It was the sensation of the evening breeze passing through, like the beginning of the night. Some sharp-eyed people realized that Gu Xiaobei didn't even have a score with him, just closed his eyes and slid his hands recklessly on the keys, the music spilling over everyone like starlight. They felt the moonlight and starlight bathing them, as if they were led by the sound of this zither through the world of night. The Milky Way flows, everything sings lightly, the night slowly drops down to the earth, and all the living beings sink into their perches. For a time, the entire hall was quiet, and everyone suppressed their breathing for fear of the slightest sound that would contaminate the pure music. There was no singing accompaniment or extravagant dresses, but Gu Xiaobei's good-looking swan neck was long and thin and polished, and her unpowdered face was exquisite and unusual, and also white to the point of glowing under the light. She was dressed all in black, like a fallen angel swooping down from heaven to earth with her black wings spread wide, and only a fallen angel would be worthy of this flawless night. Ji Ling Tian, who was originally leaning against the back of his chair in boredom, also couldn't help but straighten up. It's a tune that's just so appealing. By the time Ji Ling Tian reacted, Gu Xiaobei had already finished playing. The song ended, but no one applauded. Everyone was still immersed in that song, unable to return to their senses for a long time. It wasn't until Gu Xiaobei got up that the applause from the stage rang out like thunder. Ji Ling Tian realized that he had actually clapped twice along with the others and hurriedly withdrew his hand with a sullen face. "God, I've never heard piano music this good in my life. I just thought Gu Yuran's was good enough to listen to, but I didn't realize that this is the voice of heaven." The students on stage began to resist discussing it. Gu Yuran was so angry that she clenched her teeth fiercely. "How is that possible? Gu Xiaobei is a country bumpkin. She was held wrongly and raised in the countryside for 18 years. How could she possibly know how to play the piano? Or such a difficult piece? And the classmate actually said that Gu Xiaobei was better than her? She absolutely can't stand it. Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yuran stood up in a huff, a sweet smile on her face, but in her heart she was vicious. You played really well. Happy for you, but I still have to point out that you played the fourth bar of the third section wrong, 2 scales higher. You shouldn't mind, right? I take music more seriously, and I've been studying piano for many years, and I think every piece deserves to be taken seriously, don't you? Gu Xiaobei stood on the stage, receiving the attention of all the people. TCH, so played the wrong ah. I told you, Gu Xiaobei how can be compared to my family Yuran. Gu Yuran is really good. Even hearing the pitch so clearly and remembering which part it's in, Gu Yuran lifted her chin to look at Gu Xiaobei. She absolutely would not allow Gu Xiaobei to steal her thunder. Although she couldn't play Hymn of the Night well, she could still hear it, and although Gu Xiaobei had just played it like that, it sounded good, but a mistake was a mistake. Hey, Gu Xiaobei, you still have the nerve to go on stage and perform when you can't even play a tune right. Get the hell out of here. Some people started cheering backwards. Xu Xinjing also followed to add fuel to the fire. Geez, Gu Xiaobei, didn't you say that you practiced every day just to add honor to the class community? How come you don't know how to play it at all? And if you can't remember it, why would you not bring the score just to pretend to be a bully? You really only have yourself in your heart, not the class community. Gu Xiaobei stood on the stage and was slammed by so many people together. It was at this time, but a gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind. She's right. This student. I studied piano since I was a child and I think I know the score better than you do. There's no need for you to open your mouth indiscriminately here in defense of Gu Xiaobei, affecting the student's appreciation of music. And Gu Yuran's face was not good, and she turned her head while speaking, but when she saw who it was, she suddenly couldn't speak. Chapter 21, Goddess of Showbiz. Because the one who stood up was no other than one of the 4 schoolboys, Yusuke Qiao. He entered the entertainment industry when he was in junior high school, and because of his family's good fortune, it was easy for him to get the lead role in big productions, and he lived up to his reputation by nabbing several internationally recognized awards, and at the same time, he has released several albums because he loves music, including one, all of which he arranged and wrote his own lyrics. Therefore, even Gu Yuran didn't dare to choke him. The original version of this piece is how it's supposed to be played. It's just that because it's so difficult, basically no one can do it across several scales in an instant. So the sheet music that's been circulated later on reduces the difficulty a little bit. Clothier Joe explained gently. Gu Yuran, however, felt like she had been slapped hard. Gu Xiaobei played the original version with great difficulty, and instead of hearing it, she pointed out Gu Xiaobei's mistake. You know, she's a famous beauty plus talent in S.A. Li. Gu Xiaobei just stood blandly on the stage and slightly nodded towards Yi Jieqiao. She didn't really care what people thought. It was just that she hadn't played the piano in a long time either. And Hymn of the Night was one of her favorite tunes. It just hadn't made the rounds because so few people knew how to play it. She was content to have such an opportunity to bounce a little. Still, she was thankful that Aicho had spoken up for her. It seems that not all of the 4 schoolboys are nuisances and boring monsters, but to Gu Yuran, Gu Xiaobei's bland face was a mockery of her. She gritted her teeth hard. Even though she was on the verge of dying of anger, she had to squeeze out a smile. Not only did a lot of people inside saintly like Yi Jieqiao, he also had a lot of fans outside. If she went against Yi Jieqiao, it wouldn't end well. Young Qiao knows so much. Yoran is very grateful to young Qiao for telling this. She smiled sweetly and craned her neck, looking like an uninitiated little princess. Instead, Yi Jieqiao just stared at Gu Xiaobei on the stage. For some reason, for a moment, it was as if he could see a few moments of familiarity from Gu Xiaobei's body. It's like the guy is back. However, he quickly shook his head. How is that possible? The man, who hasn't been seen in public for 2 years. Gu Xiaobei walked away from the stage before Yi Jieqiao came back to his senses. It's nothing, he spoke softly, his voice gentle and nice. It's just that since this song is Jishu's favorite, I've studied it for a long time and listened to it many times as well. Jishu? Hearing this name, Gu Xiaobei's footsteps suddenly lurched, but luckily she had gotten off the stage and there were no more lights, so no one saw the surprise on her face. It was a name she hadn't used in over 2 years. She got into show business 5 years ago because she thought it would be fun. Back then she just casually acted in a few movies and got the grand slam of all the awards. She has more trophies than she can fit in a wall of cabinets, and there are even a number of awards she hasn't even bothered to collect. In those days, she was on the cover and headline of every issue of entertainment magazines, and all the news that had to do with her was very hot. She has only acted in 3 movies. The worst one, The box office also has 6 billion. At that time, and her co-starring male lead is still just a little-known actor. But since this movie after the rapid rise in popularity, so at that time, male celebrities in the entire entertainment industry wanted to be paired with her. And even more so, they wanted to speculate on gossip with her. But 2.5 years ago, she had to go abroad for 2 years because she had some important things to do, and she retired in the process. Since then, no one has ever seen her again, and Jisoo has become the biggest regret in the entertainment industry. Lee Jia-chao's face was still full of yearning when he mentioned the name Jisoo. The reason why he wanted to enter the entertainment industry at that time was because he admired and liked Jisoo too much, and his first movie in the industry was a small supporting role beside Jisoo that only showed up 3 times. After that, he played all male leads, but when he was interviewed outside, he said that the one he played with Jisoo was his favorite. Jisoo? Is that the showbiz goddess? There's no goddess after Jisoo. It's a pity that I've never seen her again. If I could see Jisoo once in my life, I'd be happy to die. Some of the students below started discussing it. Jisoo was sweeping all age groups of fans back then. From 80 to 3 years old, there was no one who didn't like her. Shimu leaned on the back of the chair, his good-looking peach blossom eyes slightly raised. I like little cutie. Joe can't get enough of Jisoo. I say Ling Tian. It seems like you haven't seen you like anyone in so many years. Ling Tian didn't say anything as Osea peeked over and blinked her starry eyes. I like Yuzi. Shimu pushed him with a disgusted face. Liking Yukai has almost become your personal attribute, so you don't need to emphasize it specifically. Anyway, Yuko is the best. Osea clenched his fists and after showing his loyalty, he plunged back into the cyber world to see if he could find the slightest hint about Yuzi. After Gu Xiaobei's performance, there was nothing more to see. Once all the shows were done, it was time to judge the awards. Gu Xiaobei got first place without a doubt, and second place went to Gu Yuran. However, because Class 5 didn't put up enough programs and the other programs weren't very exciting, Class 5 ended up only getting second place overall. But Julie was still happy. After all, Gu Xiaobei's personal first here would have gotten her a commendation from the principal. At the very beginning she even listened to Gu Yuran's intentionally arranging Gu Xiaobei next to Ling Tian, and didn't like Gu Xiaobei too much either. But now, she was looking at Gu Xiaobei more and more smoothly. After all, who wouldn't hate a student who's always doing them favors? Gu Xiaobei scored first in the language, mathematics and foreign subjects in the touch test, of which English was still taught by her, and he got first place again in this welcome party, which is really great. However, Gu Xiaobei didn't go up to the stage to receive the award, because not long after she came down, she received a message from Little Beaver. Little Beaver, boss, our last deal against the Su family has been found out. Gu Xiaobei, wait, I'll be right there. At the same time, Ling Tian also received a message. Xiao-mo, boss, we found out the results of what happened 2 days ago. Ling Tian's expression was austere. Help me ask the other party to meet. I'll go now. Gu Xiaobei and Ling Tian disappeared into the hall one after the other. Gu Xiaobei didn't know that right after she stepped down from the stage, a boy in the second class of the first year, with a colorful smile on his face, pushed the classmate next to him and said, see, the one just now, that's my horse, and this boy, that's Wu Mingfeng. Although the Gu family wanted to marry the Wu family, Wu Mingfeng didn't want to marry a bumpkin. He just thought that Gu Xiaobei was good looking, had a good body, and could play the piano, so he could sleep around. Within 3 days, I'll let her climb into my old man's bed, Wu Mingfeng said to the male student next to him. Chapter 22, Dropping the Horse Together. Gu Xiaobei hurried to her villa, and Little Beaver told her about the matter. It turned out that a company called Shueyan Group had once injected billions of dollars into the Su family, so there were quite a few shares of the Su family in their hands, and this time their fight against the Su family had also damaged the interests of the Shueyan Group. When Little Beaver did this at the time, it was done with a company called the Lucky Shang Group under Dark Sky. So on Ryan's side, that's when he checked into Lucky Shang. Boss, Beaver said as he looked through his cell phone, the head of Ryan said he wants to meet with us to talk. After all, Ryan's side wouldn't believe that someone was really out to make such a big deal for SUA. The Su family has a lot of power. Want to hurt them is not an easy thing. This time, Xing Shang's loss is also quite a lot of money, but these hundreds of millions of dollars to Gu Xiaobei is nothing. Good, Gu Xiaobei said. Then let's go and meet Ryan. This enterprise she also knows. The power behind it should not be underestimated. She didn't want to cross Ryan, but if she did, it would be good to meet and get to know each other first. The other party made an appointment with her at the Lila Hotel, which was also the most luxurious hotel in the imperial capital. On the first floor of the hotel is the lobby, where the meals are served, where just one of the cheapest buffets would cost $10,000 per person. The second floor is a banquet hall, which is sometimes chartered out for weddings or dances and annual company meetings. The 3rd through 9th floors are all presidential suites, starting at $30,000 a night. The 10th and 11th floors, on the other hand, were the most private rooms, where you could talk about things without worrying about being overheard or followed at all. Because the security system of the Lyra Hotel is set up strictly against the National Security Department, Gu Xiaobei came over after disguising herself, and after she entered the elevator, she swiped her card and went straight up to the 11th floor. By the time she entered, the people from the Ryan group were already here. He turned his back to Gu Xiaobei and sat on the swivel chair looking out the floor-to-ceiling window. He turned his head slowly when he heard the door open. In that instant, it was fortunate that there was the concealment of the wide table. Otherwise, Ji-Ling Tian's steep grip on the armrests of the chair would have definitely exposed his mind, because the one standing in front of him was no other than the 7 demons. Since the last time, he hadn't visited the 7 demons for a long time. I didn't expect to meet here. Gu Xiaobei was no less shocked than Ji-Ling Tian, because Ji-Ling Tian didn't disguise himself at all. Both of them recognized each other, yet they could only pretend not to know each other, because the person the 7 demons knew was Nightstream and not Ji-Ling Tian. Ji-Ling Tian knew Gu Xiaobei instead of the 7 demons. Shui An and Lucky Shang have always been well-watered. Ji-Ling Tian made an inviting gesture to Gu Xiaobei. I don't know this time. What does your company mean? We've already left a message for the Su family before. And all of this, it's all because of Suya. Gu Xiaobei said. Ji-Ling Tian lowered his eyes and slowly poured himself a glass of vodka. But you should also know that your behavior has greatly affected Ryan's interests. And in the business world, we only look at the results and don't focus on the causes. Yes, Gu Xiaobei raised her eyebrows. So, Lucky Shang's volume wasn't particularly large, but the last thing Gu Xiaobei lacked was money. Outsiders only knew that the 11 group was rich enough to rival the whole country, and that the 11 family's money could buy the whole of the United States. But they didn't know that Gu Xiaobei's money was enough to buy 10-11 groups. Even if Ryan wanted to do something, Gu Xiaobei would be able to smash them to death with money alone. Ji-Ling Tian hooked the corners of his lips and smiled softly. In St. Li, he's a student, outside. He's the thundering president of the Ryan group. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. He has always been short-tempered, extremely capable of doing things in ruthless means, dare to do what others dare not do, but also can do what others cannot do. If it was anyone else talking to him like that, I'm afraid he'd either be dead or broke in the next second. But he was still a little more forgiving towards the 7 demons. There was something in this girl that he wanted to explore. So, Ji-Ling Tian crossed his 10 fingers together and raised his head, hooking his lips at Gu Xiaobei and smiling lightly. Gu Xiaobei was disoriented for a moment. It had to be said that it wasn't without reason that Ji-Ling Tian had become the top of the 4 schoolboys of St. Li. Even if it is as evil as Shi Mu, as warm as Yi Jieqiao, as lovely as O Xia. In fact, they are not as handsome as Ji-Ling Tian's handsome. But it was only for a moment before she regained her mental clarity. This Ji-Ling Tian guy wasn't a good thing, and she wouldn't be merciful if she really wanted to start a war. However, Ji-Ling Tian laughed softly and continued. That's why I do think that you've done a good job. Gu Xiaobei froze. Is Ji-Ling Tian out of his mind? Letting him lose billions of dollars and still calling it good. Then if he had to lose everything he had, wouldn't he have to get down on his knees and thank her? I don't know where Sua messed with you, but since you're trying to deal with her, you must be right. Gu Xiaobei couldn't understand the logic in Ji-Ling Tian's words. There's no need to bend the rules. She spoke coldly. Just say what you have to say. Ji-Ling Tian gently raised his eyebrows. That's what I'm saying. He poured Gu Xiaobei a martini and raised his glass. So destined. Why don't we have a drink? Gu Xiaobei looked at the cup of red liquid in Ji-Ling Tian's hand and rose abruptly, laughing coldly. I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but, no matter what you want to do, I'll accompany you. The thing is that Lucky Shang did it. I've nothing to hide. Whatever you guys, Ruian, want to do, feel free to do it. With that, she got up and headed out the door. Ji-Ling Tian let out a light laugh and leaned back in his chair. This little girl is pretty grumpy. Seeing that Gu Xiaobei was about to go out, he suddenly remembered what 7 demons had said to him when they met earlier. She said that she had someone she hated, whether you believe it or not. I'm going to say that if there's someone you hate, just do it without the slightest hesitation. Ji-Ling Tian said. He was ostensibly talking about Suya, but he was actually talking about the person that the 7 demons had talked to themselves about last time. Only the 7 demons did not know that he was Nightstream. Gu Xiaobei didn't answer. She gritted her teeth and grabbed the door handle, thinking hatefully in her heart. You're the one that laborers are most annoyed with. Ji-Ling Tian. Gu Xiaobei left the Lila Hotel straight away, and on the way, she was still full of bafflement, not knowing what Ji-Ling Tian really meant. However, it was fortunate that she had changed her face today, or else it would have been troublesome for Ji-Ling Tian to see her. As she pushed open the door to the Gu family home, she heard Gu Yuran say, "Dad, just because Wu Xiao doesn't want to get married now doesn't mean he doesn't want to get married in the future." Suddenly hearing the door slam, Gu Yuran turned around and saw that it was Gu Xiaobei returning. Her eyes suddenly dodged for a moment before she laughed. "Sister is back." Gu Yigua also didn't dare to look directly at Gu Xiaobei, as if he had done something wrong. Also, it was rare that he didn't crack up at the sight of her. Gu Xiaobei didn't bother talking to the father and daughter and went straight upstairs. Seeing Gu Xiaobei go up, only then did Gu Yuran add, "Dad, think about it, if Wu Xiao slept with his sister, how could he not give her a name?" Chapter 23, Self-Made Man. Gu Yigua was originally a bit hesitant, but under Gu Yuran's persuasion, he still nodded. Gu Yuran couldn't help but feel happy in her heart and raised a smug smile towards the second floor. She was bought off by Wu Mingfeng a long time ago. Wu Mingfeng told her to mesmerize Gu Xiaobei and wait for him to come over at night to enjoy it. She knew that Wu Mingfeng would definitely not be responsible for Gu Xiaobei after he got his hands on him, and by then, if this matter spread out, Gu Xiaobei's reputation would be completely ruined. No posh family would want a daughter-in-law with an unclean birth. Gu Xiaobei won't be able to turn over a new leaf in his life. The Gu family's first lady would always be just her, Gu Yuran. With Gu Yigua's approval, Gu Yuran hurried to the kitchen to get ready. Within moments, she was tiptoeing up to the second floor with a glass of orange juice. She gently knocked on the door of Gu Xiaobei's room. "Something wrong?" Gu Xiaobei opened the door and said without a smile. Like a frightened bunny, Gu Yuran handed her the glass of orange juice. "Sister, you play the piano today is really good. Can you teach me in the future? Today I said wrong. Sister, don't be angry with me only. This cup of orange juice. As I make amends to sister to apologize, sister will forgive me?" Gu Xiaobei swept a glance at the orange juice. She didn't even need to taste it. She just needed to smell it to know what was added to it. Yeah, but the next second, Gu Xiaobei took the glass of orange juice. Gu Yuran's eyes burned as she watched Gu Xiaobei drink the glass of orange juice in one go, a sly smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Then I won't bother you to sleep. Sister, you rest early." Gu Yuran took the cup Gu Xiaobei finished drinking from and smiled sweetly at her. According to the plan, in a short while Gu Xiaobei would be sleeping unconscious, and then Wu Mingfeng would be left to toss and turn. Wu Mingfeng's reputation outside had always been bad, and there were countless girls who had been spoiled by him, and this time, Gu Xiaobei was absolutely finished. She bounced downstairs with the cup and brought it to the kitchen, then ran back to her room. She had to hurry up and tweet Wu Mingfeng to come earlier, because she was overly nervous. Gu Yuran felt that her mouth was dry. It was then that she realized she actually had a glass of water sitting on her nightstand. When was there water? She thought about it, maybe the maid poured it. She took a big sip, then sent a WeChat to Wu Mingfeng, saying that everything was going well and telling him to hurry over. What she didn't know was that after she left, Gu Xiaobei closed the door and just knotted his throat hard. As soon as she bent over, she spit out all the orange juice she had just taken in. "Are you kidding? Who is she? She's the boss of Dark Sky. Phantom. Can this little trick be hidden from her? Not to mention that she didn't drink it. Even if she did, this ordinary medicine would have no effect on her at all. And she, too, had prepared better medicine for Gu Yuran. She, for one, was all about courtesy and throwing in the towel. The glass of water in the next room was full of her sincerity. The unknown Gu Yuran drank the glass of water and then lay down on the bed beautifully. But within moments, she felt the sky spinning and a dizziness in front of her eyes. Her cell phone ding-donged and she received a reply from Wu Mingfeng. However, she had fallen into a deep sleep, and now she wouldn't wake up even if someone slapped her hard. Wu Mingfeng hurriedly drove his car towards Gu's house. He made his way up to the second floor in the dark, his heart pounding with excitement. When he saw Gu Xiaobei on the stage today, he was already itching for more. Those long legs, just thinking about them was getting to be too much for him. But after going up to the second floor, he was suddenly confused. Earlier, Gu Yuran said, which was Gu Xiaobei's room to come? He sent a Weibo message to Gu Yuran, but he didn't receive a reply. Never mind. Before Gu Yuran said that he would help himself to open the door to Gu Xiaobei's room a crack. So the room that didn't have the door closed tightly must be Gu Xiaobei's right. So Wu Mingfeng walked to the door of Gu Yuran's room, just in time to find that the door was left open. He rubbed his hands together and walked in with an evil grin. There were no lights on inside the house, and he couldn't really see much, except that there was someone lying on the bed, not moving. Wu Mingfeng walked over gently, his even breathing sounding extraordinarily clear in the quiet room. Ha 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 ha. Wu Mingfeng let out a laugh. Gu Xiaobei, I can finally get you. Wu Mingfeng's previous girlfriends had all been the dainty kind, and he had never gotten a handsome, cold girl like Gu Xiaobei. It's just that he didn't want to get engaged to Gu Xiaobei because he would be bound after that, and he still wanted to continue to wave for a few more years. Women are just for fun. Why should they be given a name? Wu Mingfeng laughed twice and lunged towards the person on the bed. Bang! There was a sound on the ground. Even the bed was about to be smashed down. But Gu Yuran was still unconscious. Next door, Gu Xiaobei leaned his back against the wall and flexed one leg, chewing bubblegum in his mouth. Congratulations, Gu Yuran, you finally made a fool of yourself. Enjoy what you set up for yourself. She tumbled out of the window, her whole body climbing briskly around the outside of the building as if she had suction cups. In a few seconds, however, she reached the outside of Gu Yuran's window, then raised her cell phone and snapped a few pictures inside. Her cell phone had a professional night shot function, so even if there was not a single light, she could still get a clear picture of the inside. She looked at the pictures she had taken with satisfaction, then returned to her room. Downstairs, however, Gu Igwa tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. In his heart, Gu Yuran was indeed more important than Gu Xiaobei, but Gu Xiaobei was after all his own daughter. Most importantly, he was going to take Gu Xiaobei in exchange for benefits, and being a man himself, he knew that men wouldn't cherish it much if they got their hands on it. Still can't let Wu Mingfeng get his hands on it. If he backtracks and doesn't get engaged to Gu Xiaobei, then won't the cooperation with the Wu family go down the drain? Gu Igwa thought about it, but went upstairs. He had been heading straight towards Gu Xiaobei's room, but as he passed by the door to Gu Yuran's room, he suddenly heard a sound coming from inside. Gu Igwa instantly panicked and slammed the door of the room hard. When he saw the scene inside, he instantly felt a faint. How? It was clearly Gu Xiaobei. So how did it turn into Gu Yuran? Yuran was his most pleased daughter, and he still hoped that Gu Yuran would marry into a wealthy family in the future and bring him more benefits. He charged towards Wu Mingfeng, but although Wu Mingfeng was only 18 years old, he weighed more than 200 pounds, so how could he be pushed by Gu Igwa? And next door, Gu Xiaobei applied for an anonymous account, and then posted the 2 photos he had just taken in the Shengli posting bar. Shocked, the St. Mary's schoolgirl did something like this with a first-year student. Then, click, send. Chapter 24, Seeking Help from Uncle. Gu Xiaobei's ear power was amazing, and she could hear clearly the sound of Gu Igwa and Wu Mingfeng arguing next door. But she wasn't going to help at all, because the 3 people in the next room, none of them were any good. They killed each other and saved Gu Xiaobei's hands from getting dirty. Seeing that he really couldn't push Wu Mingfeng, Gu Igwa shouted, Xiao Wu, this isn't Gu Xiaobei, it's Yuran Xiao Wu. Gu Yuran? Wu Mingfeng's movement of tearing Gu Yuran's clothes paused for a moment. But so what? Gu Yuran was saintly schoolflower and good-looking. He had long wanted to take all of the pair of sisters. It doesn't matter who comes first or second. Seeing that Gu Yuran's clean body was about to be unprotected, Gu Igwa, on an impulse, flexed his knees and fiercely slammed them towards Wu Mingfeng. Ah! Wu Mingfeng let out a pig-killing howl and fell down covering the middle of his legs. He lay on the ground, not even having the strength to roll around. Gu Igwa froze there, unable to believe what he had done. This is the only child of the Wu family. He froze for a few moments before remembering he should have called 120. Soon, the ambulance drove to the downstairs of Gu's house and pulled Wu Mingfeng away. Gu Igwa apprehensively followed the ambulance to the hospital, and didn't even have the heart to care about Gu Yuran, who was still in a coma. Wu Mingfeng's parents, Wu Changgang and Wei Hongxia, also rushed over soon after receiving the news. The 2 men hurried to the door of the emergency room, a look of panic on their faces. Mr. Wu. Gu Igwa bent down and walked over, and before he could say anything, he was slapped hard on the face by Wu Changgang. Wait for me. Wu Changgang pointed at his nose and cursed. If Mingfeng has any problems, I'll waste you. People coming and going in the hospital looked this way. Gu Igwa, a man slapped by someone else, and still continued to nod his head. It is really embarrassing. Yes, Mr. Wu. Young Wu will definitely not have any problems. Wu Changgang kicked him again. Get out of here. Don't dirty my eyes. He hurriedly stood to the side, praying in his heart that something must not happen to Wu Mingfeng, but his prayers didn't work. Wu Mingfeng is lazy, and do not like to exercise. Every day to spend the day drinking. The body has been hollowed out. Was so hard after a hit. The rest of his life, basically finished. The Wu family should never expect to be able to pass on the family name again. Wei Hongxia almost fainted when she heard the doctor's words. Oh my god. Mingfeng is still just a child. Wei Hongxia cried and lunged towards Gu Igwa, tearing at his face. You're the one who wanted to give your daughter to Mingfeng, and now you're pretending to be a chaste and virtuous woman. I'm going to kill you. Gu Igwa's face was scratched with a bruise as she hurriedly pushed her away. Wu Changgang was also enraged. I'll waste you. Gu Igwa spread his legs and ran. His clothes were torn by Wei Hongxia, his face was all bruised, and there were footprints on his pants that Wu Changgang had kicked out. and the whole person looked wretched. Luckily, Wu Chenggang and Wei Binxia had Wu Mingfeng on their minds and didn't chase after them, but he also knew that the Wu family would not let him go. After he ran home, he sat on the side of Gu Yuran's bed, burying his face in his hands, completely at a loss for words. It's over. It's over. Him and his company. All of it. It wasn't until morning that Gu Yuran slowly woke up. She was still a little confused as to where she was now. Daddy, what are you doing here? Dad, what's wrong with you? Gu Yuran was very surprised when she saw Gu Igua in such a sorry state. Yuran, Dad is finished. Gu Igua raised his head, his eyes full of red blood, and told Gu Yuran what happened last night. Ah! Gu Yuran screamed. Dad, what then? My innocence. Would Dad have offended the Wu family if it wasn't for the sake of preserving your innocence? Gu Igua said. But now the Wu family is definitely going to deal with our family, and if Dad goes bankrupt at that time, you are now preserving your innocence. But what's the point? Yes. Gu Yuran's shoulders collapsed all of a sudden. The gentry won't want a daughter-in-law who isn't clean, but they're even less likely to want a daughter-in-law who's broke. Dad. After a while, Gu Yuran suddenly reacted. Last night I clearly watched Gu Xiaobei drink that cup of water. So why did it become me again? Why did I pass out all night? It's that glass of water. Dad. There must be something wrong with that glass of water. It's pointless to think about this now. Yuran. The most important thing is Dad's company. Gu Yuran pursed her lips. Dad. Why don't we go find Gu Xiaobei? Gu Xiaobei? Gu Igua sighed. What can she do? You can let Gu Xiaobei go to Uncle. If Uncle makes a move, the Wu family will definitely not be able to deal with it. Gu Xiaobei's real mother, in fact, is the Qin family's eldest Miss Qin Yuan. When Qin Yuan defied her family's objections and insisted on being with Gu Igua, and later, severed her relationship with her family, Qin Yi is Qin Yuan's own brother. That is, Gu Xiaobei's uncle. When Qin Yuan was still alive, Qin Yi also slightly helped the Gu family a few times in the dark, but after Qin Yuan's death, the Qin family and the Gu family were old and dead. Gu Igua picks Gu Xiaobei back up, partly because he wants to use Gu Xiaobei's marriage for his own benefit, and partly because Qin Yuan knew about the wrong child back then before she died, and told him to make sure that he picks Gu Xiaobei back up. After all, the Qin family was a famous and powerful family in the entire East China region, although they had stopped focusing on developing in the imperial city in recent years, and had also withdrawn their headquarters, but in the imperial city, the Qin family still had a certain amount of influence. Gu Igua felt that Gu Yuran had a point. After all, Gu Xiaobei was Qin Yuan's own daughter. The Qin family wouldn't see death to save her. Gu Igua rushed out of Gu Yuran's room. Gu Xiaobei had just packed up and was ready to go to school when the three of them bumped into each other in the hallway. Xiaobei, are you going to school? There's no rush. Wait for Yuran. Let the driver take you there. Gu Igua made an appearance of a loving father. Gu Xiaobei looked at it but only felt sick. Forget it, she sneered. I'm not sure someone has the heart for school today. Gu Yuran still didn't understand what she meant, but the next second, Gu Yuran received a WeChat from Chu Xinjing. Yura, what's going on in the posting? Stickers? Gu Yuran clicked on the posting of Saintly College with a puzzled face. The post that Gu Xiaobei posted last night is hot and red, hanging on the first article on the homepage, and the reply has already covered 10,000 floors. Chapter 25, It's all because of Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yuran only felt her brain boom, and her eyes went black. It's over. It's over. The image she's worked so hard for. It's all over. Dad. It must be Gu Xiaobei. It must be Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yuran pointed at Gu Xiaobei's nose, crying and screaming at the same time. She lunged towards Gu Xiaobei, her sharp nails aimed at Gu Xiaobei's face. Gu Xiaobei, however, just looked at her coldly, then gently flicked her body, and she lunged, hitting her head on the window. Oh, Daddy! Gu Yuran cried, covering her red and swollen forehead. She got hung up on the posting, and now she's bumped her head and broken her nails that she had done just 2 days ago. Gu Igua also saw that post. Gu Xiaobei, did you do this? Gu Igua held up his cell phone, seething with anger. Yuran is your sister. How could you post something like this? Gu Xiaobei looked up, her face full of innocence. I didn't. It wasn't me. I drank the orange juice Gu Yuran gave me yesterday. I fell asleep. I don't even know what happened. What happened last night? She naively opened the posting bar, covered her mouth and exclaimed, oh my god. So Gu Yuran, you and Wu Mingfeng. Before it is not to say that you want to introduce Wu Mingfeng to me. It turns out that Gu Yuran likes it. Then I will not grab it with you. After all, we are sister. Sister. Gu Igua and Gu Yuran were both speechless. They all felt that this matter had something to do with Gu Xiaobei. But last night it was also Gu Yuran who saw her drink that cup of drugged orange juice with her own eyes. There's nothing going on. I'm going to school. Oh, Gu Xiaobei raised a smile and waved her hand at the duo. Gu Yuran simply wanted to kill Gu Xiaobei. She didn't know what tricks Gu Xiaobei had pulled, but what happened last night definitely had nothing to do with her. Dad, I don't want to go to school, Gu Yuran cried and jumped into Gu Yigua's arms. Gu Yigua himself was also a head full of lawsuits, but still patted her back and comforted her. Yuran, the more this time you go to school, the more you have to go to school. Your body is not afraid of the shadows. If you don't go, you'll be talked about instead. After a long time of persuasion, Gu Yuran finally went to school. It was almost class time when she got there, and the campus was sparsely populated as she hurried inside her classroom, sunglasses on and head down. As soon as she entered the classroom, she received a lot of attention. Have you guys read the postings yet? Oh my god. I didn't realize she looked so innocent to be doing this kind of thing. Yeah, and that boy is fat and greasy. She's so horny. Disgusting. How does this kind of person deserve to be our school beauty? Chang Gang, the homeroom teacher of class 1, walked up to the podium and knocked on the table fiercely. Alright, stop talking. Class is about to start. Gu Yuran, come out for a moment. Gu Yuran exited the classroom with red eyes. Chang Gang hugged his arms and leaned against the window. Do you know how big the impact of this matter is? Xingli is a place with a strong school spirit. The teacher knows that you are already an adult, but you are still a student now after all. Something should be done or not. Aren't you clear in your own heart? After all, Gu Yuran was also a good student in Chang Gang's mind, so he didn't speak too harshly. Teacher is really disappointed in you. Teacher, it's not like that. Gu Yuran raised her head, her face full of tears, a pearly look, and sobbed. It's my sister. It was Gu Xiaobei. She discussed with others and drugged me, wanting to use me for benefits. Gu Yuran covered her face and whimpered. Teacher, I don't know anything at all, because Gu Yuran usually behaved really well, studied well, and often participated in activities. Chang Gang instantly believed what she said. Isn't that Gu Xiaobei your father's adopted child, and she's actually this vicious? No way. I must report this matter to the school, and if necessary it's best to call the police and let the law punish her. Gu Yuran shook her head fiercely, tears swirling in her eyes but not falling, looking strong and heartbreaking. Forget it, teacher. She's from the countryside. There are so many things she doesn't know, and although I have the intention to help her, she sometimes feels that I'm showing off and doesn't want to accept my help, and also because her pride is too strong. I guess this time she's just confused for a moment. I don't want to let her go to jail just because of this. Chang Gang was surprised. Yuran, you're too kind. It's all like this and you're still helping her out. What teacher just said to you was too heavy. Teacher apologizes to you. It's okay, teacher. I'm not afraid of the shadows. What I haven't done is what I haven't done. And Dad got there in time to stop him and didn't let him get away with it. Chang Gang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Gu Yuran was the school flower. It was good that she hadn't been spoiled. In that case, go back to class soon then. I'll turn around and talk to the school side and ask them to delete the post. And I'll also ask my classmates not to discuss this matter. Thank you, teacher. Gu Yuran went back to the classroom and tried her best not to look at the sneering gazes, just keeping her head down and reading. Her fists hidden in her sleeves clenched hard, and she thought through clenched teeth. Gu Xiaobei, I will not let you go this time. After the first class was over, Xu Xinjing ran over. Yoran, what the hell is going on with the posting? I tweeted you and you didn't reply. Her loud voice attracted the attention of the whole class, and the few who might not have known about the posting at first, now all knew about it. Gu Yuran couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, she still lifted her chin to reveal her good-looking neck, a face of innocence and loneliness. It's nothing, the cleaner the clearer. I've already explained to the homeroom teacher, the one who did the bad thing will be punished, and it will also return my innocence. The homeroom teacher will explain this matter at that time. Gu Yuran was like this, but instead, it made people think that she was not afraid of rumors. So frank, it can't really be a misunderstanding. How could it be a misunderstanding? That picture was taken so clearly, but the schoolgirl looks really innocent, not like someone who does that kind of thing. Ha, people, they know what they know. The discussions of the students next to her fell into Gu Yuran's ears, and one more word they said made her hate Gu Xiaobei one more point. Xu Xinjing ran over and leaned on her ear. Yuran, let me tell you, after the last touch test, I heard Ji Xiao ask Gu Xiaobei if she copied or not at the door of the class. Hey, Ji Xiao is in the same exam room as her, so he must have seen something. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuran's eyes instantly lit up. She said, Gu Xiaobei a country bumpkin. How can language, mathematics and foreign subjects full marks? More than her. Chapter 26 celebrates your bankruptcy. In St. Li, if one dared to cheat on such a big test, one was sure to be expelled. Go! Gu Yuran grabbed Xu Xinjing's hand and headed out. A few days ago, Zhao Yenya had also told her about Gu Xiaobei's possible cheating, Only that there was no evidence at the time and she was busy arranging things for Wu Mingfeng, so she hadn't cared. For once, there is finally evidence. When she walked to the door of Zhao Yanya's office, Gu Yuran suddenly hesitated. If she stirred this up, would Gu Xiaobei still be willing to go to the Qin family for help? Yuran, what are you thinking about? Chu Xinjing said. Don't you want to get back at Gu Xiaobei? Retaliation against Gu Xiaobei. Right. The most important thing now was to get back at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yuran and Chu Xianjing told Zhao Yenya what happened one by one. Zhao Yenya had a look of joy on her face. That's right. This Gu Xiaobei must have copied it. Look at her. She doesn't listen in class every day. How can she get first place? Moreover, this Gu Xiaobei copy also intentionally did not copy the science synthesis. It is clear that she wants to make her not get the bonus. Zhao Yenya brought Chu Xianjing and Gu Yu ran together to the principal's office. Not a moment later, Gu Xiaobei, who was sleeping on her desk, heard the school's loudspeaker calling her name again. Gu Xiaobei, 3rd grade class 5. Come to the principal's office right now. Gu Xiaobei yawned and headed out sleepily. What's happening again? After Gu Xiaobei left, the class began to discuss. I don't know. Hey, I received a text message from Chu Xinjing, saying that Gu Xiaobei plagiarized inside the mapping exam and was called to investigate. Plagiarizing? No wonder. Even Gu Yuran couldn't get a perfect score. She actually managed to get perfect scores in 3 subjects. Gu Yuran isn't any good. Okay, didn't you read the post in the bar? Besides, there's no stone hammer yet. How can we say Gu Xiaobei really copied it? She didn't copy. What did the principal tell her to do? Wait and see you. You speak up for Gu Xiaobei now. Sooner or later there will be a time for you to cry. Just wait. Plagiarism? Ji Ling Tian wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. Although he had asked Gu Xiaobei to copy his own science paper, she had turned in a blank paper. So this matter, it shouldn't have anything to do with him. I don't know why. Originally Gu Xiaobei's bad luck, he should be very happy, but this time, actually a little heartbreaking. Noticing the irregularity of his emotions, Ji Ling Tian immediately chilled his face and instantly got down again to continue sleeping. What was Gu Xiaobei? He wasn't going to let this annoying ugly girl affect his mood. In the principal's office, Zhao Yenya had a villainous look on her face as she said smugly, Gu Xiaobei, you're going to confess. You're even capable of doing things like plagiarizing. Do you think Sadely is a pheasant school in your countryside? Keep your mouth clean. Gu Xiaobei suddenly chilled her face. Her eyes narrowed. Or else later, I won't forgive you even if you kneel down and apologize. Zhao Yenya was startled by the fury in her body and stepped back. What kind of attitude do you have towards your teacher? Alright. The principal took a step forward. Don't argue. It's better for you to speak. Student Chu Xinjing, what did you hear? Headmaster, I heard it clearly. It was someone who asked Gu Xiaobei if he really copied his paper. Oh, who did you hear asking me? Gu Xiaobei had a cloudy face, but in his heart, he still couldn't help but curse. It's all because of this Ji Ling Tian. He's practically a broomstick. As long as he meets him, it's always no good. It's... Chu Xinjing hesitated for a moment and raised her head. It's Ji Xiao. I heard Ji Xiao ask her. Ji Xiao hated Gu Xiaobei so much that he definitely wouldn't harbor her. Oh, Gu Xiaobei dragged his voice. Ji Lingtian handed in blank papers in all 3 subjects. I got a perfect score, so how can I be the one copying him? He got a perfect score in science synthesis, but I turned in a blank paper. Did I copy his name or his school number? This, facing Gu Xiaobei's pressing questions, Chu Xinjing did not know how to respond for a moment. Zhao Yenya glared roundly and said, who knows if you even copied others? Maybe you copied someone else's in the language, math, and foreign subjects. The science subject wanted to copy Ji Xiao, but just didn't get it. I'm number 1 in my grade in languages, mathematics and foreign languages. Even in the first examination center there is no one who did better than me. May I ask who I'm copying from when I'm in the 8th examination center? Possibly. Just when Zhao Yenya didn't know what to do, Gu Yuran suddenly said, maybe you used some means to know the answer in advance. Maybe you used your cell phone to plagiarize. It's just that the invigilator didn't see it, and the monitor just happened not to capture it. Gu Xiaobei sneered twice. Then why don't you say that the whole school cheated? It's just because the invigilator didn't see it and the surveillance didn't capture it. I can also say that you cheated. But everyone has gone through 3 years of exams. How can you, a country bumpkin, suddenly get a perfect score? If you want to prove your innocence, unless you let the teacher come up with the questions on the spot and you answer the paper again on the spot, Zhao Yenya said. Gu Xiaobei, with a bemused look on his face, chewed bubblegum full of concern and said, fine, but what if I make it? You don't need a perfect score. All you need is a 140 or higher on every door and I'll get down on my knees in front of the whole school and apologize to you. Gu Xiaobei was too lazy to talk to someone like Zhao Yenya, who was brainless and still liked to shoot herself in the foot, so she just made an okay gesture. Zhao Yenya was so proud in her heart. She had a good relationship with the teacher in charge of coming up with math questions in the teaching and research group. As long as she came up with a set of very difficult papers, Gu Xiaobei was guaranteed to not be able to answer them. When Zhao Yenya ran off to find someone to come up with the questions, the few of them waited in the principal's office. But just then, Chen Gang came with Gu Igua. It turned out that Chen Gang was trying to find Gu Igua to find out what happened last night, and it just so happened that Gu Yuran and Gu Xiaobei were both in the principal's office, so he brought them over. Mr. Gu, it's not that I'm saying, even if it's your adopted child you still need to educate it properly, otherwise wouldn't you be hurting your own daughter? You ran, and discrediting the Gu family and Shengli Academy? Cheng just saw Gu Xiaobei and had a look of disgust on his face. They still thought that Gu Yuran was Gu Igua's real daughter and Gu Xiaobei was adopted. Gu Igua's face was a bit embarrassed, and he didn't explain, directly pulling Gu Xiaobei to the corner. He lowered his voice and said, Xiaobei, I've heard that your cousin from your uncle's family will be coming to the imperial capital recently, so you should contact him first and get in touch with him. On what grounds? You should get along with your cousin first, so that you can get your uncle to help, or our family will go bankrupt. Gu Igua thought to himself. Gu Xiaobei doesn't want the Gu family to go bankrupt anymore. Otherwise, wouldn't she have to go back to the countryside again? Who knew that Gu Xiaobei was chewing bubblegum and blooming a bright smile? Really? Then tell me my cousin's contact information. Before Gu Igua could be happy, he heard her continue. I'm so I can find someone to beat him up, completely cutting off the possibility of the Qin family rescuing you. And I'll celebrate every year on this day in the future, when you're finally broke. Chapter 27, Deliberate Water Release. Gu Igua didn't expect Gu Xiaobei to say this and froze for a moment. You white-eyed wolf. Gu Igua pointed at Gu Xiaobei's nose and cursed. Just at this time, Zhao Yenya returned with the questions that had come out. The difficulty of the questions on this set of math papers was even higher than the difficulty of the Olympiad, and she didn't believe that Gu Xiaobei could cheat in front of so many people. What about English and language? Gu Xiaobei raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yenya sneered. No need. As long as you can score 140 points or more on this set of math problems, I'll kneel down and apologize to you, but if you can't get it, get the hell out of Saintly. She couldn't wait to kick Gu Xiaobei out, but she was afraid that Gu Xiaobei would use writing essays to procrastinate, so she just let her take the math test. Gu Xiaobei took the paper, flipped through it a few times, and suddenly laughed. The teacher who wrote the questions has a grudge against you? What do you mean? Zhao Yenya didn't understand. This paper is too easy. Are you sure this teacher of questions isn't intentionally watered down? What a big mouth. Zhao Yenya thought in her heart. This set of papers, even if you let a senior college teacher do it, it would only take 4 or 5 hours, and you wouldn't necessarily be able to get above 130. And she actually said that it was a deliberate watering down. Gu Xiaobei chewed his gum and hung back. I can give you a chance to change the question. Ha ha, speak from your heart. Zhao Yenya grimaced. You just can't answer this set of questions and want to change them. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Hurry up and answer. You only have 2 hours. Okay, Gu Xiaobei raised an eyebrow. You're the one who didn't want this opportunity. She read the roll from cover to cover. Gu Yuran also stood behind her. Staring at the paper, she had to say that there were a lot of difficult problems on this paper that she had never seen before. This paper was given to her. I'm afraid she wouldn't even get 90 points. She cast a look at Gu Igua. Gu Igua instantly understood. Later on, as long as Gu Xiaobei couldn't do this paper, he was going to be kicked out of Xingli, and then he would be able to blackmail Gu Xiaobei into either going to beg for the Qin family's help or dropping out of school. Gu Igua was instantly at ease. How could Gu Xiaobei possibly be able to do a question that even Yuran found difficult? Hurry up. Are you going to answer or not? Zhao Yenya pinched the answer dead in her hand and urged Gu Xiaobei. At this time, the 3rd grade class, Yi Jiechao knew about Gu Xiaobei being called to the principal's office. Xia, can you find a way to check the surveillance of the examination center at that time? Yi Jiechao said gently. I still don't believe that Gu Xiaobei would do such a thing. Anyone who likes him of the night should have a clean soul. Oh, Xia looked up. He had been looking up information about the swimmer on the internet all morning, but had come up empty-handed. Well, okay. Closuk Zhou was usually nice to him, and it was hard for him to say no. Oh, Xia always carried a laptop with him. He puffed his cheeks. His fingers operated quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, he had already hacked into the school's security system and checked the day's surveillance. After speeding up the multiplier to read it, both of them could be sure that Gu Xiaobei had indeed not plagiarized. I'm going to the principal's office, so copy the surveillance to me on a flash drive. Yi Jiechao still didn't know about Gu Yuran's strong words and thought that if she brought the surveillance, she could give Gu Xiaobei a clean slate. Speaking of which, he and Gu Xiaobei had only had a one-sided relationship, but he always felt that he could see a tiny bit of Jishu's shadow in Gu Xiaobei. Even if it was only for this slight resemblance, he was willing to help her. Klo-suk-jo darted toward the principal's office with the flash drive. And in the principal's office at that moment, Gu Xiaobei finished reading the paper, lifted her chin and said softly, "It's really too simple. I don't even have the desire to do it. Let's do it this way. I'll read the answers directly and you check them. Backad. Dada. ABCDA. Babbed. 45%. 7Y8X. Gu Xiaobei quickly finished the answers to the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions and continued. I'll also directly say the big questions and answers. I'll write you the steps again if you don't understand any of the questions. Zhao Yenya stared at the answer in her hand as beads of sweat kept falling from her forehead. How is this possible? Surprisingly, everything Gu Xiaobei said was right. The question that had once stumped several Imperial University graduate students had actually taken her only half a minute to ponder. Zhao Yenya simply wondered if Gu Xiaobei had perspective eyes and saw the answer in her hand. But since the beginning, Gu Xiaobei had been looking down at the paper. This can't be. This is impossible. Zhao Yenya rushed over like a madman and snatched the roll from Gu Xiaobei's hands. It must be a printing error. Someone must have printed the answer. But she looked it over and over several times. And there was nothing on it but questions. Zhao Yenya immediately lost all her strength and instantly went limp. Gu Xiaobei blew a bubble full of concern. I'll wait for your apology. Do you have any education left? Everyone was shocked by what Gu Xiaobei had just done, while Changgang suddenly rushed out. Even if you're good at math. So what? Do you have the capital to disrespect your teacher and backstab your sisters? You ran as such a clean and generous child. She accepted you without prejudice. You actually managed to team up with outsiders to set her up. People like you don't deserve to study in our saintly. Principal. Changgang roared. We at saintly have to teach as well as educate people. And someone of Gu Xiaobei's corrupt character doesn't deserve to be in our school at all. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyebrows. I'm backstabbing her with someone else? Fine. Then go to the communications company and pull up the chat logs. See who contacted Wu Mingfeng and what they said. Gu Yuran and Gu Igwa both panicked. If we do check the chat logs, won't what they both have done be exposed? Stealing a chicken was not a good idea. If this got out, both of them wouldn't have to be human beings in the future. Sister. Gu Yuran suddenly reddened her eyes. Like an aggrieved bunny. Maybe there is some kind of misunderstanding between us. But sister, no matter what, we are the family, aren't we? A family is to help each other. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. I just hope that sister to be able to help dad. And she was generous on it. Gu Xiaobei was all pissed off and laughed. I see that you two are not very capable but quite big in face. Your assets are not thick-skinned. And you don't look beautiful but want to be beautiful. Want me to help? Then just wait. With that, she took off. When she walked to the door of the principal's office, Gu Xiaobei also turned back and smiled at Zhao Yenya with her teeth showing. The big classroom is an auspicious time. So you'll kneel down and apologize to me on the podium of the playground. Chapter 28, Apologize like you're apologizing. Zhao Yenya didn't want to apologize to Gu Xiaobei. She's a teacher. If she knelt down to Gu Xiaobei in front of everyone, where would she put her face in the future? She threw a look of help towards Gu Igwa and Gu Yuran, but they were both too busy taking care of themselves. So how would they have the time to care about her? Gu Xiaobei stepped out of the door just in time to see Yi Jieqiao, who hurriedly ran over. Yi Jieqiao is the male god of the entertainment industry and the schoolboy of saintly. He usually always has a gentle and idle look, like an angel that is not stained by the fire of the earth. No one had ever seen him in such a hurry. Are you okay? Yi Jieqiao asked as he watched Gu Xiaobei walk out with good intentions. Gu Xiaobei gently shook her head. What's wrong? Of the four major school herbs, Xia had once crossed paths with her online but had never met her. Shimu and Jiling Tian were one more annoying than the other. And there was only this Yi Jieqiao, who was kind of nice. It's okay, I was just a little worried about you. Klo-suk-jo breathed a sigh of relief. Although Gu Xiaobei didn't reject Yi Jieqiao, it didn't mean she wanted to be such a good friend to him. I'll leave if there's nothing else. As Gu Xiaobei brushed past him, Yi Jieqiao suddenly summoned up the courage to say, Hey, that. She turned back and looked at him with a few moments of disbelief. I have a tutor academy singing combine in a few days that I want to participate in. Would you like to come and accompany me? Gu Xiaobei looked at the nervousness on his face, and then looked at the flash drive he was pinching in his hand, and probably guessed the purpose of his hurried run over. Klo-suk-chiao had expected her to reject herself, but she didn't expect her to nod and say, Good, that. I'll send you the tune later. Klo-suk-jo was very pleasantly surprised. Good. Gu Xiaobei finished speaking and directly left with his long legs. Yi Jieqiao looked at her back and, for some reason, thought of Jishu again. Jishu used to be a cool temperament, and at that time he was her little fan. only daring to look at her from afar, especially hoping that one day he would be good enough to co-star in a play with her. It's just a shame that while he's now a famously ascetic male god in the entertainment industry, she's retired. 3rd grade, class 5. All the students were chattering about Gu Xiaobei's cheating. Many believed it, and some were helping Gu Xiaobei's defense. As soon as she pushed her way in, everyone stopped talking. Did she come back to pack her things? It was a while before someone whispered, "You're the one who should be packing, aren't you? You know how to talk bad about people every day. Gu Xiaobei gave you money, you defend her so much." Gu Xiaobei, however, didn't care about the gossip at all and directly sat down in his seat. Ji Lingtian inclined his head and swept a glance at her from the corner of his eye. He was about to ask how she was doing, but the words escaped his lips and he swallowed them. Julie came in on her heels. "What about before class? I want to say one thing to you. Our class 5 is a united class group. We should help each other. Be friendly, not bully our classmates. Not to mention prejudice against them and deliberately throw dirty water on them." Speaking here, Julie also glanced in Chu Xinjing's direction, and Chu Xinjing hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to say a word. After 2 classes in the morning, it's recess. The students sparsely descended the stairs, ready to go to the playground to do exercises. But when we arrived at the playground, we realized that the atmosphere was a bit strange today. Zhao Yenya, who was usually always overbearing, was now standing on the podium with her head bowed, as if she had done something wrong, and didn't even dare to look up at anyone. The students had gathered in the playground, and Zhao Yenya raised her head to look at the bustling people below. She saw Gu Xiaobei in the crowd at a glance. Gu Xiaobei was chewing bubblegum and looking at her with a half-smile. Finally, Zhao Yenya's heart crossed and she took the microphone and said, "Here today, I'm going to say one thing, because I made a mistake in my investigation. I misunderstood Gu Xiaobei's classmate from the 3rd grade 5 class, and here I'm going to apologize." When she finished, she just nodded and tried to leave. What kneeling? Her willingness to apologize is giving Gu Xiaobei face. Shoo! Something cut through the air and hit the bend of Zhao Yenya's leg all at once. She fell to her knees hard and uncontrollably. With a loud bang, Zhao Yenya screamed and fell to her knees in front of the entire school. "Teacher, an apology should look like an apology. How can you not say sorry?" Gu Xiaobei said sweetly, but she was more intimidating this way than she was cold. Zhao Yenya couldn't even crawl. She looked around and wondered what had just hit her. Of course she didn't know that Gu Xiaobei had actually just thrown an inconspicuous small stone over there, and that small stone had long since fallen to the ground and mixed with the other small stones. So how could Zhao Yenya see it? "Yes, I'm sorry." Zhao Yenya was on the verge of tears, and rather than talking to Gu Xiaobei, she was talking to the mysterious person who had just attacked her. The students at the bottom were talking. They hadn't even seen Gu Xiaobei make a move and thought it was haunted. "Hurry up, drag her down." The principal waved his hand, and 2 staff members dragged Zhao Yenya down. "Ah, I'm sorry, Zhao Yenya yelled like she was crazy, afraid that the mysterious man would hit herself again, while Ji Lingtian, who was also in the queue, couldn't help but glance towards Gu Xiaobei. That just now could be hidden from others, but not from him. "What's haunted?" Someone simply struck out. "Is it Gu Xiaobei?" He sized Gu Xiaobei up from top to bottom with a searching gaze. "What for?" Gu Xiaobei looked back without showing any weakness. "Never seen a beautiful woman before. Ch. Ji Lingtian coldly rolled his eyes. "Narcissist." After this incident, Gu Xiaobei was completely famous and saintly. Everyone knew that she was the student who made her teacher kneel and apologize. Since then, Gu Xiaobei had become the new school bully of saintly. Gu Yuran was about to die of anger. How is it that everything good catches up with Gu Xiaobei? Not only had she slapped Zhao Yenya's face, but she had also become famous throughout the school. And surprisingly, Xiao Xiao had invited her to help accompany him in the Imperial College joint singing competition. You know, if you get a place in this competition, not only can you get extra points for the art college exams, but you're even likely to be seen and go straight into the entertainment industry. She had been working hard to enter this competition, but Gu Xiaobei had easily hugged Xiao Xiao's thigh. But at this time, Gu Yiguo told her something else. It turned out that Gu Xiaobei's cousin, the young master of the Qin family, Qin Yuner, was coming to the imperial city soon, just for this singing competition. He's here to be a judge. Gu Yuran's eyes rolled and suddenly thought of a way. Perhaps she would be able to participate in the competition as well as solve the Gu family's pressing problems. Chapter 29, I'm 007. Gu Yuran told Gu Yiguo about her thoughts. Gu Yiguo was instantly happy. "Yoran, how did Dad raise such a smart daughter like you?" he said in surprise. "Wait, Dad will go find your cousin's contact information for you right now." Gu Yuran nodded obediently. When she was small, she had also met Qin Yuner a few times. The Qin family's wealth and status was much better than the Gu family's. and although she had felt like a little princess since she was a child, she was practically like a servant girl in front of a true prince like Qin Yuner. How she wished that she could get involved with the Qin family. Then in the future, all the powerful families would look at her in a high light. Originally, after Qin Yuan's death, she thought she would never have another chance. But now, the chance has come again. Gu Xiaobei, if you're not willing to help yourself, don't blame me for using you. After school, Gu Xiaobei had wanted to go back to the villa to take a good rest for a while, and in the meantime, she asked Little Beaver to help her look for the piano in her collection, but only just after starting the car, she received a text message, 007. Something's wrong. The S.A. is waiting for you. It was her secret cell phone, and only people in the S.A. knew the contact information. It's been a long time since she's heard from the SSS. Without the slightest hesitation, she stepped on the gas and headed towards the villa. Before entering the S.A., she had to change before she could do so. What she didn't know was that in the Wrangler Park next to her at the time, Ji-Ling Tian also received a text message. 005. Something's wrong. The Special Security Bureau is waiting for you. He hit the gas just as hard and went for it. Half an hour later, Gu Xiaobei and Ji-Ling Tian arrived at the secret contact location of the Special Security Bureau one after the other. Special Security Bureau. The full name of the National Agents Safety and Security Bureau. Here there are the most powerful agents in the country. Usually do not belong to the jurisdiction of any department. When there is no mission, they can do whatever they want to do. Only when they encounter major emergencies, they will be recalled. They only had code names but no names. And even Chang'an, who was responsible for contacting them every time, didn't know their real identities. And 007 and 005? The best agents in this. 007. 005. It's been a long time. Gu Xiaobei and Ji-Ling Tian struck a chord and extended their hands to greet each other. Gu Xiaobei pulled her hand out of Ji-Ling Tian's hand and laughed softly, using so much force. It seems like 005 you still harbor a grudge against me? Their rankings and monikers are earned through competition. Originally, Chang'an wanted to rank them according to the size of their ability starting from 001 and working backwards, but everyone felt that the codename 007 was the most powerful, so they started a scramble. The final contest was between Gu Xiaobei and Ji-Ling Tian. It was a pity that in the end, it was just a little bit short, and Ji-Ling Tian lost to her, so she was 007 and he had to reluctantly pick 005. Just trying to see if you've regressed in your skills. Don't worry, you haven't even stepped back. How dare I step back first? Alright, you two don't pinch each other when you meet. This time the mission is very urgent. Hurry over and look. Chang'an handed the two piles of information to both of them respectively. These two ancestors are the treasure of the Special Security Bureau. As long as the two of them go out, there is no mission that can't be accomplished. But the two of them were also notorious for not getting along, and whenever they got together, they were on fire. This person is Wang Yomu, who appears to be an entrepreneur on the surface, but in fact has been traveling between the country and the Golden Triangle region for many years, conducting smuggling deals. It would be fine if this was all alone, but recently, we found out that Wang Yomu has gotten the information related to our country's latest anti-stealth fighter radar through a special channel, and if this information leaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. The target is now staying on the 8th floor of the Lyra Hotel. Here is his relevant information, but the Lyra Hotel security system is updated very quickly, and we can't get any specific information. At this point, we can only rely on the two of you. Gu Xiaobei finished reading the information and nodded. No problem. 007 is very confident? Ji-Ling Tian's mask reflected a cold light as he laughed softly. 005 scared? Then let me do it myself. The two looked at each other through their masks, both seeing a bit of fire in the other's eyes. Chang'an couldn't help but rub his temples. Get, this pinches up again. No, it's just that I thought that maybe we could have a competition, and if I win this time, your code name will be mine. How about that? Ji-Ling Tian said. Gu Xiaobei laughed softly. It's true that a thief's heart won't stop, so I'll give you a chance. Thanks a lot. Ji-Ling Tian extended his hand. You're welcome. Gu Xiaobei shook his hand, both sides using a great deal of force, and she gritted her teeth. Chang'an looked at 007 and then 005, and said with a bitter face, two ancestors, this mission is really very important. Shut up. The two of them turned their heads in unison and yelled at Chang'an. Chang'an hurriedly covered his mouth and didn't dare to utter a single breath. Who is he inviting and who is he messing with? Favoring to give these two ancestors a task. After receiving the mission, Gu Xiaobei and Ji-Ling Tian walked outside together. At a fork in the road, the two separated. Even after knowing each other for years, the two of them are not allowed to know each other's identity. 007 and 005. Always the most mysterious weapons of the state. See you tonight, Ji Ling Tian said. Good luck. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyebrows. Believe it or not, I really mean it. Ji Ling Tian knew that Gu Xiaobei was mocking him for being less skilled and couldn't help but clench his teeth. Gu Xiaobei turned out a few alleys before jumping into the car and completing the change. She sent a tweet to Beaver. Gu Xiaobei, Xiao Beaver, check something for me. I'm going on a mission tonight. Keep an eye on the villa side for me. She quickly passed on the information about the Lila Hotel, but didn't tell the Beaver about Wang Youmu. After all, this is a state secret. Beaver, got it boss. Boss, are you using Phantom or 7 Demons tonight? The Phantom and the 7 Demons were both Gu Xiaobei's identities in the Dark Sky, except that the Phantom was the boss of the Dark Sky and the 7 Demons were just a member of the Dark Sky. Even in the Dark Sky, few people knew that the 7 Demons were phantoms. Gu Xiaobei thought for a moment and said, Phantom it is, because she had to go on a mission. Gu Xiaobei did not look back home tonight, and Gu Igua and Gu Yuran were still anxious for her not to go back, so that it would be easier for them to make mischief on the Qin family side. Chapter 30, Hello, 007. Although built in the center of the busiest city in the empire, the Lyra Hotel is surrounded by silence, because Lyra always insists on giving its customers the best experience. But not far from it is a collection of lighted bars. Wang Youmu goes to the bar every day for a few drinks before returning to Lyra. Gu Xiaobei used the Phantom's mask today, wearing a sexy deep V dress, and walked straight into the bar. She walked over to the bar and sat down, her slender fingers clamping down on a goblet, squinting as she watched the liquid in the glass shake gently. Not far away, Wang Youmu was instantly attracted to her. That's right, that Wang Youmu's profile. The first thing that is written in the first item is, good color. The Phantom has a sexy, seductive face that no man can resist. As expected, not a moment later, Wang Youmu came over. Beauty, can I buy you a drink? Gu Xiaobei gave him a cold look and lightly opened her vermilion lips. No, being so cold and beautiful, she aroused Wang Youmu's interest even more. And this, too, was a part of her plan. If she easily agreed to Wang Youmu's gesture of goodwill, he would definitely suspect her. Pretty girl, give me a favor. I opened a room in Lila. Why don't you go over and take a rest in a while? Wang Youmu put his hand on the bar, inadvertently revealing his Lamborghini car keys. Gu Xiaobei's eyes seemed to have a few heartbeats in them, but she glanced at Wang Youmu's face and still firmly turned her head away. Don't bother me. Such Gu Xiaobei aroused Wang Youmu's desire to conquer even more. Obviously a gold-digging woman who actually thinks he's ugly? He winked at the bartender. He often preys on beautiful women who have fallen on hard times, and this bartender is in his league. A cup of drug-spiked wine was handed to Gu Xiaobei. The bartender said it was a promotion for today's event, and she drank it without hesitation. 10 minutes later, she was dazed and leaning on the bar, while Wang Youmu came over and grabbed her hand and said, Oops, why are you drunk? Let me help you go. Everyone around them thought they were friends who knew each other and no one came to stop them. Gu Xiaobei was being assisted by Wang Youmu, staggering on his feet, but at an angle he couldn't see. His eyes flashed with a refined light and the corners of his mouth slowly hooked up. What's the point of Lila's tight security? She was brought in by Wang Youmu. Half an hour later, Gu Xiaobei was thrown on the sofa while Wang Youmu walked into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water rang out, and Gu Xiaobei, who was still unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. It's a daydream to try to charm her with this drug. She spun the pendant on her necklace and walked around the room. Soon, she had a lock on her target. She glanced toward the bathroom one more time before running toward the bookshelf. She still needed to keep Wang Youmu alive until she found something, so she couldn't scare the snakes. She knocked lightly on the wall, and sure enough, the back was hollow. She touched it and found a small bump somewhere. She pressed it gently and with a click, the outer wall slowly fell down, revealing a safe inside. Gu Xiaobei had wanted to hold this safe out, but just as her left hand was placed on it, she realized something was wrong. This safe is connected to a very large number of precision instruments, and is even covered with fingerprint recognizers on the outer shell, so that as soon as a fingerprint that does not belong to the person is put on and taken off, an alarm will sound. Gu Xiaobei's left hand was pressed dead against that safe, and his right hand quickly called up the virtual keyboard on his wrist to tap rapidly on the wall. The sound of the water in the bathroom had gradually diminished, and it seemed that Wang Youmu was about to come out. Gu Xiaobei's movements were getting faster and faster, but she only had one hand to operate it, so it would still be a bit of a hassle. Sweat was already seeping from her forehead. A minute later, the water had stopped completely and the sound of snapping footsteps came from the bathroom. Wang Youmu walked out of the bathroom, glanced at Gu Xiaobei on the sofa, and when he saw that she was still lying there, he revealed a colorful smile. He lunged toward the couch, but suddenly, he realized something was wrong. The bookshelves seemed to have been moved out of position. Wang Yomu's eyes widened. But before he could react, the young girl on the sofa suddenly rose up in the air, and almost in the blink of an eye, a gun was pressed against the back of his head. Hello, 007. Gu Xiaobei smiled softly behind him. Wang Yomu's legs were trembling with fear. What do you want? You know it. Gu Xiaobei gave another laugh, her originally seductive voice sounding like a hypnotic spell to Wang Yomu at the moment. Wang Yomu swallowed a mouthful of saliva to go, and did not dare to move. Who does not know that the entire Z country, 007 got out of the ghost? There is no mission that she cannot complete. There is no person that she cannot kill. There's a safe right inside that wall. Just go get it. Oh yeah? Can I take it? Being dishonest is a recipe for a bullet. Wang Yomu had wanted Gu Xiaobei to get that safe, and someone would come to his rescue when the alarm went off, but he didn't expect her to fall for it. There's nothing I can do. This safe requires the fingerprints of 5 people together to take it. Gu Xiaobei raised an eyebrow and turned to Wang Yomu, still pointing the gun at his forehead. All your information, is it all inside this safe? Only then did Wang Yomu realize that the safe had already been taken out by Gu Xiaobei and placed right by her feet. This woman, why is she so scary? I'll ask you one more time. Gu Xiaobei's eyes narrowed with a cold light. Is all your information here? Yes. Yes. Wang Yomu opened his mouth shakily, but his eyes involuntarily swept over an ashtray on the table. Very well. Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips and was about to pull the trigger. Wang Yomu was shocked. You can't kill me. I have a chip implanted in my body. As long as my heart and breathing stop for more than half a minute, someone will notice. Gu Xiaobei cocked his head, seemingly pondering whether his words were believable. It's this woman who looks extremely sexy and seduces men into swooning over her, but has the power to kill. Suddenly, the doorbell broke the silence in the house. Wang Yomu was startled by the ding-dong sound and almost fell to his knees, fearing that Gu Xiaobei would accidentally shoot off his gun. Hello sir, your evening meal. Gu Xiaobei pressed his gun against the front, signaling Wang Yomu to keep his mouth shut. I have people come to deliver snacks every day. If no one answers, our people will know. Wang Yomu whispered and trembled. Sir, may I come in? The waiter at the door rang the bell again. Gu Xiaobei stared dead at the doorway. Chapter 31. Let him in. Gu Xiaobei whispered. And wait to see your own head explode if you dare to play tricks. With that, she dropped the gun and dodged behind the curtains. From that angle, she could still see the doorway as well. Wang Yomu's legs and feet weakened and moved toward the door, but he figured he could get away with it if he could just rush out the moment the door opened and push the waiter over to get in the way. His pace was getting firmer and his heart was beating faster. Click! He opened the door, but the waiter actually blocked the doorway with a food truck. He pushed the food cart inside with his head down and said, Sir, where can I put your evening meal? Seeing that he had no hope of escaping, Wang Yomu could only grit his teeth and let him in. Maybe, get this waiter to carry the message out for him? Wang Yomu took advantage of his efforts to bring down the food on the table and desperately winked at him. However, he didn't know that this waiter was no one else but Jiling Tian. Jiling Tian looked down and saw the safe on the ground and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that 007 is still one step ahead of him. Wang Yomu was still winking at him. Without skipping a beat, Jiling Tian opened the dust cover on the dinner plate, but it wasn't any late-night snack, but a gun. Jiling Tian raised his gun and aimed it at Wang Yomu's head. Hello, 005. Only then did Wang Yomu see that on his face. He was wearing a mask unique to the Special Security Bureau. Jiling Tian turned his head in the direction of the curtains and smiled softly. 007. Come out. Gu Xiaobei stepped out from behind the curtains, and she had already put on her mask as well. 005. You're still a step too late. Yes? Jiling Tian hooked his lips. But right now, the thing is in my hands. He held the gun against Wang Yomu's forehead with his right hand and bent down to pick up the safe with his left hand. Wang Yomu did not even dare to turn his eyes. He actually met the 2 living hells of the Special Security Bureau on the same night. Well, maybe I lost. Gu Xiaobei waved his hand at Jiling Tian. Farewell then. With that, she leapt lightly down through the window opening, but she just jumped out of the window, but suddenly turned back. The trigger was pulled hard. A bullet whoosh sound broke through the air. In the next second, she disappeared out of the window, while Wang Yomu fell straight down with his eyes rounded. Wang Yomu had only just fallen down for half a minute when the alarm sounded. The entire 8th floor was in an uproar, and Wang Yomu's cohorts who had been ambushed around the area all acted, and the criminal gangs outside Lilla were instantly informed, and in an instant they swarmed outside Lilla and surrounded it. Jiling Tian had originally wondered how 007 could have given up on the mission so easily, so it turned out that he wanted to leave this mess for himself to clean up. He gritted his teeth, picked up the safe, kicked away Wang Yomu, and darted towards the window as well. The next second he jumped out the window and fled. the door was kicked in and a dozen big men rushed in together. After them, a large man with a Southeast Asian accent slumped against the window, slapped the sill hard, and roared. Gu Xiaobei stepped on the gas and weaved recklessly through the night. On her passenger side, she had a flat ashtray. She had detected early on that this ashtray had a chip in it. This chip must contain classified information about the radar. And as for the safe, it's probably a list of those drug lords. So let's give 005 a slight reward for his help in solving the mess. Gu Xiaobei hooked his lips and stepped on the gas, and the car rushed out like an arrow off the string. She had wanted to go straight to Chang'an and give him the stuff, but not long after she drove out, she realized something was wrong. The cars around her seemed to be following her. Gu Xiaobei looked aghast, pulled out his cell phone, and quickly sent a message to Little Beaver, Fingla Avenue. Take over. Beaver, roger that. At this moment, Jiling Tian's side also realized that something was wrong. Those who were originally chasing after him seemed to be getting fewer and fewer. And after he had finished with a group, there were almost not many people still chasing after him. He couldn't help but glance down at the safe. Could it be that the real information is not here? He remembered that 007 seemed to be holding something in his hand when he jumped out of the window and fled. Those men, they should all be off chasing 007 by now. If she hadn't realized it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Without hardly the slightest hesitation, Jiling Tian immediately turned his head and ran wildly in another direction. Funglot Boulevard is a former thoroughfare in the old town, which is now basically deserted as the old town is being remodeled. The further she drove that way, the more sparsely populated it became. And Gu Xiaobei could feel that in the cars around her. She didn't know how many pairs of eyes were all staring at her at the same time. Seeing that this avenue is about to drive to the end, in front of a large area of ruins, Gu Xiaobei opened the window, did not even return. Bang bang, two sounds. The tires of the two cars quickly flat down. The cars behind them didn't have time to slow down, but in the blink of an eye, they rear-ended half a dozen of them. Just then, Gu Xiaobei jumped out of the car and fled, weaving between the ruins like a brisk civet cat. After them, those people also got out of the car and hurriedly chased after them. Catch 007 and they'll eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Countless bullets brushed past Gu Xiaobei, but she always managed to avoid them as if she had eyes in her back. But all she had to do was turn around and shoot, and someone would always fall in response. But she's running out of bullets. Gu Xiaobei only hoped that he could get rid of these people before he ran out of bullets. But these men were also trained mercenaries, and they couldn't be shaken off so easily. At this moment, there was suddenly a car rushed over. A person quickly leapt out of the night sky, directly jumped to the side of Gu Xiaobei. Bang bang, two sounds, to solve the two people who were about to approach her. Gu Xiaobei inclined her head, her ink hair flying, blocking her mask and leaving only a pair of seductive eyes. 005. 007. The two smiled at each other. Good cooperation. The two of them are the rivals of the Special Security Bureau who meet and pinch each other. And they are also the comrades who have cooperated with each other the most since the establishment of the Special Security Bureau. After having Jiling Tian on board, the two of them had significantly improved their combat power. But that ashtray didn't just have the chip for the classified documents, but also the tracking chip. It drew one group after another, almost like a dense leech. It seems that the other side has really put their money where their mouth is. If they can catch 005 and 007 at the same time, they'll be rich. Suddenly, when Gu Xiaobei raised his gun and turned back, he realized that he had run out of bullets. At that very moment, to the right and behind, each had a bullet coming towards her heart. Even a dead 007 is extraordinarily valuable. Chapter 32 Rumors about Gu Xiaobei. Just in the nick of time, Jiling Tian suddenly pushed Gu Xiaobei hard. Gu Xiaobei bent down obediently, but with a hook, he took Jiling Tian's spare magazine from his waist, and then with a twist of his body, he had already replaced the magazine and raised his gun to meet it. And it all happened in just a second. It was just that the bullet had already flown close, colliding in midair with the bullet Gu Xiaobei had shot out, and Jiling Tian raised his hand to block it for her, the exploding shrapnel cutting his wrist. The pain was excruciating, but he didn't hesitate at all and remained back to back with Gu Xiaobei, exposing his most vulnerable parts to each other and fighting together. Just then, a roaring sound rang out, and the mercenaries who were chasing towards them couldn't help but look over their heads. A helicopter that was hovering above them. Not far away, Beaver was tapping away on his iPad. She wasn't even very good at driving cars, let alone airplanes, but luckily she had a program written by her boss that she could control remotely. A few people couldn't dodge and were crushed under the helicopter. Gu Xiaobei jumped onto the airplane with a flip, then waved to Jiling Tian. This 007. It's really her. Jiling Tian also grabbed her hand and jumped up. The people below were squealing with anger and started shooting desperately at the helicopter. but the shell was bulletproof, so even if they took a rocket launcher, it couldn't be broken. Gu Xiaobei jumped into the cockpit and skillfully operated the extremely complicated-looking instrument panels. Some climbed aboard and held on for dear life, refusing to let go. Ji Tian probed out and gave the man a shot in the arm, while Gu Xiaobei threw the man down hard with a fling. Sit tight. Gu Xiaobei maneuvered the plane to spin in place and then soared up, and those on the ground could only look up and watch them fly away. Completely helpless, Gu Xiaobei parked the airplane on top of a building, then jumped down with Ji Tian. The plane would still have to be taken away by Beaver's remote control later, or those people might track them based on the plane's flight path. Ji Tian's wrist was still bleeding, and Gu Xiaobei drove him back to the secret contact base. Before going there, she had already greeted Chang'an, who had also prepared injury medicine to wait for them there. On the way back from flying the plane, Gu Xiaobei had already removed the classified chip from the ashtray, and then threw the rest of the part with the tracking chip down directly and casually. Those people will have to jump in the river if they keep tracking. She threw that confidential chip to Chang'an, who had just finished helping Ji Tian bandage, reached out to catch it, and in passing, opened that safe to take a look, which was indeed a list of all those drug lord fugitives in the Golden Triangle. Ancestors! You two are truly my ancestors. Finishing the mission so quickly, Chang'an smiled all over his face. Looking at the entire Special Security Bureau, only 005 and 007 have this kind of skill. It's okay, next time certain people should just try not to get hurt. Gu Xiaobei leaned against the wall in a good mood, holding his arms and taunting Ji Tian. Ji Tian gave her a cold look. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid that certain people still don't know if they can come out alive. Going out on a mission and actually not knowing that they need to bring enough ammunition? Oh, I wonder who stole the fruits of my victory. I wonder who framed the war veterans. Seeing that the two of them were about to argue again, Chang'an hurriedly stood between the two of them. Alright, two ancestors, you two are the best. Alright. Ha! Humph! They both gave each other a hard blank stare and turned their heads in unison. After handing over the things to Chang'an, the two of them didn't stay long and went back to their respective homes. Gu Xiaobei went back and dealt with some things with Little Beaver, and then directly stayed at the villa for the night, not even looking back home. She also didn't know that Gu Yuran and Gu Igua discussed things until late. Gu Igua made 100 efforts to inquire about the contact information of Gu Xiaobei's uncle, Qin Yi. Gu Yuran sent a message to Qin Yi. Uncle! In order to fulfill Mom's dying wish, Dad and I have already picked up Gu Xiaobei. My sister looks a lot like Mom, but grew up in the countryside, so her personality isn't very good. A few days ago, his sister was almost defiled by Wu Mingfeng, who said that his dad, Wu Changgang, had once taken a fancy to his sister. Luckily, his dad came in time to stop it, so that his sister was not bullied into it. My sister also gets along well with the male students in her class. A few days ago, she even participated in the Tudor College singing combined competition with one of her male classmates, a competition that many of us would like to participate in but are not eligible for. Fortunately, this boy had connections and was able to bring my sister in as well, and I'm happy for her as well. Don't worry, uncle. We will take good care of and protect sister. This message was one that Gu Yuran and Gu Igua had discussed for a long time. It looked as if both of them were treating Gu Xiaobei well and complimenting her as well. But if you read it carefully, you could sense that she was clearly saying that Gu Xiaobei had a messy relationship with both men and women, and had almost discredited Qin Yuan, even having an affair with a boy just for a spot in a competition. Even if it wasn't for Gu Xiaobei, but only for Qin Yuan, Qin Yi would definitely make a move. Gu Igua folded his hands and prayed. Yuran the Wu family has been targeting our family for the past 2 days. If your uncle doesn't make a move, Dad probably won't be able to hold out for a few more days. Dad, don't worry, Gu Yuran said with confidence. She also followed her mother to meet her uncle a few times when she was small, when her mother and grandfather had a falling out, and her uncle had approached her mother privately several times. My uncle was a cold person, but he was kind to my mom. As expected, Qin Yi was furious after receiving the message. What kind of a thing is Wu Changgang? How dare he hit Yuan? He slapped the table fiercely and said to his secretary, make arrangements. Within 3 days, I want to see news of the Wu family's bankruptcy. As for that Gu Xiaobei, Qin Yi frowned. Once upon a time he still had a few impressions of Gu Yuran, but ever since Qin Yuan died and he knew that Gu Yuran wasn't Qin Yuan's biological one, he didn't have any feelings. This Gu Xiaobei, with half of Gu Igua's blood still flowing in his body, didn't know exactly what kind of person he was. It's good not to lose hope's face. Qin Yi dialed his son's phone. Aren't you going to the imperial capital? If you can see that sister, remember to discipline her properly. Don't ask your aunt to be restless in heaven. Okay, Dad. Qin Yuan answered. Gu Xiaobei, who was on her way to school at this time, still didn't know that Gu Yuran had made herself up to be something unpleasant in front of the Qin family. She had just sat down in her seat and inadvertently inclined her head, suddenly realizing that today's Ji Ling Tian was a bit strange. Chapter 33, Avenge My Sister. In the past, Ji Ling Tian came early and slept on the table, but today it is strange. I don't know what kind of book I'm holding and reading. Ji Xiao, who was always ranked at the bottom of the third grade class 5, actually reads books too? It is said that many in the school wondered if he could read or not. But last time's first place in the science comprehensive made Gu Xiaobei know that this Ji Ling Tian was more than likely just like himself, just too lazy to answer those questions. She doesn't want to be overly flashy at school. As far as Jillian is concerned, why? She doesn't care either. Seeing her come over, Ji Ling Tian slightly sidestepped his body and leaned the book more to his side, as if he was guarding against her. Cut. Gu Xiaobei thought to herself, begging her to look she doesn't necessarily want to look. What Ji Ling Tian was reading was a book about airplane piloting. He always thought that he and 007's hands were not similar, but last night he realized that 007 actually had so many things on him that he wouldn't, but 007, sooner or later, would be his. It was still early morning study and classes hadn't officially started, so Shimu swaggered into class 5. The student sitting in front of Ji Ling Tian had long gotten used to giving him his seat every time, and now he didn't even need him to ask. Standing up as soon as he saw him, Shimu sat down and fussed. Ling Tian, it's summer. You're covering your prickly heat. Shimu was extremely good looking and usually paid attention to dressing up. It was summer now, and he was wearing a new Prada seasonal t-shirt with a bit of shirt style that was cool and nice. Ji Ling Tian, however, was wrapped in a black long-sleeve top, and his entire body was wrapped so tightly that not even his wrists were exposed. It's up to you. Ji Ling Tian coldly raised his eyes. Shimu propped up his head and said, the same all black. My little cutie wears it so well. Looking at the entire sacred prophet, only Shimu dared to talk to Ji Ling Tian like this. However, it was estimated that Gu Xiaobei was the only one who would ignore Shimu's compliments. Cutie, why did you just agree to Joe going to the singing contest? If I had known you were going, I would have gotten a spot. The quota that even Gu Yuran had to go to great lengths to secure was as easy to say in Shimu's mouth as it was to eat. Ji Ling Tian was also slightly stunned. He had heard of this singing competition, and before that, Yi Jiaqiao had asked him if he wanted to participate together, and he had always been uninterested in such things, so he declined. I didn't expect that Gu Xiaobei would actually go. She had never usually been very interested in the outside world, and had come to St. Lee's to make a couple of messes, all because the other side had bullied her, and she spent most of her time just slumped in her seat, sleeping. If you go, Gu Xiaobei raised her head and swept a glance at Shimu. Then I won't go. Shimu had been looking at her with an eager face, then instantly was hurt. Gu Xiaobei just wanted to get down and sleep, but suddenly the corner of her eye swept the corridor and she instantly stood up. Cutie, where are you going? Silhouette reached out in vain, grasping nothing. Gu Xiaobei rushed to Saturday 6 and frowned. What's going on here? Saturday 6 lowered his head and said in a small voice, Sis, I'm fine. Ever since the last time, Saturday 6 had directly called Gu Xiaobei sister. Gu Xiaobei didn't recognize Gu Yuran, but she was heartbroken for Saturday 6. Who was the first person to accept and treat her well after she came to St. Lee. Gu Xiaobei carefully examined the injuries on her face, and the sullenness in his eyes grew thicker. She gritted her teeth and asked the classmate who was holding up Saturday 6. Who did this? That student trembled twice, frightened by the baleful aura on Gu Xiaobei's body, and was on the verge of tears. It's Brother Four Dragons. Brother Four Dragons, the most famous gangster in this part of St. Lee College. He used to be graduated from Fengsher Vocational High School. His family is average, but his brother found a rich woman who was 20 years older than himself, and with the help of the rich woman, he also made a lot of achievements. That rich woman, black and white, in the imperial city, although it is not considered a big family, at least the Gu family of this level is not dare to provoke her. Brother Four Dragons wandered around this area every day. Originally most of the people in S.A. Lee's college were either rich or rich. He easily would not mess with them, and this morning he didn't know what was wrong with him, and looked for trouble with Saturday 6. I know. Gu Xiaobei lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes blocking the murderous aura in her eyes. Classmate, please take Lulu to the infirmary. Many thanks. With that, she turned around and headed back to the classroom. Ji Ling Tian couldn't help but look at her with a sideways glance. Even he could tell that Saturday 6 was definitely in trouble because she got too close to Gu Xiaobei. Could it be that this Gu Xiaobei was afraid of Brother Four Dragons? Classes. Gu Xiaobei flew below and sent a message to Little Beaver. Beaver, boss, it's just a punk, even if he has some background. So what? Are we still afraid of him? Gu Xiaobei, I'm going to move Suya along this time. She had just hacked Brother Four Dragon's cell phone and found the record of his contact with Suya. Beaver, who had received the message, froze. With Gu Xiaobei's stature, even if he wanted to handle dozens of people at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem. But her identity couldn't be exposed, so she could only do it in the shadows. And if she went too far in the open, she would surely bring in the police. Gu Xiaobei had asked her to contact Mu Changsheng, presumably to take care of the mess behind her. Beaver, who are you doing this for? Boss, to get so worked up? Gu Xiaobei, a sister. Xiao Beaver put down the phone, a face of aggression. The boss has a sister. The boss's most favored person is not her anymore. However, she still took care of all the things Gu Xiaobei had explained. All day long, the school has been talking about Saturday 6. Got it. In the future, you can't get too close to Gu Xiaobei. She's just a spoilsport. You didn't see that Saturday 6 just said a few more words to her and got beaten up. Yeah, Brother Four Dragons never touched anyone from Saintly before. I hope Gu Xiaobei doesn't infect us with bad luck before. It's also Saturday 6's bad luck. I heard that Brother Four Dragons warned her that from now on, she'll beat her once she comes to school. Some of these words also reached Gu Xiaobei's ears, but it was as if she didn't have much of a reaction. Still chewing gum and playing with her cell phone, and sleeping on her desk after class. TSK, Saturday 6 is so unlucky. Getting beaten up for nothing. This Gu Xiaobei didn't even go to the infirmary to see her. That's not true. I guess she's afraid that Brother Four Dragons is onto her. Soon the day passed. After school, Gu Xiaobei grabbed her book bag and walked out. The alleyway outside is Say Lee's. Brother Four Dragons staggered along surrounded by a few minions. A toothpick in his mouth. You're really great, Brother Long. You were able to get your hands on the Su family's miss. Ha! Brother Four Dragons waved his hand. Haven't really gotten laid yet. I beat up that Chow whatever before she let me kiss her on the mouth. So I guess it's going to take a few more days to get laid. Dragon is mighty. Suya and her father hadn't been fully forgiven by Elder Su, and she now had her credit card limits lowered quite a bit. So if she wanted to deal with Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6, she could only fall in love with Brother Four Dragons. Brother Four Dragons was being touted by his little brother, and his whole body was floating. When he turned the corner, but he saw a girl dressed in black leaning against the wall, one leg bent up on the other wall, blocking their way. Chapter 34, A family should be neat and tidy. Gu Xiaobei looked up as a gust of wind blew by, her inked hair blocking half of her face, revealing her good-looking eyebrows that held a full murderous aura and anger. The light struck from behind Gu Xiaobei, and the blood-like remnants of the sun hung over her shoulders, causing people to shiver. Little sister. Brother Four Dragons rubbed his hands together and walked towards her. What? Are you looking for a brother to play with? As soon as he saw these straight and slender legs of Gu Xiaobei, he couldn't stand it. The boys in the back of the room were up in arms and laughing. However, Brother Four Dragons had only just walked up to Gu Xiaobei when she kicked him hard in the face with a roundhouse kick. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Four Dragons took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva with a tooth in it. Give it to me. Brother Four Dragons waved his hand fiercely, and all of his minions rushed over together. Under the dazzling sunset, no one could see how Gu Xiaobei struck. Her movements were so fast that she shifted into a shadow, and with a few thumps, all of her minions were kicked to the ground. Brother Four Dragons was red-eyed and rushed forward with his dagger. Gu Xiaobei turned her back to him and without even looking, she twisted her body and punched him in the arm. Brother Four Dragons bent over in pain and was kicked in the jaw again by her. There was a thumping sound, and there weren't many good teeth left in Brother Four Dragons' mouth. Brother Four Dragons and his little brother were on the ground together, half unable to get up. Gu Xiaobei walked up to him and squatted down to look at him, the corners of her mouth slowly hooking up. Do you know who Lao Zi's brother and sister-in-law are? Brother Four Dragons couldn't even say a word as his face was stomped on by Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei laughed softly. You can tell me, and when the time comes to carve a tombstone for you, the family will be neat and tidy. Brother Four Dragons was too scared to speak. Remember, don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with in the future. Gu Xiaobei got up and walked out of the alley. The setting sun trailed her long shadow, and Brother Four Dragons didn't even dare to touch her shadow. Gu Xiaobei went back to the Gu family. She still smelled a little bad with a bit of blood on her, and she was going to go upstairs and take a shower first. Gu Igua and Gu Yuran were on the first floor, not knowing what they were discussing, and when they saw her come back, the two of them had a nervous look on their faces. Gu Xiaobei swept the two of them away and went straight up the stairs. Dad, sister just looked so scary like that. Gu Yuran told Gu Igua about today's Saturday 6 being bullied. Gu Igua said, then you'll have less dealings with her in the future. Yuran, Dad is relying on you now. You must make your cousin and uncle look at you differently. If Gu Yuran could get hitched to the Qin family, the Gu family would have nothing to worry about in the future. What's the point of having a biological daughter? Gu Xiaobei is an unattractive one at first glance, and he'll still have to rely on Gu Yuran in the future. Gu Xiaobei went back to the house and took a quick shower, picking up the sheet music that Yi Jieqiao had given her to read. This was a tune written by Yi Jieqiao himself. She tried to hum it, but there were a few ethereal and clear feelings, very similar to Yi Jieqiao's temperament. At this time, the new maid, Sister Zhang, knocked on the door outside. "Miss, let me help you tidy up your room." The previous maid, Sister Li, was dismissed because of Gu Yuran Chinese medicine, and this Sister Zhang had only been here for a few days. Gu Xiaobei didn't like it when other people cleaned up their own things, and was just about to tell her that there was no need when she saw the clothes she had just changed out of. Clothes that smelled of Brother Four Dragons, and those punks made her sick. "You come in and throw these away." Gu Xiaobei opened the door and said to Sister Zhang. Just then, Beaver called her. Gu Xiaobei glanced at Sister Zhang and covered the microphone and hurried toward the other end of the corridor. The sheet of music floated to the floor. Gu Yuran came up from downstairs, and when she saw that the door to Gu Xiaobei's room was open, she couldn't help but look inside. However, they found that Gu Xiaobei was not there and only Sister Zhang was alone. Gu Xiaobei always locks the door in his spare time and never lets anyone in. "What's this?" Gu Yuran went in and took the piece of paper in Sister Zhang's hand. "I don't know if it's something Missy doesn't want anymore. She just told me to throw these clothes away." Gu Yuran only swept a glance and her heartbeat missed a beat. She had studied piano for many years, and one look at the score was unusual. She tensed instantly, but just said, "It's okay, give it to me. It's something I put here with my sister." Gu Yuran hid the sheet music in her pocket and hurriedly walked out. Gu Xiaobei was on the phone with Little Beaver over there. Little Beaver said that he had already contacted Mu Changsheng, and while he was surprised that Gu Xiaobei would make a big fuss over an ordinary student, he also said that no matter how big a mess she made, he would help her wrap it up. The Mu family was also a large family in the imperial capital, but Mu Changsheng rarely came to the imperial capital, and he had been developing in the magic city over the years. However, no one could have imagined that the Mu family's great demon king, who had been trying to be Gu Xiaobei's junior brother years ago, had been rejected by Gu Xiaobei. When Gu Xiaobei went back, Sister Zhang had already left, and she was so preoccupied with Saturday 6th that she didn't pay any attention to the fact that her sheet music was missing. But even if she found out, it was nothing. Aicho had printed out several copies for her, and she had left them at school. Early the next morning, Gu Xiaobei went to school. Usually she was always stuck on time, but today was strange. Outside the school, she saw Saturday 6, who was too hesitant to move. "Come on, I'll take you in with me." She knew that Saturday 6 was afraid of meeting Brother Four Dragons again, but with her around, no one would dare to bully Saturday 6 in the future. Gu Xiaobei didn't send her to her class, but brought her directly to the playground. "Sis, what are you?" Saturday 6 wondered. Gu Xiaobei casually leaned against a tree and took out a bubblegum to chew on. "Wait for someone." On the morning of Saintly, many of the students who had been sent by the limousine entered the school in twos and threes, and when they saw Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6 standing in the playground, they couldn't help but incline their heads and mutter a few words to the person next to them. Surya didn't come until it was almost 8 o'clock. She walks jerky and stares at her cell phone the whole time. Since yesterday evening, Brother Four Dragons hasn't answered her calls. Suddenly, someone whistled at her. Suya looked up and saw that it was Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6 standing there. 10 minutes later, the entire school building was a mess. Asterisk 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 go and see. Miss Su got beat up, right on the playground. Yi Jieqiao was originally not interested in these things, but was dragged away by Shimu to watch the fun. Ji Ling Tian was sleeping on the table, very upset about the fact that he was being disturbed. He looked up, his messy hair matching his amber pupils, and his whole person exuded an air of discontent and annoyance. "What's the noise?" he growled impatiently. A class 5 student stumbled. Ji Xiao. Gu Xiaobei and Suya fought on the playground. Gu Xiaobei and Suya? Ji Ling Tian frowned, and God forbid, walked out as well. Chapter 35, Gu Xiaobei, the school bully. Basically all of St. Li's people ran down and surrounded the playground. Suya was the famous Su family's eldest young lady in Shengli in the beginning, although there were a few people whose family backgrounds were better than hers, but they didn't have the same high profile as her, and most of them were not as good as her, so they could only be bullied by her. Although the Su family had now fallen from the top 5 to after 50, Suya's residual power in Saintly was still there. But now, Suya was being held down on the playground, her whole body cowering into a ball, screaming and cursing under her breath. "Gu Xiaobei, are you out of your ing mind? Let go of me." Suya didn't know how Gu Xiaobei, who looked so thin, could have so much strength. With one hand she was able to claw both of her arms back behind her back, and she couldn't even struggle away. Holy, Gu Xiaobei is crazy. Suya's family is bankrupt, but her grandfather is not a simple man. Gu Xiaobei doesn't want to live? Saturday 6 tensed up even as he listened to what the people around him were saying. Her family was actually considered middle class, but in St. Li, it was proper destitute class. She didn't want Gu Xiaobei to get into trouble because of herself. Sis, forget about it. She tugged on Gu Xiaobei's sleeve. Gu Xiaobei inclined her head and saw the bruise on Saturday 6's face that hadn't gone away, and was furious. She dragged Suya along the ground, went to the side and picked up a brick left over from the podium repair and smashed it hard on Suya's face. Sua froze. The onlookers froze. Little girl fights are not always hair-pulling. There's no such thing as a brick. Shimu and Jiaqiao and Ji Ling Tian stood outside the crowd, their eyes burning as they said, "See, my little cutie's fingers are thin and long, and she looks so good holding a brick." Klo Suk Zhou gave him a look, his eyes still as warm as they had been in a million years. It's a bit of a shame that such good-looking hands are used to beat people instead of playing the piano. Ji Ling Tian kept staring at Gu Xiaobei, and for some reason, he seemed to see a few familiar shadows from Gu Xiaobei's body. He frowned slightly. 007 used a hot weapon. 7 demons before the use of cold weapons. But who has not used a brick so simple and rough? The onlookers watched as Gu Xiaobei smashed Suya's face into a pig's head with a brick. Those who had been muttering about Gu Xiaobei at the beginning now didn't dare to speak. Who wasn't afraid of Gu Xiaobei treating them like Suya? By the time the director and the leader got the news and ran over, Suya was already on the ground crying with no strength left, a face that was not humanoid. Gu Xiaobei stood next to him, holding a brick in his hand, smiling cleanly, but when he looked up, his eyes were very cold. The director and leader were taken aback by her. Suya was sent to the hospital and Gu Xiaobei was taken to the leader's office. No matter how wretched the Su family was, they still had some power in the imperial capital today. The director surnamed Wu was so angry that he couldn't stop spinning in place. Leader, Shengli would never allow this kind of person to exist. Gu Xiaobei must be fired today. Director Wu gave her a hard look. The Gu family is nothing but a subsistence level in St. Li. The leader is also angry. Can be in the Holy Li as a leader will not be a simple character? He also intends to do here to know some big names, so that in the future to contribute to their own family. I've already called Master Su. It's up to him how to settle things today. Suliyama quickly rushed over. Because of Xing Sheng's action some time ago, the Su family had not been able to slow down. When he heard about Suya's accident, he was originally very angry, thinking that this granddaughter had caused trouble for him again. But after hearing that Suya had been beaten beyond recognition, he was instantly annoyed. Even if the Su family is not as good as it used to be, that's not something that anyone can come and step on. I've already contacted a lawyer. There has to be an explanation for what happened today. Our Su family's face can't be slapped by anyone. As soon as Su Lishan entered the door, he yelled at the leader. He didn't even look at Gu Xiaobei. A little girl is worthy to talk to him? The leader hurriedly nodded his head. Gu Xiaobei chewed bubblegum and took a step forward. Su Lishan, I remember what I told you about keeping your granddaughter in check. Su Lishan shuddered at the words. These are the words Kuzu left behind after he laid his hands on Ryan in the first place. This Gu Xiaobei in front of her was just a little girl. How would she know? But you didn't listen. Gu Xiaobei sneered. I gave you half a chance, and it was you who threw it away. Sulison looked at her with rounded eyes. He knew that Gu Xiaobei was talking about the incident a few days ago when half of the Su family's assets had evaporated. Gu Xiaobei clapped his hands and headed out. Stop! Director Wu shouted at her in a rage. Gu Xiaobei, this matter hasn't been resolved yet. You. Director Wu was walking towards the door as he spoke, but he was stopped. Secretary Su. Su, seeing the person at the door, Director Wu froze. This man was Secretary Su, rumored to be someone beside some amazing person, who had followed the leader to meet him once. Secretary Su pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled gently. Leader, I'll be the one to butt heads with you on MS. Gu's next matter. Dealing with the Su family didn't even require Mu Changxing to come personally. Gu Xiaobei stuck his hands in his pockets and walked back with his long legs. She knew that Mu Changxing would definitely take care of the rest, and that leader and Director Wu wouldn't know her true identity. As for the Su family, she had already confided in Beaver that the family name, as of today, was being erased from the empire. Gu Xiaobei stopped at the door of the room. Several people inside were clustered around Gu Yuran, not knowing what they were saying, their faces full of envy. Gu Yuran held a piece of paper in her hand and raised her chin. I'll help you record the video when the time comes, and if you achieve a ranking, you might even be invited to watch the finals. What she was holding in her hand was a license to compete in the Imperial Singing Combine. It was sent by Qin Yuner, and was meant to be for Gu Xiaobei. so that she wouldn't get close to other boys just for such a little thing. But it was held back by Gu Yuran. "Hello, could you please help me find Joe Clothier?" Gu Yuran was showing off her entry permit with the others when she suddenly heard Gu Xiaobei's voice and turned back suddenly as if she had been struck by lightning. "Gu Xiaobei. You weren't expelled?" She hurriedly hid her entry permit. Gu Xiaobei gave her a cold look and didn't say anything. She had come over, and only to make an appointment with Yosuke Joe to go practice together. After the discussion, Gu Xiaobei went straight back to class 5. Along the way, people who saw her whispered, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. This Gu Xiaobei beat Suya up like that and actually didn't get expelled? The hand is too hard. Suya is nothing. Gu Xiaobei is the real first brother. What's this Gu Xiaobei's origin? It's even more powerful than Suya. Ichigo?" Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips in a cold smile when she heard this name. There was nothing wrong with Ichigo. At least a lot of people wouldn't dare bother her from now on. Ji Ling Tian, who was sitting next to her, however, suddenly frowned. He received a message from Chioma. "Chioma, boss, the Su family is completely bankrupt. Our $7 billion are all down the drain." Ji Ling Tian wrinkled his eyebrows and subconsciously looked at Gu Xiaobei. Chapter 36, Do you know a girl who loves bricks? Gu Xiaobei noticed Ji Ling Tian's measuring gaze and looked back coldly. Ji Ling Tian spoke expressionlessly. "Gu Xiaobei, what is your relationship with the Su family?" Her heart skipped a beat, but then she thought, Ji Ling Tian was just a person. Even if he had a prestigious family lineage, how would he know what she did to the Su family? "Just like me and you." Gu Xiaobei's glazed pupils coldly reflected his shadow. "Nothing at all." Ji Ling Tian was almost exasperated by her. And the next second, she added coldly, "If I have to say there's a relationship, it's a mutual hatred." "Ha!" Ji Ling Tian snorted coldly and twisted his body to continue reading his flight specialty book. He was crazy to talk to Gu Xiaobei. After school, Ji Ling Tian rushed out the first time. Gu Xiaobei was unhurried and went to the office first. Neither she nor Director Wu knew what she was about, that she could actually make Secretary Su make a trip in person, and they were all more wary of her. "I'm going to give Saturday 6 a shift." Saturday 6 was now in, and Gu Xiaobei was not at ease, and had to keep her under his watchful eye to do so. "Good," hurriedly answered Director Wu. "You go to get this thing done, and let Joe go on Saturday 6 tomorrow." Gu Xiaobei got his own satisfactory answer, chewed bubblegum and left. Director Wu remembered yesterday's events and still had a few palpitations. What in the world is this Gu Xiaobei from? I've never heard of the Gu family being so capable, either. Twisting his brows, Master Mu is covering her. We should not provoke her if we can. Inside this imperial capital, the relationship network is intricate. Just be careful in the future. A few moments of lewdness appeared on Director Wu's face. This Gu Xiaobei is a bit good looking, so I guess she has some kind of relationship with Master Mu, but she's just a little kid. And Master Mu will play with her for a few days and then leave her behind. Just how did they know that the Master Mu they spoke of didn't even have the qualifications to be Gu Xiaobei's little brother? After Gu Xiaobei's disguise, he made a trip to the villa first. The matter of letting the Su family go bankrupt had also backfired on Dark Sky to a certain extent, and she was going to go find Little Beaver to discuss a little something. Little Beaver operated the computer quickly in her hand, flipping through the information she had found out. "Boss, this time, in order to deal with the Su family, we lost 1.4 billion. The flow on the Dark Sky side hasn't been a problem yet, but the excess cash flow isn't much anymore." Gu Xiaobei nodded. "What about the G family matter that I asked you to look into last time?" She still remembered that the last time she was at the Lila Hotel, Ji Ling Tian asked her to meet him. No one in the entire Sacred Prophet dared to mess with Ji Ling Tian, but it wasn't just because he was the head of the four greats. The legendary Ji family was the top class of the imperial capital, not something that ordinary people could touch. "Boss, I checked the Ji family's information and it shows that their family isn't that special. Even the Shi family is far inferior, and even not much better than the Gu family. Absolutely not. Just the Lila Hotel alone. Gu Igwa wasn't able to go in easily, and if the Ji family was ordinary, where could Ji Lingtian have asked her out?" "I know." Gu Xiaobei narrowed her eyes and fished out a bubblegum to chew in her mouth. "I'll go and keep checking." Gu Xiaobei took Xiaobei's computer, crackled and knocked for a while, and pulled out an interface for her to see. "Recently there was an old city development project. You find a way to use the name of Xing Sheng to next this project. You should be able to make a 7 or 800 million. The Funlock Avenue side has been deserted for a long time, but the location is very good, and it should make a lot of money when it is developed." Beaver nodded with bright eyes. "It's true that there's meat in following the boss." "Boss, when are you going to move back in? I'm so bored living alone and miss you after chatting about business." Little Beaver wanted to hug Gu Xiaobei's arm and pout. Gu Xiaobei coldly poked her away with one finger. Beaver laughed indulgently from across the room. Wait a while, Gu Xiaobei said softly. I still have some things to do in the Gu family. Beaver suddenly stopped laughing. Neither Gu Igua nor Gu Yuran knew that Qin Yuan had gone to see Gu Xiaobei before she died. At that time, Qin Yuan and Gu Xiaobei talked a lot and wanted to take her back. Gu Xiaobei said she had to think about it. Who knew that before she could think about it, Qin Yuan passed away? Gu Xiaobei suspects that there is something wrong with Qin Yuan's death. While everyone else looked at Gu Xiaobei with coldness, little Beaver knew that it was just her hard protective shell. Then boss, I'll wait for you to come back. Beaver commiserated. Gu Xiaobei nodded. At this moment, Ji Ling Tian was also in this villa area, discussing things with Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo didn't know why he suddenly wanted to change the contact location in this villa area, but the boss said it, so he just obediently listened. That project of the old town renovation. Make sure that Xu Weian takes it to make up for our loss on the Su family this time. Ji Ling Tian opened his mouth expressionlessly. Funlock Avenue is where he and 007 fought side by side the last time, and the two escaped from life and death. He still can't help but think of the last moment when 007 lowered his head and reached down to pull him onto the plane. There was a thin layer of calluses on her palms, and the half of her chin that showed beneath her mask was white and delicate. This woman, indeed, is very different. Funlock Boulevard he was bound to get, not only for the money, but also for the codename 007. Xiao Mo nodded. Boss, but Lucky Shang has crossed the line with the Su family several times, causing us to lose so much money. This matter, just pass it? If it had been in the past, Ji Ling Tian would have long since retaliated with the power of Fengsu's interest. There's no rush. Ji Ling Tian hooked his lips. I'll handle this matter myself. Other side. Leaving from the villa, Gu Xiaobei walked outside with her head down, chewing the bubblegum in her mouth to the point where it lost its sweetness. She looked for a trash can to spit it out. It was a habit she'd had for years. Blocking the cat's eye with bubblegum on missions prevented the target from seeing out the door. Just as she straightened her back, she suddenly grimaced and looked to her left rear. A man stepped out from behind a tree. Can't hide it from you every time. I told you to stay away from me. Gu Xiaobei squeezed the dagger in her sleeve, her gaze cold to the bone, her eyes a good-looking pair with a fury. Yeah, Ji Ling Tian hooked his lips, but I still can't help thinking about you. What should I do? Whether in or at Fengshu, he had always been cold and unsympathetic, but in front of this 7 demons, he was extraordinarily different. He's using, now, the same face as Night Creek. Boring. Gu Xiaobei rolled her eyes. Ji Ling Tian took a step to the right, blocking her path. Want to die? Gu Xiaobei's dagger twirled between his fingers. Ji Ling Tian moved forward, the veins under his neck throbbing gently. Do you know a girl who likes to slap other people's faces with bricks? The last time Gu Xiaobei and Suya had a conflict, the Su family's assets shrank by half, and he asked the person in charge of Xing Sheng to meet with him, and the one who came was the 7 demons. This time Gu Xiaobei beat up Suya, and the Su family went straight to bankruptcy, and Xiao Mo said that this time, it was still done by Xing Sheng. Chapter 37, the style of the tune is more suitable for Gu Yuran. Gu Xiaobei's heart missed a beat. She didn't move on her face and only looked at Ji Ling Tian. Is it related to you? Around the time she had saved his life, she wasn't very antagonistic towards him. If anyone else had followed and deliberately approached her like this several times, she would have flipped out long ago. But right now, he seems to know a little too much. You should know. Gu Xiaobei's voice was calm. Keeping your employer's secrets is a rule in this business. Employer? Ji Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Gu Xiaobei was the 7 demons' employer? The 7 demons didn't look like an ordinary person, so the price must not be cheap. But he couldn't tell if Gu Xiaobei had money or not. Many people in the class called her a bumpkin, and she didn't know if she had $200 worth of clothes altogether. But her Hummer is also literally parked every day in that parking space that originally belonged to him. Ji Ling Tian hadn't realized that with these words, he had clearly been told that Gu Xiaobei was the 7 demons' employer. The 7 demons wouldn't have said that if they really wanted to keep it a secret. She was just baiting him into thinking in the wrong direction. Very well, Ji Ling Tian laughed softly. So, are you interested in joining my gang? Not interested. Gu Xiaobei looked at him with her arms wrapped around her. I already have a gang. Ji Ling Tian wasn't surprised. With a body like hers, it would be strange if she didn't have a gang. How about letting me guess which gang you're in? Dark Sky? He had already asked Xiao Mo to check. There was no such person as 7 demons in the Phoenix Void. With her skill, she would definitely not commit herself inside a small gang. Apart from the Phoenix Void, it would only be Dark Sky. He didn't miss the momentary surprise in Gu Xiaobei's eyes. Sure enough, the guess was right. However, in the next second, Gu Xiaobei was also heartened. Since this night Brook would guess like this, it meant that he was definitely Fengshu. I never thought that I would save someone from my rival gang in a rare act of kindness. Consider what terms Dark Sky is offering you, and I can help you apply for a double. Almost. He exposed himself as the head of the house. Gu Xiaobei almost laughed out loud. Double? Double the price and you can poach someone's boss? Not interested. Seeing that she was about to leave again, Ji Ling Tian pursued. You have to tell me. What is the reason you stayed in Dark Sky? Some years ago, Dark Sky was still far inferior to Phoenix Void, but in the past few years, it actually caught up and returned to the position of an even match with Phoenix Void. Gu Xiaobei blinked and thought about it. Because she is the boss. Because boss Dark Sky is good looking. Ji Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Well, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it, but the doors of the Phoenix Void will always be open to you if you want them to be. Gu Xiaobei shrugged her shoulders. She was telling the truth. Nightbrook didn't believe that was his business. Ji Ling Tian looked at her distant back and thought, it's okay, if you don't want to talk about it, I can still start with Gu Xiaobei. Isn't she the Seven Demons' employer? She's bound to know something. It was already a bit late when Gu Xiaobei looked back home from the villa. When she walked outside Gu's house, she suddenly felt that something was wrong today, but she couldn't remember what was wrong. It was only when she entered the living room and saw Gu Igua that she remembered. Because I didn't hear Gu Yuran's piano today. Great, I can sleep well tonight. Gu Xiaobei yawned and headed upstairs. Gu Igua got up. Xiaobei, why are you back so late? Are you hungry? His sudden concern made Gu Xiaobei uncomfortable. Don't hit me with the idea of borrowing money even if you're broke. Her cold sentence almost choked Gu Igua to death. Xiaobei, what kind of words are you saying? Even for the sake of you two, Dad will still work hard. How can he go bankrupt? Dad still has to provide you with a privileged life. When he said this, Gu Igua was also a bit weak. He still hadn't given Gu Xiaobei any pocket money. What's that? Xiaobei, your sister heard that you signed up for a competition of some kind, and in order to be able to let you practice properly, she stopped practicing at home recently, leaving the piano with you while she went to the piano room to practice. Gu Yuran had been studying piano in that piano room for 10 years now, and was now also the best in piano skills there, often representing the room to participate in some competitions. But ever since Gu Igua had bought her that expensive piano, she had never practiced in the room again. This time, naturally, it wasn't because she was kind enough to let Gu Xiaobei have it, but because she was afraid that if she practiced at home, Gu Xiaobei would hear that the sheet music had been taken away from her. That piano. Did you spend $88 million on it? Gu Xiaobei's pupils rippled, clear and cold as he looked at Gu Igua. Yes, when Yuran's 16th birthday, I went with your mom to pick it out. Yuran usually can be precious, but Xiaobei, you can rest assured that you can use it. It won't break. Ha! Gu Xiaobei lifted her foot and headed upstairs. I'm not used to such cheap stuff. Gu Igua rolled his eyes behind her back. Just a country bumpkin. I don't know who I learned piano from for 2 days. What's the point of pretending? When Gu Xiaobei returned to his room, he passed by the room where Gu Yuran was practicing the piano. She glanced sideways at the piano inside. Somehow a scene seemed to float before her. Qin Yuan and Gu Igua pulled Gu Yuran's hand together to pick out a piano, and all three of them had happy smiles on their faces, and it was all that was supposed to be hers. A moment later, Gu Xiaobei shook his head fiercely. She didn't need the warmth. Who Gu Igua is willing to recognize as his daughter is his own business, and she will definitely find out the truth about Qin Yuan's death and the truth about holding her wrongly back then. The piano room side. Gu Yuran specially invited Chu Xinjing and a few of her classmates to come along and listen to her play the piano today. She'd practiced that score almost as much as she could. Yuran, you play too well. Chu Xinjing applauded. This tune sounds so clean and gentle. It matches your temperament so well. That's right. Last time many people praised that what Gu Xiaobei. Listen to what she played. The style of music is so depressing. How can it sound as good as this one of yours? Gu Yuran was floored by the bragging. That's right. The entire style of Hymn of the Night was dark, and it was just as cold and unapproachable as the feeling Gu Xiaobei gave off. But this tune is very clean and gentle. Gu Yuran thought that no one would have thought that this song was the one Gu Xiaobei was going to use. She's about to go to the singing combined with this song. And with this song and some random lyrics, she'll definitely win the championship if she plays and sings it herself. It hadn't occurred to Gu Yuran at this point that the style of this song, while not similar to Gu Xiaobei, was very much like Yi Jieqiao. She had thought that she hadn't heard of this tune just because it was niche, and hadn't thought at all that it was, in its original form, an original by Yi Jieqiao. Chapter 38. Are you sure? Saturday 6 was very happy after being switched to Class V. There was not a hint of unhappiness at all at being dropped from Class 4 to Class V. When she got to Class 5, she would be able to see Gu Xiaobei every day. Now in Saturday 6's eyes, Gu Xiaobei was the best person in the world. Sis, have you turned in your chemistry paper from 2 days ago? We haven't talked about it in class yet. I don't know if we'll talk about it when we come over. Sister, you last language and mathematics are full marks how to test? Too powerful. I'm so bad at math My father gave me to find a number of tutors are not too good. Sister, you a moment cannot get me to talk about that paper The last time the teacher told me I did not understand. Saturday 6 was sitting right in front of Gu Xiaobei's left side, with an aisle separating the two of them. She peeked over most of her body to chat with Gu Xiaobei, her eyebrows arched, completely unable to see how she had been bullied in various ways a few days ago. Gu Xiaobei raised his eyes to see that the injuries on her face were almost healed and she was still in a good mood. Saturday 6's deskmate's name was Sun Yiru, and she usually had a bad temper. At the moment, she was holding her cell phone playing a competitive game called King of Glory, but her skills were not very good, and in a short while the sound of defeat came from her cell phone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sun Yiru cursed. Lost another ING promotion match. Teammate. Saturday 6 had probably been bullied hard by Suya and those from Brother 4 Dragons a few days ago, and he couldn't help but cower a little at the sound of someone being cranky. As soon as Sun Yiru took a look at her like this, she instantly took all her anger out on her head. What the hell are you pretending? You're not sure how many points you scored on your own exams, so why are you pretending to be a good student? You love studying so much. Why don't you go to class 1 and do better? Why did you come to our class? Chattering annoyed to death. If not because of you, I could not have lost. Bummer. Sun Yiru spoke fast, bursting like a machine gun. Saturday 6's eyes reddened at her scolding, and he said in a small voice, "Yes, I'm sorry." Gu Xiaobei spoke in a cold voice. Lulu, there's no need to apologize. He, still really think you're the school bully Sun Yiru rolled her eyes and scolded. The air in class 5 is really getting more and more disgusting. What kind of cats and dogs can come in? If I had been touched by the kind of people like Brother 4 Dragons, I would definitely chop off my own hands. It's amazing that certain people, shamelessly, continue to come to school. Sun Yiru sized up Saturday 6 from top to bottom, and pinched her nose and dragged her stool a little farther away, as if she had a chicken plague on her. The class looked toward Saturday 6. In an instant, she blushed and remembered how she was bullied by Brother 4 Dragons, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. Gu Xiaobei threw the pen in his hand and coldly said to Sun Yiru, "If you've been touched by Brother 4 Dragons, you'll cut off your hand, right?" Sun Yiru stretched her neck. He dares. My family is not some small family that anyone dares to bully. I'll just ask you if you are. Gu Xiaobei's voice was calm, and his pair of pupils were frighteningly cold. Sun Yiru was usually quite cross, but she didn't have the kind of guts that Gu Xiaobei had to take a brick and smash someone's face in the playground. She was instantly a bit abashed. I have anything to do with you. Saturday 6 tugged at the corner of Gu Xiaobei's coat. Sister, forget it. She didn't want Gu Xiaobei to offend all her classmates because of herself. Gu Xiaobei picked up his cell phone and called Little Beaver. Xiao Beaver just said hello? She coldly said, "Tell Brother 4 Dragons to come over and touch Sun Yiru's hand. Half an hour. I don't care if he can get out of bed or not. He has to be carried over." With that, she hung up. The class was shocked. Brother 4 Dragons hadn't been seen around the school for a few days, and was rumored to have gotten his ass kicked. Over the years, only Brother 4 Dragons beat up other people. How could anyone dare to touch him? Right now, looking at Gu Xiaobei's posture, the person who beat up Brother 4 Dragons won't be her. Sun Yiru instantly panicked. She stumbled back 2 steps, holding the table. Gu Xiaobei, don't you pretend there. Make it look like the real thing. I tell you, I am not afraid of you. Sun Yiru is a single-parent family. Her mother and the people on the road is also known. These years her mother has made a good living, all thanks to the help of the big brother on the road. Gu Xiaobei glanced down at his cell phone. There are still 28 minutes and 43 seconds left. With that, she resumed her seat and got down. The 5th class looked at each other. That feeling of spectating Gu Xiaobei smashing Suya's face with a brick was back. Although Sun Yiru's mouth was hard, she was still scared in her heart, and she hurriedly sent a text message to her mom, asking her to prepare to come and save herself. Soon, her mom, Sun Shu, texted back, 4 Dragons? I was just having dinner with his sister-in-law. 4 Dragons was beaten up this time, and his sister-in-law said that she would definitely make that person look good. If your classmates have anything to do with this, just wait for your bad luck. The corner of Sun Yiru's mouth picked up a cold smile. She didn't panic and started another game. It's almost time for Platinum to move up to Diamond, and she's got 2 more wins before she's ready to play in the draft. He had just entered the map to buy a pair of shoes, and before he had time to show off the skills his new skin carried, the door to Class 5 was pushed open, carrying the wind hard against the wall. Sun Yiru was so startled that her hand shook and the screen turned black and white. She gave her first blood with honor. She was immediately taunted with a good job. 4 strong men carrying a stretcher entered the door in a hurry. The man on the stretcher was wrapped in countless gauze, a face exposed so that people could recognize him as the 4 Dragons brother who reigned over the whole street back then. As soon as brother 4 Dragons saw Gu Xiaobei, his entire face twitched uncontrollably. The scene where the skinny-looking girl took on 15 of them alone and ended up leaving unharmed was a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. Go on. Gu Xiaobei lifted his chin and nodded in Sun Yiru's direction. She pulled Saturday 6 to her side, and 4 big men lifted 4 dragons up next to Saturday 6's seat. Sun Yiru, who had just been arrogant as hell, cowered in the corner like a little chicken. 4 dragons reached out a trembling hand and touched hers. Ah! Sun Yiru screamed. All right, carry it back. Gu Xiaobei said expressionlessly. Brother 4 Dragons was carried back to lie on the stretcher again. Sun Yiru pressed her back against the wall in death, her right hand trembling unceasingly as she stared at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, you wait for death. Brother 4 Dragons' sister-in-law is Sister Yu. You will surely have bad luck. Sister Jade, the name of Fong Yuxiang, the old city by the demolition of the rich woman. The road also recognized a lot of Big Brother. Under the perennial rays a bunch of small gangsters. Gu Xiaobei took a piece of watermelon-flavored bubblegum and threw it into his mouth, saying in a cloudy voice, "Cut off your unwanted hand first." Chapter 39, Who is your daughter? All the students froze. This Gu Xiaobei is also too valiant. Sun Yiru sat on her but on the stool and looked at Gu Xiaobei in horror. Gu Xiaobei, you don't be arrogant. I'm talking to you. You. Sun Yiru dead grabbed the corner of the table. The heart is afraid of not being able to, or mouth hard. You don't think that you hit Suya, you are the school bully. Count your luck. Su family bankruptcy, no one cares about you. This time sister you will definitely call you good. Oh, Gu Xiaobei said coldly. Wait then. Sun Yiru saw her get down to sleep again. Her heart was very disturbed, and she didn't dare to look for trouble on Saturday 6 again, so she kept sending WeChat to Sun Shu. Sun Yiru is usually not afraid of the sky and the earth. Sun Shu has rarely seen her like this, so she asked a few more questions. After learning that the person who bullied Sun Yiru was named Gu Xiaobei, Sun Shu froze for a while. Don't worry Zoe. Mom will be there in a few minutes. Only then did Sun Yiru breathe a sigh of relief, turning her head to look at Gu Xiaobei, who was lying on his back, and rolled her eyes fiercely. The first period was chemistry class for Zhao Yenya, who hadn't been in class for a while since the last time she knelt on the playground. 2 days ago, Director Wu contacted her and said that Gu Xiaobei was arrogant only because she was temporarily involved with Master Mu, and that when Master Mu didn't want her in the future, she wouldn't have anything to be awesome about. Zhao Yenya was relieved and continued to come to class. But this class, everyone seemed to be a little distracted by it. What a state your class is in. Zhao Yenya knocked on the blackboard. Look at you all. One by one. You're dead in the water. Then look at other people's first class. No wonder they come first in every exam. You guys don't think that just because your family is rich, you'll be just as competitive if you don't study well. There are still some students who don't take the right path and learn from the society to engage in those messy things. I'm telling you, you're going to suffer sooner or later. Although Zhao Yenya was sneering at Gu Xiaobei, she didn't dare to look at her at all. No one wanted to listen to others always scolding themselves, and the people in class 5 were already reluctant to take Zhao Yenya's class, so this made them even more impatient. While they were chattering and bickering, someone suddenly knocked gently on the door and bowed to Zhao Yenya. Teacher, Director Wu asked Sun Yiru and Gu Xiaobei to go to the office for a moment. Zhao Yenya's face immediately became gentle once she saw it was Gu Yuran. It's Yuran. What's wrong? Well, there's just something. Gu Yuran stammered a bit and finished and hurried away. Zhao Yenya was a bit strange. In the past, Gu Yuran was the closest to her. After all, she had always wanted to be Gu Yuran's stepmother. Knowing that it was Sun Shu who had arrived, Sun Yiru got up and headed out, even kicking Saturday 6's stool and rolling her eyes at Gu Xiaobei. Wait for death. You. Gu Xiaobei yawned and slowly got up, striding out with his long legs, carrying a lazy body but a strong aura. Zhao Yenya's eyes turned, always felt a little wrong, threw the book and ran out after it, letting the students study. Wow. Just now did you guys feel that the school beauty's aura is completely inferior to Gu Xiaobei's aura? Nonsense. Gu Xiaobei is the school bully. What's the use of having a strong aura? My goddess Yuran is good looking. Gu Xiaobei looks good too. Those long legs are simply handsome. Okay? Unconsciously, more and more people in class 5 were attracted to Gu Xiaobei, and many felt that her kind of flamboyant and lazy beauty was not much more advanced than Gu Yuran's kind of deliberately feigned sophistication. Zhao Yenya stepped into Director Wu's office with Gu Xiaobei. Sun Yiru was one step ahead of the two of them and had already gone in and pulled Sun Shu's hand to tell her off. Mom, it's this Gu Xiaobei. I just said 2 words and she's going to cut off my hand. Sun Shu took Sun Yiru's hand and glanced at Gu Igua. See, this is the daughter you educated? Gu Yigua hurriedly took Sun Shu's hand and apologized to her, telling her not to be angry. Gu Yuran hurriedly said, "Aunt Sun, don't be angry. Gu Xiaobei, she's from the countryside and doesn't quite know the rules. Dad has disciplined her many times, but she just doesn't listen much." Sun Shu grunted again, and Gu Yigua hurriedly apologized by squeezing her shoulders, and the two looked as if they were showing love. Zhao Yenya froze as soon as she entered and subconsciously glanced at Gu Yuran. "Gu Xiaobei, you hurry up and come over here." Gu Yigua yelled as soon as he saw Gu Xiaobei coming. The Sun family has a lot of assets, and if Gu Yigua can marry Sun Shu, his future will be secured. And he knows that Gu Xiaobei won't go to make good relations with the Qin family for himself, so his attitude towards Gu Xiaobei is just as bad as before. "Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Ro Ro?" Gu Yigua yelled at Gu Xiaobei without asking. "What else do you do but cause trouble? Did I send you to St. Lee's just so you could get into trouble every day?" Sun Yiru grabbed Sun Shu's hand and looked at Gu Xiaobei triumphantly. "See? Not only did my mom help me, even your dad helped me." In fact, the combined financial strength of the Sun and Gu families was not as strong as the original Su family, and it would be a no-brainer for Gu Xiaobei to move them. She smiled coldly. Gu Xiaobei quickly apologized to Sun Yiru. "Don't give dad any more trouble, okay?" Gu Yuran was urging her. "Gu Xiaobei, you think you really have something to fall back on? I'm telling you, you're just a bumpkin led back from the countryside. No one will care about you at all." Sun Yiru was smug. Gu Xiaobei pulled out his cell phone, intending to send a message to Little Beaver, but just then, a man's voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Who says no one cares about her?" The office froze. Everyone turned around to look, but it was Simu leaning against the door, raising an eyebrow at the people in the office. Gu Yigua's face changed. "Xiao 11, this is my family matter, so I don't need you to care." "Family matter?" Shimu laughed. "Gu Xiaobei and your family, or Sun Yiru and your family, why can't I see it a bit?" Sun Shu didn't recognize Shimu, coldly grunted. "What's it to you? I'm married to Gu Yigua, and Ro Ro is his daughter. No more than a bumpkin pro led back from the countryside?" Zhao Yenya froze at the words. Gu Yigua wants to marry Sun Yiru's mom? What about her? No wonder Gu Yuran had just swallowed her words. "Gu Xiaobei, do you hear me? If you don't apologize to Ro Ro again, I'll kick you out." Although Sun Shu hadn't married Gu Yigua yet, she had already taken herself as the mistress of the house. Just then, Ji Ling Tian walked out from behind Shimu and coldly said, "Gu Xiaobei, go eat." "Who are you again?" Sun Shu was furious, and just as she was about to say something, she was tugged on from behind by Director Wu. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian looked at each other. In fact, this is something that she could have solved on her own. But, she pursed her lips slightly and went out anyway. Chapter 40, New Girlfriend. "What did you just pull on me for, Director Wu? That bumpkin hasn't apologized to Zoe yet." "That was Ji Xiao just now," Director Wu said. "Is young Ji something you can mess with?" A person of Sun Shu's rank wouldn't even know how powerful Ji Ling Tian's family really was. She rolled her eyes thinking, "What Ji Xiao? If you don't mess with it, sister, you won't let that Gu Xiaobei go anyway." And outside, Shimu came together beside Gu Xiaobei and said with a smile, "You're great, Cutie. I heard you were going to cut Sun Yiru's hand? You're fierce enough." Gu Xiaobei lowered her eyes, her voice clear and cold. "There was no intention to really cut it. It's just a matter of scaring her, to save her from yakking and being annoying every day." Shimu looked at Ji Ling Tian and then Gu Xiaobei. "My god, not to mention, you two dress like twins every day, and even your speaking styles are so similar. Who resembles her?" A sentence instantly floated in Ji Ling Tian's head. However, thinking that he still had to inquire about the 7 demons from Gu Xiaobei, he let out a hum. That butterfly knife of the 7 demons was very similar to the one his grandfather had told him about back then. He must find out if the 7 demons were the one he was looking for. "Aren't you going to eat?" he asked as he watched Gu Xiaobei heading towards her class. Simu looked at him like he'd seen a ghost. He had thought that the words he had just said were just something Ji Ling Tian had casually said to get Gu Xiaobei off the hook. Ji Xiao has never asked a girl out to dinner before. Gu Xiaobei had wanted to refuse, and just as she took a step forward her stomach growled. "Just go. The standard of the canteen at St. Lee's is very high, and the buffet here is at least as good as the 3 Michelin stars out there. If you don't want the buffet, you can also go to the small window in the back and order separately if you can think it. St. Lee's can make it. 2 days ago Uncle Zhuang and I said that a batch of blue dragons are arriving soon. I don't know if they're coming today," Shimu said as he walked. "The seafood here is freshly flown in from the source." Shimu has always been very particular about food and is very familiar with Uncle Zhuang, the chef here. When Uncle Zhuang saw him from afar, he waved his hand. "Young 11, come, come, come. The blue dragon you've been thinking about for a long time is here. And there's wild yellowtail today. Blue dragon is a very rare species of lobster, tens of thousands of which may only come out one. Not only the color is beautiful, the meat is also very tasty. Wild yellowtail is even more rare. This fish looks unimpressive. Even with the market tens of dollars, a caddy of farmed yellowtail is not much difference, but the taste is a world of difference. A caddy of the most common wild yellowtail can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Silhouette was very knowledgeable about food, and her eyes lit up when she heard that. All on, Uncle Zhuang, treat my little cutie to dinner today. Uncle Zhuang did not ask who the little cutie was. Anyway, Shimu changed his girlfriend once a week. He had long been accustomed to it. After sitting down, Shimu was a little regretful. This Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian erase a cold. Half an hour. Two people actually can not say a word. It's a good thing Uncle Chong brought up the finished blue dragon. Taste it. Uncle Zhuang's cooking is delicious. Simu was busy dividing the lobster between the two. Gu Xiaobei noticed out of the corner of her eye that someone had been staring their way. That girl seems to be looking at you all the time. A moment later, she spoke softly. Silmu was full of concern. There are many girls who look at me. There is no girl in the whole of Xingli who doesn't like me. As he said that, he looked that way. Hey, Silhouette froze. I forgot I chased her down. This girl who has been looking at them is called Lu Wanwan. Is a class bully, always liked to wear a long white dress. The family is not in good condition. When it is to go through the social assistance program to come in, but the academic performance is almost the same as Gu Yuran. Every exam is the top 5. Originally, Shimu was seldom to die this kind of girl. In the past, there are many girls have expressed their good feelings for him, and also grouped to write love letters to him, but Lu Wanwan never participated, and has always been indifferent to him. I didn't realize that last week Simu casually chased after it and actually caught up with it. He had forgotten about it when he originally thought it couldn't work. Tell her to come over and eat with us, if you two don't mind. Gu Xiaobei shook his head. Ji Lingtian didn't say anything, so that meant he agreed. Lu Wanwan came over and sat down next to Shimu. She carries an air of being out of this world, and she likes to wear white dresses, so she looks unearthly. Silmu, you're eating these again. Didn't I tell you? You need to save a little bit even if your family is rich. Lu Lianyin spoke in a small voice, her nose slightly wrinkled with a few hints of dissatisfaction and sighs. She is different from all of Shimu's previous girlfriends. She was light on Shimu before she was caught up, and she didn't obey Shimu in every way after she fell in love. Gu Xiaobei raised his head and swept her a glance. The one she wore on her wrist was a new Tiffany full of diamonds bracelet, and the hair card on her head was Van Cleef & Arpels 4-leaf clover series, and this whole thing was at least $1,300,000. She is from an ordinary family and her family's annual income should not be more than $300,000 a year. Uncle Zhuang had the plate of wild yellowtail brought over again. Well, it seems that I was wrong about you. You still know how to economize. Lu Wanwan gathered her hair and pushed back the blue dragon that Shimu had served in front of her. I'll just eat the yellow fish. I don't want to be told that I'm with you because of money. The yellowtail is also sold at the supermarket near my house, so I'll make it for you next time you go. Shimu was too embarrassed to poke at Lu Wanwan for not recognizing the wild yellowtail, and hurriedly said, okay, hurry up. Ling Tian, you two try it too. Gu Xiaobei picked up a chopstick of fish and chewed it a few times. Well, there were 3 extra drops of lemon juice added. Otherwise it should have neutralized the sweetness of the sugar perfectly and stimulated the freshness better. Lu Wanwan wrinkled her nose. It's lemon and sugar. You think you're drinking juice. Can you cook? Gu Xiaobei shook his head sincerely. She has a very powerful sense of taste and can taste the types and even proportions of ingredients in a dish. But she really couldn't cook. Couldn't hold a kitchen knife in her hands that were used to butterfly knives and guns. The most important thing to do with yellowtail, as with any other fish, is to salt it. Salt should be used sparingly. And the secret is to add a little chicken essence. Lu Wanwan knows that all of Shimu's previous girlfriends were from well-off families who didn't know how to cook, and she just wants to be different from those previous girls. At this time, Uncle Zhuang finished cooking and came out from the back kitchen. How's it going, Mr. Shi? How's the flavor today? Before Shimu could say anything, Lu Wanwan nodded slightly and made an appearance of being familiar with Uncle Zhuang. Uncle Zhuang, what brand of chicken essence are you using? Chicken essence? Uncle Chong froze. What chicken essence? Chapter 41, 1v1 if you can. Lu Wanwan has not yet tasted this fish. At this moment, seeing Uncle Zhuang's face surprised, but also a little weak. Are you not used to using chicken essence, Uncle Zhuang? Then do you use salt or soy sauce? Lu Wanwan glanced at the plate of fish. It looked clean and fresh, without the color of soy sauce. This wild yellowtail is the most important thing is tender. I will not add any extra seasoning affects its own flavor. We'll only add a little bit of sugar to improve the freshness. By the way, There is lemon juice. Lemon can also improve the freshness, but also can be neutralized off the excess sweetness of sugar. But 11 Xiaohao like to eat a little bit of acid. So I lemon juice added a few more drops. A few people can still eat accustomed to it? Lu Wanwan's face became increasingly ugly. How high and mighty she had just been, and how humiliated she was now. I didn't expect the student to be so knowledgeable about cooking as well. Lu Wanwan wasn't an ordinary person, and instantly regained her demeanor and smiled at Gu Xiaobei. Why were you being modest just now? Maybe you can even spar with Uncle Zhuang sometime. Gu Xiaobei knew that she was hostile towards her because of Shimu, but she hadn't done anything as excessive as Si Qing, so Gu Xiaobei didn't want to bother with her. I really can't cook. Lu Wanwan still wanted to say something, but was pressed by Shimu. Okay, eat. It won't be good if it gets cold. During this meal, Lu Wanwan was staring at Gu Xiaobei all the time. She had known for a long time that Shimu had once made several overtures to Gu Xiaobei, but Gu Xiaobei had refused to agree. I didn't realize that there were people in the world who used this kind of refusal tactic as much as she did. Lu Wanwan thought. She would never let Gu Xiaobei have his way. After dinner, Shimu accompanied Lu Wanwan for a walk while Gu Xiaobei went back to the classroom with Ji Lingtian. The two of them had always been a state of incompatibility, and suddenly going back to class together should have been an explosive event. But when they went back, their classmates were all gathered around a boy named Zhu Ziru, and not many people noticed that the two of them were back. Wow! You're awesome! You're actually the strongest king. Great God begs for a belt. Great God! Daddy, take me. I'm strong in assisting thieves. Recently, there are a lot of people in the class who like to play King's Honor, but most of them are in the diamond segment, and there are very few people who can go on the starburst. And now that Zhu Ziru has actually gone on the king, of course everyone is surrounding him. Saturday 6 also likes to play this game. Came over and quietly asked Gu Xiaobei, "Sister, do you play king?" Gu Xiaobei nodded. "You play too?" "Aha!" Saturday 6 eyes lit up. "What segment are you in?" "Sis. Segment." Gu Xiaobei thought for a while. "It's been a long time since I've played, but I've never played ranked." "That's bronze." "Sis. I'm silver. Wait for me to take you." Saturday 6 thought to herself. Finally finding the same thing where she was better than Gu Xiaobei and could take Gu Xiaobei with her. She must take her cool sister and go gold with her. Okay. Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6 were talking over here when Zhu Ziru in front of them suddenly sneered. "Che, silver still bring. Bring what ah? Bronze and silver this kind of handicap don't come to play king okay? Always pit teammates interesting?" Zhu Ziru originally didn't have much of a presence in class 5, but now he finally raised his eyebrows for once. "You were born a king? You've never had a handicap?" Gu Xiaobei raised her eyebrows at him. "But it took me less than a year to get to king. How could it be handicapped?" Zhu Ziru stretched his neck. Gu Xiaobei coldly said, "All kings rise from bronze. Bronze and silver is handicapped. You have not had a handicap time. Is it possible that your mother was pregnant when she played king every day? Through your brain and gave birth to a segment? Asterisk. Zhu Ziru slapped the table fiercely. "If you're ing capable, come 1v1 with me. You're not worthy. You're the one who doesn't dare." Zhu Ziru usually looks like a coy person, and after going on the king, the person is also hardened. The students next to him all had a few moments of eagerness to see this school bully Gu Xiaobei being pressed and beaten in the King's Canyon. Gu Xiaobei, however, wasn't interested in fighting him one-on-one at all. "Gu Xiaobei, you wouldn't dare. Ha ha." There are times when the school bully gets hammered on the ground. The students next to him followed suit. Quiet. The homeroom teacher, Julie, came in from outside. "It's almost time for class. Why are you still arguing?" The students rushed back to their seats in a flurry. Immediately it's the day of the major college's singing combined competition. Gu Xiaobei, Yi Jiaqiao's side in the school applied for you guys to be able to go and practice for 2 sessions every afternoon. So in a while you'll go directly to the art building. Anyway, with Gu Xiaobei's grades, it was fine to not attend classes. Art downstairs. Gu Xiaobei and Yi Jiaqiao discussed that tune as they walked. Most of the time it was Yi Jiaqiao talking and Gu Xiaobei listening. He is still very accomplished in music, and he entered the entertainment industry because he likes to sing, and he wouldn't have gone into acting in the first place if it wasn't for the fact that he could get closer to Jishu. It would be better to do an ascending treatment here. Gu Xiaobei pointed to his score. "And here, your legato is handled a bit more blurrily," and then with a quick turn of phrase, "It should be smoother." Yi Jiaqiao tried humming as Gu Xiaobei said, "It's really good." Klo Suk Joe's eyes lit up. "Have you studied music before?" "Studying music?" She's already a tenured professor at Sliden College, and Sliden now has several other textbooks that she's led the compilation of. "When I was a kid my grandfather was a fast player and followed a little bit." "Playing fast music?" Klo Suk Joe was full of disbelief. The duo had just reached the second floor of the art building when they heard a piano trilling. Someone just finished playing a song. The tail ends sounded a little familiar, but it was so fleeting that neither of them noticed where it was familiar. In the piano room, several people were surrounding Gu Yuran. Yuran, you play really well. The first place this time is definitely yours. Right, Yuran? I heard that the first place can also enter the entertainment industry. You'll be a big star in the future. Give me an autograph first. Sign me first, sign me first. Although Gu Yuran tried her best to suppress it, she couldn't help but show a smug look on her face. I'm just bouncing around. I'm sure a lot of people will be better than me at the competition. You're too modest. Yuran. Gu Yuran saw Yi Jieqiao and Gu Xiaobei out of the corner of her eye and coughed twice. Maybe I'm more suited to this style. After all, the tune and the person are to be seen as a chi occasion that doesn't fit. Yes, Yuran, you're the only one who can play this clean tune. How Gu Yuran wished that Yi Jieqiao would change her mind and work with her. Gu Xiaobei is all black like a living hell every day. How does he deserve this gentle and clean tune? Chapter 42 Gu Yuran's Gift. Gu Yuran lifted her chin slightly as the sunlight hit her from her left side, gilding her body with a layer of golden light. She purposely wore a pink dress today, cinched in at the waist, making her look like a little princess. She had thought that Yi Jieqiao would come in, but she didn't expect him and Gu Xiaobei to just pass through the doorway and continue on. As one of the 4 schoolboys, or a male god in the entertainment industry, Yi Jieqiao has his own piano room in the art building. Just as Gu Yuran didn't know how to attract Yi Jieqiao, her number 1 dog leg, Chu Xinjing, suddenly shouted, Young Qiao, whoa, it's Mr. Zhou. Young Zhou came to practice the piano too. Those girls turned around and saw Close Suk Zhou, and they all turned into starry eyes. Gu Yuran got up, and against the backdrop of the chattering girls, she looked particularly noble and elegant. Young Zhou, do you want to practice the piano? I just finished practicing. You can use it. Yi Jieqiao shook his head and said gently, No thanks. I was planning to let Gu Xiaobei practice with me for a bit. She can just use my piano later. Gu Yuran was jealous for a split second. Yi Jieqiao not only has his own piano room in the Shengli, the piano, but also imported from abroad. A key on the top will be tens of thousands of dollars. This piano can only be used by Yi Jieqiao alone, and he hadn't even borrowed it before when Shimu managed to borrow it when he was picking up girls. Now, actually giving it to Gu Xiaobei to use? Her face was twisted out of shape from jealousy, and she darted a glance at Chu Xinjing. Receiving her eye gesture, Chu Xinjing hurriedly said, Xiao Xiao, why do you want to cooperate with Gu Xiaobei? Our Yuran's temperament is much more compatible with you. Moreover, Yuran's piano playing is also very good. We are going to be mesmerized. Xin Jing. Don't say that. Gu Yuran said softly. No matter who is chosen, being able to work well with Xiao Xiao and win glory for the school is the most important thing. Yuran, you are so generous. Chu Xinjing had a mesmerized look on her face. And Xiao Xiao, you and Yuran are in the same class. No matter what, it's better to choose Yuran. Yi Jieqiao in the previous welcome party heard Gu Yuran play the piano. Good to listen to is good to listen to, but a listen is practiced for many years, skilled only. Gu Xiaobei was different. There was a soul in her zither. But Yi Jieqiao has always been gentle and good-tempered, and always speaks in a courteous manner. There will be opportunities in the future. Maybe we can work together. He smiled gently and pushed up his glasses. We still have some things to discuss, so we'll leave you alone for now. You continue practicing, Yoran-san. But anyone in his right mind, the words later and maybe together, everyone will know that this is just a polite perfunctory. But Gu Yuran, these people, took this scene-stealing remark seriously. After Yi Jieqiao and Gu Xiaobei left, Chu Xinjing said with a surprised look on her face, You ran. Did you hear that? Mr. Xiao said that he would work with you in the future. I told you, you are the school beauty of Xingli. Gu Xiaobei is no match for you. Mr. Xiao is just too nice. I guess Gu Xiaobei took the initiative to go to him. He was too embarrassed to refuse. If Mr. Xiao could choose himself, he would definitely choose you. That's right, you ran. You play the piano so beautifully, and you're so pretty and graceful. You and Young Xiao are so eye-catching standing together. You're practically the hero and heroine of a TV series. You'll definitely be chosen for this joint competition. By then you'll be a big star. Maybe you can even do a TV series with Young Xiao. Yeah, you ran. You'll definitely be even hotter than Jishu in the future. Gu Yuran was flattered for a few moments. That's right, that Gu Xiaobei can be really disgusting. I heard that she even provoked the relationship between Shi Xiao and his girlfriend during lunch today. Lu Wanwan was so angry that she went back to the classroom very early at noon. What's the point of provoking? Does Lu Wanwan dare to say anything about Gu Xiaobei? Gu Xiaobei will beat her on the playground if he's not happy. Gu Yuran frowned. Lu Wanwan actually doesn't like Gu Xiaobei either. She and Lu Wanwan class has been 3 years, but also did not say 10 words. Although Lu Wanwan looks quite beautiful, academic performance is also good, but the family is not good, so she has been looking down on Lu Wanwan. But Lu Wanwan is now Shimu's girlfriend, and Shimu has always been good to his girlfriends, so maybe she can work with Lu Wanwan. Really? Gu Yuran said softly. Then she's still a bit over the top. Hey, after all, Wanwan is now Shi Xiao's girlfriend. No matter what, she shouldn't be meddling in it. The first time someone said provocation, she then said it became meddling. So it's true that it's a falsehood. I guess with these girls' big mouths. Jia Chao left, and Gu Yuran had no more desire to practice the piano and went straight back to her class. She sat down in her seat and upsetly stretched her feet out into the aisle. Oh my god. Yuran, what's on your ankle? It's sparkling. Hey, a passing female student exclaimed. My god, is this that Cartier anklet that came out just a few days ago? I see it's going for over $700,000 on the official website. Wow, it's a diamond. It's so shiny. Only then did Gu Yuran take her foot back. This is my father's previous business trip to the United States when he helped me buy the United States to be cheaper. It is only $500,000. $500,000. Hey, geez, an anklet costs $500,000. Yuran, you really are a princess. Listening to everyone envying and praising Gu Yuran, Lu Wanwan's face became increasingly ugly. None of the Gu's last name made her look good. This Gu Yuran's grades have been on par with hers for 3 years, and many times always a little bit better than her. And her family is still very rich. Lu Wanwan touched the bracelet and hair card that Shimu had given her. She now also has very expensive things. Just that she wants to give Shimu a different feeling, wanting to be fine and stay by his side for a while longer. So she is not willing to accept too many gifts from him, wanting him to feel that she is a girl who is not gold digging at all and is very pure. So now, she only had these 2 things that she wore every day. Unlike Gu Yuran, who could change her jewelry every day, the people next to them were still chattering around Gu Yuran. Lu Wanwan covered her ears and began to memorize out loud. Humph, what's the big deal? She'll have more of these things when she's with Simu all the time. When those people dispersed, Gu Yuran suddenly walked up to Lu Wanwan. Here, Wanwan, a present for you. Lu Wanwan looked at the small box in surprise. Gu Yuran let out a laugh. It feels like it should suit you, and I don't like wearing bracelets, so I'll give it to you. Lu Wanwan opened that box, only to find that it was actually the same Cartier bracelet that matched Gu Yuran's anklet, filled with carat diamonds. This bracelet, it's at least $800,000. How could Gu Yuran suddenly give her such an expensive gift? Chapter 43, Stealing Keys. Lu Wanwan was surprised. One must know that Gu Yuran had always looked down on her before, not even willing to talk to her much. Gu Yuran, however, blinked and came closer to her and said, Wanwan, you're so pretty. Wearing this bracelet will make you even prettier. But you must capture 11 Xiao's heart. You can't let him be snatched by someone else. After saying that, she shoved the small box into Lu Wanwan's hand. Lu Wanwan held that small box for a long time. She knew what Gu Yuran meant. Since both of them disliked Gu Xiaobei, why not help Gu Yuran deal with Gu Xiaobei while also giving her gifts? Not a moment later, Gu Yuran added Lu Wanwan's WeChat. The two of them talked for the rest of the class under the cover of their textbooks, because they both usually get good grades. The teacher didn't suspect anything when they didn't look up from their lectures, and assumed that they were all listening and doing the exercises on their own. After class, Lu Wanwan headed over to Shimu's side, and when she passed by Gu Yuran's seat, the two even exchanged glances. What's the matter? Didn't you get enough for lunch? Simu asked with a smile when he saw her beaming as if she was unhappy. For his girlfriends, as long as they haven't broken up yet, Simu is good to them, asking for the stars and not the moon. Only Si Ching was an exception, but as long as his girlfriend doesn't go too far and acts a little bit, Shimu can tolerate it. Lu Wanwan is different from other girls. She won't directly be pampered with Shimu, but willfully make a pitiful and strong appearance, so that Shimu will take the initiative to feel sorry for her. Did I embarrass you at noon today? I don't recognize those things, and I've never eaten anything that expensive. I know, I'm not from a good family, so you probably all look down on me, she said, blinking her eyes like she was about to cry. In fact, Shimu never meant to look down on her, and he had given her millions of gifts in the past few days with her, but he was still a little embarrassed when she said that, as if it was his fault that her family was poor. That's not true. How could I look down on you? If you like to eat those things, I will take you to eat every day. Don't cry. What is your favorite bag? I will buy it for you. Simu has had many girlfriends, so he naturally knows the truth of cure all diseases. Lu Wanwan is very wanting bag. Many girls in Saintly are changing a luxury bag every day, either LV or Gucci, while she only has a save a long time of money to buy less than 3,000 yuan coach. But now the most important thing is not to let Shimu buy a bag, Gu Yuran promised to send her a 300,000 LV as long as she can do this, and in the future she and Shimu together, without Gu Xiaobei's meddling. Still afraid of not having a very expensive bag? No. You know, Seimu, I'm not with you because of your family's money. I like you as a person. I just don't think I'm good enough for you. A lot of classmates said that I am not worthy of you. At all, Lu Wanwan said on one side, covering her chest, as if she was very heartbroken, as if she was going to faint. Who said that? Don't you listen to them. With regard to his girlfriend, Seimu was still very protective. Lu Wanwan blinked hard, letting the tears flow down her face. Look, I haven't even seen the things you guys usually eat. You guys are all transported by limousines after school, but I can only take the bus. You guys have your own house in many parts of the school, and you have your own piano in the art building, and I don't have anything. Everything else is fine, Silhouette said, but the piano is the most important thing to Joe, and besides, you don't like playing the piano. I just want to be a little closer to your world, Lu Wanwan said and was about to cry again. Shimu, however, refused to step back. Well, that piano of Joe's is the one he spent $7 million to collect. Precious as anything, so don't touch it. Turn around if you like it. I'll buy one and give it to you. 7 million for the piano. Has been a very expensive price? Gu Yuran, that piano is only 88 million. She also flaunted for a long time. Shimu thought, Lu Wanwan will not play the piano. Send a few 100,000 to her to play is also enough. Lu Wanwan saw that Shimu couldn't make sense here, so she didn't continue to pester. In the past few days, Lu Wanwan went next to Shimu to talk to him as soon as she got out of class. Seymour and Yusuke Joe were at the same table. Finally, 2 days later, he saw Klo-suk Joe take a key out of his pocket and put it in the compartment of his school bag. Silhouette raised an eyebrow. Hey, Joe, didn't you have 2 keys on this string before? Where's the other one? Xiao pushed his glasses and smiled gently. I gave it to Xiaobei's classmate. It's also convenient for her to go to practice during the week when she has time, so she doesn't have to always look for me to get the key. Shimu looked like he was struck by lightning. Surprised. Xiao, you usually value that piano room as much as anything. The key is not even given to me, but actually given to the little cutie? Xiao still smiled gently. She plays the piano beautifully and deserves that piano. You don't know how to play the piano. What are you doing in my piano room? Aha, I don't care. You bigot. Silhouette lunged at Yusuke Joe and the two of them jostled away. As soon as Lu Wanwan saw her chance, she hurriedly looked to the side to see that no one had noticed her. So she quickly took that key out and then hurriedly pressed it onto the mastic that Gu Yuran had given her earlier. After pressing the button, she put the key back and left Simu's seat. Gu Yuran got the piece of mastic. As long as he used this as a mold, he could go out and find someone to match a key. Seeing that the time for the Imperial Capital Academy singing combined competition was getting closer and closer, she didn't just want to amaze the 4 seats, she also wanted to make Gu Xiaobei lose his reputation. Gu Yuran was afraid that the mold would be crushed, so she purposely skipped class in the second period to go outside and get the key. When she came back, she was all happy. Suddenly, someone called out to her from behind. Yoren! Yoren! She heard out that it was Zhao Yinya's voice and ignored it, picking up her pace again. Zhao Yinya jogged all the way to catch up, panting, Yuran, what's going on? Why have you been avoiding me these past few days? Is there something wrong, teacher? Gu Yuran had a strange look on her face. In the past, when she asked Zhao Yinya to deal with Gu Xiaobei, she called her godmother with every word. Zhao Yinya really thought that she could marry Gu Igua and be a stepmother to her. Yoren, what's going on with your dad and son Yiru's mom? This is my family matter. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the teacher. After saying that, Gu Yuran turned around and left. Zhao Yinya, however, was about to die of anger. It was because of this reason that Gu Xiaobei didn't lay her hands on Zhao Yinya because, well, she just wanted to see the two of them bad guys kill each other. Chapter 44, The Naive Woman. When Gu Xiaobei went back, Gu Yuran and Gu Igua were sitting in the living room, not knowing what they were discussing. As soon as she entered, she heard Gu Yuran say, Dad, it's better not to bring her. What if she argues with Auntie Sun and it affects both of you? As soon as she saw her enter, Gu Yuran hurriedly got up and pretended to welcome her warmly. Sister, you're back. Dad and I are waiting for you to eat. It's not necessary. Gu Xiaobei probably guessed what kind of thing they were just discussing and didn't bother to attend their family banquet. Gu Xiaobei, why are you so rude? Is this the attitude you have when Yuran talks to you? Gu Igua roared. Gu Xiaobei lazily ignored him and went straight upstairs. Once Gu Igua took a look at her like this, he also strengthened his resolve not to take her there. With her like this, what if she ruins her marriage to Sun Suk? Gu Igua intended to discuss with Sun Shu when to get married, and agreed to have a meal with the two families the next afternoon. Of course, Gu Yigua had no intention of bringing Gu Xiaobei. The next day, Gu Yigua purposely came early to pick up Gu Yuran, and since Gu Xiaobei's car hadn't been sent back yet, she planned to go through the alleyway outside and then have Little Beaver pick her up. But just as she reached the front of that alley, she was pulled by a man. "May I ask if you're from St. Lee's too?" Pulling her, this person looks also in the early 30s. Well maintained. The clothes on the body cannot see the brand, but at a glance the price is very expensive. It should be Italian high luxury private customized. Gu Xiaobei nodded. "So, you guys can go back already?" Gu Xiaobei nodded again. The woman looked disappointed and deflated. "Ah, I misremembered the time again." She sighed and turned her head back, muttering, "Can't stop that little brat this time." Gu Xiaobei also followed her in the same direction, the two of them walking one behind the other, and she watched this woman walking while talking to herself, which was kind of cute. Just then, a few people suddenly stopped the two of them in their tracks. Surprisingly, it's a bunch of punks. "Boss, why is there one more?" a small punk said to the leading red-haired punk. The redhead swept the woman away. "Whatever, don't spare a single one." "Ah, you dare to hit people." The woman's eyes widened. "Believe it or not, I'll tell your families." "Ha ha 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 ha." The punks laughed indulgently. "Go tell if you can. You're not good children at all." The woman gasped. "Let us go quickly or I'll be sure to tell your family." Gu Xiaobei held his forehead. God, this woman so 30 years old still so naive. Without continuing to argue with her, Red Hair beckoned to his men and said, "Give it to me." The evening breeze ruffled the broken hair around Gu Xiaobei's ears. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her inked hair flying, swiftly blocking the murderous aura in her brow. The woman looked back at her and held her arms out in front of her like a mother hen. "You run! My son is from St. Lee's too. Go get him to help us. Run you!" Seeing that those punks rushed over Gu Xiaobei but didn't move, the woman became anxious. "Run what, sister?" Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but spit in her heart. "And you didn't tell me who your son was." But she didn't need anyone else's help either. The woman closed her eyes in horror as Red Hair rushed over with his stick, but still blocked in front of Gu Xiaobei. At that moment, Gu Xiaobei was a bit touched, as if she was swept up by the wind. Her whole body bounced up, kicked her right foot on the wall, and her whole body rose up in the air, and then a sweeping leg went over, and 4 punks were kicked down by her in unison. The few punks behind them froze at the sight of this situation. However, once they thought of the money given by Sister Yu, they immediately rushed up again with strange shouts. The corner of Gu Xiaobei's mouth lifted up an evil smile. The punk at her right foot tried to get up, but she kicked him in the face, and then bang, 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 bang. 3 more punks were swept to the ground by her. A punk got up from behind her and picked up a steel pipe and was about to slap her on the back of the head. She didn't even look back. She just grabbed one of the punks by the collar and threw it behind her. The 2 punks collided, and their eyes popped out. It took the 3 punks a great deal of effort to get up from the ground, and Gu Xiaobei didn't bother to kick them over again. At this time, the redhead suddenly took out a knife from somewhere and stabbed it towards Gu Xiaobei. All of this happened in just 2 short minutes. The woman still didn't know what the hell was going on. She just kept her eyes closed and kept the action she had just done. Although she was scared, she still said, "Have you run away yet? Don't worry about me." She heard the redhead's strangled cry before she opened her eyes. However, he saw Gu Xiaobei shake out a butterfly knife from his sleeve and pressed it onto that redhead's throat. Her delicate face was chilled to the bone, and her eyes usually always carried a few moments of lazy ruffianism. And at this moment, with an evil smile, she was even more arrogant. "Tell your family's boss." Gu Xiaobei spoke softly. "If you give me this again, you'll all wait to die together." After saying that, she pushed the redhead hard. Redhead fell to the ground. His legs were soft. Even the steel pipe and knife he dropped on the ground did not dare to pick up. Hurriedly, and the few punks helped each other up and ran away quickly. The woman slapped her chest in shock. "Oh my god, thanks a lot. That was really scary just now." Gu Xiaobei didn't say anything and calmly put his own knife back. "Hey, don't go. I'll buy you dinner, okay?" Gu Xiaobei walked forward, and this woman followed behind. "No need," Gu Xiaobei said expressionlessly. "Woo, I'm very poor. My husband is always traveling. My son is always not coming home. I'm the only one who eats alone, so lonely. Woo woo woo." Gu Xiaobei stopped in his tracks. This woman looks like she's 30 years old. Why is she so clingy? Never mind. It was also her who had just dragged this woman into trouble. "Fine," Gu Xiaobei said with a helpless face. "Go go go. Take you to eat something delicious." Getting her promise, the woman was all happy. She brought Gu Xiaobei directly to the Lila Hotel. Just as she entered the hall, she wanted to go to the bathroom and asked Gu Xiaobei to wait for her on the first floor first. Gu Xiaobei pulled out his cell phone and wanted to send a WeChat to Little Beaver, telling her that he was going to be a little late. At that moment, Gu Yuran, who was standing not far away, saw her. Dad, why is Gu Xiaobei here? Gu Yuran tugged on Gu Igwa's sleeve. Gu Igwa took one look and became anxious. This Gu Xiaobei couldn't have come to ruin his party on purpose. Yuran. Gu Igwa glanced at Sun Shu, and seeing that she hadn't spotted Gu Xiaobei yet, he hurriedly said, "Go get rid of her. Don't let your auntie Sun and Ro see her." Chapter 45. Please leave. Gu Yuran hurriedly walked towards Gu Xiaobei. What are you doing here? She wrinkled her nose and chided. Gu Xiaobei raised his head and swept her a glance. Eat? Ha! You're still eating. Gu Yuran gasped and laughed. Gu Xiaobei, you'll die if you don't pretend. Do you know where this is? And you're still coming to eat. Lila Hotel can not just have money to come. It is a symbol of the status of the high society in the imperial capital. Gu Igwa, in order to be able to invite Sun Shu to have a meal here, can spend a lot of money, and trust a lot of relations. Does it have anything to do with you? Gu Xiaobei said coldly. Gu Yuran was furious and waved at the security guard not far away. How may I help you? Ma'am? This security guard had been working at the Lila Hotel for a year now, and with one sweeping glance, he could tell how much the clothes on a person were worth. Gu Yuran is wearing an Armani dress worth more than $70,000, and Gu Xiaobei's outfit looks like it was bought from a small street store, and it would be nice to add up to $500. How can anyone enter your place? Do you know that we pay to eat here? You have to protect our dining atmosphere and safety, right? This kind of bumpkin comes in. Is it intentionally affecting our mood? Gu Yuran said in a churlish manner. The security guard nodded and bowed. I'm sorry, miss. I'll kick her out right away. Hurry up and go. The security guard rushed at Gu Xiaobei with a cross-eyed look. Who gave you permission to come in? I came to dinner with someone else. The security guard hesitated when he heard Gu Xiaobei say that. Maybe some big shot brought her in? Ha! Don't pretend, okay? I see you've been standing here for half a day, and you even came to eat with someone else. I see that you're just saving yourself to cause trouble, Gu Yuran said. As soon as the security guard heard this, he hardened up and yelled at Gu Xiaobei. Get lost, do you hear me? If you don't hurry up and get lost, I'm going to do it. With that, he went to touch the electric baton on his belt. Gu Xiaobei suddenly looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. The guard was startled by the cold light in her eyes. Just then, the lobby manager walked over with the woman from before, who muttered softly, You guys have designed this place to be so troublesome. I get lost every time I come here. Mrs. By next time you have something directly find me on the line. To bring you inconvenience is our inconsiderate. The lobby manager nodded and said, This woman's name is Bai Wenjing. She's their black gold VI. She's just a little bit confused. She's been here for what can be hundreds of times, and she still gets lost. Bai Wenjing saw Gu Xiaobei from afar and waved at her very happily. Classmate. Here. She trotted over to Gu Xiaobei and grabbed her hand. I'm sorry. I just went to the bathroom and came back and got lost again. You've been waiting for me for a long time, right? Gu Yuran rolled her eyes. Going to a bathroom could get her lost. It looked like she had never been here before. What's the matter with you, Lila? Is this a restaurant or a public restroom? How can you let in any cat or dog? How can you guarantee our dining experience if you're like this? Gu Yuran raised her chin and said. The security guard hurriedly said. This young lady, don't be angry. Manager, I'm sorry, these two people slipped in somehow. I'll get rid of them now. With that, the security guard was about to push Bai Wenjing and Gu Xiaobei. The lobby manager hurriedly blocked in front of Bai Wenjing. What slipped in? This Mrs. White is our black gold VIP. How dare you yell at a VIP customer? You get out now. You don't have to come to work from now on. The security guard froze for a moment. Manager, are you mistaken? A woman who could even get lost going to the bathroom, and a very plainly dressed student would be Lila's VIP? Get the hell out of here, the lobby manager yelled. Then, the lobby manager hurriedly changed his face and said to Bai Wenjing, Mrs. Bai, you and this young lady please come with me. Your private room upstairs is already prepared for you. The upstairs booth? Gu Yuran watched dumbfounded as Bai Wenjing and Gu Xiaobei walked towards the elevator together. She had only come to the lobby of the Lila Hotel 3 times even, and Gu Xiaobei actually managed to go upstairs to eat. Gu Igwa walked over. Yuran, how's it going? Did you drive Gu Xiaobei away? Gu Yuran was still in shock and couldn't say a word. The security guard reacted at this time, as if he was crazy. His red eyes pounced towards Gu Yuran. It's all your fault. It's all your fault that I lost my job. What are you doing? Gu Igwa roared. The security guard hissed. It's all her. Just encouraged me to kick that student out. But it turns out that student was invited to dinner by our VIP client. Now my job is gone. I'll strangle you to death. Ah! Gu Igwa and Gu Yuran were both startled. But fortunately, a few security guards at the entrance rushed over in time and dragged this crazy security guard out. You mean, Gu Xiaobei went upstairs. Gu Igwa looked in the direction of the elevator with a stunned expression. That's a place he can't even go. At some point, Sun Yura walked over and heard the two of them talking. Gu Xiaobei couldn't have gone upstairs to do some kind of business. I've heard that there's specifically that kind of woman who's responsible for connecting schoolgirls with big bosses. TSK. She hugged her arms with a look of contempt. After all, she didn't believe that Gu Xiaobei was so powerful that he could go upstairs to Lila for dinner. Sun Shu also helped out. Yes, Gu Igwa. What kind of daughter have you raised? What a disgrace. Gu Igwa's face became increasingly ugly. No wonder he never gave Gu Xiaobei any pocket money and she still had money to spend. So that's how it all came about. At that moment, the lobby manager walked out of the elevator. As soon as he saw Gu Yuran standing there, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to do something and hurried over. I'm sorry, this young lady, although he spoke politely, his tone was cold. You have just disrespected our VIP customers. Now please leave immediately or we will take coercive measures. What are you talking about? Gu Igwa was anxious. We paid for it. The lobby manager pulled out a machine and operated it twice. Okay sir, you've been refunded double your money. Now please leave immediately. What kind of service attitude do you have? Believe it or not, I'll make your family have no business in the future. Sun Shu yelled. The lobby manager waved his hand, and immediately 7 or 8 strong men walked over. Sun Suk wimped out all of a sudden. No one knew who the backstage of the Lila Hotel was, but they all knew that its backstage was not to be messed with. Thus, Gu Igwa and the others could only leave in disgrace. Chapter 46, Fake Bracelet. Upstairs, Bai Wenjing ordered a table full of food. Classmate, try this dish. This is my favorite. I order it every time I come. Bai Wenjing brought a plate of baked crab meat to her. Gu Xiaobei also enjoyed the dish, and she realized that most of the dishes Bai Wenjing ordered were the ones she loved. Class, does St. Li have a lot of classes during the week? Okay. Ooh, then my son still ignores me every day, Bai Wenjing said in an aggrieved manner. She rested her hands on her cheeks and deflated her mouth for a moment. By the way class, aren't you all playing a game right now called? What's it called? Well, King Pesticide? Yes, it's King Pesticide. What is that Is it an old man surnamed Wang who teaches people how to play Pesticide? But I don't like the sun. Hey, can I play it at home? Gu Xiaobei looked at her with a complicated expression. No, she said with a black face. It's a mobile game, not some kind of pill popping, and it's not called King Pesticide. It's called King's Glory. Cell phone games? Bai Wenjing's eyes lit up. I love playing cell phone games. Can you help me place one? Gu Xiaobei nodded and took her cell phone. During this meal, Bai Wenjing was practically like a curious baby, asking her a lot of strange questions. So it took 2 people over 2 hours to eat. When Gu Xiaobei went back, Gu Yuran and Gu Igwa had already been back for a long time. Both sat on the couch and sulked. Seeing Gu Xiaobei push the door in, Gu Igwa roared. Gu Xiaobei, explain to me what's going on today. Don't bother talking. Gu Xiaobei said coldly. Let your good daughter talk to you. Gu Xiaobei, let me tell you. You grew up in the countryside. Even if you can't read well, you don't know how to go out and have no manners. And now you're actually learning to do those nasty things. Are you wicked or not? Do you still want to be shameless? Gu Igwa yelled. Gu Xiaobei turned her head to look at him. This man, her biological father, because she was carried in the wrong arms. She hadn't enjoyed a scrap of fatherly love in 18 years. Now that he's been picked up, he still never trusts her. Always thinks she's not as good as Gu Yuran anywhere. And no matter what happens, it's always her who's wrong and Gu Yuran who's right. And he's always on Gu Yuran's side. Gu Xiaobei didn't even bother to explain and went upstairs with his long legs. Dad, don't be angry. Gu Yuran hurriedly helped Gu Igwa pat his back. Sister may just be confused for a moment. I think she's just shameless. Gu Igwa was so angry that his temples ached. No matter what, Gu Xiaobei was also his and Qin Yuan's biological daughter, and to do such a thing made him angry and ashamed. Although Gu Yuran's mouth helped Gu Xiaobei to open up, her eyes were all glowing with cynicism. She took advantage of Gu Igwa's inattention to send a WeChat to Lu Wanwan. Gu Yuran, hold on tight. I've already bought the bag. As long as you do it, I'll give it to you right away. Lu Wanwan, tomorrow. Looking at her reply, Gu Yuran revealed a winning smile. The next morning between classes, students went out to run exercises. Lu Wanwan excused herself from her aunt period, asked for leave. When no one was looking, she snuck off by herself to the art building. She hurriedly opened the door and entered Yusuke Joe's piano room. Once inside, she froze. The piano room was almost 100 square feet, larger than her house, and in the center of it stood a piano that shimmered in the sunlight. Although she didn't understand it, she could tell that the piano was expensive. She was tempted to sit here for a while and pretend that this piano room belonged to her, but she didn't dare. Once her classmates came back from running drills and found her, she was done for. Taking care of Uran's instructions, she opened the lid of the piano and poured the bottle of water held in her hand all over the keys, her heart beating fast. She didn't dare delay a second and hurried away. When she went back, she just sat in her seat, her whole face red from weakness and fear. The students who finished running exercises went back to the classroom in twos and threes. When Gu Yuran came back, Lu Wanwan just happened to look toward the door, and the two of them bumped their eyes together, and Lu Wanwan nodded gently. Between the third class periods, Gu Yuran gave her that bag. Lu Wanwan touched that bag and was so happy, even brought it with me at lunch. The entire cafeteria, in addition to Lu Wanwan, no one to eat when also carry a bag. Shimu feels strange. Just look at a few more eyes. Buy a new bag? He asked casually. Lu Wanwan lifted her chin and looked a little proud. Well, I told you. I'm not with you because of your money. These things, I'll buy them myself. I just like you as a person. She was instilling in Simu at all times that she was not a gold digger. Shimu didn't care about this, and casually said after taking a bite of rice, "It's good to buy if you like it, but you shouldn't go buy a fake even if you like it." Fake? Lu Wanwan instantly panicked, picking up the bag and looking inside and out. Shimu caught her hand. "I'm not talking about the bag, I'm talking about this bracelet. I wanted to ask you yesterday. Why do you wear a fake bracelet every day hanging around? Feel a little bit ashamed." Fake? No. It can't be. Lu Wanwan froze. Isn't this what Gu Yuran's father brought back from America? Gu Yuran has been carrying that anklet for many days, and no one has said it's fake. You see, moissanite yellowish. The real diamond is very clean pure color. And the diamonds in the light reflection is very bright and shiny, but the color is very pure. Moissanite will have colorful light. This look is fake. You are not being cheated. Lu Wanwan's face flushed red in a flash. The bracelet is actually fake. She's shown it off to so many people. Maybe. Lu Wanwan pulled her hand back and hurriedly took off the bracelet and stuffed it into her bag. She had wanted to drop both the bag and the bracelet to Gu Yuran when she returned to the classroom. But still, I can't give it up. After all, the bag is still real. On the way, Lu Wanwan couldn't help but WeChat Gu Yuran. Lu Wanwan, what do you mean Gu Yuran? Why did you send me a fake bracelet? Gu Yuran, aren't you happy wearing the fake bracelet? Besides, the real bracelet is so expensive. Do you deserve it? It's not bad to give you a real bag. What you usually wear is a few $100s of Pandora. My string of bracelets, even if it is a fake, but also 30,000 to 40,000. Okay? Lu Wanwan almost fainted with anger. She flew back a Weibo. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Shimu and Jiechao what you asked me to do? Chapter 47, $100 million substitute. Gu Yuran, fine. Then tell Shi Xiao, see if he will break up with you. Seeing that Lu Wanwan had been playing with her cell phone with her head down, Shimu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Chatting with whom? No one. Lu Wanwan hurriedly covered her cell phone. Forget it, this time it'll be considered planted in Gu Yuran's hands. At the very least there's a real bag. When Gu Xiaobei is settled, Shimu will only be nice to her, and then she will have whatever diamond bracelet she wants. If she was dumped by Simu, she would have nothing left. The day after tomorrow was the singing combine, and Gu Xiaobei would soon be out of luck. Gu Xiaobei, on the other hand, still knew nothing about this matter. Near the end of the school day, she got a tweet from Beaver. Xiao Beaver, boss, this year really what people have. Actually someone ordered to the King of Glory coaching. Ha, how could this kind of order be placed with us? Gu Xiaobei, straight face. Beaver, and it's a real name order. Boss, I really haven't seen someone this naive in years. While Dark Sky will keep customer information confidential, no one will ever place an order directly under their real name. Wait, Gu Xiaobei suddenly froze. Why does this operation feel so familiar? Gu Xiaobei, what's the name of the person who placed the order? Xiao Beaver, by Wenjing, but she gave a really high price. Hey, boss, bring the king to give $1 billion it. I don't know if it's a prank. Sure enough, that day Gu Xiaobei already knew the woman's name, by Wenjing, and it was probably only she who could do such a thing. Gu Xiaobei, pick it up. On the other end of the phone, Beaver froze. The boss is the head of their Dark Sky. Usually take our assassination of international organizations head or hack the multinational company total server this high-end single the king of the substitute trainer to find her. That is not a big thing, but the money given is really much. They also lost a lot of money in the last time when they screwed the Su family. I guess the boss is also for the dark sky. Woo woo, little beaver thought in his heart. The boss is really too amazing. Sacrificing himself for others. Great publicity and selflessness. Little beaver, by the way boss, that mask of your 7 demons has a little flaw. I sent it to be repaired. I'm afraid I won't be able to send it back today. Do you want to use Phantom? Phantom's face was the boss of Dark Sky, and it was very seductive looking. So Gu Xiaobei thought about it. Gu Xiaobei, it's fine. I'll go directly. Bai Wenjing's kind of iron bean would probably not suspect anything. After school, Gu Xiaobei went directly to Bai Wenjing's place according to the address provided by Little Civet. After ringing the doorbell, a middle-aged woman came out and opened the door for her. Gu Xiaobei explained the reason for his visit and showed her Bai Wenjing's message. This way please. Miss, Madam is upstairs. I'll take you in. This middle-aged woman was called Li Ma, and had taken care of Bai Wenjing for many years. Li Ma brought Gu Xiaobei to the living room and went upstairs to call Bai Wenjing. When Bai Wenjing learned that the substitute trainer had come, she directly rushed down from upstairs. Hey, classmate, it's you. Bai Wenjing looked at Gu Xiaobei sitting on the sofa in surprise. Gu Xiaobei looked down and realized that Bai Wenjing was actually wearing 2 different socks. This woman, too, is so confused. It's actually you. Great. Bai Wenjing shoved her cell phone into her hand. Quickly help me see. Why do I always lose Just now the system also prompted me to be reported. Is it because I charge too much money to break the rules of the game? Gu Xiaobei took it and looked at it. Bai Wenjing's record is all losses. Heroes and skins are all bought. There was even an inning where she went 0-49-0 with a hard hit. What kind of level does it take to not even be able to dabble in an assist? Gu Xiaobei rubbed the corner of his forehead. It seemed that this 100 million was not a good deal. It would be fine if Light wanted to go up to Starburst. Gu Xiaobei would be able to help her play up there in no time. But when she placed the order, she said that she wanted to teach her and take her with her. I'll log into my account and take you along, Gu Xiaobei said as he operated quickly. Helping Bai Wenjing add her friends. I'll assist you. It was a good thing that she hadn't played ranked, and she used to play matchmaking, so she was also at the bronze segment, and she could directly play ranked with Bai Wenjing. Bai Wenjing went in and chose Hou Yi in seconds. It's okay to pick Hou Yi. I'll take you along for development in the early stages, and then you can stand and jerk at the back. The so-called standing jerk means that after Hou Yi has developed well in the early stage, he can just stand and hit people later. No one can beat him, and he doesn't need to run at all. Gu Xiaobei chose Lu Zhen, with control and thick meat to help Hou Yi resist damage. Bai Wenjing blinked her eyes and said innocently, what is development? This person originally called Hou Yi. I just think the skin of the Star of Glow is good looking. Gu Xiaobei lowered his head and sighed. Alright, just follow me later. After entering the field, Gu Xiaobei said to Bai Wenjing, by shoes then attack speed, then out of storm. Bai Wenjing hesitated for a while, came over and said, what brand of shoes do you like? I didn't know that you trainers still need to send shoes. I'll let the owner of the store I often buy from bring shoes to the door for you to try. What size do you wear? Gu Xiaobei. She opened the mall page and meticulously explained the props inside to Bai Wenjing, while at the same time operating her game interface on the fly. Under her guidance, Bai Wenjing finally developed smoothly to level 4, and not only did she not die once, she also got 2 heads. Awesome! Bai Wenjing's eyes were filled with stars, and while she was back in town to refill her blood, her hand let go of Hou Yi's big move. A golden phoenix crosses the entire map and hits nothing. Hou Yi's big move is something you use after you've predicted the enemy's position, and it's also a very important signal when opening a group in the later stages, so you shouldn't zoom in now, Gu Xiaobei explained. Bai Wenjing listened for a while, frowned and said, it is so difficult. I just think that this phoenix is so beautiful. Every time it lights up I want to light it up. Isn't this meant to be a celebration? It's like setting off fireworks. After she finished, she probably also felt that she was mistaken, so she deflated her mouth and said, it's so hard. Is there anything simpler that doesn't require too much maneuvering? Gu Xiaobei thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. In the second game, when it came to picking a player, Gu Xiaobei simply let Bai Wenjing pick Shield Mountain. After developing to level 4, she said to Bai Wenjing, see here, you stand under the tower. Whenever it lights up you tap it and then crouch here to help charge the tower. Bai Wenjing was instantly happy. This is good. I super like it. So all this game, Bai Wenjing kept charging the tower. Although it was 4 against 5, because of Gu Xiaobei's high level, he still hung on to beat the opposite side. It didn't take long for her to go gold with Bai Wenjing. Xiaobei, you're awesome. Bai Wenjing applauded her. This hero is also fun. What's his name again? Is he a charger? It's Shield Mountain. Just as Bai Wenjing and Gu Xiaobei were talking, suddenly the door was opened. Li Ma came out of the kitchen and respectfully said, young master, you're back. Aha! Bai Wenjing grabbed her cell phone, with a shoe on one foot and only a sock on the other, and ran to the foyer and surprised. Baby look, mommy's on gold. The charger in this king pesticide is so fun. What charger? Upon hearing this voice, Gu Xiaobei instantly froze. He. Chapter 48, Confused Mom. How could Gu Xiaobei not expect that this person was actually Ji Lingtian? Her entire back was now stiff. Ji Lingtian had previously found out that the one who was counting on the Su family was Xing Shang. At that time, when he asked to meet, Gu Xiaobei went as the 7 demons, and Ji Lingtian guessed that the 7 demons were Dark Sky's people. He must also know that Dark Sky and Kuzu are related. And now, Bai Wenjing was on the Dark Sky's list, but she came as Gu Xiaobei. Didn't that mean she was related to the Dark Sky as well? Ji Lingtian was a mysterious and unpredictable person, and Gu Xiaobei knew pretty much everything about him even before she investigated him clearly. Over by the door, Bai Wenjing was showing off her cell phone to Ji Lingtian. Baby look, is mommy awesome? Awesome, Ji Lingtian said. There was nothing he could do about his confused mom. Who let dad's favorite person be mom and live to spoil her like a little kid who doesn't know anything? There was nothing he could do, and as a son, he had to spoil it. Humph, you haven't brought me to play before. I'll have to tell Brother Cold when the time comes. Humph, Bai Wenjing huffed. Tell Brother Cold not to give you your allowance. Ji Lingtian had a helpless look on his face. Mom, I didn't need dad to give me pocket money a long time ago. You're the only one in our family who still receives pocket money now. Me. Right. I'll introduce you to someone. A classmate of yours who's super good at playing games. She's the one who taught me how to play charger. Bai Wenjing dragged Ji Lingtian towards the living room. I'm telling you, I'm super fierce right now. I'll bring you along for the ride later. Ji Lingtian was dragged to the living room by Bai Wenjing with a helpless face. Gu Xiaobei? He frowned. Why are you here? You know Xiaobei too. Where did you recognize her from? Ji Lingtian wondered. Gu Xiaobei suddenly tensed up, but Bai Wenjing cocked her head and thought for a while. Well, it seems to be some kind of work-study platform. I've forgotten. Gu Xiaobei didn't expect Bai Wenjing to help her cover up, and subconsciously looked at her, but seeing Bai Wenjing's confused face, she felt that she probably really had forgotten. That's right, a work-study platform. Gu Xiaobei also said in a serious manner. Ji Lingtian looked at the two of them suspiciously. Goddamn work-study platform. Subbing for the king and working hard? Not to mention, Gu Xiaobei was also 7 demons' employer, driving a Hummer to school every day, and she still needed to work and study? Ji Lingtian didn't believe a word of it, favoring Gu Xiaobei and Bai Wenjing who both had sincere faces. Seeing that the appointed time was coming, Bai Wenjing invited Gu Xiaobei to have dinner with her, but she was rejected by Gu Xiaobei. She said she had to go home and do her homework. Ji Lingtian watched her from behind with a cold face. Gu Xiaobei hadn't turned in any homework or written assignments since she transferred here, but Gu Xiaobei really didn't want to eat with Ji Lingtian. Bai Wenjing personally sent her to the door and waved her hand. Goodbye, Xiaobei. See you next time. She also shook her fist at Gu Xiaobei and made a cheering gesture. I'll try to practice the techniques you've taught me these days as well. Forget it. Gu Xiaobei waved his hand. You don't need to practice. Wait for my next visit before I take you to practice. If Bai Wenjing had kept picking Shield Mountain and only charged the tower every game without hitting anyone and without teaming up, she would probably have been reported to the block within a few games. Aha! Bai Wenjing nodded her head obediently, until Gu Xiaobei walked around the corner and looked back. Bai Wenjing was still standing in the doorway waving her hand at her. Gu Xiaobei waved his hand at her as well. That's weird. Ji Lingtian and his mom's personalities are really one and the same. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Ji family, Ji Lingtian sent a message to Mo. Ji Lingtian, find out what platform my mom placed her order for King's Rep. Quimmer, okay boss. Fengshu also had its own specialized message search system. It wasn't long before Mo returned the message. Mo, boss, I've checked. Mrs. Did place an order on a work-study platform? And Gu Xiaobei had taken orders for piano tutoring here before. And the day Mrs. placed her order, Gu Xiaobei just happened to go up to write an evaluation for that piano tutoring assignment, and took Mrs. S order in passing. Ji Lingtian felt that every word of this message from Mo was normal, but together it was incomparably nonsense. But Mo would not lie to him. Is it really such a coincidence? How could Ji Lingtian know that just after leaving the Ji family's front door, Gu Xiaobei turned his cell phone on, projected the virtual keyboard onto his left arm, and then operated it quickly with his right hand? She had long since erased Bai Wenjing's ordering information from Dark Sky, then found a work-study platform to replace it on. And to make it more realistic, she also made a record of her former tutoring and browsing traces of searching for jobs on the platform. At her level, even if Xia came to see it, she wouldn't necessarily be able to see the loopholes, let alone show mo. Jiling Tian was still a bit unconvinced, took his cell phone and opened that platform, and went to find Bai Wenjing. Mom, did you find Gu Xiaobei on this? Bai Wenjing stuffed her cheeks and chewed slowly like a squirrel. Well, probably, I can't remember. Jiling Tian had a black line on his face. He knew that asking would be in vain, although it was already late when Gu Xiaobei looked back home. Both Gu Yuran and Gu Igua had not yet returned. Gu Yuran went to the piano room to practice, while Gu Igua went on a date with Sun Shu. Qin Yuner had already arrived in the imperial capital. Originally Gu Igua wanted to ask Qin Yuner to meet him and properly promote the relationship between the two families, but he was rejected by Qin Yuner. The Qin family valued Qin Yuan the most, followed by Gu Xiaobei, who was related to Qin Yuan by blood. Now that Qin Yuan has passed away, under Gu Yuran's smearing, the Qin family also thinks that Gu Xiaobei was raised badly in the countryside and doesn't resemble Qin Yuan at all. So naturally, they don't want to meet with them. Gu Igua is now busy making good relations with Sun Shu, thinking of marrying Sun Shu earlier so that he can get Sun Shu's financial support. With none of them coming back, Gu Xiaobei was still a bit more quiet. She lay on her bed, opened Weibo, and found that recently the sky was covered with news about the King's Glory Fall Combined Tournament. Honor of Kings, now the hottest handheld game in the world, holds a joint tournament every year in East Asia, and it is said that there is a possibility of running it to Europe this year. Team CWZ is the hottest team in China in recent years, and is also treated as the most likely team to win this season's Fall Combine. After all, King's Honor is a domestically released game, but since last year, the momentum of the battle teams on the H side has been growing. No one wants the title to go to another country this time. Chapter 49, Problems with the Piano. However, in the previous several friendly matches, the domestic side lost to H. Now many netizens feel that there is not much hope for the domestic team to win the championship, but they still run to the CWZ team's microblogging below to cheer and encourage. But there were some mocking comments present in those cheering voices. Go CWZ. CWZ will win. Please, keep the championship trophy at home. Please. Oh, what kind of eating skills are those of CWZ? Give the screen a sprinkle of rice and the chicken's alignment is better than theirs? Blackie off. With Chuo here, CWZ will definitely win. With all due respect, CWZ is a better filler than artillery. Don't hold too much hope. Back in the era of the gods, the country can casually pull out a person who can fight 9. Now the twilight of the gods. There's not much hope left for a Chuao. If the North King is still around, it's a bit possible. Back when King's Honor first came out, there weren't so many heroes and not many skin editions. There were not many people playing the game at that time, and people formed battle teams, which meant getting together and exchanging skills. No one expected that the WZ team at that time almost put together the top players in the country. At that time, the joint tournament was just a domestic fight, and the WZ team hung on to the opposite side every time, and definitely ended the fight in less than 10 minutes. Then something happened in the team. WZ internal players turned over. We have retired. Married, abroad. WZ so scattered. There's just one Chuo left, still clinging to the game. WZ had just been disbanded for half a year when King's Honor suddenly caught fire. An investor found Chuo and formed the CWZ team, intending to continue the glory of WZ, but after spending money to raise a lot of professional players and hiring coaches from abroad, even though they made it to the number 1 in the country, they still can't compare to the H team. Rumor has it that if they don't win the title this time around, CWZ is going to disband. Chueo has been absent from his first few fights, and netizens have speculated that he's been secretly training away in preparation for the Fall Combine. But only a few people knew that Chuo had an injury to his arm and that he was there for a convalescence. An hour ago, Chueo sent out a tweet with only 2 words, waiting for you. Chuo's fans know that every year on this day, Chuo sends out this tweet. A lot of people think that Chio is missing his ex-girlfriend. It's too ungrateful. If brother Chueo retained me like this, not only would I instantly get back together, I would also immediately give my brother a monkey. Today is the anniversary of the breakup of the WZ team. The comment, though, was instantly drowned in a sea of. Gu Xiaobei stared at his cell phone for a while and then threw it aside. She pulled out the sheet music and looked at it for a moment longer. The day after tomorrow was the singing combine, and since she had promised Yusuke Joe, she had to do it right. There's really nothing too difficult about this score, and anyone who has taken a few years of piano lessons can play it down without any problems. But this was exactly where Gu Xiaobei had a good feeling about Yi Jiaqiao. A lot of people in the music industry nowadays focus more on technique and neglect the soul of the music. When they write a tune, they hate to use all the tricks they know so that the average person can't even play it, so as to show how good they are. But music is supposed to benefit the people. It is supposed to be understood by most people, so that most people can play and sing, so that it can be passed on. This tune by Klo-suk-jo is simple, but it's not easy to play with soul. Gu Yuran practiced in the piano room until after 11 at night. She had already played this piece very smoothly. Xu Xinjing and the others said it was particularly good. Even the teacher in the piano room complimented her on how well she played it, but she just felt that it was still close to something. What was so close? She couldn't tell herself. Day 2. During the morning reading, Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian were still lying on their desks to catch up on their sleep as usual, while the other students were chattering and discussing something. The homeroom teacher, Julie, walked in from outside, and everyone hurriedly stopped talking and took out a random book from the table and looked at it. Stop pretending, Julie said to one of the students in the first row. You're holding an English book with an ancient text recited in your mouth. Who are you fooling you? That student spat out his tongue and hurriedly changed books. Okay, everyone be quiet. I have something to say to you. Tomorrow is the singing joint competition. This time our class Gu Xiaobei students will be partnered with the first class Yi Jiechia students to perform together. Students should go to Gu Xiaobei students to cheer. The principal said, if you can get a place, it will be in the excellent class collective selection of additional points. The class began to chatter and discuss. Teacher, don't dream about it. Class 1 doesn't just have Yi Jieqiao, there's also Gu Yuran. Even if we win the extra points we won't have as many as the others. That's right. And when has a title like Outstanding Class Collective ever been given to our class? Julie boarded up her face. Alright, don't allow such a lack of ambition. This competition will select the best individual award. In case Gu Xiaobei took it, it will add a lot of points to our class. Why can the excellent class collective only be someone else's class? It can't be our class. That's right. Gu Xiaobei played the piano much better than Gu Yuran last time. But there's still Zhou Clothier. Anyway, go Gu Xiaobei. Go Gu Xiaobei. Julie applauded with her classmates. Since the last time, Julie had also changed her prejudice against Gu Xiaobei, and was also becoming more and more fond of Class 5 as a class group. She wanted to do a good job as a class teacher and strive for more honors with everyone. In a flash, the day passed. In order not to put too much pressure on Gu Xiaobei, Yi Jiechao didn't ask her to go to the art building to practice the piano the day before the competition. No one noticed anything wrong with the piano, until the next day. The singing combine was scheduled to be held at St. Lee's Academy, and students from other schools came in droves. Clothier Joe valued this competition so much that he had his piano carried to the site. Be careful. Klo-suk-jo had been following the person who carried the piano, for which he was very precious. Shimu came next to him and said, this is your piano. Joe, I've never seen it before. You're better at hiding it than hiding your girlfriend. Clothier Joe laughed and nudged him. Instead, Shimu ran over and opened the lid of the piano. No matter. I have to touch your piano today to see what kind of good thing it is that you've been hiding it so much and refusing to show it to me. When he finished, he pressed one of the keys. Instantly, Klo-suk-jo's face changed. This piano doesn't sound right. Gu Xiaobei on the side froze along with him. Chapter 50, Gu Yuran's original. This piano of Yi Jieqiao's was not as good as the one in Gu Xiaobei's collection, but it was still considered a top-notch piano, and he treasured his piano and always took good care of it. 2 days ago the sound of this piano was exceptionally crisp and lilting. Why has it suddenly become dull and sluggish? Klo-suk-jo rushed straight over, flung himself on top of his piano, and reached out to touch it. The tips of his fingers, stained with a touch of dampness. Yi Jieqiao is very good-tempered, is the most approachable of the 4 schoolboys, although it is the entertainment industry's male god, but in the school but never bullied classmates, who are very gentle. Students looking for him to take pictures and sign autographs. He is also all the time. Shimu had never seen Yi Jieqiao like this before. His eyes were red, his whole body was sad and angry, and his body trembled uncontrollably. My piano is in the water, spoke Joe Clothier hoarsely. Into the water? Silhouette was startled and hurriedly came forward to look. Even Ji Lingtian, who was next to him, had a few moments of surprise and raised his eyebrows slightly. As expected, the wood next to the keys was a bit soaked, and a bit of fog condensed on top of the piano's lid. They were all backstage at the moment, next to a number of people who were getting ready for the show. At the sound, everyone looked this way. Oh my god, Mr. Joe, what happened to your piano? Gu Yuran walked over and covered her mouth in feigned surprise. This piano looks so expensive. It must sound great. I was thinking I would hear this piano today. How could this happen? Gu Yuran had a look of regret on her face, and after she finished, she even gave Lu Wanwan a wink. Lu Wanwan hurriedly said, yes, Xiao, your piano is not always placed in the art building, belongs exclusively to your piano room. Other people should not be able to enter it. After she finished speaking, she suddenly looked at Gu Xiaobei fiercely as if she remembered something. Xiao, I remember hearing you and Shimu say earlier that you gave Gu Xiaobei a key. It shouldn't be. Gu Yuran also hurriedly looked at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, how could you do this? Do you know how much this piano is worth? Money is still secondary. The most important thing is that the piano is very important to a person who makes music. How could you do such a thing? Not me. Gu Xiaobei spoke faintly. Her gaze swept over Lu Wanwan and Gu Yuran's bodies, her intuition telling her that this matter definitely had something to do with the two of them. Lu Wanwan was furtive in her heart as Gu Xiaobei looked at her, and raised her voice to cover up her emptiness. Who else could it be if not you? Besides you, only Xiao Xiao can enter the piano room. Did Xiao Xiao himself pour water on the piano? Shimu, this Gu Xiaobei is really too much. Xiao Xiao trusts her so much and you guys treat her so well. Simu sank back and didn't say anything. Yasuki Joe just stroked his piano with a sad face. Oh Xia, who had been querying Yuzi on the side, had just realized that something was wrong over here, and tucked the lollipop aside, puffing out her right cheek. Go check the surveillance. Won't we know who did it? Lu Wanwan was shocked in her heart. What surveillance do you need to check? Who else can it be but Gu Xiaobei? You're so nervous. Is it hard to believe that it's you? Gu Xiaobei raised his eyebrows at her and smiled coldly. Lu Wanwan instantly hugged Shimu's arm, tears in her eyes. Shimu, I'm your girlfriend. You and Xiao Xiao are such good brothers. How could I possibly do such a thing? Gu Xiaobei not only did something wrong, but also poured dirty water on me. Instead, Shimu just looked at Oh Xia and said, Xia, why don't you go directly to the school's back office and check the surveillance? The cold sweat on Lu Wanwan's forehead was starting to seep out. Shimu, do you really not believe me? I'm your girlfriend. No one doesn't believe you. Ji Ling Tian, who was sitting on the side, said coldly, you and Gu Xiaobei aren't the only two people in this world, so who's to say that if it's not her? It must be you? Gu Xiaobei isn't afraid. What are you afraid of? Ji Xiao. I didn't. Lu Wanwan also intentionally or unintentionally, since she got together with Shimo to show that she and Yi Jiaqiao and Oh Xia are very familiar with each other. But the only thing that she has never dared to get close to is Ji Ling Tian. She also didn't expect that Ji Xiao, who had always been cold and disliked meddling in other people's business, would actually help Gu Xiaobei. Clutching a laptop, O'Shaughnessy's fingers flipped as he queried the surveillance of the art building from the previous days. There was a period of time the afternoon before last when the surveillance was destroyed. He slurred, holding in his candy. Lu Wanwan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Can you recover? Clothier Joe asked. His right hand was tightly clenched into a fist, usually such a gentle person, but at this moment he was actually speaking through clenched teeth. Yes, O'Shaughnessy nodded, but it will take 2 hours. Gu Xiaobei stood aside to look at his screen. This level of destruction, if it was for her to recover, 20 minutes at most would be enough, but she also didn't want to expose herself in front of these people. Since Oh Xia could recover, she didn't mind waiting 2 hours. Lu Wanwan's face went white with fear, and she subconsciously looked at Gu Yuran, but at this time, the host at the front desk suddenly called out Gu Yuran's name. As it turns out, it was already her turn to perform. Gu Yuran walked onto the stage with her skirt in hand. She was wearing a white dress today. There was a layer of netting on the outside with flowers embroidered with silver threads. The special fabric shimmered under the light, and at the moment she looked like a mermaid princess who had come out of the sea. She pressed the keys and the gentle sound of the piano flowed out slowly, like the evening breeze of high summer blowing slowly across everyone's face. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. What heavenly music this is! Even the judges couldn't help but look at me and look at you, their eyes all full of appreciation for the song. Most importantly, they had never heard the tune before, so it was clear that it was supposed to be original. When the song ended, Gu Yuran lifted her skirt and slowly bowed. It's so good. One of the judges couldn't help but applaud. This student, you're so young to be able to originate such a tune. You'll surely be great in the future. Original? Gu Yuran was also shocked. So this song, is it even original? She was instantly a little nervous. Qin Yuner, who was sitting on the judge's seat, recognized Gu Yuran and nodded slightly. Not bad, Yuran. You play great. There was a gasp from the students on stage. Oh my god, this handsome judge's brother actually knows Gu Yuran. Ooh, so envious of Gu Yuran. Ah, looks pretty, plays the piano and also so good. Really worthy of being the school flower. Aha, the judge's brother is so handsome. He feels almost like a school bully. Gu Yuran accepted the judge's compliments openly. The previous judge still wanted to have a good chat with Gu Yuran about the original tune, but was skillfully rejected by Gu Yuran. Teacher, there are still a lot of students who are going to perform in the back. I don't want to take up everyone's opportunity. If you're willing to do so, I'll come back to visit you after it's over. Okay? Good. The judge's teacher couldn't help but applaud. You, this student, are not only talented, but also have a good character. I think highly of you. Gu Yuran skillfully avoided the matter of original. She did not refute the judges, but also did not admit that it was their own original, but also got a compliment, and let the students off the stage a burst of envy. As she walked towards the backstage, Gu Yuran had already figured out how to respond to Yi Jiachao's inquiry. Chapter 51, The $30 Million Piano. Until Gu Yuran stepped off the stage, the audience in the hall was still discussing the tune she had just played. The judges also appreciated her. The judge who had tried to talk to Gu Yuran earlier was surnamed Su, the most famous professor at the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music, and many singers in the entertainment industry were his students. Professor Su poked his head over and said to Qin Yuner, "This little girl has a few of your gestures from back then." Qin Yuner nodded slightly and smiled. "I'm not as good as her. You can't create this kind of tune when you're her age, but the spirituality is better than her. She still lacks a bit of soul when she just played it, but if you can get into our school and let me teach it, you should be able to practice it." Professor Su pinched a few of the beards on his chin and said thoughtfully. Qin Yuner said, "That would be her honor." Qin Yuner was now Professor Su's most pleased student, with a high degree of understanding and talent, and although he was only in his second year of college, he was already able to hold his own. Due to Qin Yuner's good looks, many talent shows wanted to invite him to participate. Professor Su was afraid that too much participation in the program delayed Qin Yuner's learning of music, but seeing that since he participated in the program, more and more people wanted to learn music, Professor Su didn't continue to block it. Think of it as a publicity stunt. Qin Yuner stared out at the stage. People in his family say that he has a talent for music, which he inherited from his aunt Qin Yuan. He had followed his father to meet Qin Yuan a few times when he was younger, and there were times when Qin Yuan would bring Gu Yuran with her. He did know Gu Yuran. Although Gu Yuran wasn't her aunt's biological child, the fact that she played the piano so well was probably taught by her aunt. That Gu Xiaobei. Qin Yuner couldn't help but sigh. If Gu Xiaobei was really the kind of person Gu Yuran said he was, it was really a waste of his aunt's genes. However, he had already asked Gu Yuran to give Gu Xiaobei a license to compete, so he should be able to see Gu Xiaobei's performance later as well. Speaking of which, he hadn't met this cousin of his. At this time, Gu Yuran had already arrived backstage. Lu Wanwan was still staring at Xia's computer with a nervous face, but she didn't dare to stop him from recovering the data. Gu Yuran instead had a look of confidence on her face. "Student Gu Yuran, may I ask where the score you just played came from?" Yi Jiachao's voice went mute for a split second as he was in a hurry, but even so, he spoke with dignity. Gu Yuran blinked and looked at Gu Xiaobei with an innocent face. "It's my sister who gave it to me." "Ah, sister?" Simu frowned. Gu Yuran tilted her head in an innocent manner. "Yeah, don't you all know that Gu Xiaobei is my sister?" She covered her small mouth in surprise and looked at Gu Xiaobei accusingly. "Sister, why don't you tell everyone? We're all friends. It doesn't matter if we know. After Dad picks you up, we'll be a family." Gu Yuran said this as if Gu Xiaobei was adopted by Gu Igua. "You guys don't have any prejudice against my sister," Gu Yuran said. "My sister is very nice to me, knowing that I'm going to participate in the competition. She even gave me this score." "Sister, thank you really." Gu Yuran was determined to pour all the dirty water on Gu Xiaobei. "This score was originally written by Yi Jiachao. It was intended to be performed on stage today. When did I ever give it to you?" Gu Xiaobei calmly said. Suddenly, she remembered that she had lost a copy of the song sheet at Gu's house before, and at the time, she had thought that it had been unintentionally taken away and thrown away by Sister Zhang. Gu Yuran was smart enough that if she insisted that this score was her original, she would easily be poked and prodded, so she didn't directly admit it on stage just now. She looked at Gu Xiaobei with a surprised expression. "Sister, this is the piece you and Mr. Xiao are going to play, so how can you give it to me?" "I'm sorry, Xiao Qiao. I'm sorry." She hurriedly bowed to Yusuke Qiao. "I didn't know that the tune that my sister gave me was the one that you were going to use. Otherwise, I wouldn't have played that tune anyways." Gu Yuran got the better of her, as if all of this was something Gu Xiaobei had told her to do. Just at this time, Gu Xiaobei received a message from Little Beaver. "Boss, the piano has been delivered." Because Yi Jiachao's piano was destroyed, Gu Xiaobei had Xiaobei move the one in her collection over. When she went out to pick up Little Beaver, Lu Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, "I really didn't expect her to be this kind of person. Not only did she give Xiao Xiao's score to someone else, but she actually intentionally destroyed Xiao Xiao's piano. Xiao Xiao is so good to her. She's simply a white-eyed wolf." Gu Yuran's eyes widened with a bit of unworldly naivety. "How did sister leave? Doesn't she explain? Sister should apologize even if she did something wrong. How can she avoid it?" Shimu Qing coldly said to Lu Wanwan. "The matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet. Don't talk like that." Lu Wanwan couldn't wait for Xia's side to be unsuccessful, so she could take advantage of the fact that Gu Xiaobei had given the score to Gu Yuran, and in one fell swoop, put the blame for destroying the piano on Gu Xiaobei as well. Shimu, you know, I've always had sand in my eyes, and I hate this kind of white-eyed wolf the most. Just as she finished speaking, Gu Xiaobei came in with the people carrying the piano. Put it there. Gu Xiaobei pointed to the empty space in front of him, then coldly glanced at Lu Wanwan. Lu Wanwan was startled and instantly grabbed onto Shimu's arm. Yi Jiachao turned back to the piano and was instantly shocked to see it. Is this Pray? His voice was hoarse, but it was hard to hide the light in his eyes. Pray is the name of this piano, hand-built in the 19th century by one of Italy's most famous pianists, which was bought by a private buyer at an exhibition 10 years ago and has not been seen in public since. The Chinese word pray means to pray, and its sound is as beautiful as a hymn, like a mortal bathing in divine light. Pray, although Gu Yuran didn't recognize it, she had heard of it. That $30 million piano? Are you looking at it wrong? Xiao Xiao? How could a bumpkin like Gu Xiaobei have something so expensive? Lu Wanwan also froze. $30 million? She's never seen so much money in her life. Even if you want to show off your own piano, there's no need to break young Xiao's. Lu Wanwan was so jealous that her face grimaced. Just then, Xia stopped her hand movements and said, "The video is back." Lu Wanwan looked like she had been strangled. Suddenly unable to speak, she subconsciously glanced at Gu Yuran, and the other parties still looked unperturbed. Everyone came together in front of Xia's computer. On the monitor, a girl is opening the door to the piano room, and the moment she opens it, she looks up and everyone gets a good look at her face, and that face was clearly Gu Xiaobei. Chapter 52, Prove It. We won't break up. Good for you. Although Lu Wanwan didn't know how it happened, she still instantly pointed at Gu Xiaobei's nose and scolded. Now what do you have to deny? You did it. The other students in the backstage also probably heard what happened clearly and blamed Gu Xiaobei. Heavens, how come this Gu Xiaobei has such a vicious heart? That's right. How nice is Xiao Xiao? It's like an angel. How could she do such a thing? People like that should just get the hell out of SA. Li, okay. Shut up. Ji Ling Tian yelled with a gloomy face. It's noisy. For a while, everyone dared not make a sound. Gu Xiaobei walked over to Xia and looked at the video on his screen. Yes, that's her face. No one else is pretending. Look at the decoding format of this video again. Gu Xiaobei said. Xia blinked. He had just been so busy recovering his files that he hadn't really noticed that. 30 seconds ago it was PAL. By here it was in PCL format. Then later it was in PAL format. O'Shea said with a puckered cheek after a moment's close scrutiny. No one present could understand what he was saying except Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yuran was instantly a bit nervous. Her hands clenched into fists behind her back. Her face still feigned calm. Obviously the guy said it would never be discovered. Xia's fingers continued to flutter on the keyboard. Gu Xiaobei stood by unhurriedly as she pointed this out. And with Xia's level, she would soon be able to solve this problem. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Xia let out a long sigh of relief. There! Someone used code and editing to cleverly hide the traces that this video had been modified. The original file of this video should have been copied from the previous few days. Xia put the two videos together and showed them to everyone. Gu Xiaobei went to the piano room with Xiao on that day. It's just that Xiao wasn't in the surveillance footage at the time. He came over after Gu Xiaobei opened the door. Sure enough, Gu Xiaobei's movements in the two videos were exactly the same. It may just be Gu Xiaobei imitating his own movements and going again. Lu Wanwan said with a pale face. Xia blinked her big eyes. I can still find the original files that were deleted and covered up. Let's just take a look and see. He typed in a line of code and hit enter. A new video resurfaced for all to see. This video is much clearer and smoother than just now. It's just that the face of the girl in the video is turned into Lu Wanwan. The gazes of the crowd instantly landed on Lu Wanwan again. It's not me. She stepped back nervously. It's Gu Xiaobei. It's Gu Xiaobei. It was her. It was clearly her just now. How did it turn into me in the blink of an eye? It must have been her who messed up. Lu Wanwan nervously stepped on her shoelace and fell to the ground at once. It's not me. It's not me. Her eyes filled with tears, and she bit her lower lip like a pear, shaking her head fiercely. Silmu. You believe me. She looked sadly at Silmu. For his part, Shimu looked down at the bag that Lu Wanwan was carrying in her hand. These days, wherever she goes, she takes this bag with her. You said that you bought this bag yourself, but this bag costs $100,000 in China. And your family's annual income is only $200,000 a year. How did you buy it? Simu had only ever given her expensive jewelry. Never money. I had a friend bring it from abroad. Which country? The United States. Lu Wanwan's eyes fluttered, not daring to look directly at Shimu. How much did it cost? 60,000. Me. I've been saving my pocket money and yearbook for years to buy this bag. Which friend? Do you have a small check? Chat logs are fine. Shimu, don't you believe me? Lu Wanwan bit her lower lip. Her eyes were red and she looked aggrieved and strong. I'm your girlfriend. You just didn't question Gu Xiaobei. Why are you coming to question me now? It's been almost 4 days since you fell in love with me. And logically, there are still 2.5 days left for me to break up with you. But Lu Wanwan, if you can show me the proof, I won't break up with you. And you'll be the first girl in the history of Xingli to fall in love with me. Shimu. For more than a week, some of the girls backstage couldn't help but gasp. Lu Wanwan is really lucky. If she could really be in a relationship with Sean for more than a week, she would be the envy of all the St. Li girls. Lu Wanwan also froze, with teardrops still hanging on her face, her mouth half open as she looked at Shimu. I deleted the chat because I trust my friend so much, so I also didn't ask for a small check either. Which friend? Message her and I'll see. Lu Wanwan suddenly raised her head. She got up from the ground and looked at Shimu in a strong and stoic manner. Shimu, I know that my family isn't as rich as your family, but rich people aren't the only ones who have dignity. I don't want to let my friends know that my boyfriend doesn't even have the least amount of trust in me. Even more so, I don't want to let my friends know that my boyfriend doesn't have any respect for me. The onlookers had tilted a bit in her direction. Such a strong and beautiful girl shouldn't do such a thing. There should be a misunderstanding. Apart from yourself, no one has ever repeatedly emphasized your poverty. Shimu spoke coldly. I also want to give you trust and respect, but Lu Wanwan, this bag is a special model for East Asia, and you can't even buy it at the counter in the US. So how do you want me to trust you? In an instant, the sympathy of the crowd turned into contempt. It's disgusting that this person could do such a thing. Yeah, see how she usually looks so innocent, but it turns out it's all pretend. She also flaunts her new bag every day. TSK, it's just a $100,000 bag. Those who don't know would think she bought the LV counter down. No, Shimu, no. Lu Wanwan desperately shook her head. Suddenly, she remembered something and pulled out a bracelet from her bag, shaking it non-stop. It's Gu Yuran. It's all Gu Yuran. It's Gu Yuran who told me to do this. She gave me this bag, and also gave me this bracelet. Shimu, it's all because Gu Yuran asked me to do it. Can you forgive me? This fake bracelet is what she gave me. She's still wearing the same fake anklet on her foot. Gu Yuran blinked her eyes, her face full of candor. What are you talking about? Classmate Lu Wanwan, how come I can't understand a word of it? Don't you pretend. You did all of this. You told me to steal Young Xiao's key, and then gave me the key that was matched, and told me to go to the piano room and destroy Young Xiao's piano to frame Gu Xiaobei. All of this was your doing. This bag, and the fake bracelet and anklet are the evidence. Do you dare to show everyone your anklet? Chapter 53, Silly White Gu Yuran. Although this bracelet is fake, it is very beautiful, so Lu Wanwan has not been willing to lose it. What fake anklet? Gu Yuran had an innocent look on her face as she lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her slender, white ankles. This is my father in the United States to bring me If you need a small ticket, I can also give to find for you. Gu Yuran was sneering at Lu Wanwan with every word. The diamonds on her ankles reflected pure light in the light, and they looked authentic. Lu Wanwan lost all her strength and fell to the ground at once. How did this happen? How did this happen? Shimu didn't expect his girlfriend to actually do such a thing and hurriedly apologized to Yi Jiaqiao. Joe, I'm sorry. Closuk Joe waved his hand. It's okay, it's not your fault either. He looked towards Gu Xiaobei and said hoarsely, Student Gu Xiaobei, I won't be able to perform on stage with you, but I still hope that you'll be able to go ahead and play this piece. I'd love to hear what it sounds like when it's played on a prey. Just use the version we finished changing later. Gu Xiaobei nodded. Yi Jiaqiao loves music and has been preparing for this competition for a long time. He wrote the song from the tune to the lyrics himself, and he's really sorry that he can't hear the song being sung, but his voice had gone hoarse and it was impossible for him to go on stage. Just then, Ji Ling Tian suddenly grabbed the sheet music in his hand and said, I'll go for you. Ling Tian? Yi Jiaqiao froze. Few people knew that Ji Ling Tian also sang very well, only that he had never liked to show it in front of people. At this point, the host on stage had already begun to prod. Thank you, Ling Tian. Yi Jiaqiao nodded, not allowing for the slightest hesitation. Ji Ling Tian and Gu Xiaobei both walked onto the stage together. The lights were dimmed, and only one beam of light struck down from above Ji Ling Tian's head. There was a gasp from the audience. Is that Kisho? Ji Xiao actually performed on stage? I don't remember Ji Xiao signing up. In my lifetime I can actually hear a male god sing I'm dead. Ji Ling Tian was wearing all black, and the light shone, casting a shadow on him, like a black angel spreading its wings. Gu Xiaobei's hand was placed on the piano, and the pleasant singing voice spread out like moonlight. In an instant, everyone's mind was seized. Jilingtian's song and Gu Xiaobei's zither fused together, like a gust of wind blowing over another gust of wind, a stream of water melting into another stream of water. The vines and branches intertwine, twinning with each other and growing ever more lush. Is this the piece Gu Yuran just played? Shoo! Someone on the stage heard a few moments of familiarity and couldn't help but ask the person next to him, only to be signaled to be quiet by the person next to him. How in the world could such a beautiful piano sound exist? Gu Yuran in the background was green in the face. The score was slightly different from the one she had stolen, but with this alteration, the tune had a higher level of meaning, and it was much better. Originally, Gu Yuran played like the gentle wind of a mountain stream, but Jiling Tian's voice carried a bit of coldness and blended perfectly with Gu Xiaobei's zither, and it was as if all the viewers were seeing a picture scroll slowly opening up in front of them. It is the beauty of the earth that awakens the fallen angel who has been sleeping for many years, who spreads his wings and shields mankind from the fire of war and the scorching sun. It is the phoenix that rises from the fire and sings with its neck. It is the holy light that pours out onto the earth and the whole world bathes in it together. The song ended and the lights on the stage slowly came on. It's Gu Xiaobei. A sharp-eyed audience member off stage got a good look at the face of the man playing the piano. Oh my god. It's actually Gu Xiaobei. It's so good. This song is so good. I'm crying. The last performance had let the people of Xingli know about Gu Xiaobei's zither playing skills, while this time Jiling Tian's cooperation had allowed the students of Xingli to enjoy an extremely gorgeous oral feast. Qin Yuner also froze as he looked at Gu Xiaobei on the stage as if he saw Qin Yuan. Was this really the Gu Xiaobei that Gu Yuran had spoken of? The one who had come back from the countryside, who was uneducated, and who had been in an affair with many boys. Professor Su had been so engrossed in the performance he had just given that he hadn't regained his senses for a long time. The next couple of programs he was simply not interested in watching anymore. Originally, when he heard Gu Yuran's zither, he already felt that it was very good, but when he listened to Gu Xiaobei and Jiling Tian's playing again, he felt that Gu Yuran had completely tainted the piece. The fine-tuned score is smoother and more natural, while Gu Xiaobei's playing gives the piece its soul. Yes, this was the soul he had been looking for. Although there was still one more program performance to go before the end of the show, Professor Su couldn't help himself and rushed straight to the backstage. This student, do you have time for us to talk? Professor Su ran over towards the corner where Gu Xiaobei was. Gu Yuran was standing right next to Gu Xiaobei, and since she had an appointment with Professor Su before, she subconsciously assumed that he was here to find himself. She took a half step forward and nodded slightly. Professor, we can go to the studio and talk. Classmate, Professor Su, however, didn't even look at Gu Yuran and ran directly to Gu Xiaobei, a man of dozens of years old, still panicking like a child. He was known in the music world as a music nerd, and whenever he heard a good tune or saw a talented student, he would become obsessed. Gu Yuran's outstretched hand was ignored by Professor Su, as if she had been viciously slapped. So many people backstage were pointing in her direction, like they were laughing at her. Hello teacher, Gu Xiaobei said without being subdued. This song is not my original, but it was originally written by Yi Jiaqiao's classmate. If you want to have a chat, I would recommend that you talk with him. He wasn't able to go on stage today because of his health. Maybe teacher can make an appointment with him. When his voice gets better, have a good chat. The name Yi Jiaqiao was one that Professor Su had still heard of. He always thought that Yi Jiaqiao was the same as those actors, acting fire and then want to release a record to make money. All the songs all rely on post-processing sound repair. Repair to the mom cannot hear. Prof. Su had never heard of him and didn't expect him to be this talented. Learning that Yosuke Joe was resting in the adjacent studio, Professor Su ran out without saying a word. Gu Xiaobei laughed at the back and shook his head. It seems that this reputation of being a music nerd is really not an empty claim. Gu Yuran was furious when she watched Gu Xiaobei being praised while she herself was being laughed at. She squeezed out a smile and said, Sister, I didn't realize that you were going to play this piece today as well. Then why did you even give me the score at that time? Did sister want me to set off sister? Next time there is such a thing. Sister just talk to me directly As soon as the people backstage heard this, they immediately started whispering. Gu Yuran is also too stupid and sweet. She's quite happy to be taken advantage of. That's right. I didn't expect Gu Xiaobei to have such a deep heart. Even if she plays the piano well, she doesn't have to use others to set herself off like this. Disgusting. What's the point of being good at playing the piano? Thai character. Chapter 54, Preneurs. Gu Xiaobei let out a low laugh, but his face was cold. Is this another attempt to create a silly and sweet persona? It seemed that Gu Yuran was a lot smarter than she had imagined, and even Xia was almost hidden from her just now. That's right. Although the video showed that it was Lu Wanwan who destroyed Yi Jiaqiao's piano, Gu Xiaobei still believed that this matter was absolutely inseparable from Gu Yuran. Gu Yuran's acting was also really good, and the onlookers believed her. Just then, Yasuki Joe returned with Professor Su. Professor Su looked radiant, presumably having just had a good talk with Yi Jieqiao. It was only then that Professor Su saw Gu Yuran. This student, because he was too excited just now, he instantly forgot Gu Yuran's name. Although Gu Yuran was unhappy in her heart, she still squeezed out a drop-dead gorgeous smile. Hello Professor Su, my name is Gu Yuran. Aha, your talent is good. Professor Su said as he walked towards Gu Yuran, but just then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Gu Yuran lifted her chin slightly and extended her hand to try to shake Professor Su's hand. Just now, she mistakenly thought that Prof. Su was going to come to her only to be ignored, and she had already lost face in front of everyone. This time, she must get her face back, but she didn't expect that she would once again be ignored by Professor Su. Professor Su's eyes lit up as he walked right past her to the piano behind her. Is this, pray? Just now the lights on the stage were too dark, he didn't see clearly. At that time, although he also thought it was pray, but then he thought that this level of piano couldn't possibly appear in an academy. He didn't expect that it was really pray. Professor Su was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. Many years ago he liked pray very much. Just 10 years ago pray never appeared in public again. He can only look at a picture to look at the ocean. So it's Pray's voice. No wonder. Professor Su slowly closed his eyes and stood in front of Pray, but he was afraid of tainting the extremely pure and ethereal sounding piano by even touching it. May I ask who owns this piano? And may I play a tune? Professor Su looked around. Yi Jieqiao looked mildly at Gu Xiaobei, but Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips slightly and said, from now on, Pray is Yi Jieqiao's, and Professor Su can ask him if he likes it. Professor Su's scorching gaze fell on Yi Jieqiao. Yosuke Joe nodded woodenly, but harbored a belly full of doubts. What did Gu Xiaobei mean by that? But before he could ask, Professor Su had already started playing. He played Hubris, which is a stirring and surging tune. Professor Su has been through the vicissitudes of the world, adding a few points of composure to the tune, neutralizing the juvenile frenzy in it, but Pray's voice has elevated the tune's mood even more to a higher level. As he played, Prof. Su's eyes moistened. This Hubris was one of his favorite piano pieces, but over the years he had always felt that he played it almost interestingly, so he didn't want to play it in front of people either. Today, with the added power of Pray, he finally broke through. That's right, that's what it feels like, the soul of the song. He had finally found it. When the song ended, the whole backstage was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All of them froze. No wonder Prof. Su was the most famous professor at the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music. This song, it was too good. A few seconds later, thunderous applause erupted in the background. Professor Su stood up contentedly and looked at the few people in front of him. How about it? Is there any interest in applying to the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music in the future? Clothier Joe looked surprised. The Imperial Conservatory of Music had always been his dream, and it would be even better if he could study under Professor Su. When they had just talked, Professor Su knew that Yi Jieqiao would definitely agree. So he looked at Gu Xiaobei again. Gu Xiaobei smiled lightly. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will consider it. She's a professor at the Sliden Conservatory now. The textbook that Prof. Su is using in class now is still compiled by her. Consider? Professor Su thought to himself that this Gu Xiaobei should be politely rejecting him. Every year, I don't know how many people in the country want to apply for the Imperial College of Music to be his students, and even if they can't get in, they have to come to rub the class to listen to it, and this Gu Xiaobei actually refused him? Think about it again. Professor Su said, retaining a student like this for the first time in his life, I think you're very talented. Gu Xiaobei didn't say anything, but Xu Xinjing was so jealous that her face twisted all over as she said in a conspiratorial manner, Professor Su, you're looking for a student not only based on talent, but also on character, right? I'm telling you, this Gu Xiaobei has a deep heart, and while Xiao Xiao's original tune was only shared for her to see alone, she intentionally gave it to Gu Yuran's classmates so that she could provoke the relationship between Yuran and Xiao Xiao. It was also a deliberate attempt to make you misunderstand Yuran's character. How does such a person deserve to be your student? A few moments of doubt surfaced on Professor Su's face. Indeed, he had just been so happy that he had forgotten about it. The tunes played by Gu Yuran and Gu Xiaobei were slightly different, but they were clearly the same tune. And Gu Xiaobei said that the tune was originally written by Yi Jieqiao. So what was going on? Xin Jing. Don't say that. Maybe sister is just unintentional. Sister wouldn't do such a thing on purpose. Yuran, you're still helping her after all this. Gu Xiaobei doesn't deserve your kindness. I believe that student Gu Xiaobei wouldn't do such a thing. Yi Jieqiao stood out to help Gu Xiaobei. How could she do such a thing when she could even give him a $30 million prey? Xu Xinjing was so anxious that her face was red and her neck was thick. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Young Xiaoyu shouldn't be confused by her. If she hadn't done something wrong, why would she send this piano to you? She just has a weak heart. I just think that Yi Jiechao's temperament is very compatible with Prey. I hope he can play more good songs with Prey in the future. What's wrong? Gu Xiaobei coldly looked at Xu Xinjing. Gu Xiaobei sees that Yi Jiechiao is so sad because his piano was destroyed, and believes that he must be a person who loves the piano and loves music. Prey gave it to him and it wasn't a letdown. Snort. Xu Xinjing sneered. You're a country bumpkin. Where did you get such an expensive piano? Do you think everyone doesn't know that you follow rich people to the Lila Hotel to dabble in food and drink and do those unseemly deeds? It's disgusting to be in a school with you. And at this time, the performance had all but ended, and Qin Yuner came backstage to find Professor Su, just in time to hear these words from Xu Xinjing. He had clearly sent Gu Xiaobei an entry permit, so why was she still following a boy? Is she really keeping a good relationship with a lot of guys like Gu Yuran said? Chapter 55. Are you satisfied now? Gu Xiaobei's stern gaze landed on Gu Yuran. It must be her bull ***** again. Gu Yuran, however, cowered back a bit, like a frightened bunny. Sister, don't be angry. It's not me who said that. I just saw you and a person get on the elevator of the Lila Hotel together that day. I didn't say anything else. Oh my god. Going to the Lila Hotel? It seems that this Gu Xiaobei's big money is really quite rich. Gee, I hear some people just love innocent schoolgirls. He, this Gu Xiaobei doesn't look pure either. Some people in the background were chattering and discussing, and every now and then they threw a mocking glance towards Gu Xiaobei. Shut up. Ji Ling Tian growled lowly. That rich person is my mom. You guys have a problem with that? His cold gaze swept over those who had just mocked Gu Xiaobei. Everyone winced as far as the eye could see. Ji Ling Tian had sent someone to investigate how Bai Wenjing and Gu Xiaobei met, and naturally knew that Bai Wenjing had taken her to Lila for dinner. If it were before, even if he knew the truth, he wouldn't necessarily be willing to mind his own business. But after playing that song with Gu Xiaobei, Ji Ling Tian felt that not only the song and the zither were entwined. All were silenced. Ji Ling Tian coldly said, "She did my mom a favor. My mom gave her $100 million. What doubts do you still have?" Now, everyone dared not speak. Prey is worth $30 million. 100 million. Enough for three. So it's Ji Xiao, your mom. Gu Yuran was instantly embarrassed and couldn't even speak well. Just then, Qin Yuner, who was standing in the doorway, walked in. He stood in front of Gu Xiaobei and asked, "You are Gu Xiaobei?" Gu Xiaobei looked really similar to Qin Yuan, except that while her aunt's eyes were always gentle, the aura on Gu Xiaobei was stern. Aha! I sent you an entry permit. Why didn't you use it? Qin Yuner was puzzled. He also heard Gu Xiaobei playing the zither just now, and it was very good. She could have placed well racing alone, so why with anyone else? A license to compete? What license? Gu Xiaobei was puzzled. Gu Yuran hurriedly tugged on Qin Yuner's sleeve and said, "Brother, Dad has been wanting to ask you to meet. Do you have time today? Why don't you follow me home now? Dad will be very happy." One look at this flustered look on her face, Gu Xiaobei knew that it must be her again. Entry permit. I didn't receive it. Who did you send it to? Gu Xiaobei's gaze lightly landed on Gu Yuran's body. Gu Yuran felt like she had been hit by a heavy hammer, and her face turned pale all of a sudden. Qin Yuner also looked at her. Yes, I'm sorry, brother, I think that my sister can already compete, so I can't use that license, and I also really want to prove myself, so that my father and uncle are proud of me. That's why I'm. Gu Yuran bit her lower lip tightly, her tears barred down, looking aggrieved. Gu Xiaobei hugged his arms and coldly watched her act pitiful. The Imperial Capital Academy singing combined competition isn't something that anyone can participate in. As far as I know, you didn't get a license in the beginning. Gu Yuran student. Right. Gu Xiaobei looked at her with a smile, but his eyes were icy cold. The license that was originally given to me was withheld by you privately, and I didn't know that you would be able to come and participate in the competition. So what was the reason I gave you that sheet of music for? There were also sounds of dawning realization from the onlookers. Gu Xiaobei has a point. What was the point of giving Gu Yuran the songbook if she couldn't come to the competition at all? And she actually withheld the license that originally belonged to Gu Xiaobei. Really good heart. Just now you were acting pathetic. That's right. What silly white sweetness. It's obviously a white lotus flower. Disgusting. Does this kind of person deserve to be a schoolgirl? Gu Xiaobei gently shook her cell phone. Maybe I can call and ask Zhang Ma right now. How the hell did you get your hands on that sheet music? Gu Yuran's face swished white. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Sister, it might be a misunderstanding. I saw Zhang Ma holding that sheet of music, and I thought you asked her to give it to me. She also knew her explanation paled in comparison. But what else can be done? Is it possible to admit that it was her who was counting on Gu Xiaobei through and through? Ha! Gu Xiaobei sneered. At this moment, the staff came to call Prof. Su and Qin Yuner, telling them to go back and participate in the scoring, and the results would be announced in a while. Professor Su frowned at Gu Yuran before he left. The person who plays the zither must have a pure heart, and it seems you're still far from it. Gu Yuran's eyes instantly turned red and tears raged down her face. Those who didn't know thought how much she had been wronged. She gave Gu Xiaobei a hard look and said with a sobbing voice, "Now you're satisfied." Then she ran out crying. It was over. She was criticized by Professor Su, and she wouldn't be able to do well in the future even if she went to the Imperial Capital Conservatory of Music. Qin Yuner looked at her back and couldn't help but sigh as well. After all, she was also the sister he had known since childhood, and he couldn't bear to be too harsh on her. Soon the selection was made. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian undoubtedly scored the highest points, even leaving the second place far behind. Prof. Su was a decent person, and although he couldn't see Gu Yuran's demeanor, he still didn't interfere with the scoring of the other judges. In the end, Gu Yuran got fourth place, more than 20 points lower than Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian. However, none of the three went up to claim their prizes. The fact that Ji Lingtian and Gu Xiaobei didn't like to be in the limelight was one thing, and another reason was that the two of them had received messages from Qiu Mo and Xiaobei respectively. Boss, the nail households in the old city side refused to demolish, and now the project cannot be pushed. The relevant department said that whoever can solve this problem, let whoever take over the project. So the two of them disappeared in unison, and the class teacher, Julie, received the award instead of the two of them, smiling from ear to ear. Gu Yuran was accused by the crowd and didn't want to go up and show her face at all, so she asked her homeroom teacher to go and receive the award. Listening to all the people around her praising Gu Xiaobei, she was about to die of anger. Pulling out her cell phone, she sent a message to Sun Yuru, "You can just watch her be so graceful?" Soon, Sun Yuru returned WeChat, "Hee, see how long she can still scenery. I let my mother ask Sister Yu. Sister Yu did not intend to let her go." Gu Yuran then sneered. Sister Yu was the most famous snake in the old city. She had countless relatives working as gangsters over there, and this time Gu Xiaobei was sure to be out of luck. Today, due to a competition, the school didn't schedule classes and allowed everyone to move around freely, so Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian's skipping class didn't get caught. Gu Xiaobei went straight to Little Beaver's place. "Boss, our biggest competitor right now is the Shuian group, and they're interested in this piece of land as well." "Ryan," Gu Xiaobei narrowed his eyes. "Isn't that Ji Lingtian's property?" "And boss, that sister you gathered a large group of punks, intends to go to the school entrance to block you. It is said that as long as you can't beat it, you'll beat it to death." Little Beaver said. The corner of his mouth twitched. "These people are afraid they are tired of living." Gu Xiaobei laughed softly, her starry eyes radiant. "Really? Then I won't bother them to block me. I'll go by myself." Chapter 56, I heard you were looking for me. In the old town, Fang Yuxian was holding a cigar and was swallowing it. Brother Four Dragons sat next to her and said with a bitter face, "Sister-in-law, that Gu Xiaobei really isn't one to be messed with. We'll have to find more people." Fang Yuxian glanced at him. 20 people isn't enough? These people have been following me for 10 years or so. She's a little girl, she can still go to heaven on her. Anyway, 7 or 8 of us couldn't beat her that day. Brother Four Dragons muttered in a small voice. "You're all a bunch of ing losers." Fang Yuxiang banged her cigar on the top of Brother Four Dragons' head. "I'll show you what it means to be a real Taoist. A little girl who knows a bit of kung fu and still thinks she's great. Not just some school bully. I'll make her kneel down and call her father." Brother Four Dragons didn't dare to say anything. Don't see that he usually yells and shouts outside, but in front of his sister-in-law, he doesn't dare to utter a single breath. "Well," Fang Yuxiang rolled her eyes. "How's that thing you told you and your brother to look at 2 days ago going?" "Sister-in-law, my brother and I looked at it. Ruian and Lucky Shang sighed to give the conditions are good. But according to sister-in-law your command, we did not agree to one. That piece of land are basically our relatives. We have discussed together. Absolutely have to ruthlessly pit a sum of money to be able to do." "Well," Fang Yuxiang squinted her eyes and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Wait for Ruian and Xing Shang to raise the price first. And then, at least one of us will have to get to this number." She held out a hand and waved it in front of Brother Four Dragons. Four Dragons gulped down a mouthful of saliva to go. That piece of the house was built when a family also spent tens of thousands of dollars 2 years ago to sell out. A house sold 200,000 no one wants. Now to demolish. Fang Yuxiang will dare to open up a big mouth. A family tube to 5 million. She'd have to part with at least $1 million if she could really ask for it. 30 families over there, She'll make $300 million. No wonder Fong Yuk-hyung is so rich. Just then, a punk came in and said, "Sister you, there's a Gu Xiaobei outside looking for you." Gu Xiaobei? Upon hearing this name, Brother Four Dragons was instantly taken aback. He had really let Gu Xiaobei beat him up last time. He didn't know how a student could have such a heavy aura of fury on him. Oh, Fong Yuxiang sneered. This little girl has some guts. She actually dares to come to the door by herself. Okay, you tell her to come in. A minute later, the punk came in with Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei still had her school bag on her back, and when she came in and saw 8 men standing in a vicious line beside Fong Yuxiang, she was not afraid at all. When she came in, Fong Yuxiang was on the phone. She was sputtering, with a fierce face and an extremely loud voice. Hey, I'm telling you, if that kid doesn't confess, I'm going to pick his eyeballs out and use them as light bulbs. I don't believe it. This kid's bones are so hard. Gu Xiaobei was a polite student. She didn't bother Fong Yuxiang. She just took out her cell phone and swiped through Weibo. Suddenly, she realized that Chu Ao had sent a tweet 3 minutes ago. Chuov, finally waiting for you to come back. The comments below went over 10,000 instantly. My Ogami waited today, waited and waited. Fat 7 slipping away, is that ex-girlfriend back? CWZ famous little fan, not it. I always thought Chu Ao waited for the king of the north. Gu Xiaobei frowned slightly. To be honest, she had also always thought that Chu Ao tweeted on that day every year, waiting for their teammates who had played King of Glory together back then. Is there really an ex-girlfriend of some kind? Fong Yuxiang squinted at Gu Xiaobei. If anyone else would be scared less. This little girl is actually playing with her cell phone? Ha, a bit of skill. You came to see me for something? Fong Yuxiang exhaled a smoke ring at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei put his cell phone in his pocket and raised his head. Yes, I heard that you were planning to go to the school to follow me and block me and have a group fight, so I came here first by myself in order to avoid trouble. Ha ha, if you're afraid, just say so. If you kneel down and beg me, I might be able to let you go. Gu Xiaobei glanced at the time. I have a work-study tutor to go to in 40 minutes. It'll take about 20 minutes on the way. Let's make it quick. She meant to end the fight in 20 minutes? Young people shouldn't be too cocky. Fong Yuxiang instantly slapped the table. Asterisk. Get that together. In all her years of socializing, she hadn't seen such a wild one. Wait. Gu Xiaobei raised his hand. Fong Yuxiang sneered. Now you want to beg for mercy? Gu Xiaobei pulled the phone out of his pocket and put it on the table next to him along with his school bag. No, I just put on the tempered film. I'm afraid it'll break in a while. Come on. She hooked her index finger. Asterisk. Now. Fong Yuxiang was completely enraged. The 8 big men rushed up together at her command. Gu Xiaobei was so skinny, so I guess a big man rushed over and knocked her off her feet. Fong Yuxiang even picked up a piece of watermelon, intending to eat it while watching Gu Xiaobei get punched. However, she had only just bitten down on a bite when Gu Xiaobei raised her leg, and a big man was directly kicked off by her. It ruthlessly smashed into Fong Yuxiang's body. The piece of watermelon smashed hard on Fong Yuxiang's face, and soup dripped down from her face. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled. Bang bang bang, several kicks. The action is so fast that there are shadows. No one can see clearly how she moves, but it is impossible for anyone to get close to her. As long as they are a little closer, they will be kicked off immediately. Brother Four Dragons felt that the place where he had broken his bones a few days ago was starting to hurt again, and hurriedly ran to lie down under the table. A big man was kicked out of the door by Gu Xiaobei, his whole body dazed, so angry that he grabbed a brick from the door and rushed in. Gu Xiaobei head did not return, elbow to the back of a hard bump, and then lifted hard. The big man's jaw shook twice, upper and lower teeth knocked together. A mouth, while spit out a large mouthful of blood, which also clamped 7 or 8 teeth. She picked up the brick and weighed it in her hand. On the ground lay Fong Yuxiang's subordinates who had just been aggressive, and the skinny Gu Xiaobei stood in the center. The corners of his mouth hooked up, all dressed in black and arrogant and handsome. She raised an eyebrow. Next time you want to block me, just contact me directly. After saying that, she raised her hand and the brick flew fiercely towards Fong Yuxiang. Bang! Fong Yuxiang was smashed squarely, and her forehead instantly bulged with a large bag. Watching Gu Xiaobei sail away unharmed, Fong Yuxiang was almost furious. She yelled at the punk next to her. Contact Ko Shang and Ryan for me. Aren't their 2 companies very capable? Whoever can screw this Gu Xiaobei to death. I'll let whoever demolishes it. Have their chiefs come and see me. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Fong Yuxiang roared with a messy head of hair and a face full of blood. The punk warily sent a message to Kozan and Ryan's people. 2 minutes later, Gu Xiaobei stood in the doorway and smiled softly. I heard you were looking for me? Chapter 57, then don't tear it down. Fang Yuxiang froze at once. Those few big men had just been helped up, and as soon as they looked at Gu Xiaobei their legs went weak and they all knelt down in unison. Gu Xiaobei smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite, and it's not New Year's Eve, so I can't give New Year's money for making such a big gift." Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's simply too arrogant. How dare you come back?" Fang Yuxiang spoke viciously. Gu Xiaobei shook his cell phone. "Yeah, didn't you ask me to come? When did I ask you to come?" Gu Xiaobei held up his cell phone to show Fang Yuxiang. Fang Yuxiang was instantly startled, and on the screen was the text message she had just sent to the person in charge of Koshang. "I heard you want to get me killed?" Gu Xiaobei brought his phone back to glance at the text message, threw a piece of bubblegum into his mouth, and chewed absently. Fang Yuxiang looked at Gu Xiaobei with her eyes spewing anger, but she didn't dare do anything rash. Gu Xiaobei sat on the table, one leg gently rocking, and blew a bubble while a dozen people watched. She was a student anyhow. How could she be related to Kuzu? So what if there is a relationship? Fang Yuxiang gritted her teeth and thought, the core of the old city is her territory. She put the word that she is not allowed to demolish and relocate. Fortunately Rise this matter will not want to do. Since you're one of Lucky Rise's people, I won't talk much nonsense with you. Fang Yuxiang sneered. Don't you guys want this piece of land? $30 million for one. 30. 900 million. 900 million. Gu Xiaobei let out a laugh. Fang Yuxiang is really stinky tofu wrapped in garlic as a staple food. The mouth is not small. The house on your side, as far as I know, cost less than 50,000 back then. The year before last when it was listed at 200,000 couldn't be sold. Now it's going to be demolished. If the price goes up, it probably won't be more than 500,000 for a family. And you and I are asking for $30 million? That's right. Fang Yuxiang stalked her neck. I'll even be straight with you. Ryan can do it with $5 million. But you guys? You'll have to have $10 million. Let this little girl go wild. Oh, so you're thinking that Ryan will give you $5 million? Gu Xiaobei chewed bubblegum and wiggled her legs, a few cool smiles flashing through her starry eyes. Ha! The center of the old city is all up to me. If you guys want to take this project, you'll have to go through the old lady. I also told you, I give the order. Your money is not in place. None of them will sign the demolition agreement. Your area, indeed, is prime real estate in Old Town. That's right. Fang Yuxiang thought that Gu Xiaobei hesitated, and proudly said, in the center of the old city, the youngest of the houses is 60 years old, and there are a few ancestral halls inside that have a history of hundreds of years, and it rains and leaks in the rain and blows in the wind. But, you must have to give me at a family of $30 million. The ancestral hall is another calculation. The ancestral hall $60 million. Gu Xiaobei chewed bubblegum and looked at her with a smile. Fang Yuxiang's heart was furrowed by her look, and Brother Four Dragons on the side even directly shivered, because that day, when Gu Xiaobei beat him until he broke his bones, that was how he laughed. Since the location is so great and the house is so historic, don't move. What do you mean? Fang Yuxiang rounded her eyes at once. What a pity to tear down such a nice house. Why don't we wait a few more years? Maybe the price will go up. Don't you think so? After saying that, Gu Xiaobei dialed a phone number. On the other side of the phone was a burst of music. A man left and right. Just heard Gu Xiaobei said hello, immediately changed his face. The beautiful woman in his arms directly pushed out. Master Mu, the beautiful woman, was disgruntled and cried out daintily. Mu Chongsheng said coldly, get lost, turn off the music, close the door from the outside. Only then did he fawn over the phone. What's up, sis? That street in the heart of Old Town. You know it. I know. Mu Chongsheng thought for a moment. That area is full of old houses. Aren't they waiting to be demolished recently? Yes. I've heard that the houses in that block have a long history and are very cultural. I think it's best not to tear them down. There's nothing wrong with leaving them as a landscape. You apply for a cultural protection, and in the future, all the surrounding area will be developed into a commercial street, and leaving this piece behind as a cultural reserve is also considered to be a special feature. As soon as Mu Changsheng heard this, he knew that Gu Xiaobei was angry and didn't know who he was planning to fix again. Okay, don't worry sis. Within 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes. I'll have the redhead documents sent down. Aha. Gu Xiaobei answered in a clear and cold voice. Mu Chongsheng smiled fawningly. Is there anything else I can do for you, sister? Yes. What? Sis, you say. I promise to do it. Mu Chongsheng was about to go crazy wanting to be Gu Xiaobei's little brother, and even though he was still 2 years older than Gu Xiaobei, he always called out one sis after another. Don't call me sister. After Gu Xiaobei finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Fang Yuxiang looked at her dumbfounded. Just now, Gu Xiaobei's words made Fang Yuxiang listen in awe. What do you mean? No more demolition? Demolition is the decision of the top. The development of the old city is the focus of this year's work in the imperial capital. She said not to demolish and not to demolish? You're capable of pretending. Fang Yuxiang scolded. Who do you think you are? She was pointing at Gu Xiaobei's nose and cursing, but she was tugged on the sleeve by Brother Four Dragons. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Brother Four Dragons blushed miserably and held his cell phone out to her. That's a red herring that was only sent out 30 seconds ago. It is clearly stipulated that the piece of land under her control is designated as a cultural reserve and is not included in the scope of this demolition, while all the houses on this piece of land are treated as protected cultural relics and are not allowed to be repaired without authorization, not to mention being pushed down and rebuilt. Fang Yuxiang froze. Doesn't this mean that if they want to change a light bulb or run a wire in the future, they will have to apply at all levels from the relevant departments? Gu Xiaobei glanced at her cell phone. Well, it's almost time for my work study. Bye. She waved her hand at Fang Yuxiang, and raised her hand. Of all the punks present, none of them dared to stop her. Brother Four Dragons cried out. Sister-in-law, what are we going to do? Fang Yuxiang's face was pale and she couldn't say a word. What to do? How does she know what to do? Soon calls came in from relatives and neighbors. I say, Sister Jade, what's going on? Why do I hear people say that our block won't be demolished? Fang Yuxiang, I'm not finished with you. I'm still waiting for the money to buy a house for my son. Before the family gave 1 million you did not allow to sign, saying that you can get 5 million. Where is the money? Where's the money? If I don't see the money, I'll fight you. Within an hour, Fang Yuxiang's phone calls and text messages didn't stop. On Gu Xiaobei's side, he went directly to the Ji family's villa. It was time for her work study again. Chapter 58, My Shoes. Since she had been here the last time, Mrs. Li saw that it was her ringing the doorbell and opened the door straight away. Bai Wenjing came down from upstairs with a head of messy hair. As soon as she saw Gu Xiaobei, her eyes widened in surprise. Xiaobei, you're here. Come on, come on, come on. I just happened to receive a gift for you. Hurry up and give it to you first, or else I'll turn around and forget it again. She took Gu Xiaobei's hand and headed upstairs. Bai Wenjing's hand was very soft and warm. Gu Xiaobei usually resisted other people's intimate touch, but at this moment, being pulled by Bai Wenjing, she actually felt a few moments of peace. She obediently followed Bai Wenjing to her room. The entire third floor was a suite, and when you went in there was a study, and a huge check room, and even the bathroom was bigger than an ordinary family's house. It was only further in that there was a bedroom, which was about 90 square feet, with a huge bed in the center, which looked soft and must have been very comfortable to lie in. Well, Bai Wenjing scratched her head. Strange, it was obviously sent over at noon. How come I don't remember where I put it again? Xiaobei, you sit down first. Oh, I'll look for it. She kept thrashing around in place, muttering, oops, I remembered to put it away properly. Ugh. Bai Wenjing still gave up her search and ran to the stairs there in her slippers. Mrs. Li, I can't find my shoes. Gu Xiaobei was sitting alone in Bai Wenjing's bedroom when suddenly, she seemed to hear something moving, like a wet ball of paper gently pressed into the ground. Gu Xiaobei half squinted his eyes and didn't move a muscle, pretending that he hadn't heard anything. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past her ears, and Gu Xiaobei, who was still motionless, suddenly bent over, and something instantly jumped over her head. A silvery white cat lay on the bed, blinking its big eyes at her. It tilted its head, seeming a bit dissatisfied with the fact that it didn't scare Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei needed a ball of paper and tossed it between his two hands. The cat, attracted to the ball of paper jumping up and down, arched its back and bobbed its head along with it. Suddenly, it straightened up and jumped all at once, but just at that moment, Gu Xiaobei flicked that paper ball. Before the cat could react, the ball of paper hit him right in the forehead. Meow. Even though the ball of paper was light and fluffy and didn't hurt at all, it was still angry. It arched its body and meowed at Gu Xiaobei, very dissatisfied. Gu Xiaobei, however, couldn't help but laugh. Big fatty. Bai Wenjing came up with Li Ma, and when she saw that the cat was purring at Gu Xiaobei, she called out to him, "You're bullying again. Meow meow meow." Obviously Big Fatty is being bullied. Big Fatty got angry and turned around, pointing his ass at Bai Wenjing. "It turns out that I've been putting it downstairs and wanted to give it to you when you came, so try to see if you like it." Bai Wenjing picked up Big Fatty and put it on her lap, gently tickling its chin. Big Fatty squinted his eyes and made a purring sound, enjoying himself immensely. Gu Xiaobei opened it, only to find that the box actually contained a pair of shoes. "Didn't you want a pair of shoes last time? I happened to have a redemption coupon, so I took it and exchanged it for you to try," Bai Wenjing said happily. Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips slightly. "Well, this is King's new model this season?" "King? What king?" blinked Bai Wenjing, looking at her with an innocent face. Lima bent down and whispered, "Ma'am, have you forgotten? This redemption coupon was found by Mr. Young Master has always liked this shoe." "Oh," Bai Wenjing slapped her head. "Look at this brain of mine. I remembered. Yes, yes, yes. King is the most famous international brand of trendy shoes. The cheapest shoes cost 6 figures, and every shoe is on sale in limited quantities. Generally Europe and the United States out of the new models will immediately sold out. Asia side of the few people can buy. Ji Xiaohan is also a relationship to get this redemption coupon. It's better to return it," Gu Xiaobei said. Ji Ling Tian's fiery temper. If he knew that the shoes he wanted were easily given to Gu Xiaobei by Bai Wenjing, he didn't know how much of a tantrum he would throw. "It's fine." Bai Wenjing waved her hand. "I see he still has shoes to wear. If he dares to get upset, I won't allow Brother Cole to give him pocket money." Gu Xiaobei couldn't argue with Bai Wenjing, so he gave it a try. King's shoes are really comfortable and good looking. Gu Xiaobei's legs are already thin and long, and after wearing these shoes, it's even better that people can't take their eyes off them. "Good looking, Xiaobei. It's so pretty. Next time I'll give you a pair of shoes." Bai Wenjing had a happy face. "No no no." Gu Xiaobei hurriedly waved her hand. If she sent a pair of shoes every time she came, when she brought Bai Wenjing to play on Stargaze, she could go back and open a shoe store herself. "Ah, don't you need to buy shoes first from now on?" Bai Wenjing cocked her head. Gu Xiaobei nodded. "Well, it's okay not to buy shoes if you keep playing Shield Mountain." "Good da. Then let me know what you want next time, Xiaobei." Big Fatty broke away from Bai Wenjing's legs and jumped onto Gu Xiaobei's feet, about to tear her shoes. "Meow dash. These are the shoes my young master wants. Take them off quickly." It had just bitten twice when Bai Wenjing pinched its neck and picked it up. "Big Fatty." Bai Wenjing huffed. "If you keep bullying people you won't get a snack today. Meow dash." "Ooh-hoo." Big Fatty is so aggravated. Today Gu Xiaobei and Bai Wenjing are still playing very smoothly, without much effort. She is on the gold one. 2 more games. It is platinum. At this segment. Not to mention that Bai Wenjing has been charging the tower and not participating in the group battle. Even if the 4 teammates on his side send all the way, relying on Gu Xiaobei to fight 9, he can still win. It was only an hour a day, and they couldn't play more than a few games, or else she would soon be able to take Bai Wenjing on Starburst. After the work study ended, Bai Wenjing once again invited Gu Xiaobei to stay for dinner. Well, Xiaobei Bai Wenjing took her hand and shook it, pouting. "Just eat with me." No wonder Ji Ling Tian's dad spoiled his mom like this. There were really very few people who could resist Bai Wenjing's pampering. Gu Xiaobei still agreed, but the dishes had just been served when Ji Ling Tian returned. "Has the baby eaten yet?" Bai Wenjing probed. Looking into the living room, Jillian walked in after washing her hands. "Not yet. It's all the ones you don't like to eat," Bai Wenjing smiled and said. Ji Ling Tian sat down at the table. "It's fine. I'll just take a few random bites." "Well then." Bai Wenjing looked still a little disappointed, as if she resented Ji Ling Tian for disturbing her time alone with Gu Xiaobei. Big Fatty slowly skipped over and jumped onto Ji Ling Tian's lap in a flash. "Meow meow meow. Young master, that girl is wearing your shoes. Meow dash. You hurry up and punish her." Ji Ling Tian haphazardly stroked Big Fatty's fur. When Big Fatty saw that Ji Ling Tian didn't understand what he meant, his eyes rolled and he directly jumped up and peeled his chopsticks to the ground. "Big Fat." Ji Ling Tian chided it and bent down to pick up the chopsticks. Suddenly, he motioned. This pair of shoes on Gu Xiaobei's feet, wasn't it the one he always liked? Chapter 59, The Northern King has returned. These shoes. Ji Ling Tian frowned slightly. Bai Wenjing hurriedly gave him a chopsticks of food. "Baby, you class is so hard. Oh, quickly eat more food. Turn back, I let Brother Han give you more pocket money to comfort you. Oh." Ji Ling Tian looked at the dishes in his bowl, none of which he loved. Bai Wenjing is so vain. There must be a ghost. "Mom, where's the redeemable coupon for King that my dad got me?" "Well," Bai Wenjing scratched her head. "Redemption coupon? Well, I remember I put it away for you. Didn't I give it to you? Maybe I already gave it to you and you just forgot about it. Don't come." Ji Ling Tian's face was cold, and when he touched Big Fatty's head, he couldn't help but use a little bit of force, and Big Fatty let out a meow. "Ah! It's okay if it hurts. Come on, punish this girl. Who made her just hit Big Fatty on the head with a paper ball?" "Humph." Ji Ling Tian scratched his big fat chin and stared at Bai Wenjing. "Mom, did you take the redemption coupon to change Gu Xiaobei's shoes?" Bai Wenjing drooped her head. "Well, I forgot about it. I'll definitely give it to you next time." Ji Ling Weather clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do about this mom of his. Otherwise, a moment later, she made a phone call to her father to complain. Ji Xiaohan, a transatlantic phone call came over. Can be enough to count him for 3 hours. Although it was said that a tiger's venom would not eat its children, if he dared to upset Bai Wenjing, Ji Xiaohan could lay his hands on him and make his company go bankrupt. Although his company, too, was considered the Ji family's property. This might be the kind of thing where you beat up even yourself when you're mean. Baby, you don't upset well. Or tomorrow to buy your school opposite the cupcake to eat. Super delicious. Okay? Since when do I have a sweet tooth? You're the one who wants to eat cupcakes. Right. Ji Ling Tian glared at Bai Wenjing. Bai Wenjing smiled with arched eyebrows again. Hey, then you stop by and buy it back for me. Oh, you're going to be passing by after school anyway. Ji Ling Tian had a black line on his face, completely unable to do anything about this mom of his. Gu Xiaobei watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but bring a few smiles to her face as well. This warm and harmonious family atmosphere was something she had never been able to have. Suddenly, Ji Ling Tian raised his head and clashed with Gu Xiaobei's gaze. She hurriedly lowered her head to eat, not allowing Ji Ling Tian to notice the flashes of envy and loss in her eyes. Right, baby? Bai Wenjing ate half. Suddenly thought of something. I know how to make up for you. I heard people say that what WC team has a what tournament. You do not always like to play the King of Glory. Then I will take you to see it. Okay? I'll take you to see it then. Okay? WC is the toilet. It's the CWZ team. Well, CWZ. Are you going to go then? Do not go. Ji Ling Tian said with a gloomy face. Shuao said to get back a player of some kind. Not even a game yet, the propaganda is all over the place. Wait until they can get out of the group stage, I'll think about whether or not I want to go and watch. Bai Wenjing came over like a curious baby. What do you mean by group stage? Gilliam. It's where the 32 teams first randomly form 16 groups to compete. The 16 winners then form 8 separate groups to compete. And when there are only 2 teams left at the end of the day, the one that wins gets to go to South Korea for the tournament. Although CWZ is a veteran domestic team, they have been refusing to accept sponsorships and shoot advertisements, and have little money to support their players. And in the past few years, not to mention South Korea, it feels as if they can't even beat the domestic QZ team anymore. Bai Wenjing blinked twice and said sincerely, didn't get it. Ji Ling Tian, I knew it would be in vain to explain. After dinner, Bai Wenjing personally sent Gu Xiaobei to the door again. Xiao Mo sent a message to Ji Ling Tian. Xiao Mo, boss. The red-head document from above came down very suddenly, as if someone did this on purpose. Fang Yuxiang is now crazy. This time the project. It is said that the relevant departments preferred to choose Lucky Shang. Xiao Mo, also, boss. It seems that Gu Xiaobei went to Fang Yuxiang after he came out of school today, and it was rumored that he single-handedly challenged 20 people from their side. Ji Ling Tian thought back to the state of Gu Xiaobei at the dinner table just now, but it didn't look at all like he had just finished fighting with 20 people. KLT, find out what the hell is going on here. Quimmer, okay boss. And on Gu Xiaobei's way back, he received a message from Little Beaver. Beaver, pahahaha, old Big laughed me to death. That Fang Yuxiang was beaten by a bunch of relatives around the house, and then went straight crazy. Little Beaver, boss. This time we've got the project of renovating the old city 9 times out of 10. Gu Xiaobei, tell the people below to drop out of the competition and give this project to Shu An. Beaver? Why boss? Gu Xiaobei looked down at the shoes on her feet, wearing someone else's short legs. Beaver. Although she couldn't understand what Gu Xiaobei was talking about, Little Beaver did as Gu Xiaobei said. Gu Xiaobei was still brushing her microblogging when she stepped into Gu's house. Weibo's headline today was #CWZ Battle Team Mysterious New Member #. Clicking in to see it, the top trending first item was Chuao's tweet. Chuo, you're back and we're going to win. All the major marketing numbers are speculating who this person is that Chuo is talking about. Gu Xiaobei casually scratched a microblog, which read, except for the North King, no one can make the Chuo great god this excited. Seeing this name, Gu Xiaobei suddenly paused. King of the North. The title was so foreign to her. She and Chuao, too, hadn't been in touch for 3 years. I think. That king number she has not logged in again, and even that QQ has been abandoned. Just as Gu Xiaobei was about to put away her phone, she found a tweet airborne on the hot search. #CWZ's mysterious new team member turns out to be the showbiz's newest fairy, followed closely behind by a couple of hot takes that inexplicably sprung up. Is this Lin E? Known as Little Jishu, even an esports master? Meanwhile, Shuo has posted a new tweet. Shuaov, looks like it can't be hidden anymore. King of the North, welcome back at Lin E as a little fairy. Soon after, Lin E retweeted this tweet with the caption, work together tongue out. Countless esports fans frantically flocked to Lin Yi's Weibo. My keyboard can type, wow, cute girls can actually play the game. So awesome so awesome. Puncha CWZ, the person Chuao has been waiting for is actually so beautiful. Upstairs are my son, my days. North King is actually such a good-looking sister. And I have to say, really and Jishu goddess looks a bit like Jishu my life, hug away my family Jishu, don't any 18-line starlet to rub the heat okay? Chapter 60, Going to School Together. Gu Xiaobei stared out at the screen for a while. Showbiz over the years want to rub her hot people or not a lot. She was still in the circle when there are countless male stars want to fry gossip with her. Entertainment headlines every now and then is explosive. Jishu circle boyfriend exposure. The original is he. After she retired. Little Jishu, Jishu's sister, Jishu's niece, sexy Jishu, 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 Jishu and Jishu. The actresses who came out under these names are even more numerous. There has even been a male version of Jishu, but this Lin Yi, Gu Xiaobei saw for the first time. She tapped into Lin Yi's Twitter album. Under the 10th grade beauty face, Lin Yi's face looks good looking, but there is nothing recognizable. And there is no difference with those netroots. Gu Xiaobei looked and looked, but did not see which point she looks like herself. But those new stills that were posted, the styling is a little bit like the movie she did 3 years ago. Gu Xiaobei was already used to those who rubbed herself the wrong way. But she felt strange as to why Chu Ao would call Lin Yi the Northern King. When King's Honor first came out it was basically young people playing. There were a lot of people with good skills at that time. And most of them were arrogant, basically calling themselves ex-king and ex-god. And at that time the King of Honor also allows renaming. Gu Xiaobei has seen a few called North King. Then she was young and vigorous. Every time she saw in his own rename, to press the other side on the ground hammer. Maybe, this Lin Yi is just a rename too? With the recent explosion of King's Glory, many people are also very concerned about the upcoming fall combined tournament. The most popular thing in the entertainment industry these years is to establish a persona. This Lin Yi if she really played the game well and wanted to establish the persona of a gaming goddess, it is understandable. She's retired anyway, and she doesn't want to be bothered with what happened before. She opened the door of Gu's house and tried to go upstairs. Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yigua huffed and yelled as he sat up from the sofa. Next to him, Gu Yuran was still crying and wailing non-stop. With a pearly, aggrieved look. Gu Xiaobei, why are you bullying Yuran? I told you, you two will be sisters from now on. Have you ever been a sister like that? Are you upset to see that Yuran is better than you? Gu Yigua felt that Gu Yuran had a good personality and was multi-talented, and had been raised by his side since she was a child, and was close to him, and this time when the Qin family came, he only needed to get on good terms with the Qin family, so that the Qin family could arrange a good marriage for Gu Yuran, and he would not have to worry for the rest of his life. As for Gu Xiaobei, not to mention the fact that she wasn't close to him at all, let's just say that in a luxurious family, who would want a daughter-in-law like Gu Xiaobei? I bullied her? Gu Xiaobei sneered. Was it me who made her steal the sheet music? Was it me who made her take the license? Was it me who made her smart in front of Professor Su? You would have been able to participate in the competition. That license is of no use to you. Yuran took it away to use it. Are you so petty? That sheet music Yuran also said. It's all a misunderstanding. You still have to be aggressive. Why can't you explain to Prof. Su? Are you just not happy to see Yuran being appreciated by Prof. Su? Gu Yigua yelled angrily. And Gu Yuran cried even louder beside her. Gu Xiaobei was truly convinced by Gu Yigua's logic. Yes, I'm just not happy to see her being appreciated. How's that? Gu Xiaobei looked at Gu Yigua in a clear and cold manner. Gu Yigua was choked at once. Obviously he didn't expect Gu Xiaobei to admit it. Half a day before he squeezed out a sentence. The two of you are sisters. How can you do this? Because I have no qualities. Any other questions? Gu Xiaobei coldly looked at Gu Yigua. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Gu Yigua was choked to death and couldn't say a word. Gu Xiaobei went straight up the stairs. Gu Yuran huffed. Dad, does my sister hate me? Who does she like? Look at her sinking face every day. Like everyone owes her $20,000. Yuran, you ignore her. Gu Yuran deflated her mouth. Bean-sized teardrops barred down. Looking extraordinarily callous. Dad, it's all my fault. Don't get angry with your sister. After all, she's your real daughter. What's the use of a biological daughter? How can she be half as sweet as you? How much did your mother like you even when she was alive? If it wasn't for the fact that your mother wanted to pick her up before she died, I wouldn't have cared about her. Gu Yigua clenched his teeth in anger, and couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, your mother isn't around anymore, or else she would have to be pissed off as well. Hearing Gu Yigua mention Qin Yuan, Gu Yuran's eyes flickered twice with a few unnatural moments, but Gu Yigua didn't notice anything different about her. Alright Yuran, don't cry. Gu Yigua patted her shoulder. Your cousin came to the imperial capital this time as well. You need to get on good terms with him. The Qin family has access to a higher class, and that will be good for you in the future as well. I know, Dad. Gu Yuran nodded her head in a well-behaved manner. Early the next morning, when Gu Xiaobei went downstairs, she found that Gu Yuran was actually waiting for her downstairs. Sister. As soon as she saw Gu Xiaobei, she said sweetly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Get in the car. Let's go to school together. Going to school together? Gu Xiaobei glanced at her suspiciously. Ever since she had returned to the Gu family, Gu Yuran had gotten up earlier than a chicken every day just so she could ditch her and go to school alone. But Gu Xiaobei didn't have any hesitation and directly lifted his leg and got into the car. Her car hadn't been driven back yet, so it was a waste of time not to sit down. And besides, she wasn't afraid that Gu Yuran would play tricks on her. After entering October, the weather in the imperial capital got a bit cooler, but Gu Yuran was still wearing a dress with pearls set on the belt, tassels falling on the end of the dress, and a pair of pink pointy-toe shoes on her feet, looking like an innocent little princess. Gu Xiaobei, on the other hand, wore a black pullover bodysuit, tight black jeans underneath, and marten boots on his feet, making the whole person look competent and handsome. After getting into the car, she put her hat up to block most of her face, only revealing her delicate nose and chin, her long eyelashes covering the coldness in her eyes, naturally permeated with a sense of coldness and arrogance. Gu Yuran rolled her eyes when she saw that Gu Xiaobei wasn't looking at her and wrinkled her nose in disgust. She didn't want to ride with this dirtbag if there was a way. Humph. A whiff of poverty. The driver stopped the car at the gate. Gu Yuran and Gu Xiaobei got off from two directions respectively. Sister, let's go together. Gu Yuran trotted over and tried to hug Gu Xiaobei's arm, but she was coldly shrugged off by Gu Xiaobei. There were a few students in the back whispering about it. Hey, isn't that the school beauty and the school bully? Why are they together? I heard the two of them got into a fight backstage during the singing combine. ******* ****** got into a fight. Why? I'm not sure, but I've heard that Gu Xiaobei was adopted by Gu Yuran's father. Gee whiz, adopted and all that yanking. Why did I hear that it was Gu Yuran who took something of Gu Xiaobei's? So many people saw it backstage at the time. Che, an adopted back bumpkin can have anything Her things are not all Gu families. Gu families should be people Gu Yuran's okay? Hearing these words, Gu Yuran couldn't help but raise a few smiles on her face. It seemed that the rumors she had asked Chu Xinjing to spread had worked. She deliberately came with Gu Xiaobei today, just to create an image that she didn't mind that Gu Xiaobei was an adopted child and was generous. But just then, a sudden clamor rose from behind. Chapter 61, Gu Xiaobei is my fan. A car pulled up behind theirs. A sharp-eyed student shouted, Oh my god, isn't that the good-looking judge's brother from the other day? Qin Yuner had inherited the good genes of the Qin family and was clean and handsome. The aura on him was a bit like Yijie Qiao's, both gentle, but because he was in his second year of college this year, 3 years older than Yijie Qiao, he also had a bit more maturity. It's those few moments of maturity that naturally draw these student-aged kids into a frenzy. The judge's brother is so handsome. Isn't the competition over? How come Brother Judge is here again? I wish I could see Brother Judge every day. Gu Yuran had already known that Qin Yuner was coming to Shengli, so she wasn't surprised. She just smiled serenely and said, It's true that we'll be able to see each other every day. Brother Yuner is going to be a teaching assistant in our school for a while. The purpose is to screen and cultivate students who have artistic talent. Wow, really? How did you know that? Yuna, the girl next to her screamed, so happy she was about to pass out. Because Brother Yuner is my cousin. Gu Yuran waved her hand at Qin Yuner's side. Qin Yuner saw her and nodded slightly as a greeting. Yoren, your family's genes are really good. You look so pretty and your cousin is so handsome. Yoren, can you introduce me to your cousin to know? Please, really so envious of you all have such a handsome cousin. Ooh-hoo. Gu Xiaobei was completely uninterested in these things, sticking his hands in his sweatshirt pockets and walking forward with his head down. But she ignored the power of those fanboys. Her female classmates were crowding the entrance to the school, and there was no way for her to get inside. Just then, someone else shouted, How come the judge's brother even brought a girl? Indeed, everyone looked up to find Qin Yuner going around to the right side of the car and opening the door. A girl in high heels got out of the car and shook her hair before putting on her sunglasses, muttering disgruntledly, Too many people too. You didn't have to come either. Qin Yuner said, Teacher said I'm enough on my own. I also want to see if there are any talented ones who can be schoolmates. The girl spat out her tongue and said to Qin Yuner, but this was all an excuse. Only she herself knew that she was desperately trying to create opportunities for herself and Qin Yuner because she liked him. When she learned that Qin Yuner was coming to Assay Li as a teaching assistant, she hurriedly asked to come along, because she had gotten out of the car and shook out her hair before putting on her sunglasses. Some of her classmates had recognized her. Is that Linny? Some of her classmates pointed at her excitedly, though there were still a few moments of uncertainty in their tone. because even though Linny was wearing heavy makeup, she didn't look like she had blown out skin like in the selfies on Weibo. Her nose doesn't look as delicate as it does in the photo either, slightly collapsed at the bridge, but overall she was still pretty. After all, she was an actress and quite a bit prettier than the average person. Not to mention, she was wearing exquisite makeup. It's really Linny. Hey, why is Linny coming to our school too? She's not the judge's brother's girlfriend, is she? Chin Yuner smiled lightly. No, oh, Sister Linny is also here to help as a teaching assistant. If you guys work hard, you can be Sister Linny's schoolmates. Oh, Linny's eyes flashed a few moments of displeasure when she heard Chin Yuner's clarification, but with the sunglasses covering her, no one could see it. Really? Then we'll definitely work hard. The onlookers were happy. Linny didn't dare to lose her temper with Chin Yuner, so she poured out her dissatisfaction on her classmates. She walked forward side by side with Chin Yuner, frowning and whispering, so annoying, being recognized again. You are now a showbiz fairy and an esports goddess. It's normal to be recognized. The blame only lies in the fact that you're too hot. Chin Yuner laughed in a low voice. Linny gathered her hair in a high and mighty manner, but on her lips she said modestly, I still have a lot to learn. Senior will have to teach me more in the future. But the number of people surrounding them was increasing, and Linny was getting more and more annoyed. Since acting in a few dramas, rubbing off on Jishu's popularity, and setting up the persona of a gaming goddess, her fans have grown, especially after Chu Ao certified that she was the Northern King of that year. Her fans even went up by 1 million overnight, and it all started when she was buying a small number on some treasure, and inadvertently found that the QQ level was very high. It should have been applied for years ago, and then it was abandoned. And this QQ actually binds a king account. She just logged on to the QQ. Chu Ao contacted her. She originally thought it was a scammer, but the agent persuaded her to go along with it, and she became the King of the North. She had also worried about whether the real King of the North would come looking for her, but on second thought, she thought that no one had used this QQ for several years, so she guessed that person had long since forgotten about it, and the game is played so well, mostly a stingy stinking beggar. This number is given to her to be more useful. Who would fan a fat geek who only plays games? She's a showbiz fairy. If someone really comes to your door, just have your agent give you tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to get rid of it. Linny was also considered an internet-addicted girl, and her own King's Honor had reached the Staryu segment, so she also had a certain level of esports. She was now really thinking of herself as the King of the North and little Jishu, and she was strutting her stuff everywhere she went. Everyone, move over, will you? She raised her voice slightly. This is a school. It's not for people to come and chase stars. You guys are interfering with my normal work and life. A few of her classmates couldn't stand to see her look of being a noble do-gooder, so they skimmed away. Linny and Chin Yuner walked forward together. Just then, Gu Yuran suddenly squeezed the classmate next to her, and that classmate didn't stand still and instantly crashed into Gu Xiaobei's body, and Gu Xiaobei wasn't prepared for it, and was violently knocked down and stumbled, falling towards Linny. If this hit her squarely, she would take Linny with her and slam her hard on the ground, but Gu Xiaobei was practiced. She hurriedly stabilized her stance, and even so, she still bumped into Linny, and the two of them brushed their arms. Linny immediately frowned. This student, show some self-respect, will you? Don't approach me on purpose like this. You should have a little distance even if you are my fan. When she finished speaking, she patted her sleeve with a look of revulsion, as if Gu Xiaobei had some deadly virus on her. Before Gu Xiaobei could speak, Chin Yuner had already recognized her. Gu Xiaobei. He opened his mouth, his voice clear. Senior, you know her? Linny was filled with surprise at once. Chapter 62. Fairy sister. This is my sister. Dad just picked her up from the countryside. She's kind of brother Yunel's sister too. Chin Yuner didn't say anything, but Gu Yuran smiled at Linny first. When Linny heard the words fairy sister, she was quite comfortable, so she smiled and nodded to Gu Yuran. But when she looked at Gu Xiaobei, her face sank. So it's from the countryside. No wonder this all looks worthless. Linny rolled her eyes under the cover of her sunglasses. Gu Yuran's words made people misunderstand that Gu Xiaobei was adopted by Gu Igua. But back then, Qin Yuan's matter was not allowed to be mentioned in the Qin family so far. So Chin Yuner didn't explain. Xiaobei, the professor asked me to ask you. Gu Xiaobei had no intention of talking to them. And before Chin Yuner could finish his words, she plugged her headphones in and walked away at a fast pace with her sweatshirt hat on. Linny snorted coldly. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, doing whatever it takes to get close to her, and actually purposely bumping into her. That is, rubbing her a little. If she really bumped into her, she would definitely have to be done with Gu Xiaobei. Fairy sister, don't be angry. My sister is like this. She just came back from the countryside not long ago, A lot of things don't understand. And she probably also see Fairy sister you look too beautiful, so can't help but want to get close to you. Fortunately didn't bump into you. Otherwise she really sinned a lot. Every single one of Gu Yuran's words spoke to Ling Yi's heart. She smiled and said to Qin Yuner, Senior, this cousin of yours is quite good. Sister, which class are you in? Lin Yi took off her sunglasses and looked at Gu Yuran. The students next to her squealed with envy when they saw Lin Yi talking to Gu Yuran. Gu Yuran is really lucky. She's the school flower again. She's also the sister of the handsome judge's brother. And now even Lin Yi is so nice to her. I'm in class 1 law. St. Li is divided into classes based on academic performance. So you're not in the best class. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. That sister of yours must be in the worst class. Gu Yuran squirmed a bit, as if to cover up for Gu Xiaobei, and vaguely said, my sister may just not be able to get an education in the countryside. In fact, she is also quite smart, although in the last class. But sister actually also quite hard working. At this point, the onlookers couldn't help but whisper, didn't they say Gu Xiaobei and Gu Yuran had a fight? Why is Gu Yuran still helping her out? Because the schoolgirl is beautiful and kind, I guess. Gu Xiaobei had long since walked away and had no idea what kind of white lotus flower operation Gu Yuran was carrying out here. There weren't many people on campus today because most of the students had gone to the entrance of the school to see the gaming goddess. Gu Xiaobei took a quick step forward with his long legs. Not far away, Jiling Tian and Oxia were walking together shoulder to shoulder towards their class. When Oxia saw Gu Xiaobei, she suddenly pointed at her and her eyes lit up. Ling Tian, isn't that your deskmate? The slightly radiant sunlight in the early morning hit Gu Xiaobei from her side, as if it had gilded her with a light layer of golden light. Her upturned nose, delicate chin, slender swan neck and those long legs that people love, as if they were carved by the creator with a single knife. The most perfect work of art. Everyone said that Gu Yuran was the school flower and looked pretty, but in fact, Gu Xiaobei looked I don't know how much prettier than Gu Yuran. Gu Yuran grew up being held in the palm of Gu Igua and Qin Yuan's hand and was very good at dressing herself, because her legs are a bit short and her thighs are a bit thick, but her calves are thin. She wears skirts all year round to raise her waistline and keep her thighs out of the way. Half of her prettiness is from dressing up, but Gu Xiaobei just grabs whatever he can and wears it every day. And it's either short-sleeved or sweatshirt. Always pants. Never a skirt. But even so, her long, straight legs were enviable, because she always liked to wear all black. People overly felt her icy temperament and ignored her beautiful looks. Your deskmate is kinda awesome hey. Oh Xia was holding her sugar. Her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. The video the other day might have misunderstood her if she hadn't seen it. You mean she's a hacker too? Well, not really, but definitely knows some computer skills. Jiling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards Gu Xiaobei's side. It seems that on this Gu Xiaobei, there are many things he doesn't know. Right at this moment, Jiling Tian suddenly realized that something was wrong, and with a fierce expression, he drew his feet and rushed forward. And Gu Xiaobei's side. When Saturday 6 saw Gu Xiaobei coming from afar, he almost jumped up in joy and hurriedly jogged this way. Gu Xiaobei's entire attention was focused on Saturday 6, and he completely failed to notice that there was a person hiding behind the small house not far in front of him. Lu Wanwan has been waiting here for more than half an hour. Shimu broke up with her in front of so many people. She was kicked out of the backstage. Although Shimu didn't ask her to pay for Yi Jiachao's piano, but the whole saintly knows that she did that thing, and now no one wants to talk to her anymore. She's isolated. She didn't look at herself for the reason, but felt that all of this was caused by Gu Xiaobei. If it wasn't for Gu Xiaobei, she would still be Shimu's girlfriend, envied by a large portion of the girls in Shangli, and would be able to buy whatever she wanted. Gu Xiaobei deserved to die. Lu Wanwan squeezed a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid in her hand and stared at Gu Xiaobei, who was walking closer and closer. It's now! Lu Wanwan suddenly rushed out with the bottle, screamed, and splashed it on Gu Xiaobei. Go to hell you! Lu Wanwan's face was livid. Saturday 6's eyes snapped open. Sis, look out! She rushed forward as if flying, wanting to help Gu Xiaobei stop it. Saturday 6 pushed Gu Xiaobei away, but he himself couldn't dodge away in time and closed his eyes dead. If this bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid was poured all over her face, she would not only be disfigured, but even her eyes would be burned right out. Gu Xiaobei was pushed by Saturday 6 and stumbled, but fortunately she was good at it and flew over like the wind, pulling Saturday 6 and falling back. Below was a long row of steps. If they fell, both of them would definitely be injured. Gu Xiaobei tugged hard on Saturday 6 and couldn't stand up himself, but he couldn't care less now, seeing that the two of them were about to roll down the long steps together. Gu Xiaobei suddenly felt the hair at the back of her head being lifted by the wind, and her waist was wrapped around someone's arm. She fell hard into an embrace. Saturday 6 crashed into her, and she reached up to cover Saturday 6's face as a splash of concentrated sulfuric acid landed on her hand. Chapter 63, Apologize Properly. Lulu, is there anything wrong? Gu Xiaobei had just watched as 6th Saturday met the acid that had been thrown at her head on. Saturday 6 was scared white and hurriedly shook his head. I'm fine. Sis, how are you? At this moment, the drilling pain came, and Gu Xiaobei hurriedly rushed to the grass next to him, grabbing the water pipe that was irrigating and rushing it towards his hand. Luckily, it was just a splash, and promptly rinsed with plenty of water. So nothing happened. Lu Wanwan was still standing there frozen. What's going on? Where did this Saturday 6 come out from? And why did Ji Xiao suddenly pop up as well? But before she could react, Gu Xiaobei coldly went over with his long legs and grabbed her collar in one go. Lu Wanwan was only 1 meter 6, but Gu Xiaobei was 1 meter 6'8", and her entire body was lifted up by Gu Xiaobei, her feet dangling in the air. What are you doing? Lu Wanwan remembered Gu Xiaobei's reputation as a school bully and the fact that she had once pressed Suya to the ground and slapped her face with a brick, and all of a sudden her face went white. Gu Xiaobei laughed coldly. You should be glad that the sulfuric acid didn't splash on Saturday 6, or else, believe it or not, I'll throw you into the pool and melt you down to the dregs. It seemed that after the last time, there were still a lot of people who didn't know that in St. Li, Saturday 6 was her scales. There's a need to let them know again. Saturday 6 and Ji Ling Tian stood next to each other, watching Gu Xiaobei appear like a fallen angel spreading her black wings, suddenly covering the sky and the entire world as if it was frozen for miles. Oh Xia, who had been left behind by Ji Ling Tian, was looking this way while eating candy not far away. Suddenly, Simu walked up to him. What are you looking at? Oh Xia pointed to the front, and Kagome lovingly said, Look, is that your girlfriend? Silhouette laughed softly and corrected him. Ex-girlfriend. After saying that, Simu also drew his feet and went over. Lu Wanwan stared nervously at Gu Xiaobei, her heart crossed, thinking, even if Gu Xiaobei beat her up, so what? She was pretty and her grades were good, so she would definitely have her day in the future. And when the time came, she wouldn't let Gu Xiaobei off the hook. However, it was as if Gu Xiaobei had seen through her inner thoughts. Gu Xiaobei laughed coldly, her starry eyes hiding the ice of the ages. Don't worry, I won't beat you. You'll be expelled from St. Li immediately. And from today onwards, all the academies in the imperial capital will not accept you for enrollment. You lie. How could you possibly do that? You can try. Gu Xiaobei cocked her head and smiled softly. Coincidentally, at this time, Simu also walked over. Lu Wanwan rushed over as if she had seen a savior. Silmu, you save me, you save me. Lu Wanwan pounced over and tried to grab Shimu's arm. Previously in love, Shimu was so good to her, wanting the stars not to give the moon. The last breakup must also be just angry words. In fact, Shimu heart still like her. That must be it. But Shimu didn't even look at her and walked straight to Gu Xiaobei's side. What's wrong with the hand? He asked with concern as he watched from afar as Gu Xiaobei's right hand seemed a bit unnatural. It's okay. Lu Wanwan looked at Shimu's eyes full of only Gu Xiaobei, simply about to die of anger. Shimu, no matter what, I was once your girlfriend. Are you just going to let her bully me like this? Lu Wanwan bit her lower lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, looking soft and strong. By now, there were already 3 or 2 students heading this way. Lu Wanwan said with a sobbing voice, I know you all look down on me because I don't have any money, because my family is poor, but no matter what, I relied on my own efforts to get into Xingli. So who are you to bully me like this? I don't ask you to treat me equally. Are you all going to take away my last chance to go to college? I've already said I'm sorry. Do you have to be so aggressive? Those students couldn't help but stop when they heard her cry. Lu Wanwan's family is not good. This is everyone knows, but she is good at school, and hard work. A lot of teachers have called on students to learn from her. Children from poor families just need to study more, and to deprive people of the opportunity to go to college is really going overboard. Does this Gu Xiaobei have any humanity left? Really? That's right. There was someone who said that the schoolgirl took her things before. I think the schoolgirl is so kind wouldn't do such a thing. It must be her own. The thief shouting to catch the thief. Yes, it's guaranteed to be evil. Look at her. She knows how to seduce Ji Xiao and Shi Xiao. Hearing their words, Saturday 6 hurriedly took a step forward and said, Not at all. My sister is not that kind of person. Don't talk nonsense. At this time, Qin Yuner and Lin Yi, who were also walking towards the school building at the school gate, happened to pass by. The ubiquitous crowd followed them. Gu Xiaobei smiled coldly. If you don't mention it, I've forgotten that the 3 words, sorry, aren't roared out as an apology. Lu Wanwan clenched her lower lip as tears slowly flowed down her face. A beauty's silent tears can be much more heartbreaking than a loud wail. But Gu Xiaobei wasn't the kind of person who took pity on people. She casually fished out a bead from her sweatshirt pocket and threw it directly towards Lu Wanwan's knee. Lu Wanwan only felt a sudden pain in her knees, and the whole person instantly became unsteady, directly kneeling in front of Saturday 6. She tried to get up, but couldn't make her legs work. Gu Xiaobei walked over, carrying a wooden stick in his hand that he didn't know where he found, and pressed it against Lu Wanwan's neck. Apologize. Have an apologetic attitude. Lu Wanwan couldn't lift her head from her pressure, and tears of humiliation rolled out of her eyes in big drops. Surrounded by more and more students, someone exclaimed, "Isn't this the day? That day, Mr. Zhao." The situation at this moment was exactly the same as the day Zhao Yenya apologized on the podium. Even the words Gu Xiaobei said were the same. Oh my god. This Gu Xiaobei is so scary. Yeah. Saturday 6 actually dares to play with this kind of person, and isn't afraid of fighting even her one day. At this time, Lin Yi and Qin Yuner walked over. Hearing the clamor, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. How come St. Li has so many fans of hers? It's so annoying being loud and noisy. Soon, though, she realized that these were not her fans, nor was the clamor for her presence. Lin Yi glanced toward the crowd. Originally, she wouldn't even bother with this kind of scuffle, but as soon as she saw that the person with the wooden stick was Gu Xiaobei, she stepped on her high heels and went over. Stop it, Lin Yi chided. Gu Xiaobei, don't go too far. How dare you bully your classmates? I'm going to tell the principal and have you expelled. Lin Yi thought, she is a big star. The principal will surely give face. Gu Xiaobei this kind of bumpkin. It's not like she can drive away as much as she wants. Chapter 64 Lin Fengxia. Hearing that someone was backing her up, Lu Wanwan cried even harder. Lin Yi wrinkled her eyebrows at Gu Xiaobei and chided. You've gone too far. Don't apologize to the others yet. Gu Xiaobei was unmoved, only looking coldly at Lin Yi, saying, who are you to tell me what to do? Ha, you don't even recognize me? I'm little Jishu. It's the goddess of gaming. Lin Yi tilted her chin up. Her two new dramas have garnered a lot of fans, and after she made the name Little Jishu, although she has been mocked by many, she has still attracted a wave of fans. After Chu Ao certified that she was the king of the north, her title of gaming goddess went straight out of the circle. Don't you have a name of your own? Ha? Lin Yi froze at once. What do you mean? Why do you say Little Jishu? Don't you have a name of your own? You. Lin Yi was so blocked by Gu Xiaobei that she couldn't speak. She has gotten used to introducing herself without saying the word Lin Yi. After all, too few people in the entertainment industry know Lin Yi, but all of them know Jishu. Sister, how can you talk like this? Gu Yuran came out from the back. Do you know, now Lin Yi's sister is a well-known fairy in the entertainment circle, and the fame of Jishu is not comparable to the sister. Sister, you will not even Jishu do not recognize it. It is the most famous goddess in the entertainment circle. Even if it has been away for 2 years, the fame is still not reduced at all. Even though she has been away for 2 years, her fame hasn't diminished at all. Ever since Jishu left the showbiz industry, no female celebrities have been able to reach her heights. But it's different now. Sister Lin Yi has made her debut, and the entire showbiz industry is looking at Sister Lin Yi, waiting for her to take over Jishu's position. These words made Lin Yi extraordinarily happy. Jishu, for all actresses, is an unattainable mountain. She is beautiful. No matter her features or face shape is no dead center. All the directors who have worked with her say that her face is the best to shoot. There is no need to find an angle at all. Just take a casual shot. It is absolutely beautiful. And her acting is superb. There's a scene in the movie where she's saying goodbye to her lover and she's all dressed in red with her inked hair flying as she looks back at her lover. In those eyes, there were 3 points of desolation, 3 points of reluctance, and 4 points of favor for the subjects of the world. This scene has become the seal of approval in the history of domestic cinema, and Jishu has taken a grand slam of domestic and foreign awards. Gu Xiaobei looked at Gu Yuran with a smirk. If Gu Yuran knew that the Jishu she praised incessantly was actually Gu Xiaobei, she would probably have died of anger on the spot. The prep bell rang and class was about to start in 10 minutes. A good number of students started to head to class, but there were more who wanted to stay and watch the fun. Yi Jiachao passed by and saw Gu Xiaobei standing there and said gently, Xiaobei, why aren't you going to class yet? Last time, Gu Xiaobei insisted on giving him the prey. He pushed back several times, but Gu Xiaobei was very insistent, and in the end, he could only accept it. Now, Yi Jiachao also truly considered Gu Xiaobei as his friend. Yasuki Zhou? Lin Yi looked at him with what seemed to be a few moments of surprise. I didn't expect to meet you here. I've heard that you've rarely taken on a movie since you were in 3rd grade. So you're taking classes here. Klosuk Zhou looked back at Lin Yi. He had always had a pretty good memory, and he was able to recall people he had worked with and met a little more often. but he searched his mind and indeed there was no memory of the man in front of him. "Excuse me, are you?" Lin Yi's face instantly stiffened. She had just gotten close to Yi Jiaqiao, but at this moment, Yi Jiaqiao didn't recognize her at all. She felt her face burning as if she had been dumped on the face. "Don't you remember me? I did that idol drama with you at the beginning of last year." Clothier Zhou tried to think back. He kept staring at Lin Yi's face, and finally, it seemed to match up with a person in his memory. He played the male number 1 in that drama, and this person at the moment seemed to be the female number 4 in the beginning. However, he remembers that the female number 4 had darker skin, her nose was a bit more collapsed, and her chin wasn't as pointy. "You're Lin Fengxia, aren't you?" Yi Jiaqiao finally remembered. "That." Lin Yi coughed unnaturally twice. "Don't you remember? My name is Lin Yi." Yi Jiaqiao was also someone who had been in the entertainment industry for several years, and instantly reacted to the fact that Lin Yi was disgusted that her previous name was too earthy, so she changed it after she became famous. Not to mention, Lin Yi is many times better than Lin Fengxia. If it were someone else, she might have poked her, but Yi Jiaqiao had always been gentle and kind, so she just nodded and said, "I'm sorry, I remembered it wrong. Why are you here too? I remember you're already in college." Once Lin Yi heard that Yi Jiaqiao actually remembered that he went to college, he was on his high horse. "Yes, our school will go to the major colleges every year to select some more talented students. The upgrade exam can be admitted at a reduced score. This year it is me and my senior came to Shengli. I did not think that I would meet you. But the students of this Shengli are really uneven. Just now I saw this Gu Xiaobei actually bullying her classmates. It's simply too detestable. I don't think someone like her even deserves to study in the same school as you." Yi Jiaqiao turned back to look. Lu Wanwan was still crouching on the ground, crying non-stop. He also saw clearly what happened last time, and knew that this Lu Wanwan was not as pure and innocent as she appeared on the surface. "That's not who Kahaku is," he said gently but firmly. Lin Yi obviously didn't expect Yi Jiaqiao to speak for Gu Xiaobei and froze for a moment. Xiao, I know that you've always been known as kind and good-tempered in the entertainment industry, but I'm telling you, this Gu Xiaobei is really too detestable. Just now I could clearly see that she was the one bullying her classmates." Lin Yi, at this moment, Qin Yuner, who had been standing by the side without saying a word, couldn't help but voice out, "We didn't see the cause and effect, so don't bite the bullet like this and say that it's entirely Gu Xiaobei's fault." Gu Yuran glanced at Qin Yuner. She had thought that she had known Qin Yuner for so many years that Qin Yuner would favor herself a bit, but now it seemed as if Qin Yuner hadn't been completely affected by her previous words, and there was still a bit of bloodline kinship in Gu Xiaobei. From the looks of it, she would have to continue to work hard in the future to make Qin Yuner thoroughly loathe Gu Xiaobei. "Yes, Sister Lin Yi, I know that you are also too kind La. You can't see others being bullied, but let's give Sister a chance to defend herself. Maybe she really has some kind of suffering." Gu Yuran made a show of being generous and understanding. Chapter 65, Lin Yi plays games. Defense? Gu Xiaobei sneered. "Gu Yuran really knows how to use words. What do I need you to care about my affairs?" Gu Xiaobei coldly glanced at Lin Yi and Gu Yuran. Qin Yuner frowned slightly. The aunt he remembered had always been very gentle and good-tempered, and although Gu Xiaobei looked very much like his aunt, her temperament was really worlds apart. "Gu Xiaobei," he couldn't help but speak. "No matter what happened, you can't do this. You can tell the teacher or you can tell the director and principal." Qin Yuner hoped that Gu Xiaobei wouldn't be so bad-tempered, or else he would definitely suffer in the future when he arrived in society. "Oh," Gu Xiaobei raised an eyebrow. "I need other people to judge what's right or wrong when I do something." Ji Ling Tian, who was standing behind the people, suddenly hooked his lips and smiled. The way Gu Xiaobei had just fought to protect Saturday 6 made his heart skip a beat. At the moment, she was so arrogant, and it really fit with his temper. "Gu Xiaobei," he said coldly as he walked up, "go back to class." Although his tone was cold, the onlookers were shocked. Ji Xiao had always been a loner, and usually the most he got close to in school was with the other 3 schoolboys. Usually any girl who wanted to get close to him didn't have a good ending. They had all guessed that Gu Xiaobei and Ji Xiao wouldn't be able to do the same table for a few days before being retaliated against, but they didn't expect that not only had she always been Ji Xiao's tablemate, but she was now actually on such good terms with Ji Xiao. For a while, everyone threw jealous glances towards Gu Xiaobei. "Young Ji?" Qin Yuner called out to Ji Ling Tian. Lin Yi subconsciously looked at Qin Yuner. The Qin family is one of the most powerful families in Mordor, and she has been following Qin Yuner's side in the hope that she can be with him, so that she can use the Qin family's power to develop better in the entertainment industry in the future. Who was this person in front of him that could actually make Qin Yuner use honorifics? This is the son of the imperial capital Ji family, one of the 4 major families in the country. Qin Yuner saw Lin Yi's doubt and whispered, "The 4 families." Lin Yi was instantly stunned. Her family wasn't particularly well off, so there were a lot of things about high society that she didn't know. But since entering the entertainment industry, she has learned a lot of secrets. For example, although the four great families have developed separately, they actually share allegiance to the same master. However, I heard that something happened to the previous master, so the four great clans are not a whole now, and they are all searching for that master's offspring. Ji Xiao. Linny also squeezed out a smile, using her best angle to Ji Ling Tian and ruffled her hair, but Ji Ling Tian was choked by the perfume odor on her body, covered his nose, coldly swept a glance at her, and held his breath as he said to Gu Xiaobei, "Don't go yet." Then, with long legs, he headed for the classroom. Scratching her head, Linny did not attract Ji Ling Tian's attention at all, and she felt as if she had been slapped hard again. However, at this time, Gu Xiaobei had already left after Ji Ling Tian. The bell for class had already rung and the students were running towards the classroom. Linny was very dissatisfied and pouted. "Senior, look at that Gu Xiaobei. She's also too dismissive of us. She bullies her classmates. I say a few words. Can't it be that she's still justified? If my fans know that I've been wronged, they definitely won't let her go." "Well," Qin Yuner reassured her, "I'll talk about her when I find the time." Linny then reluctantly nodded. However, in her heart, she still hated Gu Xiaobei very much, thinking that she would have to punish her severely sometime before she could do so. Qin Yuner first took Linny to greet the principal, who also welcomed them very much and let them hold events at St. Lyris as they pleased, selecting those who were talented and also interested in studying at the Imperial Conservatory of Music. After speaking with the principal, Qin Yuner went to 3rd grade class 5 first. He stood at the back door and saw Gu Xiaobei in the back row sleeping on the table, so he called her twice. Gu Xiaobei yawned and got up, all languid, but with a stern arrogance in his brows. "How's your hand?" Qin Yuner asked. Gu Xiaobei froze for a moment. She also thought that Qin Yuner was specially run to teach her a lesson. Did not expect, but came to care about her? "This ointment you take," said Qin Yuner, then grabbed her hand and stuffed something into it. "Just wipe it according to the instructions. You're a little girl. It won't look good if you have a scar on your hand." Qin Yuner looked so much like Qin Yuan that at that moment, Gu Xiaobei tilted her head to look at him and thought she saw Qin Yuan in a trance. "You should also collect your temper in the future. How can a little girl like you keep roughing up people? I heard that you even hit someone with a brick before. Is this something a little girl should do? In the future, if there is anything, whether you are bullied or anything else, just go and tell the teacher. Or tell me as well. How can you do it yourself? So it's not your fault too." After Qin Yuner finished speaking these words, the original momentary warmth on Gu Xiaobei's face disappeared. Sure enough, still here to teach her a lesson. Qin Yuner sighed. Although Linny wasn't considered a big hit right now, she had quite a few fans. If Gu Xiaobei got tough with her, in case she was manhandled by her fans, she would have a hard time in the future. But how did Gu Xiaobei know what Qin Yuner was thinking? She thought that Qin Yuner was trying to side with Gu Yuran and Linny and deliberately came to find trouble with her. And as for this ointment, it was just a sympathetic gesture. "I don't need you to mind my business. I'm sleepy. Go back to sleep." Gu Xiaobei coldly threw out a sentence, turned around and went back. Qin Yuner looked at her back and couldn't help but sigh again. The next class was supposed to be chemistry, and just as everyone was taking their chemistry books out and preparing for Zhao Yan's usual sneer, the person who pushed the door in turned out to be Linny. "Hello everyone." Linny smiled and waved her hand. "I've already greeted your homeroom teacher. This class will not be held. I will be responsible for the artistic development of our class. I will teach you a lot of music and dance as well as acting knowledge, so that you have a systematic understanding of the entertainment industry. I will teach you a lot of music and dance and acting knowledge, so that you have a systematic understanding of the entertainment industry, and students with talent can be prioritized for admission to the Imperial College of Music. Oh, then wouldn't you be able to go to the same college as you? Fairy sister. Wow, isn't it great to be a star when you're picked? It's great. I want to. Pick me." The class instantly clamored. All right. Linny clapped her hands. "Let's get to know each other briefly first. Which one of you with specialties would like to come and perform a program?" The students looked at me. I looked at you. None of them volunteered to go on stage. After all, Linny is a person in the entertainment industry. If the performance is not good, won't it be laughed at? Just then, someone suddenly raised his hand and said, "Sister Fairy, does playing games count as a specialty?" Everyone looked over in the direction of the voice, and it turned out to be Zhu Zira speaking. He is now a Class 5 King of Glory God, and has brought many of his classmates to the segment level. Yeah, isn't Fairy Sister a gaming goddess? Try playing a game with Zhu Zira. Wow, Linny is the King of the North. It's rumored to be even more powerful than Chu Ao. Can Zhu Zira beat her? even if we can't beat them. It's normal. Bei Wang is an esports player. He's going to participate in this fall combined tournament with CWZ. Hit 1. Hit 1. The students all started to get up in arms. Chapter 66, The Fairy Arrives. Zhu Zero was also a bit eager to try. He used to be a very inconspicuous character in Class 5, but since his segmentation went up to King, many students in the class began to admire him. Although he also relied on other friends to bring up the King, it would have been difficult to bring it up if he was not capable of doing it himself. Recently, he also often took his classmates to play the game, and took several of them to the diamond. And now everyone in Class 5 calls him Big God, and there are even girls who have started confessing to him. He's never played with a pro before, though, later, even if he lost, he could take it out and brag about it. After all, to be able to fight with the North King once, that was an opportunity that many people could not even beg for. Linny was still somewhat confident in his level of King's honor. She laughed softly. Well, since you guys want to see me play the game so much, then I'll play with you guys for once. But when you're done in a while, be a good boy and put on a show. The students instantly cheered. I'm not too familiar with your classmates, so just help me choose 4 teammates, Linny said. Zhu Zero instantly became the object of attention. Zhu Zero, pick me. I want to team up with Linny. Pick me, pick me. I'm a strong auxiliary thief. Brother Zhu, please. 3-0-0-0 wins 60%. Lonling King humbly begs for a fielding position. Zhu dad. Daddy pick me, okay? I'll pay for all your meals next month. For a while, the entire 5th class was in an uproar. Linny is a gaming goddess. If she can team up with her to play games, it's enough to brag for a lifetime. Zhu Ziru used to be an obsequious presence in the class, but now he was strutting his stuff. Sun Dan, Li Meng, and you, the 4 of you team up with Linny. Zhu Ziru ordered 4 people. Sun Dan and Li Meng are both little girls that he wants to pursue, and the remaining 2 are considered to be the better ones in the 5th class of the King's fight. Instantly, both Sun Dan and Li Meng threw winks at him. Zhu Zero heart happy. This time, at least can take one it. In the past, his family's condition was average, and no girl in his class was willing to fall in love with him at all. And now he finally had a chance. Those who weren't chosen weren't discouraged and continued to gather around Zhu Zero, begging him in various ways, hoping to become his teammates. After all, it was great to be Lingy's opponent when you couldn't team up with him. In the end, Zhu Zero chose 4 people by the thousands. Alright, fairy sister, let's begin, Zhu Zero said. Linny nodded and opened her cell phone. You 4 are teaming up with me, aren't you? I'll play shooter. You guys pick the rest of the positions as you please. Just listen to my command later. Yes, fairy sister, we will do as we are told. Linny is playing the game on this side, while the CWZ team side. After Chuo recuperated his arm, he went back to the war party. Since he knew that the Northern King had returned, he was in a much better mood. And while recuperation used to take at least half a month, this time he was fine in a week. The chief coach of the battle team, Wu Jianchuan, knew that he had returned and rushed over at the first opportunity. How's it going, Shui? All right? Chuo lifted his arm and gave it a little shake. It's always been like that, but don't worry, it'll be fine by the time the group stage rolls around. That's good. Wu Jianchuan sat down next to him. But I still have one more thing. Shu Ao. That North King hasn't come to training once until now. Is it really okay to directly put her on during our group stage? When Shu Ao heard the words King of the North, he had a look of longing on his face. He looked out the window as if remembering the old days. It's probably because she's too busy right now. After all, there's a lot of things going on in the entertainment industry. But there's absolutely no problem with Bei Wang's skills. At that time, the 4 of us soloed with her. None of us could beat her. Such a powerful person. Are you sure it's a girl? How could Wu Jianchuan not match the Northern King in Chu Ao's mouth with that Linny? If it wasn't for the fact that he had known Chu Ao for many years and knew that Chu Ao would never lie, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. Chu Ao nodded heavily. That's right. When we used to play games with the microphone on, she didn't like to talk, but there were times when she would definitely a girl. It's just that I didn't expect that she was actually still in the entertainment industry. No wonder she hasn't been seen in the past few years. Wu Jianchuan had never seen the Northern King, but had heard it countless times from Chu Ao's mouth. Originally, the CWZ team was desperate for this tournament, but Chu Ao said that as long as they had the North King, they had hope. Chuo is a person who is dedicated to playing games and doesn't really care or know much about anything else, but Wu Jianchuan is not. He usually has to be responsible for the operation of the entire battle team. There are some things that he still understands a little. He always felt that Linny had been taking on the persona of an esports goddess to suck in fans. But when you think about it, she was originally the King of the North. The gaming circle is not the entertainment circle. There are not so many good-looking ones. Her looks are already considered the top looks in the gaming circle, and it is not too much to call a goddess. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong, but something doesn't feel right. But Chu Ao had said that she was fine with it, so Wu Jianchuan didn't continue to ask. If Wu Jianchuan knew that Lin Yi didn't come to training, but instead ran to Xingli to play games with the students, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. The entire 3rd grade 5 class gathered around Lin Yi and Zhu Ziru, watching the two of them play the game. There were even people who acted as commentators for students who didn't know much about King's honor. Just then, a man at the door poked his head in and asked a classmate at the back door, Classmate, may I ask which one is Gu Xiaobei in your class? Gu Xiaobei, who was lying on the table, raised her head and lazily squinted at him. The coldness around him was impossible to ignore. The man winced and said hurriedly, the principal is waiting for you in his office, so get going. Then, it was a rush to get away. Gu Xiaobei yawned and slowly walked outside. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared to death to run for it as soon as they heard that the principal was looking for it. Yet she didn't care at all about making the principal wait a little longer. Gu Xiaobei just left. Lin Yi said to her teammates, in a while, I will prioritize development. I will roam around and eat the troop lines. Then the fielder will also let me have the first wave of the downfield. You will go to the upper field to develop. And when I develop, you guys will just follow me in the group battle. Her 4 teammates hurriedly nodded their heads. After all, it was the words of the goddess of gaming. How could they dare not listen? After entering the game page, Zhu Ziru suddenly realized something was wrong. Lin Yi's ID was Little Fairy Arrival, not the legendary King of the North. Fairy sister, how did you use this number? Isn't your ID North King? When Zhu Ziru said that, everyone was also puzzled. Chapter 67, Can you play games? Lin Yi suddenly felt weak for a moment. She hadn't used the Northern King number much, so she subconsciously logged into her account. And that account should have been unplayed for years. So many new heroes are not available, but instead the previous heroes are especially complete. Well, Lin Yi made a natural-looking face. That account of mine is the account of a battle team, to be used for tournaments in the future, and it can't be divulged now, so I'm using a small number. Wow, the trumpets are starbursts. It's also too powerful, truly worthy of being a goddess of gaming. Ooh, goddess, can you give me a chance to play games with you in the future too? For a while, the students all began to wildly praise Lin Yi. Okay, play the game. Lin Yi drifted off a bit. As they entered the King's Canyon, Gu Xiaobei also stepped into the principal's office. For Gu Xiaobei, the principal still really had a bit of a bad grasp of the scale. After all, there was no telling if Master Mu had dumped her yet now. Gu Xiaobei, looking for you here, it's something to talk to you about. You sit down first. The principal was still polite to her. Gu Xiaobei sat down. Her slender legs crossed and folded together, her body slightly leaning back. Not a single bit of panic about the fact that she had been called to the principal's office. Your last hit, Suya thing it. Is Master Mu to help you press down? This time this thing. The principal tangled for a moment. Or road. You see, you so bully Lu Wanwan. All the students are in the eyes of. This is not a good family. But she is the first to go through the social security channel to come in. This Lu Wanwan's family is not as good as Suya's. But she was the first to go through the social security channels. You know, our school every year to enroll a portion of the poor but outstanding students. If it were known that such students were bullied at essay, Lian could not study properly, it would have a great impact on the school's honor. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes, and it seemed as if ice and snow were frozen in her amber-colored pupils. The principal suddenly shivered, chilling like a hawk. She's the one who came to provoke me first, Gu Xiaobei said in a clear and cold manner. The principal winced and held the hot tea in his hand to keep himself calm and not lose the face of a principal. That Gu Xiaobei student, as far as I know it, Lu Wanwan has always been very honest, and usually focuses mainly on her studies. You, on the other hand, fight with either this guy or that guy every day, and often miss class. Of course, the principal didn't dare to say this latter sentence. In the way of Master Mu's face, he didn't dare to treat Gu Xiaobei too poorly, but now he could also see that he was still more inclined to trust Lu Wanwan. Gu Xiaobei saw that he didn't listen even after he explained himself, so he didn't bother to say anything, and only raised his eyes to look at him coldly, fished out a piece of bubblegum from his pocket, and put it in his mouth to chew on it, with a loose and high-strung look. What I suggest, after all, you hit someone too, just apologize to her, and then I'll go over to my side to appease her, and the matter will be over. Do you think it's okay? The principal felt that he had already given Gu Xiaobei enough face, and that all he had to do was to go and apologize, and that he would need to continue to wipe his ass in the aftermath. Gu Xiaobei hooked up the corner of her lips and came to smile coldly. Before she could speak, someone at the door suddenly said coldly, I don't think so. The principal looked up, and as soon as he saw the face of the visitor, his face instantly changed. Young Ji is here. He squeezed out a smile. Ji Ling Tian was a big shot that S.A. Lee couldn't afford to mess with. And normally, no matter what he did, the principal wouldn't dare to ask about it. This great god usually cared very little about what was going on in the school. What was wrong with him today? Bullying a classmate is something that is absolutely not allowed to happen in Saintly. Just apologizing, I'm afraid, is not enough. Ji Ling Tian sat across from the principal and stared into his eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. A dense cold sweat oozed from the principal's forehead. It's over. It looks like Ji Xiao is going to have a hard time with Gu Xiaobei. But Gu Xiaobei was again the one Master Mu wanted to protect. This Master Mu and Ji Xiao. There is no one he can mess with. This Gu Xiaobei. How can he just cause trouble? Had he known that when Gu Yiguo wanted to enroll her in school, he would have died before agreeing. The principal was at a complete loss as to what to do. At this time, suddenly heard Ji Ling Tian said, Lu Wanwan was planning to use concentrated sulfuric acid to splash Gu Xiaobei that day. I saw it clearly. This kind of person staying in Xingli is a time bomb. I suggest, direct dismissal. Dismissed. The principal wiped a cold sweat, thinking to himself, if Master Mu knew he had dismissed Gu Xiaobei, he wondered if he would be angry. Wait a minute. Dismissed? Who did Ji Xiao just say he was firing? The principal looked up hurriedly. However, Ji Ling Tian had no intention of saying it again, and only coolly swept a glance at him, turned around and left. Gu Xiaobei chewed bubblegum and looked at the dumbfounded principal. Can I leave now? Available. Can. The principal looked at her back as she left, her heart full of questions. What kind of god was this Gu Xiaobei, that he could make Master Mu send Secretary Su over to deal with her affairs, and also make the 10,000-year-old iceberg Ji Xiao personally come to help her explain? Gu Xiaobei left the principal's office and caught up with Ji Ling Tian within a few steps. It was as if he'd been slowing down to wait for her. Why are you helping me? Gu Xiaobei felt that Ji Ling Tian had been a bit strange lately, as if his humanity was still intact, and he actually didn't target her at every turn, but instead would sometimes do something with a clear conscience. Aren't you my mom's substitute coach? Ji Ling Tian said. Take her to score well and let her pester me less. When he finished speaking, he put his hands in his pockets and strutted forward. Gu Xiaobei didn't go after him. Otherwise, perhaps she could have noticed that Ji Ling Tian's earlobes were a bit red at the moment. As Ji Ling Tian walked, he suddenly pulled out his cell phone. On it is a message sent to him by Ji Xiaohan, the owner of that butterfly knife that your grandfather asked you to check out. You must take it to heart. It's very important to the Ji family. Ji Ling Tian thought of the 7 demons again. Yes, that's right. He was only approaching Gu Xiaobei because he wanted to check on the 7 demons. It's not like there's anything else to it. At this time, 3rd grade class 5. The entire class was no longer in the lively atmosphere it had just been in. And so many people were afraid to speak. Lin Yi's face was also ugly. She's got 36 heads now, but she's also died 14 times. Because of her good development in the early stages, she had now made all 6 godly outfits and was invincible in single combat. No matter which person on Zhu Zero's side, as long as they were 1v1 with her, they couldn't beat her. But the group battle will not work. Her side other than her other people are not well developed. Every time the group battle, after she kills 3 people, her teammates have died cleanly. There is no one in the front row to help her carry the damage, and she is also dead at once. So now, Zhu Ziru's side had pushed to the high ground. If they couldn't make a Jedi comeback, their crystal was going to be beaten and they would lose outright. Auxiliary in top lane, why are you two so brittle? Can you play properly and protect me? I'll do the output, okay? Lin Yi's face was very ugly. Sun Dan and Li Meng didn't dare to say a word. Chapter 68, Setting off Lin Yi. The two of them weren't developing well at all. And now that their equipment hadn't been bought yet, Zhu Ziru's side of the field didn't even need to make a set of combos, and basically walked over to the two of them, and they were dead before they could even react. Lin Yi harvested 2 more heads. She snuck over to the Juggernaut side, intending to take a big dragon. In fact, Lin Yi's awareness was still fine. Their Highland towers were down now. If they could get the big dragon, it would buy a little bit of time for their side. But right at this moment, Zhu Ziru's side had already discovered her, and the remaining 3 people chased after her together, and 2 others were about to be revived. Protect me! Lin Yi shouted at Sun Dan and Li Meng, but before the 2 of them could get there, Lin Yi had already been killed. Although one was taken away before dying, the remaining 2 effortlessly killed both Sun Dan and Li Meng. Originally, Lin Yi's fielder on his side was stealing the tower on Zhu Ziru's side, and when he saw this, he wanted to come down to help, but once he saw that they were all dead, he decided to continue stealing again. After this delay, the 2 people who had been killed by Lin Yi earlier were revived. What are you guys fighting about? Lin Yi directly slammed her cell phone on the table. Didn't I tell you that the auxiliary and top lane are coming to protect me? Is that how you guys protect? I'm the output. What are you guys doing back there? And the playing field? What are you doing in the field? Picking Lingji. Can you cooperate with me? Your sense of playing the game is too poor. I really don't love fighting people like you. Not even close to the sense of an electric campaigner. Linny lost her temper, and her teammates on her side didn't dare to say a word. Sundan was on the verge of tears. She and Li Meng had just been revived and were walking from the spring to Lin Yi's side, but she died before she could get to Lin Yi. What could she do? Lin Yi yelled towards Zhu Zero again. What else is there to play? Deliberately assigning a bunch of vegetable pussies to me. Before this game was finished, she simply exited the game screen and slammed the door. No one in the entire 5th class spoke. After about 10 minutes of silence, only then did someone speak up in a small whisper. Did we make Lin Yi angry? But you can't blame us for losing a game. Can you? Isn't she the king of the north? People have said that it's our awareness that's so bad. If she was working with an electric player, she would have played well, right? Yeah, she's a big star after all. Why don't we go apologize to her? Yeah, it's all Sundan and Li Meng's fault for playing the game so poorly. Lin Yi is angry. She came to our school to pick talented art students. What if she gets angry and doesn't pick our class? Blame Sundan and Li Meng for what? It's still not Zhu Zero's choice. Zhu Zero, you go apologize. That's right. Zhu Zero, you go apologize. Zhu Zero was pushed out by everyone. He had no idea where Lin Yi was, and after going out for a stroll, he could only come back with his head hanging down. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian had also returned. Saturday 6 came over next to Gu Xiaobei's seat to talk to her. Just now that Lin Yi is so fierce. She disliked Sundan and Li Meng for not playing well and threw a big tantrum. Yes? Gu Xiaobei raised her eyebrows. Who won in the end? No matter what, Lin Yi was also a member of the CWZ battle team, and was Chu Ao's chosen one, so it shouldn't be too bad. Saturday 6 cocked her head. She was a small silver up to now. There were many things in King's honor that she didn't really understand. I don't know. Anyway, Lin Yi was so angry that he left without finishing the fight. The winner and the loser haven't been decided yet. Gu Xiaobei let out a hum. She didn't really care about Lin Yi's matter. Just at that moment, the homeroom teacher, Julie, walked in. I heard that you guys offended Lin Yi. Ha! Her gaze swept over her classmates. Zhu Ziru dead lowered his head, not daring to meet Julie's eyes. Teacher, I blame Zhu Ziru. What if Lin Yi doesn't pick our classmates anymore? Let Zhu Ziru go apologize to her. The students were chattering away. Okay. Julie raised her hand and pressed it down. Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, the main person in charge this time is still Qin Yuner. He has already spoken to the principal, and will hold a tryout in the school tomorrow. So everyone go and participate. Chu Xinjing, you'll be in charge of helping everyone count the programs, and all the students who want to enroll will come and try out. Because the music academy doesn't just have a music department, it also has a dance department and an acting department or something like that. So it doesn't matter if everyone sings and dances or goes up and does a play or something. They'll be fine. Okay, teacher. Chu Xinjing hurriedly agreed. The homeroom teacher of the first class had spoken about this matter in the class one step ahead of time. So Gu Yuran also knew about the auditions and had sent a WeChat to Chu Xinjing 3 minutes ago. Chu Xinjing thought to herself that this time, Gu Xiaobei was definitely going to make a fool of himself. The last time I enrolled her in piano, I didn't expect to be surprised by her crooked appearance. This time, she won't be so lucky. Without even asking Gu Xiaobei what she meant, Chu Xinjing directly wrote her a watersleeve dance project. It should be noted that before her debut, Lin Yi was a student of the dance department of the Conservatory of Music. What she is best at is the watersleeve dance. Gu Yuran wanted Gu Xiaobei to dance the watersleeve dance in order to make a fool of her on one hand, and on the other hand to set off Lin Yi and please her. After all, if Gu Xiaobei made a fool of herself on stage at that time, she could smoothly request Lin Yi to do a watersleeve dance to show everyone what really looked good. When the time came, with Gu Xiaobei as her foil, Lin Yi would definitely be stunning. In order not to be discovered by Gu Xiaobei, Chu Xinjing had been hiding this list. Gu Xiaobei didn't really notice either. Until the next day. Saturday 6 had signed up for a play with everyone, and had wanted to drag Gu Xiaobei along, but she had little interest. Before the auditions began, Saturday 6 ran to the front to look at the ordering of the performances, and suddenly realized that Gu Xiaobei's name was suddenly right at the fifth. In front of her was Gu Yuran, with the program being a piano solo, while Gu Xiaobei's name was followed by the watersleeve dance. Saturday 6's heart tightened and he hurriedly ran to find Gu Xiaobei. Sis, when did you sign up for the watersleeve dance? You should know that the watersleeve dance is not an ordinary dance. When dancing the watersleeve dance, a person has to wear a dress with long sleeves, and if you don't know how to dance, the sleeves will be shaking around like two rags. which is unattractive. Dancing well in water sleeve dance requires very solid basic skills. The sleeves should be integrated with the person, and there is a kind of beauty of flowing water. Now at this time, Gu Xiaobei is too late to learn now. Do you want to go on stage and make a fool of yourself? As soon as she heard Saturday 6 words, Gu Xiaobei sneered. She knew that it was probably Gu Yuran and Chu Xinjing up to no good again. And maybe, there's Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi previously starred in a TV series. She starred in the role of the character, although only the second female. But there is a dance to move the world's reputation. She did not use a body double at that time. Dance is also good. That a video has also been edited out and sent to the microblogging. The agent for her to buy the hot search and the water army. A time of the heat speculation is very high. A lot of people have seen that video. It seemed that they were planning to let her set off Lin Yi. Very good. Gu Xiaobei hooked his lips. Then let them see. What is called lifting a stone to smash their own feet. Chapter 69, Astonished as a Man. Sis, what should we do? Saturday 6 was in a hurry. It's fine. Gu Xiaobei spoke softly. Don't worry. I'll have someone send a dress. Chu Xinjing didn't talk to Gu Xiaobei in advance, just to make sure that Gu Xiaobei didn't have any way to prepare in advance, and could only wear the clothes in the school storehouse when the time came. Even if Gu Xiaobei knew a little bit of dancing, the clothes in the storehouse that were bought years ago and were of poor quality would never stand out. Saturday 6 was still worried, but when she saw Gu Xiaobei's calm face, she let go of her heart. Cool sister decathlon. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The water sleeve dance requires makeup. So Gu Xiaobei went backstage and asked Little Beaver to contact Saturday 6 when she came. Little Beaver quickly sent over the dress Gu Xiaobei had asked for. This dress was handmade by the national master Chang'ing. Master Chang'ing is already in her 70s this year. She is very knowledgeable about the national folklore. When she was young she helped to make costumes and props in various ancient TV dramas. After she was 60 years old she no longer did it herself. She would just guide her disciples. Now, she's so busy enjoying her life that she hasn't been seen for a long time. And even her disciples rarely get to see her. This skirt is Gu Xiaobei's birthday the year before last when Master Chang'ing specially made to give her. Master Chang'ing has not personally done things for more than 10 years. Now look at the whole country. Only Gu Xiaobei has this kind of face. It is said that the wife of a rich businessman especially liked the works of Master Chang'ing, and the rich businessman offered $200 million, but could not please her. This skirt she sent Gu Xiaobei. Just the raw material cost a few $1,000,000. Completely handmade. The pearls and gemstones on it were all selected by her one by one, and the peacock plume on the edge of the skirt was also the result of her searching countless zoos before selecting these dozen of feathers. Little Beaver handed the box containing the skirt to Saturday 6 and said, "You must hold it carefully and make no mistakes." Aha! Saturday 6 nodded heavily. "I know. Don't worry. I'll definitely hand it over to Sis." Saturday 6 was more attentive to Gu Xiaobei's affairs than his own. Beaver cocked her head. "Well, aren't you the one? Saturday 6? She snapped to attention. Saturday 6's eyes widened in sudden surprise. "How did you know? Sis has mentioned me to you before." She knew that although Gu Xiaobei looked cold, he was actually very kind to her. It turns out that Sis also mentioned her to her friends. Ooh. Saturday 6 moved to tears. Beaver pouted and grunted. So it was this little girl that the boss had been looking up to. Obviously it just looks a bit naive. Humph. Beaver turned and walked away. Saturday 6 was puzzled by her humming, wondering what she had done wrong. But the important thing right now was to go deliver something to Gu Xiaobei. Saturday 6 hurriedly went and gave the dress to Gu Xiaobei. When Gu Xiaobei finished changing her clothes, she was instantly shocked. "Sis, you're too beautiful." Saturday 6 was so excited that he almost bit his tongue. Gu Xiaobei liked to wear all black clothes in her spare time, and they were all very ordinary short-sleeved and sweatshirts, looking cool and dashing, but this ordinariness hid her beauty. At the moment, she just put on a little bit of makeup and it made her look good. Her skin seemed to be as smooth and flawless as perfect porcelain, and after smearing a little eyeshadow, her eyes looked even more soulful, her long eyelashes gently fanning out as if tugging at one's heartstrings, and her eyes rippled slightly, almost indulging one. At that moment, Saturday 6 seemed to see a fairy. No, even fairies aren't this pretty. Gu Xiaobei smiled. With makeup and a skirt on she didn't look like she was usually so cold at all. Instead she was filled with an unearthly immortal aura. Saturday 6 felt like a girl was going to be mesmerized by her. "Sis, today I finally know for whom the idiom sinking fish, falling wild goose, closing moon, shy flower, dumping country, dumping city were coined." Saturday 6 couldn't help but pull out his cell phone and take a picture of Gu Xiaobei. Oily mouth. Gu Xiaobei rarely dressed up like this and poked Saturday 6's forehead a little embarrassed. She spat out her tongue and smiled. "The one who is performing on the stage right now is Gu Yuran. The host has Gu Xiaobei waiting beside him for his entrance. After seeing her, the host's mouth instantly opens wide and turns into an O shape, and he doesn't close it for a long time. Gosh, when did St. Lee have such a pretty girl? In that moment, he felt his breath stop. The male host ran all the way to the side and tugged on the female host. What's wrong? The hostess was staring at Gu Yuran on the stage, fantasizing about when she could be like her. Beautiful, from a good family, studying well, and playing the piano, graceful as a princess, receiving the attention of all. The male host signaled her to look back and said in a small voice, "Look at that girl, she's so pretty." The hostess turned around and suddenly froze as well. It's really pretty. Although the lights were all hitting Gu Yuran on the stage, Gu Xiaobei stood there and made people feel radiant. It was as if all the light in the world was shining on her, and she was born to be this radiant. For a moment, jealousy filled the hostess's chest. What the heck? It's not very pretty. Look at her. Where is Gu Yuran pretty? The hostess said this on her lips, but her gaze was completely unable to move away from Gu Xiaobei's body. God is so unfair. Why she can look so pretty? And the features were near perfect. She had just tried to pick out a single fault but realized she couldn't pick out a single one at all. The male host skimmed his mouth. Gu Yuran isn't even a tenth as pretty as her. But I don't remember there being such a pretty girl in our school. With that, he opened the program in his hand. At the sight of the name on the program, he instantly froze. Gu Xiaobei? This fairy-like person in front of her was actually that Gu Xiaobei who was usually always cold? The male host was instantly skeptical. Gu Yuran didn't know anything at this point, as she sat there playing the piano with a smile on her lips. It was a piece she had practiced for a long time, and there was absolutely no room for error. And Gu Xiaobei, who came out after her, would definitely make a fool of herself, and at that time, she would be able to steal all the limelight that Gu Xiaobei had made. All of it. These appreciations should have been hers in the first place. When the song ended, Gu Yuran lifted her skirt and accepted the applause. The host walked onto the stage. Thank you for the wonderful piano performance brought to us by Gu Yuran. Next is the water sleeve dance, Farewell My Concubine, performed by Gu Xiaobei from the 3rd grade class 5. Everyone applaud. Gu Yuran and Linny on the stage looked at each other and both hooked their lips. Chapter 70, She's My Own Cousin. There wasn't much applause from the stage. Only a few people who had already changed their minds about Gu Xiaobei clapped desperately. Most people are still wondering. Gu Xiaobei actually knows how to dance the water sleeve dance? I don't know. I haven't heard about it. And I remember that Linny is a dance major. Right. And she hasn't looked for a stunt double for any of the dances in the dramas she's appeared in before. Hey, that's such a show-off. It'll be embarrassing if you don't dance well later. Won't it? Ha ha. Gu Xiaobei is the school bully. Who dares to mock her? You didn't see how Lu Wanwan was bullied by her the other day. It's not necessarily that she bullied Lu Wanwan. I heard that it was Lu Wanwan who provoked her first. Come on. You see how fierce Gu Xiaobei is. Lu Wanwan looks honest and quiet. Now it's good. Directly expelled. Gu Xiaobei is really the school bully, but the phase is born from the heart. So what if she looks good? Not to mention that our schoolgirl also looks good. In terms of kindness, she can't compare with the schoolgirl. So it's still Gu Yuran who is the most beautiful. Gu Yuran wore a light smile as she carried her skirt down. Just then, she brushed shoulders with Gu Xiaobei, who was on stage. Gu Yuran subconsciously glanced at Gu Xiaobei. This girl is so beautiful. She was shocked for a moment. How come I haven't seen it before at St. Lee? She had just felt so pretty, but as soon as she saw this girl, she instantly felt obscure. Wait, Gu Yuran had just taken 2 steps down, when she suddenly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Wasn't the person performing behind her in line Gu Xiaobei? That person just now was actually Gu Xiaobei? Gu Yuran turned back violently. The audience on stage froze, as did she. The dress fit Gu Xiaobei's figure perfectly. The pearls and gems on it were warm and flowing under the light, and the peacock plume was even more beautiful to the eye. This outfit, if someone else had worn it, would have clamored for attention. The prettiness of the clothes over the prettiness of the person. But with Gu Xiaobei standing there, her beauty was already suffocating. She stood on the stage, her right hand flung out, her sleeve raised like a wave, and when she raised her eyes flowed and pulsed with emotion. For a moment, all the people on stage thought she was looking at herself. The exclamations of surprise could not be covered. Oh my god, this person is Gu Xiaobei. Asterisk 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 mom, I'm in love. I saw fairies. I can. I declare that Gu Xiaobei is my wife from today. Scram. It's obviously my wife. Asterisk 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 can't usually tell it's this pretty at all. The 4 schoolboys sat alone on one side, also staring at Gu Xiaobei on the stage. Shimu tilted his head. TCH, my little cutie is just beautiful. That's why I have discerning eyes. I knew she was the prettiest the first time I saw her. When did it become your family's cutie pie? Ji Ling Tian sank his voice and stared expressionlessly at the stage. The last few times, it wasn't your girlfriend who caused all the trouble. He was expressionless, but his heart was rippling. He had known for a long time that Gu Xiaobei wasn't as ordinary as she appeared on the surface. But the fact that she was really standing on the stage, being so stunning and receiving everyone's shouts of amazement and fondness, was a little strange in his heart again. It's a little sour and a little numb. He wasn't sure what it felt like. Anyway, I'm not happy that Simo calls her my little darling like he used to. It is not Shimu's, Ji Ling Tian thought, but if it's not Shimu's, whose is it? On the stage, Gu Xiaobei's waist was slender and soft, like willows in the spring breeze, and the sleeves she danced out were sometimes like water waves and sometimes like sharp swords. The sound of the music and her dance moves blended perfectly together, and the audience seemed to see the sword light and shadow of the Battle of Geisha 1,000 years ago, as well as the sadistic love between Xian Yu and Yu Ji before they said goodbye. Suddenly, the music became calm, and Gu Xiaobei turned around, her back to the audience. The sleeves felt like they were alive, fluttering gently as she swung them. Suddenly, the drums sounded violently, and Gu Xiaobei turned back suddenly, and in that instant, 1,000 emotions were mixed together in his eyes. One glance for 10,000 years. The music came to a screeching halt at this point as well. Clo Suk Jo plummeted. That look just now really looks like Jishu. The applause from the stage came in thunderous rows. They had never seen such an amazing and stunning dance. Off stage, Linny clenched his fists violently. How is this possible? How could this person on stage be Gu Xiaobei? How could she dance so well? Even the national level dancers are not that good. Jealousy made Lin Yi's face twist. The point is, St. Li's classmates are now getting up in arms. Gu Xiaobei dances so beautifully. I think my eyes are getting pregnant. I declare that Gu Xiaobei will be my goddess from now on. Doesn't Linny know how to dance the water sleeve dance as well? I'd love to see it. I only saw a small part of it on TV last time. I don't know how good it is. What do you say? They're professionals. Whatever. Gu Xiaobei is my goddess. My goddess is the best. What's the matter? Linny is a professional. Gu Xiaobei can't dance better than Linny. Tell Linny to come out and compare. Linny jumps one. Linny jumps one. At first there were only a few people shouting, but in the back of the room, everyone started to get up in arms. Linny did initially want to dance on stage after Gu Xiaobei finished. She even had her clothes ready. But now, she wimped out, because she knew that she was simply no match for Gu Xiaobei. She was a dance major, but she went into filming without a few days of study, and was only a little better than the kind of person who hadn't studied at all. I'm sorry. Linny smoothed herself out and smiled as she got up. As for me, I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I can only dance in the TV show, so I can't dance for everyone. Well, hurry up for the next program. Everyone was disappointed, but had to accept it. After all, people Linny is a big star. How can a big star dance casually? Linny huffed and puffed and sat down, saying to Qin Yuner next to her, Senior, I didn't expect this Gu Xiaobei to know how to dance. I don't know who she learned it from in the countryside. I've heard that some girls in the countryside, if they have a little bit of talent, they will be seen by that kind of people, and then deliberately sent to learn singing and dancing, so that in the future they can go to serve those rich old men. If Gu Xiaobei is this kind of person, will it discredit you? Senior Qin Yuner gave Linny a faint look. It's probably genetic. My aunt was good at dancing back in the day. Your aunt? Isn't Gu Xiaobei adopted? Qin Yuner looked at Linny, his eyes rippling. No, she's my aunt's biological daughter. Linny froze. As soon as she opened her mouth, she stammered. Then isn't she your own cousin Senior? Gosh, she had just actually spoken ill of his cousin in front of the senior. Chapter 71, Buying Grandma. But didn't Gu Yuran clearly say that Gu Xiaobei was adopted? But Linny thought back carefully. That day when Qin Yuner was there, Gu Yuran only said that Gu Xiaobei had just come down from the countryside, and didn't say which of the two of them was the adopted. I blame this Gu Yuran. Linny squeezed out an awkward smile. Then she dances pretty well. Qin Yuner just looked at the performance on the stage and didn't speak anymore. Linny felt that the atmosphere was getting progressively more awkward. She really couldn't help herself and sent Gu Yuran a tweet asking her to wait for her outside. Sister, don't be angry. That Gu Xiaobei is completely incomparable to you. Gu Yuran took one look at Lin Yi's bad face and hurriedly complimented her. Lin Yi sneered. Do I need an adopted daughter to say such things to me? Gu Yuran instantly panicked. Sister, what do you mean? What do I mean? I have to ask you what you mean. Why did you tell me that you're the senior's cousin and Gu Xiaobei is from the countryside? Now it's good. I said something bad about Gu Xiaobei in front of the senior, in case the senior doesn't like me anymore. Are you responsible for that? Gu Yuran's eyes instantly reddened. I'm sorry sister, but Gu Xiaobei did come back from the countryside and she was raised in the countryside with all the problems. How could brother Yuner like her? Besides, who knows if she is really mom's real daughter Linny was still on fire, but once she heard Gu Yuran's words, she suddenly calmed down. Yes, Gu Xiaobei has lived in the countryside for so many years. How could he know so many things? There must be something wrong with this. Quickly tell me from which village Gu Xiaobei was picked up. As soon as she saw this reaction from Linny, Gu Yuran was delighted in her heart. With Linny making a move, Gu Xiaobei would definitely be out of luck this time. Even a pheasant from the countryside wants to turn into a phoenix. Only she is the daughter of the Gu family. Gu Xiaobei, hurry up and go to hell. After separating from Gu Yuran, Linny directly contacted her manager Ding Hong. Sister Hong, look up someone for me, and I'll send you the basic information later. What's wrong? Little auntie, who messed with you again? Ding Hong was used to Linny's temper. As long as someone in the entertainment industry messed with her, she would have to buy all kinds of bribes to buy water armies, digging up people's black information, adding oil and vinegar to splash dirty water on people. Still, Sister Hong had to ask every time, lest the person Linny wanted to deal with had a backstage. It's not a circle jerk. Don't worry, it's just a little girl. That's fine. Send it over. After hanging up the phone, Linny had a smug look on his face. Ding Hong was an old man in the entertainment industry, and there was no one more skilled than her at such things as digging up people's black information. After the tryouts there, the students went back to their classes. The entire 3rd grade class 5 gathered around Gu Xiaobei. Goddess, you're too good, goddess. Goddess, you are beautiful. Goddess, promise me that you'll dress like this every day from now on, okay? I'll never skip class again. I'll go to class every day for you too. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes, swept the man clear and cool, and spat out 2 words. Trouble. The man instantly covered his chest and stumbled back a few steps. My goddess is talking to me. I'm so excited. Alas, it's just a bit of a shame that I didn't see Linny dance. Zhu Ziru lamented. Humph. Saturday 6 said. How can she compare to my sister Still have the nerve to call little Jishu every day. Always rubbing my goddess hotness. Annoying. In the end, where does it look like Jishu Isn't your goddess Gu Xiaobei? Of course not. Saturday 6 subconsciously denied, and hurriedly looked at Gu Xiaobei, explaining, my sister is my relative. Jishu is my goddess. Looking at Saturday 6's careful appearance, Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but want to laugh. This little girl, as if she was afraid that she would get angry. You like Jishu a lot? Aha! I think Linny is just prettier than Jishu. Zhu Zira said. He is a person with a strange personality. He likes to go against others. Others say Jishu is beautiful, he has to say Linny is beautiful, but also always like to say that others follow the trend. He is the one who has his own opinion. Such people are commonly known as barbers. Saturday 6 hated him the most, and directly blanked him, saying, when did you go blind? Ha! I still think people who like Jishu are blind. What's all the noise? Ji Ling Tian yelled as he raised his head with an impatient face. All of you get back to your seats. The students didn't dare to mess with him and dispersed. Gu Xiaobei sat down and suddenly heard Ji Ling Tian whisper something. Gu Xiaobei didn't hear and turned her head to look at him, but Guillermo was already down, burying his face in the crook of his arm blocking his reddened earlobe. Just now Ji Ling Tian said something like, you look pretty today? It must have been a mishearing. Gu Xiaobei thought, how could a master like Ji Ling Tian, who couldn't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth, praise her? Day 2. Ding Hong's efficiency was fast, and she was quick to pick up the backgrounds of people in the entertainment industry, not to mention a native girl like Gu Xiaobei. Auntie, I checked. That Gu Xiaobei is a bumpkin. In elementary school when the academic performance is not very good, but also often skip school, and then simply be sent to the field to read junior high school. Her family have no one to take care of her. Her adoptive parents a long time ago because of the lack of money to abandon her. Her elementary school when she followed her grandmother. But you cannot rest assured that the countryside have never seen the money. I took 10,000 yuan to her grandmother to buy through. Then you want her to say anything she will say. Never seen money. I took $10,000 to her grandmother to buy through. Then you want her to say what she will say. Okay, Sister Red. Love you. Linny hung up the phone and smiled coldly. Anyway, she had already badmouthed Gu Xiaobei in front of Qin Yuner, and she had already formed a bond with Gu Xiaobei. Since this was the case, it would be better to let Gu Xiaobei be unable to become Qin Yuner's sister. And at that moment, Gu Xiaobei, who was blissfully unaware of what Lin Yi had done, walked into the classroom with a few things. Here, she handed it directly to Saturday 6. What is it, sis? Saturday 6 took it and opened it, instantly surprised. Love you, sis. Saturday 6 was on the verge of tears with excitement. This turned out to be 3 signed photos of Jisoo. To know Jisoo originally did not like to take pictures and signatures. After she retired from the circle, the original has her signature photo of the people are also their own to save. Usually are rarely taken out to show people. Belong to the money cannot buy things. Gu Xiaobei had actually given her 3 at once, and she was so excited that she was about to faint. Sun Yiro rolled her eyes and said, He, what are you happy about? We don't know if it's true or not yet. Humph. I've loved Jisoo for so many years. Can I not recognize her signature? Saturday 6 carefully saved the 3 photos. Chu Xinjing was most displeased with Saturday 6, who was close to Gu Xiaobei. Just at this time, Lin Yi passed by the class entrance. She hurriedly waved to Lin Yi. Fairy sister, our class Gu Xiaobei gave Saturday 6 3 autographed photographs of Jisoo. Please come and see if it's real or fake. Chapter 72 Eating in Upside Down. Chu Xinjing often followed Gu Yuran, so Lin Yi also recognized her. Originally, Lin Yi was too lazy to take care of this kind of thing, but when she heard Gu Xiaobei's name, she went straight into the class. Saturday 6 clipped all 3 of those autographed photos into the book, clutched the book to death in his arms, and said, This is my stuff. I'm not showing it to you. Sun Yiro rolled her eyes. Don't show off the fake goods if you don't dare to let people see them. Okay, it's true. Saturday 6, also angry, took the book out all at once and carefully took out the 3 pictures. Lin Yi absently pinched one of them with 2 fingers. Saturday 6 gaze followed the photo without dropping a step, afraid that Lin Yi would drop it on the floor. How about it? Fairy sister, is it real or fake? Chu Xinjing had a face of enthusiasm. She believed that a country bumpkin like Gu Xiaobei would never be able to get a signed photo of Jisoo. It can only coax a poor, unseen man like Saturday 6. Lin Yi looked at it for a while, a little unsure in his own mind. Jisoo had long since retired when she entered the ring, so how could she tell if it was real or not? However, for the matter of punching Gu Xiaobei in the face, she was very enthusiastic. How can this be true? Lin Yi snorted coldly, and when her hand let go, the photo spun and fell to the ground. What are you doing? Saturday 6 became anxious at the sight and hurriedly crouched down to pick up the photos. Lin Yi lifted her foot and deliberately tried to step on the photo. Saturday 6 was anxious when she saw it and instantly reached out to cover it. Lin Yi sneered and tried to use a little more force. Tell this Saturday 6 to follow Gu Xiaobei around every day. All those close to Gu Xiaobei should be out of luck. However, no one saw how Gu Xiaobei got up, but Lin Yi instantly took a few steps backward as if he had been hit by a gust of wind. Gu Xiaobei pulled Saturday 6 up and looked at her coldly. Lin Yi was pushed by Gu Xiaobei and slammed into the desk behind her. If it wasn't for a classmate stopping her, she would have fallen to the ground. She's a big star. When has she ever been wronged like this? Gu Xiaobei, you're crazy. Dare to make a move on me. Do you know who I am? The 5th class watched dumbfounded. Even if this Gu Xiaobei was a school bully, he had too much guts. This time, she was only in big trouble. Ji Ling Tian, however, sat in his seat and watched with his head propped up with interest. Gu Xiaobei's body is really good. Gu Xiaobei didn't even bother to look at Lin Yi. Grabbing Saturday 6's hand and frowning, she asked, Is everything alright? Saturday 6 shook his head and grinned. Sis, I'm fine. And on top of that, I protected the goddess's autographed picture. What signature photo? Lin Yi rolled her eyes. I'm telling you, if a fake of this color were to be hung up for sale on the internet, it would be laughed out of the room, and only the likes of you, who have never seen the world, would think that it's really Jisoo's signature. Are you Jisoo? Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. If you're not, what makes you say it's fake? Ha! Lin Yi sneered. I'm not Jisoo, are you? I'm telling you, I'm little Jisoo. No one knows Jisoo's business better than me. I'm saying you're being fake. Am I in the entertainment industry or are you in the entertainment industry? Lin Yi looked condescendingly at Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6. Saturday 6 didn't have as strong an aura as Gu Xiaobei, and was on the verge of crying when she was so fierce and disliked by Lin Yi. She pressed those 3 photos to her heart and looked at Lin Yi with a sobbing voice. I don't want you to care. This is my goddess's signature. What don't I care? I'm telling you, since I'm little Jisoo, I can't watch someone fake Jisoo's signature like this, Lin Yi said, and rushed over. Let's see if I don't tear these fakes apart today. It's not a fake. Saturday 6 shouted with her head thrown back, almost sobbing. Lin Yi's raised hand was grabbed by Gu Xiaobei. You let go. Lin Yi struggled twice, but she couldn't break free at all, and the pain made her grimace. Where was her usual fairy-like appearance? Gu Xiaobei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Apologize to Lulu. No way. Lin Yi screamed. You guys take a fake autographed photo and still want me to apologize? I'm Satai. Good. Gu Xiaobei hooked up her lips. It seems like you want to enjoy the same treatment Lu Wanwan did back then. Lin Yi's face instantly turned pale. She recalled the day she first came to Saintly. Lu Wanwan kneeling in front of Saturday 6 in a very sorry state. Don't you dare! Gu Xiaobei raised his foot and kicked at Lin Yi's leg bend. Xu Xinjing also screamed. Gu Xiaobei, you're crazy! The students from class 5 also wanted to come up and pull the fight. But who dared to touch Gu Xiaobei? It's still fresh in my mind how miserable Suya was at first. Just then, someone suddenly called out to her from the doorway. Gu Xiaobei. The voice was cool and clear, like a February breeze. Qin Yuner stood in the doorway, the sunlight beating in from behind him, all golden light shaking people's eyes. Why are you causing trouble again? Lin Yi had a backer behind him. Qin Yuner was aware of that. Otherwise, with her qualifications, it would be impossible for her to get the drama heroine. If Gu Xiaobei messed with her, he was only afraid that he wouldn't have a good time in the future. Gu Xiaobei ignored Qin Yuner. She couldn't talk about hating this cousin of hers, but she didn't like him either. Seeing that she wasn't listening to herself, Qin Yuner hurriedly stepped in. He blocked Gu Xiaobei's attack and pulled Lin Yi behind him. Lin Yi, as soon as she saw Qin Yuner, squeezed out tears, crying, "Senior, you see, Gu Xiaobei bullied me. Obviously this season Shu's signature photo is fake." I said a couple of sentences. She was annoyed. She, even if the countryside has not seen the world, but also cannot do fake goods to cheat people at. Her acting now is more than 10 times better than she was in the TV show. Passing by the doorway, Aicho heard these words and walked in without thinking. Jishu's autographed photo. Can you show it to me? His voice sounded even gentler than Qin Yuner's. Lin Yi's heart thumped. The entire entertainment circle, who all know Yi Jieqiao is Jishu's #1 little fan, went into the circle as also in order to cooperate with Jishu. But soon, she let go. Gu Xiaobei, a bumpkin, can have Jishu's autographed photo? She's upside down eating. Saturday 6 handed those 3 autographed photos to Aicho. Lin Yi snorted coldly. I told you it was fake and you still didn't believe me. Let me tell you, there's a price to pay for counterfeiting. Yi Jieqiao stared at the 3 photos for a long time, stretching out his hand and rubbing it over and over, and only after a long time did he look up fondly. Who says it's fake? Chapter 73, Country Grandma. Lin Yi froze for a moment. She thought she had a bad ear. Xiao Xiao, are you kidding? Lin Yi's voice was trembling. Closuk Zhou looked up at Lin Yi. Lin Yi instantly took a few steps back. How can it be? How could Gu Xiaobei have a signed photo of Jishu, and 3 of them at once? Lin Yi's face turned pale all of a sudden, feeling that the entire 5th class was casting skeptical gazes at her. Didn't they say she was from the entertainment industry? Didn't they say she was little Jishu, and Jishu praised her before she retired from the industry? But she couldn't even recognize Jishu's signature. Yi Jieqiao returned those 3 photos to Saturday 6 and said, I really envy you. You know, there shouldn't be more than 50 autographed photos of Jishu in the whole country. He likes Jishu so much and is in the entertainment industry, not to mention the fact that he is close to the water, and there are many people who know he likes Jishu and will give him autographed photos of Jishu, but it's been years, and he's only collected a total of 5 real ones. Nah, I'll give you one. Saturday 6 looked down, choosing before graciously handing one out. Seeing that Yi Jieqiao wouldn't accept it, she turned her head back to Gu Xiaobei. Sister, can I give one to Mr. Xiao? Of the 4 schoolboys, Yi Jieqiao was the gentlest and had helped her help Gu Xiaobei a few times, so Saturday 6 wanted to repay him a little. Gu Xiaobei guffawed. Of course, what's given to you is yours. Seeing that Saturday 6 was holding that photo, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at himself with a look of sincerity, Yi Jieqiao still picked it up. Thank you. Seeing this, Lin Yi was practically clenching his teeth in anger, but at that moment, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated. She pulled it out and glanced at it, registering a smile. Gu Xiaobei had caused her to lose so much weight today, and she hadn't expected retribution to come so soon. Gu Xiaobei was going to be famous in Shengli this time. Within half a minute, a clamor sounded outside. Some of the students poked their heads outside and saw the playground running towards the school entrance. Wondering what was going on, a person ran in panting from outside and said at the door of class 5, Hey, that what? Gu Xiaobei is in your class, right? Her grandmother came to look for her, right at the school entrance. When he finished speaking, he ran away, afraid that he had missed the good show. Grandma? Gu Xiaobei frowned. Lin Yi looked at Qin Yuner. Senior, it's Gu Xiaobei's elders who are here. How can we let Grandma sunbathe outside? Hurry up and go take a look. She had a good mouth, but she couldn't hide her smugness at all. Gu Xiaobei turned around and headed out, and the students of class 5 all followed. Jiling Tian was usually very uncomfortable with the hustle and bustle, but after thinking about it, he still followed. At this time, the entrance to the school was already crowded. An old woman in her 50s, dressed in rags, sat in front of the school and spilled her guts. You're dead, my granddaughter. whom I brought up with my own hands, doesn't want me when she enters the city. How can I live as an old woman alone? Why don't I just die? I'm not living. This old lady named Li Guixiang howled at the top of her voice, and all the students of Saintly were attracted to her. Grandma, get up. The ground is cold. Don't sit on it. The other students disliked the fact that Li Guixiang was covered in mud and looked like she hadn't bathed in days, and were unwilling to go near her, but Gu Yuran was kind enough to go over and try to help her up. The surrounding students all cast admiring glances toward Gu Yuran. Who are you? Li Guixiang stretched her neck and stared at her, desperately swinging her arms. I don't want you. I want my granddaughter. Gu Yuran was aware of Lin Yi's plan and naturally knew that this Li Guixiang was the grandmother who raised Gu Xiaobei, Gu Yuran's own grandmother. To be exact, Gu Yuran couldn't help but recoil. She could vaguely see a few traces of her own likeness in Li Guixiang's face. If she hadn't hugged the wrong person in the first place, wouldn't she be the one who followed Li Guixiang? Covered in mud, not bathed for years, and stinking? Gu Yuran had wanted to show her kindness, but now she hurriedly backed away, afraid that someone would find out that there was a relationship between her and Li Guixiang. Li Guixiang saw Gu Xiaobei coming from afar and climbed up in a flash. Granddaughter, you've come. Why don't you want grandma anymore? Li Guixiang was crying with snot and tears, looking really like a poor old country lady, but there was a greedy glint in her tiny eyes as she sized Gu Xiaobei up from head to toe, then skimmed her mouth in disdain. What's going on? Didn't you say Gu Xiaobei was recognized by a rich family? But looking at what she's wearing, it's not worth much. Li Guixiang, I told you that I have no relationship with you in the future, Gu Xiaobei coldly said. When Li Guixiang was in elementary school, the village school would give out an egg every day, and Li Guixiang would run to the school every day and she would ask for the egg down and give it to Wang Zhuzi. Wang Zhuzi is Li Guixiang's daughter's son, has been raised in Li Guixiang home. Li Guixiang's son preference, usually have good food and drink are tight to Wang Zhuzi. Gu Xiaobei every day to eat and wear not warm. Wang Zhuzi bullied Gu Xiaobei every day back then, and as a result, one time, he was beaten up by Gu Xiaobei and ran back to complain to Li Guixiang. Li Guixiang kicked Gu Xiaobei out and told her to die outside. That time, Gu Xiaobei was saying that he would never have anything to do with her again. Xiaobei, what are you talking about? Didn't you say that when you go back to the city and find that rich father, you'll bring both grandma and brother over for a better life? Li Guixiang pulled Wang Zhuzi out from behind the tree. Your brother can miss you too. Xiaobei, hurry up. Take us back to your father's house. Wang Zhuzi looked at Gu Xiaobei with a greedy face. His harumphing. I didn't realize that the short and skinny Gu Xiaobei from back then had actually grown so beautiful now. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Gu Yuran again. How come city girls are so good at dressing up? Wang Zhuzi looked dumbfounded for a moment. Gu Yuran felt like Wang Zhuzi's gaze was trying to strip herself naked, and rolled her eyes as she made her way to the crowd. Li Guixiang said that she was about to go over to grab Gu Xiaobei, but she was shaken away by Gu Xiaobei. Do you believe I'm calling the police right now? Yeah, report it. Li Guixiang pulled out her voice. I just don't believe it anymore. The law doesn't let granddaughters control their grandmothers anymore. A scoundrel like Li Guixiang wouldn't be afraid of the police. At this time, Linny in the crowd gave Li Guixiang a wink. All at once she remembered the purpose of her visit today. I'm telling you, Gu Xiaobei, don't think you're great just because you found a rich father now. When I shake out your life, I'll see how you're still great. Chapter 74, A Difficult Task. Linny tells her to give her $10,000 as long as she says that Gu Xiaobei wasn't actually carried by mistake in the first place, but is really her own granddaughter. With such easy money, Li Guixiang of course agreed wholeheartedly. Whatever. Gu Xiaobei didn't care about that, pulling his feet up and leaving. Once Li Guixiang saw Gu Xiaobei like this, she also froze. She subconsciously glanced at Linny. I didn't realize that this kind of harsh words could not actually threaten Gu Xiaobei at all. Coincidentally, the dean of faculty came running over at that moment. What are you all doing here? Can't you hear the bell ringing? Hurry back to class. Look, you're all third graders. You're not going to take the promotion test. The students rushed to the classroom as soon as they saw that the head of the faculty was coming. But what the hell was that all about? It's too hard to watch a movie halfway through. Gu Yuran is also angry to clench her teeth. But at this time, her cell phone suddenly ding-donged a sound. Dad, Yuran, there's a party tonight. It's introduced by your auntie son, and the host of the party is Cheng Xiao. So you should come back from school and dress up properly. Gu Yuran hurriedly replied, okay dad. Cheng Xiao. His first name is Cheng Wuan. He is the second son of the Cheng family in the imperial capital. He went abroad to study some years ago, and has only recently returned. The Cheng family was also considered powerful in the imperial capital, and Gu Yuran's eyes turned and thought of a good idea. She hurriedly replied to Gu Igua, Dad, let sister come along too. Gu Igua, let her do whatever she wants and she'll get into trouble. Gu Yuran, Dad, after all, sister is your real daughter. Still need to promote the father-daughter relationship. Guigua, Yuran. You're just kind-hearted. Don't worry, no matter what, Dad will treat you as his own daughter. So let's listen to you at night and take Gu Xiaobei with us as well. The corners of Gu Yuran's mouth floated up into a smile. Guigua now thought that Gu Xiaobei was his own daughter were treating her so poorly. When he thought that Gu Xiaobei was not his own, he would definitely kick her out of the Gu family. What was the point of making a scene in Saintly? Letting the entire upper class know that Gu Xiaobei was a real bumpkin was the most important thing. She said to Li Guixiang, "Here is $5,000. You take it, and tonight you go to a place to make a scene, and go there to say what you had originally prepared for today." Li Guixiang's eyes went straight. Another $5,000. This money is too good to be true. I've just been in town for half a day and I've made $15,000. You are my own granddaughter, aren't you? I can tell at a glance that you and my daughter-in-law look so much alike, Li Guixiang said. Gu Yuran instantly chilled her face, wrinkling her nose as she stepped back. I'm telling you, you'd better not talk nonsense. As long as you do a good job I'll naturally give you more money. Otherwise, you won't be able to take a single penny. I know. As soon as Li Guixiang heard the word money, she instantly didn't dare to say more. Lin Yi and Gu Yuran left together, and Li Guixiang took $5,000 and joyfully dragged Wang Juzi to the KFC he wanted to eat. Grandmother, this Gu Yuran is really beautiful, Wang Juzi said with a stream of harumphs. Don't talk nonsense, Li Guixiang said. She's your own cousin. Don't think about nonsense. What about Gu Xiaobei? Gu Xiaobei now looks quite pretty. Cannot see it at all. It is really a woman's big change. Wang Juzi thought of the pair of long legs of Gu Xiaobei just now, and could not help but drool. Li Guixiang rolled her eyes and thought, no matter what, she also raised Gu Xiaobei for 6 or 7 years, so she can't raise him for nothing, since she was carried by mistake. She has no blood relationship with Wang Juzi. It seems like it would be good if she could make a daughter-in-law for Wang Juzi. Don't worry, Juzi. Grandma will definitely get Gu Xiaobei back for you as a daughter-in-law. At this time, Gu Xiaobei did not know how whimsical Li Guixiang and Wang Juzi were being. She received a message. Chang'an, 007. There's an important task to send you. I'll pass the information to you right away. Soon, Gu Xiaobei received the encrypted information. There is a unique set of contact codes within the a language presented after passing through 5 encryption methods. Most people have to resort to dictionaries to be able to read and understand it. And in the whole it is estimated that only 007 and 005 can use this kind of code without any obstacles, without having to consult any information at all. The information shows that Dr. Liu has been holding an authoritative position in cancer treatment research, and this year, he made a significant discovery result, but was seriously ill before returning to China. So, he commissioned his students to bring that information back home, but to my surprise, that student got in touch with someone from another country, intending to see whoever offered the highest price to sell this information to, in order to prevent this person from jumping over the wall and directly destroying the information. So this time, we can only take it by force and not by force. Dr. Liu's life's work was to be able to help the country's medical community, and it absolutely could not be ruined just like that. So for this kind of grim task, Chang'an naturally thought of 007. Looking at the entire Special Security Bureau, she's the only one with that kind of skill. Dr. Liu's student is Changwuan. The Cheng family was a powerful family, and Changwana had hidden that information very well, but Chang'an had a clear conscience this time, and had also helped Gu Xiaobei investigate some information before letting her go on her mission. Chang'an, 007. Remember, Changwuan has a sapphire necklace on his body. That necklace is a key. Only that sapphire can open the safe where he hid the information, but you have to remember, that sapphire necklace has to come in contact with the skin of a person who is at 37.5 degrees, or else as long as it's out of contact for more than a second, an alarm will be triggered. That safe is hidden in Changwuan's bedroom, but the exact location is still unknown. Also, there's no way to fully open any of his bedroom windows, not even for a baby to get through, so you can't jump out the window when you get the information. You can only leave through the front door. Gu Xiaobei, thank you for this useful information. It's a task that's as hard as it gets. Okay, Chang'an, what's the point of being polite with me? Well, I'll withdraw first. Gu Xiaobei hadn't even been in class, and had been thinking about how he was going to accomplish this task before he did. The Cheng family was not an ordinary family. How she was going to blend in was a difficult task. Pretending to be a janitor? Just then, she also received a text message from Guigua. Guigua, Gu Xiaobei, don't run around after school. Hurry back and dress up. At night your auntie Sun and I, as well as Ro Ro and Yuran, are going to the Cheng family's banquet, and you'll follow to see the world. The Cheng family's party? Gu Xiaobei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Looks like she has a way to get in fair and square. Gu Xiaobei replied quickly. Got it. Chapter 75. Attracted by Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yiguo was still a bit strange. Originally he thought that Gu Xiaobei would definitely refuse. But it was fine to take her with him, no matter what. Gu Xiaobei had also inherited Qin Yuan's beauty, so in case any of the males of the family took a fancy to her, he could hurry up and get her engaged, and change some resources as well. Moreover, Gu Xiaobei, today, had dressed up in a rare manner and didn't insist on wearing those clothes she usually wore. After all, today was the Cheng family's banquet, and those going would be well dressed. If she still wore her previous clothes instead, she would look out of place, attracting other people's attention, and it would not be convenient for her to go on her mission. She wore a white dress that came down to her knees, with a little pattern embroidered on it in silver thread, and was very well cut and flattering to her figure. This dress looked simple yet generous and should be priced well. Gu Xiaobei always looked cold in his spare time and liked to wear all black, which was even more low-key. At the moment, she was wearing a white dress, which made her look a bit unearthly and immortal. She only wore light makeup, but it made her look even more like a lotus flower. Naturally beautiful, and just by looking at her, people couldn't take their eyes off her. In that instant, Gu Yiguo seemed to see the Qin Yuan of his youth, and even the tone of his words with Gu Xiaobei became a little softer. It's good for you to be so dressed up, so don't wear those clothes every day in the future. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes, coldly swept a glance at him, and didn't say anything. Gu Yiguo came back to reality in a flash. That's right, even when he was dressed up, Gu Xiaobei still had the same bad temper. At this time, Gu Yuran also came out from inside the room. Compared to Gu Xiaobei's simplicity and generosity, Gu Yuran was much more grandly dressed. She wore a pale pink dress with a ring of pearls around her waist and a shiny diamond necklace around her neck. She had also purposely put on very heavy makeup. Her eyelashes grew like fans, and her already not so obvious eyelids were now even more blocked by her eyelashes so that they couldn't be seen at all. Originally, Gu Yuran was also considered relatively white and wearing pink was okay, but once she stood next to Gu Xiaobei, she was compared to her. Gu Xiaobei was so white that it looked like she was glowing, setting off her yellow and dark skin, and with that pink skirt, it made her aura even more earthy and village-like. Gu Yuran clenched her teeth in anger when she took a look at what Gu Xiaobei was wearing. This Gu Xiaobei, didn't she usually just like to wear sweatshirts and jeans? Why did she put on a skirt as soon as she heard she was going to Cheng's house? Still not trying to seduce Cheng Xiao. What a heartbreaker. Gu Yiguo greeted the two of them and hurriedly got into the car, saying that Sun Yiru and Sun Shu had already departed. A few people met in front of Cheng's house. Sun Shu today and Sun Yiru dress up are very grand. Neck on the hands of the set of the left and right, itching to put all the jewelry on. Sun Shu was filled with boredom when she saw Gu Xiaobei. If Fang Yuxiang hadn't inexplicably gone crazy last time, she wouldn't have been able to let Gu Xiaobei live until now. Sort of lucky for her. Yo! Sun Shu measured Gu Xiaobei from head to toe. I say old Gua, you brought her here to disgrace your eyes this dress, don't know still think it is in the street begging for food. Gu Yuran walked over and smiled. Auntie Sun, you and Zoe's bracelets are so pretty. Are they the same model? Yes. Sun Shu stretched her neck. This is what I bought in Italy. Any one of the gems on it is worth a car. Some people, I'm afraid they've never seen something so valuable in their lives. Gu Xiaobei swept a glance, and both of them were wearing a 7-colored gemstone bracelet on their wrists, each gemstone almost as big as a small thumb cap. She remembered that when she had gone to Africa on a mission, she had been given a few raw stones, and the ones she had brought on the skin of the stone and thrown away when she cut it were bigger and better in size and color than the ones the two of them wore on their wrists. This kind of thing couldn't even get into Gu Xiaobei's eyes, and it was just the two of them, wearing them as if they were babies. Gu Yiguo smiled and took Sun Shu's hand. Thanks to you. How else could we come to the Cheng family's banquet? Sun Shu stretched her neck. Let's hurry in. Go in and let you guys see the world. Sun Suk walked to the door and showed the invitation to the security guard. The Cheng family was not an ordinary family. Not just anyone could get in, and those who came to the banquet had to have an invitation. I'm sorry, ma'am. The guard opened it up and looked at it, bending slightly. With a regular invitation like yours, a maximum of 4 people can use one. Once Gu Yuran heard this, she hurriedly grabbed Gu Yiguo's arm. Then what to do? Sun Yiru pointed at Gu Xiaobei's nose and said, then just don't bring her in. She's a disgrace anyway. It is a great humiliation to arrive at the door only to watch others go in and be left at the door. The thought of humiliating Gu Xiaobei made Sun Yiru happy. Then this young lady. I'm sorry, the security guard said. Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips slightly. If it were normal, she wouldn't even bother coming to a place like this. But today was different. She was on a mission. Let them all come in. Just then, someone in the courtyard spoke up. Several of them looked up to see, only to see a man in a shirt leaning against the wall, the collar's buttons unbuttoned twice, slightly open lapel revealing 3/4 of a good-looking collarbone, the cuffs casually pulled up, the diamonds on the cuffs flickered with glittering light even from so far away. Chang Xiao. The security guard turned around and hurriedly bowed. It's an honor for several of you to come to the Chang family's banquet. All come in. Chang Wana had said so the security guards naturally would not stop them. Gu Yuran's heart was unusually excited. Oh my god. This person was actually Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao is actually so good looking, and he'd been looking this way the whole time, so he must have been looking at her. Luckily she'd made a point of dressing up today. Gu Yuran hurriedly lowered her head, checking to see if there was anything inappropriate about what she was wearing. But she didn't know that Chang Wuan's gaze didn't fall on her for a single minute. He had been staring at Gu Xiaobei the entire time. In the past few years since he left the country, Chang Wuan has slept with all kinds of girls, aristocratic young women from Europe, black teenage girls from Africa. He'd tried every kind of woman, but there had never been any woman who could catch his eye like this young girl. It was as if his breath had been snatched from him, and his whole being could not be restrained from staring at her all the time. She just stood there, doing nothing, and carried her own maddening attraction. Chang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This maiden, he must take tonight. Gu Xiaobei walked inside with them and clashed her eyes with Chang Wuan's. This man made a gentlemanly appearance of a fluttering gentleman, but his gaze hid a naked desire that he couldn't hide. Gu Xiaobei pretended not to notice and moved his gaze away. Chapter 76, Self-Indulgence. The hall on the first floor of the Chang family was filled with golden decorations. Even the corner of the table in the middle of the hall, that was edged in gold. Soothing music played in the hall, and waiters in tuxedos held trays in their hands, ready and waiting to serve them. Sun Yiro and Gu Yuran were shocked as soon as they came in. Although the Gu family and the Sun family were both considered rich, they were not as generous as this. Such a wide hall, such a luxurious house. They couldn't even think of it. How wonderful it would be to marry into the Chang family and become the Chang family's mistress. When the guests were almost here, Chang Wuan walked up the steps, holding a microphone and smiled. It's an honor to invite all of you to my dinner party today. The theme of today's buffet is the Italian Alba white truffles and Emmaus caviar that I brought back from abroad, so you all can taste it. And in a while I will have someone play music, so you can dance a few dances if you're in the mood to do so. And I hope that you all can have fun today. Alba white truffles and Emmaus caviar. Many people in the hall let out a gasp. Most people have just heard of these two things without ever eating them, and the rest, even more so, have never even heard of them. To know, this white truffle on the growth of the environment requirements are extremely harsh, cannot be artificially cultivated, and the annual production is very small. 2 or 3 pieces can be sold to 200,000 yuan. Emmaus caviar is also a gem of caviar, costing $7,000 for a single gram, and almost tens of thousands of dollars for a small bite. The Chang family, on the other hand, could actually prepare such expensive things for so many people to eat without batting an eye. That's the real hoi polloi. After Chang finished speaking, he looked towards a corner. Sun Yiro and Gu Yuran instantly became excited. Chang Xiao was definitely looking at himself. They both pulled out the small mirrors in their handbags and touched up their makeup again. Sun Shu pushed Sun Yiro in the back. Ro, you have to seize the opportunity. Although Gu Igua also wanted Gu Yuran to gain Chang Wana's favor, he didn't dare to grab it with Sun Yiro in front of Sun Shu, and only silently cheered for Gu Yuran in his heart. Chang walked over with his hands in his pockets and a casual look. A number of people along the way tried to ask him to dance, but he refused. Chang walked up to them. Gu Yuran got up and sure put her hand out. She couldn't help but smile, fantasizing about Chang Wuan grabbing her hand and starting to dance, wrapping his arm around her waist and swaying gently, all the people casting envious and jealous gazes at her, and her being the center of attention in the room. When Sun Yiro took a look, she immediately rolled her eyes. Gu Yuran, what do you mean? What are you talking about, sister? Gu Yuran blinked with an innocent look. You wouldn't be trying to steal Chang Xiao from me. Sun Yiro gritted her teeth and sneered. Seeing Chang Wuan getting closer and closer, Gu Yuran raised an innocent smile on her face and looked like she was being generous. What does sister mean by that? Chang Xiao was supposed to be looking for me. How is it that I'm the one grabbing it from sister? Gu Yuran was confident in her looks. She's the schoolgirl. Sun Yiro is nothing. The more jealous Sun Yiro was, the more fierce her face was, the more it accentuated her beauty. Gu Yuran was usually polite to Sun Yiro. That was to help Gu Igua to please Sun Shu. But in front of Chang Wuan, Gu Yuran would not give in. If she could be looked at by Chang Wuan, Sun Shu and Sun Yiro wouldn't even be worthy of her shoes. Sun Yiro was so angry that she wanted to slap Gu Yuran, but Chang Wuan had already come forward, so she could only suppress her temper. Chang Xiao, Sun Yuro stepped out one step ahead of Gu Yuran. Shall we dance together? Chang Xiao. Sun Shu also smiled and said, do you still remember? You even met with Ro Ro when you returned to China last year. And you even complimented Ro Ro at that time. Chang had no impression of the two of them at all and didn't even look at her. Sun Shu and Sun Yuro were left out in the cold with embarrassed faces. Gu Yuran lifted her chin and proudly reached out. Let's go. Chang Xiao. Ha, just Sun Yuro. You want to compare with her? However, Chang Wuan just swept her a glance and took a step to the side. Would I have the honor of asking you for a dance, young lady? Chang extended his hand with a gentlemanly face. Gu Xiaobei, who was sitting there playing with his cell phone, looked up. Originally, after a glance from afar, her beauty had already made Chang Wuan's heart flutter, and at this moment, her heartbeat accelerated even more after a close-up look. Gu Xiaobei's skin was like the best porcelain, not a single pore was visible, and his eyes were like stars in the sky, clean and radiant. Gu Yiguo was all of a sudden unusually excited. Quick, Xiaobei, Chang Xiao is talking to you. Excuse me, move over will you, I want to go to the restroom. Gu Yuran and Sun Yuro were so jealous that their eyes were about to burst into flames, but Gu Xiaobei didn't take it seriously, directly getting up and walking to the other side of the hall. Chang slowly hooked up the corners of his lips to look at Gu Xiaobei's back as she left. He wasn't sure if she was being deliberately lustful, but it was clear that she was really catching his attention. Gu Yuran walked up to Chang Wuan, blinked her eyes and said gently, Chang Xiao, my sister is like this, she has a strange temper. Chang Xiao, don't be angry, she's your sister? Yes. Gu Yuran pinched the corner of her coat, a look of difficulty. She was just picked up by dad from the countryside. She should not have seen much of the world. Suddenly coming to a place like Chang's house she was scared. So Chang Xiao, you must not be angry, and do not blame your sister, okay? Gu Yuran thought that a man like Chang Wuan should like a little white flower with a good heart like her the most. Sun Yuro rolled her eyes. It's just a bumpkin. Even Chang Xiao dares to reject it. He simply doesn't know what's good for him. Is this your family's tutelage? Sister, Gu Yuran bit her lower lip, and before she finished speaking, her tears came out first, in a pitiful and aggrieved manner. Chang had absolutely no interest in watching the two of them engage in verbal sparring and left directly. Sun Yuro angrily slammed her bag on the side, pointing at Gu Yuran and scolded. Good. Usually look at you honest and decent. I did not expect that it is also a shameless. And Gu Xiaobei is not much different. As soon as you see Chang Xiao, you will be rushed to get together. You still want to have a face. Sister, I didn't. Gu Yuran bit her lower lip and shook her head. I just thought that Chang Xiao was here to find me. I didn't want to steal from sister. Yuck. Sun Yuro spat on Gu Yuran's face. Chang Xiao will come to you? You don't even piss on yourself. Gu Yuran lowered her head, and although she was furious, she didn't dare to flip out with Sun Yuro. I blame Gu Xiaobei. Deliberately dressed differently from others to attract Chang Xiao's attention. Chang Xiao came to her and she still ignored her. Just a heartbreaker. Gu Yuran looked at Chang Wuan's back, thought for a moment, and also walked that way. Anyway, he didn't want to listen to Sun Yuro cursing anymore. Gu Xiaobei poured a handful of water onto her face. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, Chang Wuan should be standing outside right now. Chapter 77, Hot Potato. She opened the door and came out, and sure enough, Chang Wuan was leaning against the doorway, his lapel slightly open, smiling as he blocked her way. Out of the corner of her eye, Gu Xiaobei saw that Gu Yuran was taking a glass of red wine from the waiter's hand and walking over this way. Her mind instantly coiled with a plan. What's the matter with Chang Xiao? Gu Xiaobei cocked his head and said, you don't look like a country bumpkin. Chang Wuan came close to Gu Xiaobei, smelling the fragrance on her body if anything, and lowered his voice. Want to play lust with me? No need to play. I'm very interested in you, but I'm not interested in Chang Xiao. Gu Xiaobei blinked. The sapphire around Chang Wuan's neck danced in front of her eyes, but there was no way she could steal this sapphire in front of Chang Wuan. Gu Xiaobei smiled lightly at Chang Wuan and directly got out from under his arm, heading out. Chang looked at her back and tugged his tie loose. He was getting annoyed. There's no woman he wants that he can't get. Chang followed Gu Xiaobei, and the two of them walked to the entrance of the hall one after the other. And just then, Gu Yuran also walked over. Chang Xiao, can I buy you a drink? Gu Yuran raised her cup and said. She thought that Chang Wuan must be in an irritable mood since he had just been rejected by Gu Xiaobei, so maybe he would like her when he saw how considerate she was? No one saw that Gu Xiaobei's hand moved gently. Gu Yuran suddenly felt as if she had been stabbed by a needle on her wrist, and when she didn't hold it steady, the cup of red wine all splashed onto Chang Wuan. Gu Xiaobei stood right next to Chang Wuan and let out a cry of surprise, subconsciously ducking towards Chang Wuan. What it looked like to the onlookers was that Gu Xiaobei was reaching out and hugging Chang Xiao's neck. In fact, Only Gu Xiaobei knew that in that instant, her right hand flew to remove the sapphire from Chang Wuan's neck, while her left hand vainly concealed and hung up the imitation that had long been prepared. The whole thing, it didn't take more than a second. Chang Wuan was bumped by her, completely unaware of her movements, and at that moment, Gu Xiaobei was already holding the sapphire key in his palm. It didn't call the police because it was still attached to the human skin. Chang Xiao is sorry. Gu Yuran was shocked. How did she know that it was actually Gu Xiaobei who had just scraped off a small piece of ice from the table next to her with his fingernail and flicked it towards her? And that small piece of ice melted when it landed on her wrist, so even if someone looked into it later, they wouldn't be able to find out anything. Gu Yuran watched Gu Xiaobei being held by Chang Wuan and clenched her teeth in anger. She wanted to help Chang Wuan wipe it off, but Chang Wuan frowned and avoided it. Never mind. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. Chang Xiao is sorry. Gu Yuran was still apologizing, but Chang Wuan didn't even look at her. Gu Xiaobei's skirt was also splattered with a few drops. Looks like I have to go to the restroom to clean up again then. Gu Xiaobei shook his head. After Gu Xiaobei entered the bathroom, he pulled out a compression garment from his pocket, soaked it in water and unfolded it, then wrung it out and put it on his body. She climbed out of the bathroom window and flew up to the second floor. Chang also happened to arrive on the second floor. He didn't realize that Gu Xiaobei was following him lightly like a ghost. He opened the door, patting the red wine stains on his shirt as he stepped inside, and Gu Xiaobei stuck behind him and flew in after him. This was 007's stance, moving so fast that it was as if a shadow was sticking to a person's back without them realizing it. Chang walked straight into the check room. It would take him 6 minutes tops to change his clothes plus clean himself up a bit. 6 minutes. That's enough for 007. She twisted the ring and projected a virtual keyboard, operating it on the fly. She first hacked all the surveillance of Chang's house tonight. Chang family's surveillance system is Chang wanna spend a lot of money to find someone specially done. The protection is very tight, but to the internationally renowned hacker swimmer, it is just a small matter. Then, she used her necklace and tested the wall in Chang Wana's room. A lock opened with a sapphire must be a lock with electronics that her necklace can detect. At that moment, there was a low sound of water running from inside. It seemed that Chang Wuan was already taking a shower. As expected, she found the end behind a wall, reached out and knocked. It was hollow. Gu Xiaobei quickly took out the piece of sapphire and pressed it into the depression in the wall. There was a click and the wall slowly opened. Inside lay the classified document. The sound of water running in the bathroom had stopped. Gu Xiaobei tucked the confidential document into his bosom, then carefully closed that secret door again. She held the sapphire in a death grip. Chang changed his clothes and walked out from the check room. He was completely unaware that Gu Xiaobei, at this moment, was lying on the ceiling above his head. He took a few steps forward, and Gu Xiaobei jumped down from it like a kitten and followed him again. And all of this, Chang Wuan was still unaware of it. Chang went straight down the stairs, but Gu Xiaobei tumbled out of the corridor window and jumped back inside the bathroom. She used her own cell phone to scan all the documents and sent them to Chang'an. Then she tore the paper into pieces and threw it all down the toilet. She took off the compression garment she was wearing and rubbed it twice over the red wine stains on her dress, which became much lighter and barely noticeable. She threw her compression garment in the toilet as well and hit the flush button together. Then she went back to the sink and splashed a little water on her skirt, as if she'd just been busy cleaning her skirt. Chang'an sent a message back. Copy that. Worthy of 007. Chang'an's side was received, but her mission wasn't over yet. She needed to return this sapphire back to Chang Wuan. Otherwise, it would definitely be discovered. She smiled slowly at herself in the mirror. Nothing in this world is too difficult for her 007. Gu Xiaobei walked out of the restroom, but by this time, the hall was a mess, because Chang Wuan had just come down from upstairs and realized that the sapphire around his neck was fake. Time was rushed. Chang'an couldn't make too perfect a replica, and being able to fool process Rampage for almost 20 minutes was already not easy. Find out for me. Until we find out, no one is allowed to leave. Chang was furious. It seemed that using the original trick was impossible. Gu Xiaobei squeezed the sapphire in his hand. At this point the sapphire seemed like a hot potato in her hand, but it wasn't like she could just throw it, because it would alert the police as soon as it was out of a person's skin and temperature for more than a second. Chapter 78, A Shocking Secret. Chang Wana stormed out, and the guests in the hall cringed. The sapphire is said to be worth $500 million, and if we don't find it, no one in the room will leave. Chang's gloomy gaze swept over everyone's body. He had already sent someone to check the surveillance. If he found out who did it, he would definitely make that person experience something that was more horrible than death. Skinned and boned, all of them were shivering. They were scared to death when Chang Wuan, who just now had a gentle face and told everyone to have fun, suddenly turned into a demonic appearance. Gu Xiaobei, however, walked over with a cloudy face as if he didn't know anything. Sister, where did you just go? Do you know that Cheng Xiao lost his sapphire? Why are you still walking around? As soon as Gu Yuran saw Gu Xiaobei, she shouted at the top of her voice, deliberately making people focus on Gu Xiaobei. I went to the restroom. Ah, wasn't it you who spilled the red wine on me in Changshao? Gu Xiaobei said clearly and coldly. Instantly, Cheng Wuan's skeptical gaze landed on Gu Yuran. This woman, from the time she entered the gate, has been deliberately approaching him, and just now even poured half a glass of red wine on him. Gu Yuran didn't expect that instead of pouring dirty water on Gu Xiaobei, she was instead turned against her, and immediately panicked. Sister, what are you talking about? I was just careless, Gu Yuran explained in a panic, and could barely stand. Gu Xiaobei smiled shallowly. I didn't say you did it on purpose either. What are you explaining? Cheng Wan frowned slightly as he walked towards Gu Yuran, the huge oppressive force on him making Gu Yuran almost unable to breathe. Cheng Xiao. Gu Yuran panicked and backed away, accidentally touching something behind her, and a plate of cupcakes all fell on her skirt. She looked wretched to the core. Young master, the surveillance video was transferred out. Someone stumbled and ran in. Only then did Cheng Wan turn around, snatched the flash drive, plugged it into the computer, and looked at it. But today's video, it's pitch black and you can't see anything. What's going on? Cheng roared at the butler. The housekeeper shivered. Young master, should be, today's surveillance was hacked by someone. I don't know what's going on either. Blacked out? Cheng gritted his teeth, veins rippling on his forehead. The surveillance and firewall systems he spent so much money on were hacked without a word? Just then, the originally dark surveillance video suddenly popped out a line of colorful words. Wanderer to this place. I wish you happy every day. Such a relaxed tone made Cheng Wuan so angry that he almost smashed his computer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He raged and kicked the table. The glass containing the cocktail pinged and shattered on the floor, dripping over $100,000 worth of liquor. Happy days? He's happy my ass. Keep checking for me. Cheng Wandering tugged hard on his tie and tilted his head back to pour down a large glass of wine. When he finished drinking, he simply slammed the glass on the floor. Search me if you can't find out. Anyway, he would never allow this sapphire to leave here today. The sapphire alarms when it's removed from a person's skin and body heat. So right now, the sapphire must still be in this house. Just then, a clamor suddenly rang out from outside. Cheng Wana wrinkled his eyebrows fiercely and said angrily, Go out and see what's wrong? The butler was busy running out. Soon the butler came running back. Young master, there's an old lady outside making a scene, sitting at the door and splashing around, saying that she knows a shocking secret. A shocking secret? Cheng Wana's eyebrows jumped. Is it hard to believe it's about sapphires? Although the surveillance was destroyed, it's possible that this old lady was passing by and saw something? Bring her in. Soon the butler brought in the man. As soon as Li Guixiang entered, many women covered their noses. This old lady, she must not have had a bath in half her life. His body smelled rancid. The clothes looked new, but there was some soup spilled on them, and the hair was muddy in a line. So it was disgusting. You said that you know a shocking secret? Cheng asked, looking at her impatiently. Li Guixiang hurriedly nodded her head. Yes. Say it. Cheng Wuan sat down, crossed his legs, narrowed his eyes at Li Guixiang, and coldly said, If it's true, I'll give you $50 million. $50 million. Li Guixiang has never seen so much money in her life. Gu Yuran, a little girl who could take out $5,000 at will, had already made her excited. But she didn't think that there was actually someone else in this world who could take out $50 million. And it looks like, to this man, $50 million is just a perfectly ordinary number. She can also only be so generous when it comes to burning plutonium. For a while, Li Guixiang's voice trembled with excitement. Yes, it is. She pointed at Gu Xiaobei's nose and said, That's her. Cheng's eyebrows jerked. Li Guixiang continued. She came to the city to look for her own father and said she would bring me and Juzi to live a good life, but ended up leaving us both in the countryside and eating and drinking here herself. She said as she surveyed the Cheng family's house, how nice would it be for her to live in such a nice house. The city can be really good. She never want to go back to the countryside. And now when young people in the countryside get married, people also want buildings. This time, she no matter how, she will get a set of buildings for the column, so that she can give him a wife. Cheng Wana wrinkled his eyebrows, a little confused as to what Li Guixiang meant. Don't do so much padding. Just say what you have to say. He growled lowly, his shadowy gaze landing on Gu Xiaobei. Li Guixiang hurriedly said, In fact, she's not even the wrong child that was carried by the Gu family. That child died when she was carried back. She was born to my son and daughter-in-law, and she's not 18 this year. She's actually 17. Cheng W raised his eyes, his gaze grim. Is this the shocking secret you're going to talk about? Yes. She lied to you guys. She is not the Gu family's eldest miss. Li Guixian couldn't help but tremble up. These words are that Ding Hong taught her. Also Gu Yuran told her to make a mess. How this man looked as if he did not love to hear it. I'm telling the truth. Li Guixian gulped. The money you promised me can be given to me. I'll give you. Chang Wuan smiled sardonically and got up, gently moving his wrists and walking over to Li Guixian. Li Guixian licked the corner of her mouth and looked at him with a longing face. But the next second, Chang Wuan kicked over. I'll give it to you. Who the gave you the balls to come over here and coax me to play? Li Guixian was kicked out 3 meters away by Chang Wuan, her back hitting the wall and sliding down again. Chapter 79, Homework. Li Guixian screamed, Io. Throw her out for me. Chang yelled at the butler. The housekeeper hurriedly had someone drag Li Guixian and throw her out. Li Guixian was dragged outside like a dead dog, screaming non-stop. Gu Yuran didn't even have the courage to look at her, afraid that he would get involved with her in some way. She had thought of having Li Guixian come to the Chang family tonight to make a scene, in front of all the powerful families of the imperial capital, so that Gu Xiaobei's identity as a country bumpkin would be seated. Who knew it would be so unlucky to catch Chang Xiao losing the sapphire? And with everyone's attention on the sapphire, who would pay attention to Gu Xiaobei's birth? Gu Yuran couldn't help but glance at Gu Xiaobei, thinking to herself that she was really lucky. But right at this moment, Gu Yuran seemed to see a blue light flash through Gu Xiaobei's hand, and in a flash, it was gone again. Chang Xiao! Gu Yuran subconsciously screamed. Chang's icy gaze fell on her. She winced violently. It was obvious that Chang Wanna's temper was on the verge of exploding right now, and as long as she dared to say one more untimely word, the entirety of the gunpowder would explode on her. Chang Xiao, sapphire is on Gu Xiaobei, she said, pointing at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei crooked his neck nonchalantly. Do you know what you're talking about? Don't you pretend. Gu Yuran was pretty sure that she just saw that sapphire. If she could help Chang Wuan find the sapphire, she would definitely get Chang Wuan's favor, and at the same time, she could also make Gu Xiaobei lose his reputation. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gu Yuran made a pained look, tears hanging in her eyes to fall, like sparkling diamonds. Sister, I'm still willing to call you a sister because Dad picked you up from the countryside. I'm really treating you as a real sister. It doesn't matter that your identity is fake. I don't think it's true that Dad didn't have no feelings for you at all for more than a month. But how can you do this kind of thing? You actually stole something. If it wasn't for Chang Xiao's help today, you wouldn't even be able to come to the banquet. How could you? How could you do that? We're all posh. We've all seen the world. We wouldn't do this kind of stealing. Sister, you're the only one who's from the countryside. You're the only one who's never seen anything good. For a while, all the people started whispering. Didn't they say they held the wrong child before? Is this the wrong child or not? Didn't you listen to that old lady just now? This Gu Xiaobei is an imposter. No matter if Gu Yuran is real or fake. At the very least, she has been raised in the Gu family for 18 years. And this Gu Xiaobei came out halfway. And if she's a fake, who'd want to raise a bumpkin who's not related to them? That's right, she wouldn't really dare to steal from young Chang. Who knows? Country bumpkins haven't seen the world. Seeing something good in getting a thief's heart might be possible. These women were jealous of Gu Xiaobei's temperament and looks, and couldn't wait for her to hurry up and be unlucky. Gu Xiaobei, however, remained standing there unperturbed. Sister, I don't want to wrongly accuse you either. Let's put it this way, if you are truly innocent, then do you dare to let me search you? Body search? According to our laws, only the police can search a suspect for the purpose of gathering evidence. Seeing Gu Xiaobei's reluctance, Gu Yuran was even more certain that what she had just seen was the sapphire. I'm sorry sis, if you really did it then you have to return it to Chang Xiao, and if you didn't do it I would like to clear your name. With that, Gu Yuran rushed towards Gu Xiaobei. Coldly, her feet slipped and her entire body fell towards Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei dodged to avoid it. Right at this moment, Gu Xiaobei's right wrist flipped twice quickly, and a milky white object was ejected by her. Since everyone's attention was on Gu Yuran, no one saw her small movements at all. Gu Yuran stood up holding the table and directly touched towards Gu Xiaobei. She pressed her hands confidently on Gu Xiaobei's waist, but there was nothing. She grabbed Gu Xiaobei's hand again, and it was still empty. No way. Gu Xiaobei's skirt. There wasn't any place left where she could hide anything. Impossible. Gu Yuran's face turned pale as she staggered back 2 steps. This is impossible. She clearly saw that there was a flash of blue light on Gu Xiaobei's hand. Chang Wana got up, and the light swayed as his shadow was cast on Gu Yuran's body. Gu Yuran only felt a huge mountain pressing down on her head, unable to catch her breath. Chang Xiao. I. Chang Wuan stepped closer, and she trembled and stepped back. Suddenly, Chang Wuan strangled Gu Yuren's neck and picked her up. One by one. Both of you are fooling me with false information because you think I have a good temper. Cheng tightened his hand violently, and Gu Yuran couldn't breathe for a moment, struggling desperately. It was only when she blacked out and felt like she was about to die that Cheng Wuan let go of her hand and flung her hard onto the ground. Since that's the case, everyone should not leave tonight. This MS. Gu, come to my room for a moment and I'll personally search you. Chang rolled up his cuffs, coldly looked at Gu Xiaobei and licked the corner of his lips as he said. The matter of losing the sapphire had made him furious, and tonight, he would be able to properly dissipate his fire on Gu Xiaobei. But just at this time, the housekeeper suddenly stumbled in from the outside. Young Master G. Before he could finish his words, a tall, thin figure entered through the doorway, his hands in his pockets, his head slightly lowered, and he sneered softly. Why wasn't I called for such a magnificent banquet? Ji Ling Tian said, raising his head. His amber eyes held 1,000 years of ice and snow, and every word he spoke was like a giant peak pressing down on him. All of them couldn't help but whimper as he entered. In this world, there were men who looked so perfect and had such a powerful aura. Even Chang Wuan had fallen before him. Although Chang Wuan was still a few years older than Ji Ling Tian, he was clearly lacking in aura at the moment. Why didn't you tell me in advance when Ji Shao came? Although the Chang family was a large family, it was still far inferior to the Ji family. Most importantly, Chang Wuan only knew that the Chang family was below the Ji family, but he did not know how big the gap was between the Chang family and the Ji family, because the Ji family is just too mysterious. I don't know what it is that young Ji has come for. Came to find my deskmate. Ji Ling Tian said coldly. I forgot my math book tonight and was planning to do my homework with her. After saying that, he stretched out his hand towards Gu Xiaobei and said in a clear and cold manner, let's go. The hand was bony, with a strength that was inexplicably calming. Chapter 80, Paternity Tests. Chang Wuan's face suddenly darkened. Writing math homework? What a refreshingly unorthodox reason. Is this a deliberate attempt by Ji Shao to smash my scene? Chang gritted his teeth. Ji Ling Tian raised his eyes and spoke in a clear and cold voice. It's not like Chang Shao hasn't read a book. The pressure of schoolwork is high, and homework still needs to be written. Chang wondering almost gritted his teeth. Ji Ling Tian, however, didn't care about that, striding over with his long legs, grabbing Gu Xiaobei's wrist and heading out. Hurry up and write in a while. Lend me a copy afterward. Before Ji Ling Tian left the door, everyone in the hall heard him say these words. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is it true that this person had to go against Cheng Wuan to steal him just to copy a math homework? And Chang Shao actually didn't dare to stop him? What the hell is this? There were many other guests today whose rank at home was simply not worthy of recognizing Ji Ling Tian. So the worldview was now collapsing as well. In their opinion, Chang Wuan was already the sky of this imperial capital. I didn't realize that the sky was the limit. Gu Yuran and Sun Yira looked at the doorway, their eyes also filled with jealous rage. Ji Shao, don't let her fool you. She's an imposter, a country bumpkin. Sun Yira was very dissatisfied and ran outside with her skirt in hand, wanting to tell Ji Ling Tian the truth. Suddenly, her feet slipped and she instantly fell. She burst into tears. Chang was already upset, but now he was even more upset. He was just about to go over and kick Sun Yira when he suddenly stopped again. Why is there so much water on the ground in good time? Chang W took a closer look, but found that there was a plate of something that was melting at an abnormal rate. It was a plate of fresh-cut salmon with a plate full of ice underneath, to keep those slices of salmon on top fresh and tender. The food at today's banquet was basically fresh, and it all needed crushed ice to keep it fresh, but everything else was fine, except for this plate, which was almost half melted. Chang swept a glance at the housekeeper. The butler rushed off to skim the plate. Young Master, your sapphire. The butler froze too. This sapphire, how did it end up in this tray of ice? Chang picked it up. The outside of this sapphire was wrapped in a thin piece of salmon, much like human skin, and close to the salmon was a thermostat sensor that maintained the temperature, which is why the sapphire didn't alarm. Wrapped around the outside, however, was a layer of quicklime, which reacted with the water to generate heat, preventing the thermostatic sensors inside from freezing, and also causing the disc of ice to melt faster. I just don't know when this was put in. With all that preparation, it must not have been improvised. Ha! Chang Wan sneered. Rewind the surveillance. I want to see last night's. The steward hurriedly operated. Last night's video, on the contrary, was not hacked. He saw a man standing at the gate, waving his hand at the monitor. On her face, she wore a mask. Chang Wuan recognized it at once. 007? He's actually being targeted by the S.A. Chang Wuan lost his strength all of a sudden, and his entire body went limp in the chair. He didn't even have the courage to glance upstairs at the safe. 007 went out on a mission and would never return empty-handed. And what he had, he definitely didn't have. Chang. In order to avoid being found out the end of the story, plus there wasn't quite enough time at the time, so she only did this small section. Apparently, Chang Wuan had been tricked into thinking that 007 had come on a mission last night, so he would no longer suspect those who had come to the banquet only today, including, of course, Gu Xiaobei. And over there, Jiling Tian was cold as he led Gu Xiaobei towards the Gu family. He knew from Cheng and that 007 was on a mission today and thought to come over to see if he could help her. But before he even arrived at Cheng's house, he heard Cheng and say that 007 had completed his mission. He had wanted to turn around and go back, but he ended up learning that Cheng Wana was furious today, wanted to leave everyone behind, and was extra interested in Gu Xiaobei. At that moment, he didn't know what he was thinking, but anyway, by the time he reacted, he had already broken into the banquet hall of the Process family. Although the Ji family was powerful to the heavens, they had kept a low profile in recent years and hadn't clashed much with others. Jiling Tian stepped on the brakes hard and stopped in front of the Gu family villa. That. Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips and spoke. I didn't bring my math book either. I finished writing it in class today. Jiling Tian gave her a cold look and said succinctly, "Get off." She had only just gotten out of the car when Jiling Tian slammed his foot on the gas and roared off. Gu Xiaobei looked at Jiling Tian's car but and made a face. Fierce off fierce. Want to copy other people's homework and still so draggy. Gu Yuran and Gu Igwa came back a little later. After Chang Wana's side found the sapphire, the whole person was still lost in thought, and it took a while before he remembered to let the housekeeper release them all. After all of these people's families were also either rich or noble, and there was nothing going on, so he couldn't afford to cross so many people at the same time. On the way back, Gu Yuran was in a foul mood. She still, to this day, has a sore neck. Why did Chang Xiao treat her so roughly? But he was interested in Gu Xiaobei. There's also Ji Xiao. Usually don't see how much he loves to study. 11 out of 10 times of the exams are handed in blanks. And today he actually has to write math homework? Why was this Gu Xiaobei like a vixen who could seduce anyone? After arriving at the entrance of Gu's house and getting out of the car, Gu Igwa suddenly called out to Gu Yuran. Yuran, do you think Gu Xiaobei really isn't Dad's daughter? Gu Igwa was torn. Today, Li Guixian's words had been circling around in his heart. Gu Xiaobei really looked like Qin Yuan, even more beautiful than Qin Yuan. But if she really was his daughter, why was she so unattached to him? Gu Yuran's footsteps lurched. I was just so angry that I forgot about this layer. So what if Gu Xiaobei could attract Cheng Xiao and Ji Xiao? As long as Gu Igwa didn't recognize her as his daughter, she would be immediately driven back to the countryside. When the time comes, she can only raise chickens and feed pigs with Li Guixian, and be a wife to that 20-year-old Wang Juzi who still has a runny nose. She won't be able to see Ji Xiao and Chang Xiao for the rest of her life. Gu Yuran almost laughed out loud at the thought. Dad. She made a difficult face. I don't know. If Dad really wants to know, how about do a paternity test? Paternity test? Well, Gu Yuran nodded. As long as we do a DNA appraisal, we'll know whether Dad and sister are father and daughter or not. And now the paternity test results are also very fast. It only takes a day or two. Yes, you have a point. Gu Igwa nodded his head firmly. Just go get a paternity test. Chapter 81 Invitation to Training. When Gu Igwa brought up the matter of wanting to do a paternity test, Gu Xiaobei didn't hesitate for a second and directly agreed. Seeing Gu Xiaobei agree so readily, Gu Yuran slowly picked a smile. This time, she must drive Gu Xiaobei out. She kindly said, Sister, no matter what, Li Guixiang is also your grandmother. Now that she's in the city, you should take care of her a bit, right? How can you not care about family love at all? Gu Xiaobei smiled coldly. I don't know if she's my grandma, but she's definitely your grandma. You're full of kinship and affection. Why don't you take care of her? At that time in the Chung family, I don't see anyone hiding as far away as you. Can it be that you are afraid of standing too close and being seen that you and Li Guixian look a bit alike? Gu Yuran was poked in the sore spot and her face instantly turned red. Gu Xiaobei swept a glance at her, smiled coldly, and went straight upstairs. Early the next morning, Gu Xiaobei went with Gu Igwa to do a paternity test. Only when they were done did Gu Yuran send a Weibo message to Lin Yi. Sister, the paternity test is done. Got it. Lin Yi quickly replied. Gu Yuran put her cell phone away and revealed a winning smile. 3rd grade, class 5. It was already a bit late when Gu Xiaobei stepped into the classroom, and she hurriedly sat down. Jiling Tian, who was originally sleeping on the table, raised his head to look at her. Today's Gu Xiaobei didn't deliberately dress up. It was still the same as before. Her hair was tied up casually, revealing her bare forehead. Jillian remembered how she had seen her last night. Throughout the hall, The people were like flowers in the dark night, even though they were in different colors. They were dull and not easy to notice. She was the only one, bright as a star in the sky. However, Jiling Tian felt that the current Gu Xiaobei was still more like the bad-tempered and poisonous Gu Xiaobei he knew. By the way, Gu Xiaobei pulled out a book from the hole in the table. Are you still copying yesterday's math homework? Jiling Tian looked at her with a complicated expression. Dare she really think that he flipped out with Chang Wu yesterday and had to bring her out of Chang's house just to copy her homework? Does she know what Chang Wuan's reputation is outside? Does she know how many little girls he has to toy with every year? Does she know how many women commit suicide for him every year? Jiling Weather had to look away from his head, picking up the airplane piloting techniques on his own table and continued to read, not bothering to talk to her. Saturday 6 quietly came over and held out his cell phone to Gu Xiaobei. Sis, have you seen the hot search? The group stage arrangement for this King's Glory Fall Combined Tournament has come out, and the final semi-finals and finals will be played in the imperial capital. Do you want to go and watch? Gu Xiaobei stared out at the screen of his cell phone. There's a lot of heat on Twitter about this. The sun don't sprout. CWZ is in the spotlight this time. A win would be a victory for the country. A loss would be an infamous death. Upstairs is my son. CWZ can still win? It can't even beat the domestic team. Not to mention the Korean team. Probably can't even get out of the group stage. Lose face at home. Don't go abroad to lose face. King of Glory is originally a domestic game. Now all the good ones are Koreans. Don't you think it's too good to be true? Your keyboard has become a spirit. Hot comment trouble do not yin and yang well. CWZ again, how that is all the country. A few other domestic famous team which is not with a foreign aid? The shooters and fielders are all Koreans. And when they win, they have the nerve to say that they are fighting for their country's honor. Shu Ao is my own life. Don't argue, okay? Shu Ao said. Don't want to use nationality to attract war. We are all domestic teams. Whoever wins, that is for the country to win. Shu Ao also interacted with his fans a lot more than before, and it looks like he's still in a good mood and confident about this fall combine. And as soon as this hot search came out, the topic hashtag small Jishu Lin Yi, the goddess of gaming hashtag immediately parachuted back into the hot search, attracting a lot of people's attention, and giving Lin Yi another big wave of powder. Lin Yi was originally a little-known 18-line star, relying on the support of the Gold Master behind it to climb to the 3rd or 4th line. Now relying on this wave of gaming goddess marketing, coupled with the new TV series bumping Jishu's look from the movie back then, and using the name Little Jishu everywhere, she is also considered to be among the second tier. Shu Ao had been in the gaming circle for many years, and his fans were in the minority. Although Lin Yi's looks were ordinary in the entertainment industry, she was one of the prettiest in the gaming industry. So now a lot of people are high on the Shu Ao and Lin Yi pair of CP. The two of them interacting with that microblogging below the hot comments are now all CP fans, all kinds of secretly looking for food to eat. Even if Lin Yi liked one of Shu Ao's tweets, it could make them excited for days. But how do these fans know that Shu Ao and Lin Yi, up until now, have never met? Seeing that the day of the competition was getting closer and closer, Wu Jianxuan was also anxious. He was the head coach of the CWZ battle team, and had poured his heart and soul into the team over the years. If they lost again this time, the CWZ team would face disbandment. Shu Ao, can't you contact Lin Yi? She hasn't come to the training until now. Even if she's highly skilled, she should at least practice matching with you guys and familiarize herself with each other's gaming habits. Shu Ao pursed his lips slightly, his bangs falling down to block his dark eyes. In fact, during this period of time, he was also a bit strange. Although the North King was cold in nature, but in the past, he never pushed back when he shouted at her to play games. And during this period of time, every time Lin Yi contacted him, she was discussing the tweeting hype with him, or rather than a consultation, a notification. She'd arrange it straight away. How she wanted him to tweet, how she was going to interact, how she was going to inadvertently get a little bit of sugar found by the CP fans. Shu Ao felt like a toolman, but she was the king of the north, and he was too embarrassed to refuse. But Wu Jianxuan was right. It was time to familiarize himself with his teammates anyway. Shu Ao sent a message to Lin Yi. Shu Ao, North King, do you have time lately? There are 2 or 3 more days before the group stage. Come to the battle team and we'll play a little match. I know you have good skills, but everyone wants to meet you. Meet her? Lin Yi sneered. A group of dead geeks who played games also wanted to see her. If it wasn't for the fact that Shu Ao was a bit of a fan, in order to hype up the name of the goddess of gaming, she would have ignored him. Besides, she didn't have time to train. She had to stay in Sately and see how Gu Xiaobei was unlucky. Lin Yi thought about it and replied to Shu Ao, I'm sorry I've been busy lately. I think CWZ's strength is still there. You guys play a little bit in the group stage first, and then I'll go on when it's later in the season. Okay? Chu Ao was too embarrassed to force Lin Yi. Plus he also felt that the North King was their secret weapon and couldn't be released at the beginning. Okay, wait for you, Chu O replied. Lin Yi sneered. At this moment, she just happened to pass by the entrance of Class 5, and also heard the words that Saturday 6 had just said. Chapter 82, 6 tickets. The King's Glory's Fall Combined Tournament is also something that cats and dogs can go to just because they want to? Lin Yi entered and sneered. Sun Yuro followed and said, that's right. Some people rush to give others as licking dog. How? Still think she can invite you to see the game? Tell you what. She is a bumpkin. Can stay in the Imperial City for a few days, still do not know. Will soon be driven back to the countryside to feed the pigs to go. I'm not interested in feeding you. Gu Xiaobei said coolly. You have bad ears. I said you feed the pigs. Who told you to feed me? Just after Sun Yuro's words, many students laughed. Why is her IQ so low? Sun Yuro heard everyone laughing at her before she reacted to the fact that Gu Xiaobei had just called her a pig. Gu Xiaobei, you're looking for death, aren't you? Sun Yuro cursed and rushed over to hit her. She raised her eyes coldly, a gaze that froze Sun Yuro's movements. After all, smashing Si Qing's face with a brick on the playground, pressing Lu Wanwan to kneel down and apologize in front of the entire school. All of these things could be done by Gu Xiaobei. She was a bit afraid to provoke Gu Xiaobei. I tell you. Sun Yuro gripped the corner of the table. Colorful. You will be bad luck you. After saying that, Sun Yuro excused herself to go to the restroom and hurriedly ran out of the classroom. The students next to him all turned their heads to look at Gu Xiaobei. Wow. Gu Xiaobei, you're awesome. Sun Yuro usually likes to bully her classmates. Only you can scare her. That's right. Gu Xiaobei, can I hang out with you from now on? Now in class 5. Although there were still students who looked down on Gu Xiaobei, there were nevertheless more students who showed her kindness. After all, Gu Xiaobei had fought for the class several times, and although he was bad-tempered and cold, he at least hadn't bullied them for no reason. This was much better than those people like Sunny and Si Qing. Lin Yi took a look at how so many people were starting to like Gu Xiaobei and huffed. Ha, I really didn't think that the people in your class were so devoid of aesthetics. After that, she just left. She was going to make the third grade 5 regret it. During the second period between classes, there was a ruckus in the hallway. It seems to be coming from the first class side. You know, class 1 is the class with the best grades, and usually even after class, it's all about studying and discussing problems, so how could it be so noisy? Some students ran out to see what was going on. The first one to run back was Zhu Ziru, followed by several drooping male students. Some people are really annoying. Every day they know how to get into trouble when they can't help. This is great. Obviously Lin Yi is in charge of our class selection and is closer to our class. But now, all the benefits have been taken up by the first class. Zhu Ziru said while giving Gu Xiaobei a hard blank stare. What do you mean? What benefits of our class have been taken up by the first class? A classmate, unaware of the truth, asked. Zhu Ziru looked viciously at Gu Xiaobei and said, Lin Yi asked for 6 tickets for the group stage from CWZ, and gave them all to class 1. None to our class. What? 6 tickets. Day. Can we go see it live? I've heard that this is a tough ticket to get. 2 days ago all the seats from row 30 back were snatched up, and the cheapest corner tickets are selling for over 7,000 apiece. 7,000? Don't be ridiculous. I'm telling you, it's at least 30,000 even at the scalper now, and you need to find connections. Otherwise you can't even buy it with money. Crying. I really want to go. Did Lin Yi really give all 6 tickets to class 1? There was a lot of discussion around the class. Zhu Ziru gritted his teeth and said, not only that, but the tickets Lin Yi got were all front of house tickets in the 20th row. Aha, cry to death. Is it too late to go apologize to Lin Yi? Really want to? There's no way the first class will give it up. It's not all Gu Xiaobei's fault for making Lin Yi angry, or else these 6 tickets would definitely be our class. Don't say such things, okay? Just now Gu Xiaobei didn't say anything. Although someone spoke for Gu Xiaobei, Zhu Ziru still gouged Gu Xiaobei fiercely and heavily slammed the book on the table. Gu Xiaobei turned the page of his book in a cloudy manner and said carelessly, if you have money, go buy a ticket. If you don't have money, just throw a tantrum at yourself. If you can't ask for food yourself, can't you blame me for not giving you a broken bowl? What the do you mean? Zhu Ziru heard that Gu Xiaobei was ridiculing himself and instantly became furious. Gu Xiaobei smiled coldly. Zhu Ziru pointed at her nose and scolded. Do you know how to play King's Honor? Do you know what level of competition the Fall Combined Tournament is? Do you know what this tournament means to us fans? You don't even know how to play a game. Yet you're here talking in a shady manner. What gives you the right to tarnish other people's dreams like that? Do you know how important King of the North is to us? Do you know that the North King and Chu Ao playing together is something that how many people have wanted to see for their entire lives? Now because of you, none of us can go. A few of the boys in the class began to sigh as well. Yeah, who wouldn't want to see the North King and Chuo fight on the same stage? But that Linny didn't fight very well last time. Although Saturday's sixth voice was a bit shaky, he still came out to help Gu Xiaobei fight. Besides, if you guys can't go, it's none of my sister's business. Last time is that teammates cannot cooperate. The North King is more powerful, but also cannot be a big god with 4 rookies. Shu Zero stalked his neck and said. Gu Xiaobei suddenly raised her eyes, her expression icy. How do you know she can't? What do you know? You, Shu Zero subconsciously retorted Gu Xiaobei, but halfway through his words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This Gu Xiaobei was actually speaking for Linny? What the hell is this? The class bell rang, and Shu Zero went back to his seat and sat down with a puzzled look on his face. After school today, Gu Xiaobei went directly to Jiling Tian's house. It was on the way, but she didn't go with Jiling Tian. It was time for her to take Bai Wenjing to play the game again. She had now brought Bai Wenjing to the diamond, and was close to Starburst. When Gu Xiaobei walked to the door, Big Fatty had already spotted her, only to see Big Fatty arch his back and quietly ambush himself on top of the nearby cabinet, waiting for Gu Xiaobei to pounce on her as soon as she entered the door. Ha ha, definitely going to startle her. Squeak came the door, and without a moment's hesitation, Big Fatty jumped through. It has already used this method to scare many people, and last time it didn't scare Gu Xiaobei, and was punished by Bai Wenjing for 3 days of not being allowed to eat canned food, and it still holds a grudge. But in the next second, Big Fatty was picked up by Gu Xiaobei by the skin on the back of his neck. This piece of skin is the cat's death knell, and when it is carried, the cat will not be hurt or harmed, but it will be completely defenseless. Meow dash. Hawk. Hurry up and let go of me, you hateful woman. Chapter 83 Paternity Test Results. Gu Xiaobei came closer to Big Fatty, and one person and one cat stared at each other. She slowly hooked her lips. Next time you try to scare me, I'll throw you in the freezer and freeze you into a popsicle for a fortune cookie. Meow. Aha, this woman is scary. Somebody save Big Fatty. But no one could hear its meows. Big Fatty had to arch his body as hard as he could, rubbing his furry head against Gu Xiaobei's chin. Oh, Biggie, spare me. Big Fatty doesn't want to turn into a fortune teller. Looking at Big Fatty's instantly changed face, Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but laugh. She reached out with her index finger and tickled the big fat chin. Big Fatty made a purring sound and squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Jiling Tian, who had walked to the door, suddenly froze. He had never seen Gu Xiaobei smile so happily. The sunlight poured over Gu Xiaobei and Big Fatty, and Big Fatty lay flat on the ground, allowing Gu Xiaobei to scratch its chin, unreservedly revealing its most vulnerable belly to her. Beautiful as if it were the best painting in the world. Meow. Big Fatty barked lazily when he saw that his young master had returned. Gu Xiaobei turned her head with a smile and suddenly clashed with Jiling Tian's gaze. The corners of her mouth quickly sank down, and she returned to her usual clear, cold demeanor. Jiling Tian also continued to walk inside without saying a word. He didn't want to admit it, but a thought suddenly turned in his mind at that moment. Gu Xiaobei could be so beautiful when she smiled like that. How nice it would be if she could be this happy for the rest of her life. Bai Wenjing was especially happy today knowing that Gu Xiaobei was coming. Today is the day she advances to Starburst. Baby, will you play with mommy? The 3 of us together. Bai Wenjing pampered Jiling Tian as soon as she saw that he had returned. Before Jiling Tian could say his words of refusal, he saw a few more threats in Bai Wenjing's gaze. As long as he dared to say a single word of no, she would immediately call Ji Xiaohan. Alright, Jiling Tian said helplessly. I'll find a Starburst trumpet. Am I still playing Charger today? Bai Wenjing blinked her eyes with a look of innocence. Gu Xiaobei said, you can play whatever you want. Xiaobei, you won't mind me dragging you down if I lose, right? Bai Wenjing asked carefully. Gu Xiaobei shook her head. It's fine. You can play whatever you want. Anyway, even if Bai Wenjing sends her all the way, she is still able to bring it with her, so she is afraid that Bai Wenjing herself will be unhappy if she loses. Then I'll play Hoi. Bai Wenjing said happily. I just watched a video today, and people are saying that they are going to come out with something. Something. Well, right. 6 God Flower Water. Flower water? Jiling Tian had a black line on his face. You're talking about the archer's 6 divine outfits. Right. Pretty much. Bai Wenjing spat out her tongue and smiled. Is that okay? Gu Xiaobei didn't realize that he hadn't seen Bai Wenjing for a few days, and she had actually skyrocketed to the point where she could produce equipment. Yes. Gu Xiaobei smiled. Do you want me to teach you how to get out? No. 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 Bai Wenjing waved her hand. I'm a good learner. Let me play a game by myself. Jiling Tian looked at her with a skeptical face. What are you looking at? Bai Wenjing flexed her fingers and knocked a popping chestnut on his head. Play your game. No dragging me down. It is estimated that in the entire imperial capital, only Bai Wenjing dares to treat Ji Xiao like this. Bai Wenjing fought for a while, realizing that whenever she ventured out, she would be killed by her opponent. After all, there were two great gods, Ji Ling Tian and Gu Xiaobei, and the other two teammates weren't as strong, but they had fought their way up by their own efforts, which wasn't too bad. So the other side found out that there was such a soft target as Bai Wenjing, and they specifically picked her to kill. Opponent Bai Qi, this Hou Yi is too good to kill. Is it a robot? Opponent Bai Qi, me, what do you mean? I told you Hou Yi is good to kill, so you chased me for half the map to finish me off too? Opponent Bai Qi, how come Han Xian is here too? You guys are not finished. Opponent Bai Qi, I'm sorry. Hou Yi, you are my father. I won't dare to kill you again. The Miyu used by Gu Xiaobei and the Han Xian used by Ji Ling Tian hammered the opponents Bai Qi on the ground, and no one dared to come over and touch Bai Wenjing anymore, so she ran all over the map with her Hou Yi, hitting wild monsters and clearing soldiers, and had a great time. Don't you guys rush to win first? Bai Wenjing said anxiously once she saw that Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian were on the verge of breaking each other's crystals. I haven't even made the 6th divine attire yet. Once she heard this, Gu Xiaobei didn't dare to move and directly stood still, allowing the enemy crystal to kill her. Ji Ling Tian still wanted to move, but when Bai Wenjing passed with a glare, he also immediately put his cell phone aside. The enemy Bai Qi had thought he was going to lose soon, so he didn't come out even after he was revived. But he suddenly realized that Gu Xiaobei was dead and Ji Ling Tian was not moving. Opponent Bai Qi, what's going on? The other side is stuck? He carefully probed out and took away the completely unresisting Ji Ling Tian with a set of combos. Opponent Bai Qi, Weiwa. The great revenge is avenged. Time for me to shine. Ha! Except Lord Bai Qi's taunt. Bai Wenjing suddenly exclaimed. I've made out the 6 gods outfit. Come on, let's go fight together. In Bai Wenjing's fantasies, she should be invincible in the universe after making out the 6 divine attire. However, the group battle had just started, and before she could let go and put down her big move, the other side's Bai Qi came up, and her screen turned black and white. You have been killed. Ooh, Bai Wenjing wailed with a deflated mouth. I've obviously made the 6 gods outfit. Humph. What internet video? It's all a lie. It's not awesome at all. Bai Wenjing threw her cell phone aside to go. At this moment, Ji Ling Tian and Gu Xiaobei had already brought the minions to the enemy's crystal. Mom, Kirito asked cautiously. Can we fight this time? Fight it. Humph. Bai Wenjing plopped down on the sofa with an unhappy face. It was already going to be a win, and the other two teammates pushed the crystal in 10 seconds. When settling the bill, Ji Ling Tian glanced at Bai Wenjing's outfit in passing. Ji Ling Tian froze at once. Mom, what are you doing out of 6 dawn? How to sell your shoes? I said how do you run can't even run. Bai Wenjing blinked. But isn't dawn the archer's godly clothes? Isn't 6 godly clothes 6 godly clothes? Isn't that 6 dawns? Why is it that I'm still not awesome even after I'm all out of them? Oh. Ji Ling Tian opened his mouth with difficulty. The 6 godly outfits are said to be the electric blade, dawn, and blood-sucking blade. Looking at Bai Wenjing's confused look, he swallowed back the rest of his words. Forget it, why don't we just play charger next time? Oh, you're just looking down on me. I'm going to call Brother Chill. All the way back. When she thought of Ji Ling Tian's defeat in front of Bai Wenjing, Gu Xiaobei still couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere in their house, it's really nice, but as soon as she opened the door to the Gu family, she couldn't detect that warmth of home. Gu Yiguo was sitting in the living room, and in his hand was the paternity report form. Gu Yuran came down from upstairs and cocked her head. Dad, the results are out? Gu Yiguo nodded. He opened the report sheet, only to see that it read, after genetic testing, Gu Yiguo can be recognized as Gu Xiaobei's biological father. Xiaobei, Dad knew it, you look so much like your mom. You must be Dad's own daughter. Gu Yiguo probably felt that the fact that he was going to get a paternity test hurt Gu Xiaobei a bit, so he said something a bit gentler. But at this time, Gu Yuran, who was standing on the steps, revealed a smile as she slowly walked down. Chapter 84, Get thee outta here. Gu Yuran walked down, picked up that paternity test, glanced at the results on it, and then laughed. This is great. Now Dad can rest assured it. Xiaobei, in the future, you have to be good. With Yuran. Before Gu Yiguo finished his words, he suddenly heard Gu Yuran give a hum. She gave a cry, as if she was a bit puzzled. Yuran, what's wrong? I only saw Gu Yuran looking at the report card suspiciously, and then looked at Gu Xiaobei, slightly biting her lower lip, as if she wanted to speak, and only after a while did she shake her head and said softly, No, nothing. As soon as Gu Yiguo took a look at the situation, he knew that something was definitely wrong. Johan, it's okay, go ahead. What's wrong? Dad. It's really fine. It should be that I've misread it. Gu Yuran glanced at Gu Xiaobei again, with a look of wanting to say something. The more she was like this, the more Gu Yiguo wanted to know what had happened. Gu Xiaobei hugged his arms and looked at her coldly, a sneer at the corner of his mouth, wanting to see what tricks she could play again. Yuran, Gu Yiguo said with a cold face, are you still Daddy's good daughter? How can you hide something from Daddy? Quickly say it. What's going on? Gu Yuran bit her lower lip tightly, a look of watering eyes, and only after a while did she firmly open her mouth. Dad, I didn't mean to provoke the relationship between you and my sister. I just think that this appraisal report is a bit of a problem. There's a problem? Gu Yiguo was instantly startled. Yeah, I've seen appraisals online before, and it doesn't seem to be the case. After Gu Yuran finished speaking, she glanced at Gu Xiaobei and immediately took 2 steps back like a frightened bunny. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to say that. Maybe I misread it. I was just talking casually. Gu Yiguo's gaze fell on Gu Xiaobei. She was born beautiful and delicate. A pair of eyes is very similar to the former Qin Yuan, bright and eye-catching. Only Qin Yuan does not have such a bad temper like her. Much less like her. Her gaze is always cold, as arrogant and cynical as possible, and does not put anyone in her eyes. Gu Yiguo didn't say anything. He just took out his cell phone, took a picture, and sent it to whoever he wanted. Gu Xiaobei chewed bubblegum with a face full of concern. Gu Yuran glanced at her, a cold smile spreading in her heart, waiting to be kicked out of the Gu family. This move was still something Ding Hong had taught Lin Yi, who in turn had taught her. If a paternity test was forged that stated that Gu Xiaobei was not Gu Yiguo's daughter, then it would easily be refuted by Gu Xiaobei. She could ask for a retest and Gu Yiguo wouldn't necessarily refuse. And the results of the second test would not be as good as the first one for tampering, and Gu Yiguo would definitely pay extra attention to it. But what if they faked a real one? This result states that Gu Xiaobei is Gu Yiguo's daughter, but it is a forgery. Then Gu Yiguo would definitely think that Gu Xiaobei had forged it, and he would never trust Gu Xiaobei again. Of course, he's not going to bother retesting it again. After all, if Gu Xiaobei was really his daughter, why would he need to fake the results? Soon, Gu Yiguo received a reply. Mr. Gu, this is indeed not the standard paternity test result format, and there is something wrong with the official seal on it, so I suggest you check it out. Gu Yiguo paid attention to the public number of that appraisal organization, entered the code on the results. The screen showed, sorry, there is an error in your query. Please re-enter. Gu Xiaobei actually faked a copy of the results to fool him. Pop. He slammed the report card down hard on the table. Gu Xiaobei, what do you mean by that? He grimaced ironically, veins throbbing on his forehead. I can't believe she's not his real daughter. No wonder she's not close to him at all. Sister, explain this to Dad. Don't call her sister. Gu Yiguo yelled. She's not even your sister. Why do you have the nerve to live in my house? Gu Yiguo stormed out. Although the Qin family still didn't treat him well up to now, they had given him a little help because he had retrieved Qin Yuan's daughter. Now that he learned that Gu Xiaobei was not even his and Qin Yuan's biological child, how would he face the Qin family in the future? Would Qin Yi think that he was deliberately lying to him? Gu Xiaobei, still with a cool demeanor, coldly said, I said on the first day that you were the one who had to make me come back, not that I wanted to come back on my own. Get out of here. Gu Yiguo pointed outside and roared. Ha! Gu Xiaobei let out a cold snort from his nose. Fine, but remember, you asked me to come back. I came back. You asked me to get out. I'll get out now. But if you want me to come back in the future, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I'll only be able to think about it. Sister, what are you talking about? Dad, don't be angry. Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding in this. Gu Yuran hurriedly helped Gu Yiguo pat his back to smooth his hair, with an anxious look as if he was really thinking about them. Sister, don't go. Gu Yuran hurriedly jogged to pull Gu Xiaobei's hand. Gu Xiaobei raised his arm fiercely, and Gu Yuran fell to the ground in a flash. Yuran, don't mind her. Tell her to get lost. It's just an imposter. Gu Xiaobei went straight up the stairs. She hadn't put much in Gu's house in the first place, and in a few minutes of work, she had lifted down everything she owned in a suitcase. She didn't even look at Gu Yuran or Gu Yiguo. Her thin lips pursed, and she walked out with her long legs dragging her suitcase. Gu Yiguo raised his head and saw the side of her face. In that instant, he felt violently that the determination on Gu Xiaobei's face at this moment was especially similar to when Qin Yuan decided to elope with him. Dad, what are we going to do? If Mom knows about it, she will be very sad. Gu Yuran's low sobs pulled Gu Yiguo back to reality. It's better to think about how to talk to your uncle. How could I not expect that this Gu Xiaobei is actually an imposter? How could the Qin family accept a wild seed that is not related to them by blood? Gu Yiguo gritted his teeth and finished speaking. Suddenly noticing a few things were wrong, he hurriedly patted Gu Yuran's hand and comforted. Yuran, Dad isn't talking about you. You're Dad's most caring daughter. You're the only one that Dad can count on right now. You must get on well with the Qin family, and it would be even better if you can get married into the Qin family at that time. After all, Gu Yuran and Qin Yuner were not related by blood. Gu Yuran lowered her eyes as if she was shy, but in fact, her mind was rapidly calculating. Lin Yi has always liked Qin Yuner. If she steals it from Lin Yi, forget it, she couldn't fight Lin Yi for the time being. Dad, actually, isn't Chang Xiao also very good? Well, good is good. Gu Yigua thought for a moment, but he's got a bad temper. So Dad's afraid you'll be wronged. I have nothing to complain about for my dad. I'll try my best. At this point in time, the Gu family, just like a scene of a father's kindness and daughter's filial piety. No one cared at all whether Gu Xiaobei was going to sleep on the streets after leaving from the Gu family. Chapter 85, You're a Single Dog. Gu Xiaobei drove the car directly to the villa. This house of the Gu family was not even a third as big as her villa, and she had long since had enough of it. Before, she stayed in the Gu family because she wanted to fulfill Qin Yuan's last wish, and in the meantime, she wanted to see if she could find out the truth about Qin Yuan's death in the first place as well as the fact that she was carried in the wrong arms. But during her time in the Gu family, she hadn't found anything special other than that Gu Yigua's brain wasn't working too well. Perhaps, she should take this opportunity to bring the Qin family's attention to her and see if she could make a move from the Qin family's side. Beaver was overjoyed to learn that she was coming back to stay. Boss, you're finally back. She had just reached the door when Beaver darted out and tried to hug her. Gu Xiaobei stretched out a finger and pushed her away in disgust. In the past, little Beaver would have hemmed and hawed in this situation. But this time, she deflated her mouth and said accusingly, "Humph, boss, you don't love me anymore. You only love that Saturday 6, so she can go to the bathroom on your arm, and I can't even hug you anymore." Gu Xiaobei swept her a glance. Saturday 6 won't drip ketchup on herself. Ah. Beaver lowered her head to see that she had just accidentally dripped a few drops of ketchup on her body as she ate her fries. Hey, I was just looking at the mission. Any suitable assignments lately? Gu Xiaobei threw the suitcase, and the whole person lay down on the sofa in a big way. His eyes half squinted, with a domineering aura of a natural king looking out of the corner of his eye, seeing the living as clouds and smoke. There aren't many worthwhile quests lately. Just one. Beaver hesitated before saying. A man placed an order saying that he wished to cure his grandfather's illness, and the bounty was $500 million. They had lost a lot of money fighting with the Xi family some time ago, and that project in the old city center, Gu Xiaobei, had also surrendered it to Ji Lingtian. So right now, $500 million was still more important to them. Gu Xiaobei lowered her eyes to look at her hands. The 10 fingers were long and white, the nails were cleanly trimmed, and the hands were as delicate and good-looking as her face. It was once said that her hands were those of a natural pianist. She did play the most beautiful tunes in the world, but at the same time, she had killed many people with those hands. She felt nothing in her heart. Since becoming 007 and founding Dark Sky, killing was a rare thing for her, except for that one time. Even if she had to do it all over again 10,000 times, she'd still make that choice on the operating table, but also because of that incident, she'd never be able to hold a scalpel again. She could dazzle with a butterfly knife and be so handsome she exploded when she pulled the trigger. But the scalpel she knew so well once upon a time, she just couldn't use it anymore. She could never be a doctor again. Forget it, Gu Xiaobei said softly. Don't answer it. In it, boss. Little Beaver hurriedly went over to sit beside her. I'll brush up more in the next 2 days to see if there are any other quests, and we still have enough money in Dark Sky. So just don't worry. Good. Gu Xiaobei closed her eyes, looking tired. At this time, in the Ji family villa, Ji Lingtian put his cell phone aside, crossed his arms behind his head, and crossed his legs in a dangling manner. Ji Xiaohan stormed on the other end of the phone. Don't think I don't know what state you're in just because I can't see. I'm telling you, when I say you listen well. You're blaming me for your wife's poor gameplay. Ji Lingtian spat out with a cold face. When Jing is so smart, you teach her, she will definitely know. She doesn't just like playing games. What can you do if you bring her? You are idle anyway, and you don't have anything serious to do every day. Dad, Ji Lingtian said, since you turned the company over to me, the annual yield has increased by 8 points, and I'm running all the domestic markets now, so why would you think I'm idle? Doing nothing? Ji Xiaohan coughed unnaturally twice. Anyway, just do whatever Wen Jing tells you to do. If you dare to talk back again, I'll tell your grandfather. Grandpa was the person Ji Lingtian cared about the most, and sure enough, his tone immediately softened. Okay, I get it. How's Grandpa's health? Ji Xiaohan's voice has a few points of heavy, the United States side of the medical technology can be. Your grandfather's condition is still considered stable, but want to be cured is basically impossible. You are in the country in addition to investigating that butterfly knife thing, but also to grasp to help your grandfather to find that doctor. That legendary sage doctor was Grandpa's only hope for survival. Yet it's been 3 years since I've seen any sign of this man. I know. Just a second before hanging up the phone, Ji Ling Tian suddenly remembered something. Right, Dad. Turn around and help me get some tickets for this King's Glory Fall Combined Tournament. Wouldn't you just go buy it yourself? Hands are a bit tight lately. Lucky Shang had ceded the renovation project in the old city to Ryan. And recently Ji Ling Tian had basically slammed all of his liquidity into it. Noticing that Ji Xiaohan was a bit impatient with himself and even wanted to hang up the phone, Ji Ling Tian hurriedly added, "Your wife wants to watch it. She's recently become obsessed with King's honor. Wouldn't it be better to call all those people home for a match and let Wen Jing watch it live?" Ji Xiaohan spoke gently. 200 million appearance fees for one person is enough. A team of 5 people. 2 teams is 2 billion. Ji Xiaohan in order to coax by Wen Jing happy. Always never care about money. Dad, you have to see this kind of game live to get the atmosphere. Okay, then I'll turn around and buy all the tickets for the first 5 rows. You take Wen Jing there. She can sit on whichever one she's happy to sit on. And if she's not happy to sit on it, simply remove all the seats in the first 5 rows, and put a bed for her to lie down and watch. Ji Ling Tian's always cold and expressionless face finally twitched. Dad, can you stop acting like a dirtbag? What dirt money? I love my wife. You're a single dog who doesn't know. That's it. Hang up. After Ji Xiaohan finished mocking Ji Ling Tian, he hurriedly hung up the phone. However, 2 days later, Ji Ling Tian received the tickets that Ji Xiaohan had expedited sent over. 2 rounds of the group stage had already been played, and what Lin Yi had given to Ichiban were tickets for the 3rd round. This time it's 8-4, and if CWZ wins, and then the next one, it's the semi-finals. This time in the top 8, only CWZ and AW is a domestic team. The rest are all Korean teams, especially King. King in the past 2 years in South Korea. The momentum is very fierce. This group stage is more than 5 hurdles to beat 6 generals. Did not lose. Is regarded as the favorite to win the championship this time. CWZ and AW drew together to go for the 8-4 spot. In other words, no matter who wins, only one team in the country will walk into the quarterfinals this time. Linny is still interacting with Chu Ao on Twitter, but she actually wants AW to win. Because of that, she doesn't have to be on the field. She had already promised Chu Ao that as long as CWZ made it to the quarterfinals, she would go to the next semifinals and finals. Chapter 86, Goddess of Gaming? For the 8-4 group stage, a class of students who got tickets took time off work to go see it. These days, these 6 students are basically walking across the street at S.A. Lee's. So many people were trying to curry favor with them. After all, tickets were hard to come by and it was so hard to get in to see the game that they could only plead with the 6 of them to take more videos. This is a true master's duel. On the day of the 8-4, most of the students in S.A. Lee did not have the heart to go to class, and when the teacher looked at the situation, he simply let them off, allowing them to watch the live broadcast on a projection screen in the class. AW team also belongs to the more famous team in China in the past 2 years. Their shooters and fielders are Koreans with strong skills, and they have beaten CWZ teams several times in friendly matches before. So for once, most people still think AW will win. Before the start, AW teams playing field Park Yu-jian said to Chu Ao in broken Chinese, "I heard that CWZ team's camp is quite far away from here, so I won't delay you guys in a while, and I'll just send you guys back home in 2 matches, okay?" He laughed out loud. All of the matches are best 2 out of 3, and Park Woo-kyun means that they're not even given a chance to play a 3rd match. Chu Ao gritted his teeth and squeezed out a smile as well. Then we'll wait to see who it is that goes back home. In the first game of the opening round, it didn't take long for AW's side to give away a tower due to a mistake in the middle of the road, and it proceeded to get a blood taken, along with the wilds in the lower road. CWZ instantly economic suppression of AW. It is important to realize that when a professional player is competing, the slightest mistake will create a snowball effect, and what starts out as a small gap will become larger and larger in the end. Even though everyone on AW's side was strong, there was no way to save the day, and after 30 minutes of support, they still lost. Chu Ao raised an eyebrow at Park Yu-jian and smiled. Park Yu-jian slammed the mouse straight away and gritted his teeth. Don't get cocky too soon. At halftime, a cheer went up from the students on S.A. Lee's side. Chu Ziru's face turned red with excitement. Olmi said that CWZ can be great. Chu Ao will win. Even Saturday 6 was excited, tugging on Gu Xiaobei's hand and shaking it all the time. "Sis, that Chu Ao is so handsome. What do you think? Handsome or not? Handsome or not? Ji Ling Tian, who had only been sleeping on his back at first, suddenly raised his head and glanced at Gu Xiaobei. It was as if he was eager to know her answer. It's okay, Gu Xiaobei said. Super handsome. Saturday 6 puffed up his cheeks. I want to go to the scene to see Chuoa. Sister, do you want to go? Gu Xiaobei hesitated for a moment, not answering directly. Just then, Ji Ling Tian suddenly pushed a few tickets over. For the semi-finals and finals, he said coldly, my mom wants to go see it, and if I don't want it, I'll throw it away. Want. Saturday 6, who usually didn't dare to utter a single breath in front of Ji Ling Tian, was bold at the moment and pressed those tickets at once. Young Ji, you're really a beautiful person with a good heart. A beautiful person with a good heart? It was the first time that Ji Ling Tian, who had always been cold and unfeeling, had been complimented like this. Sis, will you come with me? Saturday 6 looked at Gu Xiaobei and pouted. Gu Xiaobei slowly nodded. Only then did Jillian get down to sleep again, shielding her reddened earlobes with her arms. God knows, he saw Gu Xiaobei King play so well, usually also go to microblogging to search for CWZ related information to see, so he guessed that she should want to go to see the game, so intentionally asked Ji Xiaohan to buy these tickets, but embarrassed to give it to her directly, so he had to take an extra copy and bring it with him on Saturday 6. Ji Ling Tian didn't admit that he had these bent minds. Anyway, buying too much is buying too much. It was meant to be thrown in the trash, and whoever dares to say that this young man likes Gu Xiaobei will hammer his head. Soon, the second game began. This one, obviously AW was much more cautious. They were already technically strong and after 20 minutes, won by a slight margin. At this point, the score was 1-1. This next one is going to be very important, both on and off the field. Both players and spectators are very nervous. Wu Jianchuan secretly pulled Chu Ao to the back and whispered, Chu Ao, can you really not let Lin Yi come over? You've seen AW's strength. It's pure luck that we won the first match. If we lose this one, we won't have a chance. Chu Ao thought for a moment and gently shook his head. I promised the Northern King that I would invite her when the semifinals are held. Chu Ao, well, use the same method we trained with earlier, Chuao said. Wu Jianchuan's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't that our secret weapon? We said we'd wait until the finals to use it. It's okay, I'm sure that as long as we have the North King in the semifinals and finals, we won't be able to use any secret weapons. Wu Jianchuan saw that Chu Ao was firm and had no choice but to nod his head and agree. This tactic, which was researched by the CWZ team over several sleepless nights, was very lethal, but it would also be easy to restrain if others knew about it. That means that if they use it this time, they won't be able to use it in the semifinals and finals. But in order to win this one, Xiao had to come up with this tactic early. The third one started and all the guys got nervous. Lin Yi, who was watching the game in the lounge, was no exception. She hadn't even dared to go to the field to watch the match today because she was afraid that Chu Ao would pull her up temporarily. She also received a message from Chuo before the third game started. King of the North, when I win, I'll see you in the semifinals. Her hands were shaking, but she replied, okay, go for it. At this time, the microblogging is full of discussions about the match, and 8 out of 10 of the microblogging hot searches are about the glory of the king, because she never showed up for the group stage. There were already people online who were skeptical about her title as a gaming goddess, and a lot of gaming fans had become disgruntled with her. If CWZ does win, she'll have no reason to push back. Qin Yuner, who was sitting on the sidelines, had been tweeting and didn't notice that Lin Yi was out of sorts. Qini, I heard that Gu Xiaobei is a fake. What's going on? She's actually not your aunt's daughter? Gu Yigua had already told Qini about this, and Qini was furious. Qin Yuner, however, could not help but think of Gu Xiaobei's face. It really does resemble my aunt. Qini, if someone really dares to pretend to be your aunt's daughter, definitely don't be merciful. No matter what Gu Xiaobei Gu Xiaonan she is, she will have no good consequences. Qin Yuner, Dad, don't worry. I think there's still a misunderstanding in this matter. Give me some time. I'll look into it. Qini, okay. Qin Yuner sighed and put his phone away, glancing at the screen as well. At this point, the game was halfway through. AW seems to have a bit of an advantage right now, he said. Lin Yi was so scared that she even dropped her cup on the floor. Yes, even though AW does have the advantage, she is still upset and nervous. Chapter 87, You're not related to me either. Nervous? Qin Yuner looked at Lin Yi and let out a laugh. Lin Yi also smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. It's kind of a shame that you won't even get a chance to play if CWZ loses. Lin Yi nodded, but in her heart, she was thinking that she couldn't wait for CWZ to lose in a hurry so that her identity wouldn't be revealed. Actually, within the general population, Lin Yi wasn't considered bad at playing games. After all, She was also in the Star U segment, but that time when she didn't beat Ju Zero, the strongest king, she was a bit apprehensive. I've also watched several matches live in the recent past, and there's really a huge difference between a pro playing a match and an average person. She doesn't have the courage to go on. Linny has been praying that CWZ must lose. Well, it does look like CWZ is at a disadvantage right now, Chin Yuner said gently. I didn't know before that you were so good at playing games. Senior doesn't play much king, I guess, so I haven't said anything about it. Linny had a little heart. Chin Yuner nodded and didn't continue talking anymore. He would play a little bit, but it was true that he wasn't particularly interested. And most importantly, he was now more concerned about Gu Xiaobei's problems. Chin Yuner opened the door and went out. When she passed by the entrance of the first class, Gu Yuran saw Chin Yuner hurriedly carrying her skirt out. Cousin. She was wearing a little pink dress today, with a pink hairpin in her hair, and smiled crookedly, looking like a dainty little princess. Chin Yuner nodded. Where is cousin going? I heard that Xiaobei moved out of the Gu family. I don't know where she's living now. I'll go ask. Sister definitely has a place. Gu Yuran scuffed the ground with her toes, wringing the corners of her coat, looking like she wanted to say something. Back in the old days, my sister often didn't come home at night as well, and I heard from others that she had a good relationship with several of the boys at school. After saying that, she covered her little mouth in surprise. Cousin, don't think too much. Oh, I didn't mean that. Chin Yuner frowned slightly as he looked at her. Just because Chin Yuner had a gentle personality didn't mean he was a cutie. No matter what, he was also 3 years older than Gu Yuran, and college was a small society, so he had experienced quite a few things. The matter of Gu Yuran playing Yi Jieqiao's original song in the previous academy singing joint competition had already made Professor Su very unhappy, but it's also true that she never admitted that she originated that tune, so it's kind of a drill. Professor Su had anger in his heart, but he couldn't let it out, not so much as to cross the line with a little girl from the academy. However, Professor Su had told Chin Yuner at the time that this cousin of his liked to play smart and told him to pay attention in the future. Although Chin Yuner had seen Gu Yuran a few times when she was small, she wasn't familiar with her after all, so she didn't have much of a filter when looking at her. Standing in front of her at the moment, Chin Yuner could see through her mind with a single glance. Yuran, in the future, don't just say anything without proof. After all, it was also the daughter of the aunt who had raised her for 18 years, and he was embarrassed to say something too heavy. Gu Yuran's smile stiffened for a moment. Cousin, I didn't mean anything else. Just know in your own mind if there's something else. Although Chin Yuner's voice was gentle, the words that came out were like a hard slap in Gu Yuran's face. Cousin. Gu Yuran clenched her teeth in anger. She's not even related to you by blood. Why are you defending her so much? Gu Yuran was simply furious. On the basis of what? Why is it that Cheng Xiao is only interested in Gu Xiaobei? Ji Xiao, who is so cold, is actually nice to her. And Jie Qiao and Shimu are even more so. Now, even Chin Yuner was favoring Gu Xiaobei. She's not just a bumpkin from the countryside. What's so great about her anyway? Chin Yuner stood still and looked at her with a cool gaze. Yuran, you and I are not related by blood either. Gu Yuran felt like she had been slapped hard. Her face turned hot, and if there was a crack in the floor at that moment, she would have loved to get into it. Luckily, it was only her and Chin Yuner right now. If there were any other students who had heard the words, she would have had the heart to die. Looking at Chin Yuner's back, Gu Yuran clenched her teeth fiercely. She definitely wouldn't let Gu Xiaobei have a good time. When Gu Xiaobei didn't come, she was the jewel of the Gu family and the school flower of Xingli. But what about now? Everything was ruined. All because of this bumpkin. Chin Yuner went straight to class 5. Gu Xiaobei was still sleeping on his seat. Chin Yuner sent one of his classmates to call her out. She came out with a yawn, her eyes half squinted with laziness and coolness. Xiaobei, where have you been staying for the past 2 days? Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes to look at Chin Yuner and said in a clear and cold voice, a friend's house. Which friend's house? Chin Yuner asked subconsciously, but he clashed his eyes with Gu Xiaobei's and sensed that she was a bit detached and defensive, so he didn't continue to pursue the matter. The previous Qin family's house in the imperial capital is still there, and it's quite empty for me to live on my own, so why don't you move over and live with me? That villa of the Qin family was as big as 2 of the Gu families, and it was quite empty for Chin Yuner to live alone. No, Gu Xiaobei directly refused. It's inconvenient to be alone. What's so inconvenient about that? Chin Yuner said. I'm your cousin. Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips and laughed softly. Don't you care about that paternity test thing? Uncle Gu won't take more than a few days to pick you up and take you back. In the next 2 days you'll go to my place to stay for a while. No need. Gu Xiaobei was adamant. If he wants me to go back, he has to see if I'm willing. After that, she went straight back to her class. Chin Yuner sighed as he looked at her back. So stubborn. It's exactly the same as when my aunt was there. How had Guigua been so blind as to suspect that Gu Xiaobei was not her aunt's biological daughter? This is something that needs to be investigated quickly. When Gu Xiaobei went back, the atmosphere of the third match was already being very tense. The class barely dared to breathe, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the curtain. Gu Xiaobei swept a glance and suddenly frowned. The tactics on CWZ's side look familiar. She suddenly remembered a few years ago. Back then, she and Chuo and 3 others used to play games together. Everyone was bored and developed a new tactic. As long as you use this tactic, you can turn defeat into victory even if you're too far behind your opponent. At the time, though, none of the other 3 were too interested in that tactic except for the 2 of them. After all, at that time, in the entire king's honor, the 5 of them could walk sideways. How can anyone beat them? The tactics Chu Ao was using now were very similar to the ones they had developed together. Chapter 88, Winning. Only, Chu Ao had obviously made some improvements. After all, playing a game is a very personalized thing. The players he has now are not the same 4 players he had back then. Gu Xiaobei sat down and carefully observed the situation. Although AW was still briefly ahead right now, she could see that as long as CWZ's side could hold on to a wave and manage to grab the big dragon this time, they had a good chance of bouncing back. But this tactic is very skillful. Once you use it, the second time, you will be easily targeted by others, and you will never be able to play the effect again. It looks like Chio really wants to win this group stage, but it's just a group stage, and even if you win, even the killer game, what are you going to do in the semifinals and finals behind you? By this time, a heated argument had begun on Twitter. CWZ rolls. How dare you call yourselves the No.1 veteran team in the country? You've disgraced the face of the King's Glory battle team. King's side has long been over. Simply hanging This group stage match to King's team are so unlucky If it is not so, at least the ranking can also be advanced to mention AW and CWZ are too slow too. AWZ will win. Chewy oh my god go go go. Charge. CWZ is so lucky that he didn't get matched with King all the way. Group stage are playing so tough or go home and drink milk. AW awesome. Park Day is awesome. Park you bitch is nothing. We have the King of the North in CWZ. Why hasn't the King of the North made an appearance yet? Lin Yi's latest tweet had also surpassed 200,000 comments. Part of the crowd was asking why she wasn't in the ring yet, and the other part was desperately cursing her, saying that if CWZ lost it would all be her fault. Hashtag gaming goddess? Hashtag this topic instantly leapt onto the Hot 100. Lin Yi microblogging fans rose 50,000 in 6 minutes. Just don't know how many of them are specially rushed over to scold her black powder. Ding Hong called Lin Yi Sister Hong. I really can't stand it anymore. Those fans are sick. Right. 2 days ago they were calling out goddess in every mouthful. But now they're starting to curse me. I can't swallow this breath. I want to dislike them. I want to hang them. A good little ancestor. Anyway, we now have heat. And recently there is a game-themed youth idol drama is being approached. The producer side specially came to the door wanting to let you play the female lead. The payoff can be high. Let them say a few words. Okay. For the sake of money, Lin Yi put up with it. Don't worry about it. Seeing as CWZ is going to lose this one, you send out a tweet saying that you'd love to go on the field and play, and that you hope CWZ will meet you in the semifinals. So it's not your fault if you can't go on the field when CWZ loses. Ding Hong's little plan crackled. I've made all the arrangements on my side. When the time comes, Xiao Jishu and the title of Goddess of Gaming will be marketed together, and then you'll sell a wave of misery. Push all the pots of not being able to go on the field and play the game onto CWZ's body, and then make everyone who wants to see you play the game go to watch your new drama. Little auntie, you're about to explode in flames. At that time, what kind of movies and TV shows? All the female leads will still be at your disposal. Hearing Ding Hong's words, Lin Yi instantly drifted up. Yeah, by then she'll have the heat on her. A few more movies and TV shows and most people will know her and she'll be a hit. Jishu won't even be able to match her by then. What gaming goddess? What she wants to be, is a goddess for all. Lin Yi was instantly bursting with self-confidence. Besides, Team CWZ has died in the group stage 3 years in a row, so I guess this year will be no exception. You know, electric player is a profession that eats youth. CWZ team didn't make it to the semifinals 3 years ago. It's not possible that 3 years later, when everyone got older and couldn't keep up with their hand speed and awareness, they actually made it in again. The thought reassured her. She followed Ding Hong's lead and sent out a tweet, and also etched Chu Ao. Lin Yi is a fairy V. Go Chuo. Go CWZ. I'll be waiting for you guys in the semifinals. At Chuo V at CWZ Official Federation. Instantly, a ton of comments poured in below. Lin Yi flipped through it. Now most of it was encouraging to her. The black fans were too embarrassed to scold. After all, she had stated that as long as CWZ could win the group stage, she would definitely go to the semifinals and finals. Lin Yi was instantly smug. But just at that moment, a sudden shouting and screaming came from outside. Lin Yi looked up suspiciously and froze instantly. On the computer screen in front of them, the CWZ team, which was originally at a disadvantage, didn't know when it suddenly turned the tide against the wind. Only Park Yoo-jin was left alone on the AW side, and was still bloodied, and although all three Highland Towers on the AWZ side were gone, Chu Ao had already led the troop line through the lower road on the AW side, and was already heading towards the crystal. At this moment, Park Yoo-jin was still being surrounded by the two people on the CWZ team's side and couldn't go back to the city at all, while the fastest one of his teammates would take 10 seconds to revive. 10 seconds. For an already developed shooter. It only takes 4 seconds to demolish the crystal. Team AW could only watch as their side of the screen turned black and white. Victory! A female voice announcing sounded, and everyone on the CWZ team jumped in excitement. Winning! They finally won. After 3 years, the CWZ team is once again in the semifinals. The AW Warriors left the arena with their heads hanging down. Wu Jianchuan was so excited that he couldn't speak well, and told everyone to go out and get together tonight. It's been 3 years since the CWZ team finally stood in the semifinal match again. Wu Jianchuan was in tears. Chu Ao was also full of smiles. The 5 members of the team plus Wu Jianchuan's 6 men held each other in a deadlock. Brothers, let's make sure to build on our success this time. With the Northern King, there's definitely hope behind us. Wu Jianchuan then remembered and hurriedly said, yes, Chu Ao. I also saw Lin Yi tweeting, so hurry up and reply. Make an appointment to ask Lin Yi to hurry up and prepare for the semifinals. Chu Ao hurriedly nodded his head. He opened his phone and saw the tweet Lin Yi had sent earlier. He retweeted that tweet and commented, fortunately, the semifinals are waiting for you. Countless fans were going wild below. The comments instantly exceeded 100,000, and the two topics #CWZ1 hashtag and hashtag gaming goddesses participating in the semifinals hashtag instantly rushed to the top of the hot search. Lin Yi rose another wave of fans hard. Before Chu Ao announced that Lin Yi was the king of the north, her Weibo followers were only 5 million. But now, it's $40 million. She could be considered the center of attention now, but Lin Yi sat there frozen. His mind blank. Semifinals. What's she gonna do? Chapter 89, Semifinals. A good number of St. Lee's boys rushed into the office that was exclusive to Lin Yi and Qin Yuner. Aha goddess. CWZ1. Goddess awesome. Can you invite us to your match? Please goddess. I really want to see you. Countless people surrounded Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi had given all the votes to Class 1 last time, Shu Zero and a few other boys from Class 5 still wanted to fight for it. Tickets for the semifinals can be much harder to get than for the group stage, and they really want to be there. Shu Zero squeezed to the forefront and said with a pleasing face, Goddess, all the boys in our class can like you and Chu Ao great god. You must not have a good impression of our whole class just because of a mouse off. Shu Zero really liked King's honor, and he had been powdering Chu Ao since a very early age. His biggest fan, though, was the King of the North. At that time, Chu Ao and the North King were not very famous, and there were very few videos about them on the internet, most of which were recorded by other people in the battle team who were idle and bored, and not much editing. But at that time, Shu Zero often found videos of them playing the game and practiced alone. He realized that Chu Ao was one of those who played the game hard, and that many of his routines could be studied, and as long as they were learned, they could all have a good segment as well. But the King of the North is different. The North King's consciousness was naturally good. Many times her reaction had exceeded the realm of ordinary human consciousness. Trying to learn from the North King was difficult. She was a natural game-playing hero. So when he realized that Lin Yi was the King of the North and that he was coming to Xingli, Shu Zero was so excited that he didn't sleep for days. Even though Lin Yi didn't play the game well that time, he still believed that it was all his teammates who were dragging the North King down. After all, the North King was the best. As long as the North King was there, the CWZ team would definitely be able to win over the Korean team and get the championship trophy. The championship trophy has not stayed in the country for 3 consecutive years, which is one of the most heartbreaking points for domestic King's Honor fans. Shu Zero looked at Lin Yi with an enthusiastic expression. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing Shu Zero, she suddenly thought of a good idea. Last time she lost her cell phone and didn't continue to fight. In fact, she knew that if she continued to fight, she would definitely be the one to lose. But even so, Shu Zero still thought she was very capable. Shu Zero is still considered to be a good game player, and knows a lot about King's Honor, and will still be like this. So wouldn't the average person who knows little or nothing about King's Pride be even more easily fooled? Maybe she could pull the same trick. As long as she's the MVP, even if she loses, those fans can't call her out on it. Her strength is there. She's just being dragged down by her teammates. Linny instantly laughed. Of course, she smiled at Juziru. I know, most of your class is still good. It's just that person being in your class that annoys me a little bit. I'll have Chueo send over a couple of tickets for your class at that time. Juziru was unusually excited. Thank you, Goddess. Goddess, I will definitely support you all the way. Linny smiled and nodded. Soon after, Juziru received 4 tickets from Linny. This time, Linny had asked for 10 tickets from the CWZ side, 6 for Class 1 and 4 for Class 5. All 4 of them, Linny gave them to Juziru, letting him distribute them as he pleased. There were too many monks and not enough porridge, so everyone gathered around Juziru and kept pleasing him. Brother, give it to me. I'll cover your meals for half a year. What, brother? You're blindly recognizing a relative for a ticket. Do you have any backbone left? Dad, do you think I'm right? Dad, give it to me. Those boys have no boundaries when it comes to getting tickets. Juziru stood up and shook the tickets in his hand. I also hope that everyone can all go to see it. If all 10 tickets were given to me, I would still be able to share it with a few more friends. All of you are my friends. And now that there are only 4 tickets, it's difficult for me too. Didn't we give 6 to Class 1 last time? Why are we giving them 6 again? Linny is in charge of our class, not Class 1. Besides, Class 1 is full of top students. Don't they have to study? It's a waste to give it to them. One of the boys muttered. Juziru rolled his eyes in Gu Xiaobei's direction. It's not because of certain people. The goddess said that she is just close to the first class because she doesn't see certain people well. And she also said that if it wasn't because of that person, all 10 tickets would be for our class. With that, Juziru distributed the other 3 tickets to the 3 classmates he was usually the closest to, and then said to the others, so, I'm sorry too. The students who didn't get tickets were all in a bit of a bad mood and looked at Gu Xiaobei with anger. Saturday 6 was not happy. What are you guys talking about in a shady way? Go buy your own tickets if you can. That's easy for you to say. You can't buy it with money. Okay. Nonsense. As long as there is money, how? Saturday 6 subconsciously retorted. After all, Ji-Ling Tian that day but clutched several tickets. But she glanced over to Ji-Ling Tian's side and didn't dare to continue. Gu Xiaobei smiled lightly at her. Juziru sneered and said, Humph. People like you don't know anything about King's Glory and don't deserve to go and watch Bei Wang play. The thought of meeting his idol in person excited Juziru. Gu Xiaobei, however, just hooked her lips and smiled coldly. Soon it was time for the semifinals. Ji-Ling Tian and Bai Wenjing arrived early and waited for Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6 at the entrance. They both arrived soon after as well. Bai Wenjing was very happy to see Gu Xiaobei. The 4 entered the arena together. Juziru and the others had also arrived, but they were in the 20th row, while Gu Xiaobei and the others were in the first 5 rows, so Juziru didn't even notice them, and was just talking non-stop about the excitement in his heart with the friends beside him. Backstage, Linny is already wearing the CWZ uniform and is ready to go to the ring. It was the first time the CWZ players had seen such a beautiful girl playing the game, and one of them was thrilled. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you're so beautiful, King of the North. Chu Ao. It's not brotherly enough not to introduce such a beautiful Northern King to us earlier. Chu Ao let out a laugh. I'll show you in a while. The North King's operation is even more beautiful. Linny pursed her lips slightly and smiled. I'll be playing Archer in a while, so please prioritize letting me develop. In fact, when playing the game, everyone is doing their own thing. Not that the fielders and shooters are a bit more powerful than the assistants and tanks, but it's kind of a tactic to let the others let the economy go and prioritize the development of the fielders and shooters. Although a few of the team members were not happy, they nodded their heads for the sake of Linny looking so pretty. Chu Ao, however, was a bit puzzled. King of the North, aren't you used to playing the field now? Chapter 90, Dreams Come True. Linny paused and smiled stiffly. People change. Ha ha, it's fine. The North King is super good at fighting anything. Chu Ao laughed and took her shoulders, walking together towards the stage. It had been his dream for years to be on the battlefield of the King's Glory combined tournament with King Bei, and today, it had finally come true. Although Linny didn't look like the cold Northern King he remembered from before, he didn't care. After all, she's right. People change. Besides, the former King of the North was just as good at playing shooters. Linny and Chu Ao went on stage together. The 2 commentators rushed to introduce it. The one walking up in front of us is the North King of our CWZ team, and also a well-known actor in the entertainment industry, known as Xiao Jishu's Linny. It is rumored that Bei Wang is the most powerful person in the CWZ team. Even Chu Ao is full of praise. Bei Wang has never been on the battlefield of the joint tournament before. This time, how will her performance be? Let's wait and see. King's shooter Cha Ehyun and fielder Kim Hwanwoo are both this year's gold medal shooters and fielder, never losing along the way. And North King is definitely the favorite to win tonight when they face these two. Please pick up your cell phone and scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen to cast your vote and participate in the interaction. The audience on stage got excited as well. See, that's the North King. This time CWZ Battle Team is expected to win the championship. CWZ is also unlucky enough to draw King in the semi-finals. King is in the win now. Even with this Northern King it's still tough enough. Should I say no? This Linny is really quite pretty. I haven't seen a girl who plays games this pretty. What's the point of being pretty? It's still all about the operation, isn't it? The North King's operation. That's something Chu Ao even praised. The North King is awesome. No rebuttals accepted. St. Lee students all looked at the stage with excited faces and kept cheering for Linny. Someone with sharp eyes suddenly saw the first 5 rows. Hey guys, look, is that person Gu Xiaobei? Shu Zero looked in the direction the boy was pointing. As expected, it was Gu Xiaobei, with Saturday 6 sitting on her left and Bai Wenjing on her right. Gu Xiaobei actually managed to get tickets for the first 5 rows. How is she so good? Shu Zero skimmed his mouth. Can't you see that there's Ji Xiao sitting next to him? This Gu Xiaobei is also quite impressive. Actually being able to fall for Ji Xiao. He despised Gu Xiaobei in his heart. This kind of woman who relies on seducing men to gain benefits is the most disgusting. Or the North King is good. Not only in the entertainment industry, but also playing the game is particularly good. Tonight, it was the battle to seal the North King, whom he had always worshipped. And the entire world of King's Glory would go crazy because of the North King. The King of the North is the King in King's Glory. The pop-ups in the broadcast room were also crazy. Although there were King supporters, the majority of people were still willing to support the domestic team. So the voices of those who supported King were quickly drowned in a sea of North King is great. CWZ will win. Chu Ao passed a smile towards Linny and then put on their headsets together. With the headsets on, they will only be able to hear themselves and their teammates communicating, and won't be distracted by the other voices on the field. All of their cell phone screens were also projected onto the big screen. Linny logged into that Northern King account. Everyone on the stage held their breath, waiting for this fierce battle. On one side was King, a Korean team that had never lost this year and had been on the rise for the past 2 years, while on the other side was CWZ, a veteran domestic team that had stepped onto the semi-final stage for the first time in 3 years but had recalled the mysterious god Bei Wang. Just then, Gu Xiaobei's pupils tightened violently. What Linny had logged in was clearly her account. It hadn't been used in years, and it had been changed by Lin Yi's avatar, but she could tell at a glance the heroes in the hero pool, the inscription page, and the hero proficiency and hero skins, all of which she had set up in the first place. Gu Xiaobei jerked her head up and looked at Lin Yi on the stage, only to see Lin Yi pursing her lips in death. Although she tried her best to restrain herself, she still showed a few moments of nervousness. The match began with a screen to choose a hero. Lin Yi chose Hoi. Hoi and Lu Ban are both considered to be relatively good shooters. As long as the early development, the late stage can stand jerk. However, in this kind of esports tournament, most people still choose to use some more maneuverable shooters, such as Huang Zhong or Sun Shangxiang, because the more you are in a tournament of strong players, the harder it is for heroes with low maneuverability to win. Chu Ao also looked at Lin Yi with a few moments of strangeness. In an instant, though, he was at peace. The North King was the most powerful no matter what heroes he used. When he and the North King were 1v1, he couldn't even beat the North King's Kai Wen-ji with his Bailey Shayo. Zhu Zero off stage was also excited and said to the people around him, "See, the North King is just so powerful. I'm telling you, the North King definitely wants to show everyone how much Hoi, which people usually think can be played well by a person, can be played in her hands." He had seen videos of Bei Wang playing games before, and ordinary heroes could blossom into something different in her hands. Gu Xiaobei, however, sneered. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked toward the stage. Just half a minute's time. She had already found out clearly. Her original QQ number was recycled because it was not used for too long, and then it was stolen by someone who hung it on the internet to sell it later, and then it was bought by Lin Yi when he bought the Water Army. That's good. Lin Yi, you're fine. A cold smile hung at the corner of Gu Xiaobei's mouth. Her amber eyes half narrowed. If Beaver had been here, he would have been able to see that this was a precursor to the boss's killing spree. Bai Wenjing came over and said excitedly, "She also uses this hero. Oh, but her skin doesn't look as good as mine." When Gu Xiaobei first abandoned this account, the skin of Glow Star had not yet come out, and this skin belonged to the limited skin, which could not be bought anymore. So Lin Yi brought the Elf King. Compared to the Glowing Star, this skin of the Elf King is on the lighter side and always feels underpowered when you hit it. Welcome to King's Honor. The enemy army has 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. As the voice announcement sounded, Both teams went into battle. Linny ran wildly down the lower road, and just after a few steps, she realized that the assist didn't follow her, but instead followed the fielder, Chu Ao, to the upper road. Assist with me, Linny said. Can these people play? Or are they pros? Who the assistants are supposed to get confused with? The auxiliary froze for a moment. This season usually let the auxiliary follow the fielder first. After eating the first wave of wild, the fielder went to catch people. The auxiliary would only go to follow the shooter. Chapter 91. Do you really think you're the king of the north? Chu Ao said. Go ahead. Auxiliary, which went down the road. But at this time, Linny was actually standing in front of the red buff. The auxiliary froze again. Shouldn't the first red buff and the first blue buff both go to the field? But Chu Ao didn't say anything, and auxiliary had to follow Linny to get the red buff. The next thing Linny did was roam around eating troop lines, eating wild monsters, and hitting river crabs. King's shooter, Che Axian, came to the upper road to support, and was caught by Chu Ao hiding in the bushes, and the assistants who were playing with Linny on the lower road quickly rushed over to support them. Chu Ao was already bloodied, but thinking that Linny would come over soon, he didn't run away. However, Linny actually leisurely went over after the wild monsters were finished. Chu Ao was decapitated by Che Axian's blood, but Che Axian also had only a sliver of blood left, and the auxiliary didn't have much fight left in him, and kept pestering him waiting for Linny to come over. In order to make it easier for Linny to kill Che Axian, the auxiliary even went into the tower without a troop line and helped her resist damage. But Linny took a look at the auxiliary with only a sliver of blood left and actually ran straight back to his side of the tower. So Che Axian killed Chu Ao and the auxiliary by himself, and actually went back to the city with blood on his hands. Auxiliary was so angry he wanted to smash his cell phone. King of the North, why didn't you come for support just now? Chu Ao was too embarrassed to say it, but auxiliary and Linny weren't familiar with each other. Linny also huffed. You two don't give away your heads, okay? Can you wait for me? What if I lose later? The audience on stage froze. Even the commentators couldn't find anything to say. This is the Northern King that Chu Ao has been praising? The people on the air began a new round of swiping. Gaming goddess or gaming nervous woman. Is this the King of the North? That's it? That's it? How much money did she give Cholo? Cholo is bragging about it. Asterisk 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 disgusting. CWZ this time do not lose, I live upside down eating. Ha 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 ha. King of the North is awesome. Thank you King of the North for giving me King the Fall Combined Championship trophy. The King of the North is awesome. The North King is awesome. Although the live broadcast is now being screened again by the words North King is awesome, it is obvious that the people who are screened have changed. Now the swipes are mocking the CWZs. Off stage, the boys from Saintly also looked at Zhu Zero strangely. Brother Zhu, what's going on? Although Zhu Zero was also shocked, he was still a dead duck. Bei Wang definitely has her own considerations. We'll just keep watching. Linny was still continuing to roam around and eat troop lines. The mages in top lane on CWZ's side were not getting any development at all. And even Chu Ao could only risk going to the anti-field and developing in the opponent's field, as the wild monsters on their side had all been hit by Linny. The mage was instantly unhappy and hurriedly finished all the troop lines on his side while Linny didn't come over. Linny, mage, what's wrong with you? Didn't you agree to let me prioritize my development? Mage, how long are you going to develop? You've been developing for almost 8 minutes. Haven't you developed enough? When you've developed, you should go and hit someone. Linny, didn't you see when I just got the head? What's arrogant about someone who died twice? Mage, asterisk 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 asterisk. If Chu Ao hadn't just sent him to his death, you could have gotten this head? Linny, what do you mean? Chu Ao, okay, don't argue. King of the North, you're pretty much developed. Right, I'll give you the wilderness. You don't eat the middle line. Linny, oh, don't blame me if you lose later. Chu Ao had already sensed a few things were wrong, but now that the game was half over, all he could do now was to stabilize his teammates as much as he could to avoid this game being over before it was even finished. Losing is one thing, but it would be a joke in the history of the game if teammates got up in arms on the field and just went on strike. The audience under the stage also began to whisper. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How is this bickering? The King of the North is a bit over the top, isn't he? All letting her develop, and then she fights and hides back. But didn't Chu Ao say that the North King was the most powerful? Confused, Jiling Tian had a look of impatience on his face. He didn't want to see it anymore. What a mess to play. Not nearly as interesting as the group stage. The battle of the North King out of the mountain that you've been looking forward to for so long is such a thing? He was about to get up with a cold face. Gu Xiaobei leaned across by Wenjing and suddenly grabbed his wrist. Jiling Tian lowered his eyes to look at her. Can you let me in backstage? Jiling Tian looked down at the hand that grabbed his wrist. white and slender and good-looking. He had always rejected the touch of others, but at the moment he nodded. He led Gu Xiaobei along to the back. Bai Wenjing looked at the duo's backs and suddenly rolled her eyes and smiled. She moved over to Saturday 6 and said in a small voice, 6, do you think my baby and little Bei boy are a particularly good match? Ah. Saturday 6 looked at Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian's backs and swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard to go. Ji Xiao's rejecting nature. She was scared to death just seeing it. Would there really be a girl who would be a good match for him? However, tonight's ticket was still given by Ji Xiao. Saturday 6 took the hand and ate it, nodding with difficulty. Bai Wenjing smiled happily. I think so too. I've decided that in the future, if baby can't marry little Bei, I'll kick him out. Saturday 6 scratched her head. Oh my god. What shocking secret did she know? Even though many fans were expecting a reversal, CWZ lost without a doubt. King won very beautifully. The Korean side of the cheering has begun to celebrate King's championship in advance, and the domestic side of King's fans in the live broadcast room and microblogging has been screened. At this moment, the words "the North King is powerful" seem particularly ironic. The CWZ players huffed and puffed their way back to the lounge. What's going on, Chuo? Is this the King of the North you were talking about? What's wrong with me being the King of the North? You can't fight on your own and you want to blame me? I'm the MVP. Don't you know how you got your MVP? Funny. One of the players huffed and took off his uniform and slammed it on the table. Chu Ao hurriedly calmed everyone down. Don't let me fight, pull back. Then I'll leave. Linny said angrily. Just leave. Just like you still have the nerve to call yourself the King of the North. A teammate choked back. Linny laughed coldly. Ha, I'm not the King of the North. Are you? Just then, in the corner of the lounge, a clear and cold female voice said, Lin E, you've been using my account for half a month, and you really think you're the King of the North? Chapter 92, The Arrogant Northern King. Lin E instantly froze as if he had been struck by lightning. The rest of the team turned their heads to the corner. Just a girl leaning against the back of a chair, her feet in marten boots resting on the table, her legs thin and straight. Most of her face was hidden in the hood of her sweatshirt. The half of her chin that was exposed was very delicate, and her entire body exuded a coldness that was handsome to the extreme. Lin Yi's lips trembled twice, wanting to say something but unable to utter a single word. Who are you and why are you in our lounge? A teammate asked. Gu Xiaobei took off his hat, got up and walked over. Gu Xiaobei, who told you to come? Lin Yi seemed to have thought of something, but she couldn't believe it. She was pale at the moment, and her mind kept thinking, it can't be, it can't be. Gu Xiaobei didn't even look at her, only giving Chu Ao a clear and cold smile. Chu Ao, you're blind enough. Chu Ao froze. When he played the game with the North King basically didn't speak, only hum when exchanging tactics, and mostly typed, so he only knew that the North King was a female. And when he later contacted Lin Yi, after all, several years had passed, so he didn't quite hear if Lin Yi's voice was similar to the North King back then, but at this moment, he winced violently. This evil aura, this coldness, this arrogance, who else but the King of the North? Lin Yi, is my account fun? Gu Xiaobei walked up to Lin Yi and looked at her coldly. Lin Yi took a few steps backward, her face pale as she kept shaking her head. Who are you to say that this is your account? This is mine. Yours? Gu Xiaobei stepped closer. You deserve it too? She turned her head to Chu Ao. I taught you how to play your shooter back in the day. What makes you think something so trashy is me? Chu Odin became excited. Yes, this is the North King. When they played the game together, it was usually him playing shooter North King playing field, but few people knew that his shooter, in fact, was also taught by North King. Who are you calling trash? Lin Yi was instantly anxious. She became irritated and rushed over to Gu Xiaobei, wanting to slap him. However, her wrist was viciously clutched by Gu Xiaobei. Ah! Lin Yi only felt as if her hand was going to break. It hurt so much that she was sweating coldly. Gu Xiaobei, let go of me. Or I won't let you go. Gu Xiaobei yanked violently, and Lin Yi fell to her face twisting in pain. Gu Xiaobei looked at her coldly. The question you need to consider now is not whether you'll let me go, but whether I'll let you go. After saying that, she pushed back so hard that Lin Yi directly fell to the ground. Her hair was loose, her face was all covered in cold sweat, and even her makeup was smudged, making her look wretched. Ji Lingtian leaned against the doorway, the corner of his mouth lightly hooked. He had to say that such Gu Xiaobei was really to his liking. The murderous aura was exposed and the coldness was so compelling that it was hard for people to not want to be moved. King of the North. I'm sorry, I have no eyes. Chu Ao stood in front of Gu Xiaobei, who was several years younger than himself at first glance, and felt pressure for no reason. However, his teammates looked at Gu Xiaobei with a few moments of skepticism. Chu Ao, Is this really the North King? This looks like a little girl. I don't think the academy has graduated yet. Chu Ao stared excitedly at Gu Xiaobei, not daring to blink. 1,000 times true. Only she is the King of the North. King of the North. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. What can I do for you to forgive me? What can I do to make it up to you? Chu Ao was now dying of remorse. Linny gameplayed like that and he actually thought she was the King of the North. It was simply discrediting the word King of the North. Chu Ao gritted his teeth and stared angrily at the paralyzed Linny. Linny had a lot of fans. And he had a lot of fans. And this time, he would definitely make Linny pay. Linny could see what Chu Ao was thinking. She panicked at once. You should know that her recent fan base has been raised by King of the North and Goddess of Gaming. If her identity was exposed, these fans who were supporting her would instantly start hacking her and she would be done for. Chu Ao, don't you? Lin Yi's voice was trembling. I can give you money. Gu Xiaobei, I can give you guys money. You guys hide this matter, okay? How much money you guys want? You can talk to me. Money? Chu Ao sneered. Esports was his dream. And this Lin Yi had just trampled his dream underfoot. He wouldn't let her go. Old Wu. Chu Ao called Wu Jianchuan. Notify the media immediately. I'm going to be interviewed later. It was important to know that Chu Ao was also very famous in the esports circle. And he usually hated interviews. This time, for the sake of the Northern King, for the sake of his dream, he had to tell everyone the truth. Lin Yi fainted at once after hearing that. It's over. It's all over. Chu Ao, however, did not even look at her, and directly turned to the direction of Gu Xiaobei, saying with a pleasing face, King of the North, can you go with us to the next game? He didn't know if the King of the North would agree. After all, the 5 of them had fallen out in the first place, and the King of the North hadn't even logged into his account for several years, but he still wanted to plead, because this was really his last hope. The injury to his arm was getting worse and worse, and he didn't even know if he would be able to compete in the combine next time, and if he had any chance of breaking into the semifinals. He looked at Gu Xiaobei enthusiastically. A moment later, Gu Xiaobei nodded. She knew of Chui's love for gaming and gaming. In order to fulfill her friend's dream and to clean her account of the stain of Lin Yi, she decided to take the field. Great! Chu Ao was instantly excited. With 10 minutes to go before the start of the next game, he gathered his players together and began to discuss tactics. At this moment, the outside world was all about mocking CWZ Battle Team, and they all felt that with just one more game, CWZ would completely lose to King and then roll back home. The next match started and the commentator received a small note handed to him by Wu Jianchuan in advance. Well, there is something to clarify with all the fans. CWZ team said that they recognized the wrong person. The previous North King is not the real North King, and the real North King has been found and will meet you all in this one. As for the real and fake North King, Chu Ao will be interviewed after the match and explain to everyone. For a while, everyone started talking. That Northern King just now was a fake? I think it's fake too. And it's poorly played. What's wrong with CWZ? A King of the North in a moment. Amidst everyone's discussion, Gu Xiaobei followed Chu Ao and the others and sat down on the gaming chair, taking out his cell phone. Although the passwords had all been changed by Lin Yi, hacking the server to get back his account, this matter was a trivial matter to Gu Xiaobei. She logged on to her account. The heroes in the hero pool were all a few years old and had been used by Lin Yi. Gu Xiaobei was a bit disgusted. So in full view of everyone, she opened them all and began to pick it out. Well, this hero called Mirror looks good. It's it. Click. Buy. Am I blind that this King of the North ing bought a hero on the spot? It's too crazy. Using unplayed heroes against King? At this time, the live broadcast room was also a burst of 666 brush over. CWZ's Northern Kings are really one of a kind. At this point, most people still felt that Gu Xiaobei was too arrogant and cocky, waiting to see her joke. Chapter 93, Hacking That Stone CP. Zhu Ziru on the stage was dumbfounded. Gu Xiaobei's hat was worn so low that it was impossible to see her eyebrows, but the lower half of her face was cold and good-looking. People who were unfamiliar with her could not recognize her, but Zhu Ziru had mocked her for such a long time, so how could he not recognize her? He suspected that it was his eyes that were broken. This person was actually Gu Xiaobei? How can that be? Isn't the King of the North Lin Yi? Why did he change after one fight? Bai Wenjing and Saturday 6 were also shocked beyond belief. Lu isn't that little Bei boy? Bai Wenjing asked suspiciously. Saturday 6 was too shocked to speak. She knew that Sis was powerful, but she didn't know that she was powerful to this extent. It's actually the King of the North? Xiao Beiboy how to go up to play the game. But good. You have seen Xiao Beiboy play the game. She can be very good. Every time I just need to play chargers next to me, she can quickly take me to win. The confused Bai Wenjing hadn't figured out what was going on yet and only focused on praising Gu Xiaobei. But something occurred to Saturday 6. In the beginning, Lin Yi had always claimed to be the king of the north, attracting many fans, and there were also many people who liked her in SA. Li, and she stood on her neck every day, looking down on no one. But just now, the commentator said that a mistake had been made and that the king of the north was actually someone else. Gu Xiaobei, king of the north. This legendary mysterious god was simply her cool sister. Saturday 6 covered his chest and felt like he was going to pass out. 10 minutes ago, the microblogging server went down twice, and all the programmers went online urgently before it finally came back into normal use. The topics hashtag Lin Yi lied. North King is someone else hashtag and hashtag CWZ Team North King bought heroes on the spot hashtag instantly occupied the first and second place in the hot search, and both were followed by the word explosion. The crowd in the booth was also at its highest since the start of this fall's combine. CWZ cowhide blowing through it. Ha ha what the North King god. Laugh to death. Let King press on the ground hammer. Another change in the North King? This one looks even smaller than Lin Yi ah ha ha ha. Laugh to death. Chu Ao disgraced to the Pacific Ocean. That's it. Buy a hero on the spot. Laugh your ass off. This is too much to look down on King. Kim Hwan-woo show her what a gold medal hitter is. Mirror. A hero that just came out a few days ago. Kim Hwan-woo doesn't even dare to use it in a match. This girl is crazy. This girl feels so pretty. Prettier than Lin Yi. Lin Yi is disgusting. A gaming psycho. Get out of gaming. Lin Yi get out of showbiz. The one who said she's prettier than Lin Yi. Don't go. Plus 10,086. Asterisk 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 cannot discuss looks The gaming circle is not the entertainment circle. Good looking what use? Playing as Lin Yi. Good looking is also a piece of. That's right. You guys can look good even if you show half of your face. Face dogs have no limits. Disgusting. CWZ is out of control. King will win. If I had known this last game I might as well have supported AW. Chuo went through all the trouble of winning AW just to lose face in front of the Korean team? A flurry of pop-ups flew past. The CWZ team had been going downhill before, but there were still a lot of fans with Chuo. And although it is said that the gaming circle dish is the original sin, people will only support the strong. But in the end there is also sentiment in the CWZ as a domestic veteran team. Playing poorly, there are people to support. But this time, because of Lin Yi's stirring, CWZ and Chu Ao's reputation instantly hit rock bottom. There's only one way to win back word of mouth, and that's to win King, and win beautifully, but with 2 out of 3 sets. And CWZ having just lost one, King's chances of winning are already high. At that moment, the big screen on the site was displaying everyone's cell phone screens, in full view of everyone. Gu Xiaobei tapped on the mirror's introduction screen and began to carefully read the mirror's skill introduction. Another burst of asterisk 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 swiped through the live stream. Even the commentator on the scene froze. Never seen this kind of Who doesn't play tournaments with their best heroes? Where do you buy and learn skills on the spot? Only to see the commentator awkwardly smiled. Said, CWZ's North King is still more interesting. Mirror this hero is just out. At present the online strategy video are very few. We are still waiting for the big god to study how to play this hero in the end. I don't know whether this player is interested in the mirror, or in a while really want to use the mirror to play the game. Let's wait and see. Ji Ling Tian didn't go back to his seat. He just found a more suitable angle to watch from behind and leaned against the wall, gently hooking the corners of his lips. From this angle, only Gu Xiaobei's screen could be seen. He also only wanted to see Gu Xiaobei's screen. It wasn't that he wasn't shocked the moment he realized that Gu Xiaobei was the Northern King, but it was only shock for a short while, and then it was over. He had seen Gu Xiaobei's operation, which could be called a divine show. On this battlefield, even if it was 1 against 9, she would be fine. Not to mention, there's a Chuo that she's been working with for years. In that instant, Ji Ling Tian suddenly realized that a few moments of sourness surfaced within him. In fact, looking at the skills, he was no worse than Chu Ao. It was just that he had been reluctant to step into the esports world. Perhaps if he wanted to, he could even sit on it at the moment and fight in tandem with Gu Xiaobei? Thinking of this, Ji Ling Tian hurriedly shook his head. Who's going to be alongside her now? With the start of the match, both sides had all entered the interface to pick their heroes. Gu Xiaobei selected the mirror. King's playing field. Kim Hwan-woo raised his head and glanced Gu Xiaobei's way. Noticing that she was being watched by someone's gaze, Gu Xiaobei also raised her head. The two men's eyes clashed. Kim Hwan-woo nodded at her and smiled slightly. Gu Xiaobei, however, still had a cool demeanor. This girl, she seems a bit interesting. Kim Hwan-woo chose Luna, who he was very good at. The pop-ups in the booth were so fast that it was almost impossible to see the game. Luna. I can't believe I'm using Luna. Aw, Kim Hwan-woo Luna is super cool, but he rarely uses it. Large-scale online video of Luna's extreme operation will be relaxed soon. Everyone pay attention to the recording. Ha 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 ha. There's definitely a bunch of resources on the B station tomorrow. I want to get high on CP. The North King's Golden God matches a face-off. 3 seconds later. Asterisk 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 I just want to get high on a CP. How come my big number is instantly hacked? Luckily I have an infinite number of small numbers. And in the corner, Ji-Ling Tian held his cell phone. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. WeChat page. A message from Osia to him. Osia, okay, I'm done hacking. Next time, can you not come to me again for this kind of small thing of hacking the live room account? I'm a top hacker. My time is precious. I need to use it to find Yuzi. Chapter 94. You're also very talented. Welcome to King's Glory. The enemy army has 5 seconds left to reach the battlefield. All the players put on their headsets and instantly got into a tense state. Chu Ao. You go get a red. Auxiliary and I will go to the opponent's field. After taking the opponent's red we will have a level 1 group. The commander of the CWZ battle team was usually Chu Ao. And at this moment, when Gu Xiaobei gave the word, the others didn't know whether they should listen or not. What's more, anti-field. That is, going to the opponent's house to fight. Usually go to fight the blue buff. Because in this case, it is closer to their own shooter. And it is easier to support in case of accidents. Does this Gu Xiaobei know how to play or not? With Lin Yi in front of them, the rest of the CWZ players had doubts in their hearts. Opening against the red. Ha ha ha, this King of the North looks like a rookie too. Did CWZ take a script from the joke book today? Here comes the professional funny. A riotous noise rose from the stage. But instead of discussing with the other students, Shu Zero stared dead at the person on the stage. This routine, long ago, he had seen in a video. Anti-red requires a high level of skill from the fielders, and very few of them can do it, even if they are professional players. Chu Ao said without the slightest hesitation. Yes, King of the North. A few other team members thought to themselves. This is already the case. It can't get any worse. Why don't we just follow her and send a wave? And just blame her for the loss when the time comes anyway. Auxiliary Wang Mingho followed Gu Xiaobei to King's Red Zone. He had already thought about it. If there was a problem later, he would run away first by himself, and would definitely not care about Gu Xiaobei. In the last game, he had been pitted by Lin Yi badly enough. Since it was rare for anyone to go against red in the opening round, there was no defense on King's side, but the pros still had some awareness. And soon, Gu Xiaobei and Wang Mingho were spotted by King's side shooter, Cha Yixian. Cha Yixian flew this way and told the batter, Kim Hwan-woo. For a while, the whole atmosphere was mobilized. At this point, the red buff was down to its last ounce of blood. Wang Mingho hurriedly called out to Gu Xiaobei. Stop fighting. Kim Hwan-woo is coming over. Kim Hwan-woo and Cha Yixian are a gold medal hitter and a gold medal shooter. With these two people coming over, he and Gu Xiaobei would never be able to defend themselves. Don't retreat. Gu Xiaobei sank his voice and spoke coldly. Mage continue to guard the middle road. Take out the opposite side field. Come over from the upper road and go around the back. Cooperate with the level 1 group. Side field. That is, the small wild monsters at the very edge of the wild area. Gu Xiaobei was opening the game by trying to suppress the opponent's economy. Too much ambition. Chu Ao hurriedly said. All listen to the Northern King. Cha Yixian and Kim Hwan-woo had already come over, and Wang Mingho felt a pang of apprehension in his heart. Gu Xiaobei's mirror had just been bought, which meant that she was playing this hero for the first time, and she actually dared to be so arrogant. She's crazy. Is Chuo crazy too? But there was no turning back. Kim Hwan-woo had already started Luna and rushed over, and Cha Yixian hurriedly followed behind. The Kaiwan-ji that Wang Mingho used followed behind Gu Xiaobei, ready to add blood to her at any time. The Golden God shows up. CWZ will be beaten to death. Ha 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 ha. It's time to see my Golden God's Tenchu Luna again. A flurry of pop-ups flew through the livestream. Gu Xiaobei said in a deep voice, add blood when I tell you to. Never add it early. Just then, she suddenly rushed up. Mirror this hero and Luna. Both belong to the operation is very strong. Luna late play well, and can even infinite open big. But now it was only level 1. And Kim Won was Luna couldn't show off even if he wanted to. The four men fought. Gu Xiaobei was quickly bloodied, but Cha Yixian and Kim Hwanwoo weren't doing well either. Wang Mingho wanted to retreat towards the middle of the road so that he could allow the mage and Chu Ao on the lower road to rush over to support him as soon as possible. However, Gu Xiaobei said in a deep voice, move up. The upper road is coming over for support. Mages continue to guard the side fields. Shooters guard the lower field area. Beware of the opponent's anti-field. Gu Xiaobei flew off with his blood remaining. Cha Yixian and Kim Huanwu were right behind him. Gu Xiaobei would definitely die as soon as he was caught up. She ran up to the river crab's heels and suddenly circled around. The skill originally sent out by Cha Yixian actually landed on the river crab. Right at this moment, Gu Xiaobei suddenly said, "Auxiliary add blood. Come over on the upper road. Group together." Li Yuan on the upper road had just finished eating the blood clots under the tower, and at the moment, his blood was sufficient, so he directly jumped in front of Cha Yixian and Kim Huanwo to help Gu Xiaobei block the first wave of damage, and then Wang Mingho urgently added blood, and Gu Xiaobei, who was originally left with only a sliver of blood, suddenly turned back, and the limit was countered. First blood, double kill, with 2 voice announcements. Cha Yixian and Kim Huanwo's screens turned black and white together. The whole room was silent. There's not even a pop-up in the live feed anymore. 10 seconds later, the whole room screamed. Asterisk 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 am I blind? Is that a double kill from CWZ? Opening double kill. A level 1 counterfield level 1 group. What the is this maneuver? At this time, the people in front of the computer were also frantically rubbing their eyes and looking at the scene on the screen. Mom asks me why I'm kneeling for the game. The North King is awesome. My knees are the North King's from now on. The man who just mocked the Northern King comes out to punch his face. No way. That's Kim Huanwo and Cha Yixian. I'm crazy. I must be the one who's been streaming. I'm going to reboot my computer. Not only the audience, but even CWZ's players were a bit in disbelief. Not to mention that they were facing the strongest team of the year. King, even if it was an ordinary team, it would be impossible to hang on like this. The corners of Chu Ao's mouth couldn't help but hook up. The Northern King of the year has finally returned. The King's glory is her world, and anyone who comes to offend will surely die. King's side hadn't endured this kind of defeat yet this year, but they were all professionals and quickly adjusted their mindset and quickly formulated a new strategy. But while King's morale has been demoralized, CWZ's side is energized. Most importantly, their opening economy was suppressed by Gu Xiaobei's side, so every player on CWZ's side did their gear faster than they did, quickly creating a snowball effect. This won. CWZ won without a doubt. 12 minutes later, Gu Xiaobei and Chu Ao together knocked down the crystal on King's side. The moment the crystal exploded, Gu Xiaobei's mirror stood in a blaze of light, and Chu Ao was filled with only 4 words, "Return of the King." Victory! The voice announcement sounded, and Gu Xiaobei removed his headset. A man came up to her. The CWZ players who were originally planning to celebrate froze as soon as they saw this person. This man is Kim Huanwu, the Korean god of fielding. "Hello, you're using your mirrors very well," Kim Huanwu said in broken Chinese. "Have you practiced before? You're very talented at playing the field. You're not bad either." Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and spoke in a clear and cold voice. "To be able to last under me for more than 10 minutes and die no more than 15 times, you're also very talented." Chapter 95, Arrogant Enough. Gu Xiaobei's words were heard clearly throughout the entire scene. The curve of her mouth coupled with these words made her seem extraordinarily arrogant. You know, the person standing in front of her is Kim Huanwu. Asterisk 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 this Northern King is also too crazy. That's right, it wasn't just a win. How many games have I, the Golden God, won at the Combine this year? Maybe it's just a coincidence. We don't know who's going to lose or win the next game. What's the point of yanking a 1:1 draw? But that's a really cool line. If I win this one, I'll be a fan of the North King from now on. I, the Golden God, won't be so gullible in the next match, alright. Kim Huanwu pursed his lips slightly. I remember in your country, there is a saying that one should be humble. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and smiled coldly. Only people who are afraid of losing need to be humble. I'm not afraid of being punched in the face, so I don't need to be humble. In this world, only Gu Xiaobei hit others in the face. Not yet others hit her in the face. Without saying anything else, Kim Huanwu shrugged and left. In the next round, he'll teach Gu Xiaobei how to behave. After all, he's Korea's god of fielding. At halftime, a couple of reporters stormed in. After all, you still need to liven things up in the live room. They ran straight to Chuao. Although King and Kim Huanwu are both great, after all, this is domestic and they aren't as popular as they are in Korea. And now, more people want to know about the true or false King of the North. Gu Xiaobei had already gone to the restroom to rest and Chu Ao stayed in front to be interviewed. The reporter extended the microphone to him. May I ask Chu Ao, what's going on regarding the real or fake Northern King? Didn't you and CWZ both certify at the beginning that Lin Yi was the Northern King? I was wrong about this, and I also want to apologize to the North King in front of the national audience. I was the one who recognized the wrong person. But the specifics, I want to wait until after the game to unify and do a detailed explanation. The halftime is too short. I think it's not enough. Reporter, okay, then may I ask if you have enough confidence in the new North King? Chuao, there's no such thing as a new North King. The North King is the North King. From the beginning to the end, it's her. Lin Yi. Oh no. Lin Flingshot is simply an imposter. He smiled coldly and directly called Lin Yi by her real name, not caring if he would be mobbed by her fans. The reporter froze as well. Chuao was a well-known good-tempered person in the esports circle, and had never had any arguments with anyone, and it seemed that this time, Lin Yi had really touched his scales, with the score currently tied 1-1. Are you confident in facing King, your strongest opponent in this year's tournament? Chuao said. As you all know, I've always been very humble. I won't say anything I'm not sure of. So for the next match, all I can say is that with the North King here, we're sure to win. A flurry of pop-ups swiped through the live feed. Asterisk 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 asterisk? This is what Chuo said. Am I deaf? Is this called modesty? That's crazy. That's King. Really speechless. Did not think that now Chuo also become like this. CWZ is simply a face to lose. The words are put here. Sit down and wait for the face. 666. The reporter also smiled awkwardly. Coincidentally, at this time the intermission ended and the players returned to their positions. She hurriedly extended the microphone to Gu Xiaobei. May I ask King Bei, do you have anything to add to what Chuao just said? After all, the reporter didn't want CWZ to lose too badly in a while, thinking that if Gu Xiaobei could be a bit more humble, he would have something to say in a while even if he lost. Gu Xiaobei hid most of her face in the shadow of her hat, revealing half of her chin cold and bright. She gently hooked her lips, her voice icy cold, like thin snow in February. Material time. My favorite TV show starts in 32 minutes. It takes me 20 minutes to get home from here, and 2 minutes to go upstairs plus turn on the TV. So, I need to finish my next game in 10 minutes. Hiss. Wild and arrogant enough. The reporter ran out of things to say, just as the commentators returned to their positions, and she hurried off with the microphone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've never seen such a crazy person. 666. Ha ha ha, she just said it was the end of the fight, but she didn't say whether she lost or won, so maybe she's seeing herself clearly and preparing to lose to King in 10 minutes. I saw her operate really well in the last game, so maybe there's hope for a win. Don't be naive, okay? Last game that was a successful opening sneak attack by them to take the economic advantage. Just wait and see this game. The Golden God and the God of the Car are already on guard, and will definitely not let her get away with it. 666. Upstairs. The one who only brushes 666. Get out of here, okay? It's you all over the place. I can't even see the screen. For this one, Gu Xiaobei still chose the mirror. Wang Ningho asked, what tactics are we using in this one? After the last game, everyone felt that Gu Xiaobei's command was quite impressive. However, they didn't feel that Gu Xiaobei was at a higher level than Jin Huanwu, and they were also of the opinion that Gu Xiaobei had won by ploy. But used tactics couldn't be used again. And this time, King's side was definitely on the defensive, and they were hoping that Gu Xiaobei would come up with new tactics. Gu Xiaobei's clear and cold voice came from all of the CWZ players' earphones. There's nothing special about the tactics. Just play the way you're usually used to playing. I familiarized myself with the last game, and now I already know how the mirror should be played. There was silence in the CWZ internal communication channel. So you were familiar with the heroes in the last game? Can't play at all and still hammers King to the ground for an opening double? 666. 666. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. Someone, pluck out my knee to cheer up the big man. Disgusting or not. Who can't say mean things? Please really win. Okay? You crossed over when you won the last one? Oh, anyway, I don't believe she can win another Golden God. 666. At first, the people of CWZ thought that Gu Xiaobei was just casually speaking harsh words, but after the match started, they realized that Gu Xiaobei was for real, because she really didn't say a word. Only Chuao smiled slightly and slowly shook his head, thinking in his heart, mortals, you guys have only been shocked a few times. When I was playing the game with King of the North, that's what was shocking every day, okay? On King's side, everyone's face is solemn. As upset as it was, they had to admit that they had met their best opponent of the year. Originally, CWZ was not in their sights, and they even felt that drawing CWZ in the semifinals was equivalent to a break. But this inning, they'll play well. Kim Hwan-woo used his best player, Jian Wei, in this game, while the middle mage pick was Athena, both of which were very much mirror skill restricted heroes. Other than Gu Xiaobei, no one had ever gotten the full attention of King. Chapter 96, The Heavenly God Show. After the opening game, King's side cooperated tightly and didn't give CWZ any chance to oppose the field at all. Every outfit and every move shows how well King's 5 players work with each other. King this team. 3 years have not changed the players. They usually eat and live together. Extremely familiar with each other. And even sometimes do not need each other to speak. As long as a look will be able to understand each other's meaning. The god of gold is awesome. The god of cars is awesome. And King rushes. Ha, CWZ is stupid. Can't find the breakthrough right. The last game is to give you a little sweet to make you happy. You really arrogant up. Go CWZ. Return of the King of Kings. Please, leave the championship trophy at home. Gaming without borders. Don't be so narrow-minded. Okay? Professional chicken artifacts. Can see through, can lock head. Reasonable and fair price. Add Q. 7654 Umbrella 2A. What the hell is going on upstairs? Report it. In the opening 3 minutes, Kingside gained a little bit of an advantage. And Kim Hwanwo was slightly relieved. Tyrant was killed by Cha Ehyun. But Chu Ao took both of their heads, so both sides were basically at an even match right now. King would have to take Dark Tyrant if he wanted to close the gap. Kim Hwanwoo glanced at Gu Xiaobei's location on the minimap. She wandered up the road for a bit, seemingly trying to help Li Yuan take down Shaehyun along with her. But when she didn't find a chance, she headed back towards King's wild area. Without his field of vision, Jin Huan couldn't see Gu Xiaobei, but based on experience, he guessed that Gu Xiaobei had gone to King's field to counter the field. And after countering the field, he should be cooperating with Li Yuan to play Che Yixin together. He decided to give up a wild area and take the Dark Tyrant. Kim Hwanwoo started to head towards Dark Tyrant while the assist followed up this way and the middle mage was ready to support. Cha Ehyun, on the other hand, continued to play against Li Yuan, holding Li Yuan and Gu Xiaobei at bay. Kim Hwanwoo had reached the Dragon Pit's heel. Chu Ao hadn't realized it yet and was still pushing the tower on the lower road. Just as Kim Hwanwoo had the Dark Tyrant beaten down to a third of his blood, Chu Ao also noticed the end and rushed this way. And that, in turn, was a part of Kim Hwanwoo's plan. Not only did he intend to take down the Dark Tyrant, he also intended to kill Chu Ao. After all, right now Chu Ao was the person with the best development in the CWZ team, and as long as the shooter couldn't get up, CWZ would be finished. The boys from Saintly were still discussing endlessly, and one of them inclined his head and asked Zhu Ziru, "Brother Zhu, who do you think will win?" CWZ. Zhu Ziru said without the slightest hesitation. Not really, although CWZ won the last hand. It's obvious that King has the upper hand now. Zhu Ziru didn't say anything. He just stared at the front. He knew that Gu Xiaobei was the real king of the north. Even if there were 3 more kings, they wouldn't be able to beat her. There were quite a few other people in the live room who thought the same way as the boy from SA. Lee, King's assistants and mages are coming over. And Chu Ao still dares to charge forward. What a headcase. Ha. Chu Ao is going to be ambushed this time, right? Laughing to death. Or I, the golden god, am great. This North King and that Linny is not much different. Just know in the wild area development. How? The family opened a wild game restaurant called what North King renamed Shanghai Mountain Wild Game Wholesale Market is not good? Laughing upstairs, plus 10,086. Could you please switch CWZ's viewpoint before you taunt? Asterisk. When did the Northern King arrive there? Asterisk. Damn it. People watching the livestream could only choose to look at the perspective of one of the teams due to the limitations of the screen. So those who had just taunted CWZ had chosen to watch from King's perspective. And they couldn't see where Gu Xiaobei was. Only after a reminder did they switch perspectives. Chu Ao had rushed up without hesitation. Kim Hwanwo and Chu Ao fought against each other. And although Chu Ao had slightly more blood than Kim Hwanwo wasn't worried at all because their assist and mage were already on their way to support. As for CWZ's auxiliary, he had just witnessed that he went back to the city to add blood, and it was impossible to beat the 3 of them by relying on Chu Ao alone. Annalie has been slain, our teammate has been killed. Double kill. After 2 consecutive voice announcements, Kim Hwanwo instantly froze. The auxiliary and mage were surprisingly both killed in action in an instant. Because his teammate was killed, Kim Hwanwo's line of sight was filled with Gu Xiaobei's figure. How is this possible? Why is she suddenly coming from up the road? And it's amazing how the blood level barely decreases when you kill 2 people in one breath. Cha Ehyun's voice came from the headset. I'm sorry, brother Hwanwo. I thought that Northern King was ambushing in the grass, but I didn't realize that she left after playing the field. Although Dark Tyrant was down to his last ounce of blood, Kim Hwanwo chose to give up and resolutely turned around and headed for his home field. Chu Ao wasn't going to give up the Dark Tyrant, so this would buy him a little time to escape. Hatefully, all of his efforts have gone to Chio, and hitching a ride on 2 heads, the secondary and the mage. The tanks on King's side also rushed over to support Kim Hwanwo. But right at this moment, Gu Xiaobei suddenly rushed out from the slant with a burst of brilliant to the extreme maneuvering, and the tank didn't even know how to block the damage when he tried to help Jin Huanyu, because Gu Xiaobei's mirror is just too showy. She actually calculated even Kim Huanwu's escape route. Chu Ao, who had finished hitting Dark Tyrant, also chased after him and cooperated with Gu Xiaobei to take 2 more heads. Annalie has been slain, our teammate has been killed. You have been killed. 2 consecutive voice announcements rang out, and there was only Chae Hyan left alive on King's side. On CWZ's side, there was a voice alert of ultra kill. Gu Xiaobei's mirror is simply a heavenly god show. A burst of asterisk flew past in the live broadcast room. Asterisk. Someone come. Present me with my quick acting heart pills. Tenjin no Hidate Hoshi. Tenjin no Hidate Hoshi. How much is this hand sold for? I want to see the same model on Taobao in 3 days. Give me an E. Don't you just want an E? Just take it. King lost this wave. The Dark Tyrant was taken, and 4 heads were put on it. 66,666. Ashy it. Kim Huanwu was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone, and the gentle image he had been maintaining could not hold on. Cha Ihian, go back to the city and guard the crystal right now. CWZ's tanks were demolishing towers on the upper road, and the mages were demolishing towers on the middle road, but neither of them could attack as fast as the beaters and shooters, and at this point, Gu Xiaobei and Chu Ao had gone to the lower road together, and it was only a matter of time before the 4 of them resurrected, and then they'd have knocked out all the towers on the lower road. Cha Ihian immediately abandoned the tower and prepared to return to the city. The corner of Gu Xiaobei's mouth slowly hooked up. Chapter 97, The Return of the King. Gu Xiaobei's face was mostly hidden in the shadow of his hat, but the lower half of his face could still be seen by the live audience. 6 This wave of operation is simply the creation of Zhongshan Xiu. The smile is cool and valiant enough for me. Mom, I'm finally in love. Upstairs, be more reserved, okay? She's your girlfriend because she's good at the game? Oh, she's my wife, okay? Jiling Tian leaned against the wall and took out his cell phone to send a Weibo message. Jiling Tian, help me hack 2 more accounts. O'Shaughnessy, gasps. Kirito, now. Oh xia, okay got it QAQ. The CWZ players were all excited. Chu Ao's face was still calm, because he knew that these were just the beginning. As Kim Huanwu expected, Gu Xiaobei started pushing the tower from the lower road together with Chu Ao and Wang Mingho. The tower falls fast because of the shooter. King's side decided to give up the first and second towers after a unanimous negotiation, and Chae Hyan guarded the high ground tower to wait for the rest of his teammates to resurrect, and then tried to shorten the gap by taking a few more heads from CWZ. By the time they pushed out the second tower, King's side of the auxiliary and mage had been revived, and Kim Huanwu and the tank were almost there. Wang Mingho was a bit hesitant and said, should we retreat for a bit and fight in the next wave? Gu Xiaobei swept the time on the screen. There are still 3.5 minutes left. Let's make it quick. There's no rush. Let's develop a bit more. Wang Mingho was a bit apprehensive. All 3 of them were not full-blooded. What if they died together? Wouldn't this point of advantage be countered by King again? Anxious, Gu Xiaobei said clearly and coldly. What's the rush? My favorite TV show is coming on. Mingho Wang. Gu Xiaobei glanced at Chu Ao, and the 2 of them looked at each other before nodding together. In that instant, Chu Ao felt as if he had traveled back in time. Back to the days when the 5 of them were fighting side by side. As soon as Chae Hyan saw both his mentor and assistant coming, he also got a boost and instantly rushed out. Gu Xiaobei's head. He must take it today. Gu Xiaobei stepped back, but Cha Yixian was still in hot pursuit. The moment Kim Huanwu yelled out "No!" it was too late. Chae Hyan's screen has turned black and white. Double kill. Triple kill. Auxiliary and mage only just came out and died again with Cha Yixian. Ashy. Kim Huanwu cursed and charged along with the aide. The most feared thing about playing a match was not being calm, and Jin Huanyu was now in a hurry, his mind only thinking about killing Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei and Chu Ao were both bloodied, and he believed that he could take a double kill this wave. Kim Huanwu rushed straight out. Gu Xiaobei circled around King's Field. Chu Ao blocked Jin Huanyu, and Gu Xiaobei actually hit a wild monster before turning back to continue the battle with Jin Huanyu. This was a disgrace to Kim Huanwu. Ha 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 my mom. This wave is hard enough on the face. Isn't this a duel between 2 great martial arts masters? A life for a life when one of them throws his sword and eats a bun before continuing to pick up his sword to answer the battle. This is too much of a slap in the face. The Golden God killed her. North King 666. There are now significantly more people in favor of CWZ than King in the broadcast room. Kim Won's eyes reddened and his hands operated quickly. On the contrary, Gu Xiaobei had a cloudy face. Her 10 fingers were long and slender, and her movements were beautiful to the extreme as she operated on the screen, her fingers rising and falling and sliding constantly, as if she were playing a musical piece, playing a dirge made exclusively for King. Ultra kill, 4 kills. Pentakill, 5 kills. Kim Hwan-woo was decapitated along with the assist who rushed over to support him. Aced, regiment. On King's side, there's not a single survivor left. 66,666. The fight of the century. King of the North is awesome. Asterisk 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 the wind and water turn. King also has the day of all the members of the reunion. CWZ is awesome. The King of Kings returns to the North. Return of the champion. Ah, Mom. The King's Honor Trophy is finally back. Can you give me $188? I want to buy a dress for my friend to wear. Ha, it's only the semi-finals. Don't trophy. HS team is not weak. Before the Korean friendly match is also won Kings. That's right. Maybe CWZ is the tactic developed for King alone. This tactic can win King but not necessarily win HS. Don't be sour in the front. Is it so hard to admit that the North King is great? Excuse me, did you guys see whether it was 1231 or 1321 in that combo just now? There was a rushing cheer from the CWZ fans at the match. CWZ's players were also overwhelmed with excitement, and one by one, their hands were shaking. Gu Xiaobei, who had just all but annihilated King, was calm and said faintly, "Push the tower." Half a minute later, King's crystal exploded in fireworks. With a battle time of 9 minutes and 20 seconds, the battle was indeed over in less than 10 minutes. Countless journalists swarmed to the scene. CWZ's side has been surrounded by reporters, while King's side has gone unnoticed. Kim Hwan-woo, the most favored player in Korea this year, actually lost to this King of the North who came out of nowhere. He looked coldly at Gu Xiaobei, a curse word on the tip of his tongue. Chu Ao got up and raised his hand to block those reporters' inquiries. I know what everyone wants to ask, but please give me 5 minutes first. I have to deal with a bit of personal business. With that, he headed for the backstage. Although he hadn't seen the North King for several years, he knew that with the North King's love for the game, he would never just let go of the Lin Yi who had impersonated her. Chu Ao closed the door of the lounge behind him, leaving him, Gu Xiaobei and Lin Yi as the only 3 people. The fainted Lin Yi had been awake for a while now. Ding Hong had called and texted her a bunch of times and she hadn't figured out how to respond. Ding Hong tells her to work with CWZ as much as possible and not make a big deal out of this. Shu Lao, I beg you. I didn't mean it. Can you not tell the truth to the reporters? Lin Yi looked at Chu Ao with tears in her eyes. She thought she was so good looking that men would be softened by her tears. I'm sorry, Chu Ao. I'm really sorry. Lin Yi kept apologizing to Chu Ao. In the end, she still looked down on Gu Xiaobei, thinking that as long as she could beg Chu Ao about this matter, it didn't matter at all what Gu Xiaobei thought. Unexpectedly, Chu Ao said coldly, "It's not my account you stole, so what's the point of saying sorry to me?" Only then did Lin Yi grit her teeth and very unwillingly walked over to Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, as long as you're willing to give up your identity as the King of the North, I'll let you enter the entertainment industry and develop, and I'll arrange a few important supporting roles for you. I don't know how many little girls want to get into a prosperous and lucrative place like the entertainment industry every year. A country bumpkin like Gu Xiaobei would definitely have his heart set on it. Chapter 98, Withdrawal of all endorsements. The corner of Gu Xiaobei's mouth slowly hooked into a smile. I want to enter the entertainment industry, and I still need you to make arrangements? Lin Yi didn't know what Gu Xiaobei meant. She thought it was because Gu Xiaobei was worried that she wasn't good at acting, and that she wouldn't have much development and make much money if she entered the entertainment industry. Okay. It's okay if you don't want to enter the entertainment industry. I can give you money. Is 100,000 enough? 200,000. 200,000 okay? Gu Xiaobei still looked at her in a clear and cold manner, not moved in the slightest. I can tell you the truth about the paternity test. Don't you want to go back to the Gu family? If you are kicked out by the Gu family, you will have to go back to the countryside. Lin Yi was anxious. I'm telling you, it's actually Gu Yuran who messed up. Don't you want to know the truth? Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and slowly hooked her lips. Fine. How about if you tell me the truth? I'll help you plead with Chu Ao. How about that? Lin Yi hurriedly nodded. At the same time, Gu Xiaobei turned on the recording function of his cell phone. Lin Yi didn't care if she would sell Gu Yuran. Anyway, in her eyes, Gu Yuran was simply an unimportant person. That paternity test is Gu Yuran found someone to do the trick. In fact, you are the daughter of Gu Igua. But she hid the real one, and then found someone to forge a copy of the results written on it is the same. But because it is a forgery, so Gu Igua will certainly suspect that it is you who moved, and then will not be carried out again for paternity test. Oh, Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes in a clear and cold manner. Gu Yuran is that powerful? To be able to come up with this kind of tricks and still have this kind of connections? Lin Yi's eyes averted. Stammered. Yes. It might be that she has recently met someone. I introduced her to a few people in the entertainment industry before. But I don't know how far they've developed. Maybe it's those men who helped her do it. In the latter sentence, Lin Yi hadn't lied. She had promised Gu Yuran something before in order to get him to help her with an errand. But Gu Yuran has always wanted to enter the entertainment industry. But although she is considered good-looking, she has no recognizability. And even if Lin Yi could find a way for her, at most she would be allowed to play a passerby with no lines. Gu Yuran was definitely unwilling. So Lin Yi introduced her to a few young stars whose families were not bad, so that she could get to know them. Gu Yuran had her heart set on moving up the ladder, and since Lin Yi couldn't make it this way, she went to curry favor with those male stars. Oh, Gu Xiaobei didn't know whether to believe it or not, and slipped her cell phone back into her pocket. Lin Yi was instantly anxious. You promised. If I tell you the truth, you'll plead with Chu Ao. Chu Ao, don't bother with her. Gu Xiaobei raised his head and said to Chu Ao. Chu Ao hasn't said anything yet. She turned her head again and laughed softly. Her eyes were converging with sharpness and coldness, her voice sounding, I begged for mercy but Chu Ao, he doesn't listen to me. What can I do? After saying that, Gu Xiaobei headed out. She waved her hand at Chua without looking back. I'll go ahead and watch TV at home. Lin Yi pounced towards Gu Xiaobei as if she was crazy. Gu Xiaobei, you dare to trick me. You'll pay for it. Chua grabbed her shirt and yanked her back. You'd better think about whether or not you're going to pay for it yourself first. Chu Ao strides out, ready to talk to the reporter about this Lin Fengxia thing. As soon as he pushed open the door, countless reporters surrounded him. Chuo, may I ask why the Northern King changed midway through the game? May I ask why CWZ decided that Lin Yi was the king of the North in the first place? Is this a joint marketing effort between the gaming and entertainment worlds? Who exactly is the real king of the North? And why has he never shown his face? Why didn't the king of the North come to the interview? What's next for CWZ, and are you confident about the upcoming final? Countless microphones instantly reached out to Chu Ao's heel. Chu Ao raised his hand and said, don't be in a hurry. Everyone, one by one. I will answer for everyone. Gu Xiaobei went out and saw Jiling Tian, who was still waiting for her outside. Thank you for today. Gu Xiaobei said softly. I didn't know before that you were actually the legendary and famous Northern King. The corner of Jiling Tian's mouth slowly hooked up, and although it still carried a bit of coldness, his eyes contained a bit of warmth that hadn't appeared before. Well, Gu Xiaobei said with a slice of calm, the gaming skills that I purposely practiced in order to work and study. Gilliam, it's enough to make up this kind of nonsense once. It's not like I'm a cutie pie. At the entrance of the competition site, Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6 stood together, saying goodbye to Bai Wenjing and Ji Lingtian. Little Bei boy, you were so good just now. You were awesome, Bai Wenjing said with starry eyes. Gu Xiaobei laughed softly. I'll even go and take you to play with me in a few days. Too good. I'll wait for you at home. Xiaobei boy, you must come. Oh, okay mom. Ji Lingtian spoke coldly. Are you familiar with her? Why are you calling her so closely? What's the matter? I want you to chase after Xiaobei. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. Ha! Ji Lingtian's face flushed red for a moment. Luckily it was dark outside and no one noticed anything. Without a word, he tugged Bai Wenjing toward the parking place. AI. Baby, what are you doing? If you do not let go, I'm going to tell Brother Cold. Ji Lingtian sat in the back row with Bai Wenjing, coldly playing with his cell phone without a word. Baby, do you really not like little Bei boy? Bai Wenjing came over to ask him. Ji Lingtian coughed and coldly said, not like it. Then why are your ears so red? Are you shy? Bai Wenjing poked his earlobe. Ji Lingtian forced himself to be calm. I'm cold. CH. The car air conditioning opened so hot you still cold. Bai Wenjing contemptuous skimmed his mouth, suddenly as if remembering something, suddenly widened his eyes. God baby, you will not be young on the kidney deficiency it. Mom. Ji Lingtian couldn't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. Bai Wenjing covered her stomach and laughed out loud. Ji Lingtian angrily opened his cell phone and continued to reply to the message. Xiao boss, how do you plan to deal with Lin Yi? Ji Lingtian, withdraw all her endorsements. Change the lead role for the unfinished TV series, and don't allow the finished ones to be released in theaters. Kumo, okay boss. Only then did Ji Lingtian turn off his cell phone, leaning back with his arms wrapped around his hands, leaning against the car seat with a cold look. He couldn't help but recall Gu Xiaobei's every move today. He gently touched his left wrist that had been clutched by Gu Xiaobei. On it, there seemed to be remnants of her warmth. Gu Xiaobei, who had returned to the villa, picked up his cell phone and opened Weibo. Tonight, the entirety of the Chua Press Q&A session has leapt onto the hot seat. Linny used to dream of occupying the hot searches, and now her dream has come true. Of the 10 hot searches, 8 are related to her. It's just a shame that the name in the number 1 hot search is her real name, Lin Fengxia, and not Lin Yi. Hashtag Lin Fengxia posing as King of the North. Gaming goddess persona collapsing? Hashtag Ding Hong called again. And even the ringtone had a soul-chasing quality to it. Chapter 99, Huge Liquidated Damages. Linny picked it up in a panic. Sister Hong, what am I going to do? You have to come up with a solution for me. I'll figure it out for you. Who the hell is going to figure it out for me? Do you know what's going on right now? All your endorsements have been pulled, and you have to pay a huge sum of money for breach of contract. In the past, when Linny was making money, Ding Hong called her little auntie and little ancestor, but now she has turned her back on her. Lin Yi's heart thumped. Because of the title of Goddess of Gaming and King of the North, she has received a lot of endorsements and made a lot of money, but both titles were fake, and according to the contract, she was required to pay people back. Linny forced himself to calm down and said, "Isn't my new TV series payroll coming over soon? When it's aired there's still a share, and the ones that are being negotiated. Didn't you say yesterday that the advance payment is also coming over? And this money should be more than enough to compensate for the breach of contract, right? More than enough my ass. I wouldn't need you to remind me if this money actually worked." Sister Hong, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Your new drama has been called off. It has to cut out all the scenes with you in it before it can be aired. But aren't I the female lead? If I'm cut out, then what's there to watch? So yeah, now the producers are also demanding damages for breach of contract, and the ones that were in talks have blown up, and people are looking for new actors. I'm telling you, you have to find a way for me this time. I'm not going to help you fill this hole. $600 million. You'd better find a way. After saying that, Ding Hong hung up the phone viciously. Linny was instantly paralyzed. She had only just become popular for a short time, and she hadn't made much money. $600 million. How could she get it out? At that moment, she suddenly remembered someone. She hurriedly picked up her cell phone and dialed someone. This man's name is Zhang Jinkai and he's her gold master. When she had just entered the circle, she was simply an unattended state, and it was only after she fell in love with Zhang Jinkai, who had variously thrown money at her, that she finally got a few good roles for her. If she hadn't been brought into the group with funding, she wouldn't have been able to get the female lead in those small productions and the female second in the big productions. And even if she could have acted, she would probably have been a little maid without a few lines. But since becoming a gaming goddess, more and more endorsements and TV shows have come her way, and she gets to pick the scripts. Linny entered the entertainment industry to make money, so she simply wouldn't pick films that required suffering, and looked for a few scripts that were easy to act in and casually show her face to rake in the cash. Before, Ding Hong told her that a man has to hang on, so she often accompanied Zhang Jinkai for dinner, and would also let Zhang Jinkai touch his little hands and kiss his little face. But if she wanted to go further, it was not possible, so Zhang Jinkai never got her, so he kept throwing money at her. But since becoming a gaming goddess, she felt that she didn't need to use Zhang Jinkai in the future, so she hadn't contacted him for quite a while. Zhang Jinkai called her and texted her, she did not return, but also pulled his WeChat black. It took a while before she got through to the phone. Brother Zhang. As soon as the phone was connected, Linny cupped her voice and called out sweetly, "Yo, if it isn't the big star, why did you think of calling me? Brother Zhang, look at what you're saying. You're my own brother. Isn't it normal for me to give you a call?" "Ha," Zhang Jinkai sneered. Linny continued shamelessly, "Brother Zhang, when do you have time? I'll meet with you." "I don't have time." The new little model in the bath. "I heard that you have a few TV series were stopped by others. Are looking for new actors. This little model also want to act a play. I thought it, anyway, is to cast some money. To whom to cast is not to cast it. And people this little model can understand. Want to do what you want to do. The most important thing is that the posture know also more. Why don't I cast her? Don't you think so? Okay, I'll hang up if there's nothing else." Zhang Jinkai finished and was about to hang up the phone. Linny was anxious at once. "Zhang, don't hang up first. Don't you always want that? What? I can do it too." "You can too?" Zhang Jinkai let out a laugh. "Good. Then come to Yuli Hotel 602. Let me see your sincerity. Dress up pretty." "Okay, Brother Zhang. I'll be right there." Linny hurriedly got up and put on her makeup and dress up. She purposely painted herself a very pretty makeup, then put on her sunglasses and set off. Sukari Hotel. Linny told the guy at the front desk that she was going to 602, but this receptionist simply refused to let it go. "I'm sorry, miss. Our hotel is a membership system, and there are already guests living in this 602, so if you want to go up, you have to register with your ID card." Register for what? Linny pushed her sunglasses impatiently and lowered her voice. I'll be down in a moment. I'm sorry, miss. We're a regular hotel here. We have to register with an ID card. Otherwise we don't know what you're up there for. And in case if you're engaged in any illegal business and the public security finds us here, we won't be able to say anything about it. What are you talking about? Who's engaged in illegal business? Linny was anxious. Isn't it obvious that this receptionist is saying she's here to sell? At this time, she received another text message from Zhang Jinkai, give you 5 more minutes. Linny gritted her teeth, pulled out her ID card from her bag, and slammed it down in front of the receptionist in a bad mood. Alright, that's good. Okay, Ms. Lin Fengxia, please take off your sunglasses. We need to verify that you are the person you are. Linny felt that someone in the lobby was already looking this way. She hurriedly took her sunglasses off and let that receptionist take a look. Alright, okay, Ms. Lin Fengxia, your side please. Your room number is 602 on the 6th floor. Linny put on her sunglasses and stepped on her high heels to the elevator. The receptionist, however, was muttering behind her back with the lobby manager. TSK, did you see that? That woman just now is Linny. Ha ha, what Linny? I saw her ID card. Her name is Lin Fengxia. So what the microblogging said is true. Her real name is also too earthy. What is she doing in our hotel? What else can I do? Just, ha ha ha, you don't know. There's a dirtbag living in that 602. TSK. Linny almost fainted in anger when she heard those words, but the time agreed with Zhang Jinkai was almost up, and she couldn't continue to delay. She hurried to the elevator and headed for the 6th floor. Chapter 100, Lin Yi's change of career. As soon as Linny opened the door, she was hugged by Zhang Jinkai. Brother Zhang, don't be like this. Linny was afraid that there were cameras in the corridors of this hotel, and if she was caught on camera, she would be in trouble. Zhang Jinkai instantly cold face. What do you mean by coming here? Don't need me to say it. If you don't let me touch it then hurry up and get out of here. Linny panicked. Brother Zhang, don't be angry. I don't mean this. Once Zhang Jinkai heard this, his face only looked a little better, and he came over to hug Linny again, closing the door in a flash, touching and nibbling him. Linny forced herself to hold back her nausea and let Zhang Jinkai demand. 5 minutes later, Zhang Jinkai was contentedly lying on the bed, with Linny leaning against his side. Alright, Zhang Jinkai picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. You go. Linny froze. Brother Zhang, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Zhang Jinkai got up and dressed. Oh, I forgot to give it to you. He pulled $200 out of his wallet and threw it at Linny. Alright, you can go. What do you mean? Zhang Jinkai, what do you take me for? What do you mean I take you for what you are? Let me tell you, right now on the market for your kind of goods, it's only worth $200. You still think you're a big star? My ass. Zhang Jinkai spat on Linny's face. Linny angrily got up, wanting to quarrel with Zhang Jinkai, but she just got up and realized that she was still not dressed, and hurriedly wrapped the quilt again. Brother Zhang, didn't you say that you would help me invest in a TV series if I gave myself to you? Oh, when did I say that? I just said for you to come and see how sincere you are. Linny was almost exasperated. Gu Xiaobei had used this method to trick her before, and now Zhang Jinzai was tricking her as well. How is she so unlucky? Zhang Jinkai, are you planning to turn the other cheek? Yes, I am planning to sleep with you for nothing. How is it? Besides, it's not like Lao Zi didn't give you money, and how much money Lao Zi smashed into you in the past. You wouldn't even let me touch it, and now that you've fallen on hard times and are taking the initiative to send you to the door, Lao Zi is just taking back what you owed Lao Zi in the past. You have the ability to go out and say let the people in the entertainment circle to see. You every day pretend to be pure jade girl. In fact, what kind of goods? Get out of here. If you don't get out, I'll call security. Linny grabbed her own clothes and put them on, leaving in humiliation. She went downstairs and saw that the receptionist and lobby manager were still pointing at her. Holy, up and down in less than 10 minutes. Is this a fast food chicken? Ha 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 ha. That's an apt description. What are you saying? What are you saying? Linny came over in a rage, pointing at the receptionist's nose and cursing. Try saying one more word to me. Who knew that instead of being afraid? That receptionist raised her cell phone up and took pictures of Linny. Everyone, come and see. Big star Linny has hit someone. You guys don't know yet. Actually her real name isn't Linny. It's Lin Fengxia, and she just went up to get a room with a man. People in the lobby looked over, many raising their cell phones to take pictures and record video. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Linny covered her face and ran out. She went home and locked herself away. It wasn't long before Ding Hong called. Just as she picked it up, Ding Hong on the other end of the line broke out into a curse. Linny, are you out of your mind? Sister Hong. What's wrong? What's going on? Look at Twitter and you're asking me what's wrong. Linny opened Twitter. Hashtag Lin E, whose real name is Lin Fengxia, quit being an actress to become a fast food chicken hashtag. This topic has leaped to the first place of the hot search on Weibo. She used to dream of being on the hot search, but now that she was hanging on the #1 spot every day, she wanted to die. Tap into this thread and the hottest thing is that video taken by the front desk at the Moonlight Hotel. Her face is clearly visible in the video. The comments below have exceeded 200,000. Before I saw this video, I really thought that Linny had changed her career to making fried chicken, so it seems that I was still too naive. The city set is deep. I'm going back to the countryside. Isn't this the gaming goddess? See beggars, this is your goddess. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Our gaming goddess is someone else. Only the North King is the real gaming goddess. Plus 10086. Although the King of the North only reveals the lower half of the face, but really absolutely beautiful. I feel like the kind of cold beauty. I do not know whether the final will show his face. Linny off. Don't rub the gaming world the wrong way. It's disgusting. TSK, isn't this that little Jishu? Ha ha. Before also keep saying that they rely on the ability to enter the entertainment industry. What clean little white flower. It turns out to be rely on this kind of ability. Hugging away my Jishu. Please don't rub Jishu's nose in any cat or dog's heat. Okay? This video is a fake, right? You see this person's chin. And Linny is not at all like Do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. Sit and wait for the official rumor. Do not just throw dirty water on the actor, okay? My mom. Capturing a fan alive. Linny actually has fans now. She still uses others to pour dirty water on her? Wasn't she the one who impersonated the North King? She's not the one who had the cheek to go to the tournament and almost caused CWZ to fail to make it to the finals? Lin Fengxia has thick skin and her fans are capable enough to wash the ground. Non-pink, non-black, pure passerby. There is one thing to say. CWZ himself recognized the wrong person. Can't all blame Linny? Right. Pretending to be a passerby is disgusting. Lin Fengxia, get out of showbiz. The one that doesn't look like Linny's chin. The photo of your family's rightful owner from 3 years ago also doesn't look like her current chin. Which hospital did she have it done in? Didn't you go and ask? How can you move and deform? Linny was so angry that she almost dropped her cell phone. Sister Hong, you quickly help me find out the IP of all these people. I'm going to make them pay. You'd better take care of yourself first. There were a few endorsements you could still talk about whether you could not pay for the breach of contract, but now it's good. You've made a name for yourself. People get the reason. They definitely want you to pay for it. Sister Hong. Then what do I do? You cannot ignore me. Linny cried all of a sudden. Ding Hong was also furious. But Linny was her artist after all, so if she didn't care, she would be jointly and severally liable. It's not like there's no way. You know Chang Xiao? Is it Changwana? Yes, Chang Xiao has always liked Jishu. You can't count on the title of esports goddess now. You can only count on the title of little Jishu. I'll have someone see if they can get on Chang Xiao's line. If he can take a look at you, you'll be flying high. Lin Yi was instantly excited. Sister Hong, then I'll be relying on you for everything. Chapter 101, Let the Wanderer Check 007. In the Chang family manor, Changwana leaned inside the recliner. He was wearing silk pajamas. His chest was open with 2 buttons, revealing the upper half of his pecs. He had a cocktail in his hand and was shaking it gently. The servant at his side cautiously came up. Chang Xiao, Ding Hong contacted you and asked when you have time, wanting to ask you to meet with him. Chang wandering impatiently tugged at the neckline of his pajamas and asked with a frown. What Ding Hong? Young master. It's the same Ding Hong who has matched you with actresses before. She asked if you're interested in that little Jishu? Chang Wuan put his wine glass aside and sneered. What little Jishu? You tell them to get me Jishu if they're really capable. Don't fool me with some little Jishu. For the past 2 days, Chang Wuan was in a bad mood. The information he had brought back from abroad was gone. The foreign gangs that had contacted him were now very disgruntled, and it was fortunate that he was a member of Chang's family, or else he wouldn't even know where he would have died by now. Chang now only wanted to catch 007 and kill her, but he had sent people to check for a long time, and there was no news of that 007. After all, that's the S.A. 007 was the most mysterious existence in this world, whether on the network or in reality. There is no trace of her existence at all, and all those who know her only know that mask. Although he had expected to find out nothing, Chang Wuan was still very angry. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, as I recall, there was a particularly well-known hacker named Yuko? Yes, young master. The servant bowed his head and said, it is said that the swimmer can come and go as she pleases in all the networks around the world. Even the official website of the White House of the M country, she has broken into it a few times, and up to now no one knows whether this swimmer is a man or a woman. She's just like a piece of code in the cyber world, like a virtual character. A virtual character? A few years ago someone said that this swimmer is actually a woman, but many people don't believe it, thinking that a woman can't be so powerful. Chang took a sip of his cocktail and said, regardless of whether she's a man or a woman, find a way to contact her and see if she can find out the whereabouts of this 007. As soon as he caught the slightest hint of it, he absolutely had to take out this 007. Yes, young master. By the way, Chang Wana added, that little girl I asked you to check on earlier, how is it going? Back to young master's words, that girl's name is Gu Xiaobei. She's 18 years old this year, and she's attending Shengli Academy. Previously, it was said that she was mistakenly carried with Gu Yuran when she was born, and that she was actually Gu Igwa's real daughter. But recently, there was news that Gu Igwa's real daughter had long since died, and that this Gu Xiaobei was a complete country girl, so she'd already been kicked out by Gu Igwa. Country girl? Chang raised his eyebrows and let out a light laugh. How can a country girl have such an out-of-this-world aura? I know. I remember if that new Ferrari I bought was delivered tomorrow. Yes, young master. Okay, put off tomorrow's schedule. I'm going to make a trip to St. Lee's Academy. Yes, young master. Chang shook the cocktail, the corner of his mouth slowly picking up a smile. At this moment, Gu Xiaobei didn't know that she had become the prey in Chang Wuan's eyes. She sent that previous recording of Lin Yi to Gu Igwa. Beaver sat next to her eating chips with his cheeks stuffed. Eat your chips. Gu Xiaobei knocked her on the head. It's one thing if I don't want to go back to live there, but that doesn't mean that anyone can throw dirty water on my head. Gu Yuran is living a little too happily now. That Gu Yuran is so annoying. Gu family. Gu Igwa had been a bit impatient when he received Gu Xiaobei's message. He felt that Gu Xiaobei just wanted to come and plead with him, hoping that he would continue to recognize her as his daughter. But why doesn't she think about it? Although Gu Yuran is not related to him by blood, she is excellent and sweet. But what about this Gu Xiaobei? Since there was no blood relationship, he had no feelings or attachment to her at all. However, after listening to the recording, Gu Igwa's face instantly changed. Just at this time, Gu Yuran also pushed open the door and walked in. Dad. As soon as he entered the door, Gu Yuran greeted him nicely. Gu Igwa pinched his cell phone. His face was unpleasant. Are you not feeling well, Daddy? Do you want me to pinch your shoulders? Gu Yuran put down her school bag and walked over. Yuran, what's going on? Gu Igwa said and pressed the play button. Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice coming from inside, Gu Yuran's face instantly turned pale. Dad, it's not like that. Let me explain. Gu Yuran's forehead are oozing beads of sweat too. This Lin Yi. Dad, you did not look at the microblogging. These days the internet is all about her news. She lied into sex. A moment to say that she is that game-playing especially powerful North King. A moment to claim that the goddess of the esports. And even her name or it's not true. Her real name is Lin Fengsha. It's not Lin Yi at all. How can you believe what this kind of person says, Dad? Gu Igwa opened the microblog. He had heard a little bit about these things Gu Yuran had said, and now that he had taken a closer look, it was true. Not a single word of truth came out of this Lin Yi's mouth, so it seemed that what she said, indeed, could not be trusted. Dad also believes that Yuran, you're not this kind of child who would lie. Gu Igwa said. It looks like it's all that Gu Xiaobei who's causing trouble. It's hard to believe that she still thinks I'll take in a country bumpkin like her. Dad, maybe my sister is also just from the countryside and hasn't seen such good things, and she should also envy me for having your father's love. Gu Yuran said, and then lowered her head, tears bearing down. Gu Igwa hurriedly comforted her. Yuran, don't cry. It was Dad's tone that was bad just now. You're Dad's best daughter. But Gu Yuran still sobbed and sobbed. Gu Igwa looked also heartbroken, thought for a moment, suddenly said, Yuran, Dad remembered. You have not always wanted that new Chanel bag. Dad immediately give you to buy. Okay? Yay! Daddy's the best. Gu Yuran hugged Gu Igwa's neck and barfed him a kiss on the cheek, instantly breaking into tears. But just then, Gu Igwa received another call. It was Qin Yuner who called. As soon as he saw the caller ID, Gu Igwa immediately sat upright. Although he was also Qin Yuner's aunt by count, the Qin family was a large family, and he still had to be respectful in front of Qin Yuner. Chapter 102, I just love her. Young Qin, Gu Igwa shouted respectfully. Mr. Gu, Qin Yuner's voice was calm. I heard that you kicked Xiaobei out? Yes. I'm really sorry about this matter, Qin Xiao. Please help me explain to Mr. Qin. I also didn't expect that Gu Xiaobei is an impostor. She's actually not Yuan's real daughter at all. I was also cheated by her, but I kicked her out at the first time. Gu Yuran, who was on the side, suddenly tensed up. On the phone, Qin Yuner said, I've already gone to check. Gu Xiaobei is Auntie's real daughter, and that report card is indeed a forgery, but it's the same result as the real one. I've already told my father about the fact that you've kicked Xiaobei out, so think about how you can explain it to my father. After saying that, Qin Yuner hung up the phone. Gu Yigua froze for a moment. What? Gu Xiaobei is his and Qin Yuan's biological daughter? What Qin Yuner said seems to be the same as what Gu Xiaobei sent over in that recording. Could it be that? Gu Yigua looked violently at Gu Yuran. Gu Yuran knew that since Qin Yuner had called, she definitely couldn't hide it. Dad is sorry. Gu Yuran suddenly knelt in front of Gu Yigua, tears streaming down her face. What the hell is going on here? Gu Yigua was instantly shaken. Qin Yi was already treating him poorly, and since Qin Yuan's death, he couldn't get any support from Qin Yi, which is why he was thinking of picking up Qin Yuan's own daughter to win back Qin Yi's favor. I didn't realize it was botched and he actually kicked his own daughter out. Dad, Gu Yuran whimpered. Oh, I really didn't mean to, Dad. I'm just afraid that if Dad has a sister, he don't want me anymore. How could you do such a thing? I'm so disappointed in you. Do you have any idea how big the repercussions of this are? Dad, I was wrong, Dad. Don't kick me out, okay? Gu Yuran played pitiful. Gu Yigua was shocked. You go to school tomorrow, and when you see Gu Xiaobei, persuade her to come back. I'm telling you, if you can't persuade her to come back, you'll see to it. Gu Yigua roared, turned around and headed upstairs. Gu Yuran knelt alone in the living room and cried. But when Gu Yigua went upstairs, she immediately stopped crying. She gritted her teeth hard. She wanted that Chanel bag for a long time. She has not bought a new bag for a long time. The class wondered if she was no longer a rich white beauty, and now Gu Yigua easily agreed to buy her a new bag. All because of Gu Xiaobei, and then hit the water. And Gu Yigua used to treat her so well. Now he actually came to yell at her because of Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yuran simply had the heart to kill Gu Xiaobei. Early the next morning, when Gu Yuran got up to go to school, Gu Yigua coldly said behind her again, "Don't forget your mission today." "Dad, I know," Gu Yuran said obediently. "I'll be sure to beg my sister properly." But in her heart, she hated Gu Xiaobei to death. In St. Lee's College, the students were discussing the just concluded semifinals of the King's Glory Fall League in Linyi. Did you see that? Linyi is being raked over the coals on Weibo. Ha ha, what Linyi ah? It's clearly Lin Fengxia. When she came here on the first day, it was said that Xiao Xiao had called her by this name. At that time she didn't recognize it, so it turns out that her real name is this. She's really too shameless to pretend to be the King of the North. TSK. Lower your voice. We have Lin Yi's #1 fan in our class. Those few people said and even glanced in Zhu Zero's direction. You know, Zhu Zero had been all kinds of pleasing to Lin Yi before. Zhu Zero glanced towards Gu Xiaobei's side. He purposely hid in the corner when the game broke up. He could now be sure that the King of the North was Gu Xiaobei. He was so remorseful that he didn't sleep all night. Since playing the game of King of Glory, the North King is the person he admires the most. He will often repeatedly watch the North King's former game-playing recording screen, is hoping that he can be like the North King? Oh no! As long as there is half of the North King's awesome. So when he learned that Lin Yi was the King of the North, he unconditionally supported whatever Lin Yi did and thought she was good at everything. He had even taunted Gu Xiaobei many times for Lin Yi's sake. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaobei was his true idol. Zhu Zero simply hated Lin Yi. After thinking and thinking, he still felt that he should apologize to Gu Xiaobei and say sorry. He got up and headed over towards Gu Xiaobei's seat. Gu Xiaobei was still sleeping on his seat. Zhu Zero walked over and drummed up half a day's courage before saying, "Gu Xiaobei, I have been targeting you before this matter is me too. Get up. Please move over ha." Before Zhu Zero could finish his words, he was pushed away by Shimu, who hurriedly ran in. Asterisk, this Zhu Zero isn't it? It's even if he targets people Gu Xiaobei, but he actually said he did the right thing? Yeah, even if he targeted Gu Xiaobei before because of Lin Yi, now that Lin Yi has been raked over the coals for being a big talker, why is he still like this? Lin Fengxia's bad luck now isn't Gu Xiaobei's doing. What's he doing here? A few students whispered. Zhu Zero was angry and anxious. He's not saying he's right. He's saying he's sorry, but Simu had already taken his place, and he could only leave resentfully. Asterisk, cutie. I just found out that you and Ling Tian went to watch the semi-finals together. How could the two of you do something like that behind my back? My god, I'm so heartbroken. Gu Xiaobei didn't know how to explain to him and simply got up. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll wait here for you then, cutie. Shimu continued to poke Ling Tian's arm mournfully. Ling Tian, the two of you actually left me behind to go watch the game together. How can you treat the beautiful looking me like this? Just purposely not bringing you. Ling Tian was poked and prodded by him, so he simply raised his head and coldly said, Simu deflated. On what grounds? Why are you depriving me of the opportunity to spend time with my little cutie? Ji Ling Tian coldly said. Stay away from Gu Xiaobei in the future. Why? No reason. She's not like any of those girlfriends you used to have. Ji Ling Tian knew that Shimu was a womanizer. In case if Gu Xiaobei really liked him, she would be hurt. Why are you suddenly so serious? Shimu came closer to Ji Ling Tian, observing his eyes, and suddenly said, Ling Tian, you don't think you like cuties too? Ji Ling Tian has never had a girlfriend before. Ji Ling Tian said, yes, I do like her. How's that? He knew Shimu wouldn't necessarily take it seriously, so he simply admitted it. But Shimu suddenly looked at the door with a dumbfounded look and said, little cutie, you come back so soon? Chapter 103, a female classmate surnamed Gu. Ji Ling Tian rolled his eyes. He knew that Shimu had always been good at pranks, but the next second, Gu Xiaobei's cold voice sounded behind him. Ji Ling Tian, what are you doing again? The thing about Si Qing last time was that if it wasn't for Ji Ling Tian's nonsense about liking her, Si Qing couldn't have hated her and had to cross her. She had only just made peace with Ji Ling Tian a few days ago. Why did he come back with this trick? Who to pick on her this time? Gu Xiaobei was simply furious. In the past few days, she still thought that Ji Ling Tian was an okay person, and should have changed his nature with a clear conscience. But now it seems to be that rivers and mountains are easy to change and nature can't be changed. And Ji Ling Tian is still this dead look. If you start any more rumors, I'll blow your head off, Gu Xiaobei said. Ji Ling Tian didn't expect such an outcome. What is this Gu Xiaobei brain thinking? Silhouette covered her stomach and burst into tears of laughter. Laughing my ass off. For the first time in his life, Ling Tian liked a girl, confessed to a girl, and was actually misunderstood as a rumor and a prank. Ha 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 ha, literally laughing my ass off. Shimu laughed so hard he couldn't catch his breath. Ha 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 ha, he laughed while pounding the table. The class looked this way, wondering what was going on. Ji Ling Tian coldly picked up Shimu and threw him out of the classroom. Ling Tian, you have a cruel heart. Shimu wailed outside, slapping the door. Laugh again and I'll blow your head off. Ji Ling Tian gritted his teeth as he rushed outside. It was only then that Shimu walked in the direction of the first class, but Ji Ling Tian still heard his bursts of laughter coming from the road. Pissed off, Ji Ling Tian's face became even more ugly. As soon as Zhu Zira saw that Shimu had left, he walked towards Gu Xiaobei again. Gu Xiaobei, what I actually want to say to you is that I was right about what happened before. Right your ass. Ji Ling Tian had nowhere to vent his anger. He just got down and tried to sleep and was woken up again by Zhu Ziru, roaring, if you think you've done so right you go to Linny now to claim credit. Don't hang around in front of me. Get lost. How could Zhu Zira dare to confront Ji Ling Tian and hurried back to his seat? He was practically in tears at the moment. Why is it so hard to say I'm sorry to Gu Xiaobei? Although Ji Ling Tian had helped himself to Zhu Ziru, Gu Xiaobei still had nothing good to say about him. Seeing that Gu Xiaobei didn't care about herself, Ji Ling Tian ignored her as well, holding that airplane pilot's guide and reading it. He's booked and will be practicing on site in a few days. I heard there's an airplane piloting contest in a while, so if it goes well, maybe he can go to that too. The day went by, kind of calmly. Linny now had no face to meet anyone, so of course she wouldn't come back to Shengli. And Qin Yuner also returned to the school today, to report to Professor Su about the situation of the exceptional students found in Shengli, so that they could discuss the next step together. Gu Xiaobei walked towards the school entrance after school, and although he and Ji Ling Tian went one after the other, neither of them paid attention to the other. At this moment, Ji Ling Tian received a WeChat from Bai Wenjing. Bai Wenjing, baby, today, Li's mom made delicious Kobe beef and Alaskan deep sea cod. You bring Xiaobei obediently back together to eat Ji Ling Tian, not with Bai Wenjing, humph, don't come back without you, and I'm going to complain to Brother Cold. Ji Ling Tian was simply furious. Why was his mom treating Gu Xiaobei better than she was treating him? He would rather be kicked out of the house than take Gu Xiaobei back for dinner. Just then, a person suddenly rushed out from the crowd and blocked Gu Xiaobei's path. It turned out to be Gu Yuran. With red eyes, she grabbed Gu Xiaobei's sleeve and said, Sister, will you just come home? Do you know how worried Dad and I have been the last few days you've been outside? Oh, worried? Gu Xiaobei coldly shook off her hand. A few days ago, weren't you two the ones who kicked me out? Sister, don't say such things. No matter what, we are all family. You go back quickly, okay? Gu Xiaobei ignored her and walked straight ahead. Sister, Gu Yuran cried again. Dad hasn't slept well for days. He just doesn't know where you live. He's really worried about you. Just come home. Do you want me to get down on my knees and beg you to do that? Gu Yuran said, and with a clench of her teeth, she literally knelt on the ground. School was now out and there were many students on the road. When she did that, Everyone would point fingers at Gu Xiaobei, saying that she was not affectionate and that her heart was cold. Gu Yuran was trying to morally kidnap Gu Xiaobei, but Gu Xiaobei was still unmoved. And to Gu Yuran's surprise, not many people cared about this matter of her kneeling down either, because everyone's attention was drawn to the Ferrari at the door. This Ferrari has smooth lines and pulling colors and is expensive and good looking. My god, isn't that the Ferrari that was auctioned off in California just a few days ago? Rumored to be worth tens of millions of dollars. Asterisk. Who was so rich? Chang got out of the car amidst the whispers of the crowd. He was wearing a silk shirt with a bit of a casual touch today, still with 2 buttons unbuttoned and the cuffs casually pulled up, leaning against the car door and picking at his own sunglasses. Wow, so handsome. God, it's really handsome. My god, it feels like he's even more handsome than Xiao 11. Only Xiao Ji is a bit more handsome than him, but Ji Xiao is so much more icy than him. Oh, look at his smile. It's really so nice. There was a florid squeal from the girls gathered around. Those girls all darted towards Chang Wuan, wanting to take a closer look at this handsome and rich boy. Gu Xiaobei, however, had already dodged through the crowd and walked out of the school from the corner. Chang hooked his lips and said to a girl, "Classmate, is there a good-looking girl in your school with the surname Gu?" Although Chang was interested in Gu Xiaobei, he only wanted to have fun, and for a while he only remembered her surname Gu, but forgot what her name was. That female classmate was so excited that she was on the verge of passing out because Chang Wuan was talking to him. A student named Gu? And good-looking? Gu Yuran froze for a moment. Chang Xiao should be here to see her. It must be that Chang Xiao had left an impression on her last time at the banquet, and she's the schoolgirl of St. Lee's. Her last name is Gu and she's good-looking, so she must be the one. That female classmate also looked over in her direction and suppressed her excitement. Yes, you're looking for our school beauty, right? Schoolgirl? Chang raised his eyebrows. Gu Xiaobei looked so pretty. She should be the school flower. Right, it's your schoolgirl. Once she heard this, Gu Yuran was even more certain. She hurriedly climbed up, dusted her body, lowered her head and pursed her lips, and took small steps towards Cheng Wuan with a shy look. Chang Xiao, she cupped her voice and shouted. Wow, so this guy is the famous Cheng Xiao. Oh my god, Gu Yuran actually even knows young Chang. So envious. Chang Xiao, are you here to pick me up from school? Gu Yuran enjoyed this feeling of being in the limelight and extended her hand towards Cheng Wuan. Let's go. Chapter 104, Choose him or me? Gu Yuran raised her chin in triumph. She used her most confident, best-looking smile on Chang Wuan. The female students next to them were looking at the two of them with envious faces. Yuran and Chang Xiao are so well-matched. Yeah, they're both so good-looking, so envious. And Yuran's still the school flower. Of course, only a schoolgirl can be worthy of young Chang. Gu Yuran had a pouty face and wanted to go over and hug Cheng Wuan's arm. Ever since Gu Xiaobei had come to Shangli, she hadn't been this scenic for a long time. Who would have thought that Cheng Wuan would have chilled his face and yelled at the chattering classmates? Are you all blind? That he and Gu Yuran are a good match? He felt sick at the sight of this girl scratching her head in front of him. He's seen a lot of women like this who actively lean on him and flirt with him every day. And if they're pretty enough, he's still interested in playing with them. But he's been out of the country for so many years. What kind of pretty women haven't he seen? Gu Yuran's little bit of poise was just too scanty in his opinion. He was still interested in the kind of person who was cool and lonely and beautiful and cold. It's not you. Chang Wana casually pushed Gu Yuran to keep her away. It's the one who was with you that day. That sister or younger sister of yours. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and meticulously wiped his fingers, as if even touching Gu Yuran just now was a disgusting and dirty thing to him. Gu Yuran's eyes instantly reddened. Chang Xiao. She felt as if she had been slapped hard. Those classmates who had just envied her were now casting contemptuous glances at her. Gu Yuran is also too self-absorbed. Still thought that the other Chang Xiao was here to find her. Now it's a slap in the face. Ha 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 ha. It's really too embarrassing. If it were me, I would simply die. I don't know. The person that Mr. Chang is looking for. Is it Gu Xiaobei? I remember that Gu Xiaobei is Gu Yuran's sister. I seem to remember that too. But a few days ago someone seemed to say that the Gu family found out that Gu Xiaobei was an imposter and kicked her out. Yeah. Wasn't there an old lady who came to cause trouble a while ago? As if she said Gu Xiaobei was her granddaughter. Gu Xiaobei can't really be a country bumpkin. Wasn't she supposed to be? Your first day of school? Don't care if they're bumpkins. At least they're good looking. And now Chang Xiao has his eye on her. That's right. Listening to these words, Gu Yuran was simply speechless. And in her heart, her hatred for Gu Xiaobei grew deeper and deeper. Because of Gu Xiaobei's appearance, all those things that used to belong to her had disappeared. The envy of her classmates, the boys' favoritism, and the teacher's regard now all went to Gu Xiaobei. Chang Wana gave her a cold look. What are you still doing here? Why don't you go find that girl for me? And at this moment, Gu Xiaobei was completely unaware of what was happening over here, just leaning under a tree at the school's main entrance, fiddling with his cell phone with his head down. One of her legs was bent up and stepped on the tree. The straightened one was thin and long, and the sunlight beat down from between the thin leaves, bringing a few bits of warmth to the cold, rather than accentuating her valor and good looks. Beaver, boss. Someone has placed an order naming the Wanderer to investigate 007. Beaver didn't know she was 007, but she was a Wanderer, and Beaver still knew it. Gu Xiaobei, who? Little Beaver, Chang family's young master. Chang Wuan, offered $100 million, but boss, 007 is so mysterious. No one has ever found out anything about her. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled coldly. This Chang Wuan is really thoughtful. Let the Wanderer check 007? That's good. Who else, under the sun, would know 007's whereabouts better than the Wanderer? Gu Xiaobei, $1 billion and I'll take it. It just so happens that Dark Sky is short of money lately, and Chang Wana is sending it to her door, so she doesn't want it for nothing. Beaver, okay boss, but boss, what if we can't find out? Gu Xiaobei, I have an idea. Let's pit him for a sum first. Beaver, ha 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 ha, good one boss. That's the way to pit this kind of dirt money. If Chang Wana, who has always relied on his good looks and noble temperament, sees the 3 words of the civets dirt money, he will probably be angry. At this time, no one at the school gate knew who saw Gu Xiaobei and hurriedly pointed in her direction. Isn't that Gu Xiaobei? Chang Wana also looked this way. Sure enough, although Gu Xiaobei didn't dress up today, she wore her simple sweater and jeans in a way that ordinary girls simply couldn't. The valor was so extreme that the coldness couldn't cover her heart-catching beauty. Chang Wandering hung his sunglasses on his collar, crashing his shirt collar down a little more, revealing his nice collarbone. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he walked towards Gu Xiaobei with his hands in his pockets. Gu Xiaobei looked up after replying to the message, and suddenly realized that a group of people were walking towards him in great numbers. Oh, come on, here comes the dirtbag himself. Gu Xiaobei's eyes were clear and cold as she watched Cheng Wuan approach towards her. Gu Yuran clenched her teeth in anger on the sidelines. Didn't this Gu Xiaobei act like she wasn't interested in Chang Xiao at the banquet that day? She knew it. This Gu Xiaobei was just trying to refuse. She's deliberately using tactics. What a heartbreaker. Chang Wana walked over to her, looked at her condescendingly, and cocked his head. Go. He had never been much of a hothead when it came to women. Where to? Gu Xiaobei laughed lightly. Newly bought Ferrari. Take you for a ride. Chang Wana didn't think about whether Gu Xiaobei would reject him at all and directly stretched out his hand towards her. Right at this moment, Ji Ling Tian, who had originally planned to leave straight away, also walked over. Gu Xiaobei, follow me. He spoke in a deep voice, and the crowd instantly boiled over. Oh my god, it's Ji Xiao and Chang Xiao robbing people together. Aha, this Gu Xiaobei is also too lucky. If it were me, I'd definitely go with. Well, don't even think about it. It won't be you. Ji Ling Tian stepped over, his eyes deep. Gu Xiaobei, didn't we agree to go to my house for dinner tonight? If it were anyone else, at this moment, they would only be fainting in happiness. Go to Ji Xiao's house for dinner. One must know that even the 3 remaining schoolboys rarely had this kind of treatment, and there had never been a female classmate of Say Li's who could enter Ji Xiao's house. Chang sneered. Is Ji Xiao planning to snatch someone from me again? Ji Ling Tian raised his eyes coldly. I was the one who made the appointment first. Good. Chang Wana lifted his chin. Then let this Gu Xiaobei choose for herself. Chang Wuan and Ji Ling Tian both stood in front of Gu Xiaobei, their gazes colliding, their eyes filled with coldness and killing intent. Chapter 105, $1 billion. So many of the female students gathered around covered their mouths to keep from screaming out. Gu Xiaobei was also too lucky to be seen by both Zhang Xiao and Ji Xiao at the same time. It's so jealous. Gu Yuran on the side was simply so angry that she spat out blood. Why should all the good luck be Gu Xiaobei's? However, Gu Xiaobei had a cloudy face. Looking at her like this, for some reason, Chang Wuan's heart was suddenly rubbed. At this moment, Gu Xiaobei inexplicably looked a bit like Jishu, but Jishu didn't have the coldness that she did. It was an open secret that Chang Wana liked Jishu, except that Jishu was notoriously difficult to deal with. Once upon a time, someone said to him, Chang Xiao, you can sleep with a popular male celebrity even if you want to, but Jishu, I really can't handle it. Cheng didn't know where this familiar feeling he had came from, but since this Gu Xiaobei had given him this feeling, he would be even more unlikely to let go. There's a new jewelry store in Empire Plaza. Together? By the way, go check out the new bags. Cheng raised his eyebrows. Isn't that what women like? Gu Xiaobei let out a laugh. Good. Gu Xiaobei actually chose Cheng Xiao? Awa, she made her choice so easily. My Ji Xiao is so pitiful. Ooh, Ji Xiao chose me. I do. My male god was rejected? Gu Xiaobei really doesn't know what's good for him, so what's it going to be? Are you going to be happy when she promises you boyhood? Seems like it too. Oh. Gu Xiaobei and Shang Xiao must be together. Leave my male god to me. Cheng laughed and threw a smug look at Ji Tian before he was about to grab Gu Xiaobei's hand and leave. However, Gu Xiaobei dodged to the side, avoiding his touch, and walked herself in the direction of the Ferrari. In fact, she wasn't really interested in shopping with Cheng Wuan, but she couldn't help but laugh when she saw Ji Tian's deflated appearance. Let you rumorize about me every day. Ji Tian was practically spitting blood from Gu Xiaobei's anger. Is she blind? Shang. Couldn't he afford to give her what she wanted? Didn't Bai Wenjing give her 100 million? Did she still not spend enough? Ji Lingweather turned around and left, never wanting to care about Gu Xiaobei again. As she watched Gu Xiaobei get into Cheng Wuan's car, Gu Yuren's eyes twinkled and suddenly thought of an idea. She ran toward the Ferrari. Chang Xiao. Wait. She twisted and ran a few steps and stopped in front of Chang Wana. Sister, Dad misses you and wants to call you back for dinner. You haven't been home for a few days. Dad is worried about you. Gu Yuran said again to Gu Xiaobei in the co-pilot. Gu Xiaobei pressed the button and closed the window. Gu Yuran's face stiffened with anger, but she took a deep breath and turned her head to look at Chang Wuan again. Smiling coyly, Chang Xiao, my dad really misses my sister. Why don't you go to my house for dinner with my sister? My dad is surely very happy that he will be seeing you. Chang Xiao, too. This kind of good opportunity to be alone with Chang Wuan, Gu Yuran wouldn't give it up to Gu Xiaobei alone. She wants a piece of the action. Who knew that Chang Wana, however, coldly hooked her lips, sizing her up from head to toe, and said, you guys are also worthy? After saying that, Chang Wuan directly got into the car and coldly looked at Gu Yuran who was blocking the front and said, if you don't get out of the way I'm going to crash. Chang Wuan stepped on the gas with one foot, and the roar of the engine startled Gu Yuran, who took 2 steps back and fell to the ground at once. Ha ha, this Gu Yuran is really out of her depth. That's right, she actually invited Chang Sha to her house. She doesn't even think about it. Chang's family is in the imperial capital. What kind of rank is that? Chu Xinjing came over and helped Gu Yuran up. Yuran, don't be angry. That Gu Xiaobei is just good at hooking up with men. Chang Xiao just hasn't seen through her real identity yet. Wait until Chang Xiao knows that she's an imposter, and she'll die without even knowing how. She's just a country bumpkin. Does she really fantasize that Chang Xiao will like her? Gu Yuran softly opened her mouth. Xin Jing. Don't say that. No matter what, Dad and I treat my sister as family. Yuran, you and Uncle are just too kind. Not far away, Ji Tian watched as Chang Wuan's car carried Gu Xiaobei's car away, narrowing his eyes slightly. He knew in his heart what kind of person Chang Wuan was. He originally didn't want to care about Gu Xiaobei, but within a few steps of walking out, he gritted his teeth again and sent a text message to Bai Wenjing. Jillian, I invited her. She's not going. Bai Wenjing, how can that be? Doesn't Xiaobei obediently not want me? Ji Tian, how do I know? I asked anyway. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. He knew that Gu Xiaobei and Bai Wenjing were very close, and if he didn't listen to him, he should always listen to Bai Wenjing. A little while later, Gu Xiaobei, who was sitting on the passenger side, received a message from Bai Wenjing. Bai Wenjing, Xiaobei boy, come and have dinner with me tonight. I'm not happy if you don't come. The corner of Gu Xiaobei's mouth slowly hooked up. Gu Xiaobei, then wait for me for a while. I'll be there in a while. Bai Wenjing, too good. Xiaobei good boy. I'll wait for you at home. Oh. Cheng inclined his head and saw Gu Xiaobei smiling happily. His heart was moved again. Her smile at the moment didn't carry coldness. It felt more like Ji Shu. He reached out, wanting to hold Gu Xiaobei's hand. Gu Xiaobei jerked to the side and gave way. The corner of her mouth hooked in a cold arc as she said with a smile, Chang Xiao wouldn't think that, without buying anything, she could take advantage of me. Ha! Cheng let out a laugh and stepped on the gas even deeper. He thought Gu Xiaobei was some kind of Puritan, but it turned out that she was just like those women, just valuing things in money. But it doesn't matter. The last thing he needs is money. Imperial Plaza was the busiest shopping center in the imperial capital, and ordinary people didn't even have the qualifications to enter this place. Cheng directly led Gu Xiaobei up to the 3rd floor, where there was an entire floor of jewelry stores. Gu Xiaobei casually pointed to a store. I want to go there. Cheng's eyes sank. It was one of the most expensive jewelry stores in Imperial Plaza, and even the most ordinary ring cost $10 million. But in order to take down Gu Xiaobei, he was willing to shed some blood. He took Gu Xiaobei along with him and headed that way. Gu Xiaobei slowly hooked her lips. She had gotten the news before that a new batch of jewelry had come from Princess today, and there was a string of turquoise sea and starry sky necklaces that were particularly suitable for Bai Wenjing. At this moment, someone called Chang Wuan. After glancing at the caller ID, Changwana said to Gu Xiaobei. Go over there yourself first. I'll take a call and come over to swipe your card later. Gu Xiaobei didn't worry that he would run away and was not willing to hang out with him. So she nodded. Young master. Changwan picked up the phone and heard the person on the other side say. Yuzi's side wrote back, saying that he can take the order, but he wants $1 billion. Chapter 106, The Difference of $7 million? $1 billion? Cheng's face sank for a moment. This swimmer really has the nerve to make an offer. He knew that the price of the international top hackers are not cheap, but there is a 30 to 50 million is not a lot. He gave 100 million has been very affordable to the swimmer. She actually opened the mouth as 1 billion? Young master, what do we do? Even if the Cheng family was a large family, this $1 billion was not a small amount. Cheng gritted his teeth and said, 1 billion is 1 billion. You talk to Yuzi. I can give the money, but if she can't find out 007's whereabouts, when the time comes, I don't care how mysterious she is. I'll dig up the ground and find her and kill her. Yes, young master. At this time, Gu Xiaobei also received a message from Little Beaver. Little Beaver, boss. Cheng Wandering has promised $1 billion. $1 billion, boss. Gu Xiaobei, got it. You take out $100 million and give everyone a bonus. Beaver, love the boss the most. Beaver was so excited he was on the verge of tears. It's really so happy to be adopted by the boss. Cheng Wuan hasn't come back yet, presumably calling someone to find a way to raise money. After all, it is $1 billion. Even Cheng Wandering also need to dispatch a little. It is impossible to say take out immediately. Gu Xiaobei swept the jewelry in the counter, none of which were satisfactory. The jewelry is nice, but the design is not colorful enough and the materials used are not top-notch. A slightly older sales clerk looked her over from head to toe and rolled her eyes in contempt. This saleswoman surnamed Lu. Everyone calls her Sister Lu. She is relying on the relationship of her husband's uncle to come in as a saleswoman, because she used to sell clothes in the mall, so she can see at a glance whether what the guests are wearing is worth it or not. She is cold with customers who don't seem to have any money, and extra patient with those who seem to have money. Are you buying it or not? She had an impatient look on her face. Gu Xiaobei raised his head and pointed to the display case behind him. Bring that string of necklaces over for me to take a look. Sister Lu rolled her eyes and said, that's our VIP showcase. Just about anything costs more than $80 million. What if you look at it and break it? What? Your family's things are set out and you're not allowed to see them? Gu Xiaobei half narrowed his eyes, a coldness spreading out in all directions. Sister Lu snorted coldly. If everyone looks at it, then we shouldn't do anything else every day. We also have to perform alright. If you can't afford it, don't delay me here. Just then Sister Lu suddenly saw a man outside walking over. She hurriedly raised her smiling face and waved to the visitor. Miss Chi, we have a few new arrivals of jewelry at our home. Very suitable for you. Come and take a look. A woman nodded and walked over on her heels. A young sales clerk standing in the corner saw that Gu Xiaobei was ignored, so she carefully walked over and whispered, Miss, may I ask what you need? Let me serve you. Gu Xiaobei nodded. I want to see that string of necklaces. Little Li. Sister Lu snarled in a chokehold. I'm telling you, you don't want any cat or dog to show them our VIP exhibits. If it looks bad by then, you'll just have to wait for it. Xiaoli cringed a bit. It looked like Sister Lu usually bullied her a lot. After yelling, Sister Lu walked towards the new customer. This person was Qi Mingyue, a regular customer of theirs, coming here every 2 or 3 months to buy $10 or $20 million worth of stuff. Sister Lu's performance this month depends on Qi Mingyue. While Sister Lu and Qi Mingyue were talking, Xiaoli whispered to Gu Xiaobei, please wait a moment. I'll go get it for you now. She actually thought that Gu Xiaobei shouldn't be able to afford the things inside the display case. But if you can't afford it, can't you just look at it? Every little girl loves beautiful jewelry. Just because she can't afford it today doesn't mean she won't be able to afford it later. Maybe after she looks at this necklace, she'll go back and study and work harder so that she can afford it later. Li opened the display case and carefully held the necklace out. The necklace reflected glittering light under the light. The main stone of this necklace of blue sea stars is a sapphire, 20 carats, next to a circle of deep sea pearls, with an exceptionally good color, a very moist light and a gentle look. In the center there are also diamonds, which glow brightly in the light, but do not overpower the light of the sapphires and pearls, symbolizing the stars in the night sky. This necklace complements Bai Wenjing's temperament. She will love it. Gu Xiaobei looked at it carefully. I have to say, this necklace and the design is still very similar. The color of this piece of sapphire is also very good. It is worthy of being mined from the deep mines in Africa. Waste 20 tons of raw materials to select such a piece. Try it on for me. Gu Xiaobei said. Yes ma'am. Xiaoli responded. That's a beautiful necklace. But before Xiaoli could pick up the necklace, Qi Mingyue suddenly squeezed over. Sister Lu hurriedly came over and squeezed Xiaoli to the back. Ms. She, you have a good eye. This is our new product for this season. It just arrived today. Really? Then give it a try. I'm sorry, miss, Lee said. This necklace was seen by this lady first. She hasn't tried it on yet. Can you get in line? Queuing? Chi Mingyue glanced at Gu Xiaobei and rolled her eyes disdainfully. Your store really allows any cat or dog to enter now. This kind of person also tries it on, not afraid of tainting this string of necklaces designed by Su Xing's own hands. Ms. Chi, you are too good. You actually knew that this necklace was designed by Su Xing. Sister Lu hurriedly praised. Chi Mingyue stalked her neck. Of course, I'm very knowledgeable about jewelry. Su Xing's designs have always liked to use the starry sky and the sea as a theme. This necklace was designed by her half a year ago, and it said that just the design alone was sold for $30 million. Ms. Chi, you are amazing. This necklace matches your temperament so well. I will try it on for you. Sister Lu. Xiaoli wanted to say something else, but Sister Lu pushed her hard. Get lost. Don't bother me here. Chi Mingyue stretched her neck and said with a showy face. And Su Xing even met at the design competition. Yes? Gu Xiaobei let out a light laugh. How come I don't know? You bumpkin still know everything? Chi Mingyue rolled her eyes. Don't you get in the way here. Tarnishing Su Xing's design. I can't even afford to pay for it if I sell you. So what you're saying is that you can afford this necklace? Gu Xiaobei half narrowed her eyes. 3 parts cold, 7 parts sneer. Chi Mingyue was too disliked by her to say anything. Looking at Sister Lu, who was holding the necklace to try it on her, she coughed twice and said a little unnaturally, how much is this necklace? $270 million. You are a member of our store. You can discount 99%, a total of $267,300,000. And after buying, you will be honored as our store's Diamond VIP. We must know that this necklace on the gemstone is extremely precious. This price, really special bargain. The corner of Chi Mingyue's mouth twitched. At a 99% discount, it's $2. 7 million cheaper. Is she missing the 7 million? She's missing the 260 million. Chapter 107. I'll buy it myself if you don't want to. Ms. Chi, let me try it on for you? Sister Lu said with a longing face. If Chi Mingyue really bought this necklace, she wouldn't have to worry about her performance this year. Chi Mingyue hesitated. After all, the greatness had been blown out of proportion. If she said she couldn't afford it again, where would she put her face? But it was over $200 million, and she really couldn't afford to take it out. The most expensive jewelry she usually bought was 20 million. Sister Lu smiled and said, I remember that you, Miss Chi, are also very knowledgeable about jewelry design and have even designed your own jewelry and participated in competitions. Yeah, last year, I participated in the same competition as Su Xing. Seeing that Sister Lu changed the topic, Chi Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Then you're too good. Ms. Chi. Su Xing was a top designer in the jewelry design industry, and one of her designs had once sold for as much as $500 million at the most. But Su Xing had high requirements for gemstones, and she wouldn't sell her designs without a particularly good gemstone for her jewelry, and she often travels to other places to personally participate in gemstone mining, so the speed at which she produces designs is very slow, sometimes not even one a year. Gu Xiaobei let out a light laugh. The corners of his mouth hooked with a three-quarter chill as he leaned against the counter, listening to Sister Lu blowing Chi Mingyue's rainbow farts. Su Xing even complimented me for being knowledgeable about design. Chi Mingyue thought to herself that none of the people present knew Su Xing anyway, so she casually bragged about it. Who would have known that she just got a spectator ticket for that match and was so very, very far away from Su Xing that she didn't even get a good look at what color dress she was wearing yet. Hearing this, Gu Xiaobei almost laughed out loud. This Chi Mingyue is really blowing awesome without a draft. Sister Lu gouged her fiercely and smiled fawningly at Chi Mingyue again. I've heard that the design world takes pride in owning a necklace designed by Su Xing herself. You like this necklace so much and you have a destiny with this necklace, so why don't you just buy it? Chi Mingyue did not expect Sister Lu to turn around and turn back to the necklace. Her face immediately sank, and she did not say a word. Gu Xiaobei's cell phone ding-donged. She picked it up and glanced at it. It was an incoming alert from her bank card. It seems that this Chang Wana is really a rich man, and he has put together $1 billion so quickly. Ms. Chi, don't you want to try it on? Sister Lu urged again. Just then, Chi Mingyue suddenly saw a long-built man walking over. Chang Xiao. Her eyes were glowing. Chang wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. He had a memory of this woman, it seemed, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Chi Mingyue hurriedly ran over and said, Chang Xiao, why are you here too? I haven't seen you for a while since the last banquet at my uncle's house. Your uncle? Yes, young Chang. My uncle is Lu Haishang. It was only then that Chang Wana remembered. The Lu family wasn't considered too powerful, a powerful family in the imperial city, but Lu Haisheng had been obsessed with opening up the overseas market over the years, and Shang Wuan had had quite a lot of business dealings with him over the past few years while he was out there, and Lu Haisheng had helped him a lot abroad. So for the Lu family, Chang Wuan was still polite. As soon as Qi Mingyue saw that Chang Wuan had remembered, she was instantly happy. Chang Wuan has a big family and has never been lavish with money for the women he likes. Earlier at the banquet, she had even spoken to Chang Wuan and left her phone number, not realizing that Chang Wuan had not contacted her at all. Luckily I met again today. That's probably what it's all about. After all, Sister Lu had been in sales for many years and saw through Qi Mingyue's intentions with a glance. She hurriedly smiled and said, "Miss Qi, this gentleman's vision is good at first glance. Why don't we let him help you see if this necklace suits your temperament?" "Ah, yes." Qi Mingyue happily walked over and lifted her chin, allowing Sister Lu to try it on her. Chang walked over to Gu Xiaobei and said, "Have you chosen?" "Well," Gu Xiaobei slowly hooked her lips. "Just this one." She pointed at the necklace that Sister Lu was holding and was about to put on Qi Mingyue's neck. Everyone in the room froze. Sister Lu looked at Gu Xiaobei incredulously, and Qi Mingyue looked dazedly at the duo who were talking. What's going on? Why would Chang Xiao know this girl? Chang Xiao came over today. Is he accompanying this girl for shopping? Chang Xiao's eyes sank and he wrinkled his brows. Bring it here. How could Qi Mingyue dare to grab something with Chang Wana? She only watched as Sister Lu brought that necklace in front of Gu Xiaobei again. How much? Chang asked while reaching for his card. The smile on Sister Lu's face was almost full. $270 million. You really have a good eye. Sir, $270 million? Chang's movement to take the card paused for a moment. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to give up. In order to take down Gu Xiaobei, although spending more than 200 million would be a pain in the flesh for him, it wasn't completely unacceptable. However, he had only just given Yuzi $1 billion, which had already drained the company's recent liquidity. So where would he get another 200 million or so to go now? He's got less than $50 million on his card right now. Originally thought that Gu Xiaobei is a country girl. I guess I can't want much expensive things. $30 to $40 million can coax her very happy. How do I know that she directly looked at the treasure of the town store? Don't want to give up? Gu Xiaobei gave a crooked smile. How come? Chang Wana hooked his lips in a smile. I just think this necklace is too mature and doesn't fit well with your temperament. But I just like this one. Gu Xiaobei gently hooked her lips and took out a card from her pocket. Since Chang Xiao doesn't want to part with it, I'll just buy it myself. Everyone present looked at Gu Xiaobei with disbelief. $270 million. In her condition, she shouldn't be able to come up with $27,000. Chang Wana's face was suddenly very ugly. For the first time in his life, the Imperial Chang Xiao was ridiculed for not having money. Qi Mingyue laughed coldly. Oh, you are dreaming. Did you hear clearly? It's $270 million, not $270. Do you have that much money in this card? She didn't believe that Gu Xiaobei, who looked like a student, could come up with so much money at once. Sister Lu was a bit hesitant, wondering if she should go and help swipe the card. After all, it wouldn't take much to swipe the card, and in case if she did, she'd be able to withdraw $2 million. But what if she couldn't brush it off and she offended Qi Mingyue and Chang Xiao? While she was hesitating, Gu Xiaobei looked at Xiaoli and said, "Where to check out?" Xiaoli froze for a moment, then stammered, "We have a credit card machine right here in the store." "Miss you wait a moment." Qi Mingyue wasn't going to leave either, so she leaned to the side and waited to see Gu Xiaobei hit his face. Oh, she's definitely here to play hard to get. I guess I was trying to sneak out at first while the sales clerk took her to swipe her card, not realizing that there was a card machine right in the store. Chapter 108. Chang Wu is not reckless. You're not planning on leaving. Are you planning to run away after pretending? Qi Mingyue watched Gu Xiaobei move his feet and immediately sneered. Gu Xiaobei, however, was too lazy to care about her and just looked around the store casually. The necklace was expensive, but she, as the designer, was able to take a cut from the middle, so in the end, it was probably just over 100 million. The sapphires and deep-sea pearls and diamonds inlaid on this are top-notch, and over $100 million for these isn't a bad deal. A minute later, Li returned with the card in hand, his whole body wobbly on its feet. Qi Mingyue snorted. How about that? Didn't brush it off. Xiaoli glanced at her, then respectfully returned the card to Gu Xiaobei with both hands, saying, "Miss, this is your small ticket. Please keep it. $270 million has been swiped successfully. Thank you for your visit. I'll help you wrap the necklace." What? Both Sister Lu and Qi Mingyue were incredulous enough to voice their questions. Even Chang Wana wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at Gu Xiaobei. Isn't she a country bumpkin? And she was kicked out by Gu Igua. Where did she get so much money? Sister Lu was the first to react and hurriedly took the necklace. Miss, I'll wrap it up for you right away. You are the most honored guest of our store. Please sit down a little. Let her wrap it. Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. I'm too dirty for you to wrap it. Sister Lu's movements froze for a moment, but she didn't dare to offend such a big customer, and could only watch as Li took the necklace. 2 million in commission. She wouldn't get paid that much for years of work. Xiao Li helped Gu Xiaobei pack the necklace and respectfully handed it to her. Miss, this is your diamond VIP card. Welcome to your next visit. Gu Xiaobei nodded slightly and took the things over. Chang Wandering's face was so hard that he could almost wring out iron. His dark eyes were filled with coldness, and when they fell on Gu Xiaobei's body, they almost froze a layer of frost. If it was someone else being looked at by Chang Wuan like this, they would probably be scared to death. However, Gu Xiaobei just shook the thing in her hand and tilted her head to give Chang Wuan an easy smile. Chang Xiao, next time don't learn from others to pick up girls if you don't have money. With that, she turned and walked away. Her pace brisk, abominable. Chang Wandering gritted his teeth fiercely and clenched his right hand into a fist. He, Chang, had never been toyed with and ridiculed like this in his life. Shi Mingyue came up when she saw this, cupping her throat and letting out a laugh. Chang Xiao, this woman is too ungrateful. She actually dares to mock you for not having any money. She doesn't look at it either. In the entire imperial capital, there are a few that can compare to you. As she said that, her hand wanted to take Chang Wuan's arm and climb up along to touch his pecs. If she could fall for Chang Wuan, she wouldn't have to worry for the rest of her life. However, Chang Wuan gritted his teeth fiercely and directly shook off her hand. Chang Xiao. Shi Mingyue was thrown off by Chang Wuan and fell to the ground, her elbow hitting the ground, causing her to grimace in pain, almost thinking that her bones were broken. Chang Wanders tugged at his tie grumpily, the corner of his mouth picking up a cold smile, his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. Very well, Gu Xiaobei, I'll remember your name. If at first Chang Wuan just wanted to toy with Gu Xiaobei, but now, he was really interested in Gu Xiaobei, because this woman, she was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Gu Xiaobei carried the necklace's box at a brisk pace and sent a message to Bai Wenjing. Bai Wenjing, Xiaobei boy, how come you haven't come? I miss you so much. Oh, you're almost there. Tell me. Oh, I let Li Ma start cooking, otherwise it will not be good if it gets cold. Gu Xiaobei, okay, I'll leave now. You guys eat first, no need to wait for me. Bai Wenjing, it's okay, the baby isn't back yet anyway. Are you guys together? Ji Ling Tian didn't go back either? Gu Xiaobei raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't think much of it. She sent a tweet to Beaver. Gu Xiaobei, in Princess, there was a salesperson named Lu, fired her, and there was a young salesperson named Li, promoted her. Beaver, okay boss. These people simply didn't know that many of the stores in Imperial Plaza had Gu Xiaobei's shares, including, of course, this princess jewelry store. Gu Xiaobei put away his cell phone and walked forward quickly. After all, he had asked Bai Wenjing to have dinner with him, and it wasn't good to go too late. Gu Xiaobei hurried out of the Imperial Plaza and stood in front of the door ready to take a taxi. She didn't realize that not far behind her, Chang Wuan was looking at her with a grim smile, his eyes flashing with an icy cold light. But the people who come to Imperial Plaza basically come by car, so it's not a good idea to take a cab. Gu Xiaobei had been standing here for 5 minutes now and still hadn't gotten a cab. Just as she picked up her cell phone and was about to send a message to Beaver, asking her to drive over to pick herself up, a car suddenly whizzed by and stopped directly in front of her. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes, but in the blink of an eye, a man instantly came over and took a step forward to close in on her. She took a step back and her back hit the car door. Chang reached out and pressed his hand on the car door, circling Gu Xiaobei into his arms. The corners of his mouth slowly quirked up as he pressed a button and the top of the car slowly retracted. At this point, the car door was only up to Gu Xiaobei's waist, and as long as Chang Wuan pressed further forward and gave Gu Xiaobei a hard push, she would fall into the car. Some of the passing cars looked this way, but all thought it was a young couple flirting in public and didn't care. Chang was very close to Gu Xiaobei at the moment, and the fresh scent of her body, if any, had already drifted into his nostrils. Gu Xiaobei, you're a bit interesting. Chang's voice was low and hoarse as he raised his eyes to look at her. Gu Xiaobei smiled coolly, his eyes cold. The woman I have my eye on has never escaped from my hands, and if you feel that lure won't work, I can force it. Chang Wan gritted his teeth and moved a few more points closer to Gu Xiaobei. But tonight, you must become my woman. Just now at Princess, Gu Xiaobei had really angered him. This evil fire in his heart had to be drowned out by Gu Xiaobei tonight. He tugged hard on his tie, already thinking about what position he would use with Gu Xiaobei tonight. Gu Xiaobei lowered her eyes and faintly swept a glance at him. Chang Wana, this man is good looking, so in a moment, would it be better to break his right hand, or simply fracture his left leg? Just in the second Gu Xiaobei was thinking, a car suddenly slammed into him. Chang Wanna's newly purchased car was severely cut and rubbed. He looked up, opened his mouth before he could curse out, was grabbed by the wrist and thrown backward severely. Shang Reek, it's not because you have a wanton in your name that you can really be wanton. Chapter 109, Fighting. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and looked at Jiling Tian who was standing in front of her. Even on her own, she could easily solve Chang Wuan, and she wouldn't let him get away with it. But the moment Jiling Tian rushed over and angrily shook off Chang Wuan, her heart suddenly felt a little warmth. For so many years, she licked blood at the tip of the knife, walking on thin ice, thought she had cultivated a heart as steel, but this second, actually had a few moments of emotion. The fine sunlight spilled out and landed all over Jiling Tian, who looked coldly at Chang Wuan with a few moments of sulkiness. Chang Wuan was thrown by him and stumbled. After stabilizing himself, he laughed coldly and reached out to wipe the corner of his mouth. What does Ji Xiao mean by this? It means what you see. The gazes of Jiling Tian and Chang Wuan collided in midair, like two ice prawns sputtering with cold light. Chang nodded while sneering, pointing at Gu Xiaobei. So, for the sake of a woman, Ji Xiao, you've crossed me several times? Taking people from my house doesn't count, and now you come to crash my car. Is Ji Xiao deliberately trying to punch me in the face? The Chang family had also been doing very well in the imperial capital over the years, and aside from the four great families, the Chang family was basically considered to be the premier existence. What's more, the remaining three of the four great families, with the exception of the Ji family, had long since stopped showing up much, and the Chang family had been riveted these past few years trying to squeeze the Ji family out. If you continue to pester Gu Xiaobei, I'll hit more than just your face. Jiling Tian's voice was icy cold. Ha, who is she to call Ji Xiao so defensive? Chang's words asked Jiling Tian. In the heat of the moment, his earlobes were still quietly red, but he was misunderstood by Gu Xiaobei when he admitted that he liked her in the afternoon, and he wouldn't admit it again now no matter what. But how to explain it all? He was obviously so angry that he didn't want to care about her, but he still came to Imperial Plaza, and when he saw Chang Wuan pestering her, his brain was so hot that he drove his car and crashed over. Because she's my mom's tutor, Jiling Tian said in a clear and cold voice. Gu Xiaobei in the back couldn't help it and let out a light laugh. Chang was so angry that he clenched his teeth. Who doesn't know that Jiling Tian's mom, Bai Wenjing, is famously confused throughout the imperial capital? Ji Xiao make up reasons a little better. Just like your mom, do you need a tutor? Chang Wanna's lungs were about to explode. The first time, Jiling Tian took Gu Xiaobei away from his house, saying that he wanted to copy her homework. This one time, it's actually possible to even say something like she's a ing tutor? Ing governess. Damn you. Jiling Tian slammed his fist on his face. Dare to curse me? You're living out of your mind. Chang Wanna's face was askew. The corner of his mouth cracked and blood oozed out. Looking at the imperial capital, who isn't calling him with a mouthful of Cheng Xiao? A mouthful of Master Wuan. But this Jiling Tian in front of him is still 3 or 4 years younger than him, and actually dares to make a move. Chang Wuan was on fire. His right hand clenched tightly into a fist, but he didn't dare to make the next move. In these few years, the Chang family had indeed developed rapidly, and it had given him the backbone to choke on Jiling Tian. But if the two families really move, the two families will turn against each other, and the one who will end up being sanctioned and going bankrupt will definitely be the Chang family, and the Ji family will only hurt some of their vitality. He wouldn't dare. Jiling Tian grabbed Gu Xiaobei's wrist and headed back, throwing her into the passenger side with one hand before leaning over and helping her fasten her seatbelt. Gu Xiaobei's gentle, shallow breath fell on the side of his ear, and he felt his earlobe burn even hotter. He raised his eyes and gave her a hard look. Gu Xiaobei was still innocent. She didn't ask him to wear a seatbelt, did she? It's not like she doesn't have hands of her own. Why get angry? Jiling Tian gritted his teeth. This woman, why is she always so unsettling? He was so angry that he didn't want to say a word, just got back in the driver's seat, slammed his foot on the gas, and roared off. Chang looked at Jiling Tian's cars but and fiercely cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Gu Xiaobei, he had to get his hands on it sooner or later. Wasn't it just a student from S.A. Lee's academy? He didn't believe it anymore. Jiling Tian brought Gu Xiaobei back home. Just as he opened the door, Big Fatty jumped onto Gu Xiaobei with a meow. Meow dash. What's the matter with you, Biggie? You haven't come to see Big Fatty in days. Since being sanctioned by Gu Xiaobei last time, Big Fatty no longer dared to bully her, but instead was now very sticky to her. Big Fatty directly lay flat, exposing his belly, waiting for Gu Xiaobei to suck it. Gu Xiaobei smiled and scratched its chin, and it let out a purring sound with a look of enjoyment. No interest. Jiling Weather had to scold fiercely. Bai Wenjing was now filled with Gu Xiaobei, and even Big Fatty was now starting to curry favor with Gu Xiaobei. This family will never be the same again. Bai Wenjing snapped on her slippers and ran down the stairs. Little Bei boy, you're finally here. I'll have Mrs. Li cook dinner right now. That steak is super delicious. Yes, thank you. Humph. You and I are still saying thank you. Bai Wenjing hugged Gu Xiaobei's arm with a happy face, completely not noticing her own son standing next to her. Ji Ling Tian felt a gust of wind blowing by, as if he had become a transparent person in this house. This is a gift for you. Gu Xiaobei handed the box over. So beautiful. Bai Wenjing sighed in awe as soon as she saw the jewelry box. As soon as I saw how beautiful the packaging was, I knew the jewelry inside must be even more beautiful. She opened it carefully. The moment the box was opened, even Big Fatty climbed up from Gu Xiaobei's lap. His pupils dilated, and he let out a meow. It's really so beautiful. Sapphire is like the ink blue night, but also like the deep sea wave scales, pearling light moist, just match the white quiet and gentle temperament. And those diamonds, each one cut differently, make sure to come together to reflect the most brilliant but not blinding light. It's so pretty. Xiaobei. Thank you. Bai Wenjing had a look of surprise on her face. Let me help you put it on. Gu Xiaobei walked over and helped Bai Wenjing put on the necklace. Big Fatty cocked his head to look at Bai Wenjing and meowed twice. So beautiful. Mistress is so beautiful now. Big Fatty has never seen such a beautiful necklace. Big Fatty arched his furry head into Gu Xiaobei's palm and meowed endlessly. Biggie, when will you send Big Fatty such a beautiful necklace too? Big Fatty likes shiny things too. Looking at Big Fatty's appearance of pleasing Gu Xiaobei, Ji Ling Tian became furious and tugged on the back of its neck to carry it over. Meow dash. Don't be like this. Young master. I want to please Big Brother. How did you know that I like Su Xing's designs? Bai Wenjing looked in the mirror and liked it so much that she was about to cry. Little Bei boy. I really like you too much. But jewelry designed by Su Xing. It shouldn't be cheap. Ji Ling Tian jerked the big fat cat's head with one hand and frowned slightly at Gu Xiaobei. In fact, he was also a bit surprised that Gu Xiaobei had been kicked out by Gu Igua now. So where did he get the money? Chapter 110, Ji Xiao's kidney deficiency? The money I saved from my previous work-study program. Gu Xiaobei smiled at Bai Wenjing. Bai Wenjing admired her new necklace in the mirror. Little Bei boy, you've really worked too hard. I can't believe you've been working hard all this time. A few black lines crossed Ji Ling Tian's face. Work-study. This kind of excuse. I guess only Bai Wenjing would believe it. It's not like anyone is going to put out $1 billion to have someone take them to King's honor these days. This string of necklaces. It must be at least $200 or $300 million. However, Gu Xiaobei seemed to have never lacked money. When school first started, everyone called her a bumpkin. But Ji Ling Tian knew that she drove a Hummer to school every day. That car wasn't cheap to begin with. And the one she had was obviously still modified. So it was estimated to be in the tens of millions. Ji Ling Tian picked up the water cup to take a sip of water. Just then, Bai Wenjing suddenly said, Little Bei boy, if only you could be my daughter-in-law in the future. Ji Ling Tian violently choked on the water and coughed viciously. What's wrong with you, baby? Bai Wenjing looked at him with concern. Are you worried that you're not good enough for Little Bei boy? Don't you worry, oh baby, although you're not as diligent and progressive as Little Bei boy. But mom will beg Little Bei boy not to look down on you. You can just work hard in the future. Listen to this. Is this human talk? Ji Ling Tian was speechless. The meal was spent in Bai Wenjing's compliments to Gu Xiaobei. After dinner, Ji Ling Tian carried Big Fatty to one side to jerk the cat, while Bai Wenjing and Gu Xiaobei got together to talk. Big Fatty was struggling in Ji Ling Tian's hands, meowing and trying to run towards Gu Xiaobei. After all, the only way Big Fatty will receive a nice necklace is if he pleases Biggie. Young master, you'd better let go of me. It's impossible for Big Fatty and you. After all, I'm just a kitty. Cats and humans can't love each other. Don't you force me. Ji Ling Tian couldn't understand the meaning of Big Fatty's meow and reached out to press it back into his lap. Bai Wenjing didn't know what she said when she leaned over and whispered in Gu Xiaobei's ear. And Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but smile when she glanced over to Ji Ling Tian's side. Ji Ling Tian raised his eyebrows with a few moments of doubt. After chatting for more than 2 hours, Bai Wenjing bid farewell to Gu Xiaobei with great interest. Xiaobei, good boy. You have to come and eat often. Oh, what do you like to eat? I'll let Lima make it for you. Yes. Gu Xiaobei let out a laugh as well. She was carried by mistake as a child and left Qin Yuan. And that parent in the countryside went out to work and left her with Li Guixiang. Li Guixiang loves Wang Zhuzi and has been treating Gu Xiaobei harshly. She hadn't enjoyed any motherly love at all. But around Bai Wenjing, she was really feeling the sensation of bathing in motherly love. With Bai Wenjing, she felt especially relaxed. Baby, go and see off Little Bei boy. Ji Ling Tian pretended not to hear. If you don't go, I'll tell Brother Cold. Bai Wenjing huffed. Ji Ling Tian had no choice but to drive Gu Xiaobei. The two of them were in the same confined space, and it was as if Ji-Ling Tian could smell the faint aroma of Gu Xiaobei's body. It wasn't that pungent perfume smell, instead it was lightly sweet, like the milky scent of a child's body. Very clean and nice. Ji-Ling Tian felt a few moments of apathy. He coughed twice and said coolly, "Don't take what my mom said to you seriously. What daughter-in-law is not daughter-in-law? Bai Wenjing thinks too much." Gu Xiaobei laughed softly. "But there are many things that auntie told me. Which one are you talking about? Ji Xiao?" Ji-Ling Tian inclined his head to look at her, just in time to collide with her clean eyes, and instantly his heart fluttered. "Is it something about your weak kidneys?" Key? Squeak! An ear-splitting sound rang out as Ji-Ling Tian stepped on the brakes hard. Gu Xiaobei didn't hold back and laughed out. Ji-Ling Tian's earlobes reddened along with the side of his face. "What's wrong with Bai Wenjing? Why is she talking nonsense about everything?" Gu Xiaobei smiled with a curved brow. Unlike her usual self, who was always cold, at some point, it was as if her relationship with Ji-Ling Tian had eased. In the past, she was always tit for tat, but now, she would actually smile happily like this in front of Ji-Ling Tian. "You can try to see if my kidneys are weak." Ji-Ling Tian gritted his teeth, guaranteeing that you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. This half of the sentence, Ji-Ling Tian didn't say, but just thinking about it in his head seemed to make his face redder. I didn't realize that Ji Xiao, who was always cold and aggressive on the outside, was actually so easily shy. Surprisingly, it's a bit of a contrast. "Try?" Gu Xiaobei tilted her head to look at him. "Actually, I can tell without trying. The clinical manifestation of kidney deficiency is tinnitus with a red face. I can't tell if Ji Xiao has tinnitus or not, but the point of a red face fits." "You still know medicine?" Ji-Ling Tian asked with a raised eyebrow. He realized that the closer he got to Gu Xiaobei, it was as if she had more secrets he didn't know about. It was just a casual question, but the smile on Gu Xiaobei's face instantly stiffened. She didn't say anything, just looked away from the window. The mention of the word medical reminded her of the incident a few years ago. Because of that, she'll never be able to pick up a scalpel again. Ji-Ling Tian didn't know what was wrong with her and didn't speak again. The two fell into silence together. As she watched the scenery outside speed by, Gu Xiaobei suddenly remembered something. "I don't live in Gu's house anymore. I'll navigate a new place for you." Seeing the address of the villa area, Ji-Ling Tian suddenly froze. "You live there too?" "Too?" Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes in confusion. Jillian let out a hum. "I have a friend who lives there too." "Me too," Gu Xiaobei also said half-heartedly. "After I moved out of the Gu family, I stayed with a friend. Both were hiding things, so no one said anything." Ji-Ling Tian had also bought a villa here since he knew that the 7 demons lived here, but he hadn't seen the 7 demons for a while. If he had known, he should have asked about the butterfly knife the last time they met. Grandpa is still in the U.S. and doesn't know how his health is. As for Gu Xiaobei, she naturally didn't want to be known by Ji-Ling Tian as the 7 demons. However, she thought carefully. She had only told Ji-Ling Tian as the 7 demons that Gu Xiaobei was the employer of the 7 demons. She hadn't said anything about the residents. The way Ji-Ling Tian reacted just now was a bit strange. Gu Xiaobei didn't let Ji-Ling Tian send herself downstairs, and after stopping at the entrance of the villa area, she was about to get off. Ji-Ling Tian called out to her, took out his cell phone and said, "Give me one of the 7 demons' contact information. There's something I want to find her about." Gu Xiaobei answered, "Good. You don't seem to be surprised as to why I would know that you know the 7 demons as well." Ji-Ling Tian turned his head to look at her. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes to meet his. Chapter 111, Kneeling for Mercy. Her eyes were clean and clear with a thin layer of coolness. "She spoke to me. You know I'm her employer, and you want to place an order with her too?" Ji-Ling Tian stared at Gu Xiaobei, and from her eyes, he couldn't see a hint of weakness. It wasn't as if he didn't have his doubts. Actually, the 7 demons were good with their hands, and Gu Xiaobei was ruthless when it came to beating people up at school. He also wondered if it could be that the 7 demons were actually Gu Xiaobei. But although Gu Xiaobei was ruthless enough in school, he hadn't shown much in the way of hands. He wasn't sure. Most importantly, at this moment, he couldn't see a single loophole from Gu Xiaobei's face. If she really is the 7 demons, it's too good of an act to be true. How did Ji-Ling Tian know that Gu Xiaobei, who was sitting in front of him, was not only the 7 demons, but also Ji Shu, a well-known movie queen in the entertainment industry? If her acting is bad, who else is good? There's something I want to ask her. "Okay, I'll go first then." Gu Xiaobei said goodbye to Ji-Ling Tian. Not long after returning to the villa, Gu Xiaobei received a message from Ji-Ling Tian. "Ji-Ling Tian, 7 demons. I'm the head of Ryan who talked to you about things the other day." Ji-Ling Tian, 7 demons, how do you know my contact information? Being asked by the 7 demons, Jiling Tian was now even more convinced that Gu Xiaobei and the 7 demons were not the same person. Jiling Tian, Gu Xiaobei told me. 7 demons, oh, something's wrong? JLT, wanted to ask you how much you charge for a visit right now? Gu Xiaobei froze for a moment. A consultation fee? Why did Jiling Tian know that the 7 demons could heal? The years she was still practicing medicine were still relatively young, only 12 or 13 years old, and she didn't have a disguise back then. She was all wearing Gu Xiaobei's face to go out and treat people. Since Jiling Tian knew that he knew how to heal, why would he find it on the 7 demons instead of finding it on Gu Xiaobei? She was a little confused. 7 demons, how do you know I can heal? Kirito, is it hard to find out? This thing? Gu Xiaobei stared at the words sent by Jiling Tian on the screen and didn't reply for a long time. Jiling Tian, if you're willing to go out for a consultation, the consultation fee is whatever you want. Grandpa's condition in the United States did not know when he would deteriorate, and Jiling Tian could not do anything about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out the 7 demons so abruptly. 7 demons, you're looking into the wrong thing. I don't know how to heal. After she replied, she simply tossed her phone aside, and she didn't read any more messages she received. She curled up into a ball, her old nightmares coming back to haunt her. Killing wasn't such a terrible thing for her, but she's killed her own patients on the operating table. It was an incident that became a lifelong nightmare for her, and she trembled whenever she picked up a scalpel. She hadn't lied to Jiling Tian, and it was impossible for her to be a doctor in the future. Suddenly, the cell phone rang again. Gu Xiaobei didn't want to care, but the ringing was really harsh. She picked it up, only to find that it was Gu Igua calling. She casually hung up, but Gu Igua still wouldn't stop hitting. Something's wrong? Gu Igua called for the 4th time before Gu Xiaobei picked up and asked impatiently. Xiaobei ah. Gu Igua called very intimately on the other side of the phone. Look at you living outside. Dad is also uneasy ah. You'd better hurry home. Ha! Gu Xiaobei sneered. Gu Igua snapped. What happened before was all Dad's fault. Dad apologized to you, okay? As long as you come back, both Dad and Yuran will apologize to you. When Gu Yuran came back today and didn't bring Gu Xiaobei with her, he threw a huge tantrum. He was even more anxious when he learned that Qinyi would be coming to the imperial capital soon. Gu Xiaobei was Qin Yuan's own daughter. If he hadn't gotten Gu Xiaobei back by the time Qinyi came to the imperial capital, Qinyi would definitely not let her go. Gu Igua, do you still remember what I said to you when I left? Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. Of course Gu Igua remembered. At that time, what Gu Xiaobei said was, when you asked me to come back, I came back. Now you ask me to leave. I'll leave, but if you ask me to come back later, even if you kneel down and beg me, I need to think about it. Xiaobei, do you still really want Dad to kneel down and beg you? We are father and daughter after all. Ah, you are drifting outside. Dad is really worried about you. And you, Dodo. Before Gu Igua could finish his sentence, Gu Xiaobei hung up the phone. Dad. Gu Yuran reddened her eyes and carefully said, is sister still refusing to come back? Didn't I tell you to bring her back today? Gu Igua roared. Gu Yuran was instantly frightened and cried. She had grown up with Gu Igua and Qin Yuan in her heart, and even if she later learned that she wasn't born of the two of them, Gu Igua had never been so angry with her, and it was all because of Gu Xiaobei. As soon as he saw Gu Yuran crying, Gu Igua's anger subsided a bit, but he was still in a hurry. Your uncle will be here soon. I told you to get along with your cousin. But look, right now your cousin is still helping Gu Xiaobei. So what am I going to do when your uncle arrives and if he also helps Gu Xiaobei? Gu Yuran remembered what Qin Yuner had once said about herself and cried even more aggressively. In the past, when she cried, Gu Igua would be heartbroken and would always comfort her and buy her a bag or a pretty dress. But now, Gu Igua was impatient. Okay, don't cry, Gu Igua said. I'm annoyed enough as it is. Tomorrow I'll go to school with you. Father, Gu Yuran said with teardrops on her face, are you really going to kneel down for your sister? Gu Igua gritted his teeth. Gu Xiaobei's ruthlessness and stubbornness had exceeded his imagination. We'll see about that tomorrow when we go. If it wasn't for you stirring up such a big mess, would I need such a headache? You're such a disappointment to me. Gu Igua thought to himself that when he went to school, in front of his teachers and classmates, Gu Xiaobei shouldn't dare to really make him kneel. Otherwise, people would definitely say she disrespected her dad and poke her in the back. The reason why Gu Igua chose to be at school was that he wanted to use public pressure to morally kidnap Gu Xiaobei. But what Gu Igua hadn't thought of was that Gu Xiaobei had always had a creed in life, as long as I don't have morals, you can't kidnap me. How could Gu Yuran know what was in Gu Igua's heart? She just pretended to be understanding and said, Dad, how can you kneel down for your own daughter? If this spreads out, what will others say? You don't need to be in charge of this matter. Also, if Gu Xiaobei doesn't agree to come back tomorrow, I'm telling you, not only will I have to kneel, but so will you. Gu Igua said viciously. Chapter 112 Lin Fengxia is jumping around again. Gu Xiaobei, who had hung up Gu Igua's phone, was still in an unchanged mood as well. Today, because of Ji Ling Tian, she was reminded of the past again. Her childhood dream of being a doctor is now completely out of the question. Little Beaver bounced in from outside holding a bag of potato chips, and as soon as he saw Gu Xiaobei's worried look, he hurried over and said, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Gu Xiaobei gently shook her head. "What is it that makes you so happy? Boss, have you seen Weibo? That Lin Fengxia is on the hot search again." Gu Xiaobei opened his cell phone, and as expected, the first microblogging hot search is #LinE to participate in the Porcelain Peacock. Do not have to stand in personally on the dedication to be admired hashtag. Gu Xiaobei nodded into the topic. A flood of fluff from marketing numbers, all praising Lin Yi's dedication, and a lot of comments underneath. Lin Yi doesn't use a stunt double, rolls in mud and water, and wrestles in the wild. Worthy of admiration. Lin Yi really does look a bit like Jishu in this look. I don't want to be ashamed of myself. When Jishu got the award for playing the Golden Phoenix, now I'm going to get a porcelain peacock? You're not done with porcelain, are you? Oh, what? The gaming goddess was poked and prodded, and now she's turning back to rubbing Jishu's nose in it? Go Lin Yi, I believe you will be able to grope your way out of the dirt, reborn from the fire, and transformed into a porcelain peacock. Lin Yi is the best. All that doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Lin Yi doesn't use a stunt double, rolls in mud and water, and wrestles in the wild. Worthy of admiration. I've seen Lin Yi on set, super thin and white in person, and exceptionally easygoing, good-tempered, and dedicated, with exceptionally good acting skills. I'm looking forward to the release of Porcelain Peacock this time. I've seen Lin Yi on set, super thin and white in person, and exceptionally easygoing, good-tempered, and dedicated, with exceptionally good acting skills. I'm looking forward to the release of Porcelain Peacock this time. Laughing dead. Upstairs the water army really will not be find it. The words do not even change to send out this kind of exactly the same comments you look at do not feel embarrassed? Oh, does complimenting Lin Yi have to be a waterbender? Little Beaver picked at his phone and said, I just looked at those accompanying pictures they're all of Lin Fengxia's grimy face, either wrestling or soaking in dirty water. It looks pretty messy, but boss, do you think she can really turn things around with this drama? Gu Xiaobei stared at his cell phone. She didn't think that this Lin Yi was really capable of tossing and turning. It's all come to this extent. Actually still not dead-hearted. The title of the goddess of gaming is gone. And then hit the idea of small Jishu. When she first debuted not long ago, she acted in the movie Golden Phoenix. At that time, in order to perform the kind of hardship before the bath of fire, she and the crew together in the most remote mountainous areas to live together for 3 months to take the scene. In the cold winter months, she flung herself into the icy water and jumped more than 20 times before the director could select the perfect shot. The shot where she fell off the back of the cow. She had fallen more than 40 times, and if it wasn't for her good medical skills, she would have been left with the aftermath. Also because of the initial payment, Golden Phoenix this movie, only to win a dozen domestic and foreign awards. It seems that Lin Yi is trying to go the way she did in the beginning. Golden Phoenix, Porcelain Peacock. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled coldly, but she didn't believe that Lin Yi was so capable of suffering. Little Beaver, go check. Gu Xiaobei came close to Little Beaver and said a few words to her. Beaver's eyes lit up. Okay boss. In the matter of checking information, the most powerful paparazzi in the entertainment industry can't compare to Little Beaver. In the cast, Lin Yi threw all the boxed lunches that were delivered on the floor. What's all this? I do not eat. Didn't I tell you to order it for me individually? What are you doing? Feeding the pigs. Lin Yi yelled at the staff. I'm sorry sis. I'm sorry, but our area is too remote, and the meal I ordered for you today wasn't delivered. So I'm just going to trouble you if you can make do. Can't. Am I the same as you guys? How can I eat the same meal as you guys? Lin Yi picked up the hot soup on the side and threw it all over the staff. Go set it for me right now. If you starve me and can't start the movie on time, wait until you go and explain to the director. The staff member was scalded severely, but he didn't even dare to cry out in pain and rushed out. The director of this drama has also been in the entertainment industry for many years without catching fire. He also wants to take advantage of Lin Yi's topic this time, and then rubbing the heat of Jishu, so that this drama will catch fire. Although Lin Yi now has a bad reputation, but black and red is still red. Ji Ling Tian had greeted all those big directors before, so now no big director dared to work with Lin Yi. But this kind of small director was different. He didn't even deserve to know who Ji Ling Tian was. Lin Yi impatiently sat down on the sofa and stepped on it without taking off her shoes. It's extraordinarily dirty everywhere, a layer of mud, and this couch was especially made for her, and she doesn't want to step anywhere but on it. Hearing someone push open the door and enter, Lin Yi instantly chilled her face. She thought it was the staff coming back, but when she saw that it was Ding Hong coming in, she immediately squeezed out a full smile again. Sister Hong. Sister Hong. Lin Yi deflated. When can we leave? There are mosquitoes everywhere. It's dirty and smelly. I really can't stand it. Do you still want to turn over? Ding Hong said. I've also bought you a water army, and the heat is there now. So you have to seize this opportunity, or else you won't be able to turn over in your lifetime. Lin Yi hurriedly said. Sister Hong, I know. When she finished, she gritted her teeth. After becoming a gaming goddess, those few scripts she picked are basically youth idol dramas, which don't require too much acting skill, and there are no shots that require suffering, as long as she sells her face. But now it's good. Those few scripts all got someone else to act. She has to lose a large sum of money for breach of contract, not to mention, she also has to come to this kind of hellhole to suffer. And it was all because of Gu Xiaobei. She would never let this dead girl go. But what Lin Yi didn't expect was that her calculations, this time, had fallen flat again. But just one night later, she's once again making headlines on Weibo, but on a completely different topic than last night. Hashtag playing the big game, bullying the staff, picking at the pictures. This is the dedicated Lin Fengxia? Hashtag. The moment he saw this topic, Ding Hong stormed out. That's what's going on. Didn't she pay all those marketing numbers? How come they all deleted last night's content and started posting Lin Yi's black stuff? Ding Hong began to call the big V's. What's the matter with you guys? Is this your cooperative attitude? I'm the one who paid for this. This time, in order for Lin Yi to turn over and help her earn more money, Ding Hong had also invested a lot, and if she lost, she would lose it all. Chapter 113, Becoming Jishu. But those big V bloggers are weird too. We also did not mean I do not know why. Yesterday's content was inexplicably deleted. And today's those content is not what we sent and to delete also deleted cannot be deleted. To remind the lack of authority, our account seems to have been hacked. Ding Hong was so angry that he clenched his teeth. What kind of powerful hacker would want to deliberately cross Lin Yi? But now is not the time to think about that. This hot search has been hanging for so long. All the water armies that were bought before were useless. And now the internet is full of voices mocking Lin Yi. You guys quick! Hurry up and post something else to squash this topic. Ding Hong said. Those big V's took the money after all and hurriedly agreed. But what they didn't expect was that no matter what they sent, the tweet that debunked Lin Yi would be the first one. But they clearly didn't top the tweet. That's so weird. How? Ding Hong was so angry that he almost slammed his cell phone out. Lin Yi sat on the sofa and swiped through the comments inside the hot search. The water army Ding Hong had bought her had long since been swamped. And now the ones that were topped were all comments that called her names. If you're not good looking, you can't call yourself Jishu. People who are so good at playing games can still be called goddesses of gaming. Dog head. Save your life. Just like that you still have the nerve to send out a dedication notice. It's really giving Lin Fengxia's thick skin an E. The dedication of the first not to mention. She looks genuinely not in the passerby should belong to the beautiful. But in the entertainment industry is very general my god. How to be ashamed of every day to call themselves small Jishu Isn't she just relying on pretending to be Jishu styling every day and then adding P pictures? It's really enough. Goddess Jishu. Is it trash like her that can rub off on the hotness? Right she on that a few P10. 000 times mom cannot recognize the styling image a little bit of Jishu. Moving pictures and the video looked nothing like vomit. Please ask Lin Fengxia to get out of the entertainment industry. I really don't want to see her anymore. Lin Fengxia, get out of showbiz. Lin Yi looked at the comments and was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. She posted a direct comment. These revelations are fake, right? The pictures are definitely P's too. I've seen Lin Yi. She's beautiful and kind. There's no way she would do such a thing. Immediately after that, she sent another one. I've seen myself. Lin Yi looks really like Jishu. Stupidly, it feels like twins. The video does not look like it should be a problem with the camera. Instantly, her cell phone jammed. Because of that, she has garnered countless likes and comments. Ha 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 ha, my mom. Surrounded by living. Lin Yi actually did not switch the trumpet. This is the first time I've seen such praise for myself. Is Lin Fengxia out of her mind? Of course you've seen Lin Yi in person. You've been hypnotizing yourself in the mirror every day about how pretty you look. Haven't you? Vomiting. Lin Yi also panicked. She had just gotten so angry that she had actually forgotten to switch accounts. Sister Hong, what am I going to do? Lin Yi was completely flustered. In that case, the play is probably going to be a bust. Ding Hong had said it was her last hope. Ding Hong held his cell phone with a stony face. Lin Yi was really scared that Ding Hong would lose her temper with her. It wasn't that Ding Hong didn't want to lose her temper. But right now, losing her temper wouldn't solve anything. She and Lin Yi were already tied to the same rope. She looked at Lin Yi and said, "Why is your jaw crooked?" "Ah." Lin Yi reached out and touched it, then took out her cell phone and took a picture. "It should be that I ran into it that day when I was shooting the video to send out the circular. But Sister Hong, it's not about the chin right now. What do we do?" After Lin Yi became an esports goddess, she purposely went back to get her chin done to look a little more refined in order to star in those idol dramas. She literally fell to the ground a couple days ago in order to post a moving picture and video of her dedication. And I guess that's when she fell a little crooked. But now, she can't even act in TV shows or movies. So what's the point of having a crooked jaw? If you have a crooked chin, you have to go and fix it. And since you have to go and fix it, why don't you just go and fix it a little more perfectly? Ding Hong stared at Lin Yi and said thoughtfully. Lin Yi froze for a moment. "Sister Hong, what do you mean by that?" Ding Hong grabbed Lin Yi's face and twisted it at an angle. In fact, Lin Yi wasn't completely unlike Jishu's. From a certain angle she looked a little bit like her. But the gap between her and Jishu is too big. Her eyes are not as pretty and soulful as Jishu's. Her nose is not as straight as Jishu's. And her face is a circle bigger than Jishu's. You go for plastic surgery. The more you look like Jishu the better. Hole into Jishu. How many places would have to be moved? Lin Yi's face had been touched. And she didn't know if she could withstand so many surgeries. But Sister Hong, my reputation is already bad. Even if I finish the whole thing, I can't act in a TV series. Have you forgotten? Chang Xiao's favorite is Jishu. As long as you are made to resemble Jishu, will you still need to act in dramas in the future? Ding Hong's words enlightened Lin Yi. Yes, if she can fall for Chang Xiao, she can act in any drama she wants in the future. And if she doesn't want to act in a drama, it's okay to stay home and be a rich wife. Sister Hong, arrange it for me quickly. I'll go straighten it out now. On the other side, Gu Xiaobei woke up early and saw these microblogging comments, and finally managed to evoke a satisfied smile. This Lin Yi, posing as the king of the north in the gaming circle and having to rub her the wrong way in the entertainment circle, she had long been annoyed. Last night she directly hacked the accounts of those big V's. After all, this matter was nothing to Yuzi. When she got up this morning and saw the comments, she felt a little better. Little Beaver came out of the kitchen with a bite of bread and said, "Boss, Chang Wandering sent a message over, asking when he could check on 007. Make him wait." Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. Although Chang Wuan didn't get his way yesterday because of Ji Ling Tian, it didn't mean that Gu Xiaobei intended to just let him off the hook. She had to find a suitable opportunity to let Chang Wuan know what would happen if she went against 007. Gu Xiaobei was still in a good mood until she arrived at the school and sat down in her seat. But soon enough, someone else came along to give her a hard time. Gu Yuran stood at the entrance of class 5, stopped a classmate and said softly, "Classmate, can you call Gu Xiaobei for me? Oh my god, the schoolgirl is coming for the school bully. What's happening?" Several of the students turned their heads to watch the fun. Gu Xiaobei coldly swept outward. "Sister, Dad came to see you in person. Are you really that desperate?" Gu Yuran said with tears in her eyes outside. "Gu Igwe is here?" Gu Xiaobei coldly hooked her lips, and in her eyes was frost that couldn't be melted away. What? Was Gu Igwe planning to kneel down for her in public? Chapter 114, Being bullied is asking for it. But she had no interest in the matter of Gu Igwe kneeling. Gu Xiaobei straightened up and walked outside. Gu Yuran stopped her in her tracks and said with tearful eyes, "Sister, just listen to me and go see Dad, okay? Get out of the way." Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. "I'm going to class." This was gym class and they were going to be outside on the playground. "Sister." Gu Yuran bit her lip and tears barred down, looking heartbreaking. "Are you really going to make me kneel down for you?" Gu Yuran was about to bend her knees as she spoke. Chu Xinjing ran out of the front door and grabbed Gu Yuran. "Yuran, how can you kneel to a bumpkin? Xin Jing. This is our family's business. Don't mind it. As long as my sister isn't angry, I'll do whatever I want." Since there was going to be a gym class this period, all the students of class 5 started walking out and saw the farce as well. Gu Yuran cried until she couldn't catch her breath, as if someone had bullied her. "I don't know what happened. The schoolgirl is crying so hard." "Yeah, it's not like the school bully is bullying her. I don't think that schoolgirl is any good. She just knows how to act pitiful." The other person, Gu Xiaobei, obviously didn't do anything, and she just started crying. "How can you say that? If there was nothing, how could the schoolgirl cry so hard?" The crowd of onlookers grew. Saturday 6 walked out of the bathroom and shouted out in high spirits, "Sis, let's go to class." However, once she saw so many people surrounding Gu Xiaobei, she instantly froze. Gu Xiaobei nodded at her, not even looking at Gu Yuran, and came straight over. "Let's go." Saturday 6 walked down with Gu Xiaobei and asked in a low voice, "Sister, is everything alright?" Gu Xiaobei gently shook her head. "It's fine." Gu Yuran was still standing in place, looking at Gu Xiaobei's back as he left. tears sliding down in big drops, with a look of having been greatly wronged. After all, she was pretty and studied well, and before Gu Xiaobei came, she was the recognized school flower of Xingli. And although there were quite a few people who thought that Gu Xiaobei was prettier now, many people still felt that Gu Yuran's temperament was a bit more down-to-earth. Many of her classmates gathered around Gu Yuran to comfort her. "Yuran, don't cry. Gu Xiaobei, she's always like this, she always likes to bully people," Xu Xinjing said. It just so happened that it was almost time for class, so Ji Lingtian also headed out. As soon as he saw so many people blocking the doorway, he instantly became impatient and said, "What are you blocking? It's time to go to class. So don't go yet." When they heard Ji Xiao speak, a large portion of the onlookers dispersed. Who dares to block young Ji's path? Xu Xinjing, however, said, "Ji Xiao, you don't know. Yuran was just bullied by Gu Xiaobei again." She thought to herself, Gu Yuran looks so pretty, and when she cries in pairs, Ji Xiao will definitely be heartbroken. After all, whoever is allowed to choose, an icy cold Gu Xiaobei and a pitiful Gu Yuran, everyone will feel more sorry for Gu Yuran, right? Who knows? Ji Lingtian, however, did not even bother to look at Gu Yuran and impatiently said, "If you want to cry, go back to the door of the first class and cry. What's the point of running to the door of our class? You're bullied and you're looking for it yourself." Xu Xinjing was speechless for a moment. She had thought that if she said Gu Xiaobei bullied people, Ji Lingtian would hate her. Who would have thought that instead of feeling bad about Gu Xiaobei's bullying, Ji Lingtian would feel that her bullying wasn't hard enough? It's best to bully Gu Yuran to the point where she doesn't dare to come to class 5 anymore, saving her from crying and crying every day, which is annoying to look at. If Gu Yuran knew that Ji Lingtian was thinking this in his heart, he would probably be furious. Ji Lingtian headed straight for the playground. Xu Xinjing was still comforting Gu Yuran. Gu Yuran wiped a handful of tears and said, "Xin Jing, you go to class first. Don't worry about me. I'm going to look for my father. Then Yorang, you don't cry anymore." "Oh," Xu Xinjing said. Gu Yuran nodded. School entrance. After hearing Gu Yuran's words, Gu Igua immediately became furious. "What? She actually ignored you?" Gu Igua was very angry. Gu Xiaobei has been kicked out for several days now, so how come he's not panicking at all? Is it really with those unsavory men? At first, he thought that Gu Xiaobei wasn't his own daughter, so of course he wouldn't care. But now Qin Yuner told him that Gu Xiaobei was his own daughter, so if she really got involved with a man who wasn't one of the three, he was really ashamed of her. "I'll go myself," Gu Igua said and took a big stride toward the playground. At this time, Gu Xiaobei was standing with the other students in the class, preparing to run the drill. "Okay, class, this class is the same as before. We will run 2 laps first. Then we will come and do some warm-up exercises. Next the teacher will teach you how to play tennis. And finally what?" The gym teacher was talking when Gu Igua came over in a rage. "May I ask who you are?" The gym teacher looked at Gu Igua with a bit of wariness. After all, he was a teacher and had an obligation to keep his classmates safe. "I'm Gu Xiaobei's father, Gu Xiaobei." The gym teacher looked to the team. "Is this your father? If he wants to see you for something, you guys can go aside and talk first, and then continue back to class when you're done." Reporting to teacher, Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. "I have no relationship with him. It can't be a human trafficker, can it?" Hearing Gu Xiaobei's words, the gym teacher's eyes looked at Gu Igua were not right. "Please leave now, or I'll call security," the gym teacher said. "No, teacher." Gu Yuran hurriedly trotted over. "This is my father. He came over today in the hope of persuading my sister to come home. My sister hasn't come home to stay for a few days now, and my father is really worried about her. I don't know where she's staying outside." The reason why Gu Igua didn't say these words was that if other people talked about Gu Xiaobei's indiscretions, he would lose face. But Gu Yuran couldn't wait for others to scold Gu Xiaobei for going out and fooling around. Geez, this Gu Xiaobei is only a student. He wouldn't just go out and do that kind of thing. Who knows? I can't believe she won't even go home when she's told to. There were whispers in the crowd. The gym teacher did recognize Gu Yuran, and when she heard her say that, she looked at Gu Xiaobei again. Gu Xiaobei smiled coldly. "Gu Igua, you can't have forgotten what I said to you at the time, right? You said I wasn't your daughter and told me to get lost, and now that I've done so, I'll go back if you tell me to? Sister, do you still want Dad to kneel down for you before you'll come home?" Before Gu Igua could say anything, Gu Yuran cried again. She just wanted to make people think that Gu Xiaobei was another indiscreet and unfilial person in public. But just then, someone from behind suddenly said, "What's the commotion?" Chapter 115, Robbing Her Cousin and Uncle. Gu Igua immediately froze when he heard this voice. It had been many years since he had heard it, but as soon as he heard it, he knew who the visitor was. Qin Yi, that is, Qin Yuan's own brother, Qin Yuner's father. Ever since Qin Yuan's death, Elder Qin's health had gotten very bad. So now, Qin Yi was basically the equivalent of being the person in charge of the Qin family. Gu Yigua hurriedly turned back. Master Qin, what brings you here? Although he was considered Qin Yi's brother-in-law, he could still only call him Master Qin. He had known for a long time that Qin Yi was coming to the imperial capital, but he hadn't expected that Qin Yi would actually come directly to Xingli Academy. Qin Yi came over with a sullen face and didn't even look at Gu Yigua. He only stared at Gu Xiaobei in the group. It's really too similar. In a trance, he thought he saw the Qin Yuan of old. However, Gu Xiaobei's looks were even more delicate than Qin Yuan's. Her nose was a bit more upright and her lips were a bit thinner than Qin Yuan's. That's why Gu Xiaobei didn't look as gentle as Qin Yuan, but instead had a bit more coldness. But when she was small, Qin Yuan pursed her lips in anger. Much like Gu Xiaobei now, Qin Yi suddenly felt his eyes burning. It was as if he had gone back to the time when he was small and took Qin Yuan outside to play with him every day. How nice it would be if people never grew up in their lives. Qin Yuan will not meet Gu Yigua, will not elope, and will only remain his well-behaved little sister for the rest of her life. Qin Yuner also followed Qin Yi and said, Dad, that's Gu Xiaobei. Xiaobei, come here. Qin Yi looked at her and extended his hand. He had actually saved up a lot of anger before he arrived. He had heard Gu Yuran and Gu Yigua say a lot about Gu Xiaobei. Growing up in the countryside, he had a short temper, got bottom grades, and beat up people inside the school. But the moment he saw the face, he lost all his breath. Seeing Qin Yi treat Gu Xiaobei so nicely, Gu Yuran was simply on fire. Uncle, she put on a good-natured air. Papa has come here today on purpose to persuade his sister to come home. Who would have guessed that Qin Yi acted as if he hadn't heard her? Still staring at Gu Xiaobei. Perhaps bloodline was really a wonderful thing. Gu Xiaobei actually did feel a few moments of warmth at that moment. She walked away from the group, allowing Qin Yi to take her hand. Teacher, I'm sorry, there's something going on in our family, so Gu Xiaobei may not be able to attend this class. Qin Yuner courteously said, Okay, it's fine, the gym teacher said. Qin Yi then pulled Gu Xiaobei's hand towards the restroom. Although Gu Yigua was not invited, he also followed over. After all, if he made a good relationship with Qin Yi, he would have a good path in the future. Gu Yuran followed suit. Qin Yuner turned around and said, Yoran, aren't you going to class? Gu Yuran froze for a moment, then said, Thank you for your cousin's concern, but it's okay, we're having self-study in this class, and when uncle is here, of course it's more important to accompany him. It was a rare occasion for her to see Qin Yi. She always remembered that whenever she followed Qin Yuan to meet Qin Yi when she was little, Qin Yi would give her and Qin Yuan so many things. If Qin Yi was really going to give Gu Xiaobei any favors, she'd have to find a way to share some of them as well. Qin Yi directly led Gu Xiaobei to the restroom. It was a very happy ride for him. Qin Yuan's death was a big blow to him, and although Master Qin kicked Qin Yuan out many years ago, he still missed her in his heart, so his health hasn't been very good since her death. Qin Yi thought to himself that now that he had Gu Xiaobei, maybe Master Qin would get better when he saw her. Xiaobei are you still used to living in the imperial capital now? Do you want to follow uncle to the magic city? Qin Yi asked with a smile. Qin Yuner, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. In the magic city, Qin Yi was notorious for his bad temper, and so many people would be scared when dealing with him. Qin Yuner was very good and was considered one of the better developed young men of the Qin family's generation, so he wasn't very afraid of Qin Yi. But even so, he was always respectful in front of him. He had never seen Qin Yi speak to someone with this kind of attitude before. Gu Yuran in the back was so jealous that her eyes were on fire. Obviously these things, they used to belong to her. This was her cousin, her uncle, and now it was all Gu Xiaobei's. And Qin Yi actually had to take her back to the magic city. You should know that the development of the magic city in the past few years has been particularly good, completely not worse than the imperial city, and most importantly, the Qin family's status in the magic city is one of the best. The Gu family in the imperial city cannot be ranked at all. Gu Yigua was happy to hear that. If he could send his daughter to the Qin family, it would definitely help him a lot. That's wonderful. Xiaobei, why don't you hurry up and thank uncle? After saying that, Gu Yigua looked at Qin Yi again and smiled. Xiaobei has only just come back from the countryside not long ago. This imperial capital is still only a little familiar with it. I'm afraid that when we go to the magic city, we won't be familiar with it either. But I also know that both Elder Qin and you, Master Qin, are definitely pining for Xiaobei, so why don't we do it this way, and let Yuran follow along with you, so that we can look after each other as well. Gu Yigua knew that he was afraid that he could not count on Gu Xiaobei as a daughter, and it was better to put his hopes on Gu Yuran. Qin Yi ignored him and just looked at Gu Xiaobei and said, Xiaobei, what do you think? If Gu Xiaobei was willing, it wouldn't be difficult to raise an additional Gu Yuran. He only cared about Gu Xiaobei's opinion. Other people's words were farts in his ears. Qin Yuner was at a loss as to whether he should laugh or not. Before, Qin Yi would be thunderstruck whenever he heard Gu Xiaobei's name, thinking that she had disgraced her aunt, but when he really saw Gu Xiaobei, it was as if he had turned into a daughter slave. How did Gu Xiaobei not know what Gu Igwa was thinking? Want to send Gu Yuran out for a better life to pull him along? He was thinking too much, and she didn't want to leave the empire right now. No, uncle. Thank you, I'm doing fine in the empire right now, so I don't want to leave just yet. Qin Yi looked disappointed, but still said, it's okay, as long as you're happy. Uncle will also stay here with you for a while, and uncle will go back after a while, but promise uncle that you'll go to Magic City to play when winter vacation is over, okay? Faced with his enthusiastic gaze, Gu Xiaobei was too embarrassed to refuse any longer, so she could only nod her head. Qin Yi was instantly happy. Gu Igwa spoke tentatively, it's great that Xiaobei is willing to stay in the imperial capital. If you feel lonely, Master Qin, why don't you let Yuran go to the Magic City to accompany you and the old man? No need. Qin Yi spoke coldly, didn't you say that Xiaobei needs company, so let Gu Yuran stay in the imperial capital. Gu Yuran's face twisted in anger. This Gu Xiaobei's heart is too evil. Not only does she want to rob her cousin and uncle, she even wants to deprive her of the opportunity to go out. Chapter 116, because Gu Xiaobei is prettier than Gu Yuran. But how could Gu Igwa dare to refute Qin Yi? And hurriedly agreed. Qin Yi talked to Gu Xiaobei for a while, asking her if she was used to living in the imperial capital and if she was happy studying at school. Gu Yuran interjected a sentence from time to time from the side. Uncle, don't worry, everything is fine with my sister, even though she's still in class 5. I believe that she's just not used to the study atmosphere of Saintly yet. Wait until the next exam. She'll definitely do well. Yeah. Gu Igwa also helped out. Yuran has always been in the top 5 in her grade. She'll help Xiaobei with her studies too. Qin Yi instantly chilled his face. No need. It's hard to believe that we, the Qin family, can't even afford a tutor. Or are you so cheap that you can't even find a tutor for Xiaobei? Gu Igwa panicked all of a sudden. He had wanted to compliment Gu Yuran. How could he have thought that Qin Yi would actually think that way? No, I don't mean that. Gu Igwa snapped. Qin Yi, however, directly took out a card and shoved it into Gu Xiaobei's hand. Xiaobei, this card has no limit, so feel free to swipe it. The card is seen to be transparent, but then reflects a pinkish golden light when exposed to sunlight. This is one of less than 10 pink and gold cards in the world. Even in the entire Qin family, there was only one. Gu Igwa and Gu Yuran had never even seen this kind of card before, and Qin Yi had given it to Gu Xiaobei so easily. Thank you, uncle. Gu Xiaobei accepted the card and pursed her lips slightly. Although Gu Xiaobei was a bit cool, Qin Yi liked it anyway he looked at it. Who said Xiaobei didn't like to study and got the lowest grades? So what if it's true? It's not like my Qin family can't afford a tutor. Who said that Xiaobei often provokes trouble and fights with his classmates? So what if it's true? It's not like my Qin family can't afford to pay for it, because he still had things to do after coming to the imperial capital, and Gu Xiaobei also had classes to attend. So Qin Yi still reluctantly bid her farewell. Before leaving, Qin Yi instructed Qin Yuner to take care of Gu Xiaobei. He made Qin Yuner assure him 3 times before he left. Qin Yuner said gently, Xiaobei, let me send you back to the classroom. No need, cousin, you go and get busy. Gu Xiaobei said. From the time he came to the imperial capital, Gu Xiaobei was actually very resistant to such things as affection, but just now in Qin Yi, she felt that warmth of home. It was like the kind of warmth he felt from Bai Wenjing and Ji Lingtian when he was in the Ji family. Since gym class was already over, Gu Xiaobei went back to the classroom. Between classes, the entire class of 5 was chattering away. Hey you guys, what's going on today? The guy who came looks so powerful. The clothes on him are worth a lot of money, and his aura is very strong. Even Gu Xiaobei's father calls him Master Qin, but Gu Yuran calls him Uncle Ah. It's strange, and he's still here to find Gu Xiaobei. But didn't they say that Gu Xiaobei is an imposter? Just a bumpkin, and has been kicked out? You guys, could it be that Gu Yuran is the imposter? Ah, you really dare to guess. Chu Xinjing rolled her eyes. How good is Yuran's temperament? And look at that Gu Xiaobei. It must be that people found out that Gu Xiaobei is an imposter and came to the door. I'm telling you, Gu Xiaobei is definitely going to be in bad luck. We're just guessing. Ji Lingtian came in from outside and became furious when he heard these people yakking about Gu Xiaobei. Shut up, he yelled. Say that again in the future and get the hell out of class 5. Ji Xiao, why do you keep defending Gu Xiaobei? Ah? Chu Xinjing was a bit dissatisfied. Ji Lingtian raised his eyes coldly, his amber-colored pupils icy cold. Because Gu Xiaobei is prettier than Gu Yuran. You have an opinion? Anyway, Gu Xiaobei wasn't around right now, so Ji Lingtian wouldn't blush if he said these things. Ji Xiao. Xu Xinjing was anxious all of a sudden. But obviously Yuran is the school flower. Are you thinking I'm blind? Ji Lingtian spoke coldly. Xu Xinjing's face was instantly whitened with fear. I don't. How dare she say Ji Xiao is blind? Then shut up. By the time Gu Xiaobei returned, no one was discussing these things anymore, and she was completely unaware of what had just happened. Gu Yuran sent Gu Yigua out. On the way out, Gu Yigua's face was very unpleasant. Qin valued Gu Xiaobei so much, yet he had a bad relationship with Gu Xiaobei. What was he going to do in the future? Dad, don't worry. Gu Yuran sensed Gu Yigua's thoughts and hurriedly said, I'll definitely get along with Uncle in the future. Isn't Uncle going to stay in the imperial capital for a while? Don't worry, Dad. Hearing her say that, Gu Yigua also breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yuran had always been a child who pleased her elders, and it would be great if Qin could like her. Okay, Yuran, you're Daddy's most caring daughter. You must be competitive. Gu Yigua patted Gu Yuran's head and said, well, you get back to class. And Daddy, she had just agreed, and before she could turn around and leave, Gu Yigua's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? May I ask who you're looking for? Gu Yigua took a look at the unfamiliar number and picked it up and asked. It's Gu Yigua, isn't it? The voice on the other side of the phone carried a bit of icy coldness. I'm Chang Gang. There's something that Master Wrecker has asked me to talk to you about. Chang Gang, the person who had followed Chang Wuan around for many years, Gu Yigua still knew. Go ahead. Master Wrecker is a bit interested in your daughter Gu Xiaobei. Make some arrangements. Turn around and send your arrangements directly to this cell phone number. I'll let Master Wrecker know. After saying that, Chang Gang hung up the phone. After all, he hadn't thought that Gu Yigua would dare to refuse. But this time, Gu Yigua really wanted to refuse. Dad, what are you going to do? Gu Yuran heard the voice on the phone and tilted her head to ask. Gu Yigua certainly knew what Chang Gang meant by arranging a bit. Chang Wuan's love of playing with women was famous throughout the entire imperial capital. If it was usual, he would definitely be willing to send Gu Xiaobei to Chang Wuan's bed. But now, alas, what can I do? This Gu Xiaobei is always causing me trouble. But even if Master Wrecker has taken a liking to her, I can't do anything now that your uncle is in the imperial capital. Gu Yigua sighed. It seems that we can only refuse Master Wrecker for now as well. Let's see if we can find a chance to arrange it later. If your uncle is willing to join forces with the Chang family, we can marry Gu Xiaobei off. A hint of jealousy flashed through Gu Yuran's eyes. Let Gu Xiaobei marry Chang Wana? On the basis of what? She glanced at the screen of Gu Yigua's cell phone and quickly wrote down the string of phone numbers. Chapter 117, Getting Your Hands On. Gu Xiaobei still didn't review the homestay tonight, and although Gu Yigua was angry, it gave Gu Yuran an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Gu Yigua was so angry by Gu Xiaobei in the past few days that he had insomnia, so he had been taking sleeping pills, and after he fell asleep, he usually didn't wake up if the sound wasn't particularly loud. She sneaked into Gu Yigua's room while he was asleep and stole his cell phone. She used Gu Yigua's cell phone and sent a text message to Cheng Gang. Gu Yuran, hello, I've already arranged it. Gu Xiaobei is now asleep. You can just let Master Wrecker come directly. The door is unlocked. The first room on the second floor. Cheng Gang, what do you mean by that? Does Master Wrecker want to do this kind of sneaky thing? Gu Yuran, you ask. Maybe Master Wrecker hasn't tried it and still likes it? Gu Yuran, besides, after this time, Gu Xiaobei might be dead to Master Wrecker. Aren't so many girls like that? Cheng Gang knows that Cheng Wuan has always wanted to get Gu Xiaobei, but once upon a time the women that were willingly climbed into Master Wuan's bed never needed to be like this. But he went ahead and asked anyway. Cheng Wuan leaned back in the recliner, the corner of his mouth gently hooked up, and a cocktail was shaken in his hand. Ha! He laughed softly, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Kind of interesting, so go ahead and try it. This Gu Xiaobei's temperament was cold and valiant. For this kind of woman, Cheng Wuan was very conquering. He was so used to sleeping with the ones that came to his door that he really wanted to try something new. I just don't know what this Gu Xiaobei will be like when she wakes up and realizes that he put her to sleep. Cheng was a little bit expectant. Cheng Gang contacted Gu Yuran again. Cheng Gang, then arrange it. Master Wrecker will be there soon. Gu Yuran, okay. In the future, you'd better contact me at this number. 137x times x times x times x times x. Gu Yuran reported her new phone number to Cheng Gang after school this afternoon, so that he wouldn't reveal himself later when he continued to contact Gu Yigua. Cheng Gang, got it. Gu Yuran was instantly happy. She hurriedly deleted all these text messages, then pulled off the electric switch of her room again, then quietly lay on the bed, waiting for Cheng Wuan's arrival. Cheng quickly drove to Gu's house. It was the first time he had ever been in a woman's home. This Gu Xiaobei had really made him break the rules many times. He walked straight up to the second floor and pushed open the door to the first room. No lights on. A shallow fragrance lingered in the air, not quite the same as what he had smelled on Gu Xiaobei before, but this atmosphere inexplicably made Cheng Wuan a little excited. Through the shallow moonlight from the window, he could vaguely see someone lying on the bed. Cheng Wandering craned his neck, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Any you before so arrogant, now is not a motionless lying here? He tore his own tie loose and bullied his way to the top. During that time, Cheng Wuan felt a bit bored, and he seemed to feel that this person in the bed was catering to him, but it should be his illusion. Didn't you say that Gu Xiaobei had been mesmerized? Cheng didn't care. After all, he was on a roll right now. After venting, Cheng Wuan lay on his back on the bed and let out a long breath. He felt a little bored and empty. Obviously, he wanted Gu Xiaobei so much before, just by looking at that evil aura and coldness on her body. It was hard to control himself, wanting to get her ruthlessly. Why is it that when you get it, you find it tasteless? Is it because it's so easy to get? Cheng Wuan was a bit puzzled. He reached out and tried to turn on the light, but when I pressed it, the light didn't come on, so I don't know if it's broken or if the power is out. Just then, Cheng Wuan suddenly received a phone call. The phone jingled and the person next to him seemed to move. However, the process of wreaking havoc did not care, and directly picked up. Hello? In the darkness, Cheng Wandering half squinted his eyes with a hint of impatience. That is, he was calling now, and if this call had come a moment earlier and disturbed him, he would have had to kill the person on the other side of the room. Cheng Xiao, a woman on the opposite side of the room, cupped her voice and called out to him. Cheng Wana was now in sage time and impatiently said, Speak, Cheng Xiao, do you still remember people? I'm Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue? Cheng wrinkled his eyebrows. He had always had trouble remembering the names of women, and even Gu Xiaobei, who he was very interested in, was barely remembered until now. Cheng Xiao, you forgot again. My uncle is Lu Haisheng. Cheng Wana then remembered and said coldly, What is it, Cheng Xiao? People have a jewelry design exhibition tonight. Our people personally draw the design drawings it. Before to Cheng Xiao you have sent invitations. How come you have not come? Qi Mingyue on the phone end of the petulant. Cheng Wana was indifferent, not interested. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. At this exact moment, by the light of the cell phone, Cheng Wuan wanted to take a look at Gu Xiaobei, but before he could look away, the person beside him dove headfirst into his arms. Cheng Xiao, the person in his arms, called out to him. When did you wake up? Cheng Wana was instantly startled. Well, just not long ago, Cheng Xiao. People are already your people now. Cheng felt as if this voice didn't fit Gu Xiaobei's normally cold appearance, but maybe that's how women are. After you've been slept with, you have a different personality? He instantly felt even less interesting. What's left of this conquest? Cheng Xiao, you actually didn't even go to the jewelry design exhibition for someone else. Cheng spoke faintly. What? You like it? Cheng Xiao gave it to me. I like it all. For a moment, Cheng Wuan thought that this Gu Xiaobei was no different from the women he had slept with before, but because he was indeed interested in Gu Xiaobei before, and because he had always been generous to his women, he directly said, I'll have Cheng Gang send you some over later. Is there anything else you want? The latest Hermes bag is pretty too. Bought together. Cheng Xiao is the best. She pouted and hugged Cheng Wana's neck. Cheng Wana used to sleep with women. Are sleeping after letting the woman go. Never spent the night together. Today he was going to make an exception. But now he is not interested. He just wanted to let Gu Xiaobei go. But then he remembered that this was the Gu family home. He shook off the arm of the man beside him and said coldly, I'm leaving first. Only after Cheng Wuan left did the one on the bed climb up, push the electric switch back on, and went to take a shower, restoring everything in the house to its original state. Right now, it was not the time to tell Gu Igua to know. After cleaning that up, she just laid down on her bed. Still, the thought of the jewelry and bag that would soon arrive excited her for a while before she fell asleep. Chapter 118, Gu Xiaobei being adopted? Day 2. Gu Yuran wore beautiful jewelry and carried the latest Hermes bag to school. Yesterday, Cheng Wuan didn't realize that it wasn't actually Gu Xiaobei lying on the bed at all, but her. She thought that she could pretend that Gu Xiaobei was close to Cheng Wuan first, and then after some time, she would reveal her true identity. Cheng Wuan had already slept with her, so she couldn't be irresponsible. Moreover, she believed in her charm and would definitely be able to make Cheng Wana fall in love with her. Isn't it true that last night, Cheng Wana promised to send her something and soon had Cheng Gang deliver it? The necklace she wore around her neck was from Princess Full Diamond Collection, worth over $20 million, and this Hermes bag in her hand cost over $4 million. She has never bought such expensive things. Her most expensive bag is the Chanel, more than 100,000, or when she had her 18th birthday, Gu Igua gave her. Just after stepping into the classroom door, Gu Yuran was surrounded by envious gazes. Geez Yoran, that's too pretty. This necklace is really beautiful. The diamond is 5 carats. Wow. This bag I know. My mom has always wanted it, but it's hard to get. And it said that you have to buy enough 7 million things at the Hermes counter to qualify for this bag. Oh my god. This necklace and this bag look so good on you Yoran. Her classmates gathered around her. Gu Yuran pretended to be unconcerned and pursed her lips. It's nothing. It's all what my family bought for me. Geez, your family treats you well oh Yoran. Yes, yes, yes. You are truly worthy of being the Gu family's eldest young lady. The man who came yesterday was your uncle. Right. Qin Yunar's father? I didn't realize that you're related to Qin Yunar as well. And your uncle looks so rich. Gu Yuran smiled faintly. Well, Qin Yunar is my cousin then. Everyone was envious again. Who didn't know that Qin Yunar was Professor Su's favorite student? And Qini is rich at first glance. The group didn't disperse until the bell rang. Still, several students were whispering. Did you guys see that? That necklace and that bag are super expensive. Yeah. Yesterday there were actually people who suspected that actually Gu Yuran was an imposter and not the daughter of the Gu family. I really laughed my ass off. If she wasn't the daughter of the Gu family her father would have bought her such expensive things? Maybe her dad didn't buy it. Didn't she say it was bought by her family? Even if it was bought by her uncle, it must be because she's the eldest miss of the Gu family. Otherwise, how come her uncle didn't buy it for Gu Xiaobei? Fair enough. Everyone discussed it enthusiastically. And these words, too, fell on Gu Yuran's ears. She was instantly smug. On this day, from class 1 to class 5, everyone was discussing Gu Yuran's new jewelry and bag. Gu Xiaobei also heard some of it, but she didn't care at all. After all, she was the most internationally renowned jewelry designer. Su Xing. Although Gu Yuran's necklace was expensive, it didn't have much design at first glance, so even if it was given to her for nothing, she wouldn't want it. She's being forced to read a book by Saturday 6. Last exam, Saturday 6 didn't do so well, so her mom and dad were a little upset. The midterm exam is coming up. Although this midterm exam is not divided into classes, but Saturday 6 still want to do better, so that mom and dad also a little bit happier, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be motivated to study alone. So she had to drag Gu Xiaobei along. Even for study materials, she bought double copies, but there was a lot of homework that she had fallen behind before Saturday 6, and with the forced brushing up, there was still a lot of knowledge she didn't know either. A lot of questions she looked confused. A glance at the reference answer, she thought she knew, but the next time she encountered a similar question, she was still confused. Sis, what to do? Saturday 6 dropped his pen and frowned sadly. When school is over, let's both go to the bookstore to buy some new study materials, Gu Xiaobei said. It didn't help that Saturday 6 was doing these questions painfully, and she knew of a couple of study packets that should be good for Saturday 6. Really? That's great sis, let's go together later. My treat. Saturday 6 exulted. Looking at how happy she was, Gu Xiaobei also couldn't help but hook his lips and say, good. When school was over, Gu Xiaobei walked outside with Saturday 6, but just as she got to the front of the school, she saw a familiar car. 6. Wait for me. I'll go over there. Gu Xiaobei walked towards the car. There was a man in front of the car who was looking inside the school, and as soon as he saw Gu Xiaobei walking over, he let out a sigh of relief. Big brother. The man rushed to welcome him. This was Secretary Su who had been following Mu Changsheng around. Mu Changsheng called Gu Xiaobei's sister. Of course he didn't dare to follow suit, so he called Big Brother every time. What's wrong? This Secretary Su was usually always calm, but today he was so anxious, so I guess something was wrong. Big brother, I really can't help it. Master Mu won't let me call you. He snatched my cell phone away. I came over here to look for you while Master Mu was asleep. Master Mu's illness. It's back. Mu Changsheng was the young son of the Mu family in the imperial capital, and the reason why he was named Changsheng was because he had been weak and sickly since he was young, and some doctors even said that he wouldn't live past the age of 18. The family wanted him to live forever. You know, I won't be a doctor anymore. Gu Xiaobei said softly. Big brother, I'm begging you, if you're not going to do the surgery, at least go and see Master Mu, even if it means prescribing some medicine. Otherwise Master Mu will really be finished. Secretary Su was anxious. Gu Xiaobei thought for a while. In the beginning, she was the one who saved Mu Changsheng from death. Better go check it out. 6th Saturday. You go home first. Gu Xiaobei shouted from afar to 6th Saturday. Saturday 6 nodded. Only then did Gu Xiaobei get into Secretary Su's car. She didn't realize that not far away, someone had filmed the whole process of her getting into the car. And in the photo taken from that angle, Secretary Su, who was helping Gu Xiaobei open the car door, lowered his head in order to show respect. rather like he was kissing Gu Xiaobei. Xu Xinjing smiled coldly. She opened the school's posting board and uploaded all these pictures. Explosion. St. Li's school bully, Gu Xiaobei, has been adopted by an old man from outside the school. There were pictures and the truth. And this time, Gu Xiaobei was definitely speechless. Xu Xinjing laughed as she swiped through the posters. Soon there were many replies below. Asterisk 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 no way. The school bully has someone to keep him. How dare she be so rude without someone to keep her? She had the guts to beat up Miss Xiqing. It's disgusting. A student doing this kind of thing. Chapter 119 Deletion of Posts. Gu Xiaobei followed Secretary Su to the Mu family. Master Mu has been in a coma for several days. Originally thought it was just a recurring thing. It's not like it hasn't happened in previous years. Got a doctor to look at it. And it's all better. And Master Mu won't let it bother you. But this time it's just not going to work. Secretary Su looked at Gu Xiaobei sitting in the back row in the rearview mirror inside. This is the third day. I was still able to drink something, but now I can't feed anything. The old lady has been crying at Master Mu's bedside for a few days now, and her eyes are almost blind. And Master Mu said he wouldn't let you be contacted for any reason, saying he was afraid of going against your principles. Gu Xiaobei sat in the back row. His thin lips pursed slightly. His young face was clean and good-looking, and he was permeated with a sense of coolness. If he hadn't experienced it himself, Secretary Su wouldn't have believed that the young girl in front of him, who was only 18 years old, had already been a holy doctor 5 years ago. Without her, Master Mu would have died long ago. 1,000 mistakes are all my fault. I came to find you. If you're not happy later, or Master Mu is not happy, I'll bear the consequences. Big brother, I beg you. I can't just see Master Mu die like this. When she said the word death, Secretary Su's voice was also a little choked. Gu Xiaobei's eyelashes fluttered, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyes, blocking the look in her eyes. She still didn't say anything. Secretary Su's heart was lifted high, but he also knew that this big brother's temper had always been cold. No refusal, so that's a yes. After arriving at Mu's house, Gu Xiaobei headed straight upstairs, and Secretary Su hurriedly followed behind. Mu Changqing's room is in the best location of the Mu family, sitting in the north and facing the south, with abundant sunlight and excellent feng shui. The old lady had once said that even if she passed all the Mu family's fortune to Mu Changqing, she had to tell this grandson of hers to survive. Gu Xiaobei pushed the door in, and Mu Changqing was lying on that huge bed, looking more and more dry and thin. In the past 3 days, Mu Changqing has lost so much weight that he has lost his shape, and he relies on an 4 drip every day to renew his life. Gu Xiaobei sat down, flipped over Mu Changqing's eyelids to look at them, and then picked up the diagnosis and treatment records that were placed on the table. These were written down by the family doctor, and I thought you might be able to use them, so I brought them over, Secretary Su said. Gu Xiaobei let out a hum and sat down to take Mu Changqing's pulse. Old illnesses come back. Gu Xiaobei's 4 clear and cold words made Secretary Su fall into an abyss. He had been praying for the past few days that whatever it was, it must not be an old illness. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one would be able to save Master Mu. Big brother. Secretary Su looked at Gu Xiaobei, his voice trembling. He wanted to kneel down and beg Gu Xiaobei. He knew that Master Mu had said many times that Big Brother wouldn't operate on people in the future. But if Big Brother didn't care either, wouldn't Master Mu have to wait for death? I'll prescribe some medicine for him first. Luckily, it's not as serious as 5 years ago. These are the things to be added to the drip. Gu Xiaobei quickly wrote down a list and handed it to Secretary Su. He's coming down with this disease. He has to be pressed down with Western medicine first, but the side effects are great, so it'll be hard for him to wake up. So tell him to endure it. Gu Xiaobei spoke in a clear and cold voice. Then I'll write another Chinese medicine prescription and give him a slow conditioning. Fine. I'll do as I'm told. Big brother, I really thank you this time. Secretary Su was so excited that he burst into tears. Gu Xiaobei took another look at Mu Changqing, who was lying on the bed. He'd wanted to be her little brother ever since he'd saved his life, and he'd done her a lot of favors over the years. She also knew that right now, the only way to make Mu Changqing better and faster was to open up and operate. But she can't even hold a scalpel steady. How can she operate? Alright, I'll go back first, Gu Xiaobei said in a clear and cold voice. Biggie, I'll see you off. No need. You stay and take care of Mu Changqing. Master Mu has other people to take care of. This if Master Mu knows that I brought you Big Brother and didn't send you back, he'll turn around and kill me. Secretary Su had said so, and Gu Xiaobei did not continue to refuse. On the way back, Gu Xiaobei picked up her cell phone and realized that Saturday 6 had sent her several WeChat messages. Sister, I'm so mad at you. I don't know who's been making up rumors about you again. I'll bite her to death if I know who it is. I'm so mad at you. Although there are a few people to help you speak, but there are too many people who are not night eaters. I simply can't keep it down. Sister. I'll immediately go and register 32 trumpets. I have to win the argument against them. Gu Xiaobei frowned slightly. What's going on here? And how did it piss Saturday 6 off like this? She opened the posting. Scroll down a few pages. You don't see anything unusual? Isn't it still the same as before? Fawning over Ji Ling Tian, discussing who Shimu's next girlfriend will be, arguing about which person will be used as the female lead in Yi Jiaqiao's new music video, and praising Xia for being really too cute. The school bully ranking should move up a notch. What Gu Xiaobei didn't know was that 8 minutes ago, Ji Ling Tian drove to Xia's house and lifted him, who was still catching up on his sleep, out from under the covers. Ling Tian, what are you doing? I've been checking on Yuzi's whereabouts last night, and I've only just gotten an hour of sleep. Get up, delete these posts in the posting bar for me, and block the posters and those accounts that are bouncing around the most below. Ji Ling Tian coldly said. Xia deflated. I don't want it, I want to sleep again. Before he could finish his words, Ji Ling Tian's icy gaze swept over. Woo! Xia, aggrieved Baba said. Well, this will delete. He yawned and went to turn on the computer. Ji Ling Tian spoke icily again from behind. Hurry up! Got it. Xia was so angry that her cheeks bulged. This Ling Tian was really too annoying. After watching Xia delete all those posts with his own eyes, and after his account was blacked out, Ji Ling Tian left. Xia rolled back into bed, intent on getting a good night's sleep, but he had just closed his eyes for half a minute when his cell phone rang again. Hello? Xia, who had wanted to hang up, picked up anyway when he saw it was Yusuke Joe. After all, Yi Jiaqiao was the most gentle person to him, not many times better than the baddie Ling Tian. Xia, can I trouble you with something? Yi Jiaqiao's voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Is it okay to help me delete a few posts from the posting bar? I took screenshots and sent them to your WeChat. Suk Joe's screenshot hadn't been deleted by Xia yet. Good, said Xia in a milky voice, but when he opened his phone, he realized that what Yi Jiaqiao had asked him to delete was actually the same few posts that Ji Ling Tian had asked him to delete. He also wanted to ask Yi Jiaqiao why both of them were letting delete these, but he was too sleepy, so he just sent Yi Jiaqiao, it's been deleted. Then he fell back and went back to sleep. Chapter 120, Ji Xiao wants to confess? Early the next morning, Gu Xiaobei had only just gone to class when Saturday 6 rushed over. Sis, let me talk to you. Yesterday someone slandered you in the posting bar. I argued with them for a long time, and then for some reason, all those posts were deleted. Humph, I haven't argued enough yet, but it's good to be mad at those posters. Saturday 6's voice was not small, and Chu Xinjing, who was sitting in the front row, also heard it. She was practically dying of anger. Yesterday's post was so hot that it was inexplicably deleted and even her account was blocked. She even asked Gu Yuran to ask the bar owner of the posting bar, but the bar owner said that he didn't do it, and moreover, the bar owner couldn't unblock her account. It's a hell of a thing. Yes? Gu Xiaobei raised her eyebrows and said faintly. Slander me for what? Before Saturday 6 finished speaking, Ji Ling Tian, who was on the side, suddenly said coldly, what's all the noise about? Go back to your own seat and don't disturb my studies. The filthy words in those posts yesterday were unbearable, saying that Gu Xiaobei had been adopted, that she had been working as a mistress for an old man at a young age, and that she had given birth to a child, and that she used to sell herself to cover her living expenses when she was at school in the countryside, and that she could get a night's package for $30. This kind of words, even he, a boy, couldn't look at them. It was better not to let Gu Xiaobei know, but he also told Xia to check the IP when he woke up from his nap to see who actually posted the post. He'll never let that one go. As soon as Saturday 6 saw that Ji Ling Tian was angry, he hurriedly ran back to his seat. Gu Xiaobei tilted her head towards Ji Ling Tian with a few moments of doubt. You, who sleeps in class every day and makes up for it after class, and who has been ranked at the bottom of 10 exams, will still be held back from studying? Do you have room for regression? But she didn't say this out loud. After all, the last exam, Ji Ling Tian scored a perfect score in science synthesis. 0 eggs in all the remaining subjects though. What are you looking at? Ji Ling Tian's earlobes turned a little red from her stare and he coldly said. Gu Xiaobei turned her head with a ch. Don't let me see it. Right at this moment, Ji Ling Tian received a message from Xia. Ling Tian, I found out. That IP is from the Green Apple Internet Cafe 2 streets in front of the school. The cafe is a dynamic IP, so I don't know exactly which machine position it is. Ji Ling Tian replied. Got it. Now that we know which internet cafe it is, it's a good thing. Ji Ling Tian sent a message over to Cho Mo. Take down that Green Apple Internet Cafe near Xingli. Close it down and keep it closed. Have all the staff check the surveillance to see who posted yesterday's post. Yes, Boss. Xiao Mo quickly replied. Gu Xiaobei still didn't know what was going on. Sitting next to Ji Ling Tian chewing bubblegum and blowing a bubble every now and then, Ji Ling Tian inclined his head to look at her. The sunlight just happened to hit from the direction of the side of Gu Xiaobei's face, bringing a few points of warmth to her who was usually always cold. Her eyes were clear and beautiful, a shimmering light flickered in them, and the scene in front of her eyes was something that no pretty picture scroll could compare to. Ji Ling Tian's heart trembled, and even his heartbeat missed a beat. He hoped that Gu Xiaobei could always look like this in her old age, though she fights well and always doubles back when bullied. But he still hoped that she would not be bullied again, as long as she bullies others. Gu Xiaobei suddenly turned his head. Ji Ling Tian was caught peeking and coughed twice to ease his embarrassment. What are you looking at? Gu Xiaobei said in the tone he had just used. What do you care if I'm happy to watch? Ji Ling Tian consciously disliked back. The Saturday 6 on the side looked this way and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Cool sister is cool sister. Actually dare to choke with Ji Xiao. That's awesome. Gu Xiaobei still wanted to argue with Ji Ling Tian when she suddenly heard someone calling her name at the door. Looking up, it was Closuk Zhou. Gu Xiaobei walked out. Jie Xiao smiled gently. Xiaobei, I have something I want to discuss with you. Is it convenient to come with me? Gu Xiaobei nodded. Jie Xiao was very gentle and had helped her several times, so of course she wouldn't refuse. Together, the two went to a restroom at the far end of the hallway. Xiaobei, my new song is going to be released soon, and I have to shoot a music video. My manager has found me a few actresses, but I don't feel like I have that kind of feeling, so I would like to invite you to shoot a music video for me. Is that okay? Gu Xiaobei thought for a moment, then pursed her lips and said, I'm sorry, I don't really want to go. Xiaobei, I really like this song, and I would like to make a music video to go with it. Can you listen to the song first, and then think about whether or not you want to come to the shoot? Jie Xiao opened the recording in his cell phone and handed the headphones to Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei listened for a moment and instantly froze. When this song was being written, what was swirling around in Jie Xiao's head was always Jishu's shadow. Gu Xiaobei was hit with a familiar feeling. When she heard the chorus, the line she looked back. Time rushed away. Who stayed in 1,000 worlds, not carved into her heart. She immediately made up her mind. Good. She agreed. Clothier Zhou is really a good talent for making music. Great. Xiaobei. Jie Xiao was very happy. I'll talk to my agent about preparing costumes and props for you, and I'll contact you when we're back to shoot. He found many actresses to audition for the movie, but none of them had Jishu's temperament and flavor on them. Only Gu Xiaobei had ever given him that feeling. Good. Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips slightly and faintly said, and the 5th class sighed. Gu Xiaobei had just been called away by Jie Xiao when Ji Ling Tian received a message from Xiao Mo. Boss, it's been checked. It's this guy. In the background, Vengeance Mo sent the photo over. Ji Ling Tian glanced at it, then raised his eyes, his cold gaze instantly locking onto a girl in the front row. Xu Xinjing was still talking highly with the front table when she suddenly winced. Ji Ling Tian got up, his icy voice sounding like he wanted to freeze the entire world. Xu Xinjing, come out for a moment. When he finished speaking, he took a big stride out the door. Xu Xinjing froze for a moment. Just now, did Ji Xiao call her name? Wang Qijing from the front table pushed her. What are you staring at? Ji Xiao told you to go out. Hurry up. Xu Xinjing was a bit puzzled. Strange. What was Ji Xiao looking for her to go out for? Wang Qijing squeezed her eyebrows and said, Xinjing, I see that Ji Xiao is in a big hurry. It can't be that he's going to confess his love to you. You know, Ji Xiao was always cold, rarely spoke to girls, and even more so, never went out alone with a girl. Xu Xinjing's face also reddened. Several of the students next to us came over when they heard the sound. What? Confessions? We're going to see it too. Xu Xinjing had a red face and wriggled out. Could it be that Kisho had discovered her goodness and beauty? Xu Xinjing covered her face and laughed sheepishly. Chapter 121 MV Actress. Ji Ling Tian was waiting for Xu Xinjing on the rooftop. Behind Xu Xinjing, there were several onlookers following behind her. Ji Xiao's confession is a sensation. Xu Xinjing wriggled over and lowered her head shyly. Ji Xiao, what are you looking for from me? It can't really be a confession. From now on, she was young Ji's girlfriend, and she would be able to walk sideways and shunly. Xu Xinjing almost laughed out loud. Is this man you? Jillian handed the cell phone screen to her eyes. Xu Xinjing looked away. The surveillance of the internet cafe wasn't very clear, but students who were together every day could still recognize her at a glance, not to mention herself. Xu Xinjing's face instantly went white. After she took the photo at that time, she was going to post it directly from her cell phone, but then she wanted to apply for a few more trumpets so that she could top the post, so she went to the internet cafe anyway. Unexpectedly, it was actually found out by Ji Ling Tian. Ji Xiao, Xu Xinjing didn't understand what this matter had to do with Ji Lingtian, and how he came to find himself, but before she could finish, Ji Lingtian directly tugged on her collar. The students sprawled out behind them on the stairway to watch were agitated. Aowa, is that going to be a forced kiss? So sweet. Ji Xiao's confession is so domineering. But the next second, they were dumbfounded. It was because Ji Lingtian yanked Xu Xinjing's collar and directly mentioned her outside the rooftop. As soon as she let go, Xu Xinjing would fall. Qi Xiao. Xu Xinjing was so scared that she was on the verge of crying out, and she closed her eyes in death, not daring to look down. You really do have the guts to do anything. Xu Xinjing. Ji Lingtian gritted his teeth when he called her name, as if he had squeezed 3 words out of his teeth. Xu Xinjing didn't know how she had angered Ji Lingtian, but she couldn't say anything even though she wanted to ask. She just kept crying. The students gathered in the back were dying of fear. You know, this is the 5th floor. If she fell, Xu Xinjing would be crippled even if she didn't die. But they looked at me and I looked at you, and no one dared to go up and stop them. After all, that's Ji Xiao. Just then, Julie walked up behind them. What are you doing? Julie was also a little surprised to see so many of her class coming together at the rooftop stairway. Teacher, check it out. Wang Qijing hurriedly dragged Julie over. Glancing inside, Julie was instantly shocked. This is going to cost her her job if someone does get killed. Julie hurried up. Student Ji Lingtian, what are you doing? Julie rushed up and tried to free Xu Xinjing. After all, Ji Lingtian didn't really want to make a scene at the school, and with Julie also coming, he carried Xu Xinjing back again. Xu Xinjing's legs went limp, and she immediately collapsed to the ground, crying out with a wow sound. Just now, she really thought she was going to die. Ji Lingtian coldly looked out of the corner of his eye at her. Don't suspect your life is too long. After that, he left straight away. Xu Xinjing was so frightened that she cried out. She had no strength at all, and even now a faint smell of urine lingered on her body, because she just peed herself a little bit. Xu Xinjing, what's going on? How could Ji Xiao suddenly be like this? Although Julie had just saved Xu Xinjing, she also knew that Ji Lingtian was not someone who would find trouble with her classmates for no reason. Xu Xinjing huffed. Teacher, I don't know what's going on. Ji Xiao is just inexplicable. I didn't do anything at all. Really? Julie looked at her suspiciously. If you don't tell the truth, the next time something like this happens, the teacher won't care. Xu Xinjing thought hard. Could it be that I posted in the bar yesterday? But I wasn't talking about Ji Xiao. I was just talking about Gu Xiaobei. What did you say about Gu Xiaobei? Xu Xinjing hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether or not to say anything. However, she quickly thought again that it was Gu Xiaobei who was entangled with the old man, not her. She was just telling the truth, for heaven's sake. I just took a picture of Gu Xiaobei tangling with an old man off campus and posted it on the bar. Things were all done by Gu Xiaobei. I just told the truth. Julie's eyes turned cold for a moment. She loosened her hand holding Xu Xinjing and said, Xu Xinjing, in the future, don't talk nonsense about such words without evidence, or there will be a next time. I can't control you anymore. With that, Julie left as well. Xu Xinjing was lying alone on the rooftop, crying, and Wang Qijing was making sure that Ji Xiao wouldn't come back before she ran up and helped her up. Xu Xinjing clenched her teeth fiercely. This time, it was all Gu Xiaobei's fault. Isn't she just a country bumpkin? Or a shameless hick who likes to tangle with old men? Why did Ji Xiao and the homeroom teacher defend her? Xu Xinjing was furious. But go back to the class. She just sat down, in front of Julie said, before the class I want to say one thing to the students first. Our 5th class is a big collective of unity and friendship. I hope that the students do not do things detrimental to the interests of the collective. And in the Shangli, reading is very important. And more important to be a good person, no matter what the results of our class. Don't make the kind of slander classmates and nonsense things to come. After saying that, Julie even glanced at Xu Xinjing. In this lesson, Xu Xinjing didn't even listen and was angry the whole time. She must find an opportunity to get back at Gu Xiaobei again before she could do so. After class, Jia Chao came to find Gu Xiaobei and called her out. This time it's a new record for the 2nd anniversary of his debut, and the lead single from it, Listen to Her in the Season, is something he's been working on for a long time and is still preparing to take to the competition. The agent was also very impressed, so he quickly sent over everything he wanted. Yosuke Joe had his manager bring the photographer and everything, and was going to start with an interior shot on this side of the school's piano room. The song's music video features a scene where a valiant red-clad heroine crosses paths with a piano-playing black-clad girl. Both are played by Gu Xiaobei, symbolizing past lives, and the growth of the song's protagonist. Broker Yang Zio had been wondering what kind of person could make Yi Jiechao take a glance and not even want those actresses. But when Gu Xiaobei put on that black dress, sat down in front of the piano, and pressed the first key. He instantly froze. Good looking. It's really so good looking. It's that kind of vibe. She sat there, shoulders straight, her nice swan neck and the large expanse of exposed shoulder connected in a high and lonely beauty, cold to the core. Yang Ziyou couldn't dare to imagine how beautiful she would look in that black dress. Not only Yi Jiaqiao, even he felt that Gu Xiaobei was sitting there. And apart from being a few points colder than Ji Shu, his temperament really matched by 8 points. It's a song that was really made for her. Yang Ziyou couldn't help but take out his cell phone, shoot a small video, and then send it to the circle of friends. Closes songs are already good. And with this girl starring in the music video, this year's breakout hit, Predetermined. Chapter 122, The more I think, the more wrong I get. Yang Ziyou was unusually excited. Soon, he was rewarded with a large number of likes and comments. Asterisk 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 Lao Yang. Where did you find such a good seedling? The female lead of my new movie hasn't been decided yet. Lao Yang send a contact information to me. This temperament is simply stunning. Brother Yang has found a treasure this time. Don't be so stingy, General Manager Yang. Introduce everyone to get to know my artist MV has not found a good person in a couple of days to save a bureau. Drink together Yang Ziyou looked at these comments below and couldn't help but laugh. Humph, just you people. You still want to rob Xiaobei? What a thought. He had asked Yi Jiaqiao that Gu Xiaobei had no plans to enter the entertainment industry for the time being, and only then did he send out this little video to eyeball the people in his circle of friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to let others see such a big treasure. Gu Xiaobei's aura was one of the best, and his comprehension was also very strong. Previously, Yang Ziyou managed to find an actress with a decent appearance, but after several auditions, he couldn't get into the groove. But Gu Xiaobei's movements of playing the zither and the song blended together in a way that was simply beautiful. Yang Ziyou didn't even need a second take. One line passed. Xiaobei. This will do for our interior scenes. After the shooting, Yang Ziyou hurriedly came over. Look, when do you have time? I'll arrange it. Let's go to the exterior shooting? The dress is also in the process of being made. We can put it on in 2 or 3 days. Okay, Gu Xiaobei said. After Yang Ziyou and Yi Jiaqiao said goodbye, he hurriedly pulled the photographer away. He wanted to hurry back and enjoy the footage he'd just seen, editing it along the way. We'll wait a couple days to shoot the exteriors as well and put it all together with Yi Jiaqiao's vocals. Yang Ziyou couldn't dare to think about that scene. By then, the airplay on all the major platforms will surely explode. And at this time, the Chang family, Chang Wuan was lying in the recliner, his slender fingers grasping his cell phone and was flipping through it in boredom. He had always wanted Gu Xiaobei before, but after sleeping with her that night, he found it a bit tasteless again. It's not at all the same feeling that I saw before. Originally, he had felt so uninterested since he returned to China, and it was so hard to find a woman who interested him and took her so quickly that he instantly became bored. Just then, he saw Yang Ziyou's circle of friends. Chang Wuan likes to play with actresses and has a lot of contact with people in the entertainment industry, so he has also added a lot of agents on WeChat. Before that, Ding Hong had pulled the strings for him several times and introduced him to several actresses. This Yang Ziyou was someone he met at a drinking game, but because Yang Ziyou didn't have any resources for actresses under him, Chang Wuan hadn't spoken to him. Clicking on that little video, just after watching it for a second, Chang Wuan instantly sat up straight. Although it was only a side face, he still recognized that this person was Gu Xiaobei. She was wearing a small black dress cut just right, revealing half of her slender calves and a waist that looked like it could be held over in one hand. Gu Xiaobei's skin was already fair, and clashing with the black skirt attracted extra attention. She lifted her chin slightly, her swan neck was long and white, attracting people who couldn't help but want to look down. Gu Xiaobei's figure was exquisite, and Chang Wuan instantly felt his breath sink and his body inexplicably heat up. That interest he had in Gu Xiaobei was back. Exactly. It's this air of coldness and indolence. But this little video was only 10 seconds long, and he simply couldn't get enough of it. Chang called Chang Gang over. Contact Gu Xiaobei. Master wants her to serve the bed tonight. Chang Wuan shook his wine glass, the red Bloody Mary running across his fingertips, a bizarre and bewitching red color. Chang Gang hurriedly answered. The corner of Chang's mouth hooked up into a smile, but after Chang Gang contacted, the other party said that she refused to come over, and that if Chang Wuan wanted to sleep with her, he would have to go to Gu's house to find her. Gu Yuren's hands were shaking as she typed, but she can't go to Chang's house. If she goes to Chang's house, won't she reveal herself? She was also afraid that Chang Wuan would refuse to come to the Gu family because she didn't take the initiative, and she was very apprehensive inside. But I didn't expect that Chang Wuan actually agreed. The little video that had just been made had rekindled Chang Wuan's interest in Gu Xiaobei. At night, Chang Wuan drove to Gu's house. Gu Yuran was still doing as he had done, Chang pushed open the door to his room, and Gu Yuran hugged him. She was about the same height as Gu Xiaobei, and she had deliberately put on makeup, so with only the sparse moonlight outside, Chang Wuan wouldn't have noticed. When he opened the door and saw the darkness, Chang Wuan wrinkled his brows and said, "Why don't you turn on the lights?" Why did he make it look like he was stealing from a man, sneaking around in the dark every time? Gu Yuran laughed softly and slowly said, "The lights at home are broken." Chang Xiao, don't be angry. It's broken? It broke last time and again this time. Is the Gu family so poor that they can't even afford to replace a lamp? The woman was sprawled in his arms, the smell of shampoo and perfume working together inside his nostrils, and he was instantly annoyed for a few moments. The sweet, cloying aroma distracted him so much that he almost wanted to turn around and leave. But then he thought about the little video he had seen during the day, and he was instantly intrigued again. Chang Wuan wrapped his arms around the woman's waist, the woman wrapped her arms around his neck, and the two of them stepped back and collapsed onto the bed together. This time the person underneath him was a little more forthcoming than the last time, but Chang Wuan felt tasteless again. It was fine when the exercise was going on, but when it was over, he was left with an emptiness in his heart. Lying in bed, he thought back to the little video he had seen during the day, and then felt this woman in his arms, and it never felt the same. Gu Yuran leaned into his arms and said softly, "Chang Xiao, when I went to school with the things you sent me, many of my classmates envied me." Chang Wana let out a hum. How could he not know what that meant? Coming from a woman's life? Anything else you want? I'll have Chang Gang send it over to you later. People want LV bags and limited edition necklaces. Gu Yuran hugged Chang Wuan's arm tightly and pouted. Doesn't Chang Xiao think that all of them go well with me? Chang thought of Gu Xiaobei's cool temperament during the day, and how it didn't match those fancy things. But sleep all you want. Buy something. He doesn't mind. Chang Wuan still didn't spend the night here, and after returning to Chang's house, he directly asked Cheng Gang to send his things over. Gu Yuran was filled with complacency. The other day her jewelry and bag had shocked the entire third grade section of S.A. Lee's, and there were even a lot of underclassmen running over to try to get a look at it. She feels that only expensive jewelry and bags are good enough for her, but it's been on her back for days and she wants a new one. If she could continue to develop with Chang Wuan in the future, she would definitely become the envy of the entire Xingli. But what she didn't know was that the more Chang Wuan's side thought about it after he went back, the more wrong he felt. Chang Gang! Chang shouted. Chapter 123. Don't touch her. Chang Gang rushed over. Make your arrangements. I'm going to S.A. Lee's today. Chang Wana didn't know if it was because he couldn't see his face, but he always couldn't find his daytime feeling at night. This time, he would personally go to Saintly to stop Gu Xiaobei. Master Wrecker, do you want to talk to Gu Xiaobei? No need. Chang Wana frowned, rather impatient. It's already my woman. I can go to her whenever I want. It's hard not to have to say hello to her so she can get ready. It's not like I'm going to steal someone. When he said those two words, Chang Wandering clenched his teeth again. That's twice now, and the lights have always been off. He'd never done anything this sneaky before. Yes, Master Wrecker. I'm going now. You bring me the car, Chang said. Chang Gang hesitated for a moment. Master Wrecker, have you forgotten that today you have an appointment with General Manager Qin to discuss business? Chang moved with a start. Yes, Qin would make a rare trip to the imperial capital, and the Chang family had recently had the intention of trying to develop in the Magic City, so he had asked Qin to talk about business. Then wait until I finish my business, Chang said. And at this time, Gu Yuran was still showing off her new bracelet, new ring and new bag in class, oblivious to what would await her after school. Yuran, this bracelet of yours is so pretty. This is the one that LV just sold, right? My aunt and uncle are senior VIPs at LV, but they have to wait for months if they want this bracelet. This bag is so beautiful. Your family is really rich. You actually have so many expensive bags. So many students came up to her seat and wanted to touch her bracelet and bag. However, some students also raised questions. I remember that the Gu family is not particularly rich. Right. Gu Yuran before backpacks are basically coach that one. There are a few Chanel, basically a few $1,000, $10,000 or $20,000. There is only 100,000 or so limited edition. How suddenly so rich? That's a true statement. Although the Gu family was rich, it could only be regarded as middle of the road in Shangli, and it was even less ranked in the imperial capital. So how could it not buy such expensive things for Gu Yuran for 3 days without celebrating the New Year or festivals? Maybe her uncle bought it. Don't forget, her uncle is exceptionally rich at first glance, and her cousin is Qin Yuner. Just look at Qin Yuner. But then why did her uncle go to Gu Xiaobei that day instead of her? Gu Yuran was also apprehensive inwardly as she listened to these words. She was terrified of being poked and prodded about her origins. However, she forced herself to calm down and said, the cleaner the clearer. There are some personal matters in the family that I'm not at liberty to tell everyone, but I'm sure that everyone will understand in the future. Time will prove everything. That's right. Yuran is the school flower. Just this kind of temperament. Does that bumpkin have it? But I see that Gu Xiaobei's temperament is also very good. And it's even prettier looking than Gu Yuran. When did you go blind? Hearing that people were starting to speak up for Gu Xiaobei even in the first class, Gu Yuran couldn't help but clench her fists. She's going to have to try harder than that. As long as she could be with Chen Wuan, her uncle would definitely think highly of her and would recognize her to the Qin family at that time. Not to mention Dad. When the time came, she would get back all the things that were taken away by Gu Xiaobei. In the afternoon, Secretary Su sent a message to Gu Xiaobei, saying that Mu Changsheng had gotten quite a bit better and reassuring her. Knowing this, Gu Xiaobei was sort of relieved. Mu Changsheng's side was fine, so Gu Xiaobei made an appointment to go shopping for study materials together on Saturday 6. Who knew that when she got to the door, she would actually be stopped again? Chang Wuan drove a Lamborghini today, and he came 3 minutes early and parked his car across the school entrance. He could be seen by students leaving school, and there were whispers about who the car really belonged to. Xu Xinjing took Gu Yuran's arm and walked out together, constantly complimenting Gu Yuran's bag and necklace. Before, her and Gu Yuran's families were about the same, and both of them bought pretty much the same things. So how come overnight, Gu Yuran was suddenly so rich? It seems it's good to have a rich uncle. Suddenly, Xu Xinjing pointed at the school entrance and said, "Look, Yuran, that car is so beautiful." Gu Yuran raised her head. Just then, she saw Chang Wuan open the car door and walk out. Gu Yuran was instantly taken aback. How did Chang Wuan come? If Chang Wuan saw these things on her, wouldn't she be exposed? Gu Yuran hurriedly stopped and stammered, "That, Xin Jing. I think I have a book I forgot to take. Will you accompany me back to class to get it?" Xu Xinjing kind of wanted to stay and watch. After all, this man who stepped out of the car was really too handsome. Xin Jing. Gu Yuran tugged her again. Only then did Xu Xinjing nod. As for Gu Xiaobei at this time, he had already walked to the school entrance with Saturday 6. Chang also saw her and got out of the car. Gu Xiaobei. Chang Wana ripped his tie loose, took off his sunglasses, and called out to her. Gu Xiaobei looked up and only glanced at him, then continued talking to Saturday 6 as if she hadn't seen him. Chang was instantly enraged, but such Gu Xiaobei also aroused his desire to conquer. It's that feeling. It's nothing like the one at night. Gu Xiaobei, didn't you hear me calling out to you? Chang took a big stride towards Gu Xiaobei. He blocked in front of Gu Xiaobei, but Gu Xiaobei just smiled coldly. Didn't I tell Chang Xiao that if you don't have money, don't learn from others to fall in love? Her beautiful eyes were like the stars of the night sky, and her amber pupils were clear and cold with a trifle sneer. Chang instantly gritted his teeth. You've slept with me several times, and you still look so noble? Where's the thing I sent you? Why don't you bring it with you? His direct gaze swept Gu Xiaobei from top to bottom. What? You play chaste girl with me during the day, but when you get to bed at night, you become a player of everything? Gu Xiaobei's eyes suddenly narrowed, chills spilling out. What is this Chang Wuan talking nonsense about? The onlookers, who had heard these words from Chang Wuan, began to point their fingers at Gu Xiaobei. My God, I didn't realize she was like that. Looks like the posters were right. She pays to sleep. It's disgusting. I don't want to be in a school with people like that. Chang reached out, about to grab Gu Xiaobei's hand. He had to look at Gu Xiaobei's face today and make her sleep with him. Gu Xiaobei's hand shook, and Chang Wuan suddenly felt a pain in his wrist, and his entire body slammed hard against the car door. Interesting. Chang Wuan's eyes sank, licking the corners of his mouth as he walked towards Gu Xiaobei again. Spicy enough, but this time, before Gu Xiaobei could strike, Ji Lingtian suddenly appeared like a gust of wind and blocked in front of her. Ji Lingtian had also heard all of those words from Cheng just now. Don't touch her. Ji Lingtian's voice was low, coldness spreading, and everyone around him winced. Chapter 124, The Hero Saves Beauty. Chang Wana and Ji Lingtian looked at each other, a coldness spreading out from the two of them. The students who had gotten out of school gathered around and watched the two dudes face off. Oh my God, Chang Xiao is so handsome, but no matter how handsome, it's not as handsome as Ji Xiao. My male god is the most handsome. Why are those two fighting? It seems to be because of Gu Xiaobei. My God, I'm so envious of Gu Xiaobei. Actually two handsome guys fighting over her. Humph. I think Gu Xiaobei is just a red-faced scourge. She just knows how to seduce men. That's also because people Gu Xiaobei is good-looking. Speechless. Why is Gu Xiaobei so disgusting? It seems that what was said in the posting bar before is true. I wonder who's going to win. Ji Lingtian didn't want to hear others speak ill of Gu Xiaobei, and roared in a low voice. What are you looking at? All of you get out of here. For a while, no one dared to gather around, and all hurried out with their heads down. The corners of Chang Wuan's mouth hooked up coldly. He had a good business talk with Qin Yi this morning, and Qin Yi is also considering cooperating with the Chang family to develop the market on the Magic City side. So now, Chang Wandering stood in front of Ji Ling Tian and had a bit of backbone. Ji Xiao, things don't come in threes. This is already the third time you've snatched a woman from me. Ji Ling Tian's eyes were icy cold as he stepped in front of Gu Xiaobei, pulling the corner of his mouth into a sneer. So, Chang was enraged by Ji Ling Tian's disdainful words and instantly clenched his teeth. Ji Ling Tian, what do you mean? I'm telling you, I still have to take Gu Xiaobei away today. Gu Xiaobei raised her head to look at Ji Ling Tian's back. He was a head taller than her and could keep her protected when he held her back. It was the same thing that day at the Imperial Plaza. He crashed into Chang Wuan's car regardless and had to take her away. Chang reached out to grab Gu Xiaobei, the woman who was lying underneath him last night. How come she started to pretend to be ice clean today? Chang couldn't swallow this breath. Gu Xiaobei, get thee out of here. Chang had just reached out when his wrist was clutched. Ji Ling Tian's eyes were filled with monstrous anger, and when he raised his eyes to look at him, it was as if 10,000 hectares of mountains were pressing down on him, and the immense oppressive force left him gasping for air. Chang Wandering felt like his bones were about to be crushed by Ji Ling Tian. Gu Xiaobei, you go first. Ji Ling Tian slightly inclined his head and said. Saturday 6 was on the verge of crying in fear, tugging on Gu Xiaobei's sleeve. Sister, let's go first. This Chang Wana is really too scary. She was afraid that she would hurt Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, however, did not move a muscle. She didn't want to owe Ji Ling Tian too many favors. Besides, this Chang Wuan was not her opponent at all. Ever since she was 5, she was used to taking care of everything herself, and this sudden feeling of having someone to protect her made her uncomfortable. But it seems that there are also seeds of warmth taking root in the heart. Just then, a boy with dyed blonde hair came bouncing in from outside with a backpack. He bit into his lollipop and instantly froze when he saw that everyone was heading outside from inside the school. He picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Oh my god, so it's 5 p.m. I thought it was 5 in the morning. Looks like I'm going to go back to sleep. O'Shaughnessy patted himself on the head and said, he'd been up all night yesterday checking on the Wanderer's whereabouts, and he'd been so up that he'd gotten disoriented. Woke up and looked at his cell phone as 4:40. He packed up to come to school. Originally thought that today finally do not have to miss class, and also came especially early, waiting for the class teacher to praise him. Did not think that actually all dismissed. O'Shaughnessy, Ji Ling Tian called out to him. Take Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6 away. Ha! Osha had just taken a step and came back biting into her lollipop. Okay, he said dutifully. After all, it is the Ling Tian Demon King. He dares not disobey. Before Gu Xiaobei could move, Ji Ling Tian inclined his head to look at her and said in a deep voice, be obedient. It was as if those two words had a magical quality to them. Gu Xiaobei still followed Oxia and also Saturday 6 and left together. Chang looked at Gu Xiaobei's back as she left, the corner of her mouth picking up a bloodthirsty smile. Is this what Ji Xiao intends to do? Save a beauty from a hero? It's just simply that I don't like the look of you. As Ji Ling Tian spoke, his fist had already swung viciously towards Chang Wuan. Chang Wana also put up a fight this time. Ji Ling Tian actually dared to repeatedly not give him face. He was also the wrecking master in the imperial capital. The two fought instantly. Chang Wana had also studied sparring for a while abroad, and his hands were still okay. Xia brought Saturday 6 and Gu Xiaobei to the school building first. The classrooms were all locked, so they stood in the hallway. Xia sat down on her butt and took out her phone to start continuing to search the internet for news about the swimmer. Last night he checked out a forum that seemed to be one that the Wanderer had particularly enjoyed hanging out in a few years ago, but this forum was all anonymous, so he didn't know which one was the swimmer, so he could only take his time to line it up. What kind of cell phone is this? I want to buy one too. Saturday 6 squatted next to Xia and asked with a curious face. She saw that Xia had a keyboard that pulled out from underneath this phone, and that she could type much faster than a normal cell phone. If she had this cell phone, if there were any more rumors about the artificial cool sister in the future, she would be able to walk down the road and curse passionately with them. No need to go home and get a computer. It's just a little ugly. Saturday 6 rested his cheeks, a little despondent. This phone is heavy when the keyboard is folded up and the bezel is black all around. It's just so corny. Xia gave Saturday 6 an exasperated look. You have no aesthetic at all. Look, this cell phone of mine can also draw out an antenna, can receive information from many different bands, and can also send Morse code. Xia showed off his cell phone to Saturday 6. Saturday 6 deflated again and said, it feels even uglier, as if it's one of those old black and white televisions. Xia huffed and turned away. Not talking to you anymore. Gu Xiaobei glanced at the cell phone in Xia's hand. This phone, she had used it before, when it was issued by the International Hacker Alliance, and only the top 20 hackers in the world could have this phone. But then she developed her own prettier and more convenient ones and didn't use them anymore. It seems that this Xia's hacking skills are, indeed, good. Gu Xiaobei looked out the window again. From this angle, it's not very clear what's going on at the front door. She didn't know how good Ji Tian's hands really were. After all, Cheng Wuan was also a few years older than him, and if anything really happened to him, Gu Xiaobei wouldn't be able to get over it in her heart. Gu Xiaobei planned to go out and take a look. Hey, what are you doing? As soon as Xia saw that Gu Xiaobei was heading out, she puffed out her cheeks and asked. The great demon king Ling Tian said no one is allowed to go out until he arrives. Chapter 125, stopping her talking back with kissing. Gu Xiaobei had wanted to force his way down. O'Shaughnessy was no match for her anyway, but looking at this cute face of Xia, she couldn't lay her hands on it. I'm going to the bathroom, Gu Xiaobei said with an innocent face. Xia puffed out her cheeks, bit into her lollipop, and slurred. Really? His eyes were big and round, with a little droop at the end, and his cheeks were puffed out, making him look like a cute little puppy. Gu Xiaobei nodded. She's a well-known movie queen, Jishu. When it comes to acting, no one can compare to her. Okay, O'Shea got out of the way at that. You'll have to hurry up then. Gu Xiaobei quickly ran downstairs. Xia had just picked up her cell phone and instantly reacted that something was wrong. He opened his mouth and the lollipop fell to the floor. You're going in the opposite direction. The women's restroom is that way. Gu Xiaobei shouted without looking back. Lulu, stop him. Saturday 6 hurriedly blocked in front of Xia. You get out of the way. Great demon king Ling Tian will kill me. Xia was so aggravated that she was on the verge of tears. Ha ha, girls just cheat. Woo hoo hoo. Xia was a boy no matter what, and still had more strength than Saturday 6. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Saturday 6 jumped straight over and hugged him around the waist. No way. No going. Saturday 6 wrapped his arms around Xia's waist in a death grip. You let go. Ling Tian told me to keep an eye on Gu Xiaobei. I don't care. Sis told me to stop you. The two are entangled. O'Shaughnessy was furious. He managed to break away from Saturday 6 and hurried down the stairs. But Saturday 6 hit the railing and suddenly whimpered. Ouch. Xia didn't want to care about her. But when she looked back, she was covering her arm and it wasn't like she was faking it. He walked over carefully. I'm sorry. Are you really hurting? Saturday 6 deflated and showed his arm to Xia. It's all bruised. Ah. Xia didn't know what to do for a moment. He scratched his head and said, that. I'll go and stop Gu Xiaobei first, and then a moment later come back and take you to see a doctor. Okay? Saturday 6 huffed. No way. I'm dying of pain. Are you just going to leave me here by myself? So what to do? Xia scratched his head again and fished out a few lollipops from his pocket. Why don't I treat you to some candy? It's imported from Switzerland. It's delicious. No. Saturday 6 refused with a deep sense of humor. But then he saw Xia peeling that candy away and thought it looked as if it might be quite tasty. Well, then I'll have one. But you have to wait here until I've recovered before you can go. Or else I'll be here by myself. What if I can't get back home when I turn around? Xia stared with big innocent eyes. But didn't you touch your arm? You don't use your arms to walk either. I broke my foot too. Do you want to see it? Okay. Nah. Here's your candy. Help me peel it off. My arm hurts. Well. Xia dutifully helped Saturday 6 peel a lollipop and handed it to her. Saturday 6 took the opportunity to pounce on him and throw his arms around him. You? What are you doing? Xia exclaimed. My arm hurts. Don't you move. Although Saturday 6's arm hurt when she moved it, she was still happy inside, because she helped her cool sister stop Xia. She's got a use for it, too. 10 minutes later, Saturday 6 and O'Shaughnessy sat down together and began to work out exactly which flavor of lollipop was better. Xia didn't realize that Saturday 6 had actually eaten so many types of candy as well. One of them, even he hadn't eaten it before, and Saturday 6 had promised to bring it to him next time. Xia had completely forgotten about what Ji Ling Tian had explained to him. And the other side, Gu Xiaobei rushed down, and it wasn't long before she bumped into Ji Ling Tian, who was walking back. Changwana had already been beaten up by Ji Ling Tian to the point where he could barely get up, but Ji Ling Tian was also slightly injured. He didn't pay attention for a moment and was injured by Changwan at the corner of his mouth. Ji Ling Tian, what's wrong with you? Gu Xiaobei hurried over. She didn't know if Ji Ling Tian was still injured elsewhere. She had just extended her hand when Ji Ling Tian clutched it. He used a lot of force, like he was trying to melt the two's bones and blood together. Why are you fighting so hard? Gu Xiaobei looked at Ji Ling Tian helplessly. She owed such a big favor, and she still didn't know how she was going to pay it back. Ji Ling Tian raised his eyes. His amber-colored eyes looked like they were filled with early spring lake water. unable to discern whether it was cool or warm. You don't know? Ji Ling Tian spoke coldly. Gu Xiaobei was puzzled by his rhetorical question. How would I know? Gu Xiaobei, do you have no brain or do you have mold on your brain? Did I tell you not to get entangled with Chang Wuan? Ji Ling Tian was practically dying of anger. For some reason, looking at Ji Ling Tian's rage like this, Gu Xiaobei instead thought for a while without a rush and said slowly. Said that? Ji Ling Tian only felt a surge of anger surging through his heart. Do you know what kind of person Chang Wuan is? Do you know that when he was in China, a popular actress jumped off a building for him after he dumped her? Her whole face was ruined, and she couldn't even stand up. But Chang Wuan didn't even look at her, and when he saw the news, he even celebrated by treating her to a party, because she couldn't pester him anymore. Chang Wuan has slept with more women than you've ever seen, and the people he's dumped are so dense they could fill a playground. Do you think you can play with him? Gu Xiaobei didn't expect Ji Ling Tian to be so angry, blinked and subconsciously explained. I have nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter much, he comes to school every day to block you, which is every day. It's not just once? Gu Xiaobei, can you not talk back when I speak? Ji Ling Tian was furious as he watched her tongue-tied, the way she backtracked on one of his own words. I didn't top. Well, before Gu Xiaobei could finish her words, Ji Ling Tian suddenly held her waist, and as soon as the two of them spun around, Gu Xiaobei was pressed against the wall by him, and kissed her without being told. The light of the setting sun beat down behind the duo, giving them a warm coat so beautiful that it looked like a painting. At that moment, what Ji Ling Tian was thinking was that he had to find a way to gag her so that she couldn't continue to talk back. Ji Ling Tian. After a brief touch, Gu Xiaobei pushed Ji Ling Tian away. You're crazy. It was her first kiss. Ji Ling Tian's earlobes reddened, but he still forced himself to stay calm. Let you talk back. I didn't talk back. I have nothing to do with Chang Wuan in the first place. Before Gu Xiaobei could finish her words, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked suspiciously at Ji Ling Tian. Why do I need to explain to you? What does it have to do with you if I have a relationship with Chang Wuan? Ji Ling Tian's earlobes were red hot. Chapter 126, Do you like me? Gu Xiaobei was still staring at him. Ji Ling Tian realized that Gu Xiaobei, this person, had a kind of magic. Nothing that came out of her mouth was anything he loved to hear. But he couldn't help but be attracted to her. I like to see her head propped up and lost in thought during class. I like to see her sleeping on her stomach after class. I like to see her face tense, nervous and serious when she plays games. Love to see the corners of her mouth slowly curl up when she wins a race. Love to see her bullying back after being bullied, looking out of the corner of her eye with disdain and condescension. Love to see her, like her. Those three words just popped into his mind and he instantly panicked. Ji Ling Tian turned his head away, refusing to look at Gu Xiaobei again, and only said, I just don't see Chang Wuan's eyes. What do you care? Gu Xiaobei turned after him, still staring at him. Ji Ling Tian, you don't like me, do you? Gu Xiaobei herself was a bit in disbelief when she asked this, but lately Ji Ling Tian was just too strange. Jillian looked away again. When he met Gu Xiaobei's eyes, he was nervous. When he got nervous, he wanted to kiss her. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Ling Tian stiffened his mouth. I like you? What do I like about you? Do I like the fact that you wear all black every day? Do I like the fact that you fight with others all the time? I like that you can't say a single good word out of your mouth. What do I like about you? Don't dream of me liking you. Ji Ling Tian was usually always cold, and when he spoke to people, he would say one word less if he could. It was rare for him to say such a long string of words, but he was genuinely so nervous that he had to finish quickly to hide his nervousness and unease. If you're good, you're good. Gu Xiaobei was furious and stormed. You're still all black every day, and you just got into a fight with someone else. You talk nice. Bah! Gu Xiaobei was so angry that she turned around and headed straight upstairs. Ji Ling Tian stood by himself. So, do they both have so much in common? Ji Ling Tian touched his reddened earlobes and suddenly smiled. He thought that if Gu Xiaobei asked him next time, he must look her in the eyes and say, yes, that's right, Gu Xiaobei, I just like you. Gu Xiaobei had already arrived upstairs. Saturday 6 still had his arm around Oxia, and the two were using Oxia's ugly cell phone to look at Swiss candy together, exploring which one would look a little more delicious. Lulu. Gu Xiaobei stood at the bottom of the stairs and called out to her. Come on, let's go buy study materials. Coming sis. Saturday 6 hurriedly got up. She then reacted to the fact that she was still holding Oxia's arm, and the two were very close. Saturday 6 blushed, let go and ran downstairs. Oxia was so angry at the back that she puffed up her cheeks and was on the verge of crying. You lied to me too. You just said you broke your foot. Saturday 6 paused in his running stride. Forgot about this. You guys just lie. Oxia was so angry that she stomped her foot. That. Saturday 6 turned back. a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I'll be sure to bring you that yummy candy tomorrow. O'Shea drummed her face and didn't say anything. Only after watching Saturday 6 and Gu Xiaobei walk to the next floor did O'Xia peek out from the handrail and said, "You promised. No lying to me this time." "Definitely won't lie to you." Saturday 6 swore. Gu Xiaobei took Saturday 6 to the bookstore. She had already had that study material set aside in advance, or else it would have sold too much to grab. After buying the materials, Gu Xiaobei first sent Saturday 6 back home. "Sis, I will definitely study hard. Definitely won't let those people look down on us." Saturday 6 made a cheering and encouraging gesture. Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but smile, rubbing her hair and saying, "Then you have to work hard. Sis, you have to do well too. Show them what we're made of this midterm. Take the test properly?" Gu Xiaobei thought about it. Maybe it's time to take a good test. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that Genie would hire a tutor for her. She was bored enough with classes during the day. She didn't want to continue them at night as well. After all, that knowledge, she knew when she was 7. After Gu Xiaobei returned to the villa, she sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and was lost in thought. Jiling Tian's face instantly enlarged in front of her before his soft lips landed on hers. First it was slightly cool, then it was moist and warm. The scene that kept repeating itself before her eyes. Gu Xiaobei shook his head fiercely. "Don't think. What's the point of thinking about him? He's a psycho." Just then, Gu Xiaobei received a message from Mu Changsheng. "Mu Changsheng, sister, I heard from Lao Su that it was you who saved me again this time. Sister, I know that you rarely go out to the clinic anymore and you don't do surgeries. Don't worry, I'm already beating up Lao Su. Next time he dares to bother you, I'll take him with me and die in front of you." "Mu Changsheng, sister, you don't have to worry about me. There's no need for surgery. I'm in good health. It's just that Lao Su is exaggerating. I'm as strong as an ox now." "Gu Xiaobei, you're tossing and turning, so that Secretary Su will have less trouble with you as well." Mu Changsheng, he. "Sis, when you care about me I immediately feel better. Sis, I just feel now. A great favor that I can't repay." Gu Xiaobei, able to report. "Mu Changsheng, sister, say it. I'm sure I can do it if you say it." "Gu Xiaobei, don't call me sister in the future." System alert, Mu Changsheng withdrew a message. "Mu Changsheng, hey, sis, I just didn't say anything. That suburb of Beijing is having an airplane piloting contest tonight. Are you interested, sis? An airplane flying contest?" It had been a long time since Gu Xiaobei had flown an airplane since his last mission. "I'm a little depressed today, so it's good to go fly a plane for a while and let off some steam." "Gu Xiaobei, send me the address." Half an hour later, Gu Xiaobei arrived at the airfield. This used to be a civilian airfield, but when the airfield was relocated, the place was deserted and was plopped down as a place for a group of rich kids to spend their usual time. There are very many rich second generation in the imperial capital. Most of them play with cars, very few of them can play with airplanes, and a large part of today's people are here to see the fun. There are also a few can get started to drive a drive, but the aircraft is not a car. That dashboard a bunch of things, just look at the dazzling, not to mention the operation, so can drive up is good, can play with the flowers, there is basically no. Today, however, there was a rich second generation from Shengcheng who piloted an airplane that made several circles in the air and flew in an S shape. Letters like S without any crossover actually belong to simple shapes in airplane piloting. But nah, the imperial capital, didn't have a single person who knew how to awe, so that rich kid made all sorts of taunts about how there's no one left in the imperial city at all. Mu Changsheng was a violent temper, and immediately wanted to get on the airplane and fight with others. Gu Xiaobei stopped him. "Are you crazy? I don't care if you die on the plane this time. Sis, I can't stand to see him in this rampant state. Let me do it." Gu Xiaobei narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Chapter 127, I want to be a teacher. Mu Changsheng moved to the side. If Sis steps in, then there must be no problem. Secretary Su also pushed his eyes and said in a serious manner, "Go big brother." Gu Xiaobei said, "Secretary Su, please go and get me some red smoking agent. Don't you like to pose with airplanes? What's so great about white tail smoke? Big red is just enough to stand out." Secretary Su quickly fetched it. The rich kid named Zhang Yan was still scoffing. No way. No way. There's not even one person who can fly an airplane in the whole imperial capital? How dare you call yourself a rich family? If you don't have the money to learn, you can come to me to receive a little poverty subsidy. When he finished, he burst out laughing. The Zhang family had recently wanted to develop their industry from Shengjing to the imperial capital, but Zhang Yan knew that there were many old and powerful families in the imperial capital, and they had always looked down on outsiders. So this time, he's here to give these giants a run for their money. Gu Xiaobei walked over with his long legs. Zhang Yan swept her from head to toe. What? A little girl wants to come out and play hero? What? You don't dare to let me drive? Gu Xiaobei laughed softly, coldly hooking her lips. What wouldn't I dare to do? I'm telling you, if you don't drive it properly and fall out of the sky later, it's your own responsibility if you fall to your death. Don't worry, Gu Xiaobei said in a clear and cold voice. I'll avoid you when I fall down. Zhang Yan snorted coldly. Not a big person, but not a small mouth. When he finished speaking, he stepped aside. I'd like to see what kind of flower you, a little girl, would blossom. If you can make it take off into the air, I'll call you father. Gu Xiaobei stepped into the cockpit and turned back to coldly hook her lips. Then watch this, my good oldest child. You. Before Zhang Yan could finish his words, Gu Xiaobei slammed the door fiercely shut. The model of this airplane was slightly old. It was already a model from the previous 2 years, but it didn't matter. There wasn't an airplane from the last 15 years that Gu Xiaobei wouldn't fly. Not far from the second floor viewing platform, Ji Weishan, the Ji family's butler, bent down and said, Young master, someone has gone to challenge that Zhang Yan. Ji Lingtian had been studying the theory of airplane piloting for some time now, and in the past 2 days, he had come to try to fly it a few times. To an ordinary person, Ji Lingtian's progress was already considered to be soaring. He could now make the airplane take off and land normally and follow the prescribed flight path. But if he wanted to pose in mid-air, he still couldn't do it. After all, you can't be sure exactly where you are when you're in mid-air, unless the course is programmed ahead of time. It's hellishly difficult to write with airplane tail smoke on an impromptu field. Ji Lingtian came here today to see if there were any airplanes that flew exceptionally well, so he could go and pay his respects. That Zhang Yan's skills are okay, but his character is not very good. Ji Lingtian does not like it much. Hearing Ji Weishan's words, he began to stare over there again. This side is the best viewing position to see everything in the night sky. Gu Xiaobei maneuvered the plane into the air, then quickly swung, dropped, glided, and diverted in the air, a capital S. But in the blink of an eye it appeared in the night sky. It's still big red. Anyone with eyes can see that Gu Xiaobei can write this S much faster than Zhang Yan just now. And it's more standardized. The rich daughters of the imperial capital who had just been on tenterhooks all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment and began to laugh. This big guy is really good. Have you guys seen him before? No, and it's a woman. Super pretty, cold and sassy. I didn't get a good look at the face just now, but the legs are too thin and long. Love it, die laughing. This Zhang Yan is going to be punched in the face. Still saying people can't drive. What's so ridiculous? Zhang Yan gritted his teeth. It's just a matter of east and west. I just wrote S. She wrote S too. Is it interesting? But Gu Xiaobei hadn't stopped yet. She piloted the plane up again, made a U-turn, and flew down. Asterisk. Is it going to fall? Aha, run. But halfway down, the plane rose again in an arc, then twisted in the air and drew another arc. It's AB. Someone shouted from below. Ha 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 ha. The rich daughters of the imperial capital all began to laugh. You know, the letter S is nothing more than a line, but B requires all 3 points of 2 arcs to be aligned to that vertical line, and the 2 letters are not to be confused with each other in terms of difficulty. And the letters S and B together, at a glance, you can tell that it is scolding Zhang Yan, but Zhang Yan is still a dead duck. Ha, what's the big deal? It's just a letter. Make it sound like who can't. He was confident in his skills, and even if he couldn't write that standard, he should be able to scratch out a rough B. Mu Changsheng clasped his arms and sneered. I suggest that you should admit defeat earlier, lest you get punched in the face too much later. Ha, admit defeat? It's just a letter. I can do it later. Zhang Yan stared dead at the night sky. Gu Xiaobei had no intention of stopping at all. Asterisk. What is she doing? One man pointed to the sky and shouted. All of them tilted their heads. Only the airplane in midair glided so fast that it had created a virtual shadow, and the airplane's tail smoke crossed over. One moment horizontal, the next diagonally. I don't suppose she can't control the airplane, one man said. After all, the 2 letters Gu Xiaobei had just written had already taken a breath of fresh air for the people of the imperial capital, and they didn't want anything to happen to her. It really looks like it's out of control. It's not going to fall off. Mu Changxing tilted his head and couldn't help but pinch himself. 5 seconds later, Secretary Su pushed up his glasses and said with a look of surprise, Big brother is writing. Writing? All of them were shocked. It's hard enough to be able to draw a heart and write a letter with airplane tail smoke. It's amazing that anyone can write. You should know that airplane exhaust smoke can only exist in the air for basically 20 seconds. And if you don't finish the word within 20 seconds, then the strokes you wrote before will disappear. And there's no way to write a complete word. But Gu Xiaobei really finished writing a word. And it's still a word with a super lot of strokes. She wrote Shang of Shang City, combined with those 2 letters from before. It really was a hard slap in Zhang Yan's face. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yan, Sheng Chang. Show. Why don't you show? No 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 no. It's not like someone's going to call a girl daddy in a minute. Mu Changshan lifted his chin and smiled disdainfully. Zhang Yan, how about it? This time, this word, are you okay with it? Zhang Yan gritted his teeth in death. If he could even try the letter B, he wouldn't even think about the word Shang. It was so complicated. He didn't even talk about writing it out. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to control it and fall down when he flew in midair. Not far away, on the observation deck, Ji Ling Tian said to Ji Weishan, you go and make contact. I want to worship this person. Yes, young master. Chapter 128. Chen won a plan to showdown. Zhang Yan was practically dying of anger. He felt his face burning. The crowd of onlookers began to mock him as well. Ha ha ha, if you can't do it, call your father. Don't say that. People line also need to call dad. Just did not say. As long as you can lift off, call dad? Ha 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 ha. It seems that you Xingcheng really can't do it. Mu Changshan hugged his arms and hooked his lips in disdain. I say Zhang Yan, you don't want to regret it. Shang word can't be written. The word integrity should always be written. If the Zhang family wanted to break into the imperial city market, they absolutely could not give the impression that they were not keeping their word. Gu Xiaobei stabilized the plane and walked down with his long legs. A group of rich kids instantly surrounded her. Big brother is awesome. Big man, take me. Big brother, you really bring honor to our imperial city. Standing on the sidelines, Zhang Yan was pushed in. Mu Changxing just stood aside, holding his arms and watching him. Although he was very ashamed and angry, Zhang Yan still lowered his head and shouted, Father! The reluctance made the onlookers laugh even more. After shouting, Zhang Yan left angrily. He never wanted to be here another second. At this time, Ji Weishan, who had rushed over, was unable to squeeze inside the crowd at all. He could only see the back of Gu Xiaobei's head from afar. Good thing he saw Secretary Su at that moment. Secretary Su followed Mu Changsheng around, and there were a few people in the imperial capital who knew him. Secretary Su sent a message to Mu Changsheng in the crowd. After Mu Changsheng finished reading, he came over to Gu Xiaobei's side and whispered, Sister, that young master of the Ji family said that he wants to worship you as a teacher. The Ji family is in the imperial capital. That's a lot of scenery. If you can make good relations with the Ji family, I have use for it. Gu Xiaobei coldly swept him a glance. Right. Sister, you're the best. Don't even bother with the Ji family. Mu Changsheng doggedly said. So, sis, what do you think is going to be the response? Young master of the Qi family? Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled. You tell him that he is a ghost who wants to teach him. Mu Changsheng froze. The person who dared to scold Ji Lingtian in the imperial capital was unheard of and unseen. Even if the Mu family was also one of the four great families, Mu Changsheng had never been this wild. And most importantly, sis, why do you seem to be a little shy when you curse? Mu Changsheng didn't dare to ask this out. He could only convey it to Secretary Su as it was. Outside the crowd, Ji Weishan was still waiting with an eager face. After Secretary Su received the text message, he pushed up his glasses and hesitated for a moment. Secretary Su, what did Big Brother say? Ji Weishan hadn't thought that he would be rejected. After all, the Ji family was in the imperial capital. It was a resounding presence when mentioned. Who wouldn't want to be on good terms with the Ji family? Secretary Su didn't know what to say, so he had to show the text message to Ji Weishan. Ji Weishan froze. Someone actually dared to say that about Mr. Ji, that. Ji Weishan hesitated for a while before slowly saying, Secretary Su, I'll have to take a picture of your screen. I'd better show the young master the picture directly later. After all, I wouldn't dare to relay it as is. When Ji Weishan went back, he gave Ji Ling Tian a look at the photo. Young master, don't be angry. It must be that girl. She is too young and doesn't know the sky and the earth. Ji Weishan said carefully. Ji Ling Tian held Ji Weishan's cell phone in a death grip, almost crushing the screen. Who had the nerve? But by the time he went over with Ji Weishan, Gu Xiaobei had already left with Mu Changsheng. Gu Xiaobei drove more painfully tonight, and also scolded Ji Ling Tian. How to think how happy. When she went back, she fell fast asleep. But at this time, in a certain plastic surgery hospital in Korea, Lin Yi has been wailing in pain. Sister Hong, I really hurt too much. Sister Hong. Lin Yi's face was painful and itchy. She always couldn't help but scratch it. The nurse was afraid that she would turn into pus, so she directly tied her hands and feet to the bed, which made it even more difficult for her. Ding Hong said, you have to insist. Do you know that the cost of this plastic surgery has put the last of both of our money into it? Your house and my house have been sold. If we lose, we'll both have to sleep on the street. Sister Hong, I know. I will definitely evening out Cheng Xiao. I will definitely get back at that dead girl. Lin Yi's heart was filled with hatred for Gu Xiaobei. and only with the thought of being able to take revenge on Gu Xiaobei could she endure the pain in front of her. After all, the difference between her looks and Jishu's was just too great. The doctor also said he could only try to imitate it to the 6th or 7th degree, but even so, every part of her face had been knifed. Even the bones had been removed in several pieces and ground for a long time. Linny is now in the post-surgery recovery period. Her whole face is swollen like a pig's head. She can't even eat, and she doesn't dare to look in the mirror at all. But as soon as she thought that as long as she recovered well and resembled Jishu, she would be able to evening Chang Wannabe and use Chang Wannabe's power to deal with Gu Xiaobei, she felt that all the pain in front of her was nothing. It was with great difficulty that she climbed to the second tier of the entertainment industry and had the title of esports goddess. But all of this was ruined by Gu Xiaobei. She would never let the dead girl Gu Xiaobei off the hook. But what Linny didn't know was that right now, Chang Wuan's situation wasn't much better than his. That day when he and Ji Ling Tian went at it, Ji Ling Tian was only slightly injured, but he was beaten to the point that he almost couldn't even crawl out of bed. He didn't expect Ji Ling Tian, who was several years younger than him, to have such good hands. Chang Wana was practically dying of anger. Luckily, the Chang family was a big family and had used a lot of expensive medicinal herbs for him, and he recovered relatively quickly. Otherwise, he'd be a disgrace. It would soon be Qin Yi's birthday, and this year, Qin Yi had spent his birthday in the imperial capital and had feasted on quite a few people. The Chang family and the Qin family might also have subsequent cooperation, and as the Chang family was relatively famous in the imperial capital, Chang Wuan was naturally on the list of those invited. If he couldn't get up by then, he would be laughed at by the entire imperial capital, because he has been lying on the bed for the past few days. Chang Wuan has not been able to visit Gu Xiaobei again. Gu Yuran also had no choice but to pretend that Gu Xiaobei was sleeping with Chang Wuan so that she could exchange a bit of jewelry and bags. She enjoys the feeling of being in the limelight so much that she is now desperate to have new expensive jewelry and bags again. Right now, it was Qin Yi's birthday. Gu Yuran thought that she would prepare a very thoughtful gift for Qin Yi, so that when Qin Yi was happy at that time, he might also send her a card. She can then buy whatever she wants. Obviously, she was the one who used to follow Qin Yuan to meet Qin Yi. But now her uncle was treating Gu Xiaobei even better than he was treating her. Gu Yuran couldn't swallow this breath. However, what Gu Yuran doesn't know is that Cheng Wuan has been so angry these days that he's determined to tell Qin Yi all about him and Gu Xiaobei in front of him. Chapter 129, Ji Ling Tian's absence from the exam. In a flash, it's midterm day. Although this test does not involve class placement, after all, there will be a parent-teacher conference after the test, so the students still value the results. Saturday 6 was also intense. However, in the past few days, she had been looking at the study materials that Gu Xiaobei had bought with her, and felt that a lot of knowledge that she hadn't understood before had become clearer. This exam was still divided into exam rooms according to grades. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian were placed in the last exam room together, and Saturday 6 was placed in the penultimate exam room. Sis, I'm so nervous. Before entering the exam room, Saturday 6 deadlocked Gu Xiaobei's hand and said. Gu Xiaobei touched her head. It's fine. Don't be nervous. Saturday 6 felt as if Gu Xiaobei's speech had a kind of magical power. When she said she wasn't nervous, it seemed as if she really wasn't nervous. Saturday 6 nodded fiercely before walking into the exam room. There was still a short while before the test started, and Saturday 6 took the book out of his bag, intending to read it again. Just then, suddenly a man bounced up to her, put his hand out in front of her, and huffed. You're lying again. Saturday 6 looked up and it was actually Oh Xia. His big little puppy dog-like eyes were wet and puffed out, looking aggravated. You promised me you'd bring me candy, and you didn't bring me any at all. I brought it, Saturday 6 explained, but I went to your class 2 days ago and couldn't find you, and because she kept going to Oh Xia, the female students in class 3 were now hostile to her. Osha scratched his head a little embarrassed, the sunlight shining on his blonde hair, making him look like a clean and innocent little prince. I've been at home for the past 2 days looking up information about the swimmers, so I didn't come to school. Then you still say I lied to you, Saturday 6 said as he opened his school bag and placed a packet of candy in Oh Xia's palm. See, I didn't lie to you. Thank you. Oh Xia instantly cheered up, grabbing the bag of candy and bouncing back to her seat to eat it. The last exam room. Gu Xiaobei sat in the first row, and when the teacher handed her the paper, she passed it back. As she turned back, she glanced toward Ji Lingtian's seat. It's empty. I don't know why, but Ji Lingtian didn't show up for the exam. He hadn't missed any exams before that, although he had often turned in blanks as well. I don't know what's going on. Gu Xiaobei shook his head, clearing the cluttered emotions from his mind. What could have happened to Ji Xiao, the most prestigious family in the imperial capital? The first test was in language, and Gu Xiaobei quickly finished her paper. Many students were still doing the ancient reading. and they hadn't even started writing the modern reading and essay yet, when Gu Xiaobei had already handed in his paper. The invigilator couldn't help but shake his head when he saw her buckle her paper and head out the door. After all, it was the last one to take the exam, and it was surprising that he didn't even have the persistence to stick around until the paper was handed in. Also, it's torture to sit in your seat when you can't do anything. Gu Xiaobei walked out of the exam room and turned his cell phone on. It showed that she had received several messages. It's from Chuao. Chuao, King of the North, the finals are about to start. When do you have time for us to train together? The last victory had made the whole CWZ extraordinarily excited. And before that, CWZ was basically on the verge of disbanding. But now, they had become a big favorite for this fall combine, and a lot of investors had come forward to find their way to the door. Wu Jianchuan was so happy that he couldn't even keep his mouth shut. With enough investment, they can buy better equipment, bring in more talented young e-campaigners and create a better training environment for everyone. And all of this was brought to them by Gu Xiaobei. Wu Jianchuan already saw Gu Xiaobei as his god in his heart. With a win in the final, they'll have a clean slate. King's Honor is obviously a domestic game, but it has been taken by South Korea several times. Gu Xiaobei thought about it and replied, I'm in the midterm exams. Let's find time to meet up and train together after the exams. CHUO, okay King of the North, wait for you. Soon the next exam started again. Just like the first exam, Gu Xiaobei still turned in his papers quickly. Ji Ling Tian still didn't show up either. Midterms are quickly coming to an end. Because of the parent-teacher conferences, this test was a little easier than the last mapping test, with 70% being basic questions, 20% being slightly more varied questions, and 10% difficult questions used to close the gap. But even so, after the exam, there were still a lot of students who were wailing and lamenting that this exam was just too hard. In the evening study after the test, a class of students got together to check their answers. Yuran, what did you choose for the penultimate multiple choice question in math? Gao Xiaowan from the front table turned her head and asked Gu Yuran. I picked A. Ah, how did you do the math? I did the math and came up with a 2,534. But it turned out that there was no such answer, so I chose C. C is 2. Why is it option A, 6 or 9? How can it be two cases? Did you not consider the A equals 0 kind of situation? Ah, how really? Cry cry cry. Gao Xiaowan wailed as she hugged her paper. You're too good. Yuran, I shouldn't have matched the answers with you. My mind is broken now. Another classmate named Du Xiangyu also came over. Yuran, did you do particularly well on the exam this time? Gu Yuran was complacent in her heart, but on her face she just made a modest appearance. No way. I also have a few questions I don't dare to be sure about. What's the matter? This night and your right answer. All of them are you right? How can you still have uncertain answer? Ah, Du Xiangyu said. Yeah. Gao Xiaowan chimed in. Yuran, you're definitely number 1 this time. Gu Yuran was in the top 5 of her grade every time she took an exam, and she also took first in her grade a few times. However, Shi Mu and Yi Jieqiao, as well as a few other classmates' grades were also very good, and Gu Yuran couldn't do better than them every time she took the test. But this time, Zhao Yenya had already revealed the science paper to her in advance, and she already knew the answers. With the exception of science, the rest of the subjects were her strengths, and this time, first place was definitely hers. However, she also promised Zhao Yenya a condition, which was to set her up with Gu Igua. When she saw Gu Igua and Sun Yira's mom, Sun Shu, together earlier, Zhao Yenya's heart went cold, but she didn't expect that Gu Igua hadn't married Sun Shu until now, and she felt that her chance had come again. But how could Zhao Yenya know what Gu Yuran was thinking in her heart? Gu Yuran just wants to get the first place, when the time comes in Qinyi's birthday party to show off. As for Zhao Yenya's things, well, procrastination is just. Chapter 130, The Only Perfect Score. Teachers of all subjects are stepping up to grade papers in order for the parent-teacher conferences to go smoothly. Saturday 6 has been very stressful since the test. Her mom and dad were a little upset when she didn't do so well on her last test, and she's always been a good kid and didn't want to embarrass her mom and dad at parent-teacher conferences. Sis, how many places do you think I can get this time? Saturday 6 said nervously. Ji Ling Tian hadn't come to school for the past 2 days, so it was convenient to talk to Gu Xiaobei on Saturday 6 when he ran next to her as soon as he got out of class. Gu Xiaobei half squinted his eyes and yawned, lazily saying, Top 80. Sis, don't joke. The top 80 can get into the second class. My best score is only 160th in my grade. I'll be satisfied if I can get 160 this time. Don't ever get more than 190 like last time. Gu Xiaobei's ears were getting calloused from listening to her ramble on about her grades for the past 2 days, so he fell headfirst onto the table and began to sleep again. How much will you get this time? Sis? Saturday 6 poked her arm. Gu Xiaobei propped her head up and said in a daze. First, right. Before Saturday 6 could speak, Sun Yiro snorted. First, bottom of the list, Gu Xiaobei, you're really blowing off steam. You're a country bumpkin and you still want to be number one? What a laugh. Saturday 6 choked back. What are you laughing at? Last time my sister was number one in class 5. What about you? You still have the nerve to laugh at my sister. Oh, last time Gu Xiaobei herself how to test those perfect scores she knows in her own heart. Why the previous subjects are all perfect scores, just the last subject is 0, because the last subject can't be copied. Right. Gu Xiaobei suddenly raised her eyes, and when her cold gaze landed on Sun Yuru, she couldn't help but shiver. What's wrong? Am I wrong? How can you country bumpkin do so well in the exams? This time there will be a parent-teacher conference soon. Who are you going to ask to help you with the parent-teacher conference? That grandma of yours. Sun Yuru was filled with contempt. Luckily, her mom hadn't married Gu Yuren's dad. Otherwise, wouldn't she have to be related to a bumpkin like Gu Xiaobei? The last time Li Guixian came to the school gate to make trouble, so many people knew about it. Hearing Sun Yuru's words, some of the students also began to laugh lowly. If Gu Xiaobei really let Li Guixian come to the parent-teacher conference, then she would definitely become the joke of the entire school. Shu Zero suddenly slapped the table and stood up. What are you guys talking about? Gu Xiaobei is also a member of our class and has taken so many honors for our class. How can you guys talk like that? That's right. A few students began to echo Zhu Zero's words. Gu Xiaobei was number one in our class before. If she cheated, the teacher would have said so. And if the teacher didn't say so, then she must not have cheated. And in the previous welcome party and audition performance, Gu Xiaobei won honor for our class. Didn't the homeroom teacher say that we're a group? In the past, basically everyone looked down on Gu Xiaobei, and although not everyone would laugh at her, most people would just be indifferent spectators and wouldn't help her out. But now, there are people who defend her and speak up for her. Chu Xinjing couldn't help but roll her eyes. The last time Ji Ling Tian carried her out of the rooftop made her heart palpitate to this day. But now that Ji Xiao wasn't around again, she wasn't afraid. He, Chu Xinjing sneered. Shu Ziru, weren't you the one who looked down on Gu Xiaobei day in and day out back then? Now you're starting to say such things again, appearing to be how equal you are to people, how noble your character is, and what words you're allowed to say. Zhu Ziru blushed at her dislike and couldn't say a word. At first, he didn't know that Gu Xiaobei was the king of the north. He now simply wanted to travel back and beat his original self to death. At least people have the courage to admit their mistakes and are now on the right side of the fence. Saturday 6 said, "It's better than you. I'm talking to you. You said my sister just can't." At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Julie, walked in from outside. Okay, quiet, Julie said. Didn't I tell you guys? We're a class. We must be united and love each other. Get out your books and let's get to class. After Julie gave the class a text, she let them study on their own. The school has scheduled a parent-teacher conference for next Monday, and they'll have to catch up on grading papers to make it happen. The papers for each subject were handed out before school ended on Friday, but the school rankings had not yet been tallied. Teachers were busy registering grades in their offices, so papers were handed out by classroom representatives. The class representatives of each subject expressed their surprise at Gu Yuren's achievement. Yuren, you did well on the exam. Yeah, Yuren, you actually got a perfect score on your science exam. Math 148. Yuren, I'm simply in awe of you. I only got 130. I just 116 what I said. Oh my god. Yuren, you got 142 in language too. That's awesome. I heard that there's only one perfect score on this exam in science. I didn't expect it to be Yuren. This time, Yuren will be number one in her grade. Definitely. Yuren is so great. A lot of students gathered around Gu Yuren and praised her in various ways. Gu Yuren couldn't help but flutter up as well. Gao Xiaowan turned around with the paper and said, Yuren, can you help me look at this rational synthesis question? How come I can't figure out the answer? Good. Gu Yuren took the role. She did the math for 5 minutes and it didn't come out right. At that time, Zhao Yinya gave her the answer directly. She was memorized, not expecting this question. She herself could not do it. There were too many students gathered around, and sweat seeped out of Gu Yuren's face. Strange. Oh, I also can't remember how to do it at that time. It should be a moment of nervousness in the examination room. Suddenly have the idea of it. This way, I go back to think about it again. Back to send the solution to you? Gu Yuren made a relaxed look to cover up her heart. Okay, thank you La Yo-Yo. After school, Gu Yuren took the papers and went back to the Gu family. As soon as he saw her roll, Gu Igwa couldn't help but be happy. Yuren, you're really too proud of Dad. Gu Yuren pursed her lips and smiled. Can father forgive me for the wrong I did before? Daddy stopped blaming you a long time ago, and it's daddy's pride to have such a wonderful daughter like you. Gu Igwa thought to himself. Gu Yuran is so powerful. And then prepare a good birthday gift. When he waits for Qin Yi's birthday party, he will definitely be liked by Qin Yi. Yoran, have you prepared your uncle's birthday gift? It's ready, Dad. I'm going to surprise my uncle. Chapter 131 Gifts. The next morning, Gu Yuran got up early to dress up. Although the Qin family had mainly developed in the Magic City over the years, it still had a position in the Imperial City as well. Qin Yi's birthday will surely invite many of the Imperial capital's powerful families. She must shine. Gu Yuran purposely wore a skirt that particularly suited her. The length of the skirt was just to the middle of her calf, blocking her imperfect leg shape and slightly thicker thighs, only revealing her slender ankles. The waist was then cinched with a strap. She didn't even eat dinner last night so she could look thinner. She also wore very delicate makeup. Her big eyes fluttered, and she looked like a cute little princess. She put on the necklace that Chang Wuan had given her earlier and walked down with her bag. Gu Igwa stood on the second floor waiting for her, and once he saw her outfit, he couldn't help but praise her. Yuran, you're so beautiful. You're daddy's pride. Gu Yuran became even more complacent. Although the banquet didn't start until noon, Gu Igwa and Gu Yuran went there early to show their sincerity. The banquet hall wasn't too crowded when they arrived. Qin Yuner was directing the setup on the first floor, and when he saw the two of them arrive, he nodded slightly and greeted them. Cousin, is there anything you need my help with? Gu Yuran ran over and hugged Qin Yuner's arm, pampering him. It looked as if she was familiar with Qin Yuner, but Qin Yuner was not used to being this close to her, and just pulled his arm out, faintly saying, "It's fine. You go over and sit with Mr. Gu first, it'll be arranged soon." At this time, Qin Yi came down from the second floor to see how well Qin Yuner had prepared. "Master Qin, happy birthday to you," Gu Igwa said as soon as he saw Qin Yi, piling up a face full of smiles. Gu Yuran also trotted over, slightly craning her neck in an innocent manner, and held the box in her hand to Qin Yi. "Uncle, this is a gift I picked out especially for you." She opened the box and inside was a golden toad with an apple carved out of jade in its mouth. "Uncle, this toad represents wealth and prosperity, and the apple represents peace and safety. I hope that you will be in good health in the future along with a successful career. This gift can spend a lot of money. It just raw materials spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, and find artisans to make another 100,000 handmade fee, add up to almost $1 million. Qin Yi just swept a glance and faintly said, "Have a heart." Gu Igwa hurriedly came over and said, "Master Qin, this is all a peace of mind of Yuran. The money for this gift is all the New Year's money that she has saved up for so many years, saying that it's to give you a surprise, and also to show her sincerity. Yes, it's Uncle's first time to come to Imperial City for his birthday. I hope Uncle can have a happy time." There was still no fluctuation on Qin Yi's face. Just then, he suddenly saw a man walk in the doorway. As soon as he peeled away Gu Igwa and Gu Yuran, he headed for the door. "Kahoku, get over here." Qin Yi hurried over and grabbed Gu Xiaobei's hand. The more he looked at Gu Xiaobei, the more he felt like it. Gu Yuran clenched her teeth in anger at the back. She hurriedly walked over and said, "Sister, today is Uncle's birthday. Why are you so late?" "Xiaobei is not late at all. The time is just right." Qin Yi has a protective look on his face. "It's the two of you who came so early. Yuner hasn't even set up yet. Do you two have any manners anymore? If I invite you to dinner in the morning, you have to come in the middle of the night." Qin Yi's words made both Gu Yuran and Gu Igwa's faces burn hot, as if the two of them couldn't afford to eat. "Uncle, I don't mean that." Gu Yuran barely squeezed out a smile. "I just think, sister came so late. It should be the heart to go to the uncle to prepare a gift to go." "I don't know sister prepared what kind of gift is your sister preparing?" Gu Yuran couldn't help but feel smug as she looked at Gu Xiaobei's empty hands. If she didn't even prepare a gift, Qin Yi would definitely be angry. "Xiaobei, how can you be like this? How can you not even prepare a gift for Uncle's birthday?" Gu Igwa was also anxious. After all, Gu Xiaobei was his own daughter, and this was too humiliating. "It's up to you." Qin Yi took Gu Xiaobei's hand and said, "It must be because you didn't give Xiaobei any pocket money." He looked cross-eyed at Gu Igwa. "Xiaobei, in the past, you lived a life that was too hard. Is it that you don't want to spend money? It doesn't matter. You can spend whatever you want on the card that Uncle gave you." Qin Yi resumed his incomparably gentle appearance when he spoke to Gu Xiaobei. Even Qin Yuner couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Qin Yi had always wanted a daughter, but it hadn't worked out as he had hoped, and he had always been particularly strict with Qin Yuner, his son, and now it seemed that he was putting all of his compassion on Gu Xiaobei. Gu Igwa and Gu Yuran were dumbstruck. Didn't this Qin Yi just know Gu Xiaobei for a few days? Why would he defend her so much? Gu Xiaobei smiled and nodded, then took out a small box from his pocket. Uncle, here's my gift for you. Happy birthday. This box is only slightly larger than a ring box. Gu Yuran rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that it must not be anything valuable. She had prepared such an expensive gift, but Qin just swept it away and didn't even take it. But this gift from Gu Xiaobei, Qin treated it as if it was a treasure, and after taking it, he carefully opened it. Inside was a small ornament, a circular stage 5 centimeters in diameter, on top of which was a small and delicate piano, in front of which sat a woman. This entire little ornament is pieced together with various colors of jade. The round stage was of fine rubies, as brilliant in color as pigeon's blood, and above the piano, white was alabaster, black obsidian, and the woman's dress, all inlaid with crystals and diamonds. Bit by bit, Qin Yi froze for a moment, because this ornament, and a photo of Qin Yuan that he treasured, were identical. He gently pressed the button and the woman's fingers actually began to play the piano. The track that was played was Summer Green Grass, a tune that Qin Yuan had composed herself when she was a teenager, and it had also been Qin Yi's cell phone ringtone for so many years. There is no telling how much labor and effort it would take to make such a sophisticated octave box. Qin Yi's eyes instantly warmed up, and he held this octave box with mixed feelings for a moment. Gu Yuran thought that Qin Yi was too shabby for this gift, that's why she didn't say anything and hurriedly said, "Sister, you even got the card from Uncle. Why don't you want to spend more money for Uncle? Such a small thing. The jade on it should be all edges. Can it be worth a few bucks?" Chapter 132, Cheating to Get the Grade. Qin Yi's face went cold all of a sudden. "Can't you recognize that this is your mother? This song is also a song that your mom used to particularly like. I originally thought that although you are not your mom's biological, but she also raised you for 18 years, you should have some feelings for her. I didn't think that you would be inferior to Xiaobei. It seems like it's true that only biological mothers and daughters are really connected." Qin Yi's words caused Gu Yuran's face to go white all of a sudden. "Uncle, I'm not. You know, the person Qin Yi cares about the most is Qin Yuan. Master Qin, you've misunderstood. Yuran really doesn't mean that." At this time, there were more and more people coming to the banquet, and there were quite a few people looking this way. If Qin Yi flipped on Gu Yuran would not be able to hold her head up in the high society of the imperial capital in the future. Yuan has raised Yuran for 18 years. How could Yuran not have feelings for Yuan? When Yuan's favorite is a child who learns well, and Yuran's homework has been tutored by Yuan herself for so many years, and now even with Yuan gone, Yuran's homework has always been at the top of the list, and this time, Yuran even got first in her grade. "Didn't you, Yuran?" Gu Igwa hurriedly pushed Gu Yuran. Although the big grade list hadn't been sent down yet, Gu Yuran felt that the first place should be secure, so she nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle. I've been studying hard just because I want to put my mom's mind at ease in heaven." And this time, Yuran even scored a perfect score on her science comprehensive. After Gu Igwa finished speaking, he looked at Gu Xiaobei again. "Xiaobei, Dad remembers that you got a 0 on your last science comprehensive exam? You need to study more with Yuran before you can do that. You two are sisters, and in the same school. You need to love each other and help each other. Your mom in heaven can also feel a little more at ease." "Full marks?" Gu Xiaobei smiled coolly. Gu Yuran said, "Yes, sister. This time there is only one perfect score in the entire grade of science synthesis, and that's me. In the future, if you have any problems, you can ask me." "Really? Then I'd like to ask you how you figured out the fourth fill-in-the-blank question in science physics?" Gu Yuran froze for a moment, because what Gu Xiaobei had asked, and what Gao Xiaowan had asked before, was the same question. "There's no paper on this, and I forget which question it was, so I'll tell you about it when we get back to school." "Okay, sis, I have pictures here." Someone next to him handed over his cell phone. She had a black rose tattooed on her wrist, and the corners of her mouth were curled up, looking spiffy and capricious. Gu Yuran knew this girl. Her name was Zhang Yu, and she had only transferred from Shengcheng a few days ago. She doesn't like to talk to others in her class and has a particularly bad temper. I didn't expect to meet her here, and that she would actually help Gu Xiaobei. It's true that haters and haters attract each other. Gu Yuran awkwardly said, "It's Uncle's birthday party now. I think the main character today should be Uncle. And there's no paper or pen here." As soon as her words fell, Zhang Yu fished out a piece of paper and a pen as if by magic. Gu Yuran looked at Gu Igwa with a look of help. She really couldn't do the math on this one. "Forget it, it's your uncle's birthday party. It's better not to." Before Gu Igwa could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Yi. "Since Yoran is so good, let's do some math on the spot. If he's really good, Kahoko won't have to hire a tutor." Qin Yi's words made Gu Yuran uncomfortable. It was as if she only existed to serve Gu Xiaobei. but she didn't dare to reject Chini either. But after taking over and counting for 10 minutes, she was still clueless, stuck at one step and couldn't proceed any further. If the initial velocity is equal to 5, isn't it possible to calculate it? At this time, Gu Xiaobei suddenly spoke softly. Gu Yuran looked down. Sure enough, if you add this condition, the math just happens to be the answer. But the title doesn't even give this condition. Sister, how can you just add conditions yourself? Sweat was pouring down Gu Yuran's face. Gu Xiaobei opened his cell phone and quickly flipped a few times. This is the title of the last monthly exam of experimental middle school. Except for the 6 words of initial speed equals 5. The rest is exactly the same. Xingli's usual exam questions are not 100% original. Very often they will excerpt some of the other school's exam questions as a base question. The only original ones are the puzzles. The placement of this question here, in itself, is not where a puzzle should be, and it's obvious that it's missing the condition. You're the only one in the entire class who got a perfect score in science because you're the only one in the entire class who, with incomplete conditions, figured out the answer to the question, right? Gu Xiaobei's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Gu Yuran hard. She staggered twice, her face so pale she couldn't stand. Xinyi's face instantly turned ugly. Gu Igua, is this the good daughter you taught? Still letting Yuan rest assured in heaven. With grades earned by cheating, Yuan will only feel ashamed when she sees it. Uncle, no, I don't have. Gu Yuran bit her lower lip and shook her head fiercely, tears bearing down her face. Zhenyu flipped his cell phone aside and whistled. The big grade list is posted. This time, because of the time constraints, the grade level grand list was posted directly online, by each classroom teacher to his or her class group. What's the point of being number 1 even if you get your grades by cheating? Chini said with a cold face. Gu Xiaobei looked down and flipped through his cell phone. The news in the 3rd grade 5 group was on the verge of exploding, and Saturday 6 was constantly tweeting at her. Sister, you're so awesome, you actually did come in first. Ah hi sis, I got 69 in my grade. I'm so happy I'm going to pass out. Uncle, I didn't cheat to get first place. Gu Xiaobei raised her head and smiled good-naturedly. You don't have to cover for her. She did this kind of thing. Wait, you mean, you're number 1? Chini froze and snatched Gu Xiaobei's cell phone. Gu Xiaobei, 150 in language, 150 in math, 150 in English, 296 in science, 746 in total. Class rank 1, grade rank 1. Gu Yuran, 142 in language, 148 in math, 146 in English, 300 in science. Total score 736. Class rank 1, grade rank 2. Gu Xiaobei only deducted points for that rationalization question. Qin Yi instantly laughed out loud with a bright smile. Truly worthy of being a child of my Qin family. Xiaobei, you are awesome. Say, what reward do you want? Uncle will fulfill you. I just want my uncle to have a happy birthday. How could uncle not be happy with you? For this parent-teacher conference, uncle went to give you a meeting. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuran instantly turned white. Qin Yi went to a parent-teacher conference. Then her real identity. Chapter 133 Master Wan was deceived. Gu Yuran's mind instantly became blank. What to do? She had to think of something to do that. How would she ever survive at St. Lee's if people at school knew she was the country girl? Gu Yuran's heart was now in the right place to kill Gu Xiaobei. Why did Gu Xiaobei always have to cross her? She now wondered if Gu Xiaobei and Zhao Yenya had colluded to deliberately try to harm her. Qin Yi pulled Gu Xiaobei toward the front seat, not even looking at the two people. Gu Igua and Gu Yuran. Yuran, what's going on? Gu Igua was also in a hurry. Obviously today it should be Gu Yuran making a big splash, giving gifts, dressing up nicely, or coming in first place. Why is it that the limelight has now become Gu Xiaobei's? Dad, I really don't know. Gu Yuran cried at once. It must all be Gu Xiaobei's tricks. She huffed. Dad, you have to believe me. Gu Igua was impatient. What's the use of me believing you now? Your uncle doesn't believe you anymore. He looked up toward the front. Qin Yi took Gu Xiaobei's hand and didn't know what he was saying. Gu Xiaobei wore a silver-white dress today, which matched her skin just right and made her look like jade. The dress only came down to her knees, revealing her slim, slender calves. With just a little bit of light makeup, she compared the heavily made-up Gu Yuran. A natural cold beauty was just going to attract a lot more attention than a deliberately dressed-up little princess like Gu Yuran. She really looks like a young Qin Yuan. Looking at Gu Xiaobei's back, he suddenly had a few moments of regret. If he had gotten on well with Gu Xiaobei before, wouldn't he have climbed the high branch of the Qin family by now? Only, unfortunately, it was too late. Qin Yi introduced Gu Xiaobei to many people with a face full of pride. This is my niece, named Gu Xiaobei, studying at St. Lee College, and this time she got first in her grade. People around them also whispered, "My God, that's Master Qin's niece? That's a pretty and classy looking thing." Yes, after all, there is the bloodline of the Qin family. I heard it used to be raised in the country? So what? Look at her temperament. Does she have the feeling of a country bumpkin? The most important thing is that Qini likes her now, and in the future that will be a phoenix on a branch. Listening to Gu Xiaobei enjoying the envy and praise that should have belonged to her, Gu Yuran gritted her teeth fiercely. Just then, a man suddenly walked in the doorway, long and cool looking, just seems to have a slightly swollen face for some reason. Chang Wana wore a white suit today, with the cuffs pulled up, revealing a shiny cufflink, and casual and sophisticated. Master Qin. Sorry I'm late. Cheng inclined his head and had someone carry in a large box behind him. This is a birthday gift for Master Qin. Many thanks to Cheng Xiao. Qini had absolutely no intention of opening it to take a look. After all, the gifts given by everyone today were not as good as the ones given by Gu Xiaobei. Cheng's gaze also fell on Gu Xiaobei. All because of this woman. He fought with Ji Ling Tian and didn't get out of bed for 3 days. Qini saw Cheng Wuan staring at Gu Xiaobei all the time and felt a bit uncomfortable. Pulling Gu Xiaobei's arm and said, "Cheng Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my niece," called Gu Xiaobei. Niece? Cheng opened his mouth with a few moments of doubt. This Gu Xiaobei, wasn't she picked up from the countryside? Qini was not happy when he heard this. Picked up from the countryside? That's still my own niece, even if she was raised outside for 18 years. Half of our Qin family's blood flows in her. Qini was the most protective of his children. Gu Yuran, who was on the side, just wanted to find a place to hide herself when she heard those words. She felt as if the eyes of the entire room had fallen on her. But she was wrong. The only thing everyone was concerned about right now was Gu Xiaobei. Oh, Cheng raised an eyebrow. Then it looks like I might have to climb a bit of kinship with you. Master Qin. Qini was puzzled. Master Qin, your niece, has shared my bed many times. Gu Yuran, who was standing by the side, was practically fainting. How could Cheng talk about this in front of Qini? She had a death grip on the corner of the table to keep herself from falling. No, she had to find a way to get the hell out of here. Chang Wuan, you better know what you're talking about. Qini was instantly enraged. Gu Xiaobei was only an 18-year-old girl, and for Cheng to sully her reputation in front of so many people was too much to put the Qin family in their eyes. Gu Xiaobei, however, pulled Qini back and didn't let him clash with Cheng Wuan. In that instant just now, Gu Xiaobei was enlightened. If it was possible that Cheng Wannabe had nothing to do when he went to block her at the school gate before, then now, unless Cheng Wannabe was crazy, he wouldn't be bull ******* ting in front of Qini. Something must have come up in this that she didn't know about. Is Cheng Xiao sure that it's me who's sharing your bed? Nonsense. Who else could it be but you? I gave you so much jewelry and bags, and now you're coming at me with this flip-flopping thing? You're not like this in bed. How come you start acting all high and mighty when you're in a place with bright light? Chang Wana's words hadn't finished when his speech suddenly slowed down, because he had noticed a few things wrong himself. The daytime Gu Xiaobei and the nighttime Gu Xiaobei are really different. Chang Xiao wouldn't have been tricked into sleeping with someone. Gu Xiaobei laughed softly. As for Chang Xiao's comment about jewelry and bags, Gu Xiaobei suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. Gu Yuran, where do you want to go? Gu Yuran, who had just carried her bag with the intention of running away, froze for a moment. I just want to go to the restroom. Gu Yuran could barely even say a complete sentence. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled, her body's cool temperament forming a huge oppressive force that made Gu Yuran unable to catch her breath. Your necklace is beautiful. Gu Xiaobei coolly hooked her lips. Cheng also followed Gu Xiaobei's gaze. What Gu Yuran was wearing around her neck was the necklace he had asked Cheng Gang to send just a few days ago. That's Princess Limited Edition. In all of Asia, it's the only one. Gu Yuran instantly enjoyed the attention she was expecting from all the people. Only this time, it wasn't envy in everyone's eyes, but rather doubt and contempt. She was cold and sweaty, and her face was smudged with makeup, mascara and eyeshadow smudged together in a mushy mess. Cheng felt sick to his stomach when he thought that the person he had flirted with before was actually her. His hallowed imperial wrecking master. Always only he played the part of women. Did not expect this time, actually a woman to play him. Chapter 134, Gu Yuran being beaten. Gu Yuran's legs were trembling. She didn't dare to raise her head, and cold sweat dripped down her face like a waterfall. The other guests looked this way as well. What's going on here? I don't know. It sounds like Master Wrecker has been tricked. Ha ha. No, don't you think so? Don Cheng Xiao. There is also a day when he is cheated? For a while, everyone got together in twos and threes and laughed. What are you talking about? Shut the hell up. Cheng roared. He took a big step towards Gu Yuran. Gu Igwa still didn't understand what had happened. Took 2 steps forward and tentatively said, Master Wrecker. What is going on here? Get lost. Chang Wana shook him off fiercely. He walked over to Gu Yuran, who at the moment was shaking like a sieve. Chang's anger pressed down on her from all sides, and she couldn't catch her breath at all. Chang smelled that familiar odor in the air. It was the smell of the shampoo and scent that Gu Yuran was used to using. It was the same as he had smelled those 2 times in the dark. Chang was instantly thunderstruck. It's really you? The necklace she wore around her neck and the bag she carried in her hand could never be faked. Chang pinched her chin, and foundation mixed with sweat muddled his hand. Gu Yuran's face was deformed. Her cheeks were raw and painful as she whimpered. Speak! Chang hissed. Gu Yuran only felt her jaw breaking. She was crying and grabbing Chang Wuan's hand, but she couldn't break it at all. Chang Xiao, it's not me. I didn't. Gu Yuran's words were vague, but Chang Wuan still heard the voice. The same voice he heard at night. He thought that Gu Xiaobei purposely pretended to be noble during the day and winks and talks at night, but he didn't realize that it was simply 2 people. Chang Wu was shocked and furious, grabbing Gu Yuran and slamming him forward. Gu Yuran's skirt strap was yanked off by him. A large part of her skin was exposed, and she fell hard on the wall with a bang. She felt like her insides were shattered, spasming and drooling at the same time, unable to control her mouth from closing in an unbelievable mess. Gu Yuran crooked on the ground, crawling cannot climb up, face makeup flowers into a pile, snot and tears mixed with saliva dripping down to drop down. Her clothes were also tugged in a mess, simply worse than a beggar. Heavens, this woman has too much guts. She actually dares to lie to Master Wrecker. Take a gamble while you're young. Wouldn't it be a lifetime of honor and fortune if you could marry into the process family? That's not true. Even if I were to be an ant kept outside for Chang Wana, it would still be better than being a daughter in the Gu family. But isn't she Master Qin's niece? The Qin family and the Chung family, their statuses aren't comparable. Don't you see? The one who was beaten is the country girl who was mistakenly carried in the first place. That one is Master Qin's own niece. The guests all came together in small groups to discuss it. Gu Yuran covered her face and cried, and Gu Xiaobei stood aside, clear and cold. It's almost like a cloud of difference. Once upon a time, Gu Yuran thought that Gu Xiaobei was just a mud-legged man who came back from the countryside, covered in earthy air, while she was the little princess of the Gu family. But what about now? She was kneeling on the ground like a dog, while Gu Xiaobei stood next to her, all eyes on her, with an icy look, like a queen in a snowy mountain castle. Chang's face was so gloomy that it looked like he could wring out ink. It would be fine if it was really Qin's own niece, a ing country chick who was carried by mistake and dared to toy with him. Although Gu Igua didn't know exactly what had happened, he could probably guess a little. Now, all the people were discussing about the Gu family, and Gu Yuran was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and there was no light on his face. Gu Igua hurriedly trotted over in Gu Yuran's direction and smiled apologetically at Cheng Wuan, who was standing in front of her. Master Wuan, see that you're out of breath as well. I'll be sure to bring Yuran back for proper discipline. Saying that, he was going to help Gu Yuran, but Cheng suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows and grabbed his arm. Hey, Gu Igua wailed. Who told you I've lost my temper? Cheng Wana twisted his arm, his eyes glinting gloomily. All of you with the surname Gu have a lot of guts. You don't even take a piss to see what kind of things you are. Chang Xiao, Xin Yi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and let out a low gulp. Today is my birthday. Are you intentionally trying to come and smash my scene? Just now Chang taught Gu Yuran a lesson, but he said Gu's surname. This is not even Xiao Bei also scolded into it. Chang hooked his lips and smiled grimly. Master Qin, I was cheated out of my innocence by your niece, so if you don't teach me a lesson, won't you let me do it myself? Innocence? Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips. This is something that Cheng Wuan had the good sense to say, and she was embarrassed to hear it. Probably lost his innocence to some woman's bed 10 years ago, but this was a matter between Cheng Wuan and Gu Yuran. She wasn't interested in getting involved. Qin actually didn't want to care about Gu Yuran, but no matter what, she had been raised by Qin Yuan for 18 years, and now she was like this. She was also disgracing him and Qin Yuan. Besides, Gu Yuran had been taught a lesson, and if Cheng Wuan continued to fight, his birthday party would be ruined. He also wanted to take the opportunity to bring Xiao Bei to know a little more about the upper class. After the fight, it's time for Chang Xiao to calm down. Just consider it as giving me a face. Chang Wuan and Qin Yi have just negotiated a business deal. If it were in the past, Chang Wuan would definitely think that business is more important. But today, he just couldn't swallow it. Face? Master Qin and my Cheng family do business by strength rather than face. I think. Qin Yi's face sank abruptly. Chang, are you threatening me? One must know that the Qin family was withdrawn from the imperial capital, but it still had influence in the imperial capital. The threat is not to talk about. Today if it is really your own niece, this loss I also eat, but adopted. You really do not need to be angry with me, is not it? I know that if the Chang family wants to go to the Magic City to develop, it's best to find Master Qin. Changwon coldly hooked her lips, but the Chang family can give you the most benefits. And if you look at the entire Imperial City, who else will give you more? And me. 3 words, cold as ice. Chang turned back violently. Everyone in the ballroom also looked toward the door. It's Ji Ling Tian again. Chang Wuan was so angry that his eyes could almost burst out sparks of fire. Every time the person who spoiled his good deed was Ji Ling Tian. Ji Ling Tian came in with his long legs, and his gaze fell on Gu Xiaobei first. He hadn't seen her in days, so when he got off the plane, he rushed over first thing. Chapter 135 Ignite My Heart. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes as well and locked gazes with him. The gazes of the two became entangled in mid-air. Gu Xiaobei moved his eyes away first. A little unnaturally, she feigned interest in the cake on the table and stared at it for half a minute. The corner of Ji Ling Tian's mouth slowly hooked into a smile as he walked towards Qin Yi. Hello Master Qin. I'm Ji Ling Tian. He reached out and shook Qin Yi's hand. Qin Yi laughed. It's really fluffy that young Ji is actually free to come over as well. Master Qin is having his birthday in the imperial capital. It's still time to come. It's just that I was a bit busy with some things a few days ago, and I wasn't able to prepare a gift for Master Qin. So why don't we let the Ji family take over from the Chang family and cooperate with Master Qin? And I'll double the benefits that the Chang family has promised before. Ji Ling Tian, are you deliberately trying to cross me? Chang Wana gritted his teeth fiercely. The Chang family and the Ji family had been sort of at peace with each other for the past few years. What was this Ji Ling Tian pumping? Why did he have to cross him every time? Originally thought that everyone is a businessman. At least they will care about some face. But I didn't expect Ji Ling Tian to turn around and look at him with a clear and cold look, and said with a natural expression, yes, your first day to find out? Chang Xiao's reaction is still a bit slow. No wonder even Gu Yuren's little trick can fool Chang Xiao. Before he came, Ji Ling Tian already knew about these things. He knew how Gu Xiaobei could possibly sleep with Chang Wuan. It would be good if she didn't break Chang Wuan's third leg. Chang Wana almost fainted in anger. Gu Xiaobei, however, almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't realize that this Ji Ling Weather was also very good at meeting people. Master Qin, in the business world, one should talk about integrity. Chang looked at Qin Yi. Qin Yi raised his eyes. Oh, if I remember correctly, it seems like I haven't signed a contract with Chang Xiao yet. Good. Chang Wuan gritted his teeth and nodded his head while saying, very good. With that, he strides away. Gu Igwa went over and helped Gu Yuran up, and she fell into Gu Igwa's arms, crying out in pain. Well, don't cry, Qin Yi said coldly. Isn't it too embarrassing yet? Hurry up and go wash your face and change into a skirt, Qin Yi said impatiently. Gu Igwa went to the car to get Gu Yuran a spare dress while she went to the restroom first. Although Chang Wuan had already left, everyone in the banquet hall was still discussing him and Gu Yuran. Speaking of which, this Gu Yuran is really bold, even daring to cheat young Chang. Not only is it bold, but it's also shameless enough. Only just 18 years old, to be able to do this kind of thing. It can be seen that it's not good for the family to teach. Zheng pinched a glass of red wine and leaned against the wall, listening to the others talk about these words. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but hook up. She took a sip of her red wine and stuck out her tiny tongue to lick the stains from the corner of her mouth briskly, like an unruly wildcat. I've seen her for a long time, she said with a half smile, pretending to be innocent and cute in class every day, and this time she's finally flipped the script. When she finished, she took another large sip of her drink. Yeah, how can you be like this? People are originally pure looking and have a lovely speaking voice, like a little princess, and just because of that, you're saying that they're pretending to be lovely and pure? Let's see. It's that Gu Xiaobei that's annoying. Look at her icy cold. She's not easy to get along with at first glance. Zheng Yu looked at his cousin, Zhang Yan, with eyes like he was looking at a retard. Both of them were from the Zheng family and came to the imperial capital together from Shengcheng. Zheng Yu's father is Zheng Yan's uncle. Brother, you're crazy. Didn't you see Cheng beating that Gu Yuran just now? If she was pure, could she cheat Cheng's gun? If it wasn't for the fact that you're a guy, I'd simply suspect that you're jealous of Gu Xiaobei's good looks. Who would be jealous of her? Zheng Yan rolled his eyes. Of course he wouldn't admit that he was just jealous of Gu Xiaobei. Not jealous of her good looks, of course, but jealous of her good airplane flying, because he recognized early on that this Gu Xiaobei was the one who had punched him in the face at the suburban airfield. That's why he hated Gu Xiaobei immensely. But how could he talk to Zheng Yu about such a humiliating matter? Had to find some other reason. Besides, that Cheng Wuan has always been a bad person. Maybe he did it on purpose to get that little girl's attention. I think that little girl is so pure and cute, so Cheng Wuan must have gotten a kick out of it. Zheng Yu glanced at Zheng Yan again and directly drank the red wine in the cup in one go before saying, Not talking to you anymore. With that, she moved on. Zhang Yan shouted at the back at the top of his lungs. Hey, yeah, don't go. Just at that moment, he almost collided head-on with a man. Excuse me, please, and could you clean up that plate in the corner over there? As soon as Zhang Yan saw the girl, he thought she must be a waitress, because her features are really too flat. Zhang Yan actually didn't recognize that this was the innocent and cute little princess that he had just finished praising. Gu Yuran merely removed her makeup and he didn't recognize it. She rolled her eyes hard at Zhang Yan's back and cursed. However, the most important thing right now was to find Jiling Tian and to thank him face to face. She believed that just now, Ji Xiao must have deliberately crossed Changwuan because of her. Only in such an emergency can it be revealed who is most important in a person's heart, even if they were without Changwuan and not liked by Qin Yi. So what? As long as Ji Xiao liked her, she could still call the shots in the imperial capital in the future. At this moment, Jiling Tian held a cup and walked towards Gu Xiaobei. Flaming vodka. You really dare to drink it? Jiling Tian walked over and said. Gu Xiaobei was currently leaning against the window. The strong wine had made her cheeks slightly red and her eyes a little bit mesmerized. She was not as cold as usual at the moment. Instead, she was even more seductive. The wind rushed in through the window, ruffling her hair and abruptly blocking her delicate brow, revealing only those thin pink lips. Makes you want to kiss it. Is it that strong? Gu Xiaobei shook the bottle. It's my first time drinking it, and I think it tastes pretty good. You dare to blow into a bottle the first time? This wine is 98 degrees. A match thrown on it will ignite it in an instant. Do you think it's strong? Gu Xiaobei seemed to be a bit drunk. For the first time in 18 years she was defended by her own relatives. This feeling made her very happy and she couldn't help but drink more. She let out a laugh and lifted the bottle like an innocent child to look at it, muttering, well, is it really that strong? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't set fires, but you've already ignited one thing. Jiling Tian looked into her eyes and said, what? Gu Xiaobei cocked his head. Her bright, star-like eyes hid a trifle of drunkenness. Jiling Tian raised his eyes. That lit it was my heart. Chapter 136. Only I, Master Bei, can take the initiative. Gu Xiaobei saw that he didn't say anything and laughed again. With a tilt of her head, she took another large gulp of wine. The spirits had a burning sensation in her throat, but it was a burning sensation that let her know that she was real, and that today was real. Is this wine good? Jiling Tian suddenly asked. Well, it's not bad. Do you want to taste it? Gu Xiaobei squinted her eyes and shook the bottle. But it doesn't seem like there's much left. It's okay. Jiling Tian leaned in close, pressing one hand on the glass and circling Gu Xiaobei's entire body into his arms, whispering, I just need to taste the flavor. After saying that, he suddenly lowered his head and bit Gu Xiaobei's lips, like eating the most delicious candy in the world. He wanted to be shallow, but he couldn't help but toss and turn. Her lips held a light hint of wine, as if brewed by moonlight, and a single drop was so mellow that it mesmerized him. Suddenly, Gu Xiaobei bit his lips hard. Jiling Tian took the pain and instantly straightened up. He wiped his own lips and raised his hand to see that the little wildcat, in fact, had given him a bloody bite. Gu Xiaobei still had a tiny bit of scarlet blood beads hanging from the corner of her mouth, precisely from Jiling Tian's lips. It's like a bright red vermilion mole that tugs at the heartstrings. She was drunk and half smiling with a hint of arrogance and recklessness. Who gave you the nerve to do that? Jiling Tian looked at her and didn't say anything. She rubbed her wrist and suddenly walked towards Jiling Tian as if she wanted to fight him. But in the next second, she suddenly yanked Jiling Tian's arm, twisted her body, and slammed Jiling Tian hard against the wall. Jiling Tian bent at the waist as he crashed into it, slightly lowering his head so that he was level with Gu Xiaobei. He would like to see what she could do. Although Gu Xiaobei was a head shorter than Jiling Tian, she stood on her tiptoes and followed Jiling Tian's example just now, propping up the window with one hand and encircling him in her arms. Tell you. She was drunk and spoke slowly, arrogant with a touch of cuteness. Only I, Master North, can take the initiative, understand? After saying that, she used her other hand to pick up Jiling Tian's chin, then kissed him hard. Jiling Tian let her soft little tongue attack his mouth. Moonlight poured through the window, spilling over the two of them. The wind also blew in slowly, but it couldn't blow away the charm in this corner. Gu Xiaobei and Jiling Tian's lips were attached to each other, and they didn't know what was going to happen to each other. Right at this moment, Gu Yuran, who had been searching for Jiling Tian, suddenly bumped into this scene. Gu Xiaobei, what are you doing? Gu Yuran screamed, breaking this side of the beauty. She was actually forcibly kissing Ji Xiao. Gu Yuran took a big step forward. Ji Xiao had gone against Changwuan in front of everyone today, clearly to take it out on her. This shows that Ji Xiao has her in his heart. and she had an important place in Ji Xiao's heart. Why was this Gu Xiaobei so shameless? Why did he like to grab things from her so much? She had robbed her uncle and cousin, and then she had robbed the first in her grade, and now, even Ji Xiao she was going to rob. Aroused by Gu Yuran's screams, Gu Xiaobei straightened up and ended the kiss. She half squinted, a little impatient. Ji Lingtian inclined his head and coldly looked at Gu Yuran. How she was so good at sabotaging him. Gu Yuran hadn't yet seen the disgust in Ji Lingtian's eyes and was full of the thought that she had just saved the hero in duty. Ji Xiao must have been so touched that he might have confessed to her on the spot. Carrying her wine glass, Gu Xiaobei pushed Ji Lingtian's chest and walked straight forward, her footsteps weak and slightly staggering. She rubbed shoulders with Gu Yuran. TSK, Gu Xiaobei glanced at Gu Yuran and deflated. Look so much like Gu Yuran, just uglier than Gu Yuran. Gu Xiaobei not only robbed her of Ji Xiao, but actually dared to call her ugly? Gu Yuran was going to be furious. Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yuran lunged towards Gu Xiaobei regardless. She's going to rip her mouth off. Scratch her face. However, even if Gu Xiaobei was drunk, she was no match for Gu Xiaobei. Only to see Gu Xiaobei sidestep, she lunged and slammed hard into the wall. You can actually see me? Gu Xiaobei pointed at his nose with a puzzled expression. I thought you didn't have eyes? She half squinted her eyes and came closer to look at Gu Yuran again. But you really don't have eyes, do you? Or else how did you hit the wall? Strange. What are those two black lines under your eyebrows? Gu Xiaobei, I'll kill you. Ah! Gu Yuran screamed frantically. She didn't have big eyes, and they usually looked unhinged, all because of the eye makeup she wore, and now that the makeup was all off, her eyes were instantly half the size. Ji Lingtian leaned against the window and suddenly hooked his lips in a smile, completely missing the usual look as if an iceberg had become a spirit. This Gu Xiaobei, when he's drunk, he's kinda cute. What are you screaming about? Qin Yi had heard Gu Yuran yelling all the time from a distance, and had even called out Xiaobei's name, so he walked over to take a look. The moment Gu Yuran saw Qin Yi, she instantly became honest. Uncle, it's not me, it's Gu Xiaobei, she's strong. Who is it if not you? Am I Chang wandering that I can't even tell your voice from Xiaobei's? Qin Yi coldly interrupted her. Gu Yuran huffed. Uncle, I know you probably look down on me. I was supposed to grow up in the countryside, and if I hadn't been carried by the wrong person in the first place, I wouldn't have been raised by my mom, much less know my uncle. But my mom has always told me to be a kind and decent child, and told me to learn more with my uncle. And all these words, I've put in my heart, and I'm only here just now because I saw Gu Xiaobei in the strong. Knowing that you were supposed to be in the countryside, you should have to learn to be grateful. You'd better have really taken Hope's words to heart instead of hanging on to them every day. You don't just have to be grateful to Hope. You have to feel guilty about Xiaobei. Uncle, I know. I will get along with my sister. I just saw my sister, she is strong. What do you know you know? You're better off getting into less trouble in the future than anything else. Gu Yuran wanted to sue Gu Xiaobei, but every sentence was interrupted by Qin Yi, and she was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. Qin Yi treated her extremely poorly, speaking coldly and looking as if he couldn't look at her. But when he looked at Gu Xiaobei, he instantly turned into a look of amiability. Xiaobei, why did you drink so much? Come here to uncle. Uncle will have your cousin go and cook you a sobering soup, okay? Make it sweet. Fine. Cook it sweet. I'll tell your cousin that I'll beat him up if it's not sweet. Qin Yi coaxed Gu Xiaobei like a child. Gu Yuran's eyes were filled with jealousy as she looked at the backs of the two of them. Chapter 137, It must be Ji Lingtian of Big Fat Bite. Gu Xiaobei immediately followed Qin Yi away, completely throwing Ji Lingtian, who had been forcibly kissed by himself, to the back of her mind. Gu Yuran instantly became happy when she saw that only herself and Ji Lingtian were left at the moment. No one would bother her and Ji Xiao anymore. Gu Yuran twisted toward Ji Lingtian. She lowered her head and twisted her coat. Ji Xiao, thank you so much for what just happened. I was really scared at first. Ji Xiao, if it wasn't for you, I would have been scared to death. Ji Xiao, the moment you appeared to save me, I was really touched, and I felt that you were the hero of my life. Ji Xiao, I didn't realize your heart before. It might be that I was negligent, but in the future, let's start all over again, okay? Gu Yuran finished a large monologue, pursed her lips slightly, and slowly raised her head. In her imagination, she looked like a delicate flower that had just bloomed, but before his eyes, where was Ji Lingtian's figure? It turned out that after Gu Xiaobei left, Ji Lingtian left right after him. What Gu Yuran had just said was all for the air. Gu Xiaobei only returned to the villa after drinking the sobering soup. When she got back, she fell head over heels in bed and fell asleep. The vodka has a bit of an aftertaste. Still, Gu Xiaobei slept until the middle of the night when he was directly woken up by thirst. She got up and fumbled to get herself a glass of water. It was only after several large gulps were poured down that she took a long breath and felt a little more comfortable. It seems that in the future, you still can't drink so hard. She felt as if she was out of her mind. There were only vague fragments that flashed through her mind. Moonlight, glasses of wine, fresh air, holding, counter-hugging, chin-picking, forceful kissing. Who gave you the nerve? Tell you, only I, Master North, can initiate. When he finished, he kissed regardless. Gu Xiaobei froze. This. She must not have said these things, and she must not have done these things. It's a dream. Must be a drunken dream. Yes, she's definitely drunk. Gu Xiaobei hurriedly lay back on the bed, but she had just been startled awake by her own memories, and at the moment there was no sleep at all. She was staring at the ceiling out of her mind. But now, the ceiling seemed to have turned into the windows of the Qin family villa, reflecting the sight of her and Ji Ling Tian kissing together. Ah! Gu Xiaobei violently pulled the quilt over her head. It's a dream. It must be a dream. She simply didn't know how to face Ji Ling Tian on Monday. But when it really came to that day on Monday, Gu Xiaobei still played to her specialty as Jishu, the movie queen acting. When she walked into the class with Qin Yi, Ji Ling Tian and Bai Wenjing had already arrived. Ji Ling Tian raised his eyes and clashed with her gaze. Gu Xiaobei didn't have the slightest bit of weakness. Little Bei boy, you're here, Bai Wenjing said with particular delight as soon as she saw Gu Xiaobei. Big fatty misses you, and you don't even go see him. Ji Ling Tian coughed and said coolly, Big fatty meows every day. How do you know what it means? Big fatty and I have telepathy. Little Bei boy must have it too. It's school scum like you who don't. Bai Wenjing huffed. This time, Ji Ling Tian was again in the bottom one. All white papers. Bai Wenjing didn't know about Ji Ling Tian's lack of exams yet. Look, the other Xiaobei's good boy is first place, and you're at the bottom of the list. You're a disgrace, Bai Wenjing said as she looked over the large grade level list. Qin Yi frowned slightly, a little confused as to why Bai Wenjing was so close to Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, however, also smiled and greeted Bai Wenjing before pulling Qin Yi over to sit down. Seeing that Gu Xiaobei and Bai Wenjing were also so close, Qin Yi didn't ask much. Mrs. Ji, hello, I'm Gu Xiaobei's uncle. Qin Yi greeted Bai Wenjing. So it's Xiaobei good boy's uncle. And you say oh, Xiaobei good boy, this child really super good. I so like if you can let the baby to marry. Before Bai Wenjing could finish her words, Ji Ling Tian hurriedly covered her mouth. So, Mom, don't you want to go talk to the teacher? What's there to communicate? Bai Wenjing deflated. I'm used to you being at the bottom every time. Gu Xiaobei raised her head and looked at Ji Ling Tian who was talking to Bai Wenjing. His lower lip, it seemed, had a visible scar. Looks like a bite. Gu Xiaobei hurriedly twisted his head away. It's probably a big fat one. It must have been Big Fatty who did it. Although Qin Yi had already seen the grade level grand list, this time when he got the paper version, he still carefully read it again. It's so excellent. Not bad for his niece. Bai Wenjing also said happily. Xiaobei's obedient uncle. You know, I heard people say that they're going to go to the playground later to hold a whole grade assembly together. They said that they are going to praise the students who did well in the exams and criticize those who didn't do well in the exams. Bai Wenjing looked at Gu Xiaobei with a look of honor, completely forgetting about the fact that he was going to be criticized with Ji Ling Tian later on. Ji Ling Tian didn't care if he would be criticized, but at this time, Gu Yuran, who was inside the first class, was having a torrid time. Gu Igwa said he had to go on a business trip today, so he didn't come to her parent-teacher conference. She's only second in her grade this time, but she's going to be on stage to receive praise. If it were before, Gu Igwa would have come no matter how busy he was. This time, I guess it was because of her cheating in science. The students in the first class didn't know about it yet, and they were all expressing their envy towards her in droves. Yoran, you're going to be praised on stage again. Look at others Gu Yuran students. They do so well every time. Can you also do better? So that mom's face is also a little light? Anyone who raises a kid like that is really lucky. Yuran is the eldest miss of the Gu family, or is she Master Qin's niece? Really? It turns out that student Gu Yuran's family is so well off. Students and parents, in the neighborhood, were praising her, but when she looked up, she met Zheng Yu's gaze. Zheng Yu was looking at her with a smirk. Qin Yi's banquet only invited those at the top of the imperial capital. Their classmates and parents were not among the invitees. Except for this Zheng Yu who just transferred here. She knows everything. Gu Yuran couldn't help but shiver. Just then, the voice of the head of the teaching office suddenly sounded over the loudspeaker. Please all parents of the third grade section, and all students, gather immediately in the playground by class. We will be holding the grade summary assembly soon. Everyone went down together. Qin Yi was invited to the stage early. As Gu Xiaobei's parent, He was to be the outstanding representative to speak. Chapter 138 Gu Yuran has no need to go on stage. The assembly proceeds to the first item. Please invite Gu Xiaobei's parent, Xin Yi, to make an excellent representative speech for everyone. Everyone applaud warmly. Only after the applause did Xin Yi walk to the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Xin Yi, Gu Xiaobei's uncle, and I'm very happy to be standing here today to talk to you all. While Xin Yi was talking on the stage, the students below the stage began to whisper. Class 5 was in a state of excitement. Gu Xiaobei, your uncle looks so imposing. Yeah, the aura is super strong. Gu Xiaobei, you're amazing. You actually came first in the exam. You even pushed Gu Yuran down. That's right, this time the first in the grade is in our class. It's finally a raised eyebrow. Let's see if they still dare to look down on our class in the future. I'll never speak ill of Gu Xiaobei again. Me too. Gu Xiaobei has done so much for our class. I'll definitely be on her side from now on. Xu Xinjing heard these words and was so angry that her teeth itched. What's the big deal? Isn't it just a first place test? It's just a one-time first place test. People in the first class don't know how many times they've been first. There's no need to show off so much, Xu Xinjing said in a conspiratorial manner. Originally, she had thought that everyone would echo her to bash Gu Xiaobei, but she didn't expect that this time everyone was actually helping Gu Xiaobei. Xu Xinjing, you're talking too hard. That's right. Are you from class 1 or class 5? Why are you helping someone from another class? And what just took the first place test once? If you're good, you try taking it once too. Xu Xinjing was so disliked that her face turned red in her neck thick, and she stretched her neck and said, it's not like I'm bragging that I'm a good student. You've got something to show for it. Oh, you can't study and you're jealous of others. You guys. Listening to her class getting louder, Julie hurriedly turned her head and said, okay, don't argue. Just focus. The students shut up then. But one by one they looked indignant. Julie couldn't resist the urge in her heart either. Not only was first in their class this time, but the average score was the highest ever. If they didn't count Ji Ling Tian, the average score of their class could even surpass that of the fourth class. Julie couldn't help but raise a smile at the thought. She turned back to the class and whispered, not only Gu Xiaobei, many students in our class did well this time, such as Saturday 6, who actually got 69th in the grade, a very big improvement. Embarrassed by the compliment, Saturday 6 smiled, and her father patted her on the shoulder and said, 6, keep up the good work. Aha dad, I'll definitely keep learning from sis. Saturday 6's father was originally worried that her transfer to class 5 would delay her studies, but he didn't realize that class 5 actually had a school bully like Gu Xiaobei, who brought up Saturday 6's grades by so much in one breath. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Bai Wenjing propped her head up and looked at the stage. After a short while, she suddenly turned her head and said, baby, didn't they say that parents who didn't do well on the test could also speak on the stage? And why didn't anyone arrange for me to do so? Ji Ling Tian had a black line on his face. Do you want the principal to criticize you in public? No, don't you see that Xiaobei's obedient uncle just went up to the stage to speak? It wasn't the principal speaking either. So what are you going to go on stage and say? Teach people how to play chargers? Humph. Hearing that Ji Ling Tian was mocking his king's poor play, Bai Wenjing pouted. Not at all. Anyway, go up on stage and say whatever you want. I also want to go up and praise Xiaobei boy. I feel like her uncle didn't praise her enough in a comprehensive way. Gilliam. He was completely speechless this time. Why don't you let me speak on the stage when you're in the bottom half of the exams? Baby, just help me think of something. No. Then I'll call Brother Cold and tell him off. Bai Wenjing huffed. And at that moment, over at class 1, the discussion was about something else. Yuran, isn't that your uncle? Why did he go to Gu Xiaobei's parent-teacher conference? Yeah, you don't even have parents. Your uncle is so over the top. Is it just because Gu Xiaobei took first place? But isn't she an adopted child of your family? Even if she's number 1, she shouldn't be more important than you. Listening to these words of defense on her behalf, Gu Yuran's cold sweat came down. Yuran. Gao Xiaowan looked like she remembered something and suddenly said, it couldn't be because you pitted Gu Xiaobei for not having anyone to come to the parent-teacher conference, so you let your uncle out. Geez, Yuran, you're too kind. Gu Yuran smiled awkwardly, unable to say anything. She couldn't help but look in Zhang Yu's direction. But Zhang Yu was still looking at her with a leathery smile on her face, and she became even more vain and scared. Yuran, what's wrong with you? Gao Xiaowan looked at her with concern. Are you not feeling well? Yes, Yuran. If you're not feeling well, I'll send you to the school nurse's office. Du Xianyu said. Gu Yuran nodded. Well, I'm not very comfortable. She didn't want to continue here for a moment, but just then, Xin Yi ended his speech. After a round of applause, the principal picked up the microphone and said, thank you, Mr. Xin. for your speech for us. In this exam, Gu Xiaobei students scored full marks in all subjects except for the subject of science synthesis, which was awarded to Gu Yuran. Coincidentally, Gu Yuran is also Mr. Qin's niece, so Mr. Qin is really something. Let's invite Gu Yuran to come up to the stage to share her learning experience. Let's give her a round of applause. The playground erupted in applause. Du Xiangyu helped Gu Yuran to ask the homeroom teacher for leave. The class teacher, however, said, Yuran, you see you're about to go on stage. Can you hold on a little longer? Seeing Gu Yuran's hesitation, the homeroom teacher added, Yuran, this time our class's limelight has been stolen by class 5. If you don't go up as well, won't they be too proud of themselves? You know, he had taught for so many years, always with the best classes, and it was the first time he had ever encountered such a thing. First in the grade, actually taken by the worst class. Just then, Xin Yi, who was just about to get off the stage, folded back up and he stood beside the principal and said in a deep voice, Headmaster, I don't think there's a need for this sharing of Gu Yuran's learning experience. His voice, through the microphone in the principal's hand, reached everyone. Mr. Xin, what do you mean by this? The principal was a little less understanding for a moment. Chapter 139 Gu Yuran is the country girl? I wonder which teachers are responsible for the third grade physics class. Chini looked at the stage and said. A few teachers stood up, wondering what Chini was going to do. Teachers, there was only one person who scored full marks in the science exam this time, and there was a fill-in-the-blank question that only one person made it out of. So have you tried to do this question? Several physics teachers looked at each other and shook their heads. Did all the teachers also not suspect why only one person in the entire grade could do that question? Although Qin Yi's words were still polite, his voice had gone cold. Those teachers had a few snappy looks on their faces. Because the task of grading the papers for this midterm exam was rather urgent, they were all busy marking the papers and didn't have much time to do the questions. And the one who made out that question was Gu Yuran, who had always been a good student. If it was Gu Xiaobei, maybe there would be some skepticism. Then let's trouble the teachers to do this question on the spot now. Qin Yi looked at the principal. The principal naturally wouldn't refute Qin Yi's words. He hurriedly had papers brought in and given to those physics teachers. The students and parents off stage, still unaware of what was happening, stretched their necks to look forward and discussed heatedly with each other. What's going on here? I don't know. Only one person made it, and that person is awesome. Yeah. While at this moment, Gu Yuran's face was getting whiter and whiter. Du Xiangyu still didn't know what had happened. Holding Gu Yuran, she said to the homeroom teacher, Teacher, look at Yuran. She looks so bad. It's better for me to take her to the school nurse's office first. When the class teacher looked at Gu Yuran, she was immediately startled as well. Student Gu Yuran, what's wrong with you? At the same time, a physics teacher exclaimed, This question, it seems to be the monthly examination question of the experimental middle school but is this, missing a condition The face of that physics teacher responsible for coming up with fill-in-the-blank questions was very ugly. His hand holding the paper trembled gently for a while before he said, It seems like I dropped a condition when I was organizing it, and the original question should have an initial velocity. This teacher's words froze everyone in the room. There is a missing condition, so how did Gu Yuran make it? There's only one explanation. That's that she cheated. At this moment, the first class homeroom teacher also looked violently at Gu Yuran. This Gu Yuran, it can't be cheating. Originally, the first grade let the fifth class take away, and now a class only a science synthesis score actually cheated to get. Simply too humiliating. The principal standing on the stage was also incredibly embarrassed. He took the microphone and stammered. This, Mr. Qin, we didn't expect it either. No wonder Qin did not let Gu Yuran go on stage to do experience sharing it. What is there to exchange? Exchange how to cheat it. Now, everyone's eyes fell on Gu Yuran. Everyone's eyes were no longer filled with envy and admiration. Instead they all turned into disdain and contempt. I didn't realize that she got all her good grades by cheating. I really didn't expect her to be this kind of person. Yeah, I guess I copied all my previous grades. The last time also said that people Gu Xiaobei has copied it. This time people took the first test. She took a second test. Actually still copied it. This is really cheating, can't even take the first test. Shame on you. Such a sound quickly resounded over the entire playground. These voices, densely drilled into Gu Yuran's ears. She violently covered her ears and screamed. Aha! It's not like that. It's not like that. I didn't cheat. I didn't. But who would believe her? Gu Yuran, the school flower who was always high and mighty before, with good looks and good grades, had really become a joke to the whole of Xingli at the moment. She crouched on the ground as everyone around her scattered, and none of her classmates, who usually always held her up and ingratiated themselves with her, came up to comfort her. At that moment, someone suddenly came over and gently tapped her shoulder. "This student, don't be sad." Zhang Yan's voice sounded above her head. Zhang Yan just couldn't stand to see Gu Xiaobei get complacent, so he was going to help whoever was on bad terms with Gu Xiaobei. Gu Yuran's tears were still welling up in her eyes as she recognized that Zhang Yan was the one who had recognized her as a waitress at Qini's banquet. But whereas she had taken off her makeup then, today she was deliberately well-groomed. "Your classmates are too cold-blooded and heartless. After all, they are in the same class. How can they say that about you?" Zhang Yan said. Gu Yuran was helped up by Zhang Yan, as if she had no strength. Softly leaning on his body, the perfume smell drifted into Zhang Yan's nostrils. He instantly got apoplectic. She sighed softly, the tears in her eyes looking like they were about to fall. "It's okay, my classmates are probably just misunderstanding me for now. Don't talk about them like that." When the students next to them heard this, a small portion of them were a bit ashamed, but more of them looked down on Gu Yuran even more. She would act pathetic and make it seem as if everyone had done something wrong and wronged her. Zhang Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes as she watched the scene from afar. If it wasn't for the fact that only she and this cousin had come to the imperial capital, and the rest of her relatives had stayed in Shangchang, she wouldn't have let him come to the parent-teacher conference. "Shame on him," Du Xiangyu said with a few moments of embarrassment. "Yuran, what's going on? Why is your uncle helping Gu Xiaobei and not you?" After her words, everyone was puzzled as well. "Yeah, why would Qini help an adopted country bumpkin? My uncle has always been such a kind person," Gu Yuran explained with tears in her eyes, looking aggrieved. "And since my sister just came to us say, Li, my uncle is afraid she won't get used to it. It's not kindness, but because Master Qin himself is helping his own niece." Zhang Yu hooked her lips and smiled. "What do you mean? Where did Master Qin help Yuran?" Gao Xiaowan was puzzled. Zhang Yan's face sank. Yeah. But Zhang Yu didn't care. She rolled her eyes. He, are you guys can't understand human language? Master Qin is helping his own niece, Gu Xiaobei. 18 years ago the nurse held the wrong child. Gu Xiaobei is the Gu family's own daughter. Master Qin's own niece. Gu Yuran should be the country girl. Gu Yuran's face was instantly bloodless, and she instantly fell into Zhang Yan's arms. Before, when Zhang Yu didn't say a word, she thought that Zhang Yu was planning to use the secret to blackmail her for something. For a moment, the entire first class was silent. "What? Gu Yuran is the country girl?" Chapter 140, You're prettier than Jishu. You, don't talk nonsense if you're not sure of the truth. Zhang Yan wrapped his arm around Gu Yuran and looked at Zhang Yu and said. Zhang Yu spoke uncaringly. "I don't know? I know a lot more. You were present at Master Qin's banquet, brother. And quite a few people in the imperial capital saw it at the time. Master Qin pulled Gu Xiaobei and introduced her to all the guests, saying that she was his real niece. And Gu Yuran, you're recovering quickly from the injury on your face." Zhang Yu looked at Gu Yuran and sneered. That day, Gu Yuran's jaw was pinched blue by Chang Wuan. Gu Yuran got up this morning and smeared a lot of concealer on her face, as well as a layer of foundation left and right, to cover up those bruises. She was afraid that Zhang Yu would reveal what happened that night when she was beaten up by Chang Wuan. You know, she had disgraced herself in front of the entire high society of the imperial capital. "You stop it. You don't say it," Gu Yuran cried out hoarsely, trembling unceasingly, tears falling down her face. Zhang Yu laughed. "You won't let me talk about it? When I first transferred here, who privately contacted many of my classmates to isolate me together? I didn't. You don't look at me like that." Gu Yuran was instantly vain, saying that my temper is very similar to Gu Xiaobei's, that I'm nasty looking, that I'm not a good person at first glance, that I don't know what backdoor I came to the first class, that it's best to get out and be in a class with Gu Xiaobei's kind of bumpkin. These words, who said them? How could you? You possibly know that? No, I didn't. Not me. Not me. Not you? Zhang Yu laughed coldly. Gu Yuran, there is no impermeable wall in the world. What you're saying will be known to me. And this matter of you not being the Gu family's biological daughter will be known to everyone sooner or later. I'm not. Gu Yuran covered her face and ran away while crying. The students left behind were dumbfounded. It turned out that Gu Xiaobei, whom they had been mocking, was actually the Gu family's real daughter? And Gu Yuran, the real country bumpkin? I didn't expect the words to be said here. Zhang Yan still continued to defend Gu Yuran. He looked at the class of students and said, even if it's a hugging mistake, so what? Gu Xiaobei has been raised in the countryside for 18 years, and that earthy smell can't be changed even if he comes to the imperial capital now. But you guys take a look at Gu Yuran, and what a good temperament he has. After saying that, he went after Gu Yuran. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes again, completely speechless to her unproductive cousin. Everyone in the first class was shocked by this news, and it took a while for someone to come back to their senses and cautiously ask Zhengyu, "Zhengyu, what other secrets do you know?" The person who asked this question was one of the lapdogs that used to be beside Gu Yuran, and every time Gu Yuran said something, she would go and do it. When Zhengyu was isolated by her previous gang, she was also the most active in jumping up and down. Zhengyu snorted coldly. "Want to know the truth? Then go ask Chang Xiao yourself." Chang Xiao? The man froze when he heard that. With a family like hers, how could she possibly be able to talk to Chang Xiao? Unlike the awkwardness and silence of Class 1, on Class 5's side, there was a lot of laughter. After the great assembly, the parents left first, and Chini still had some things to do on his side, so he also said goodbye to Gu Xiaobei. It was not yet time for school to end, so the students continued to stay in the class. But everyone was not in the mood to study anymore. They all got together to talk. Julie was happy today and didn't care about them. Gu Xiaobei is really good. For the first time I feel so proud that I'm in Class 5. You're just feeling proud today? I've been feeling proud for a long time. Gu Xiaobei is awesome. Really. Ha 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 ha. The first in the grade is in our class. How can I think how happy I am? Everyone was praising Gu Xiaobei, and Xu Xinjing was so angry that her face was black. By the way, have you heard that Gu Xiaobei is the Gu family's real daughter? Gu Yuran is actually the one who should be a bumpkin. The two of them were carried in the wrong arms in the first place. What? It's really not true. When Xu Xinjing heard this, she instantly got up and said angrily, "What are you babbling about? With Gu Xiaobei's dirt-poor appearance, would she be the Gu family's own daughter?" It was. I personally heard it from the people in the first class. Besides, Gu Xiaobei is pretty and has a good temperament. Where's the dirt? That's just it. If it weren't for that, how could Master Qin deliberately help Xiaobei today? Yeah, and Gu Xiaobei even took a signed photo of Jishu to give to Saturday 6 before. How could an ordinary person have this? That's right. I also want Jishu's autographed photo. When Xu Xinjing heard everyone praising Gu Xiaobei, she was so angry that she directly slammed the door and went out. How could that be? How could Yoren be the one who was the bumpkin? She was going to ask. No one in Class 5 cared about Xu Xinjing's departure at all. Everyone gathered around Gu Xiaobei's seat. Gu Xiaobei had a bit of a headache for a while. She didn't care about signing some autographs, but where did she get so many pictures of Jishu? After all, she's also been out of the game for over 2 years now and doesn't have many photos from back then on hand. Right at this moment, Ji Ling Tian, who had been sleeping on his back, suddenly raised his head and coldly said, "What's all the noise?" With these 4 simple words, the students who had just been chattering instantly scattered like birds and beasts, and none of them dared to continue to pester. If they disturbed Ji Xiao's speech, they would have to eat their words. Gu Xiaobei looked at Ji Ling Tian, originally wanting to thank him for helping her out, but her gaze couldn't help but fall on his lips. The scar on it is still a bit noticeable. Gu Xiaobei unnaturally averted his gaze. Ji Ling Tian said, "Do you still have Jishu's autographed photo there? Give me one." Gu Xiaobei looked at him suspiciously. "No, Qi, you drive everyone else away because you want to? Joe likes Jishu a lot, and he's been a little unwell lately, so I'll send him an autographed picture of Jishu, and he should be able to get better." "Okay, then I'll just turn around and give it to him directly." It just so happens that after school today, Yosuke Joe asked her to go to a location shoot for a music video. It was a twilight shot, and it was just the right time to go after school. Aha! The two were silent. Just when Gu Xiaobei thought Ji Lingtian had fallen asleep on his back, he suddenly said again, "Is Jishu pretty?" Gu Xiaobei looked at him with a puzzled expression. Jishu was a national goddess back in the day, and Ji Lingtian could actually ask such a thing? Well, pretty, I guess. Gu Xiaobei didn't feel too good about stiffly praising herself, but I don't think she's as pretty as one. Who? Gu Xiaobei was instantly galvanized into victory. Ji Lingtian was the first to say that Jishu was not beautiful. Ji Lingtian got down and didn't say anything, but at that moment, he whispered in his mind, "You." Gu Xiaobei waited for Ji Lingtian for a while, but didn't wait for his reply and also got down. Humph. Saying that Jishu is not beautiful and has no aesthetic. Chapter 141, The Beauty That Amazes the World. After school, Yi Jiachao came to wait for Gu Xiaobei at the class entrance. In the envious eyes of the crowd, Gu Xiaobei carried her school bag and went out. Wow! It feels like Gu Xiaobei and Xiao Xiao are so well matched. Yes, one is high-strung and the other is gentle. So good match. Young Xiao is mine. Gu Xiaobei doesn't deserve him. Oh, you can still compare yourself to others, Gu Xiaobei? If Gu Xiaobei and Xiao Xiao were together, I would eat dog food until I died. Ji Lingtian's face grew more and more ugly as he heard these words. He grimaced. What's all the noise about if you're not leaving after school? When he finished, he strutted out with his book bag as well. These girls are so annoying with their chirping. After he left, The girls looked at me and I looked at you, all looking puzzled. What's wrong with Ji Xiao? I don't know. It feels like Ji Xiao has been acting strange lately. Yeah, it feels as if my temper is a little better than before. Not like before when I was always losing my temper. But today is so weird. I guess it's because I didn't do well on the test. It's possible. It's rumored that if it weren't for Ji Xiao, our class's average score would have surpassed the 4th class. Don't talk about my boy god like that. He's the best. Dare to talk about Ji Xiao like that. You're crazy. The girl instantly covered her mouth, a look of horror on her face, and glanced out. Only after seeing that Ji Ling Tian had indeed left did he pat his chest and let out a long breath of relief. Yang Ziyou, the agent of Yijie Xiao, took them along to the shooting site. When he saw Gu Xiaobei change into that red ancient dress skirt, he instantly froze. Beauty. Beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. He is also considered to be an old man who has been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years. And what is the entertainment industry? The gathering place of handsome men and women in the country. But even so, he had never seen one as beautiful and temperamental as Gu Xiaobei. Pretty, this 2 words, in the entertainment industry is not difficult. Every year there are a large number of large batch of good bottom of the handsome and beautiful influx. A little rest. Everyone is very beautiful. But you can't fix something like temperament. It was born. Gu Xiaobei's body had the same feeling that Ji Shu had back then. It's like the tip of the tenderest bud in March, the twinkliest star in June. It's a wonderful thing that you can't find in this world. Gu Xiaobei followed the script, steering her horse slowly through the bamboo forest. Then when the song progressed to the chorus, she turned back abruptly, and as the autumn wind picked up, the bamboo leaves swirled together with the wind from the top of her head, and a single leaf fell down, just covering her brow. In the next second, she raised her eyes, and the heavens were awestruck. The light of dusk was a dark golden color, and against her red dress, there was more than a little pallor. But her body of that kind of arrogance and coldness let people cannot be ignored. As if the tsetse in the world, beauty shocked the pale life, but also with the pale life against. In that moment, Yusuke Qiao almost blurted out at Jishu. It's too similar, really too similar. Ever since Jishu retired, I don't know how many people have wanted to use her as a template to get plastic surgery. Plastic surgery to make their eyes look like her. Plastic surgery to make their noses look like her. There were even people who, after the whole thing, looked almost exactly like Jishu from a certain angle when they took pictures. But no one is her. She had that look, that movement that no one could imitate. But this moment's Gu Xiaobei was really too much like Jishu. Yang Ziyou had taken a small video and wanted to send it to his friends to show off. But when Gu Xiaobei raised his eyes, he was also stunned and instantly cancelled sending it. That's the kind of treasure he'd want to keep to himself. Xiao, where did you find this baby? Is she really not related to Jishu? If it wasn't for the wrong age, I would have even suspected that she was Jishu. Jishu should have been in her 20s this year, and her looks were a little more mature than Gu Xiaobei's, and not so cold. And most importantly, on the tip of Jishu's nose, there was a small mole. The mole was only a little bit in size, but it was easy for people to focus their eyes on her nose, knowing that Jishu's nose was a perfect shape that even plastic surgery couldn't fix. Yi Jiaqiao also stared at Gu Xiaobei for a while. Yang Ziyou continued, Xiao, do you think it's possible to develop her to come to our company? I think if she's in with you, she'll definitely explode. By then our company will definitely be able to crush the other agencies. She should not want to. Clothier Zhou spoke slowly. Yang Ziyou suddenly froze. Why? These days, how many people are cutting their heads off to get into the entertainment industry, wanting to make a wave of fast money while they are young and beautiful? Gu Xiaobei was so good that she didn't even need much packaging to make her debut right now. And she was actually unwilling? Before that Lin Yi, looks in Jishu 8 pole cannot hit, but also can play the name of the small Jishu debut it. This Gu Xiaobei, even if she is to say that she is Jishu's own sister, it is estimated that there are people believe, if she can rub up against Jishu's heat, coupled with this condition of her own, into the circle is estimated to take less than 3 months, it will burst into flames, make more money than the average person will ever make in their lifetime. I don't know why, it's just a feeling. Yi Jiaqiao lowered his eyes and spoke gently. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. If it was in the past, whatever Yi Jiaqiao said, Yang Ziyou would definitely listen. But with such a good seedling, he really didn't want to give up. After Gu Xiaobei finished changing his clothes, he hurriedly greeted him. Little sister, your performance just now was really great. Are you interested in joining the entertainment industry? I can definitely promote you. Yang Ziyou looked confident. After that, after the revelation that Gu Xiaobei was Jishu, Yang Ziyou would be so embarrassed every time he recalled his moment that he would pick his toes out of the ground and gouge out a 3-room house in place. He told Jishu that he could definitely make her a star? What does Jishu need him for? But at this moment young Zio didn't know it yet. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes, clear and cold. Not interested. Changed the ancient red dress. She did not have that kind of loneliness and coldness. The rest is full of people. Do not enter the cold. No, little sister, you reconsider. I can definitely make you earn lots and lots of money. I'm not that kind of black-hearted agent. Yang Zio said as he followed Gu Xiaobei's footsteps. Think about it. It's really a lot of money. And you could be a big hit. Don't. Gu Xiaobei frowned slightly. Why? Yang Zio was very difficult. Gu Xiaobei stood still and looked at him in a serious manner. Because I have lots and lots of money right now. Yang Zio. Alright. It seems to have been flaunted. Chapter 142, Yuzi checks in on 007. Yi Jiaqiao walked over and thanked Gu Xiaobei. It's okay. Gu Xiaobei's attitude towards Yi Jiaqiao is still very gentle. By the way, I still have a signed photo of Jishu at home. Last time I saw how much you liked it. So I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Really? Then thank you so much. Yasuki Joe was instantly happy. He smiled gently, the light of the setting sun pouncing on him, giving his cheeks a bit more of a reddish color and making them look less white than before. Gu Xiaobei also saw that Yi Jiaqiao's face was indeed not looking too good in the past few days, and he wondered if it was because his new album was going to be online and he was under too much mental pressure. I'll walk you back, Closuk Joe said. Gu Xiaobei shook his head. No need. I still have some things to do. She said goodbye to Closuk Joe and then left straight away. Looking at her back, Yang Zio couldn't help but sigh. Xiao. Is it really impossible? It looked like Yi Jiaqiao was on good terms with her, and Yang Zio was still fantasizing that maybe Yi Jiaqiao could think of a way to persuade Gu Xiaobei. What did she say? She says she has lots and lots of money right now. Aha. You say she's a student. How much money can she have? If the family has money, it can't be much more to give pocket money. Right. Wait. Xiao. Did you just Yeah. Aicho said with a flat face. Do you remember Prey? Is that the $30 million piano? I remember. Why? She's the one who gave it to me. Crouching. Trough. Yang Zio exclaimed, almost biting his tongue. It's really a hidden rich bigot. $30 million for a piano and you say you'll give it away? Gu Xiaobei, who was walking on the road, was messaging with Little Beaver. Little Beaver, boss. Chang Wuan's side is urging again, saying that Chang Wuan is in a bad mood, so he wants to catch 007, and asking when we can make it. Little Beaver, by the way boss. Cheng Wandering also said that if he can find 007's whereabouts within 3 days, he can add another 100 million. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and let out a light laugh. Chang Wana had just been robbed of his business by Ji Ling Tian, so he wasn't very generous at the moment, but in order to take out his anger, he was quite generous. After all, it's $100 million. It's a no-brainer. Gu Xiaobei, okay, you tell him that I've got an eyebrow. Beaver, okay boss. Gu Xiaobei sent a message to Chang'an. Gu Xiaobei, have there been any missions in the last few days? Chang'an, ancestor, you remembered me. There's nothing particularly urgent to do. I don't need you. Just let the newcomers practice. 007 and 005 were now both national treasures of the Special Security Bureau, and there was no need to bother the two of them with ordinary missions. After all, the agents trained by 007 were now able to hold their own in the Special Security Bureau, and had even begun to train newcomers as well. Gu Xiaobei, a random mission. Chang'an, what's wrong with you? Ancestor, who has upset you? Gu Xiaobei, what a lot of nonsense. Chang'an, okay ancestor, I'll send you all the information right away. If you and who percent er and F. Gu Xiaobei, what's that mess of code behind you? Chang'an, huh? How did it turn into a messy code? I've asked people to develop a new function. In the future we can also post love in this internal chat tool. Just now I just sent an expression to you. I guess it doesn't work too well. I'll ask them to change it later. Gu Xiaobei. She projected a virtual keyboard, then held her cell phone in one hand and opened the chat tool's code page, operating it on the fly. 3 minutes later. Gu Xiaobei, try again. Chang'an, honestly. JPG. Chang'an, ***** ancestors are awesome. Even this one knows how to do it. Looking up to the big guy. JPG. Gu Xiaobei, sends out information. Chang'an, good ancestor. Gu Xiaobei quickly received the mission information sent by Chang'an, and after decrypting it, she read it quickly. Soon, she had a task picked out. She sent it to Chang'an. Gu Xiaobei, I'll take this one. Send me the address. Chang'an, good ancestor. After receiving Chang'an's address, Gu Xiaobei turned around and sent it to Little Beaver. Gu Xiaobei, tell Chang'wana that 007 will show up here tonight, between 7 o'clock and 8 p.m. Tell him that I intercepted their chatting band, but they change the band every time they communicate, so I can't guarantee that I'll be able to intercept it next time. If 007 shows up there tonight, regardless of whether he went or not, and whether what he wanted to do worked or not, there will be no refunds, and you'll need to pay another billion if you want to check again. Beaver, okay boss. On Chang's side, he soon received a message from Little Civet. Master Wrecker, this wanderer actually did find out 007's whereabouts. Should we go? Changwana raised his eyes coldly. Why don't you go? If you don't go, will you pay me back this $1 billion? But Master Wrecker, your body. The butler was a little hesitant. Originally the last time in Jiling Tian hands, Chang Wuan body injury is not yet well. 2 days ago to beat Guyu ran and pulled the wound. And because of anger and fire, the corner of the mouth with several large blisters. Voice on mute. These 2 days have not eaten anything. Bring more people. I don't believe it. This 007 was actually able to steal something from me unknowingly last time. I'd like to see what kind of god she is. Chang said angrily through gritted teeth. He would kill that 007 today even if he blew up that abandoned factory. Once the housekeeper saw that he really couldn't persuade Chang Wuan, he could only respond. Fair enough, it's $1 billion after all. Gu Xiaobei set off when the twilight was slightly drooping. That abandoned factory on the outskirts of the capital is near the airport, still a bit far from the city center. Tonight, a smuggling gang is going to make a deal with a foreign power at this abandoned factory, and all that needs to be done on the S.A. side is to take out this smuggling ring's connectors and take their stuff away from them, because he could kill people and wasn't afraid that he would be discovered. He didn't need much skill. Originally this mission, Chang'an was planning to take it to the newcomers to practice, but I didn't expect that 007 would take the initiative to take on this mission. This side of the capital suburb was sparsely populated, and few people would usually come. Gu Xiaobei wore a mask like a brisk cat, her footsteps sounding light as she darted forward, and outside the abandoned factory, Chang Wana had long ago brought many people to ambush it. In the darkness, I don't know how many blackened muzzles of guns were aimed outside. Chang Wuan also lay down in the middle of the grass and ambushed together. He couldn't believe that with so many people, he couldn't kill a single 007. As if Gu Xiaobei hadn't noticed anything, he was about to walk up to this abandoned factory. Chapter 143, A Meeting of Haters. As he watched someone approach from afar, a sudden burst of ecstasy rose within Chang Wuan. It seems that the swimmer, still so did not lie to him. This hack is still kind of awesome. Buzz. A mosquito chirped in his ear. The weather has gotten so cool, but there are still a lot of mosquitoes in the grass out here in the countryside. Chang Wuan has been lying here for 20 minutes and has been bitten by a dozen big bags. If it weren't for the fact that he had to watch 007 die with his own eyes, the most exquisite wrecking master in the imperial capital wouldn't be sprawled out on the muddy ground in such a sorry state. Now it was so bad that he didn't even dare to scratch it in order not to be noticed. Seeing that the person was getting closer, Chang Wandering also had his people get ready. But one of the snipers suddenly said, Chang Xiao, why are there two of them? Chang W fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually really two people. I saw the man in front of me with a box in his hand, traveling in a hurry, while another person followed behind him, always keeping a certain distance from him. If he was fast, she was fast. If he was slow, she was slow. The man in front would sometimes look back, but the man behind would move with him, always directly behind him, and between the two, it was as if they were bound together with sticks or bamboo poles for support. It looks very spooky. Are those two together? The sniper wondered. Cheng took a look with the binoculars and also found it particularly strange. Wait and see first. Don't move in a hurry. Cheng lowered his voice and said, I only saw the two men coming closer and closer, still one in front of the other. In fact, the one walking in front is the smuggling gang's connector in charge of this transaction. Gu Xiaobei followed him wordlessly. There wasn't a sound at all, but he always felt the back of his head bristle and couldn't help but look back. But when he turned back, Gu Xiaobei would follow and move a little, always behind him, so he couldn't see how. Probably an illusion. The joint thought. All he had to do was hurry over and hand over the stuff, and today's mission would be complete. But just then, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the trees and clattered. The sound of leaves braying startled him and he glanced to the side. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a coldness in his neck. He slowly screwed his head up to see a masked woman, smiling softly at him. Hello, 007. After saying that, Gu Xiaobei gently blew out a breath. The receiver reached out to cover his neck, but couldn't move at all. Half a second later, blood spurted out. 007? For S sake, he just came to do a small business of $8 million. Why would he alarm a big shot like 007 and actually lose his life? It was his last thought in this life. The next second, he collapsed. Gu Xiaobei framed his arm and jumped into the grass together. From a distance it looked like the two of them turned around and exchanged a few words before jumping into the bushes together. The sniper was even more puzzled. Chang Xiao, what do we do? Look again. Cheng said. This 007. How can he talk to a suspect? Could it be that she's actually in league with this guy? Doesn't that mean he's got something on 007? Changwon suddenly became complacent. Maybe instead of killing 007, he could have chosen to torture her severely. Gu Xiaobei picked up the man's body and flew the other way, circling around behind Changwon and the others. After carefully putting the man's body down, Gu Xiaobei carried the box again and returned to the original grass. All of this happened in less than 2 minutes, and on Changwon's side, none of them had discovered what she had done either. Gu Xiaobei put the connector's jacket on his body, then carried the case and flew forward. Strange, Chang Xiao, how come there's only one person left this time? The sniper said. Chang took a look with the binoculars and was also surprised, because Gu Xiaobei had her head lowered. He couldn't see the mask on her face either. Look again, he whispered. Gu Xiaobei quickly approached their circle. Whether it was someone with a sniper rifle or a rifle, they were all ready and waiting for Changwon's command. Gu Xiaobei, carrying the box, had already walked to the door of the abandoned factory. She knew that there was a camera here that just happened to catch her. She turned back and smiled in the direction of Changwon in the darkness. On the camera, you can only see the back of her head, not her expression. Chang was instantly startled. This mask, it's 007. Changwon instantly threw the thoughts he had just had to the back of his mind and shouted, "Shoot!" The sound of thumping was incessant, and the light of the fire was so intense that it was hard to open one's eyes. Even the surveillance was broken. Chang Xiao, the man is gone. Suddenly, someone realized something was wrong. All stop, Chang hurriedly shouted. He straightened up to see where 007 was in the doorway. Strange, just now there was a big living person standing here. How come it's gone? How could Cheng wanna know that just half a second before they fired? Gu Xiaobei had already pressed a button on her wrist, and a steel hook shot out from her bracelet and grabbed the roof of the factory with a vicious grip before she was yanked onto the roof with a jerk. She hid the information, then used the steel hook to fly around the big tree. And soon, she reached a place not far behind Cheng Wuan and them, put the outfit back on that corpse, then put the empty case next to him as well, then walked away briskly. Leave the rest to Cheng Wuan himself. In the darkness, Gu Xiaobei slowly hooked her lips. Her smile carried a bit of coldness, but her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. The reason why she had to choose this mission was because the foreign gang that was connecting the dots, a few of them, were the foreigners who were going to deal with Cheng Wuan last time, only to be sabotaged by her. This time, when the wrongdoers got together, it was expected that Cheng Wandering would be out of luck again. As expected, just as Cheng Wuan was still frantically searching for where exactly 007 had gone, a dozen big men rushed out from inside the abandoned factory. They had just seen on the surveillance that the connector had already walked to the door with the suitcase and the clothes they had mentioned in the previous text message, only to have gunshots suddenly ring out, and then the surveillance went down. They rushed out to see what was going on. One of the strong white men cursed as soon as he saw Cheng Wuan. Asterisk. It's you again. It's you again. Cheng Wuan looked up and froze as well. How the is this guy? The big white guy came straight at him. What that asterisk do you want? Cheng Wuan had lost the information before, and he had wondered if it was true. And now, this kid Cheng Wuan actually dared to come and intercept his things directly. Chapter 144, Mutual Assault. Are you deliberately trying to cross me? This big white man was called Weems, and he had previously given Cheng Wuan a considerable fee for the secret information he held. Originally, Cheng Wuan thought that after doing this business, the Cheng family's cash flow would immediately be abundant, and it would have an advantage in the competition in the future. As a result, he didn't expect that the sapphire that had been hanging around his neck would be taken away by 007 without his knowledge. Weems, Cheng Wuan said with a helpless look on his face, exchanging words with Weems in fluent English. I'm just trying to catch 007. What 007? How did you get on my property if you grabbed her? It's the one before 007 who secretly took away my sapphire. Even the information you wanted was stolen by her. Mentioning 007, Cheng Wandering hated her with gnashing teeth. Weems stared skeptically at Cheng Wana. Then that 007 you mentioned, where is she? After failing to get the information last time, he almost lost his boss's trust, and now he could only come to this ordinary joint business, making less than 1/30th of what he used to make at one time. If it wasn't for the fact that the Cheng family was more powerful, he would have killed Cheng Wuan and dismembered him to vent his anger. Just now she was standing right here. I don't know how she disappeared as soon as I shot her, Cheng said while still looking forward undeterred. It's like suspecting that there's a 007 hiding right behind Weems. Asterisk your ass. Weems was instantly enraged. We all just saw it on the surveillance. That was our contact. No, she really is 007. I saw her mask, Cheng anxiously explained. Although he had a lot of manpower on his side, But Weem's side was full of big, strong men, and he was really a bit worried for a while whether he could beat them or not. Most importantly, Weem's gang was very powerful in M. If he was messed with, it would be very difficult for the Chang family to develop transnational business in the future, and his connections in M would only be broken. What a mask! That's our case she's carrying in her hand too. You say she's 007. Fine. Now where is she in person? I'll believe you when you find her. She's 007. Then where did our contact go? Your contact might be in league with that 007. I just saw. You fart. I still think that this 007 is a figment of your imagination. Weem stared viciously at Cheng wondering. At this time, one of Chang Wuan's men came over from the back. Just now, because 007 suddenly disappeared from sight, Chang Wan had his men go around and look for him. Although he thought it was unlikely, he still wondered what if it was because the bullet was so powerful that it sent that 007 flying. In short, live and let live. However, what that henchman said caused Cheng wondering to be instantly startled. He couldn't help but look back toward the back and whisper, "Are you sure?" The henchman looked at Weems again, looking nervous. "Sure, Master Wrecker. I just saw it clearly." Chang Wan's heart thumped. Weems couldn't help but be suspicious when he saw the sneaky look of the two of them, and led the way in the direction Chang Wan had just looked. Weems! Chang chased after him. "Listen to me. There must be some misunderstanding." Weems hadn't gotten very far before he stepped on something soft under his foot. He crouched down to take a look, and his face changed instantly. Weems turned his head and looked viciously at Cheng wondering, "Did you do this?" The body of his contact is here now, wearing the same clothes he saw on the surveillance. This Chang wannabe is still trying to deny it. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me." Chang Wana didn't know. Obviously the person he had just seen was 007. How in the blink of an eye? This joint was dead here. What the hell is going on here? Chang Wana also stormed out. He clearly saw that it was 007 who carried the suitcase to the door. But how could Weems believe that? After all, in his opinion, the connector walked to the door carrying the case. Then Chang Wuan ordered the shooting. Then the monitor broke down. And then after that the connector's body appeared not far behind Chang Wuan and the others. Any way you look at it, it's like Chang Wuan killed the connector, then dumped the body here and casually made up a random one called 007 to lie to him. Weems grimly walked over and picked up the crate. It was already empty inside. Weems viciously threw the empty box at Chang Wuan. "Weems, what do you mean? Chang, hand over my things. I can forget about what happened last time with you, but if you still want to go to M country in the future, don't make these small moves in front of me." Weems was so furious that he glared fiercely at Cheng Wuan. If he couldn't even do such a small task well this time, he would probably be killed directly by the head. "It really wasn't me." Chang Wana wrinkled his eyebrows. "I told you, it's all 007. She took the stuff last time, and this time too." "Okay, last time you said it was 007 who went to your house. So what about this time? Why are you here?" "I wanted to come and ambush 007. What happened today had nothing to do with 007 at all. So why are you here looking for 007? I was tipped off that 007 would be here on a mission tonight, so I came over to ambush her. Put your mother ******** ing ass on the line." Weems cursed angrily. Tonight's business only totaled $8 million. Didn't you say that 007 was great? She would come on a mission like this? And you actually didn't tell me even though you knew 007 was coming. I think you can't even make up lies. Chang really didn't know how to explain this now. How did he know what 007 was thinking? "Brothers, give it to me." Weems roared. "Beat him to death for me." This bad breath. He had to get it out. Chang Wana's side was certainly not going to be passive and rushed over together as well. But both sides did not dare to use a gun. Weems was concerned about the power of the Chang family. And Chang Wana was also afraid of affecting his own network in M country. And even more afraid of making a big mess and causing trouble. But then, how were these men under his command a match for the burly men of Weems? After a vicious fight, Chang Wuan's side didn't get any advantage. By the time he got back, he was all bruised up again. The last time he fought Ji Ling Tian, his old wounds were still fresh and this time he added new ones. Chang Wuan felt the muscles in his body tugging painfully even as he breathed. But he still gritted his teeth and got up, smashing everything in the house. He and 007, they don't get along. "Young master, don't be angry." The butler rushed up to persuade. Chang shook him off with one hand. "Not angry? Unless he's a cutie. How else could he not be angry?" At this time, Chang Wuan suddenly received two text messages. Chapter 145, Paning Chang Xiao. The first one was sent by the swimmer. "Yuzi, Chang Xiao. The whereabouts have been checked. Is everything still going well for you? Next time you have this kind of order you can still contact me. I can give you a discount." Chang Wuan was so angry that he wanted to drop his cell phone. Smooth? He's smooth as. Chang didn't even want to pay attention to the swimmer. And after sending this message, Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but laugh on the other end of the phone. For this one deal, she had screwed Chang Wana for $1 billion and got Chang Wana beaten up. It was estimated that Weem's gang would have to flip out with Chang Wuan in the future. That's what it takes to piss her off. If it wasn't for the fact that Chang Wuan had beaten Gu Yuran, which was considered to be a small favor to her as well, she would have made Chang Wuan pay a much more painful price by now. Chang angrily opened the second message. It was sent by someone named Ding Hong, not even knowing when he added this person's WeChat. Ding Hong, Chang Xiao. I'll introduce you to an artist. Contact me if you're interested, Rose. Below, 2 photos sent in by Ding Hong. Chang Wana's breath instantly stuttered. These 2 photos really look like Jishu when you look at them violently. The angle of one of them looks almost 80% like Jishu. Jishu was the only actress that Chang Wuan wanted but couldn't get in all these years. So, the more he couldn't get, the more he thought about it, and when Jishu retired from the circle, after it completely became a luxury, Jishu became the white moonlight in his mind. Unattainable. Chang Wana, where did it come from? Ding Hong, specially prepared for you. Chang Xiao, cover your mouth and laugh, cover your mouth and laugh. Is Chang Xiao interested? Chang Wan, 3rd floor of the Lyra Hotel. 1 hour later. Ding Hong, okay Chang Xiao. After putting down the cell phone, Ding Hong looked at Lin Yi with an excited expression and said, Chang Xiao has agreed. I'll ask you to meet tonight. It's still at the Lila Hotel. You have to know. What kind of place is that? But ordinary people can't go there. Lin Yi couldn't help but get excited as well. But the corners of her mouth had just lifted when she instantly felt a stabbing pain again. She's had so many cuts before that she still hasn't recovered well. But Ding Hong was in a hurry and sent her picture to Chang Wuan. This time, going abroad for plastic surgery cost too much. If Lin Yi still can't fall for Chang Wuan, maybe they won't even have money for dinner in 2 days. Lin Yi was a bit worried. Sister Hong, if I'm like this now, is it really okay? Lin Yi's face hadn't fully recovered. It was still swollen in some places, and it was very unnatural when she made expressions. Moreover, after she finished the whole thing, she looked more like Jishu than before, but she still couldn't hold a closer look. The 2 photos that Ding Hong sent to Chang Wuan were selected after finding various angles and then refined before they looked extremely similar to Jishu. Lin Yi is afraid of seeing the light. Nothing. Ding Hong patted her chest. As long as you put on a good makeup, Chang Xiao won't be able to see it. And besides, it was supposed to say that you and Jishu look like each other. And it didn't say that you're Jishu. Lin Yi nodded. Right now. It could only be like this for now. Chang Wana hadn't encountered a single good thing in this period of time. Ji Ling Tian. 007. Everyone was targeting him. And he couldn't get his hands on a Gu Xiaobei even when he wanted one. But instead he was tricked into losing his body by a student. Gu Yuran. How he thought about it was stifling. In the past, if he encountered this kind of situation, Chang Wuan would definitely have to find a few actresses to vent. And since this one called Ding Hong took the initiative to send someone, he smiled and accepted it. Rather, I didn't hold out much hope. This kind of woman, Chang Wuan naturally could not bring her home. So he made an appointment at the Lila Hotel. When he went over, it was already dark. Chang Wana didn't turn on the headlights, and a row of small dim lights hung above his head, shaking everything with a little more hazy beauty. As soon as Lin Yi came in, Chang Wuan instantly froze. It really resembles Jishu. Over the years, but he had seen a lot of people who looked a little close to Jishu trying to move towards him. But this one in front of me, it's a real likeness. Chang instantly sat up straight and stared at Lin Yi. But on a second look, he couldn't help but be disappointed. Not so much a feeling. A fierce look is a bit like, but moving up there is no Jishu that kind of flavor. The body of the temperament difference of 100,000 miles not to mention. Do expression time is also a bit stiff. When you smile rather than not smile more difficult to see. But, well, it's kind of like that. Chang waved at her. Lin Yi came over in high spirits and suddenly froze and asked, Chang Xiao, what's wrong with you? Why is this Chang Wana all bruised up? None of your business. Chang Wana spoke coldly. Lin Yi didn't dare to ask any more questions. The two of them flipped and flopped, and the charming atmosphere in the room was so thick that it couldn't be melted. After it was over, Chang Wuan was still satisfied. It's a plastic face at first glance, but it's okay in bed. Lin Yi leaned back in Chang Wuan's arms contentedly. Turn around and pick something you like. I'll have someone send it over to you, and I'll look for you next time I have a need. Chang opened his mouth in a clear and cold manner. Lin Yi felt like she was a whore at her beck and call. However, the process of wreaking havoc on the women they see has always been generous, and there are people who come forward and want to be this whore. But Lin Yi was satisfied with more than just money, jewelry, and bags. She still has to rely on Chang Wuan to climb up the ladder and make a name for herself in the upper class, and get back at Gu Xiaobei ruthlessly. I heard that there will be a jewelry conference in 2 days. Is Chang Xiao interested in going together? Linny tilted her head sideways and looked up at Chang Wuan. She had tested it many times with Ding Hong, and this angle was the one where she looked the most like Jishu. Sure enough, Chang Wana was originally disillusioned, but after glancing down at her, he agreed again. Linny left with his body revitalized. To be able to attend a jewelry conference with Chang Xiao, to buy anything at all would be a multi-million-dollar level, and when she was Chang Xiao's female companion, she would definitely have a lot of people look up to her. And at this moment, Bai Wenjing also sent a message to Gu Xiaobei. Bai Wenjing, Xiaobei, the necklace you gave me last time is so pretty. There will be a jewelry conference in the imperial capital in 2 days, and there will be lots and lots of beautiful jewelry at the conference. Will you go with me? Gu Xiaobei knew about this jewelry conference. She had received an invitation a year ago, saying that she would be allowed to be a judge, but she had turned it down. But there were still pieces of her work in this conference. Gu Xiaobei, okay. Bai Wenjing, boing boing. Xiaobei is the best. Just better than my crappy son. Humph. Before she met Gu Xiaobei, Bai Wenjing also called Ji Lingtian baby in every breath. But now, she has become a broken son. Bai Wenjing shook her cell phone to show off to Ji Lingtian. Humph. If you don't go, Xiaobei obediently accompanies me. Hearing Bai Wenjing's words, Ji Lingtian suddenly pursed his lips and his face moved slightly. Chapter 146, Proud of your bad grades. Just now, Bai Wenjing asked him to go to that jewelry launch together, and he flatly refused. He said there was something else going on at the company that he needed to take care of. The day before the last midterm exam, Ji Xiaohan called him and said that his grandfather was not well and asked him to hurry and fly to the United States. That's why Ji Lingtian set off immediately and didn't even go to the exam. The good thing is, it was a scare. However, he really had to find that legendary miracle doctor quickly. The matter of his grandfather's illness, Ji Xiaohan asked him to hide it from Bai Wenjing, so that she wouldn't worry about it. The good thing is that Bai Wenjing has always been simple-minded, and simply do not know the difference between missing an exam and handing in a blank paper. Even if she went to a parent-teacher conference, she also felt very accustomed to it. Anyway, in the past Ji Lingtian was also every time subject 0, but this time when he went to the United States, in addition to visiting his grandfather, Ji Xiaohan also gave him quite a lot of business in the country, as well as a number of projects that were linked with overseas, all of which required him to follow up. Ji Lingtian has also been quite busy lately, but when he heard that Gu Xiaobei was going, he hesitated. He pretended to be contemplative for a moment, then said, I think I actually have time to go. Bai Wenjing glanced at him, gave a humph and stopped talking. Actually, it's not too late to do all those things when I get back from watching the launch. And Dad told me that spending time with Mom is the most important thing. Ji Lingtian thought to himself, Ji Xiaohan is attached to his daughter-in-law Bai Wenjing, while he is attached to, Humph, I see through you. You're not there to accompany me at all. Bai Wenjing stood up on the sofa in a flash, condescendingly accusing Ji Lingtian, you clearly have other little thoughts. Don't think I can't tell. Ji Lingtian's earlobes instantly reddened when she poked him, and in order to cover up his emptiness, he dragged Big Fatty over as soon as he could, placing it on his knee and rubbing its head. Big Fatty meowed and rubbed his little head against Ji Lingtian's palm. Young master Kong Kong me, take Big Fatty too. Big Fatty wants pretty necklaces too. Bai Wenjing suddenly came closer to look at Ji Lingtian, as if she wanted to see through his soul. You just want to go buy something for yourself, right? Bai Wenjing looked like I know everything, you don't have to hide it anymore. Cough cough cough. Ji Lingtian didn't expect Bai Wenjing to think this way, and all of a sudden choked on his own saliva and coughed viciously. Humph. I'm going to tell Brother Cold that you're arrogant and extravagant, just buying things for yourself and not others. How selfish. Bai Wenjing indignantly pulled out her cell phone. Ji Lingtian stroked Big Fatty's head, looked at Bai Wenjing, and spoke calmly, turn around and I'll send you whatever you fancy. Alright then. Bai Wenjing quickly put her cell phone away again. Big Fatty also rubbed his furry head frantically against Ji Lingtian's palm. Meow meow meow. Big Fatty wants it too. Hurry up and take Big Fatty with you. Ji Lingtian thought it was because Big Fatty was uncomfortable on his lap, so he put it back on the sofa. Big Fatty lifted his chin and meowed twice. Humph. Young master, you don't understand Big Fatty's heart at all. Doesn't such a cute kitty like Big Fatty deserve a beautiful necklace? By the way, baby, are you going to school tomorrow? Bai Wenjing asked. Ji Lingtian raised his eyes. Yeah, isn't there a launch party only tomorrow night? I'll just come home after school and pick you up together. You bring little Bai obediently here as well. I bought her a dress to try on. Bai Wenjing was all happy. She was overjoyed at the thought of Gu Xiaobei wearing the beautiful dress she had bought for the launch. Ji Ling Tian coughed, his earlobes slightly red. I know. Big Fatty's ears perked up for a moment. It cocked its head. Its large, round eyes flashing with brilliance. Meow. Biggie is coming too. I'll rely on Biggie. Let Biggie take me. Humph. Young master is bad. I don't like young master. The next day, Ji Ling Tian drove to St. Li. When he parked his car, he saw Gu Xiaobei's car parked in the space next to his own, and the two of them felt a little happy to have their cars parked side by side. Couldn't resist pulling out my cell phone to take a picture. Gu Xiaobei came earlier than him today, and there were several students surrounding her, not knowing what they were talking about. Right now, Gu Xiaobei was the man of the hour in class 5. Although most of the students who were able to study at St. Li's were from families that were either rich or wealthy. In the past, even when the people in their 5th class walked out, they always felt that they couldn't straighten their chests. Who made their class the worst? But it's different now. The first in the grade is in their class, and second is still cheating. In other words, you can't even get to first place if you're allowed to cheat. This kind of facepalm is really too good. The 5th class had never raised their eyebrows so much. So now, most of the people in class 5 were starting to like Gu Xiaobei. Jillian walked over and put down her book bag. He didn't know why, but the moment he saw some boys surrounding Gu Xiaobei and looking at her with hot eyes, he was not happy. Gu Xiaobei, can you give me the questions? You're really good at studying, Guo Feng said with a thirsty face. Before Gu Xiaobei could answer, Ji Lingtian's face sank and he coldly said, don't you have a table mate yourself? Ask your table mates if you want questions. Guo Feng, cowering for a moment, spoke in a small voice, Ji Xiao, my desk mate's grades are also average. I also want to study well. After all, my grades are too poor. Don't want to drag my feet for the class. Ji Ling Tian raised his eyes, his expression cold. How can your grades be as bad as mine? The people around him looked puzzled. Ji Xiao, why do you say this as if you were still a bit proud? No one dared to choke with Ji Xiao and hurriedly dispersed. Guo Feng was still a bit undeterred and glanced at Gu Xiaobei, and after being glared at by Ji Ling Tian, he also rolled back to his seat. Jillian shoved her book bag into the hole in the table and said, as if she didn't mean it, come home with me tonight. Gu Xiaobei inclined her head to look at him, a bit puzzled. My mom said she wanted to take you with her to that jewelry presentation. Said she'd have you over to my house first thing in the evening and was going to give you a dress. She's the one who wants you to go, not me. Ji Ling Tian gave himself a reason. Oh, okay, Gu Xiaobei answered. Ji Ling Tian couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising when he heard that she didn't refuse. Guo Feng turned back to look at Gu Xiaobei a bit undeterred, and his eyes landed on Ji Ling Tian, and he was instantly taken aback. Oh, my god, am I blind? Ji Xiao he. He's actually smiling. After school, Ji Ling Tian waited for Gu Xiaobei to finish packing before the two of them headed out together. The students of class 5 were looking at the backs of the two of them with great suspicion. What happened to the two people who used to be so incompatible that they would fight and bash each other within 3 words? Ji Xiao couldn't really be trying to study well, so he deliberately approached Gu Xiaobei. Chapter 147, Big Fatty's favorite big brother. Gu Xiaobei had come to Ji's house many times, and Bai Wenjing had even entered her fingerprints into the door lock. She opened the door and went inside, when suddenly a silvery white figure jumped into her arms. Meow dash. Big Fatty hopped from the shoebox to her body, his plush little melons pawing her arm in a death grip. Gu Xiaobei scratched Big Fatty's chin, and he half squinted his eyes with a face of enjoyment, making a purring sound. Still comfortable in the arms of the big guy. Big Fatty likes it. Gu Xiaobei carried Big Fatty inside, and Bai Wenjing poked her head out from the second floor and said to her, Xiaobei, come on. She walked up. Bai Wenjing naturally took her hand and walked inside. Little Bei, I'm telling you, I bought you a beautiful dress. You'll look super stunning when you wear it. A few days ago, Ji Xiaohan went to Europe, and it just so happened that there was a fashion show in Milan, so he took a lot of pictures to show her and asked her if she had any favorites. Bai Wenjing then picked out a few pieces, one of which was for Gu Xiaobei. The dress is light blue with a silver belt that blinged out around the waist. This blue color is a very dreamy feel, yet the belt is dazzling. This color combination can easily look earthy if the fabric is not used well enough, and it can also give a sense of rustic cheapness if the person wearing it doesn't have fair enough skin or a good enough temperament. But Bai Wenjing felt that it suited Gu Xiaobei, and only Gu Xiaobei could wear the ethereal feeling in it. This is Irene's work? Gu Xiaobei subconsciously opened his mouth at the first sight. Bai Wenjing cocked her head. Xiaobei, you still recognize this? At that time, Brother Cold bought it when he went to the exhibition. I think the designer called it by this name. I've also forgotten. Gu Xiaobei could tell at a glance that the dress had a very obvious errand style. That's where the clothes are particularly provocative. Many designers want their dresses to be accepted by the general public, so they will be clever in the details so as to cover up some of the flaws on a person's body. Deliberately raise the waistline to show leg length, show waist thin. In the position of the neckline to sit some processing well appear neck more slender and so on. But not Erin. She firmly believes that modeling and clothes go hand in hand. The clothes have to fit the model, but the model has to fit the clothes too. So the clothes she designed are extremely picky. People with bad figure wear out is a disaster scene, but people with good figure wear will be more and more emphasize the figure. When Gu Xiaobei finished changing, Bai Wenjing was instantly stunned. Xiaobei, it's really beautiful. Bai Wenjing couldn't help but marvel. She picked up Big Fatty and gently shook its paw. Big Fatty, do you think sister is pretty? Meow dash. Big brother is the prettiest. Big Fatty likes Big brother, and Big brother takes Big Fatty to buy a necklace. Let's go. Xiaobei, the conference is about to start, so we need to hurry up and get going. Bai Wenjing had already changed her clothes and headed down with Gu Xiaobei. Ji Ling Tian just stood in the living room waiting for them. Upon seeing Ji Ling Tian, Gu Xiaobei froze for a moment. Ji Ling Tian hadn't been wearing this during the day when he went to school, so why had he suddenly changed his set? And it actually looks, kind of, like a couple's costume? Ji Ling Tian turned around, and once he saw Gu Xiaobei's skirt, he froze as well. When he got home, Li Ma gave him a set of clothes, saying that Bai Wenjing had asked him to change. He was wearing a more casual outfit. His shirt was light blue with a silver trim around the collar. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian looked at each other across a staircase. Bai Wenjing blinked at Ji Ling Tian before pulling Gu Xiaobei's hand down. Hurry 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 Xiaobei, or we'll be late. Big Fatty instantly became anxious when he saw that they were going to leave him at home again. Meow dash. It jumped onto Gu Xiaobei's body in a flash and stuck its fluffy head into the crook of her arm. Big Fatty, what are you doing? Bai Wenjing said as she was about to go and carry it down. Meow dash. Big Fatty turned his butt towards Bai Wenjing, his claws grabbing Gu Xiaobei and refusing to let go. Big Fatty is going out too. Big Fatty don't want to be at home. Big Fatty wants to buy a necklace. Looking at Big Fatty being so adorable, Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but let out a laugh as well. Never mind. Bring it along. Okay. Seeing that she was going to be late, Bai Wenjing could only agree. She slapped the big fat one on the ass and huffed as she headed out the door. Big Fatty twisted his butt and stuck his head deeper into Gu Xiaobei's embrace. Big brother is the best. Big brother is going to take Big Fatty to buy a necklace. Big Fatty likes Big brother the most. While Gu Xiaobei and the others were still on their way, Chang Wuan and Lin Yi had already arrived. Previously, because of the gaming goddess thing, Lin Yi was basically a state where everyone was shouting at her. But because her looks weren't distinctive enough, coupled with the fact that her Weibo posts were basically pictures that had been retouched many times, not many people could recognize her in real life. Now that she's had plastic surgery, even fewer people will recognize her. She strolled around the showroom with Chang Wuan's arm in a dignified manner. Chang Wuan was not so happy. The injuries on his body hadn't healed until now, and the thought of 007 made him hate his guts. Chang Xiao, this necklace is so beautiful. Lin Yi pulled Chang Wuan forward, but just then, a woman also came over next to her, targeting the necklace as well. Lin Yi was a step too slow, and the necklace was taken by another woman. Chang Xiao, I really like this necklace so much. Lin Yi grabbed Chang Wuan's arm and pampered him. Chang Xiao? The woman was also a bit surprised and turned her head as she grabbed the necklace. Chang wrinkled his eyebrows slightly and said suspiciously, "Are you, Chang Xiao? Have you forgotten? I am Qi Mingyue." Qi Mingyue couldn't help but feel a few moments of embarrassment. This had been several encounters and Chang Wuan hadn't once remembered her. Qi Mingyue? Yes, young Chang. My uncle is Lu Haishang. Oh, it's you. Chang then remembered. Lin Yi looked at Qi Mingyue, then at Chang Wuan, and suddenly hugged Chang Wuan's arm tightly, slightly lifting her chin to look at Qi Mingyue. With a look of swearing sovereignty, women knew women best, and with a glance, she knew that Qi Mingyue had thoughts about Chang Wuan. Chang Xiaolin Yi pinched her voice and pouted. I really like this necklace so much. Chang coldly raised his eyes and looked at Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue smiled sarcastically. Chang Xiao, I got this first. Well, but she's my woman now. Chang Wuan spoke in a cold voice. Chang Wuan didn't see how much he liked Lin Yi, but giving Lin Yi face was giving him face. Qi Mingyue felt like she had been slapped in the face and could only hand this necklace to Lin Yi again. Lin Yi was instantly smug. Chapter 148, Your gold master isn't rich enough. Some people just don't deserve this kind of flashy jewelry. Lin Yi placed the necklace around her own neck and twisted it left, right and left, looking in the mirror to see how she wore it. Qi Mingyue was angry and jealous on the side. Chang Xiao has changed so many women around him. How come it's not her turn? The sapphire on this is so beautiful. It's as pure as the color of the sky. Lin Yi turned her head to look at Chang Wuan. Chang Xiao, do you think it suits me? This clean color is the best match for her kind and naive personality. Chang Wuan's face wasn't very pretty, and Qi Mingyue grunted and said, this outside circle isn't sapphire. It's topaz. What are you babbling about? It's all blue and topaz. You're not color blind, are you? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi laughed loudly at Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue rolled her eyes. Topaz is just a common name. Its real name is topaz. And topaz is not just yellow. Blue and green and pink belong to the more valuable varieties of topaz. And real sapphires can't do this kind of effect. She had taken a few years of jewelry design abroad and had always wanted to open her own jewelry design company. So she still had some knowledge of this basic information. But Lin Yi was originally from a bad family, and also relied on her gold master to enter the entertainment industry. She was simply in two minds about these things. The people who had just been attracted by her loud laughter were now looking at her with a look of contempt. Lin Yi simply hated being able to find a crack in the ground. Qi Mingyue was smug. This person is so low that he can't even tell the difference between a patois and a sapphire. Yes, nowadays really what kind of people can come to a jewelry launch? It would be too much of a waste if such beautiful jewelry fell into the hands of such people. That's just it. The onlookers discussed it in small whispers. The staff not far away saw the noise over here and thought something had happened and rushed over. Hello everyone, what's going on here? Is there anything I can help you with? With a twinkle in her eye, Lin Yi quickly grabbed Chang Wuan's arm and said to the staff member, I'll take this necklace. Wrap it up for me. Now that she's been ridiculed by so many people, the only way to get her back is to buy the necklace. It just so happened that Chang Wana had said he was going to buy her something before, so he might as well buy this. Unexpectedly, that staff member bent down and said, sorry, this young lady, this necklace is our boss's private collection. This time it is only for exhibition. It is not for sale. You don't sell it, what are you putting it out for? Showing off. Lin Yi instantly became anxious. As soon as she became angry, the muscles on her face stiffened a bit and her expression looked extra strange. I'm sorry ma'am, we are labeled exhibition only. Lin Yi stared at the booth, and sure enough, next to the booth, there was a small sign with the words exhibition only written on it. She had just focused on grabbing things from Qi Mingyue's hands, but she hadn't paid attention to this. But Chang Xiao, I really want it so badly. Lin Yi grabbed Chang Wuan's arm and swayed, constantly pampering herself. Chang Wana spoke coldly. Go see if there's anything you want in the front selling area. Lin Yi has no face. Chang Wuan can't afford to lose this person. He had said so. So Lin Yi didn't dare to continue saying anything. She followed Chang Wuan and walked towards the front. Qi Mingyue also quietly followed behind. The more Qi Mingyue followed, the more Lin Yi wanted to show her close relationship with Chang Wuan, and her entire body was almost glued to Chang Wuan. Just then, Chang Wuan suddenly stood still and looked at the few people in front of him. Bai Wenjing was looking at a necklace. Gu Xiaobei stood beside her holding Big Fatty and talking to her, and Ji Lingtian stood beside her with his hands in his pockets, his eyes all falling on her, whereas Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian wore what seemed to be a couple's outfit. The lights came down over both of their heads as if they had absorbed the world's light sources, making them both look extraordinarily dazzling and well-matched. Bai Wenjing pointed to a necklace and asked Gu Xiaobei, Xiaobei boy, do you think this one looks good? Not bad. Gu Xiaobei took a closer look, but the purity of this pink diamond is not too good. And there is a slight problem with the setting. The most important thing is that the circle of diamonds next to the cut is too bright. But instead of dominating the main event, either to change a better pink diamond, or simply do not want this pink diamond. I think so. Tonight's stuff always felt like none of it was particularly good. There were still flaws. Bai Wenjing beamed. Big Fatty lay on Gu Xiaobei's body, stretching his head to look at it, and meowed twice. Big Fatty doesn't think so either. Big Fatty must have the prettiest one. Why don't we go over there and take a look? Bai Wenjing and the others walked over in Chang Wuan's direction. As they walked and discussed, they didn't even notice Chang Wuan and Lin Yi. Lin Yi could almost shoot flames out of his eyes at this point. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. She would actually meet Gu Xiaobei here. It's been a long time. As he rubbed his shoulders, Chang Wuan smiled coldly. Only then did Ji Lingtian and Gu Xiaobei notice him. Gu Xiaobei almost laughed out loud as soon as she saw Chang Wuan in this state. Although the bruises had receded, his face was still swollen. I guess those big guys didn't show him any mercy that day. What's wrong with Chang Xiao? Gu Xiaobei tilted her head as if she didn't know anything. Who has the guts to make a move on Chang Xiao? Ji Lingtian also said coldly, it seems like Chang Xiao has made quite a few enemies in the imperial capital. Chang gritted his teeth. Lin Yi, however, pointedly said, what are you two? How dare you tell Chang Xiao what to do? Gu Xiaobei looked at Lin Yi and frowned slightly. By the way her muscles tugged when she spoke, it was clear that she must have had this face fixed. And seemingly, it's still going in the direction of Jishu's whole thing. but besides the fact that she looked like Jishu in her entirety, Gu Xiaobei also felt that she was a bit familiar. And yet, I couldn't tell you exactly what was familiar, because Linny moved around so much. Gu Xiaobei didn't recognize her. Bai Wenjing suddenly pointed to the front. Her eyes lit up and said, "That necklace is so pretty. Baby, I want this one." Bai Wenjing pointed at the necklace that Linny had just tried to buy and said to Jiling Tian. Linny snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. "You're blind. Don't you see that this is an exhibition only? You can't buy it even if you have money." Jiling Tian's face instantly sank. No one has ever dared to say that about his mom. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips, a face of evil and arrogance. "Oh, that might just be because you, or your gold master isn't rich enough?" Chapter 149, I'll wrap it up for you right away. Upon hearing these words, Chang Wandering's face instantly grimaced. This Gu Xiaobei actually mocked him several times for not having money. The last time she was at Princess's store, she picked out a necklace that was over $200 million. And when he didn't have enough cash on his card at the time, she taunted him that he didn't have any money, so don't follow people's example of picking up girls. Now, she's actually up to her old tricks. Master Wrecker would never be able to stand this kind of behavior. Today this necklace, he still bought it. Cheng sent a message to someone to immediately find out who the person who organized this jewelry launch was. In the imperial capital, who could not give him a few moments of respect from Master Wrecker? Isn't it just money? He's got plenty. 800 million? A billion? He couldn't believe it. A necklace. And what price it could be sold for. Linny took a look at this situation, and knew that Cheng Wuan was also angry, and immediately stretched his neck and looked at Gu Xiaobei with disdain. I can smell the poured gas on you from a long way away. What are you pretending to be here? How much money can you have? How much money can you have? If you're rich, can you be richer than Master Wuan? Bai Wenjing turned her head toward Jiling Tian and asked with a puzzled expression. Baby, why does this woman have to cross us? Jiling Tian spoke coldly. Because she's menopausal. Oh, Bai Wenjing nodded plausibly. Who are you calling menopausal? Linny was instantly anxious. She seemed to be trying to come over and shake Jiling Tian, but before she could move, Jiling Tian raised his eyes coldly and she was instantly frozen. Gu Xiaobei's mouth held a cold, bone-chilling smile. The hairs on the back of the big fat man nestled in Gu Xiaobei's arms also stood up, flashing his sharp teeth at Linny and giving a low meow. Linny suspected that if she really dared to take a step forward, she would be torn to shreds by the two men and the cat, with no bone crumbs left. She honestly hugged Cheng Wuan's arm again. Gu Xiaobei looked at this woman who looked a bit like Jishu and felt more and more bored. She could tell at a glance that this face had definitely gone under the knife many times before it was plasticized like this. But because it really did resemble Jishu by 4 or 5 points, she did such disgusting things that instead made Gu Xiaobei even more annoying. Gu Xiaobei asked Bai Wenjing, "Do you like that necklace?" Bai Wenjing nodded her head vigorously. "Good looking. This necklace design is too perfect. I think it goes super well with the one you gave me last time. This kind of color patois is seldom seen in the world, not to mention the chalcedony inlaid in the middle. It's obviously red but with a little bit of golden color. When it's combined in this way, it's like when it's dusk, the light of the setting sun and the sky that's starting to turn into an ink blue color reflected together. It's really too beautiful." Gu Xiaobei suddenly froze. When she first designed the necklace, the inspiration was indeed dusk. She didn't expect that Bai Wenjing would actually see it right away. If at first, she only wanted to buy the necklace because she wanted to be angry with Cheng Wuan, then now, she sincerely wanted to give it to Bai Wenjing. Jewelry is meant to be worn by someone who understands it and can shine. Gu Xiaobei took out his cell phone and sent a message to a person. Gu Xiaobei, you brought the necklace you auctioned off earlier to the launch today? Yishi, yeah. How do you know? Wow. You don't know how hard it is to buy your piece. I snatched it with great difficulty. Of course I have to take it out and show it off, so that all those mortals will know that I finally own this necklace. Gu Xiaobei, resell it to me. Yishi, do not. If you like it, you can just design another one yourself. Why are you trying to steal it from me? It was hard for me to get this one. Gu Xiaobei, I'll make up one for you in a few days. Don't you always like snow? I'll personally design one for you that's related to the snow element. Yishi, good. You give me an address. I'll have the staff send it to you directly. Gu Xiaobei, no. I'm here on this necklace right now, holding a cat. Just have someone come directly to me. How much I'll give you? Yishi, sent to you. Anyway, you promised to design another one for me. Wow, 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 wow. Gu Xiaobei, if I don't charge you, you won't be able to buy my work for the rest of your life. Originally, when this necklace was auctioned, It cost Yi Ishi a lot of money, and Gu Xiaobei couldn't possibly take it for nothing. Yi Ishi, okay, then just give me $10 million, and then you'll give me a necklace, and I won't give you any more money. Gu Xiaobei, available. Yi Ishi on the other end of the phone silently shed tears. Idle you used to get people when a message sent so many words. Used up people will only send a word. Crying. Still, she hurriedly asked the staff to find Gu Xiaobei in the exhibition hall. After all, Gu Xiaobei had promised to give her a necklace specially designed for her. If she hadn't been abroad right now, she definitely would have gone over there herself. Yi Ishi couldn't help but laugh out loud as she rolled on the bed clutching her cell phone. It's really so happy. And now, at the conference, Lin Yi was still holding Cheng Wuan's arm, looking at Gu Xiaobei and the others in front of her with a look of contempt. Cheng family in the imperial capital, that is a number of powerful family. Gu Xiaobei is a bumpkin. The entire Gu family sold, but not compared to Cheng Wan, a 1% of the family's wealth. She is rich. Can be rich to what extent? Gu Xiaobei, however, stroked Big Fatty's head with a cloudy face. Big Fatty's pupils became elongated and narrow, and he kept staring at Lin Yi, purring in his throat, looking ready to jump over and tickle her hard at any moment. Meow dash. This woman is so annoying. Big Fatty hated her. Big Fatty wanted to use her face to sharpen her claws, but Big Fatty thought it was too dirty. Meow meow meow. It's too tangled. Already, people had begun to notice the sight over here, and had begun to stand not too far away to watch, intending to see what the end result would be. Just then, the staff hurried over. Gu Xiaobei waved at him. As soon as the staff saw her holding a cat, they immediately came over. How may I help you? Ma'am? I want to buy that necklace. Gu Xiaobei reached out and pointed. Lin Yi disdainfully let out a cold snort from her nose. Che, I've already said. This is jewelry for exhibition only. It's not for sale. Do you not understand human language? Or are you just a bumpkin who has never participated in this kind of occasion before? Don't even understand this rule? She deliberately raised her voice a few notches so that everyone around her could hear. However, that staff member bent down to Gu Xiaobei and said, Okay miss, I'll wrap it up for you now. Chapter 150, A Billion and a Billion. Lin Yi instantly froze. She almost wondered if her ears were broken. What's going on, guys? Didn't you say that this necklace is only for display and not for sale? Why can you sell it to her? When Lin Yi got excited, her movements became larger when she spoke, and her expression just looked very stiff, with her muscles going in a very strange direction. The staff respectfully bent down and said, I'm sorry miss, although this is an exhibit, but for VIPs, we have special regulations, so this necklace is also available for sale. This little girl is actually a VIP? For a while, everyone around her looked at her with envious eyes. The staff member respectfully brought the necklace over. Clean it. Gu Xiaobei spoke coolly. How do I know who all just touched it? Yes ma'am. Lin Yi's face looked as if she had been slapped, and the corners of her mouth twitched twice from overexcitement and anger, looking a little slanted. Wasn't she the one who touched the necklace? Isn't Gu Xiaobei deliberately calling her dirty? The staff quickly came over with the clean necklaces. Miss, may I help you pack? No, Gu Xiaobei said. Swipe your card. Lin Yi's eyes were red with jealousy. Okay miss, $10 million. Here's the POS machine. You can just swipe your card. $10 million? Lin Yi hurriedly hugged Cheng Wuan's arm and pampered. Cheng Xiao, it's just $10 million. I want it too. Cheng Wuan also didn't expect that the necklace would be so cheap. The one that Gu Xiaobei saw last time still needed more than 200 million. It wasn't that Process Rec hadn't studied much about jewelry, or else he would have been able to see that $10 million wasn't even enough to cover the cost of those patois, let alone the chalcedony in the middle. He lifted his chin with an arrogant expression. Wait, since my woman wants it, double the price. I'll buy it. Isn't it just $20 million? Cheng Xiao, you are so nice. Lin Yi's entire body was like a piece of melted sugar, sticking to Cheng Wuan to death. Cheng hooked his lips and smiled. I'm willing to pay any amount of money for what my woman wants. From this angle, Lin Yi and Jishu looked about 6 or 7% alike. Lin Yi's face had to be found at the right angle to look good, and it couldn't withstand a close look. And if you looked closely you'd realize that the features weren't refined enough at all, and they didn't match well. Single looks as if the nose and eyes are kind of good looking, but together, although a bit like Jishu, but always through so a stream of strange. But just now, Cheng Wuan's words were 7 parts to his imaginary Jishu, and 3 parts to Gu Xiaobei. He wanted Gu Xiaobei to know that not being his woman was such a loss. However, the staff member acted as if he hadn't heard Cheng Wuan's words, and after Gu Xiaobei swiped her card, he handed over the necklace to Gu Xiaobei. Hey, Cheng Xiao is talking to you. Are you deaf? Lin Yi took a step forward, her pointed nails almost poking into that staff member's eyes. The staff, however, only bent over and respectfully said, I'm sorry, miss, only for VIPs we have this price. For other ordinary guests, we still don't sell them. Then what does it take to become your guest of honor? Lin Yi looked aggressive. The staff member hesitated. Yi Ishi only told him that this little girl holding the cat was a VIP, and did not say anything else. He had never heard of any other VIPs before, so how could he know what it took to become one? Gu Xiaobei laughed softly, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, picking up 3 points of coldness, like thin snow in early spring. It's easy to become a VIP. You only need to spend $1 billion a year. This amount of money shouldn't be worth mentioning to Cheng Xiao. Hearing the figure of $1 billion, Cheng Wandering was just on fire. Last time, he pulled out most of the company's cash flow and paid Yuzi $1 billion in commissions, but as a result, 007's whereabouts were found out. But he was almost killed by Weems. He still doesn't know how the hell 007 got away with it. Linny didn't dare to speak for a while. After all, that's $1 billion. She'll never make that much money in her life. Didn't Cheng Xiao say that as long as your woman likes it, it's okay to spend as much money as you want? Gu Xiaobei slowly hooked her lips. In that case, I'll transfer this necklace to Cheng Xiao. 1 billion VIP fees will do. $10 million for the necklace money. Even if I give it to Cheng Xiao, how about it? WeChat PayPal bank transfer checks are fine. If Cheng Xiao is willing, today we are driving here. Pay cash whatever. After saying that, Gu Xiaobei glanced at Ji Lingtian. Strangely enough, Ji Lingtian instantly understood Gu Xiaobei's meaning. He lowered his head and sent a message to Ji Weishan. The Ji family's butler, arrange for someone to target the Cheng family's business now and short their stock. Make their cash flow tight. Ji Weishan, yes young master. Gu Xiaobei looked at Cheng Wuan with a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. With so many onlookers, Cheng Wandering was simply throwing his face on the ground to be stepped on. You're buying and selling. You want to get rich. You're crazy. You want $1 billion for just a necklace? Linny scolded with a sharp voice. When she went to Korea for plastic surgery before, she had her vocal cords done in the meantime, and her voice wasn't quite the same as it used to be, so if she deliberately tried to learn it, she could still be a bit like Jishu, but when she gets excited and curses, she sounds a bit like her old voice. Gu Xiaobei frowned slightly, feeling a bit of familiarity. The necklace is not worth $1 billion, but love is priceless. Your family's gold master likes you, so what if he throws thousands of dollars for you? Gu Xiaobei coldly hooked her lips. Or is it that Cheng Xiao can't spare the money? Her eyes were cold with a few moments of contempt. Cheng Xiao, if you don't have money, don't learn from others to pick up girls. These words completely enraged Cheng Wandering. It's not just $1 billion. He was able to give Yuzi $1 billion before, and now he was able to take out $1 billion to slap Gu Xiaobei in the face. He sent a message to Cheng Gang. Chengwana, now immediately transfer $1 billion from the company's account to my card. Cheng Gang, Master Wrecker. The company's cash flow is very tight after the last transfer of 1 billion. If we transfer another billion now, I'm afraid the impact will be great. Chengwana, let you row. So much nonsense. Cheng Gang, yes. Master Wrecker. Cheng put away his cell phone and smiled coldly. He looked at Gu Xiaobei. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, and he opened his mouth grimly. It's not just $1 billion. I'll give it to you. It's okay if you want to make money upside down. 1,000 gold can't buy you a master's pleasure. The crowd of onlookers instantly let out a gasp. I originally thought that this little girl was good enough, but I didn't realize that it was still Cheng Wuan who was the most powerful. On the contrary, this Gu Xiaobei is actually taking favorite jewelry to make a difference. It's really disgusting. These are works of art. Just then, Cheng Wuan received a message. He thought it was a transfer arrival alert, but when he opened his phone, his face changed. Chapter 151, Calculating Gu Xiaobei. Linny hadn't yet noticed that something was wrong with Cheng Wuan. When she heard that Cheng Wuan was going to spend $1 billion to buy this necklace, she couldn't mention the smugness in her heart. She stalked her neck to look at Gu Xiaobei with a villainous look. TSK, some people are really pathetic, saying that they like this necklace, but in fact they can't get it at all. They just want to use it to make money. They are all poor and sour, and they are worthy of coming to this kind of place when they see money in their eyes? Cheng Xiao. Linny hugged Cheng Wuan's arm and pampered her. Hurry up and give her the money. Let's take this necklace to the wash. I don't want such a beautiful necklace to be covered with a poor gas. Cheng's entire body stiffened. He received a message from Cheng Gang. The program just did. Linny took a look at Cheng Wuan's silence and shook his arm again. Get lost. Cheng Wandering shook off Lin Yi's hand fiercely. He looked angrily at Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian. His intuition told him that this matter was definitely related to the two people in front of him. Gu Xiaobei smiled coolly. It looks like Cheng Xiao really doesn't have any money then. In the future, Cheng Xiao doesn't have money or don't learn from others to pick up girls. After saying that, She turned around and put the big fat into Ji-Ling Tian's arms, putting this necklace on by Wenjing, removing the original one and putting it in the bag. It's so pretty. Bai Wenjing also raised her lips and smiled, happy as could be. Thank you little bay boy. Big fatty probed his body, trying hard to climb from Ji-Ling Tian towards Gu Xiaobei's arms. Meow dash. Big brother con me. Big fatty wants a nice necklace too. Ji-Ling Tian pressed Big Fatty back down with one hand. The big fat furry head arched around, desperately trying to break free. Meow dash. Young master, don't force me to stay. I'm just a kitty cat. There's no result for the two of us. Chang gritted his teeth and spoke viciously. You two wait for me. Chang Xiao. Lin Yi looked at Cheng Wuan's back and shouted helplessly. But how could Chang want to care about her now? It's too humiliating. That's right. If you don't have that strength, don't blow it. And you say you want to buy this necklace, but it turns out you can't get the money at all. Where does she get the money? She's still relying on the gold masters. Ha ha, what kind of person can find a gold master these days? Look at her face. It looks like a plastic surgery face, and it's too stiff. I guess the recovery period isn't even over before they start coming out of business. Yeah, this face is still swollen, and I wonder what the golden one sees in her. One thing, don't you guys think she looks a bit like Jishu? Asterisk. It's really true when you say it like that. I told you how she looks so familiar, but it's also too disgusting. Actually plastic surgery according to Jishu's appearance. My goddess is also capable of plastic surgery? The whole thing is only a 5% resemblance, so it's no wonder she's been bagged by the gold master. The onlookers all started pointing at Lin Yi. But seriously, don't you guys think that little girl who bought the necklace looks more like Jishu? Yeah, it really seems like it, but she looks so cold. Jishu is a bit gentler than her I guess. I simply have to wonder if she's related to Jishu in any way. It really seems as if she just doesn't feel old enough to grow up. Maybe in a few years when she's in her 20s too, she'll be more like Jishu. Some people began to praise Gu Xiaobei's beauty. Usually when she was in school, Gu Xiaobei always paid no attention to dressing up, preferring to wear all black, and her body's aura was always gloomy and cold, so that people couldn't pay attention to her beauty. But after changing into her little dress and gown, she was instantly radiant. Even though she looked like Jishu, still no one would doubt that she was Jishu. After all, she was only 18 this year, but Jishu was 23 when he hit it big 2 years ago. At that time, Gu Xiaobei had just learned the art of disguise from her master, and she used computer technology to simulate herself in her 20s, slightly modified her appearance to become a bit more mature, and then went under the name of Jishu and entered the entertainment industry. And she added a mole. Now, her looks were also moving more and more in the direction of Jishu. Aside from that mole, it was estimated that by the time she was 23, she would look exactly like Jishu. Hearing that everyone was envying Gu Xiaobei but ridiculing her, Lin Yi was instantly humiliated and furious, fiercely gouging out Gu Xiaobei before stepping on her high heels and rushing out of the crowd. What are you crowding for? Get out of the way! Lin Yi yelled at the onlookers. She rushed to the restroom, wanting to cool off before leaving. Originally thought that when she got on Changshao she would have the chance to hit Gu Xiaobei hard, but she didn't expect that the first time she met, she would be hit in the face by Gu Xiaobei again. Lin Yi looked at his face in the mirror. Even though it's been a while since she finished her plastic surgery, she's still a little unfamiliar with her looks. Every time she looked in the mirror, she felt like she was looking at a stranger. She raised her hand and touched her face. The man in the mirror moved in unison with her. She smiles, the person in the mirror smiles. She frowns, the person in the mirror frowns. Only, her expression was still a bit stiff and unnatural, but now she is much prettier than before. When her relationship with Chang Wuan got a little better and her face recovered some, she could enter the entertainment industry again. With this face that resembled Jishu's by 5 points, when the time came, she would definitely be able to harvest a large wave of fans. What gaming goddess? She didn't care. Lin Yi intends to leave. Just then, however, she suddenly heard two people talking outside. Old Wang, I said can you get a grip? How long will it take to fix it? I don't know. This surveillance was not broken earlier or later, but it just happened to be broken today. Say what you want. All the jewelry on display today can be valuable. If this is lost and the surveillance can't trace it, we're both going to be in bad luck. Stop talking and hurry up and fix it. Ugh, let's hope it's fixed in 15 minutes. After Lin Yi heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up, and a few moments of calculation showed in his eyes. Surveillance is down? Then if she could steal the necklace and plant it on Gu Xiaobei, wouldn't no one find out? After making up her mind, Lin Yi touched up her makeup in the mirror, picked up her bag, and headed out. She watched for a moment, then headed for the exhibit area where there wasn't much going on. The jewelry in this area is all pretty expensive too, but people usually view it in order from the door, so most people haven't made it this far yet. Linny believed that Gu Xiaobei and the others would definitely come over later as well. Chapter 152, Sentencing You to 5 or 6 years. Linny hurriedly stuffed a necklace into her bag while no one else was around. She took a closer look at the description underneath, which said that the main stone of the necklace was Paraiba tourmaline, a very valuable type of jewelry that cost more than diamonds because it was mined in relatively low quantities. After Linny took the necklace, she continued to stroll inside the showroom as if nothing had happened. She wasn't far from watching Gu Xiaobei and Bai Wenjing in front of her. Bai Wenjing wanted to give Gu Xiaobei a gift, but after picking and choosing, there was nothing she particularly liked. She thought that one of the most beautiful necklaces of the whole launch was already around her neck. What a pity. I don't think the designs of these are very good. They don't match my Xiaobei's good looks. Bai Wenjing sighed. How come the jewelry design industry is so recessionary now? She took 2 more steps forward, then said, I don't want to continue shopping. It feels like there are no pretty ones at all. Wait for me to customize one for Xiaobei directly from Milan's side. And if I can get in touch with Su Xing and have her personally design one for Xiaobei, it would be even better. Gu Xiaobei guffawed. I wonder if Bai Wenjing would be surprised if she knew she was Su Xing. Alright, let's go back when we're tired. Big Fatty is sleepy too. Gu Xiaobei scratched Big Fatty's chin and said. Big Fatty made a purring sound. I'm not the one who's sleepy. I'm just lazy, you humans. Don't understand kittens at all. Meow dash. Big Fatty can't even get a necklace if he wants one. Big Fatty's meow life is meaningless now. Bai Wenjing nodded and said to Jiling Tian, baby, you're tired from accompanying me out today, so feel free to buy one. We'll go home afterward. Jiling Tian turned his head to look at her with a few doubts on his face. What do you mean? Just buy one? Gu Xiaobei is customized and has to go to Su Xing, so he just buys a random one? Could it be that he was picked up and Gu Xiaobei was the real one? It's a good thing Jiling Tian didn't like much jewelry in the first place. Plus the few books on display today were all fancy gemstone necklaces, very few of which were suitable for men, so he said in a hushed voice, forget it, I'm not buying it. That's great. We can save money again, so I can buy a more expensive one for little boy. Bai Wenjing almost applauded with joy. Jillian's teeth hurt. Is this really the real mom? As soon as Linny saw them start to turn around and head for the exit, he became anxious. She hurriedly walked over quickly in the direction of Gu Xiaobei. Halfway through, she took the necklace out of her bag and held it in her hand. As she passed Gu Xiaobei, Linny crashed into her hard. There were already more people in this area, so people touching people was inevitable, and Gu Xiaobei had no defense. I didn't expect Linny to suddenly crash over. When Big Fatty was hit, his eyes, which had been half squinted, were instantly startled, and he let out a meow. His back arched, and his fur exploded all over his body, and he almost jumped out of Gu Xiaobei's arms, stretching out his claws and fiercely scratching Linny. 3 bloody wounds instantly appeared on Linny's arms. Ah dash! She screamed, reaching for the big fat one. Gu Xiaobei violently hugged Big Fatty and stepped back. The onlookers were also startled, fearing that they would be tickled. They all tried to move to the side, and it was even more crowded. Just then, Linny took advantage of the chaos and threw the necklace into Bai Wenjing's bag. Several people blocked between Bai Wenjing and Gu Xiaobei, squeezing Gu Xiaobei so hard that she stumbled. Jiling Tian pulled Gu Xiaobei in and hugged her waist. The crowd was packed, the two of them sticking that close together. Jiling Tian almost felt like his breath was entwined with Gu Xiaobei's. Her arm was cool against him, a cool sensation, and then a few moments later, a little warmth came through. Her eyes were as brilliant as the stars in the sky, and all the flashy jewelry inside the entire showroom combined were not as beautiful as her eyes. Jiling Tian's breath suddenly stuttered. He couldn't help but remember that day, at the Qin family banquet. He almost couldn't resist bending down and kissing her soft lips. The way he felt that day still makes his heart pound when he thinks about it. Gu Xiaobei hugged Big Fatty and straightened up, breaking away from Jiling Tian's embrace. Jiling Tian's face was cloudy, but in his heart, he was very reluctant to give up. Linny covered her arm and yelled at Gu Xiaobei. Your broken cat scratched my arm. This isn't over. Meow dash. Big Fatty exploded in anger. You're the broken cat. You're the broken woman. Gu Xiaobei half narrowed his eyes, a cold light appearing. Linny was shocked and raised her voice a few more points as a way of bracing herself. What kind of occasion is this? You actually brought a cat here. Can you afford to pay for scratching people? Can you afford to pay for the broken jewelry? What does it have to do with you if I can afford to pay or not? Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. You. Linny was furious. Your cat scratched me and you actually have such an attitude. It's so shameless. Everyone come and see. This woman let her cat hurt people. I'm telling you, it's still scratching my arm. If it scratches my face, can you afford to pay for it you? It's still not my business. I'm hurt. How is it okay with me? Lin intended to purposely make a big deal out of it so as to stall for time, waiting for the staff to realize that the necklace had been stolen. How much did you use for this face? $2 million? How come I can't afford to pay for it? Gu Xiaobei saw through Lin Yi's price for going for plastic surgery at a glance. She guessed pretty much the same thing. Lin Yi and Ding Hong together sold the house, put together 2,200,000. After going to plastic surgery, only 80 or 90,000 left. Lin Yi was so angry with her that the prosthesis in her nose was about to fall out. Your cat hurt someone and you're still so cross. Do you believe I'll call the police? As you wish. Gu Xiaobei's face did not change. Even if the police. This is a civil dispute. Nothing more than compensation. Your arm injury to do identification. I guess even $10,000 are not used. Compensation for 2 or 3,000 top day. Gu Xiaobei coldly opened. So that, in the end you came to a trip. Can't let you too much of a disadvantage, and then arrest you too. To you, I can't let you suffer too much, so I'll arrest you twice more and give you $10,000. After saying that, Gu Xiaobei hugged the big fat again and came closer to Lin Yi. Big Fatty understood and showed his teeth to look at Lin Yi, revealing his sharp claws again. Lin Yi was taken aback and quickly took out her cell phone to call the police. Uncle Police, you guys come quickly. Someone here is threatening my personal safety, Lin Yi said with a sobbing voice. She gave the address quickly. In fact, she called the police, not really because of her injuries. Mostly, she thought that if the staff found out later that the necklace was missing, it would save her from having to call the police again. By then, Gu Xiaobei and the others would be taken away. That necklace cost at least $10 million. Enough for a 5 or 6 year sentence. Chapter 153. How do you know the surveillance is broken? Lin Yi finished reporting to the police and looked at Gu Xiaobei triumphantly. She took a step forward and pointed at Gu Xiaobei's nose. Let me tell you, you and your broken cat are waiting to go to jail. But just as she finished her words, Gu Xiaobei suddenly picked up Big Fatty and came closer to Lin Yi. Meow. Big Fatty reached out his claws and scratched Lin Yi hard again. Ah. Lin Yi raised her hand to block her face. Her neck was tickled a little, and 3 more bloody marks were added to her arm. I'll kill you. Lin Yi screamed and was about to grab Big Fatty. But how could she be a match for Gu Xiaobei? Only to see Gu Xiaobei make an easy turn. Lin Yi pounced and slammed into the display case. Luckily, these glasses were specially made, or else Lin Yi would have shattered them with this crash. But even so, the jewelry inside was still knocked around by her. Big Fatty leaned in Gu Xiaobei's arms, meowed twice, and extended his paw in front of Gu Xiaobei's face. Big Fatty's paw just scratched the woman. Quickly wipe it for Big Fatty. Big Fatty is too dirty. Meow. Seeing that Gu Xiaobei didn't seem to understand what he meant, Big Fatty stuck out his tongue again and approached his paw, looking like he was going to lick it to clean it up. But as a result, just as it approached, it instantly made a dry heaving motion and raised its paw in great disgust. This little look is so cute. A chuckle erupted from the crowd of onlookers. Only then did Gu Xiaobei understand what Big Fatty meant. But she didn't bring any tissues with her today, so she fished out a design she'd drawn earlier from her bag, wiped Big Fatty's little paws, and tossed it into a side trash can. She wasn't happy with this design anyway, and it was only half drawn and unfinished, and then she got a better idea and discarded this. It was casually placed in a bag and was meant to be thrown away as well. Only then did Big Fatty look at his paws in satisfaction, meowed twice, and shrank back into Gu Xiaobei's arms. Okay, big guy. Seeing as how you just protected Big Fatty and wiped his paws and claws, Big Fatty will forgive you for not buying the necklace thing. Humph. Big Fatty is the most big-hearted kitty ever. That's when the staff noticed the mess over here and rushed over. What's going on here? The staff exclaimed. Nothing happened here, right? Lin Yi held up her arm and gritted her teeth. What do you mean nothing happened? My arm is injured. What if it leaves a scar? The staff went straight to the display case and was relieved to see that the jewelry inside the glass was just messed up and not lost or broken. I'm sorry, miss. We were just asking if there was anything wrong with the jewelry. Lin Yi was so angry that his nose was crooked. Miss, do you need medical attention? No need. I've already called the police. Lin Yi gritted her teeth. It was then that someone finally noticed the necklace was missing. Why is this booth empty? Someone not far away exclaimed. The staff froze at that. What? A couple of staff members hurried over. Sure enough, that booth was empty, and the Paraiba tourmaline necklace was nowhere to be found. Hurry up and close the gates. Go check the surveillance. The staff exclaimed. Someone came in the doorway and pushed his way through the crowd. Who just called the police? Lin Yi hurriedly raised her hand. Uncle Policeman. It's me, a young junior officer, just 20 years old, walked in. Hello, my name is Chicheng. May I ask why you called the police? He had a businesslike demeanor. Lin Yi deflated in aggravation and cried. Look at this. My arm was scratched by this cat. It's bleeding a lot. I'm in so much pain. How important a woman's skin is. What if it gets scarred? She did her best to show her softer side to Chi-Cheng. Unexpectedly, Chi-Cheng was not the least bit moved, but just looked at Gu Xiaobei and said, "Is this your cat?" Gu Xiaobei nodded. "That's right. I'll pay for all the medical expenses for the appraisal, including the money for the rabies vaccine." Chi-Cheng froze. He hadn't dealt with such a smooth dispute. Since Gu Xiaobei admitted everything, he also said in a businesslike manner, "That's good. Turn around. You two go to the hospital with me to do an injury appraisal. Then you can leave after you've paid the money." Linny looked at Chi-Cheng with dissatisfaction. "Just let her go? This is a civil dispute. Your injuries are minor injuries. The normal process is this, and since you don't need mediation at all, and she's willing to bear all the costs, next time you don't even need to call the police to waste the police. Just go to the hospital yourself." "Okay, now go," Chi-Cheng said. Linny definitely wouldn't let Gu Xiaobei off the hook so easily. Her eyes rolled and she said with a strained neck, "No way." She came to the conference with a cat in her arms. "That's malicious intent. Besides hurting me, who knows what else she's done. And just now a necklace of tens of millions of dollars was lost in the showcase. So you're not allowed to take care of it?" Upon hearing this, Chi-Cheng was instantly alerted. The loss of a necklace worth tens of millions of dollars can be a very big case compared to an uncontested civil dispute. "Did you guys lose the necklace?" Kisei looked to the staff. The staff member nodded. "Yes, we're going to close the gates and check the surveillance first." "What are you guys checking when the surveillance is down?" "I suggest checking everyone's bags only. It must have been stolen by someone here. Maybe some of them are not only behaving badly, but their hands and feet aren't clean either." Linny stared at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei half smiled and said coldly, "How do you know the surveillance is broken?" I. Linny realized that she said the wrong thing and instantly stuttered. "I just know. It's up to you. It can't be that you stole the necklace and deliberately changed the topic." Gu Xiaobei sneered. "I still want to ask you. You're standing here, so far away. How do you know that what's lost in the display case over there is a necklace worth tens of millions of dollars?" I. Linny's cold sweat came down on his head. Today's launch is all very expensive jewelry. I'm just guessing. I'm just saying it off the top of my head. How about that?" At this time, the staff member who ran to check the surveillance also ran back. His face was very ugly. "The surveillance is broken. It was just repaired. All the images from the previous 20 minutes were not recorded." Linny hooked her lips in triumph. "It's fine if it's broken. I suggest checking everyone's bags. Anyway, the necklace certainly won't grow legs and run away on its own. It's on the people present." After Linny finished speaking, he suddenly pointed at Bai Wenjing and said, "This can't be the necklace. What is it? This is what I changed down." Bai Wenjing looked down at her own bag and suddenly froze. Chapter 154, Arrest Them All. Before, she was wearing the necklace that Gu Xiaobei had given her, and then after she bought a new one and took off the previous one, she casually put it in her bag. But this one, now, was clearly not the one she had replaced. Bai Wenjing was puzzled and wanted to take this necklace out and look at it. "Don't move." Ji Ling Tian suddenly spoke coldly. "Baby, what's wrong?" Bai Wenjing wondered. Ji Ling Tian coldly looked at Lin Yi. "This thing, it definitely has something to do with this woman." This necklace was probably what she put in Bai Wenjing's bag as well. What he was sure of was that there were definitely no fingerprints of Bai Wenjing on this necklace right now. But because there were so many people at the show today, there were definitely many other people's fingerprints. And relying on fingerprints to identify who actually planted the evidence was definitely not going to work. He raised his eyes and looked at Chi-Cheng with clear coldness. Chi-Cheng looked back over without changing his face. "What? Is Ji Xiao trying to use his identity to pressure me? Ji Xiao should know that it won't work, right?" Ji Ling Tian certainly knew that. This Chi-Cheng is the young master of one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, the Qi family. Even though the remaining 3 families were basically in a state of retirement nowadays, except for the Ji family, they were not to be underestimated. The youngest son of the Qi family, Chi-Cheng, is not very interested in anything else, and has aspired to be a police officer since he was a child. And it is precisely because of the Qi family's relationship in the family that he can do his own thing cleanly without fear of power. It's not going to convince him if there's no evidence. Gu Xiaobei's eyes were like stars, narrowing slightly as a sudden cold light flashed. She came up with an idea. "Uncle Qi, I'm a VIP here and just bought a $10 million necklace. So what?" Linny interrupted her with a sharp voice. "You mean, did you buy a $10 million one and won't steal anything else? That Paraiba tourmaline is worth tens of millions of dollars. You just stole the necklace and you're afraid to show it. Everyone has seen it. How about this? I'll take the lead. I'm willing to let this little uncle search me. Anyway, I didn't steal anything. I'm not afraid of shadows." Linny couldn't help but smile smugly when she saw the necklace that was exposed a little bit in by Wenjing's bag. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and spoke coldly. Oh, this time you not only know its value, but also its material? Linny couldn't speak again. She couldn't say any more, lest Gu Xiaobei would extract more words, but even if she shut up tightly, she still felt a bit weak when Gu Xiaobei's icy gaze fell on her. Gu Xiaobei was sure this matter was related to her. Otherwise, if Big Fatty had just scratched her in the first place, she wouldn't have threatened to say you're all going to jail when she called the police. It's just that the cat hurt someone. Just pay some money. How would you need to go to jail? Uncle. Because I am here VIP, so happen to know a little thing. They, in order to prevent theft, will be in every piece of jewelry are smeared on the colorless and tasteless developer powder. And this kind of developer powder it just contact when there will not be anything, only to put a dead hold in the heart of the hand for a very long time, only to leave traces later. As long as the hand pressed in the developer paper after leaving traces, as long as you press your hand on the developer paper, it will leave traces, and the reason why each piece of jewelry should be cleaned after it is sold out is to get rid of these developer powder. Gu Xiaobei's words made the staff next to her listen. What kind of developing powder? I've never heard of it before. How did they know that this matter was simply nonsense from Gu Xiaobei? There was never any developer powder on the jewelry at all, and the cleaning was just to remove sweat and dirt. Qi Chang raised his eyes to Gu Xiaobei. In fact, he was not older than Gu Xiaobei by a few years, but Gu Xiaobei called him Uncle Qi in one breath, and he did not resent it. At least it sounded more comfortable than Lin Yi's slimy uncle. He probably also saw that Gu Xiaobei was just talking nonsense, but her eyes were clear, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she spoke, with a little bit of wanton arrogance and chest thumping. The light is so bright that you can't take your eyes off it. So can Uncle Qi give me a chance? Qi Sei couldn't be bothered to shake his head at those beautiful eyes. 5 minutes, he said in a clear, cold voice. You guys go prepare something. Gu Xiaobei pulled a staff member and whispered something in his ear. Quickly, the staff member hurriedly answered and went down to get ready. This was a VIP that Missy had personally certified, so they didn't dare to treat it lightly. Aren't you deeply righteous? You just volunteered that you're willing to be searched. How about this? When the developer paper comes in a while, we'll try it together. How about it? Gu Xiaobei looked at Linny in a clear and cold manner. Linny was startled, put her own hands behind her back and kept rubbing them. I am not afraid. Just try. While Linny was thinking about how to get rid of the developer powder on her hands, the staff had already brought over the prepared stuff. As soon as she saw those things, Linny smiled. Because the developer paper, it's in a box. When the time comes, she just has to keep her hands off the paper. Staff explained that the developer paper and developer powder need to react in conditions protected from light in order to develop, so they must be contained in a box. This, in turn, put Linny's mind at ease. The staff sprayed a little mist of water onto each person's hands, saying it would speed up the reaction. Then, a couple of boxes were brought in for people to put their hands in. Linny had a confident look on his face. Her hand was dangling inside the box anyway, and no one would even notice. After a short while, everyone took their hands out of the box. Linny looked at Gu Xiaobei triumphantly. People don't leave traces anyway, so I'll see what you can do. The necklace was in by Wenjing's bag, so she couldn't get away with it. Once the staff opened the box, everyone was instantly shocked. This was because Gu Xiaobei, Ji Lingtian, and Bai Wenjing's boxes all had a large red handprint in them, whereas Lin Yi's one was clean and dry, with nothing in it. For a moment, the onlookers spoke up. My God, why are there handprints all over? Does that mean all three of them stole something? Oh my God, this is so humiliating, to be caught stealing. Although Linny didn't know what had happened, she was instantly delighted and pointed at Gu Xiaobei's nose. See, I told you that you guys stole it, and you actually refused to admit it. Now it's good. I thought there was only one thief among you, but I didn't realize it was a gang. Uncle Junior, hurry up and arrest them all. Linny had a smug, villainous look on his face. Chapter 155, A Thief Shouting to Catch a Thief. Gu Xiaobei, however, glanced at the staff member. The staff took the water in the small spray bottle and the developer paper to Qicheng. Qicheng looked carefully, and then also sprayed a little water on his hand, pressed on the developer paper. Not a moment later, a red handprint appeared on the paper. What's going on? Can't be. Does that mean the officer stole the necklace too? How can it be? People have only just come in. Just saying. At this point, everyone was confused. Qicheng put the developer paper under his nose and smelled it. So true. Qicheng suddenly hooked his lips in a light smile and looked at Gu Xiaobei. This little girl with radiant eyes and a cold and stunning look did not expect to be so smart. Seeing Qicheng hook his lips and smile at Gu Xiaobei, a few points of displeasure suddenly rose in Ji Lingtian's heart. and he moved a few points closer to Gu Xiaobei and stood beside her. The duo wore clothes with extremely similar color schemes, and their looks were both absolutely beautiful, and the temperament on their bodies was also generally cold, so anyone who looked at them would be a perfect match. Ji Ling Tian looked like he was swearing sovereignty. Linny looked at that red handprint left by Qi Chang and froze for a moment. What's going on here? She was suddenly a little uneasy. Linny colored and said, "Little uncle, hurry up and arrest them. They're the ones who stole the necklace." Qi Chan looked at Linny and didn't say anything. Lin's heart became more and more weak, and his voice also followed and lowered. Little uncle? The water in this small spray bottle is phenolphthalein reagent, and this so-called developer paper is actually an alkaline test paper. Qi Ching said, "Phenolphthalein reagent turns red when it meets alkali, and you sprayed phenolphthalein reagent on your hand at that time as well, so why is it that on this paper, there is no red handprint left?" Lin Yi's face turned pale all of a sudden. She looked violently at Gu Xiaobei. "It's you!" she screamed. "You deliberately counted on me. I'm counting on you? If you're not vain, why don't you dare to put your hand on the paper?" Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips in a cold smile. The tide of public opinion has completely reversed. Is this woman a thief crying out to catch a thief? That's right. You can't even put your hand on it. What's wrong with that? I told you. Look at her. She doesn't look like a good person. That little girl is so pretty. And she even pretends to be cute. How old is she? At least older than that little policeman. Actually calling people uncle with every mouthful. Evil or not. TSK. Wasn't she just the woman who wanted to buy a necklace but didn't get it? Her gold master went off by himself and left her here. She's jealous of other little girls, so she deliberately set them up. So shameless. How shameless. There was even someone who pulled the staff and said, "You guys should raise the standard of the conference in the future. How can you put in any kind of people? What if she does something worse and hurts us?" That's right. This kind of lowly villain. You guys don't let them in from now on. Okay. Still let us come and enjoy the jewelry. Those who can participate in today's conference are all non-rich or noble people inside the imperial capital. And the staff didn't dare to offend and hurriedly apologized. But they can't do anything about it. This Linny is a person brought by Cheng Xiao, and they can't afford to offend Cheng Xiao. Linny instantly panicked when she saw that everyone was accusing her. She took 2 steps back and stiffened her mouth. So what if I didn't put it on? Isn't the necklace in her bag? Why are you all targeting me? Gu Xiaobei smiled coldly. You didn't even look at it. And you know that this is the necklace that was lost? You also know the price and material of that necklace. Do you have the ability to foretell? So you didn't calculate before you left the house that you would be in danger of bloodshed and imprisonment today? Big Fatty plopped down in Gu Xiaobei's arms and flashed his sharp fangs as well. Meow dash. Big Fatty hates you, bad woman. Big Fatty is going to rip your mouth off. If you say I should go to jail, I should go to jail? Do you think the police station is run by your family? Linny panicked. But she could also see that Qiqing was more than just a simple little cop. She could only hope, now, that Qiqing could protect her. The police station is not run by my family, but there is a fingerprint identification center 2 streets ahead with my family's shares. The average person appreciating the necklace will only pinch it with their fingertips. But if it's a person stealing the necklace and planting it in someone else's hands, they will definitely hold it tightly in their hands. So just check. On the necklace, there is a palm print of whoever's hand it is. Ji Ling Tian coldly spoke. Linny looked at Qi Chang with a pleading gaze. Since her plastic surgery, she walks around with a lot more people to contact than before. After all, she was now 5 parts like Jishu, and the pictures she posted on the internet after the PS were followed by countless people. Linny was confident in his current looks, but to my surprise, Qi Chang just said expressionlessly, "Confess and be lenient." Linny was out of breath for a moment. If she goes to jail, it's over. Her face was gray and she couldn't say a word. One look at her like this and Qiqing understood everything. Come on, come back to the station with me. I want to find out more about the case. Linny also didn't want to continue to stay here to be ridiculed. Hurriedly followed behind Qi Chang, lowered his head grayly intending to go out. However, at this time, she still sent a message to Cheng Wuan, "Master Wuan, save me." Qi Chang pulled out a business card from his shirt pocket and handed it to Gu Xiaobei, saying, "Qi Chang, you can contact me in the future." As soon as Ji Ling Tian saw that Qi Chang actually dared to hook up with Gu Xiaobei in front of him, he instantly became upset, and with 2 fingers, he pinched the necklace out of Bai Wenjing's bag and shoved it into Qi Chang's hand, coldly saying, "All right, you can go now." Qi Chang raised his eyebrows and winked at Gu Xiaobei. Then, he gave Ji Ling Tian another provocative-like look and left with Lin Yi. Bai Wenjing froze in place for a while before reacting to what had happened. Oh my god, that woman just now. She's the one who stole the necklace. Gilliam. Mom, you're too slow to respond. Catch up with the 2G network. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's so scary. Bai Wenjing deflated her mouth and said with resignation. Gu Xiaobei nodded. Good. Then we'll leave now. After such a mess. Many people had no desire to see the show and left. Qi Mingyue missed the fracas because she was admiring one of her own creations in the corner. By the time she responded, there weren't many people left. Just as she was about to head out as well, she suddenly noticed something strange about a piece of paper in the trash can. She picked it up and instantly her eyes lit up. This design is only half drawn, but it's really so beautiful. She had gone through all the trouble of submitting almost 100 entries before one finally made the cut and was still only put in the corner. But if this design had been made, she could guarantee that it would definitely have made it into the top 20 of the show. Qi Mingyue hurriedly received this diagram into her bag and then hurriedly left. For the contest in a little while, she was going to go back and complete this picture and go ahead and submit it. Chapter 156, You're responsible for me. After coming out of the conference, Ji Lingtian's face had been gloomy. Bai Wenjing went to the bathroom, and he and Gu Xiaobei stood outside waiting for her. Why are you being so nice to Qichen? Good. Gu Xiaobei rubbed Big Fatty's head, every now and then coming up for a kiss. I think it's average. General. Ji Lingtian's heart burned with rage. Changwana is also in hot pursuit of her. Xi Chang actually also in his face when she hooked up. This is when he is dead. Ji Lingtian hadn't realized that without realizing it. He had already thought that Gu Xiaobei should be his. Why don't you treat him the way you treat Cheng Wuan? Is it because he helped you today? Ji Lingtian was sulking in his heart. No. Gu Xiaobei naturally opened her mouth and replied without thinking. Because he's better looking than Cheng Wuan. If Cheng Wuan had heard it, he might have died on the spot. He's the imperial capital's wrecking ceremony master. How many young girls dream of him? How many people rush to his bed? And Gu Xiaobei actually said that he didn't look as good as Qi Chang? Ji Lingtian was also furious. What about me? You what? Gu Xiaobei asked, cocking his head. Ji Lingtian was furious in his heart, but he didn't move on his face. He gritted his teeth, a bunch of words going up in his throat that he couldn't get out. What about me? Am I not better looking than Qichen? I'm the schoolmaster of Xingli, and I'm recognized as the first handsome man of the imperial city's mansion. Why are you being so nice to Qichen? Don't you know I like you? What's wrong with me? I'm pissed. You're responsible for me, Ji Lingtian said without changing his face. But he was taken aback himself after that statement. Gu Xiaobei was instantly puzzled. To you? Responsible? Why? Why was Ji Lingtian strange today? It couldn't be that he was pissed off in the head by what had just happened. Jillian thought to herself, because you hugged me, and you forcefully kissed me. You got drunk and kissed me against the window, and you bit the skin of my mouth. You're still wearing a couple's suit with me. The words flashed through his mind one by one, but in the end, he just lowered his eyes and swept a glance at Big Fatty, who was nestled in Gu Xiaobei's arms, only to see that Big Fatty was lazily being tickled by her chin with a look of enjoyment. He blandly said, because you jacked my cat, Gu Xiaobei. Big Fat, meow meow meow. Young master, don't misunderstand. I really want to be with Big Brother. I'm not being forced. Young master, can you tell Biggie for me that I really want a necklace? Doesn't Big Fatty deserve a necklace? Gu Xiaobei jerked another handful of Big Fatty's furry head before stuffing it back into Ji Lingtian's arms. Petty. Why is Ji Lingtian so petty? You can't even pet the cat. Ji Lingtian didn't know how he had just said those words, and lowered his head to look at Big Fatty 2x2. Meow dash. Big Fatty yelped and was about to break free from Ji Lingtian's arms and leap towards Gu Xiaobei's arms. Jilling Weather clenched his teeth. Now Bai Wenjing liked Gu Xiaobei even more, and even Big Fatty was sticking to Gu Xiaobei even more. When Gu Xiaobei went to his house, Big Fatty even bit her shoes. As soon as he did, he pressed the big fat one back again. Meow dash. Big Fatty meowed mournfully. Young master, don't be like this. I'm just a pretty and cute little kitten. It's useless even if you force me. I have only Big Brother in my heart. Unless you buy me pretty necklaces. Big Fatty arched around in Ji Lingtian's arms and received a solid chestnut from Ji Lingtian. Meow. Big Fatty huffed and opened his mouth to bite him. As soon as Ji Lingtian let go of his hand, Big Fatty caught a chance and jumped back onto Gu Xiaobei. It gently arched into Gu Xiaobei's palm with a pleasing look. Meow. Big Fatty raised his head and licked Gu Xiaobei's chin. Gu Xiaobei felt itchy and scrunched her neck to laugh. Big Fatty. Stop it. Meow. I'm so loyal to you. Aren't you touched? Buy a necklace for Big Fatty. Meow meow meow. Bai Wenjing came out of the restroom and was very happy to see Gu Xiaobei and Big Fatty having fun. Let's go. Little Bei obediently. She took Gu Xiaobei's arm and walked forward together. Because of Ji Lingtian's strange statement earlier, he and Gu Xiaobei hadn't spoken along the way. Until the next day at school, Ji Lingtian was still a bit embarrassed to see Gu Xiaobei. After Gu Xiaobei came, He only felt that no matter what position he sat in or what he did, it seemed like it was hard on his body, and in his heart it was like there were kitten's claws scratching, a little itchy, and he always couldn't help but want to look at her. The students in class 5 don't know what's wrong with them today. They keep looking at him. The more Ji Ling Tian didn't want to be caught out of place, the more they stared at him. How could he know that the students in class 5 were trying to wait for him to be out of his seat so they could go talk to Gu Xiaobei? Ji Ling Tian was annoyed by the look and happened to see Oh Xia at the door. What's wrong? Ji Ling Tian said coldly. No, I'm not here to find you. Oh Xia hurriedly waved her hand, her big round eyes full of innocence. He puffed out his cheeks and said in a cute and adorable manner, I'm here to look for Saturday 6. Ling Tian, will you call her for me? Saturday 6. Ji Ling Tian shouted coldly towards the inside. As soon as Saturday 6 heard Ji Ling Tian call out his name, he was startled and almost rolled off the stool. She walked out of the classroom and many girls in class 5 poked their heads out. Wow! It's Oh Xia coming for Saturday 6. Hey, when did those two meet? I heard that last exam. Saturday 6 gave something back to Osha. Saturday 6 is so lucky to be able to talk to O'Shaughnessy. I can't even see baby O'Shaughnessy at school a few times a year. Woo hoo hoo. Saturday 6 is also too shameless. How dare he seduce Oh Xia? What a... Bang! Gu Xiaobei picked up the book in his hand and smashed it. The girl looked miserably at the book that had smashed into her face. The corner of the book had embedded itself into the desktop, showing how much force Gu Xiaobei had just used. If you dare to talk nonsense again next time, it'll be your head that gets smashed. Gu Xiaobei coldly stared at the girl and said, even when someone gossiped about Gu Xiaobei, she had never been so angry. But to say that about Saturday 6, it just wouldn't do. The girl's face went white and she was trembling with fear. If this book had just hit her on the head, I'm afraid her brains would have been smashed out. Since then, the entire 5th class knew that Saturday 6 was Gu Xiaobei's scales. If you want to die, mess with Gu Xiaobei, and if you want to not die well, mess with Saturday 6. At this point, Saturday 6 still didn't know anything, and watched in confusion as Oh Xia pulled out a bunch of things from his book bag as if he were doing a magic trick. Chapter 157, Lecturing on Wrong Questions. The candy you gave me last time was super yummy. These are the ones I brought you. Try them. Oh Xia brainlessly shoved several large bags of candy all into the arms of Saturday 6. That's a lot. Saturday 6 was drowning in a pile of candy, his face buried inside it. I heard that you did pretty well on your last exam too, so consider it a celebration gift from me to you. Oh Xia's big eyes blinked, looking like a simple and cute little puppy. And last time, Oh Xia had bruised Saturday 6's arm, and he felt a little guilty about it. These candies are all the best ones that he searched for from candy websites in various countries around the world, but he couldn't finish so many, so he shared a big pile with Saturday 6. Saturday 6 struggled to hold those candies. But what kind of person gives so many candies as a gift? I can't eat them all. Just try whichever one tastes good and I'll send you what you think tastes good next time. Saturday 6 was still a bit touched in his heart, but after hearing Oh Xia's words, a few doubts suddenly surfaced. She tilted her head, revealing two eyes from the edge of the big mountain of candy and stared at Oh Xia. Hey, you wouldn't want me to be a guinea pig for you to taste which ones are delicious because you can't eat them all yourself, right? Oh Xia's face instantly reddened when she was poked at what she was really thinking. Talking to Saturday 6 the other day, he realized that they had both eaten so many of the same kinds of candy, and the flavors were especially similar, so he felt sure it would be okay to have Saturday 6 try it out. Sorry about that. Oh Xia scratched his head, his hair reflecting golden light in the sunlight like a little prince. Saturday 6 followed suit and puffed up his cheeks. No way. I won't forgive you unless what? Oh Xia's eyes lit up for a moment. Unless you tell me where you bought that cell phone of yours. I've been Googling for a long time and I can't find it. Is it discontinued? Can you sell me yours? I'll buy you whatever latest model phone you like. Saturday 6 had been saving her allowance for quite some time, and she was sure she could afford it. No way. Oh Xia instantly refused, but one look at Saturday 6's deflated mouth softened his tone. Well, I'll help you go online to see if there are people selling this kind of cell phone. I'll help you think of a way, but not this one of mine. Oh, I want to use it to find the whereabouts of the wanderer. And I've already got an eyebrow now. At the mention of the swimmers, Osha was super happy, like she had eaten a delicious candy. He'd be super happy if he could find out where the wanderer is and talk to her. He'd be happier if the wanderer was willing to teach him a little about hacking. Saturday 6 was also happy to hear Osha promise that she would help herself. Okay, then I'll help you gauge which of these candies are tasty. And by the way, who's the swimmer? Swimmer is the greatest person in the world. I'm super in love with Swimmer. Then I'll help you find her too, Saturday 6 said confidently. She felt that she and Oh Xia were now considered friends, and friends should help each other. No way. I've been checking for years, and I haven't found a single trace of the swimmer until recently. You can't possibly find it, La. You just have to help me evaluate the candy. I'll help you find that cell phone. After saying that, Oh Xia waved her hand at Saturday 6. I'm going back to class. Bye. If Oh Xia knew that the wanderer he desperately wanted to find was actually Gu Xiaobei, who hung out with Saturday 6 every day, and that he had refused Saturday 6's help, he would probably hate himself to death. Ever since the midterm exams, all the teachers in class 5 had changed their attitudes towards Gu Xiaobei. After all, it's first in the grade. Moreover, although she only scored second in her grade in science, Gu Yuran, who was first in science, got a perfect score by cheating, which was equivalent to Gu Xiaobei's science being first in her grade as well. Such an achievement has raised the year-end bonuses of all the teachers of Class V by a large margin. Now they were looking at Gu Xiaobei as if they were looking at a fortune tree, only except for Zhao Yenya. Last time, she gave Gu Yuran the answers to the science comprehensive, and Gu Yuran promised to set her up with Gu Igua, but she didn't expect that there was a problem with the paper, and everyone knew about Gu Yuran's cheating. Now the principal is still tracking down who actually leaked the test questions and answers, and I don't know if he suspects her, but yesterday afternoon the principal even called her into his office to talk for a long time, with a very bad attitude. Odds are, if the principal does get hold of any evidence, she won't be able to hang around at St. Lee's. Originally, if she was able to get on Gu Igua's good side, it wouldn't have mattered if she couldn't make it, and it wouldn't have mattered if she went back to being a full-time wife. But now, not to mention setting her up with Gu Igua, Gu Yuran hadn't returned her messages for days. Since the midterm exam incident, Gu Yuran never came to school. Zhao Yenya was also distracted during class. She didn't pay much attention in lectures either. That's the end of this problem. Does any other student have any questions? If not, we'll move on. Suddenly below, Saturday 6 raised his hand. Zhao Yenya didn't bother to speak and simply ignored it. Okay, since everyone is okay with that, we'll move on. Teacher, I have a question. Saturday 6 raised his hand a little higher again. Bothered ah. How many times has this question been taught? Why don't you understand it? Are you a pig? No teacher. I do think that you seem to be speaking wrongly. Zhao Yenya slammed the book down hard on the lecture table. What did you say? I spoke wrongly. Oh, what a joke. But I also think the teacher seems to have gotten this question wrong. Yeah, I studied it carefully the other day, and it seemed to me like it was taught wrong. All shut up. What kind of trash class is your class 5? You're at the bottom of every exam. How dare you question the teacher? Who gave you the courage? If it was before, Saturday 6 might not really have this kind of courage. But before this exam, through the study materials Gu Xiaobei had sent her, she had figured out a lot of knowledge, and she believed that Zhao Yenya had really spoken wrongly. Moreover, the learning atmosphere in class 5 is different from before. Since Gu Xiaobei won the first grade and raised the class's eyebrows, many students in class 5 have decided to study hard. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes coldly, and she, who originally seemed to have not heard it at all, knew exactly what Zhao Yenya had just said. What you just said is that the reaction between sodium hypochlorite and hydrochloric acid will only form sodium chloride and water? The main component of 84 disinfectant is sodium hypochlorite, while the main component of toilet bowl cleaner is hydrochloric acid. If, as you say, it only produces sodium chloride and water, then wouldn't it be possible to mix them together? After all, sodium chloride is just table salt, not toxic at all. But the chlorine gas that you left out is a highly toxic gas. If someone really listens to you and uses 84 disinfectant and toilet bowl cleaner together, and someone dies, are you going to be responsible? Chapter 158 MV Female Leader. Zhao Yenya instantly panicked as she took half a step back, her right hand gripping the corner of the table in a death grip. With the words of Gu Xiaobei, the number 1 in the grade, the other students had more confidence in questioning Zhao Yenya. That's right, teacher, can you use your heart in lectures? Just because our class is not doing well, can you just lecture? That's right, our class is just bad grades, you need to speak properly. You're wrong about this kind of knowledge, and if something happens you're a murderer. You look down on our 5th class, and our 5th class doesn't want a teacher like you. Right, we don't want a teacher like you in class 5. For a while, the whole class began to crusade against Zhao Yenya. Zhao Yenya usually always looked down on their class and made all sorts of digs at them, and they'd had enough of it for a long time. There were still quite a few students in class 5 whose families were all very well off, and they told their parents about it directly. How can parents allow their children to be taught by such a teacher? The principal was contacted immediately. Once he saw that so many people had complained about Zhao Yenya, the principal simply didn't bail her out, and directly fired her, and then gave class 5 a new teacher. Zhao Yenya cried in the principal's office for more than 2 hours, but the principal didn't even let up. Nonetheless, he also had security come and directly throw Zhao Yenya out. This job was hard for her to get, and decent and earn more, and also can meet many rich students' parents, maybe even marry into the rich family. But now it's okay, she's been expelled from S.A. Lee's, and in the entire imperial city. What other school would want her? Zhao Yenya frantically called and texted Gu Yuran, hoping that she would help her think of a solution, but instead of ignoring her, Gu Yuran directly pulled the plug on her. Gu Yuran didn't have the heart to care about Zhao Yenya right now. If it wasn't for Zhao Yenya's words, she wouldn't have been caught cheating. Now, so many people suspected that she had cheated to get her old grades, too, and now she couldn't hold her head up at all in S.A. Mary's. She was going to hate Zhao Yenya. In the past few days, Gu Yigua hadn't been treating her very well, and she was having a hard time in the Gu family. Luckily, Zhang Yan was sending her messages every day to encourage her and comfort her. Gu Yuran felt her heart slowly tilting towards Zhang Yan. For the first time she felt in love. Zhang Yan was so nice to her and her family was well off. It seemed like it would be good if she could be with Zhang Yan. It's that sister of his, Zhang Yu, who's a bit annoying. Learning that she didn't want to go to school, Zhang Yan even comforted her for a long time. Zhang Yan, if you don't even go there in the future, won't you let that Gu Xiaobei have his way? Gu Yuran, then what do you think I'm going to do? Now that my classmates are laughing at me, I don't want to go at all. Young Yan, as long as you get your classmates to like you, isn't that good? You're loved by everyone. Just use a little trickery. Gu Yuran, humph. You're the one with the sweet mouth. Zhang Yan, I'm telling the truth. If there's anything you need my help with, just say it. Gu Yuran thought about it. Making her classmates like her? Shouldn't she give her classmates a little gift then? But what to give as a gift? Gu Yuran was a bit torn for a moment. Just then, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Last time Linny gave their class a few tickets to the semifinals, but it made their class excited for a long time. If she could have tickets too. Gu Yuran, can you find a way to get tickets for the King of Glory Fall Combined Tournament? If I can give tickets to my classmates, they should welcome me. Zhang Yan, it's the finals soon, and I'm afraid tickets aren't easy to come by, but I'll help you figure it out. Gu Yuran, thank you. Zhang Yan, look at what you're saying. With me you still say thank you. Gu Yuran, you're the best. After half a day later, Zhang Yan messaged her back again. Zhang Yan, I got the tickets. There are 10 in total. Gu Yuran, 10 sheets? You're awesome. You know, when it was still the semifinals, Linny only got 9, or went through CWZ's relationship. I didn't expect Zhang Yan to actually get 10 tickets for the finals. This reinforced Gu Yuran's desire to continue developing with Zhang Yan in the future. Gu Yuran, thank you. Younghik, humph. Just saying thank you will do? Gu Yuran, then what else is there to do? Zhang Yan, want a kiss from a beautiful woman, degree. Gu Yuran, humph. Then I'll go find you a pretty girl? Zhang Yan, aren't you the #1 beauty in the sky? Gu Yuran, hate it. Ignore you. Zhang Yan, okay. I'm not going to tease you. This time, even if you owe me wait until I think of a good condition to ask you for it. His words made Gu Yuran on the other end of the phone blush. Soon after, she received the tickets Zhang Yan sent her. She took a picture of it and posted it to the class group. It had been a while since anyone had spoken in the 3rd grade class group, and when she bubbled up, so many people blew up at once. Wow, where did you get the tickets? Yoran, oh my god, it's the finals. I want it so bad. Yoran, I love you the most, please give me one. A few days ago, they were still treating Gu Yuran with all kinds of contempt, but today, they started to frantically curry favor with her again. In 5 minutes, though, the group was swarming with 99 plus messages. Gu Yuran was very happy to regain this feeling of being in the limelight. I'll go to school tomorrow. Oh, I'll give it to you all then. Wow, welcome back. Yoran, welcome back Yoran. So many students are swiping up below, but there were some students who didn't speak at all. So what if it was a ticket to the fall combine? What Gu Yuran did last time was really too disgusting and too much. However, since there were people who welcomed her, Gu Yuran had the courage to go to school. Early the next morning she went to S.A. Lee's. Before entering the class, she was still on her toes, waiting for her classmates who had been frantically ingratiating themselves with her in the group last night to come and greet her. But no one came out to greet her as she walked to the door. And even as she walked into the class, still no one paid any attention to her. People came together in small groups to look at their cell phones and discuss something heatedly. Gu Yuran was so angry that she coughed twice, trying to attract everyone's attention. Weird, don't they all want tickets? At this time, Gu Yuran heard someone talking about new song, microblogging hot search, music video. She opened her phone and glanced at Twitter. This morning's Twitter hit list actually exploded. The first one is the release of the new song by #ejiechao, and the music video heroine looks like a heavenly fairy coming down to earth. After clicking in, it was littered with compliments for the MV's female lead, even more than the people who were paying attention to Klo Suk-jo's new song. Chapter 159, It's Gu Xiaobei. Early this morning, Klo Suk-jo's new album went online, and the lead single is Listen to Her in the Season. It went live in the middle of the night, but it still stirred up a buzz. This song is really so good. Ejiachao's vocal line was originally very special, plus he put a very deep emotion in this song. It makes the song sound poignant and lingering, but also with a few points of not belonging to the world of the ethereal. Fans frantically retweeted it. Marketing numbers followed it to rub off on it, and overnight, all social media platforms were screened by the song. My Xiao Xiao is simply a genius. This song is also too good. Paid download. I'm taking it to school tomorrow for all my classmates to listen to. I'm going to buy 10 copies of the new album for my collection. Upstairs don't dream. It would be nice to grab one. Ooh, I want to go to Zhou Xiao's concert so badly. There is a say one. I pure passerby. Originally saw the brush screen a bit annoying, but clicked in a really god. Powdered. Welcome to the pit. My Xiao Xiao is super spoiled and strong. At that time, young Zio had not yet released the music video. He didn't close his eyes for the whole night, staring at the data of Klo Suk-jo's new album while having people make the final changes to the music video. Every frame of Gu Xiaobei's footage was shot so perfectly that he couldn't afford to delete a second of it, but he still had to pick out the footage from it that best fit the mood of the song and edit it together. At 6 a.m. the MV was released on an emergency basis. Yang Zio was apprehensive and confident. It seems that this time the song is already a success. If the music video can also be a fire, Ejiechao will be able to harvest a large number of fans again, and then, his future path will be better. Yang Zio guessed that Gu Xiaobei had refused before because she didn't know the benefits of being famous yet, and when this music video was a big hit, she would know how good it was to be famous. Then he'll be able to get close enough to sign this good prospect to his name. As expected, the music video exploded instantly upon its release. Gu Xiaobei's temperament fit the song perfectly, and coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, it instantly set off the entire internet. "Aw mom, I'm in love." Upstairs, get out of the way. Don't even think about my wife. I went to bed last night after listening to the song. I thought it was definitely the big hit of the day, but I didn't expect to wake up with a new surprise. I watched this music video while brushing my teeth. I was just looking for a random video to watch, but I didn't realize I swallowed my toothpaste in my excitement. It's so beautiful. It's really beautiful. I haven't seen anyone so beautiful since Jishu. It's too delicate. This face is a match for Jishu. 5 years from now she'll definitely be the new Jishu of the entertainment industry. I'd be a fan of her if she were to debut. She's got the right temperament. For a while, the entire internet was filled with discussions about Gu Xiaobei, with netizens frantically wanting to know what her name actually was and where she lived. Even Chu Ao sent Gu Xiaobei a Weibo message. "Chu Ao, King of the North, there's a question. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." For the matter of him misidentifying Lin Yi as the Northern King, Chu Ao had always felt very guilty in his heart. So although he felt that this female protagonist in the music video was very similar to Gu Xiaobei both in terms of looks and temperament, he still didn't dare to be sure. "Gu Xiaobei, it's me." With 2 simple words, Chu Ao instantly wanted to kneel. "Big brother, weren't you in midterms 2 days ago? Aren't you a student? You're so fierce in this game, and you're so stunning in a music video. Do you still let ordinary people live?" It wasn't just Chu Ao who was shocked, but Sadely's classmates were now shocked as well. After all, the guy in the music video really looked like Gu Xiaobei, but no one was sure. Everyone had heard and seen the new song and music video, so as soon as they came in this morning, everyone got together to discuss it, forgetting all about Gu Yuran's need to give away tickets. Is that person really Gu Xiaobei? It's really pretty. Yeah, it's so airy and super pretty. I saw it on the road this morning and squealed with excitement. I want to go and get Gu Xiaobei's autograph. She can actually shoot a music video for Xiao Xiao. It's really awesome. That's right. I thought she was very earthy before, but looking at her like this, her temperament is too good to be jealous if I wanted to be. I'm really too envious. Hearing those words from everyone praising Gu Xiaobei, Gu Yuran's face contorted in anger. The person in this music video is so beautiful. How could it be Gu Xiaobei? Gu Yuran was blinded by jealousy. In fact, every time she attended a banquet, Gu Xiaobei would look more beautiful and attract attention than she did when she was dressed up. But Gu Yuran just wasn't willing to admit this. She snorted coldly. "How do you guys know that person is Gu Xiaobei? That's Xiao Xiao's new song. He would definitely get someone from the entertainment industry to shoot it. How could he get Gu Xiaobei?" Her words, as if they sounded somewhat reasonable. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Yi Jiachao released a new song last night, and he was late this morning and hasn't shown up yet. Otherwise, it would be fine for everyone to go directly to Yi Jiachao for confirmation. I have tickets here for the King of Glory Fall Combined Tournament Finals. Oh, which students want them? Gu Yuran took the tickets out and surveyed the students around her. She tried to draw attention back to herself. Several students' eyes lit up at once. After all, that's a ticket to the finals. But there are more students who are more concerned about MV. Gu Yuran took out the ticket and shook it twice, with a condescending look. What about the students who want the ticket? They can come to me here. But before she could finish her sentence, suddenly the crowd let out a gasp and everyone ran towards the door. Gu Yuran was pushed because she was in the way and fell straight back into her seat. No one was even paying attention to what she was just about to say. Everyone ran towards the door as Joe Clothier came in. Xiao Xiao, your new song is so good. Young Joe is the best. I love you. Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao. Who's the female lead in your new song's music video? Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Joe, who is it? Gu Yuran also stretched her head to look out. It must not be Gu Xiaobei. Never. But Closuk Joe didn't do what she wanted. He smiled softly and said gently, it's Gu Xiaobei. I'm still thankful to her for helping me out this time. Oh my god. It's actually really Gu Xiaobei. Aha, I'm going to get Gu Xiaobei's autograph. Get out of my way. I want to go too. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. For a while, all the people went crazy. Gu Yuran sat there dumbfounded, her eyes shooting out jealous rage. In an instant, the vast majority of the first class ran to the entrance of the fifth class, and the second, third, and fourth classmates stopped a few of the first classmates to inquire about the situation, and followed suit. Chapter 160, It's My Little Darling. The students of Class 5 were blocking the doorway to keep Class 1 from rushing in. Open the door. We're looking for Gu Xiaobei. Go. You're not allowed in here. On what grounds? We want Gu Xiaobei's autograph. Gu Xiaobei is from our class. Haven't you guys always looked down on our class? Go. Gu Xiaobei sat in his seat, hopelessly watching the magic. Ji Ling Tian pinched his cell phone, his face grim. Damn it. I can't believe so many people have seen Gu Xiaobei's beauty. Now there's a whole bunch of people on the internet calling her wife and girlfriend. He's pissed off at the sight of it. If I had known, even if I had quarreled with Xiao, I wouldn't have let Gu Xiaobei shoot this. Ji Ling Tian had been sending messages to Xia with a gloomy face, and even the air pressure around him had become lower. Xia, Ling Tian, you spare me. I really have no way to hack so many people's accounts, or you can just tell me what they have in common. I'll write a logic statement, cry. Just now Ji Ling Tian sent a list of more than 2,000 people to Xia, asking him to hack all of these people's accounts. Xia hacked less than 100. He sent another 500 over. In fact, if Ji Ling Tian told Xia to hack all the accounts with the keywords wife and girlfriend in the comments below, Xia would easily do it. But, doesn't that just sit in the way of being jealous? Kirito didn't want it. Osha whined on the other end of the phone. The great demon King Ling Tian went too far. Ji Ling Tian coldly replied to him, quickly black. Xia aggrieved, okay, got it, QAQ. Class 1 and Class 5 had never had such a large-scale conflict break out before. After all, in the past, people from Class 1 looked down on Class 5, so they rarely interacted with their class. But it's different now. Gu Xiaobei had just scored first in her grade in the midterm exams, and now she was the main female lead of Yi Jiachao's music video, which was a big hit all over the internet. They're hardening their backs in Class 5. Classes 1 and 5 argue through the door. Xu Xinjing slammed the book on the table and rolled her eyes. What's so great about it? Isn't it just shooting a music video? Do you need to be so draggy? A look of looking down on people. In the past, when she attacked Gu Xiaobei, there were always a lot of classmates helping her out. But today, everyone attacked her. What are you shifty about? When did Gu Xiaobei look down on people? That's right. It's obviously you who's been looking down on people, Gu Xiaobei. Funny, just like you deserve to look down on Gu Xiaobei? It's still just a music video heroine. If you have the ability to also go to shoot one, I guess you give people money, people won't let you shoot it. Xu Xinjing didn't expect the outcome to be like this, and for a moment she was on pins and needles. Thankfully, that's when Julie arrived. The class bell has already rung. Why don't you hurry back to class? What are you doing surrounding the entrance of our class? Julie is also a face of puzzlement. Usually a class of students, one by one, are high above the top, cannot be around their class to go. Today this is what happened. The group dispersed when they saw a teacher coming. Someone else shouted at the classroom. Goddess Xiaobei, we'll see you after class. Julie stepped into the classroom and asked suspiciously, what's going on here? Sun Yiru and Xu Xinjing hurriedly said, Teacher, it's because of Gu Xiaobei that he's lured all the other classes to the entrance of our class, making so much noise that we can't even study. Gu Xiaobei? Yeah, teacher, it's Gu Xiaobei. After she made a music video, she's all kinds of flaunting it inside the school. All those people from the other classes are coming to get her autograph. Ha! When Chu Xinjing finished speaking, she had thought that Julie would criticize Gu Xiaobei, but she didn't expect Julie's eyes to light up as well. Wow, Xiaobei, so it's really you in that music video. I thought I was mistaken. You acted really well. In the future, all of our classmates should learn from Gu Xiaobei. Not only are they good in academics, but they're great in all other aspects as well. Everyone give Gu Xiaobei a round of applause. As the words fell, most of the students, led by Julie, began to applaud, while Chu Xinjing and Sun Yiru's guys were furious. I can't believe that even the homeroom teacher is helping Gu Xiaobei. She's a bewitching demon, and I don't know what kind of sorcery she's using. As soon as class ended, those students came running to the door of class 5 again. Ji Ling Tian was furious as he watched those boys covet Gu Xiaobei. Get the hell back to your class. Ji Ling Tian roared in a cold voice. Now! Immediately! Immediately! As soon as they saw Ji Xiao get angry, the crowd that was still in an uproar instantly dispersed. They looked at Gu Xiaobei reluctantly, but no one dared to disobey Ji Xiao. After those people had all left, Ji Ling Tian still hadn't lost his temper. He looked at Gu Xiaobei aggressively. You used to be so mean when you hit people with a brick. Why aren't you mean now? Gas. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. At this moment, Ji Ling Tian's face was already hard to see. He wasn't happy that his favorite girl was being missed by so many people. The other classes were still able to escape, but the students of class 5 didn't even dare to breathe hard under this low pressure. Why is Mr. Ji suddenly so angry? Gu Xiaobei had been sleeping on the table and was woken up by Ji Ling Tian, raising her head in a daze to look at him. When she saw him looking at her furiously, she just yawned and said lazily, "Noisy you." A look of complete ignorance of what was going on. There was a slight frown and a hint of impatience. The other students froze momentarily. Gu Xiaobei actually dared to talk to Ji Xiao like this. The last person who talked to Ji Xiao like that had grass on his grave. Just as they were all sweating over Gu Xiaobei, Ji Lingtian actually held his breath and sat down. Class 5? What's wrong with Ji Xiao? Just as everyone froze, a man suddenly rushed in at the door. Cutie, I watched your music video. It's so beautiful. Little cutie. The next time Joe shoots a new music video, if you're the female lead, I'm definitely going to be the male lead. Shimu shouted as he rushed in and sat straight in front of Gu Xiaobei. Shimu rested his cheeks and looked at Gu Xiaobei. His little cutie just looked good anyway. And it was true that he had been wise enough to realize the beauty of his little cutie a long time ago. But the next second, Shimu was picked up by Ji Ling Tian by the collar. Hey Ling Tian, what are you doing? Shimu exclaimed. I still have to bond with my little cutie. When did it become your cutie? Ji Ling Tian said with a gloomy face. Shimu raised his eyebrows slightly. Whose little cutie is it if not mine? I haven't looked for a new girlfriend for 2 weeks for my little cutie. Sweetie, do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? It's mine. Ji Ling Tian spat out 3 words without changing his face. Chapter 161, 30 tickets. Shimu froze, and all the students in class 5 froze. Gu Xiaobei got back down again, guessing that Ji Ling Tian was probably going to say the same thing about her having jerked off his cat again. Petty. Boring. Gu Xiaobei got down with the intention of taking a nap. Why, it's yours. Shimu was undeterred. He had just even suspected that his ears were broken. After all, in all these years, Ji Ling Tian had never been particularly intimate with any girl. The last time he said that he liked Gu Xiaobei and was threatened by Gu Xiaobei to break his head. Shimu laughed at him for a long time. Ji Ling Tian spoke in a deep voice. Because she forcibly kissed me. Cough cough cough. Gu Xiaobei instantly choked on his own saliva. The other students looked like they had been struck by lightning as their gazes slowly moved from Ji Ling Tian's body to Gu Xiaobei with a shocked look on their faces. Am I out of earshot? I even suspected I was out of my mind. Just now Ji Xiao said that. Was a forced kiss? Was it Gu Xiaobei who forcefully kissed Ji Xiao? A few of the students asked slowly and incredulously. Shimu also looked at Gu Xiaobei. The last time Ji Ling Tian said he liked her, she was so annoyed that she almost fought with Ji Ling Tian. Originally, Shimu thought that it would be the same this time, but he waited for 2 minutes, and Gu Xiaobei actually made no move? Nonetheless, Gu Xiaobei looked as if he was blushing a bit. The fragments of memory remaining from that night flooded back into Gu Xiaobei's mind. The moonlight was gentle, the evening breeze was cool, and she, all drunk, pressed Ji Ling Tian against the window, propped him up with one hand, circled him into her arms, and then lifted his chin. Stop. Gu Xiaobei didn't want to keep going back down. Cutie, why are you blushing? You won't really force kiss. Hey. Before Shimu could finish his question, he was grabbed by Gu Xiaobei and thrown out. Shimu grabbed the doorframe with a sad face. Why am I the one who gets hurt every time? I just want to know if you really force-kissed. Hey! Gu Xiaobei didn't wait for him to finish before rushing to him and gritting his teeth. One more word and I'll smash your head with one punch. Looking at Gu Xiaobei's slightly flushed cheeks, Ji Lingtian couldn't help but hook his lips for a moment. Usually she was always cold, but now with this annoyed look, she was actually kind of cute. Simu returned to his first class with a mournful look on his face. Xiao. He grabbed Yi Jiachao's hand and said, next time you shoot a music video, make sure you let me be the male lead. I'm going to pair up with Cutie and piss off Ling Tian. With his good looks and Gu Xiaobei, he's bound to be a hit. I don't really care. I'm just afraid that you'll be killed by Ling Tian. Yi Jiachao shook his cell phone and laughed. Shimu snatched Yi Jiachao's cell phone over, only to see that on it was a Weibo message from Ji Ling Tian. I'll beat him to death if he dares to let Shimu and Gu Xiaobei act together in a music video. Ah! Shimu wailed. Ling Tian is a big devil. Gu Yuran held the 2 tickets and wriggled over. Xiao Shi, Xiao Qiao. These are the tickets I purposely reserved for the 2 of you. Shimu and Yi Jiaqiao were very popular in the first class and even in the whole of Shengli. Gu Yuran wanted to get on good terms with the 2 of them so that no one in the school would dare gossip about her in the future. What's more, Gu Xiaobei actually got to star in Yi Jiaqiao's music video. She was better looking than Gu Xiaobei and had a noble and elegant temperament. So why couldn't she? I didn't realize that Klo Suk-jo had rejected her. No thanks, he said gently. I have things to do in the next 2 days. I don't have time to attend. And I don't really know much about King's Glory. There are still a lot of other students in the class who like this game. So it's better to leave it to them. Silmu instead took it nonchalantly and said, okay, thanks. He was in a depressing mood right now, so it was good to go watch the game to relieve it. A moment of silence was falling over Class 5 at this point. The bold ones even glanced back at Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian every now and then, while the timid ones kept poking their tablemates, hoping that their tablemates would see what was going on. Just then, Chu Xinjing slowly packed up her pencil case, inadvertently letting her deskmate see one thing. Her tablemate exclaimed, Xin Jing, this is a ticket for the King's Glory Fall Combined Tournament Finals, isn't it? Noticing that he had broken the silence of the class, the table hurriedly covered his mouth. Chu Xinjing lifted her chin in a condescending manner. This is the ticket that Yuran gave me. Now the finals are hard to find. Do you want it? May I? The table looked at the ticket and was a little perturbed. How much is it going to cost? I can pay for it. Alas, Yuran sent several to the first class. Originally she wanted to send a few to our classmates as well. But she just can't stand some of the people in our class. It's really nasty. A mouse spoils the pot of soup. Last time, Linny had used this method to get the class 5 students to squeeze Gu Xiaobei. So Gu Yuran was also using the same technique. Originally, she thought that Linny had given her a ticket for the semifinals, which had made the people in class 5 isolate Gu Xiaobei. And this time she had gotten it. But it was a ticket for the finals. But I didn't expect that Chu Xinjing would be sprayed again. It's just a ticket. What's so rare? That's right, Gu Xiaobei is the face of our class. You'd better stop being shady here. Oh, I don't know who the hell is a rat turd yet. If you don't want to stay in class 5 you can get out. Let's see if class 1 wants you. Chu Xinjing did not expect the result to be like this, and was instantly furious and red in the face. Her tablemate, taking a look at her classmates, also cautiously said, Then Xin Jing, I won't go either. Love to go or not? You bunch of dirtbags, you don't even get to see the game live. Gu Xiaobei looked up at her and coldly hooked her lips in a smile. She sent a tweet to Chuo. Gu Xiaobei, are tickets for the finals still available? Chuo, I haven't distributed the internal tickets to them yet. Do you want them, King of the North? Gu Xiaobei, give me 30? As a participant in the finals, CWZ was able to get a certain number of in-house tickets, but it's only like 50 or 60 sheets in total. Chuo didn't hesitate in the slightest. Chuo, okay, I'll have someone send it to you later. Is 30 enough? Gu Xiaobei, enough. Before school was out, Chuo had the tickets delivered. Chu Xinjing had to show off her ticket after every class. The students next to her, although they also wanted to go to the game, just couldn't stand to see Chu Xinjing doing this, and one by one, they all lowered their heads and purposely didn't look at her. Gu Xiaobei walked in from outside and shoved a bunch of things into Saturday 6's hand. Sis? One for each person. It's up to you to decide who you should give it to or not, and you keep the rest to give to your friends. Gu Xiaobei opened his mouth in a clear and cold manner. Saturday 6 looked down and was instantly shocked. Chapter 162 Hello, I am the Northern King. This whole bunch, actually all of them were tickets for the King's Glory Fall Combined Tournament Finals. Saturday 6 felt like he was holding a thick pile of money. Some infield tickets are said to be selling for over $500,000 apiece now. Even back row tickets start at 5 figures. Saturday 6 hurriedly went to distribute the tickets to the 5th class as Kara Xiaobei said. Of course, she also understood what Gu Xiaobei meant. Like Chu Xinjing's Sun Yiru and those few people, she did not give. Sun Yiru looked around at her classmates with both hands empty and clenched her back teeth in anger. Gu Xiaobei, what the do you mean? Sun Yiru slammed the table. Why did you give it to someone else and not to me? Now the students of the 5th class, one by one, are holding the tickets in that look and look, but also take pictures to send a friend circle to send microblogging. Although Chu Xinjing did not share, but before Gu Yuran also gave her a, you still have the nerve to ask. It's not like you're always targeting my sister. Saturday 6 explained, but was interrupted by Gu Xiaobei. She raised her eyes, like starbursts held a galaxy of ice. Because you're ugly. Gu Xiaobei, say that again. Because you're ugly. Didn't you hear me? Do you want me to go to the school radio station and broadcast it so the whole school can hear it? Sun Yiru was so angry that she couldn't speak. The students on the side all laughed out loud as they watched Sun Yiru's defeat. Xiaobei, you're amazing. That's right. It's annoying to watch Sun Yiru's usual condescending behavior. She's usually always bullying her classmates and swearing. Only you, Xiaobei, can keep her in check. Xiaobei, I love you so much. Thank you so much for the tickets. So many people in my circle of friends are envious of me now. Gu Xiaobei wasn't quite used to being so close to her classmates and didn't know what to say for a while. But it could be seen that these classmates in class 5 were not bad kids by nature. And now most of them were on Gu Xiaobei's side. And as much as Sun Yiru and Chu Xinjing bounced around, there were very few people responding to the two of them. Soon it will be the day of the King's Glory Fall Combined Tournament Finals. Gu Xiaobei went earlier, intending to familiarize himself with everyone again. As soon as they saw that Gu Xiaobei had arrived, the CWZ players were all very happy. You've come, King of the North. The North King is awesome. There was also that Wang Mingho who was playing auxiliary. He used to look down on Gu Xiaobei, but last time he was completely brought to lie by Gu Xiaobei, and now when he saw Gu Xiaobei, he was even more excited than when he saw Chu Ao. King of the North continues to bring lie this time. Ha ha ha, I feel like I don't even need to fight. King of the North can lose them casually. Wang Mingho laughed out loud. Although Chu Ao was also happy, he still patted Wang Mingho's shoulder and said, we can't take the enemy lightly. Although HS Team's record is not as good as King Team, every team has their strengths. We haven't fought against HS much before. We don't know their routines yet. What more sets are needed? King of the North hangs. After being bragged about by Wang Mingho so much, Gu Xiaobei couldn't see much joy on her face. She just spoke softly, go warm up. She had also come to the CWZ team a few times in the previous days, familiarizing herself with each other's tactics. Gu Xiaobei and Chu Ao said that Wang Mingho is a person who plays the game a little bit drifting. He likes to be brainless and reckless when the wind is blowing, and he is not willing to develop first when the wind is blowing against him. Fortunately, Wang Mingho was still sort of listening to Chu Ao's command. These faults of his, in fact, Chu Ao is also clear, but the electric campaigners are willing to play the auxiliary, not many people, and Wang Mingho's level is also considered to be good, and now if you change, you can't find better than him. HS Team Gu Xiaobei also studied a little bit in the past few days. Their cooperation is actually not as close as King, and it's not like King Team. There are Kim Hwanwoo and Chai Xian, the two gold medal hitters and shooters, but they have the advantage that each of them is solid and at about the same level. This kind of battle group wasn't out of the ordinary enough, but it wasn't easy to make mistakes, and once the other side made a mistake, it would be easy for them to capitalize on it. The scene was densely packed with people, and the live broadcast room was full of pop-up screens, all waiting for the finals to begin. The King's Honor Trophy hasn't stayed in the country for several years, and this time, everyone is putting their hopes on Team CWZ. Gu Yuran came with a few of her classmates. She wanted to come with Simu too, but Simu said he could just go by himself. As soon as they entered the scene, these first-class students were shocked. Countless limelights and cameras were trained on the stage, with two large screens holding the perspectives of each of the two teams. Yoran, thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't have had the chance to come at all. That's right, really thank you so much Yoran. You're really beautiful and kind-hearted. Yoran. Hearing these compliments, Gu Yuran couldn't help but feel a little fluttery, but they had only just found their seats when one of the students pointed to the front and said with a look of surprise, hey, you guys, look, aren't those the people from Class 5? Class 5? Gu Yuran looked in the direction of his finger. As expected, those from Class 5 were sitting several rows in front of them, and by careful count, almost the entire class had come. How come so many people in their class got tickets? Someone wondered. Gu Yuran also looked at Chu Xinjing in puzzlement. Yuran, that. Gu Xiaobei did not know where to get 20 or 30 tickets. In the class, a person issued one. Chu Xinjing hardened his head and opened his mouth. Issued one for each person? It's a ticket to the finals. Why is Gu Xiaobei so powerful? Gu Yuran was also shocked. She was so jealous that her expression twisted, but within 3 seconds she calmed down and put on a look of unwillingness to say more, softly swallowing and stuttering to open her mouth. My sister is very close to so many boys. Maybe it's because their families are richer. Instantly, it dawned on those students. Many of the other classmates. Many of them liked Gu Xiaobei a lot because of that MV. But these guys took Gu Yuran's ticket and were usually on better terms with her. So naturally they wouldn't help Gu Xiaobei. Going to hook up with other boys and then buying tickets to distribute to classmates to be nice. This Gu Xiaobei is really good at it. That's right. Xiao Xiao is really blind to pick someone like Gu Xiaobei to shoot his music video. Looking at all the votes, I wonder how many boys she's hooked up with. Just then, the match started with half an hour to go and the hosts started warming up. Now, let's invite the members of Team CWZ and Team HS to introduce themselves to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm CWZ's auxiliary Wang Mingho. Hello everyone, I'm CWZ's shooter Chueo. As soon as Chueo's words fell, a cheer rang out from the stage. Chuo, we love you. Go Chuo. Only when the voices below the stage calmed down did a clear and cold voice ring out from the stage. Hello everyone, I'm the CWZ's batter, the North King. Chapter 163, meeting Kim Hwan-woo again. Gu Xiaobei raised her head, and the limelight just happened to shine on her. She is wearing the CWZ team uniform today. Her hair is tied casually behind her head, and there is a shallow coldness between her eyebrows, lonely and cold, like a beauty made of ice. Gu Yuran and the rest of the first class froze, unable to believe their eyes. Is that Gu Xiaobei? Gu Xiaobei is actually king of the north, the CWZ's playing field? The person who led CWZ to win the semifinals before was actually Gu Xiaobei? Those classmates are catching up. You know, Bei Wang is now a goddess in the gaming circle. Although there were only a few blurry side shots, many people had set those photos as a screensaver. I'm afraid there are more people who like the Northern King than Chu Ao right now. It's amazing how they've been targeting their idols. There was an instant deafening cheer from the people on stage. Ah! This is actually the North King. It's too beautiful too. I love this out-of-this-world aura. It's actually a fielder. It's so valiant. I love you, King of the North. There were so many pop-ups in the live room that it was hard to see the screen. The King of the North is actually so beautiful. Who said that even if Lin Yi is a fake gaming goddess, she's at least a real goddess? Come out and hit your face. Lin Fengxia is prettier than me. King of the North. I can. King of the North. Please flank me. There's one thing to say. The North King is actually average, I guess. And she still kicks the covers when she sleeps at night. There's a crazy one in front of us. Hurry up and drag it away. But you wouldn't drink like this if you ate one more peanut. You guys have not noticed that the North King and the MV female lead in the new album released by Yi Jiaqiao this morning seem to be the same? It seems like it really is when you put it that way. You can't, can you? Isn't that music video girl in the entertainment industry? It is said to be a vegetarian. Really too much like. Temperament looks exactly the same. Is the North King now no makeup? Without makeup it's all pretty like this. Nuwa, did you take a nap when you pinched me? The host said a few words to Team CWZ and then turned to Team HS. The people in their battle team introduced themselves in Korean at a rapid pace, while the translator beside them spoke Chinese at a rapid pace. Hello everyone, I'm the HS team's batter, Kim Hwan-woo. The audience on stage instantly froze again. How many surprises are in store for them in tonight's finals? Wasn't Kim Hwan-woo from Team King? And King had already been eliminated by Team CWZ. So how did he come back to Team HS? Jin Huanyu raised his eyes to Gu Xiaobei and hooked his lips in a smile. Gu Xiaobei also cleared her eyes with him. Kim Hwan-woo's eyes were filled with resignation. He was Korea's gold medal hitter. And last time he actually lost to this little girl and was humiliated by her. He couldn't swallow this breath no matter what. Therefore, he had to come back and compete with Gu Xiaobei once more. Gu Xiaobei didn't put Kim Hwan-woo in his eyes in the slightest. If it was the HS original battle team, it might have been a bit of a fight. But Kim Hwan-woo was capable. But he wasn't familiar enough with the HS battle team. And after the last match, she had an understanding of Kim Hwan-woo's playing style. At this point, there were less than 10 minutes left before the game started. The host walked over to Kim Hwan-woo with a microphone. Jin Shin, you were previously the playing field of Team King, yet you switched to Team HS before this finals, and purposely waited until the match to explain this matter. May I ask what your intentions are? Is it because you still want to remain on this battlefield? Kim Hwan-woo said. No, I just want to get back what's mine. He has been the center of attention in this fall combined since the auditions. King is touted as the team with the best hope of getting the championship trophy this year. and he, in the eyes of the crowd, is the one most likely to get the Player of the Year, but because of this Gu Xiaobei, King was actually eliminated in the semi-finals. He terminated his contract from King, but he lost a large sum of money in liquidated damages, and he spent a lot more money to be able to get the original HS team's playing field to give up this position to participate in the tournament. The purpose? To take back the glory that was rightfully his, the host said. Then let's applaud the Golden God. The applause from the stage, however, was only a few sparse. Gu Yuran fell back on riveting applause. After all, this is the country and everyone wants the championship trophy to stay in the country. What's more, Gu Xiaobei's previous operation had already shown off the esports circle, and now that she was revealing her true colors, she was shockingly beautiful again. However, all individuals hoped that Gu Xiaobei would lead CWZ to victory, but Gu Yuran was different. Gu Yuran was not a human being. She hoped that Kim Hwanwoo would hit Gu Xiaobei hard in the face. The host turned to CWZ's side again and handed the microphone to Gu Xiaobei. King of the North, as the player who saved the day in the semi-finals, you have a lot of fans at the moment. What would you like to say to your fans about this finals? Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and locked gazes with Jin Hwanwoo across from her. She could see the anger and resentment in Kim Hwanwoo's eyes. She hooked her lips in a smile, and all that was contained between her eyebrows was coolness and disdain. I just checked. She shook her phone. Flights to South Korea are a lot cheaper after 2 hours than after 4, and you're going to be at the airport for almost an hour from here. So for the last one, you're not going to play. A deafening applause instantly erupted from the stage. The North King is awesome. Ha ha ha. It's finally the domestic team's turn to be cocky too. I've been watching Kim Hwanwoo get upset for a long time. Being hanged by my North King once, and actually changing teams. Ha, changing teams will still beat you to tears. The host smiled awkwardly. On stage, after all, it was still important to maintain calm, so she gave the microphone to Chu Ao again, hoping that he would say a few words on the scene. After all, Chu Ao has been in many competitions and interviewed many times, so I'm sure he'll speak politely and give HS and Kim Hwanwoo some face. Well, for what the North King just said it, I want to add a sentence. 2 games to win the HS team this matter it. We cannot now say it is 9 out of 10. In the end, there is a bias. I can only say that it is 10 out of 10 it. The host froze. What's going on with this CWZ team? How can one not give face to another? Ha 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 ha. Shu O is awesome. I think Shu Ao and the North King are so good together. Die laughing. Both of them could have debuted in comedy. The slap in the face is just slap in the face. Jiling Tian coldly swept a glance at the few people who had spoken. Match. My ass. I'll hack your number in real life. Chapter 164, Playing a Fake Match. Well, the game started right away and both players sat down and put on their headsets. Otherwise, the moderator wouldn't know how to continue this conversation down the road. Kim Hwanwoo selected Dian Wei. This is his least error-prone fielding hero. Gu Xiaobei chose Luna. Luna is a hero that Kim Hwanwoo is particularly fond of, and at one point he even created a new playstyle for Luna that set the trend for a long time. Kim Hwanwoo knew Luna very well. Gu Xiaobei was definitely lowering the difficulty of Kim Hwanwoo's game, and that, in turn, was the equivalent of telling Kim Hwanwoo, you can't win against me even if I let you go this far. So before the match even started, Kim Hwanwoo's face was already ugly. This Gu Xiaobei actually had the intention to humiliate him. Even if he won this round, Gu Xiaobei's fans would definitely say that it was because he knew Luna too well and it was only right that he won. But if he lost, it would be too humiliating. He couldn't beat anyone else with his native heroes. In this round, he could only win, not lose. Kim Hwanwoo pursed his lips and stared dead at the screen. And the Lyra Hotel, a long way from the race site. Chang Wuan leaned on the bed and watched the game live on TV. His arms were wrapped around Lin Yi, who had just been released. The first few days he was so busy and burnt out dealing with the company's stock that he didn't even want to care about Lin Yi's. But after he was done with it, he remembered Lin Yi's face that resembled Jishu's by 4 or 5 points, and he still couldn't help but go and pick her up. After all, she didn't really take that necklace for herself, and after 5 days of incarceration, Chang Wuan sent a large amount of compensation, and also bailed her out. Gu Xiaobei Chengwu, who has 7 or 8 points of resemblance to Jishu, cannot get his hands on it, so at least he can first let Lin Yi accompany him to relieve his hunger. After this incident, Lin Yi realized that Cheng Wannabe did have a high status in the imperial capital, and became even more obedient to Cheng Wannabe, but the more submissive she was, the more Cheng Wuan felt that it was meaningless. There's no such thing as that energy in Gu Xiaobei. Upon seeing that Gu Xiaobei was the king of the north, Cheng Wuan sat up with a jolt and almost pushed Lin Yi to the ground. As soon as Lin Yi saw Gu Xiaobei standing on the stage, she remembered what happened in the past. At that time, she was still the goddess of gaming, and she didn't know how much she was going to be in the limelight. However, Gu Xiaobei rushed into the CWZ team's lounge and snatched her account, as well as her title of esports goddess. If it weren't for Gu Xiaobei, she wouldn't have had to make so many cuts on her face. Chang Xiao, this Gu Xiaobei is disgusting. Linny gritted her teeth. Chang kicked her off the bed. Linny wrapped the quilt around her, covering her naked body. Chang Xiao, what's wrong with you? It's all done. Why don't you get lost and wait for what? Have you forgotten what I said to you? Chang Wanna's icy gaze swept over her body, without half a trace of attachment. Linny got goosebumps. Chang Want to tell her that after the betting, is not allowed to stay with him for the night, but she thought Chang Want to fish her out of the bureau, because she is more important to him, more different it. Still, all she could do was put on her clothes and slink away. Cheng continued to lie there watching the live broadcast, staring at the TV with unblinking eyes. Gu Xiaobei's maneuvering was a showstopper, and at first, Kim Hwan-woo could be considered an even match for her, but it didn't take long for HS side to get hung up on her. Whoever on HS side was near Gu Xiaobei was sure to die. No one could even carry Gu Xiaobei's set of combos. Ha 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 ha, this facepalm. Isn't Luna Kim Hwan-woo's specialty hero? I literally died laughing. If I were Kim Hwan-woo, I'd never use Luna again for the rest of my life. If I were Kim Hwan-woo for the rest of my life, not to mention Luna, I take a detour when I see Luna. The North King is awesome. North King so beautiful to play, the game is also so good. Is simply a house goddess? Have a boyfriend? I so want to. Who's hacked my cell phone again? Is it a love rival? Come out. On the screen, a burst of pop-ups flew past. Chang's brows locked tightly. This girl, Gu Xiaobei, had indeed brought him many unexpected surprises and made him more and more interested in her. But that didn't mean that he wanted Gu Xiaobei to win. Few people know that the investor behind Kim Hwan-woo is, in fact, him. The Chang family has been focusing on overseas markets in the past few years, and in addition to Europe and the Americas, he has also dabbled in Japan and Korea. Kim Hwan-woo had paid most of the money for this battle team change. He also signed a betting agreement that he would pay out more money if Kim Hwan-woo lost this time. Chang Woo-won stared at the screen with a deadpan, but Kim Hwan-woo was powerless to do anything about it. He had no chance of getting out of the tower at all now, and either Gu Xiaobei or Chu Ao could kill him solo. Defeat. The voice rang out, the crystal on HS side blew up, and Kim Hwan-woo slammed his phone down hard on the table. Cheng was also so angry that he slammed his fist on the bed. At halftime, Chang Woo-won dialed Kim Hwan-woo's number. If you lose, you know the consequences. Kim Hwan-woo walked to the corner to answer the phone and answered in broken Chinese. I know. Don't worry. Make sure to play well in the remaining two. I'll set you up with someone. And in the next game, pay more attention to the hitters on CWZ side. Kim Hwan-woo hesitated for a while, but still said, okay. Of course he knew what Chen Wana meant. Nothing more than telling him to play a fake game. As a professional player, he used to look down on this kind of behavior. He was capable and had so many fans, and he believed he could win the championship on his own. But he didn't expect Gu Xiaobei to be so powerful. He couldn't care less about getting the title. After hanging up the phone, Chang Won contacted Chung Gang again. Did you get in touch with the guy you were told to contact last time? Don't worry, Master Wrecker. What Wang Mingho wants is nothing but money. If you need it, I'll immediately send him the money now. Cheng Gang said. Chang Wana let out a hum. Tell him that he has to lose the next 2 rounds. Cheng Gang said before that Wang Mingho wanted $80 million. It's not a small number, but if Kim Hwan-woo wins, he'll make $500 million through that betting agreement. Instead, he's going to lose $500 million. Cheng Gang responded and went to contact Wang Mingho. CWZ in the lounge. Everyone was cheering the victory of the one they had just won, but Wang Mingho excused himself to go to the bathroom and quietly opened his cell phone to check a few text messages. Cheng Gang had already sent him the money. With the accompanying message, you know what to do. Wang Mingho hooked up the corner of his lips to come and smiled coldly. Don't worry, that king of the north. She's just a woman. What gives her the right to command him to play the game? Chapter 165, The Swimmer Loves the North King? When Wang Mingho came back, the other 2 teammates were still talking to Chu Ao and Gu Xiaobei. They both had their eyebrows raised and looked very happy. After all, it had been a long time since CWZ had played such a sound match, and for electric players like them, winning was the most painful thing to do. And this kind of pain was what Gu Xiaobei had brought them, and now Gu Xiaobei was like a god in their eyes. Seeing Wang Mingho come in, they hurriedly beckoned to him. Howsy, what are you doing? Come on. We were just talking about the wave of 7 kills that the North King just had. It's really too showy. Yeah. Straight up super god. You didn't see Kim Hwan-woo getting pissed off. Ha, make him mad. Just now Chu Ao said that I also want to laugh to death. The host is estimated to have never thought before Chu Ao how modest a person changed. Ha, if I were to say I'd blow too. The North King is so powerful, a rare chance to hit his face. I still think Chu Ao didn't blow hard enough. One of the team members finished laughing, hooked Wang Mingho's shoulder, and said, "Howsy, don't you think so?" Wang Mingho was slightly lost in thought, thinking about what he was going to use to fake the match in a while in order to make it work, and when he was asked a question out of the cold, he didn't say a word, before even responding to what the others were asking. As soon as Chu Ao saw that he was a bit strange, he thought that he was nervous, so he patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, Hao Zi. Just play normally for a while. Don't be nervous, your last fight was quite good." "That's right, Hosey. What are you still nervous about with the North King around? We just need to play normally and not drag our feet. Ha ha ha, finally this feeling of a great god leading a lie." "That's right, Hosey, I want to switch with you. It's too happy to be able to assist the North King." Wang Mingho panicked when he heard that. If he didn't assist Gu Xiaobei, wouldn't it be inconvenient to play the fake match? "No way. I'm not switching with you," Wang Mingho subconsciously roared, and also had an expression that he would never switch even if he died. That team member was originally just joking, and once he saw that Wang Mingho reacted so violently, he instantly froze. Immediately, though, he regained his usual demeanor. "After all, we are also brothers who have been training together for a long time." That team member didn't take Wang Mingho's abnormality to heart, and just gently smashed his shoulder and laughed. "What's so petty? It's not like we really want to switch with you. How about it? Is it that you feel comfortable assisting the North King, right?" "Ha ha ha." Wang Mingho nodded awkwardly. Just in time, the game was about to start, so the five of them walked forward together. As soon as the CWZ battle team's men came out, the audience under the stage instantly became excited, especially after Gu Xiaobei showed up. Those fans erupted in cheers. "The Northern King Kong Kong me. The North King is awesome. I love you, King of the North. Aw, the King of the North is my wife." The live feeds weren't idle. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, give out candy in the front row. My wife is here, upstairs, get out of here. That's my wife. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did I get hacked again? Have you guys noticed that whenever you call out your wife on the air, you get a black number? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it that the live streaming administrator also likes the North King and is purposely taking revenge on us? System alert, nothing to do with administrators. Don't lie. Who else could it be if not the administrator? Draw your sword. Fight for your wife. System alert, it's really not an administrator. It doesn't seem to be the administrator can only ban, right? The black number should be done by a hacker. Hacker? What kind of hacker is so powerful? The international most powerful King's Honor live broadcast can be hacked in? Will it be a wanderer? Asterisk 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 the swimmer? The swimmer likes my wife too? At this moment, Oh Xia, who was fighting in front of the computer and helping to hack the number according to Jiling Tian's request, had a big smile blooming on his face. Wow, I can't believe someone thought he was a swimmer. Doesn't that mean he's closer to the wanderer? Happy, have a candy bar to celebrate. The people on the HS battle team side were already seated, and when they saw CWZ's people coming up, they looked up. Jin Huanwu's gaze fell on Gu Xiaobei, and it was icy cold. Gu Xiaobei didn't panic at all, only coldly hooking her lips in a way that she didn't put him in her eyes at all. Kim Huanwu glanced over to Wang Mingho's side if anything, and Wang Mingho didn't dare to meet his eyes and hurriedly lowered his head, afraid that others would find out the end of the story between him and Kim Huanwu. After all, something like playing a fake match is a stain on a professional player's career, but he had already thought about it. He was just a support anyway, just put the blame on Gu Xiaobei when the time came, and as long as he wasn't found out, who would know that he was playing a fake match? After all, he won't get much of a cut for winning the match, but he'll get $80 million just for playing the fake match. Wang Mingho instantly strengthened his resolve. The match started, and as per usual, Wang Mingho followed behind Gu Xiaobei and helped her play the field first. Choao went down the road by himself. The center mage let out a laugh in the team mic. Hosey, why did you start playing Big Chow this round? Wasn't it you who used to say that the thing you hated the most was Big Chow? Wang Mingho's hands shook and he bought the wrong equipment. He laughed awkwardly. Wasn't I thinking that even if I don't play well with Big Joe, the King of the North can still take us to win? Ha ha, Hosey, you've gone wild too, Chu Ao said in a deep voice. No matter what, we still can't underestimate the other side. Whether it's HS original team members or Kim Huanwu, they're all very powerful. Got it, don't worry Chuao. Although the top meat tank and the middle mage joked a few times on their mouths, they could tell from the expressions on their faces that they were still playing the game very seriously. But Wang Mingho was a bit distracted. It didn't take long for Wang Mingho to give up a blood in the opening round. When he was pushing the tower with Chu Ao, He was actually killed directly by the tower because he didn't retreat in time. This is the kind of thing that you don't see very often in the professional game. The fans who had just been fiercely cheering for CWZ offstage froze at once. It's okay, Chuao said in the team mic. How's you pay attention and walk a little better back there? Although the words were said, Chuao's face was already a little unsightly. He also said this because he hoped that it wouldn't affect Wang Mingho's mood for the match, but he also felt that it was so wrong. This is a professional match. Sending one blood is humiliating enough, but it was actually killed by the tower. The opponent's center sent a good job, and taunted Wang Mingho. Wang Mingho gritted his teeth. Asterisk. This then, Laozi will definitely single-handedly kill him in a while. Chapter 166, Do you know how to fight, King of the North? Hosey, don't be impulsive. Chu Ao hurriedly shouted at him. The most important thing in this kind of professional game is to be calm. Once you are impulsive, it is easy to go wrong. However, Wang Mingho acted as if he hadn't heard Chu Ao's words at all. When he and Chu Ao pushed the tower, the HS battle team's shooter was under the tower and had refused to come out. And after being beaten to a crippled blood by Chu Ao, he suddenly turned around and ran. Don't chase, Chu Ao said in a deep voice. He perceived that the other party should have deliberately used the shooter as a lure to tempt them over. The enemy hadn't appeared in the minimap for a long time, and Chu Ao suspected that they were all ambushing in the wilderness. However, Wang Mingho charged up regardless, muttering, "They're all bloodied. They'll kill him in no time." Wang Mingho, Chu Ao shouted again. Who gave him the courage? The shooter is bloodied, that is also a shooter. Wang Mingho is just an auxiliary. The attack power is not at all. As expected, those guys were in the field, and Wang Mingho instantly fell into the enemy encirclement. Chu Ao gritted his teeth and wanted to go up to receive him for a moment, but Gu Xiaobei said in a deep voice, "Don't go." In the time that Chu Ao hesitated for a moment, Wang Mingho's head was taken down, and the HS side is coming towards Chao again. Gu Xiaobei had just finished fighting the dragon and ran over to pick up Chu Ao, and just as Chu Ao was about to be killed, Gu Xiaobei went over with a set of combos and directly took away two people. The audience, which had just been silenced, instantly came alive again. Worthy of being the king of the north. Awesome. 1 for 2. No loss. If Wang Mingho hadn't been reckless just now, he might have been able to make a 0 for 2 exchange. Wang Mingho's face was very ugly. Bei Wang, why didn't you just go up to help me? 3 against 3, we won't necessarily lose. Gu Xiaobei observed everyone's position in the minimap and ignored Wang Mingho. King of the North, you're so skilled. If you had just come over together, you would have definitely gotten 3 kills. As soon as Wang Mingho saw that Gu Xiaobei was ignoring him, he even came on strong. He just wanted to praise Gu Xiaobei more, and when he lost, he would put the blame on Gu Xiaobei. Aren't you great? Why can't you lead the way and win? It's all your fault. Wang Mingho's heart was playing as if it were his own. The middle mage was also a bit embarrassed and hurriedly broke the silence. How Z? Don't say that. Just now the North King was fighting the dragon. If she went over without finishing the fight and couldn't add the buff, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to beat the other side, and at that time, her blood recovery skill shouldn't have been good yet, so I'm afraid that she would have to give away another head if she went over there rashly. Wang Mingho said. I thought I could really be brought to lie down. It looks like I still have to fight on my own. Even the audience under the field and the people in the live broadcast room felt the flavor of gunpowder in Wang Mingho's words. Chu Ao instantly raised his head and glanced towards Gu Xiaobei. When we first met in the past, the King of the North hated people who played games with emotional outbursts, especially hate people who are vegetable and talkative and like to put the blame on others. Chu Ao didn't expect that Wang Mingho would suddenly appear like this during the finals. Hosey, cut the crap. King of the North, don't be angry. Chu Ao had said so. So Wang Mingho grunted and didn't say anything else. Gu Xiaobei wrinkled his eyebrows, his thin lips pursed slightly, and did not say a single word in the meantime. The audience on stage could only see the side of her staggered face. Her face was so delicate and pretty that she couldn't help but attract attention, but the movements of her hands were even more splendid to the extreme. It looked as if she was always on cloud 9, but on the screen her positioning was incredibly precise, not giving the enemy any chance at all. In the previous matches, since Gu Xiaobei was the most skilled person on the team, it had always been for the assistants to follow her. But in this game, Wang Mingho was always on Chu Ao's ass. Every now and then, he goes and hangs out in the middle of the road. I don't know if Wang Mingho was too unlucky, but in any case, whenever he appeared, he would be targeted by the other side, and his timing for opening big this game was particularly bad, always summoning his teammates into the enemy's encirclement, not to mention that there was even a time when he opened big under the opponent's tower. And as soon as the mage went over, he was killed by the opponent's tower. Hosey, After the center mage died 3 times, his mind finally broke down. Don't you come to assist me. I'm becoming a pig raised by Kim Hwan-woo. Kill me whenever you want. Yeah. The meat tank on the upper road followed suit. Their shooter over there has developed. The damage is too high for me to carry. Wang Mingho said helplessly. Okay, then I'll go to the lower road. Chu Ao is fighting the dragon. I'll go help him guard the tower, okay? At this point, CWZ's side was already slightly down, so Chu Ao was also trying to beat up the Storm Dragon King so that he could gain a little bit of an advantage. His Dragon King was already halfway through the game, but Wang Mingho had only just reached the river when Gu Xiaobei suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Chu Ao, come here, King of the North. Chu Ao froze for a moment. I'm almost done fighting the Dragon King. Now. Gu Xiaobei didn't say much, just coldly said. The audience froze. Anyone could see that Chu Ao could not be seen on the HS side right now, but Wang Mingho would immediately go to guard the tower. And the probability was that the HS guys would think that Chu Ao was hiding in the bushes next to the lower tower, so they should go down the road. But the troop line was still okay at this time, and although Wang Mingho was only a secondary, he could still support it as long as he didn't go out of the tower. As long as they waited for Gu Xiaobei and Chu Ao to come over, they could definitely cooperate to take 2 heads. Even the commentator didn't know what Gu Xiaobei really meant anymore. The pop-ups flew by on the live feed. Asterisk, what's going on here with the King of the North? I also think it's too much of a loss if we don't fight the Storm Dragon King now. My wife's mind is broken by Wang Mingho. Oh, women still aren't suited to playing professionally. They can't move without losing their temper. Upstairs, black fans get out of the way. Can't you see who threw the first tantrum? What's the point of having a gender confrontation in this place? That's right, if it wasn't for King of the North, CWZ would have won the semifinals? So many people thought that Chu Ao wouldn't listen to Gu Xiaobei. After all, he's halfway through the fight. However, he didn't expect that after Gu Xiaobei finished speaking, he actually didn't have the slightest hesitation and directly went over towards Gu Xiaobei. Wang Mingho instantly became anxious. North King, what do you mean? You don't let Chu Ao continue to fight the dragon and tell him to go to the middle to find you for what? At this moment, Gu Xiaobei had just come out of the wild area and was heading towards the middle road, preparing to meet up with Chu Ao. The mage in the middle road was already dead and was preparing to resurrect, and at this point in the middle road, there were only 2 people, Gu Xiaobei and Chu Ao, but on the HS side, there were 4 guys going down the middle from different directions. Gu Xiaobei and Chu Ao were surrounded. Wang Mingho was furious. North King, can you fight or not? Chapter 167, Hate Being Betrayed. Wang Mingho instantly became smug once he saw that Gu Xiaobei and Chu Ao were surrounded, but on his face, he still made an angry face. How can this still be a fight? If you lose later, it's all your fault. Wang Mingho was hell-bent on putting all the blame on Gu Xiaobei. Don't you say that. Hiroko, that's right, the King of the North didn't expect it at first. The remaining 2 teammates were helping Gu Xiaobei, but at this time, Gu Xiaobei suddenly opened her mouth in a clear and cold voice. Yes, 2 simple words and everyone froze. This is a professional tournament. This is the finals of the fall combine. Gu Xiaobei took all the blame on herself. Did she know how serious a thing it was? Wang Mingho was also dumbfounded. Mage resurrection. Come to the middle to guard the tower. Chu Ao retreat to the second tower. I'll go back to the city to add blood. Don't want the middle tower. Gu Xiaobei calmly said. Her vocals are clean and pure, yet they carry a power that one dare not question. The mage rushed out the door, and Shuao listened to her. Taking a few steps back, Gu Xiaobei tapped the back to town button. Oh, you guys really listened to her. Wang Mingho sneered. A tower says don't want it. Are you guys the dogs she raised? Do you guys know? Gu Xiaobei got up and gently rubbed his knuckles. Pop! Before Wang Mingho could finish his words, before the smug look could recede from his face, his cell phone was snatched by Gu Xiaobei and thrown ruthlessly to the ground. You're ing crazy. Wang Mingho instantly stormed out and was about to rush over to hit Gu Xiaobei. Even the people over at HS were shocked and looked this way. Gu Xiaobei snatched Wang Mingho's headset and threw it on a side table. She pointed at Wang Mingho's nose and said coldly, if I've wronged you, I'll pay you $100 million after the match. If I haven't wronged you, just wait for me. What the do you mean? Wang Mingho had a moment of weakness, but he still lunged towards Gu Xiaobei. Ji Ling Tian on the stage instantly got up. Gu Xiaobei clutched Wang Mingho's arm fiercely with his right hand, picked up his cell phone with his left hand, and began to 3-finger operate the hero forward. And arrogant and handsome, Wang Mingho still wanted to hit Gu Xiaobei, but he was overpowered and pressed to the side by the staff member Ji Ling Tian had called. Gu Xiaobei resumed operating the hero with both hands. CWZ's side was without their assist and instantly fell into the wind. Wang Mingho slumped to the side. yelling and cursing Gu Xiaobei. You're out of your ing mind. It's a competition. What gives you the right to drop my cell phone? What gives you the right to not let me race? What are you? I'm the veteran CWZ player. The host has never seen such a thing as an electric campaigner wrestling a teammate's cell phone to force them to hang up at the game site, and without pausing the game. But none of them dared to release Wang Mingho. After all, Ji Xiao was right next to him, watching coldly. This venue is still sponsored by the Qi family. Gu Xiaobei acted as if he couldn't hear Wang Mingho's tirade as he calmly commanded the remaining 3 men. Although Chu Ao and the 3 of them didn't know why Gu Xiaobei suddenly slammed Wang Mingho's cell phone, they still obediently followed Gu Xiaobei's command. There was a murmur of confusion from the audience on stage. Can you still play without the assist? Yes. This is a professional match. HS side is not weak. CWZ lacks a person. How can we play? What's going on with the King of the North? I don't know. It feels like I'm going to lose this one. Wang Mingho was already talking badly. I'm the King of the North. I'd slam his cell phone too. But this is a tournament after all. Alas. Let's hope for a change in the next game. If we can win the next game, we can still get the championship. The HS players had happy faces. With one less person, there's no way CWZ can win. But CWZ didn't give up. Strange enough, earlier on, the people on HS side, especially Kim Hwanwoo, seemed to have penetrating eyes on them, always knowing the movements of their side and everyone's position. But right now, they're bouncing around like headless flies. The gap between CWZ and HS is getting smaller, and Gu Xiaobei even showed everyone what it meant to be a true god show. You have slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy. Double kill, triple kill, quadri-kill, penta kill, 5 kills, rampage, unstoppable, godlike, sweeping, legendary. But in the blink of an eye, the HS side was reunited. Kim Hwanwoo's once proud streak actually didn't even have a chance to make it work. A cheer erupted at the game. The North King is awesome. The person who just said that the King of the North, can't do it comes out and punches his face. This ticket is a great buy. The guy over at HS doesn't even have the heart to pick up his cell phone and fight back because there's no chance. Chu Ao had already pushed out their crystal with his troop line. The blown-up crystal was the same color as Kim Hwanwoo's face. The 5th class on stage screamed until their voices went hoarse. Bei Wan was in their class. The gaming goddess was in their class. It's something that each of them can brag about for the rest of their lives. Guyu Ran's face was going to be askew with anger. Just now, she really thought HS was about to win, but she didn't expect Gu Xiaobei to actually save the day. She actually won? She actually managed to win. Why was she so lucky? The HS were stoic and ready to leave. All the cheers and glory that followed belonged to CWZ. Gu Xiaobei stopped Kim Hwanwoo. Her eyes were cold, and a cold, bone-chilling smile played at the corners of her mouth. If I let you be alone, you won't be able to fight. Gu Xiaobei sneered. Kim Hwanwoo was furious. HS team members were upset about losing, but they still helped Kim Hwanwoo out. Even if you won, you don't have to taunt people. Gu Xiaobei was still in Jin Hanyu's path, coldly hooking her lips. What? You're not waiting to see how your secret was broken? Kim Hwanwoo instantly blanched. Gu Xiaobei looked to the side at Ji Ling Tian, who nodded, instantly understanding her meaning without even needing her to speak. The staff stopped all the HS players from leaving. The cheering audience underneath the arena had thought that the award ceremony would start soon, but after waiting for a while, they didn't see any staff members coming up to the stage, and only saw Gu Xiaobei walk up to Wang Mingho and pick his chin with the tip of his shoe. Let go of me. Believe it or not, the old. Before Wang Mingho could finish cursing, Gu Xiaobei kicked up. In my life, I hate being betrayed. Gu Xiaobei coldly hooked her lips, and every word was like an ice blade, splitting her head towards Wang Mingho. Chapter 168, Changwana? How dare you? What are you talking about? Wang Mingho said vaguely as his teeth were kicked out by Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei coldly hooked her lips. You know what? I slammed your cell phone with 2 meanings. One is to tell Jin Huanyu that he can't beat me even if I leave him alone. And the second is to tell you that you're not even a patchwork in CWZ. Wang Mingho wanted to curse something, but she kicked him again. Gu Xiaobei walked over and picked up the cell phone that Wang Mingho had thrown next to her, and the headset that she had dropped next to her, only to see her operate something quickly. And soon, she projected Wang Mingho's cell phone screen onto the big screen on the stage. Every word in his cell phone was clearly visible to the live audience and the users in the broadcast room. $80 million has already been credited to you. You have to lose the remaining 2 games. I know. And then above that, a reminder of the arrival of the XX Bank. And the amount of the transfer just happened to be $80 million. Gu Xiaobei flipped Wang Mingho's earpiece a few times, plucked out a small object from it, and threw it in his face. Bugs? Ha? She sneered. You've got a lot of nerve, playing with these things in front of me. The staff aside also rummaged through the headset Kim Hwanwoo had used and found the monitor that went with this. For a while, all the people started cursing Wang Mingho. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder he was always pushing for the gain just now. One moment he wanted to go to the middle, the next to the top, and he always reported where Chu Ao and the North King were at. Yeah, how could Kim Hwanwoo's side have known if he hadn't reported it? At that time, when Chu Ao fought the Storm Dragon King, he also reported his point, and if it wasn't for King of the North shouting Chu Ao away, it was estimated that Chu Ao would have given his head to the other side even with the Dragon King. That's disgusting. It's really too disgusting. This kind of person has no work ethic at all. That's right. I used to like Kim Hwanwoo. Now that I think about it, it's disgusting. This is what Korea's gold medal hitter is this year? The gold medal cheating king. Right. From now on, only the North King will be powdered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My North King's action of just dropping his cell phone was really awesome. The action of kicking Wang Mingho in the face is also super handsome. It's just that the force wasn't quite enough. Why didn't you kick him to death? 4 against 5 can win. Gaming miracle. Kim Hwanwoo left with a grim face. He was supposed to be the hottest rising star of Korean gaming this year, but the fake match was exposed and his future career is kind of over. Not to mention Wang Mingho, it's all over. Not only is his career over, but he's sure he'll be claimed by CWZ for the $80 million, which isn't enough just to pay for it. CWZ's head coach Woo Jianchuan could spit fire in his eyes when he looked at Wang Mingho right now. He asked himself that he was good to every member of CWZ. But he didn't expect that in the end. It was one of his own who stabbed him in the back. If it wasn't for King of the North, this year's championship would again be out of reach for domestic teams. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for all domestic gaming fans. After 3 years, the King's Glory Championship trophy, once again, returns to the country. Awards ceremony. The fans on the scene had already shouted their voices, and the fans in the live broadcast room also frantically swiped the screen, witnessing this historic scene together. Golden rain fell from above. And Woo Jianchuan, surrounded by CWZ players, hugged the trophy with tears in his eyes. It's a win. Finally, even in the Lila Hotel, the sound of someone partying in a private room could be faintly heard. Instead, Chang Wuan grabbed something in his hand and viciously threw it towards the TV. Bang! The TV screen shattered in response. The alarm sounded instantly, and a waiter respectfully said at the door, "Hello sir, is something wrong and do you need help?" Scram! Chang growled. 007 stole the information he brought back from abroad. Yuzi pitched him $1 billion. Gu Xiaobei repeatedly taunted him not to pick up girls if he didn't have any money, not to mention that he actually destroyed his betting agreement with his own hands. Now, well, he's going to lose another $500 million. The company hasn't even gotten over the stock fiasco from the other day. Cheng's anger had already burned to the top of his head, and all he wanted to do now was to drag Gu Xiaobei over and ravage him, but he knew that he couldn't drag Gu Xiaobei. She's partying with countless fans right now. Cheng sent a message to Lin Yi. Chengwana, get back here. I want to sleep with you. Lin Yi cheerfully replied, okay Master Wrecker. After receiving this message, Cheng Wuan threw his cell phone aside. Instantly, his cell phone rang. Cheng touched it and casually picked it up. He thought it was Lin Yi who wanted to see him, and gave an impatient hello. He gave a cry, but the voice on the other end of the phone was cool and mesmerizing, like a knife smeared with a tantalizing spice. You can't help but lick it knowing it will slit your throat. Chang wondering, how dare you? Gu Xiaobei sneered on the other side of the phone. Changwana didn't expect that Gu Xiaobei would be able to check on him so quickly, and was instantly startled. How could he know that Gu Xiaobei was the most famous international hacker swimmer? And there was no information on the internet that she couldn't find out if she wanted to. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Chang flashed a moment of weakness, but in his eyes, Gu Xiaobei was just a little girl. There's nothing to be afraid of. Changwana, you wait. After saying that, Gu Xiaobei hung up the phone. Chang Wuan gritted his teeth. His hallowed master Wuan was actually threatened by a woman. Later on, he must vent his anger ruthlessly on Lin Yi before he could do so. Gu Xiaobei didn't go out to celebrate with Chu Ao and the others. Everyone gathered outside the competition venue, wanting to ask for the North King's autograph, and Gu Xiaobei sneaked out through the small door. Saturday 6 had been dragged away by her friends who were into gaming to go sing at a KTV, and Jiling Tian and Bai Wenjing were standing at the door waiting for her. As soon as she saw Gu Xiaobei come out, Bai Wenjing hurried over to grab her hand. Little Bei boy, did you just hit your hand on the table when you dropped your cell phone? I even heard the sound. Did it hurt? It's fine. Gu Xiaobei laughed lightly. It was that cell phone that hit the table. That's good. Bai Wenjing then breathed a sigh of relief. Little Bei boy, you were really too good just now. I was dazzled watching from below. You're so good. I don't even think the baby is good enough for you. Ji Ling Tian fiercely looked at Bai Wenjing. Gu Xiaobei's face reddened slightly. Baby, you must continue to work hard to do so. Look at your academic performance is not as good as Xiaobei boy. Playing games is not as good as Xiaobei boy. Big Fatty now prefers Xiaobei boy. Alas. Bai Wenjing sighed. Why do I feel as if I'm getting more inferior the more I talk? Chapter 169 Arisuga's Style. Ji Ling whether wanted to hit someone. Bai Wenjing didn't notice it half the time. Xiaobei boy. You are the baby's tablemate. You have to help him more in the future. Alas. It's a shame that I gave birth to such a son. Why didn't he inherit my high IQ? Jillian? Seeing Ji Ling Tian incline his head to look at himself without saying a word, Bai Wenjing patted his shoulder and said, It's okay baby, you don't have to be too self-conscious. It must be because brother Han's IQ is too low and inherited it from you. It's not your fault. You'll just work harder in the future. Low IQ? Ji Xiaohan was a famous teenage genius in the imperial capital, taking over the family business at the age of 12. Ji Ling Tian was even better than him, being able to run his own company at the age of 8. Mom, can't you be a little more self-conscious? Don't you know in your heart who's really dragging who down in our family? Jilling weathered so well that he didn't want to talk to her the whole way. He sent Gu Xiaobei back to the villa. Thank you for today, Gu Xiaobei said. She knew that if it wasn't for Ji Ling Tian's help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly today. At least Wang Minghe wouldn't be obediently subdued and let her finish the game properly. A great favor is not to be thanked. Just give your body directly, Ji Ling Tian said without changing his color. Gu Xiaobei thought her ears were broken. How did the usually cold and icy Ji Ling Tian suddenly start talking such flirty things? We'll go back first. Gu Xiaobei said goodbye to him. Ji Ling Tian's earlobes were also slightly red as he looked at Gu Xiaobei's back. He had just said that to no one else before. He felt that he should only say such things to Gu Xiaobei more often in the future. If you like someone, you have to tell her. Love is only good when it's great. Gu Xiaobei entered the villa. Beaver was out on a mission, and she was alone in the entire villa. Without turning on the lights, she fished herself a bottle of wine out of the refrigerator and sat down in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to drink it. The moonlight outside was a bit hazy and couldn't shine into the room. The darkened villa looked emptier and emptier. Gu Xiaobei's heart suddenly rose with a sense of desolation. She really hated being betrayed. If she hadn't been betrayed in the first place, she wouldn't have killed someone on the operating table, much less been unable to hold a scalpel steady ever since. If it wasn't for what happened in the first place, she might have cured Mu Changqing's illness a long time ago. Maybe she wouldn't need to push back when Ji Ling Tian approached her. That's when she received a message. It's from Ishiyi. Ishiyi, idol. The domestic jewelry design competition is about to begin. Are you going to be a judge? This competition had been held for a few years now, and she had been invited to be a judge every time. But Gu Xiaobei had refused every time. The design world in the country had been so fickle in the past few years that she hadn't seen anything that moved her in a long time. Gu Xiaobei, not going. Yi Yishi, idol. I won't be able to see you again. So, then will you be competing? Gu Xiaobei, not going. She had been very busy and uninspired during this recent period of time, and after drawing that design for Yi Yishi a few days ago, she didn't want to put pen to paper even more. Gu Xiaobei, did you receive the design sent to you? Yi Yishi, received. I'll send it right away to have it made for me. Gu Xiaobei, well, there are a few gems that you're afraid you won't be able to find well. I'll have someone bring them to you from Africa later. Ishiyi, love you. At this time, the judges of the domestic jewelry design competition are working overtime to review the piles and piles of designs in the submission mailbox. In recent years, the domestic emergence of a lot of jewelry designers, but many of them will basically only take the expensive jewelry to the top, or else it is a patchwork of foreign designers' inspiration. A good necklace design is not like, with the hodgepodge of the same. In the past few days, they've reviewed a few thousand designs, and barely picked a few dozen out of them that were still good. Suddenly, one of the judges exclaimed, "Look at this, you guys." The judge next to him rubbed his eyes and yawned. "What's the matter? You got a virus on your computer?" "No, look at this design." Several of the judges came over and got in front of his computer. "It's great. It's been a day of looking at wasted pictures, so I can finally wash my eyes. Good looking." Those few judges looked excitedly at a middle-aged man sitting in the corner. This middle-aged man's surname was Tang, and he was Professor Tang, who was famous in the design industry. He is the head of the design department at Taito University, and has also won gold medals at several prestigious design awards both at home and abroad. Professor Tang had come over today to help them review those works they had screened out. to see if there were any seedlings that could be tapped for further study at the Imperial Capital University. Professor Tang, come and see, one of the judges said excitedly. Professor Don put on his glasses and walked over. As soon as he saw the artwork, he too was shocked. Quite the vegetarian star. Right, Prof. Tang, you think so too? I also felt at first glance that this piece looks like Master Su Xing's design style, but it's the moment of inspiration that has the feeling of a vegetable star. The edges and details at the back don't work. There's the feeling of a dog's tail. Professor Tang pushed up his glasses and looked at the picture carefully, and there are also a lot of flaws in the details, overly valuing the jewelry's fame and ignoring the jewelry's intermatch. A bit pompous. Several other judges nodded as they listened to Professor Tang's comments, but I have to say, it's also one of the best of all the drafts this year. Right, Prof. Don. I think so too. Yeah, it feels like this is the #1 spot this year. Professor Tang looked at the design and couldn't help but sigh softly. Pity. There are some parts that really aren't on par with Vegetarian Star's level anymore, but the edges and detailing are so rough that it rather ruins the inspiration that came before it. He even thought that the chart might be better if it was only half as good. Inspired by this image, several of the other judges stepped up and looked at the manuscript, hoping to find a comparable design from their own submission inboxes as well. But sadly, no. A few days before the start of the competition, these judges were discussing this design. They're just waiting to see who will actually claim this design on the day of the competition. They also want to hear about this designer's design philosophy. Qi Mingyue was so happy when she received the notification of the finalists that she was practically going crazy. She's been working on this contest for 3 years. Finally, I was able to make the cut. After being shortlisted for the finals, it's time for everyone to talk about their own design concepts, and then there will be a live vote, and the first one voted out will be the winner of this design competition. If she gets the title, she'll be famous in the design world. Chapter 170, They're Not Worthy. Qi Mingyue had purposely put on some heavy makeup before coming to this domestic jewelry design competition. Prior to the competition, several judges had already contacted her privately to ask where she had studied design, and again to ask her about her next steps. It was hard for her to even make the shortlist when she used to compete. 8 out of 10 times she was rejected outright, and after those 2 times she was shortlisted, no one asked for her. It's the first time she's been thrown by so many judges at once. Qi Mingyue instantly drifted off. Sure enough, she felt good. She just had a talent when it came to design. Qi Mingyue originally thought that it would be great if she could just get the favorite of one of the jury teachers. After all, after she picked that design back up, she looked at it for a long time, but she didn't understand the implication of it, and could only complete the details with her own understanding. I didn't realize that this would still be seen by so many judges and teachers, and that she had already been contacted before the competition even started. Isn't that just a fear that she will be snatched up by the other judges? It was important to know that these judges were all associate professors of the more famous design colleges in China or directors of design firms, so if she could follow them, it would be smooth sailing for her in the future, whether she was pursuing her studies or going into design. It seems to be that those details she added were too perfect. Qi Mingyue was instantly filled with confidence. And now, she's not just satisfied with these judges. You should know that the chief judge of this design competition was the head of the design department of the Imperial Capital University, Professor Tang. If you can get Prof. Don. Qi Mingyue burst out laughing just thinking about it. So today, she dressed up in a very grand manner, just hoping to leave a good impression on Professor Tang. Today's contestants are being led in one by one. Several of the judges got together and discussed which one was the designer of that picture. I guess that's the one. Not bad looking. Old Lee, how can you judge a man by his appearance? Ha ha, I just think that design and people are very similar. People with good design should be able to clean up and dress themselves as well. It's not that bad. That's also impossible. That picture has an atmospheric feeling. The jewelry used are also particularly expensive. You see, just now the person looks good is good looking, but a little bit of a small family feeling. Definitely not. I think the designer should be an older person. It feels like she's been through a lot. Aha, that's possible too. Listening to these judges discussing, Professor Tang couldn't help but look towards the door as well. Just then, Qi Mingyue walked in. She wore sparkling jewelry around her neck, on her hands and ears, and her face was heavily made up, giving the impression that she was trying too hard. Several of the judges hadn't paid much attention to her, thinking that there was no way this person could be the one who could design that kind of figure. Look at her dressed up like a Christmas tree, itching to pile on everything of value, with no regard for color schemes or gemstone-style uniformity. A riotous look. Qi Mingyue wanted to say hello to these judges when she came in, but the judges all turned their heads away with a lack of interest, so she could only follow the staff's arrangement and went to her seat first. Next to the judges' table, a casually dressed girl was leaning back against the back of her chair. her legs folded up and resting on the table in front of her. She yawned and said, "Uncle Tang, has that designer come yet?" Yi-ishi has always liked these things the most, but she herself is really not talented. The design drawings have never been embarrassed to show others. Her favorite designer is Su Xing, and this time when she heard that there was a piece that was very similar to Su Xing's style, she came right away. "Don't worry, I don't know who it is yet, Prof. Tang said. In a while, everyone is going to go on stage to say their design inspiration and concept. You'll know then." Yi-ishi yawned. To her, other than the one that was very similar to Su Xing's style, no one else was of interest to her. She crossed her legs and played with her phone in boredom. "Uncle Tang, have you found any nice-looking pictures?" Yi-ishi tilted her head to look at Professor Tang. "My mom's birthday is coming up and I want to give her a string of necklaces." Professor Tang shook his head. "Other than that one, they're all rather average. Nothing spectacular." Yi-ishi deflated. "No wonder my idol doesn't want to come. This year's design competition is not as good as one. But Uncle Tang, my idol sent me a picture. I've already found someone to do it. I can't afford to show him this diagram to anyone else, but I can show it to you. Uncle Tang." "Oh, who's that?" "Su Xing Ah. I'm really excited." Professor Tang instantly sat up straight when he heard the name, and the lenses of his glasses couldn't stop the light that bloomed in his eyes. "Who are you talking about?" "Su Xing Ah. Uncle Tang, you should know her. It's more than knowing. It's just a big name that I've heard of. Who in today's jewelry design world hasn't heard of Su Xing? She was so popular around the world with a single design that even the Queen of England begged her to help design an heirloom necklace, saying that it would be passed down from generation to generation as an heirloom of the royal family. Only after bursting into popularity, she seldom showed up outside, and she could not be invited to the general design competitions. Prof. Don had also met her once a few years ago and talked to her for 2 minutes. What shocked Prof. Tang the most was that at that time Su Xing was just a 14 or 15-year-old girl, and her design concepts had already left behind those who had been designers for more than 10 years. Before they met, Professor Tang was eager to get Su Xing to attend his school, but after talking he realized that he couldn't teach Su Xing at all. Su Xing's talent was far above his, and his artistic attainments were even higher than his. It's just a shame he hasn't seen Su Xing since that time. "Have you met with her?" Professor Tang had a hard time suppressing his excitement. "No." Yi-ishi deflated. "I can't see him every time by mistake. My idol is just too busy. If only my idol could come as a judge too. These people don't deserve it." Yi-ishi didn't hear Professor Tang's words and tilted her head to look at him. Prof. Tang, however, did not repeat himself. It was supposed to be that they didn't deserve it. How are these people's charts worthy of being shown to Susan? People have almost come, so the hosts follow the order of the list and let everyone go up to the stage to introduce their works and design concepts. Chi Mingyue came in fourth. The works of the first 3 people were very ordinary, and the statements were super boring, which made Yi-ishi doze off for a while. Before Chi Mingyue came, she had wanted to take this time to prepare what she was going to say later again, but instead, she had been staring at the 2 people in front of her left since she sat down. Chapter 171, The garbage I throw away is not to be insulted either. Chang Xiao actually came too. Just after sitting down and seeing Chang Wuan sitting right in front of her, Chi Mingyue got excited. However, when she saw Lin Yi beside Chang Wuan, her face instantly went cold again. Chang Xiao is really too good to this plastic surgery girl now, isn't he? He takes her everywhere he goes. Lin Yi leaned on Chang Wuan's body and pampered herself. "Chang Xiao, thanks for bringing me here. I'm super fond of jewelry. Buy it if you like it." Chang Wuan said coldly. "Your performance last night was okay. Thank you, Chang Xiao." Although Lin Yi was enthusiastic, Chang Wandering was all lovey-dovey. Chi Mingyue couldn't tell how happy she was to see Lin Yi's hot face on her cold ass from behind. Let's invite contestant number 4 to tell us about her design ideas and concepts. The host dropped the design Chi Mingyue had pitched on the curtain. Instantly, the field sucked in a breath of cold air. Just because they can't paint that beautifully doesn't mean they don't have a level of appreciation. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too pretty. Instant low self-esteem. Oh, it's not much of a big deal. The detailing is rough. Details? I think the frame is a win when it's drawn. That's right. It's just hanging, crying. So low self-esteem. I'm actually number 5. Instantly don't want to go on stage. Amidst the praise and envy of the crowd, Chi Mingyue walked onto the stage carrying her dress. Yi-ishi quickly photographed it and sent it to Gu Xiaobei. "Yi-ishi, idol, the style of this design seems like you. My mom is about to have a birthday and I plan to buy it for her." In the back, a picture she took. The judges are looking forward to seeing Chi Mingyue in the ring. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, though, a few moments of disappointment instantly flashed in the eyes of several of the judges. Such a stunning piece of work, designed by such a person? It instantly felt eclipsed. However, These few judges were not people who judged people by their appearance, and still waited patiently to hear Chi Mingyue's story. Hello judges, let me tell you about the design concept of my necklace, which is inspired by love. Chi Mingyue said, her gaze slowly falling on Chang Wuan, pulsing with love. Lin Yi hugged Chang Wuan's arm and smiled in the direction of the camera as if she was swearing sovereignty. Chang impatiently pulled his arm out. Although Lin Yi's face looked like Jishu and also Gu Xiaobei, her temperament and aura were far worse. Seeing Chang Wuan resenting Lin Yi, Chi Mingyue was even happier. She continued, the ruby in the center then represents the heart when you love someone. What about these light-colored sapphires around it? They represent the veins that surround the heart, and to avoid clashing colors, so I didn't choose red for the stones around the edges. And while blue represents melancholy, sapphires also symbolize the love that is sought after. Chi Mingyue thought she had explained herself perfectly, but after Professor Tang heard her words, he was incredibly disappointed. The concept was nothing like he had imagined. And, instantly, it takes this design down a notch. Prof. Tang left straight away. The other judges were still whispering. It doesn't feel like the concept is very similar to the style of the design drawings. Yeah, but people are the originals, so let's not impose our thoughts. I can keep it if you don't want it. I think she's quite talented. She's a makeable talent. Chi Mingyue didn't know that she had already lost her status in the hearts of the judges, and still said smugly, and my inspiration for creating it came from a person on the stage. He is Chang Xiao. Chi Mingyue curled her lips in a smile. She felt that she was doing a very brave thing by confessing to Chang Wuan in public. What's more, she's the center of attention today. But Lin Yi's face instantly turned ugly. She inclined her head to look at Chang Wuan. Once Chang allowed it, she rushed up and slapped Chi Mingyue, but Chang Wuan looked like he didn't care. He hadn't planned on staying for anyone after all those years of wandering. What's more, even if he wanted to stay, he wouldn't do it for a commodity like Lin Yi. It's just a woman he's playing with. Do you really want a name? The uninformed people on stage are still up in arms. Wow, what about confessions on the spot? So sweet. Confessing with a design is really sweet. Promise her. Promise her. Promise her. Chang Xiao, the inspiration for this design is from you. Whether you accept me or not is fine. I like you and will create more works for you in the future. Oh, a clear and cold voice resounded in the doorway. This design, it was drawn for Chang Wuan? The sudden appearance attracted the attention of everyone present. Gu Xiaobei was wearing a simple long skirt, and with a belt casually tied around her waist. She had already outlined her excellent figure. The dress was designed by Aaron and sent to her specifically so she could try it on and take a picture of it over. She rushed over when she received Jiishi's message and didn't even have time to change her clothes. Her eyes were clear and cold, her eyes and eyebrows picking up a material chill. Leaning in the doorway, lazy and casual, but with a deadly shock. All eyes were seized by her. It's just so beautiful. Gu Xiaobei? Chi Mingyue recognized her with a glance. This kind of place, are you also worthy of coming here? Get the hell out of here. Chi Mingyue rushed outside and shouted, security! Security! But no one came in. Yi Ishi lowered her head to look at her cell phone. Above was a message from her idol. Give me the address. I'm coming over now. This overwhelmingly cold and beautiful big beauty in front of her. It can't be her idol. Chang also hooked his lips and surveyed Gu Xiaobei. She had just badgered him and made him lose the parley agreement. And now she had the nerve to show up in front of him? He was now becoming more and more interested in Gu Xiaobei. After losing so much money on Gu Xiaobei, how could she repay it with her body? Chang Wuan tore his tie loose and leaned back in his chair, licking the corners of his mouth, his eyes blossoming with the light of a wild beast seeing its prey. Chi Mingyue, Gu Xiaobei spoke in a clear and cold voice. The garbage that I throw away is also not to be insulted casually. What do you mean? A found design, and you dare to bring it to the competition? Gu Xiaobei's words instantly triggered the entire room. Picked up? What does she mean? I don't get it. Chi Mingyue was instantly weak, but still colored and said, what are you babbling about? Believe it or not, I'll sue you for slander. This is the picture I drew for Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao. Chi Mingyue pouted at Chang Wuan on the stage. Gu Xiaobei insulted my gift to you like this. You have to do it for me, Chang Xiao. Chapter 172, to humiliate you. Gu Xiaobei walked over. The overly powerful aura caused Chi Mingyue to take 2 steps back. Gu Xiaobei walked to the front and tilted his head to look at the design. TCH? She sneered. I was already so unhappy with the drawing that I threw it away halfway through. I didn't realize it looked so disgusting after you added the details. What you threw? I drew this myself. The ruby on the inside symbolizes the new day. The circle of blue on the outside is the sea. And I was going to supplement the inside with a topaz. But you drew it so ugly that you actually just let the blue and red touch each other without any transition in between. You don't even know the concept of this design. How dare you say you drew it? Professor Tang, who had just left through the other door, now folded back. And when he heard these words from Gu Xiaobei, he stood still and stood right there in the corner at the small door, listening to her. What do you say is what you say. Qi Mingyue stretched her neck and stiffened her mouth. This is my design. I say love is love. Meh. Gu Xiaobei, what kind of attitude is that? Qi Mingyue pointed at her nose and scolded. Do you know that my design level was praised by Su Xing herself? How come I don't know? You still know everything? What do you think it is? Su Xing compliments me. Do I have to tell you? Why don't I know that I complimented you? Gu Xiaobei swept a cold glance at her. Was I ever blind? Everyone froze. What does she mean? She's a vegetarian star? Can't be. Su Xing was a worldwide sensation a few years ago. She doesn't even look 20 yet. I'm really super into Su Xing. She really does. Aha, my idol is actually this beautiful. It's not confirmed yet. What's the excitement? The people on stage whispered. Some very excited. Others still skeptical. You're crazy. You actually dare to pretend to be Su Xing. You're too shameless. It's my name that's written on this design. It's my work. First you slandered me and now you're pretending to be Su Xing. What the hell are you trying to do? She's Su Xing. Just as everyone was torn between believing Qi Mingyue or Gu Xiaobei, Professor Tang suddenly walked in through the corner door. Su Xing, long time no see. Professor Tang walked towards Gu Xiaobei. In the blink of an eye. It's also been a few years since I've seen her. And Su Xing has actually grown so beautiful. Professor Tang was thrilled to see her. Once you see what Prof. Tang has said, how can anyone still doubt it? For a while, Qi Mingyue became the object of the crowd's siege. Get your ass down here. It's not good to steal anyone's figure, but to steal it from Su Xing. Disgusting. To steal a picture for a competition. I know this person. She has participated in previous years, but seldom made the cut. I said how did she explode this year? So it was stolen. I did not steal. Qi Mingyue look at so many people are scolding her. Immediately panicked. I was picking it up. She threw it into the trash can, just don't want it. She don't want it. Why can't I pick it up? I can't believe it's really a manuscript that Su Xing doesn't want. People don't want the manuscript, she still treats it like a treasure. She even picked it up for the competition. How shameless. Any manuscript that Su Xing doesn't want is a million times better than mine. Low self-esteem. Woo-hoo-hoo. Don't get down on yourself. That's Su Yang after all. Ooh-hoo. You have a point. The judges froze too. Professor Tang, is this really vegetarian star? Su Xing is actually this young? This temperament is also too absolute. If it wasn't certified by Professor Tang, I would have thought it was some actress. In that case, she seems to be like the female lead in the music video of Yasuki Joe's new song. It feels like she's the same person. Who is Joe Clothier? You're so old-fashioned. You don't even recognize Joe Yosuke. Yi Ishi scrambled to take her feet off the table and ran towards Gu Xiaobei. Idol. She was so excited she was on the verge of tears. Gu Xiaobei poked her away with one finger. Why is this Yi Ishi like a little beaver? Coming up to bear hug her. Yi Ishi was so excited that even if she could be poked by Su Xing's finger, she was so happy that she was close to passing out. But when she turned her head to look at Qi Mingyue, Yi Ishi's face became ugly. Dare to steal my idol when I'm dead, Yi Ishi said and rushed up, grabbing Qi Mingyue. Idol you say? How are you going to punish her? Gu Xiaobei picked up an eraser from the table next to him and threw it straight up, hitting Qi Mingyue right on the nose. Take it and erase the part of this design that you drew. All of it. When Gu Xiaobei's words fell, everyone went crazy. Is so valiant. Aha, I love it. Su Xing is beautiful and cool. This humiliation is too top-notch. Your creation is an insult even if it's drawn on a design I don't want. Qi Mingyue's eyes reddened with anger. She clenched her teeth and trembled. Gu Xiaobei, why are you humiliating me like this? Didn't I just take your design? But that was originally something that wasn't wanted. Is it fun for you to insult me like this now? It's a shame that you're still a vegetarian star. Is this your work ethic? I don't have any professional ethics. And if you can't wipe off those disgusting things you drew in 10 minutes, I'll even break your hand. Gu Xiaobei coldly hooked her lips. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. As long as I'm standing in a moral puddle, you can't accuse me. Qi Mingyue threw her pleading eyes onto Chang Wuan, but Chang Wuan was not the least bit moved. Yi Ishi is the Yi family's eldest young lady. Although the Yi family has retreated in the past few years and is no longer as scenic as it was at the beginning, but a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, and the Yi family is still one of the 4 great families. He couldn't afford to offend the Yi family for a Qi Mingyue. Wipe it. Yi Ishi kicked Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue could only squat down in humiliation and picked up the eraser, rubbing the design bit by bit. It was only 8 minutes later that she cried and handed the erased design to Yi Ishi. Idol. you come to see? Yi Ishi glanced at the design. Well, sure enough it's much smoother that way. It was crippled, but that was much better than Qi Mingyue's doggerel. Gu Xiaobei slowly stepped over and pinched the design with 2 fingers. Well, it was wiped fairly clean. The next second, she crumpled the design into a ball and threw it back into the trash. Qi Mingyue's face rose to a pig liver color. If you're going to throw it, why do you want me to rub it? You're just trying to humiliate me. Yes, Gu Xiaobei lightly hooked her lips, her eyes brimming. I just wanted to humiliate you. Chapter 173, Finding the Whereabouts of the Wanderer. Qi Mingyue was instantly annoyed. She stood on the stage and became the butt of everyone's jokes. Originally, through today's match, she could have soared into the sky and made a name for herself. But because of Gu Xiaobei, everything was now ruined. She was forced to stand on stage and erase her designs with an eraser, which is extremely humiliating for a designer. Qi Mingyue could no longer face those humiliating gazes from the stage and covered her face and ran out. Cheng's face was also extremely unsightly. Gu Xiaobei is actually Su Xing? The last time he took Gu Xiaobei to Imperial Plaza, the $200 million necklace she was looking at could be Su Xing's work. Once Su Xing's works are sold, they all get a commission. That means that at that time, Gu Xiaobei had calculated that if he really bought it, she would make a steady profit. If he doesn't buy it, she pays for it herself and receives a portion of the commission in return, not to mention that she also taunts him in passing that if he doesn't have any money, he shouldn't learn how to pick up girls. Dare I say that Gu Xiaobei had started counting on him a long time ago. Cheng Wuan coldly hooked his lips and glanced at Gu Xiaobei on the stage, his eyes flashing a few shades. Very good, Gu Xiaobei. You have, now, managed to get my attention. Once Linny saw that Cheng Wuan had left, she hurriedly followed. She jogged all the way before she could keep up with Cheng Wuan. Cheng Xiao, look at that Gu Xiaobei. That's. Before she could finish her words, Cheng Wannabe turned his head coldly. Who told you to follow me? Cheng Xiao. Get out. Cheng Wuan had always been temperamental, and every time he lost his temper, he was extraordinarily frightening. Linny instantly dared not move. Cheng wandering left Linny where he was and left with a big stride. And at this moment, Gu Xiaobei was still surrounded by a bunch of people and hadn't left the competition site. Su Xing, I really like your design. Su Sung, can you come and study at our school? Study? I think you're being whimsical. Su Xing still needs to go to your school to study? Su Xing, why don't you come to our school and become a professor? Even the department head, all the judges gathered around Gu Xiaobei to please her. This is the most famous design genius of the 21st century. Some of the contestants below had a look of jealousy on their faces, but there were many more who were fans of Su Xing and excitedly took out a pen and paper to get an autograph. Many people had taken pictures of Gu Xiaobei. I don't know if it's true or not yet. What Su Xing? I don't believe Su Xing is that young, but Professor Tang said she's Su Xing. What if Professor Tang remembers wrong? I think you're just jealous. Someone below muttered. Professor Tang swept a glance downwards, and those people didn't dare to speak. Yi Ishi jumped onto the table and pinched her waist to look at the people below. Hey, I'm telling you guys, this is my idol. If any of you dare to be unconvinced, come find me for a one-on-one fight. One by one, the people below bowed their heads. Who dares to cross Messia's family? Yi Ishi saw that they all didn't dare to speak before she jumped down from the table and ran to Gu Xiaobei. Idol, let me treat you to dinner later. I know a Japanese restaurant that's super good. Fondue is fine. Do you like fondue? Why don't we go for seafood? No, I have something to do today. Gu Xiaobei spoke in a clear and cold voice. Yi Ishi was instantly a bit disappointed. Soon, though, she was happy again. Next time then, idol, you can call me whenever you have time. I'm always available. She's been in love with Su Xing for 3 years now, and she didn't expect to meet a live one this time. And it's so pretty. Good. Gu Xiaobei laughed lightly. I'll treat you next time. Gotta go. Yi Ishi smiled. Idol, if you have any use for me, feel free to talk to me. Those judges wanted to pester Gu Xiaobei for a while longer to see if they could invite her to their school, but they were all stopped by Yi Ishi. Don't dream, you guys. Yi Ishi pinched her waist and blocked the doorway. My idol won't go to your place. And at that moment, Gu Xiaobei was leaning against the wall outside, taking out his cell phone, projecting the keyboard and operating it on the fly. Those inside the room who had taken Gu Xiaobei's photos and were ready to send them, however, suddenly began to wonder. That's weird. Why is the internet suddenly not working well enough to send out stuff? Yeah, how come my camera is broken too and suddenly my phone just rebooted itself? Why are all the pictures from today gone from my phone? Mine too. I couldn't post anything at all after several turns. Just refreshed it and actually everything was deleted. It can't be that the Wi-Fi here has a virus. Asterisk 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 turn off your cell phone now. They turned their cell phones off in a panic, and when they turned them back on, they realized that all the pictures of Gu Xiaobei in their cell phones were all gone. Oh Xia, who had been checking the internet for the Wanderer's Trail for 6 hours straight, bit into a lollipop and instantly bounced out of bed. He called Ji Ling Tian directly. Ling Tian, Ling Tian, Ling Tian. Ling Tian, I'm out of luck. I've tracked down Yuzi. Nothing, I'm hanging up. Ji Ling Tian coldly said. Ah, no way. Oh Xia puffed up her cheeks in anger. If you hang up, I'll never help you hack someone else's number again. This was the first time that Oh Xia had been so tough in front of Ji Ling Tian. After 3 seconds of silence, Ji Ling Tian coldly said, Speak. Oh Xia didn't expect Ji Ling Tian to actually be threatened. It seems like this whole hacking people's numbers online thing is really important to him. I'm talking to you, Oh Ling Tian. Last time Yuzi confronted me at our posting bar and then left a message. This time she hacked into the public network of a competition site and deleted all the photos from the cell phones of those people at the competition site. Even though she didn't explicitly say it was her who did it, I could guess at once that she was the only one with such a skill. After those 2 times, I have a wild guess. What? Ji Ling Tian knew that Oh Xia was going crazy looking for Yuzi, and if he could really find out any clues this time, it would be considered to have lived up to his efforts for so many years. Oh Xia puffed out her cheeks, her wet puppy dog eyes glaring. I'd venture I guess that Yuzi should be in the imperial capital right now. Gilliam, that's a really bold guess on your part. Yes it is. You think so too, don't you? Osha was giddy. It's an ass. Is there a difference from not guessing? Why don't you guess she's in Asia? Being ferociously attacked by Ji Ling Tian, Oh Xia instantly deflated her mouth as if she was about to cry. There are many Asians. Oh Xia commiserated. There are only 20 million people in the imperial capital. I can definitely find out if I slowly check. Gilliam, good luck. Ji Ling Tian finished and hung up the phone helplessly. O'Shaughnessy instantly threw himself into the search for the wanderer with a passion. And at that moment, Gu Xiaobei, whom he wanted to check, was stepping on the gas and speeding across the road. She scanned the rearview mirror and scowled. Chapter 174, throwing it in the middle of nowhere. She hadn't been out of the competition long before she realized she was being followed. The car had not been far behind her, plunging into the traffic to the left and right every now and then moving out again, trying to stay out of her way. But who is she? It was 007 who had gone deep into the core camp of the enemy army to complete the mission and retreated in one piece. And it was Phantom, the boss of the Dark Sky, who had single-handedly challenged 40 masters in the end and remained unharmed. How could she be followed and not realize it? Gu Xiaobei turned the steering wheel and sped off in another direction. Not far behind, Cheng Wuan also hurriedly turned the steering wheel and followed closely behind. Gu Xiaobei looked at the car that had been following her and slowly hooked her lips. In the sky, she can fly an airplane and write with tail smoke, let alone on the ground. Gu Xiaobei stepped on the gas, and her car buzzed as if it had been fitted with springs, ejecting violently. Cheng Wandering was instantly shocked in his heart. Could it be that Gu Xiaobei had already discovered that he was following her? It doesn't matter if you find out. He had already given Gu Xiaobei more than enough time. Today this woman, willing or not, must climb into his bed. Cheng stepped on the gas and instantly followed. Gu Xiaobei slowly hooked her lips as she looked at Cheng Wuan's car in the rearview mirror. It seems that this Cheng Wuan's car skills are not bad. Sort of. She was driving more and more remotely. Already out of the outskirts of the empire, Cheng had countless times wanted to overtake her and cut her off. But as soon as he accelerated, she would follow suit, and the distance between the two cars was always kept at a similar range. After driving about 20 kilometers more, Gu Xiaobei suddenly stepped down hard on the gas. Cheng was shocked in his heart and instantly followed suit. But in the next second, Gu Xiaobei jerked the steering wheel, then half-stepped on the brake. A beautiful drift. Instantly turning a sharp corner, Cheng Wuan was unprepared and almost ran off the highway at once. Below that was a deep ditch, and below the ditch was a river. And although he didn't necessarily die if he fell, he would certainly be seriously injured. Cheng Wuan had most of the car hanging out, and hit the steering wheel hard before stumbling around the corner. If he hadn't been a good driver, he would have fallen out just now. That's good. This feeling of his life hanging in the balance fueled his adrenaline even more. And now, his entire body was in a state of bloodlust. Gu Xiaobei, I'll take you. Cheng turned the corner and instantly fell behind Gu Xiaobei by a large margin. He could only see Gu Xiaobei's car but from afar. But there was only one road ahead, and Gu Xiaobei was definitely heading that way. Cheng Wandering pressed down hard on the gas again. After turning a corner, Gu Xiaobei and her car suddenly disappeared. There's only one road here. Where can Gu Xiaobei go? Cheng slowed down. The subconscious mind made him feel as if there was some kind of danger around him. It's a suburb of a suburb now. The road was lined with high mountains, which were sparsely wooded and could not hide much. This kind of place would not be infested with wild beasts. After all, it wasn't exactly a deep forest, but he still thought it would be dangerous. The mountains on either side were quiet enough to make one's heart grow fuzzy. Chang stepped on the gas, intending to go to the front to see where Gu Xiaobei had actually gone. She shouldn't be going this fast even if she is flying an airplane. How come he's gone in a flash? Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. Chang Wuan only felt that the earth was trembling. The car also followed a few bumps. His whole body flew up. If not for the seatbelt pulling, he had already hit the roof of the car. A boulder had rolled down the hillside and was coming right at his car. The ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out, and Chang Wuan managed to stop the car. The boulder hit the front of his car with a bang, flattening the front of his car. If it wasn't for the fact that he had applied the brakes in time and the car was in good shape, he would have been smashed into mush by now. Chang Wandering's foot hadn't been released from the brake yet. His face was pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He liked the feeling of playing with his life, but that didn't mean that he actually intended to put his life on the line. He stared blankly at the boulder in front of him with a pang of fear, but if he had been any slower, he would be dead at this moment. Chang Wuan was out of breath. This Gu Xiaobei is afraid that he is not crazy. The front hood of his car had been smashed flat and was still smoking. The car was definitely undrivable. Gu Xiaobei sped down the mountain in his car. It turned out that just now, she had hidden the car behind a boulder, and then installed explosives underneath the boulder, blowing it right up and pushing it down the mountain. Chang Wana, don't you like to follow me? Then suffer the consequences. Gu Xiaobei. Chang opened the car door and got down, intending to fight her, but Gu Xiaobei didn't slow down at all, stepping on the gas and speeding past Chang Wuan. As she went over, she held the steering wheel with one hand outstretched, and swept past Chang Wuan. Chang Wuan only felt a lightness in his pocket before he realized what had happened. Gu Xiaobei touched Chang Wuan's cell phone, then quickly glued a miniature bomb to the back and threw it behind him without looking back. The whole action was done in a single, dashing and handsome movement. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled coldly. The cell phone with the miniature bomb stuck to it drew a beautiful parabola in the air before landing perfectly on Chang Wuan's car. Chang Wuan had wanted to catch the phone, but when he saw what was stuck on the back of the phone, he was instantly shocked and rolled directly to the side. Boom! The car, which had only had a broken front end, was now blown into a pile of pieces, like pretty fireworks exploding. Chang Wuan was pushed out a long way by the aftershock of the explosion and crashed hard into a tree. He was halfway up when he felt something itchy crawling out of his nose, and when he touched it, he was actually bleeding. ********. Gu Xiaobei. Chang cursed, grimacing in pain. His car was wrecked. His cell phone was blown up. And now he's in this place hundreds of kilometers away from the imperial capital screaming for help, so he's going to have to walk back on his feet. Gu Xiaobei. Wait for me. The clothes on Chang Wuan's body had just been torn from the fall, and his nose was still bleeding out. He had never been in such a sorry state in his life. He limped on, and after 10 minutes of walking, he felt like his legs were breaking, but when he looked on both sides of the road, there were still endless mountains and trees. His cell phone blew to pieces. There was no way to contact anyone, and this place was usually so rarely visited that he couldn't even stop a car. At this time, Gu Xiaobei, however, stepped on the gas and traveled all the way to the imperial capital without a hitch. She rested her right hand outside, caressing the passing wind. Through the car phone, she was talking to Beaver about the Chang family. Chang Wana still has a lot of markets overseas. The Chang family is so big that it might be a bit difficult to swallow it all at once. So let's start with the Korean side first. The fact that Chang Wana and Kim Hwanwoo had discussed a fake match together, almost causing CWZ to miss out on the championship trophy, was something Gu Xiaobei hadn't forgotten. No matter how many benefits Chang Wana had eaten in Korea over the years, he had to spit them out with interest. Chapter 175, Celebrating with a Banner. Early morning, St. Lee's College. Gu Xiaobei didn't realize what a big surprise her classmates had prepared for her. Yesterday, she ruthlessly pitched Chang Wana, and estimated that Chang Wana would have to walk for at least 3 hours or more before he could see someone and get a taxi. Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Chang Wan walking late into the night in the middle of nowhere. In this world, she was the only one who punked other people, and the one who could have counted her out hadn't even been born yet. Gu Xiaobei hummed as he drove. If young Zio heard her singing, I'm afraid that not only would she be poached to become an actress, but she would also be asked to become a singer, because her vocals are just so excellent, lilting and moving with a hint of coolness, very recognizable. She had just turned into the school when she suddenly realized that a large group of people surrounded the small flower bed in front of her, and had pulled a banner with a few big, Stamped words warmly welcome 3rd grade class 5 Gu Xiaobei to school. Gu Xiaobei had casually glanced at it and instantly froze when she saw her name on it. What the hell is this? Just after getting off the bus, Gu Xiaobei was surrounded. The students, clutching flowers and others with glow sticks, all gathered him around her in excitement. Gu Xiaobei, you've come to class. Warmly welcome 3rd grade class 5 Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei, you're the pride of our 5th class. Class V was overjoyed. Ever since they had attended the academy, they had been reading in the class with the worst grades and were always looked down upon by the 1st class. This time, Gu Xiaobei could be considered to have helped them gain a long face. The students of class 5 thought about it, but they still had to thank Gu Xiaobei and show off at the school gates in the meantime before they could do so. That's why today's welcome ceremony was organized. Some 1st and 2nd graders passed by and looked over uncertainly. Sisters, what are you doing? Schoolgirl, you don't even know that? We're welcoming Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei? There was a 1st-year freshman who was a bit puzzled. A 2nd-year girl next to her exclaimed, "Is that Gu Xiaobei? I heard that she was the female lead in Young Qiao's music video the other day." Female lead? The female lead of Mr. Qiao's new music video is so pretty. Actually from our school? Of course. And in the last midterm exam, Gu Xiaobei from our class was still number 1 in her grade. One of the students from class 5 said with his head held high. Moreover, she's also the famous King of the North. Led CWZ to take this year's King's Honor Championship. The 1st and 2nd-year underclassmen were becoming envious. In the past, they had only heard that there was a particularly outstanding 3rd-year sister named Gu Yuran. But now, Gu Xiaobei had become completely famous in Sately College. She was even more famous than Gu Yuran back then. After all, she had made the music video of Yi Jiachao, and now she was especially popular on Weibo, and her videos were everywhere on Jitterbug, and countless people called her a goddess. At that moment, Oh Xia was yawning as she walked through the door. He was particularly pleased to discover the whereabouts of the Wanderer yesterday, and check the information of 700 people in the imperial capital in one night. But the imperial capital is just too big, and yesterday more than 1,000 people left overnight, and another 2,000 came from out of town. At this rate, I'm afraid Oh Xia will have to investigate for 10 years, but he won't give up for the sake of the Wanderer. Oh Xia sleepily entered the school. He made a point of checking when he woke up today that it was indeed 6 a.m., not 6 p.m. As soon as he entered the front door of the school, he froze when he saw so many people gathered around, with banners and flowers. Days. Oh Xia knocked her head. Her wet eyes glazed over. Did you sleep for many days in one straight breath this time? Slept until the games? Whenever there is a sporting event, Lee students don't attend classes and there is a special buzz around the school. O'Shaughnessy dozed off again. Forget it, let's just go home and keep checking on Yutaka. Who doesn't want to participate in the games anyway? O'Shea turned and walked out against the crowd. O'Shaughnessy? Someone called out to him. Oh Xia tilted her head, a lollipop stuffed in her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, looking unsophisticated and innocent. Saturday 6. Why are you heading out the door? Saturday 6 asked him. I don't really want to participate in the games. I'm going back to Yuko. Sports day? Saturday 6 had a puzzled look on his face. Are you sleepy? Where is there any sports meeting today? Ha? Osha cocked her head, pulled the lollipop out of her mouth, and asked, pointing ahead. So what are they doing? That's our class's welcome ceremony for Kahoku-san La. Oh Xia nodded, then suddenly looked uplifted. When I find Yuzi, I'm going to pull banners and give her bouquets too. I'm going to have a grand ceremony like that for her too. Gu Xiaobei, who was in the crowd, suddenly sneezed. Saturday 6 pulled out a candy from his pocket. Nah, here you go. It's lemon mint. You can be a little more refreshed after you eat it. Why are you so sleepy every day? Because I'm looking for the Wanderer. Finding the Wanderer is my goal in life. So do you like her a lot? Of course. Oh Xia didn't hesitate at all. It doesn't matter if the swimmer is a boy or a girl. Even if she's a husky, I'm super into it. Saturday 6 puffed out a laugh. Lulu, the student in front of her shouted. Come on, let's go back to class together. Coming. Saturday 6 responded, pulling out a packet of candy from his pocket and giving it to Oh Xia. This is for you. It's delicious and refreshing. With that, she ran ahead. Gu Xiaobei went back to his class together surrounded by the crowd. The students of the 3rd grade class 5 had never been so united. And during this recent period, Julie had noticed that the learning atmosphere of their class was getting stronger and stronger. And many of the students who used to not listen to the class at all were now starting to ask the teacher questions. Julie was now super relieved. And all these changes were brought about by Gu Xiaobei. Julie was also growing to like Gu Xiaobei. At this point in class 5, there was still a burst of laughter. Over in class 1, they were still getting together to discuss how they could get Gu Xiaobei's signature. Yeah, it's just that the 5th class is so annoying and won't let us in. I'm thinking it would be better if I didn't turn in a blank paper for the next exam so that I can be assigned to class 5 when I'm divided into classes. Gu Yuran couldn't help but let out a cold snort from her nose as she listened on the sidelines. It's just an autograph. Is that all you guys need? As soon as Du Xiangyu saw that Gu Yuran was unhappy, she hurriedly said. Chapter 176, Necklace designed by Su Xing. Du Xiangyu had always been Gu Yuran's little follower in the 1st class. Those classmates didn't pay any attention to Du Xiangyu. I also like Gu Xiaobei too. This time, a number of boys joined the chat. Gu Xiaobei is actually the North King. Aha! Her game-playing maneuvers are really too good. That's right. In the final she found out on the spot that Wang Minghe was playing a fake match and directly smashed his cell phone. It was really too cool. I'm a girl who's about to get bent out of shape by her. On top of that, the other team is HS Battle Team. And there's Kim Hwanwoo in there. And she actually led CWZ to a 4-on-5 win. Yeah, that's awesome too. Gu Yuran's face turned ironic. Before Gu Xiaobei came down from the countryside, the most glamorous person in Saintly was her. At that time, she was the school flower. And I don't know how many people liked her and surrounded her every day. Now it was good that any wind was given by Gu Xiaobei. Hey! Du Xianyu pinched her waist and said, we're in the 1st class here. It's not a trash class like class 5. How can you guys discuss about playing games like this? Can you get into college if you play games well? A boy rolled his eyes. Aren't good e-campaigners worth more than college students nowadays? Besides, Gu Xiaobei is a good gamer, but he's also a good student. He's still number 1 in his grade in the midterm exams. Unlike some people. Ha! Gu Yuran sneered. It's almost time for class. I think it's better not to make any noise, so as not to affect other students' studies. It's funny how people who cheat say they love to learn. One boy choked back. One must know that right now. In the eyes of the few boys in the 1st class, Gu Xiaobei was a godlike existence. Looking good is only one aspect of it. The main thing is that she plays King's Honor too well. Gu Yuran's eyes instantly reddened. How can you say that? She said with a sobbing voice. Do you mean that I cheat on every test? That I don't deserve to study? Or are you saying that the other students don't deserve to study either? We're obviously in the same class. Shouldn't we unite and fight for the honor of our own class? How can we implode? Yeah, talk as if our 1st class is not as good as the 5th class. A few students also began to help out. Gu Yuran's ability to stir up trouble is 1st class. The boy is obviously talking about her cheating. She can be hard to pull into the people are saying that the 1st class is inferior to the 5th class. That way, she could mobilize the rest of the class to attack the boy. Gu Yuran cried even harder. She deliberately controlled the tears that were swirling in her eyes from coming out, or else her eye makeup would have blown out again. When her makeup goes off, she's not pretty. It's really hard for you to talk like that. That's right. There might have been a misunderstanding about what happened last time in Yoran. No matter what, Gu Yuran is also a member of our class, right? If you go out and say it like this, people will think that our class isn't good. Yeah, I think that although Gu Xiaobei is powerful, he still needs to take care of his class's honor first. A few of the students started to speak for Gu Yuran. The guy was so angry he just sat down, took out a book and read it. Not wanting to talk, Gu Yuran made a generous look. Don't say that. I believe he didn't do it on purpose. I will forgive him. They are all students in one class. And, playing games this kind of thing I don't think it's something we students should pay attention to. Before cousin Qin Yuner also came to our school to select a part of the students who have artistic talent. I think that after we study, I think that while we are studying, we should learn more art-related things. Isn't it also very good? Yuran, you're really great. What you said makes so much sense. Du Xianyu patted her on the back and said. However, now that Gu Yuran spoke, the number of people who responded was no longer as large as before. Gu Yuran knew that in order to get the class to change their attitude towards her back to what it used to be, she had to give them some favors to do so. But what is in it for them? Gu Yuran was a little unsure of what to do for a moment. Just at this time, Gao Xiaowan said, speaking of which, have you guys heard that a domestic jewelry design competition was held in the imperial capital yesterday. What contest? It sounds so awesome. It's just as good as it sounds. It was fine in the first few years of the competition, but there haven't been any good entries in the last few years, and good designers rarely go to this competition. So, that's not much of an interest. No, Gao Xiaowan said mysteriously. I heard that Su Xing went there too. Su Xing? Vegetarian star Really? Even for those who have little research on jewelry design, they have basically heard of Su Xing's name. In the imperial city, who wouldn't be proud to own the same jewelry designed by Su Xing? Those who hadn't heard of Su Xing's name wouldn't be able to step into the circle of upper-class wives. Du Xiangyu suddenly remembered something and said to Gu Yuran, Yuran. I remember you had a necklace before that was designed by Su Xing. Right. Gu Yuran tensed up all of a sudden. Previously, when she had posed as Gu Xiaobei and Chang Wuan together, Chang Wuan had given her a few valuable necklaces. At the time, she even used it to show off in class for a while. She and several students around her said that the necklace was bought at Princess Store, where so many things were designed by Su Xing, and it was especially expensive. The classmates just assumed that her one was also designed by Su Xing. But in fact, although jewelry designed by Su Xing is often put up for sale in princess stores, it doesn't mean that everything sold inside Princess is designed by Su Xing. Although Chang Wuan hit and kicked her in front of everyone, he didn't ask for the things that were given to her back. Gu Yuran noticed that many of the students in the class were looking her way. There was no way she could deny herself at this point. Yeah, Gu Yuran lied without changing her face. I kinda liked that necklace. Oh my god. Yuran, you're too good. There's actually a necklace designed by Su Xing. That's right. My mom has always wanted one, but she can't get one at all. It's especially expensive, not to mention super hard to get. Yeah, I've heard that money can't even buy it. Yoran, can I see that necklace of yours? That's right. Yoran, let us see it, please. The jewelry designed by Su Xing is really rare. Easy. So many of her classmates surrounded her and begged her. Gu Yuran didn't expect that it would be so easy for her classmates' attention to return to her, so she immediately nodded and said, alright, then I'll bring it to show you tomorrow. Chapter 177, It's a Fake, isn't it? Early the next morning, Gu Yuran brought that necklace to school. Ever since she was brutally beaten up by Chang Wuan, she simply didn't want to face these things that Chang Wuan had once given her. But I didn't expect that the necklace would actually help her so much now. After she took the necklace to the class, many students gathered around. After all, this necklace is also an authentic one bought from Princess Store, even though it's not designed by Su Xing, but the jewelry and other things used are more expensive, so it looks valuable and pretty. And these little kids had never even seen Su Xing's work or studied her design style. They just believed what Gu Yuran said because it looked like a real gemstone necklace and it was beautiful. Yoran, you're really good. Yeah, that's a pretty necklace. Can I touch it? That's a gemstone necklace. How can you just touch it? Yoran, I'll just take a picture, okay? My mom especially likes Su Xing's design. Gu Yuran was actually very unhappy about being touched on her necklace. After all, if the gemstone was stained with sweat, it wouldn't look bright enough. But now is the time for her to get in good with her classmates. She also could only put on a generous look and smile gently. It's okay, everyone who wants to touch or take pictures can do so. After all, we're all in the same class. Yuran, you're too nice. Yeah, Yuran, I decided that from now on I won't fan Gu Xiaobei. I'll just fan you. That's right, Yuran is our classmate. How can we go and like another classmate and not like our own? Everyone gathered around her and chattered. And for a while, Gu Yuran began to drift off as well. A student named Sun Liangyu stared at the necklace for a while, feeling a bit strange no matter how he looked at it. She took out her cell phone again and looked at it. Above is a transcript of a chat she had with her mom. Mom, what the heck? This isn't even Su Xing's design. I can tell at a glance. Your classmates are being cheated. Sun Liangyu, Mom, could you have read it wrong? My classmates said they bought it at the Princess Store. Mom, Princess Store and not just have Su Xing's work. Su Xing usually half a year to draw a design. And a lot of design in the public sale before the design will be bought. The last time she sold that necklace is said to have been spent more than 200 million to buy away. Your classmates only a few tens of millions of dollars. It is simply not possible. If the real few tens of millions of dollars can be bought, then it would have been snatched up. How could it be it took so long for her to buy it? Sun Liangyu, really? Mom, of course it's true. It must be your classmates were cheated. Sunryu, so should I remind her? Mom, it's up to you. I'm going to go watch TV. So you do well in class. Sun Liangyu held his cell phone for a moment, not knowing what to do, because Gu Yuran had brought a necklace designed by Su Xing. A large portion of the students in Class 1 were surrounding her today, and very few people went to Class 5 to see Gu Xiaobei. But this was good. Gu Xiaobei originally hated being surrounded by others, because the first class wasn't coming. Jiling Tian's mood changed a little bit. He always lost his temper every time a class gathered at the door. That was his Gu Xiaobei. How could he let these people miss it every day? Because Ji Xiao was in a good mood. The atmosphere of Class 5 became active. It's really great that the first class isn't coming. Exactly. I hate them to death. That's it. It's annoying. They used to look down on our class. Now they come to our class every day. Who made them incapable of being in the same class as Xiaobei? Who says it isn't? If they like Gu Yuran, they can just guard Gu Yuran. Speaking of this, I really laughed my ass off. Someone actually told me that their first class has a school flower. And the school flower is Gu Yuran. My god. Are they blind? How can Gu Yuran look as good as one toe of Gu Xiaobei? It's not because our Xiaobei doesn't care to compete with her. Otherwise, she would still be the school flower? That's right. The next school flower contest, Gu Xiaobei will definitely surpass her. But do you know why those guys from the first class aren't coming? Why? Why? Several people patted over curiously. Because Gu Yuran brought a necklace designed by Su Xing. A necklace designed by Su Xing? My god. That has to be extra expensive. Yeah, that's why those people are now surrounding Gu Yuran to look at the necklace. That's why they're not coming. Listening to their conversation, Saturday 6 asked a bit puzzled. Sis, is Su Xing's necklace worth a lot of money? Saturday 6's family was also fairly wealthy. But in St. Lee it was very common and ordinary, even a bit of the bottom. Her dad only owns a small company and her mom is a housewife. But both of her parents are very close to each other, which is why she was raised to have such an innocent and sweet personality. Gu Xiaobei thought for a moment and said, "It's okay." Okay? Ji Ling Tian glanced at her. The last time Su Xing that necklace was bought by Gu Xiaobei and given to Bai Wenjing. Later he went to check. That one cost more than $200 million. There are no more than 10 people in the whole of St. Lee who could afford this necklace. And you call that okay? Saturday 6 let out an O. I did pretty well on this test. And my mom said she was going to take me to buy a bracelet in a couple of days. Gu Xiaobei rummaged through his school bag and found a small box, handing it to Saturday 6. What's this, sis? A bracelet. It's been in my book bag for a long time, and I don't usually like wearing bracelets, so I'll give it to you. Saturday 6 opened it and was instantly shocked. The design of this bracelet is actually quite simple, a thin silver chain with a bead dangling from it. The bead took on a particularly rounded golden color with a tiny bit of green light in the center, and it looked like a cat's eyes, which was particularly nice. Saturday 6 can't even touch it. Sis, isn't it expensive? Average. Gu Xiaobei said flatly, just a cat's eye stone. Saturday 6 thought it was the kind of cat's eye stone jewelry that sells for $200 or $300 in boutiques, and accepted it without any psychological burden. Thank you sis. What Saturday 6 does not know is that, in fact, the gold green cat's eye stone is the top grade of cat's eye stone. The production is very, very small, belongs to the type of money cannot buy. Just this one bead alone was worth more than Gu Yuran's necklace. Not to mention, she designed the bracelet herself. But even though Saturday 6 didn't know the bracelet was valuable, it didn't stop her from treasuring it. As long as it was something Gu Xiaobei gave her, she treasured it. Chapter 178 Yi Ishi scolds Gu Yuran. Saturday 6 put on that bracelet and looked at it left and right. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This bead is completely different from other cat's eye stones. The color looks very spiritual. Especially in the sunlight it reflects a beautiful light. Saturday 6 cherished, after going to the toilet to wash their hands, have to take off the bracelet, carefully put in the pocket, wash their hands after drying their hands and then put on. Between classes, Gu Yuran came to the restroom together, surrounded by a few female classmates. She wore that necklace around her neck in a condescending manner. What kind of precious thing is it, to be so careful? Gu Yuran said conspiratorially as soon as she saw Saturday 6. Saturday 6 was often with Gu Xiaobei and had a good relationship with her, so Gu Yuran hated her as well. Saturday 6, however, ignored her. Hey, Chu Xinjing scolded. Saturday 6 you're deaf. Didn't you hear Yuran talking to you? What I'm willing to do with my own stuff is my own business, Saturday 6 said in an unassuming manner. In the past, Saturday 6 was a very timid person and was bullied by her classmates, but she had a good personality and there were many classmates who were willing to play with her. But ever since she met Gu Xiaobei, she knew that she didn't need to tolerate all the time in life, and that she could just rebel when she encountered unfairness. What kind of attitude is this? Chu Xinjing pointed at Saturday 6's nose and scolded. Sure enough, you're a poor person. A broken bracelet is cherished like this. Look at the one that other people are wearing around Yuran's neck. It's designed by Su Xing. It's not 1,000 times more noble than that bracelet of yours. I just like my own bracelet. What's wrong with that? None of your business. Saturday 6 would rarely argue with someone for herself, and although her voice was still a bit shaky and her aura was a bit weak, at the very least she dared to take this step. Chu Xinjing rolled her eyes. Oh, who wants to care about you, is to see you take a cheap goods as a baby? This will not be on Taobao wholesale it. $9.9 postal kind? Saturday 6 didn't bother talking to Chu Xinjing and directly left. Chu Xinjing laughed at Gu Yuran. Yuran, look at that bracelet she's wearing. It's a gift from Gu Xiaobei. It says it's a cat's eye stone. I really laughed my ass off. I guess it's only sold for a few dozens of dollars a piece outside. Gu Yuran lifted her chin and said softly, maybe for girls from their kind of family, a few dozen dollars is expensive. Let's not mock her. You're so kind. Yuran. When I went back on Saturday 6, I was still a bit pissed off. What's wrong? Gu Xiaobei raised his eyes to look at her. Nothing, just saw someone I didn't like. Saturday 6 huffed. It's just a necklace designed by Su Xing? What's the big deal? How expensive a necklace is can't compare to the bracelet you gave me. Sis, Gu Yuran? Gu Xiaobei raised his eyebrows in a clear and cold manner. Sis, how did you know? Saturday 6 was suddenly surprised, but instantly reacted. That's right, Gu Yuran has been showing off every day these past few days, so I guess everyone in the entire imperial capital is about to know that one of hers is a fake. Fake? Saturday 6 was instantly surprised. Sis, how did you know? You know, in the past 2 days, Gu Yuran could be like a proud peacock, showing off her necklace everywhere. In order to be seen more clearly, she walked with her chin up. She couldn't even see the road clearly, and every day, she let Du Xiangyu and Xu Xingjing hold her up. That's too much of a slap in the face if it's fake. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips slightly. When have I ever lied to you? Also, sis never lied to her. Fake and so showy. Saturday 6 huffed. Gu Xiaobei glanced down at her cell phone and said coolly, she can't show off for much longer. On it was a message sent to her by Yi Yishi. Yi Yishi, ****** idol. Just now I have a distant cousin sent me a photo to let me identify whether it is your work. I look at this ing what not even a finger of yours can compare how dare anyone say they bought your work. Yi Yishi, seems to be still a student. You wait for me to ask my cousin which college she is from. Definitely go and hand tear that show-off spirit. Yi Yishi is the eldest miss of the Yi family and has always been particularly grumpy and super fond of Su Xing. Gu Yuran won't feel better now. Gu Xiaobei had originally wanted to do it himself, but now it seemed unnecessary. After all, she didn't want to expose her identity as a vegetarian star. Yi Yishi quickly rushed to come to Saintly College. She went straight to the 3rd grade section and asked which class Gu Yuran was in. What do you want with Yuran? I heard she has a necklace designed by Su Xing? Yi Yishi said. Gao Shaowan laughed at the inside of the classroom. Yuran, look at how your fans have grown outside the school. That's Yuran. She has the necklace designed by Su Xing. And she's super nice, so she'll definitely be willing to show it to you, Gao Shaowan said. Yi took it in stride. Gu Yuran sat in her seat and raised her neck condescendingly. She didn't think that actually saying that she had a necklace designed by Su Xing would actually attract people from outside the school. So it's you ugly. Yi Yishi pressed her hands on her table, looked straight into her eyes, and coldly said, if you dare to talk nonsense outside again, believe it or not I'll tear you apart? What do you mean? Gu Yuran's face went white all of a sudden. A few other students stood up as well. What are you doing? That's right. Why did you come to our class to bully people? And you even scolded Yuran. I scolded her? It's good that I didn't hit her. This young lady is Su Xing's #1 fan, and she dares to start a rumor about Su Xing? How dare she say Su Xing designed this piece of crap? Does this necklace have any design at all? Isn't it just a few random diamonds put together? You mean that Yuran's necklace is fake? What makes you say that? This one of Yuran's was bought at the princess store, and I even saw the invoice. That's right. Do you have proof? Yi Yishi was practically laughing in anger. At this time, Zheng Yu in the corner smiled coldly and said, evidence? What evidence is needed for what the Yi family's eldest lady said? The Yi family? Which Yi family? What Yi family? Is it the Yi family of the 4 great families? The Yi family had retreated, and there were already so many people who hadn't heard about it. But the families that had a reputation in the imperial capital were aware of the 4 great families. If it was the Yi family's eldest miss who said it, then it would be very believable. I'm telling you, if you dare to make up rumors about Su Xing again, I'll let you die without a burial place. Yi Yishi pointed at Gu Yuran's nose and scolded. After Yi Yishi finished speaking, she left with big strides. But the class, however, looked at Gu Yuran with an odd look. Chapter 179, Feng Su also hates Cheng Wuan? During this period of time, Gu Yuran didn't even know how many times she had lied. Originally, because of her generosity in letting everyone view Cixing's work, everyone was on the verge of forgiving her for cheating on the midterm exams earlier and discrediting the class. But now, actually, even this necklace is fake. Gu Yuran, how could you? It is. You're disgusting too. At the expense of us treating you as a classmate. Is that how you deceive us? Gu Yuran's face was pale and she bit her lower lip and kept shaking her head. No, I didn't. She tearfully said. I'd been lied to too. Yes, Du Xianyu said. That necklace of Yuran's was bought from Princess. Ah, I've seen all the invoices. It must be that Yuran was also cheated. And she didn't mean to cheat everyone. Gu Yuran almost sobbed uncontrollably, with an appearance of having suffered a great deal of aggression. I also just want to share what I have with everyone. I didn't expect something like this to happen, but 1,000 wrongs are my fault. It's me who's sorry for everyone. no matter how everyone scolds me, I'll suffer. When she said that, people were too embarrassed to scold her. Zhengyu coldly smiled. If all the ones you buy in Princess are designed by Su Xing, wouldn't that mean that everyone who hangs out in the entertainment industry is Jishu? Zhengyu, what do you mean? Yuran has already apologized and has said that Yuran was also tricked. Why are you still being so aggressive? Du Xianyu huffed. Gu Yuran reddened her eyes and sniffled. It's okay, you don't have to speak for me. It's all my fault. I am to blame anyway. It's not much fun. Zhengyu rolled her eyes. I don't think it's much fun to stay in this class. I might as well go to class 5. Gu Yuran cried again. Student Zhengyu, if it's because of me that you feel bad about class 1 as a class group, I apologize to you. 1,000 wrongs are my fault. Please don't slander class 1 like this, okay? She had thought that by saying this, she would provoke the other students to attack Zhengyu as well, but she didn't realize that the other students didn't help her out at all anymore. It seems that although people are too embarrassed to scold her, they still resent her in their hearts. Gu Yuran felt that she had to think of a way to do so. She sent a message to Yang Yan. Gu Yuran, oh, your sister is bullying me again. Zhang Yan, don't cry. Don't cry. Zhengyu, that person is just like that. You just ignore her. Gu Yuran, but she provoked my classmates to ignore me too. Oh, Young Yun, didn't you use the ticket I gave you last time? Gu Yuran, it's all ruined by Gu Xiaobei. I'm dying of gas. Gas. Zhang Yan, not angry. Mua. Asterisk 3. Is there anything else I can help you with? Gu Yuran, can you help me find Su Xing's work? So our class should like me. Zhang Yan didn't reply in seconds. The tickets for the King's Glory finals were no more expensive than 100,000 apiece, and the ones he gave Gu Yuran added up to less than $1 million. But Su Xing's work is different. A few years ago it was possible to get it for tens of millions of dollars, but Su Xing has been refusing to speed up the frequency of her designs, and every time her work is for sale it gets snatched up and basically goes into the hundreds of millions of dollars. To spend $100 million to pick up a girl, Zhang Yan was still not quite willing. After all, he had approached Gu Yuran in the first place just to give Gu Xiaobei a hard time. Gu Yuran got a little anxious when she saw that Zhang Yan wasn't replying. Gu Yuran, that's ignoring people, and talking about what to do with your body. Oh, carrot, oh. Zhang Yan, good. I will help you think of a way. Oh. Wash white and wait for me. Gu Yuran sent a shy emoji over and then put her phone away. This Zhang Yan is still not as generous as Chen Wuan. If it is Chen Wuan, surely do not need to bother with so many words. Gu Yuran began to miss Cheng Wuan, but what she doesn't know is that because she was pitched by Gu Xiaobei, Cheng Wuan walked for more than 3 hours in the middle of nowhere before she could get a cab. Her feet were covered with blisters, and her legs were so sore that they were about to break, so she couldn't even climb out of bed. But that's not the worst of it. These days, his company is being targeted like crazy, with stocks diving, top employees jumping ship, and clients breaking contracts. He had already had his people check it out, and all of these things were done by Feng Su. Phoenix Void is a very big organization. They are very mysterious, and the only thing that is known about them is that they have many people in their organization and many companies under their umbrella. Another thing that is most important is that their nemesis is Dark Sky. Dark Sky is also the only organization that can compete with Phoenix Void. Cheng Gang sighed as he rubbed Cheng Wuan's leg. Master Wuan, I don't know how we got into trouble with Feng Su. How could they have known that Ji Ling Tian, after learning that Gu Xiaobei had pitted Cheng Wuan in the middle of nowhere, had immediately instructed Qiu Mo to use the power of Feng Su to punish Cheng Wuan? One was to celebrate Gu Xiaobei's success in pitting people, and the other was also because Cheng Wuan was bold enough to dare to touch his woman's idea. Cheng Wuan was physically and mentally crippled by Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian this time. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "How much did we lose this time? Master Quan, not only domestic, overseas business, we also lost a lot of money. The Korean side is basically blood money," Cheng Gang said with a sad face. Before and after adding up, there are 3 billion. The master had a big temper. 3 billion? Cheng Wuan instantly blacked out. Add to that his previous search for Yuzi and all that mess. Wouldn't it be a direct loss of almost $5 billion? Master Wrecker, if we don't do something about it, we might be facing bankruptcy. The Cheng family was a big family, and his branch was the best developed in the Cheng family at the moment. Once he fell, those cousins, uncles and uncles of his would rush up and drink his blood dry. Cheng gritted his teeth and thought for a while. I remember that Dark Sky has been wanting that piece of land on the outskirts of the capital before. Go and contact them. As long as Dark Sky is willing to step in and help us deal with Feng Su, that piece of land will be given to them. Yes, Master Wrecker. Soon, Gu Xiaobei's side received a message from Little Beaver. Little Beaver, boss, Chang Wana's side contacted us, saying that they hope to let us take on Fengsu, and the price offered is the piece of land we've been wanting in the outskirts of the capital. Gu Xiaobei, Phoenix Void? Little Beaver, yes. Fengshu has been targeting the Chang family for the past few days. I don't know why. Gu Xiaobei looked at the message and couldn't help but hook her lips in a smile. That's odd. Dark Sky and Phoenix Void have always been deadly rivals, looking at each other unfavorably, but unable to each other up. Now, there's actually someone who hates it just as much? Chapter 180, Give me the 7 demons. Taking care of Xiao Bei's instructions, Xiao Beaver contacted Fengsu's side. Little Beaver had thought that Phoenix Void's side wouldn't give any reply. After all, Dark Sky and Phoenix Void had been deadly rivals for many years, but unexpectedly, Fengsu actually replied very quickly and made an appointment to meet at a time and place. Xiao Beaver forwarded Fengsu's reply to Gu Xiaobei. Boss, which mask are you going to use? The 7 demons or the Phantom? Phantom is the boss of the Dark Sky, but the 7 demons are just a relatively ordinary person in the Dark Sky. In addition to the Little Beaver, even in the Dark Sky, very few people know that the 7 demons and the Phantom is a person. Phantom, Gu Xiaobei said. After all, we're going to talk about cooperation, so we still have to give Fengsu some respect. Although Dark Sky and Fengsu had always been at odds, they both recognized that the strength of the other party could not be underestimated. Gu Xiaobei wore the Phantom's mask to the appointment. Fengsu's side had an appointment with her on the 11th floor of the Lila Hotel. Here, few are qualified to wait in. Phantom directly rode the elevator to the 11th floor. The door was hidden. It seems that the people from Fengshu's side had already arrived. Here, even if the door was left open, no one dared to just barge in. Gu Xiaobei pushed open the door and walked in. The Phantom's face is a very sultry-looking one, like a demon on earth. She closed the door behind her and looked at the man sitting on the couch. The man on the couch looked up when he heard her enter. With just a glance, Gu Xiaobei was instantly startled and almost blurted out his name. She hadn't seen Nightbrook in a long time. At that time, she saved Nightstream as a 7 demon, and Nightstream even pestered her for a few days. And then, it disappeared. She had long known that Nightstream was a person of Phoenix Void, and originally thought that she would never meet again in this life. But she did not expect that Nightstream was actually the extremely mysterious behind-the-scenes leader of the legendary Phoenix Void. Nightstream raised her eyes and saw the way Phantom was looking at her, and for a moment it was a little strange. Why was this Phantom looking at him as if she knew him? At this time, Gu Xiaobei extended his hand and said, "Hello, Dark Sky Phantom." Ji Ling Tian also got up. Phoenix Void Nightstream. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled. Fengshu was busy with his affairs. It is truly an honor for you to come out. Ji Ling Tian also smiled coldly. Dark Sky must be the same. Since they're all busy, I'll get right to the point. I won't budge on the Chang family matter. The fact that Cheng Wana had found Dark Sky to deal with Fengsu was something that Ji Ling Tian also knew about. But what about the Dark Sky? Since Cheng had hit Gu Xiaobei's head, he would have to wait to receive his thunderous wrath. This time Cheng Wana had to be greatly injured before he could do anything about it. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and smiled, her amber-colored eyes brimming with light. I wouldn't have asked you to come if I was going to cross Phoenix Void. After all, it's been like this for so many years, and there's no need for extra notice. Gu Xiaobei's words were, in fact, said very unkindly. Ji Ling Tian's face instantly sank. You mean Phoenix Void is inferior to Dark Sky? After years of being evenly matched, looking down on Fengshu is also looking down on Dark Sky. I don't have that intention. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes in a clear and cold manner. What I mean is that since Chang Wuan intends to provoke a fight between the two of us, it would be better for us to sit down and talk about it. And together we'll make a pitfall on Chang Wuan. This period of time before and after adding up. Gu Xiaobei also from Chang Wuan body to get a lot of money. Fortunately rising last time's loss all make up for, not to mention, there are still a lot of surplus. Even the beaver felt that her days had been much broader lately than before. How could Gu Xiaobei let go of such a big player like Chang Wana so easily? Cooperation? Ji Ling Tian raised his eyebrows, sizing up the chimera standing in front of him. The woman was beautiful enough and dangerous enough. She's like a showy flower that draws people close, but then she doesn't know when she'll reach out with her highly poisonous tentacles. The Dark Sky boss, Phantom, has always been a legend on the road. When he came out to fight at the age of 7, and was still a tender little girl, he was already sitting in a high-level position in the Dark Sky. All those who looked down on her paid with their lives. The Dark Sky at that time was completely incapable of comparing to now, but under the leadership of the Phantom, it hardened and became an existence that could equal Phoenix Void. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Dark Sky was developed by Phantom. Cooperation is not impossible. How to cooperate? Ji Ling Tian raised his eyes and looked at her coldly. Gu Xiaobei picked her lips and smiled. 7 for me and 3 for you. 30%? Ji Ling Tian sank his voice. Could it be that I, Feng Su. Am this kind of existence in your eyes that is willing to reside under others? If others wanted to cooperate with Feng Su, let alone sharing 70% of Feng Su's benefits, even if they were to be given 80%, Ji Ling Tian would have to think about it. This phantom actually only gave him 30%? The price offered by Chang Wuan is not expensive. Only sharing 30% is also extra income for Feng Su, and there is no need to do anything else at all other than accompanying us in a play. But if Feng Su doesn't agree, Dark Sky doesn't mind helping the Chang family out either. If we win, everything we earn is Dark Sky's, and if we lose, there's also the money Chang wannabe gave us to cover the loss. In the end, which choice is more cost-effective? Night Chief must know better than I do. Ji Ling Tian stared at her coldly. This woman was overly direct in her speech and was not pleasing to the eye. If it was someone else who dared to speak so loudly in front of him, I'm afraid they would have died on the spot long ago. But he was just silent. Ever since Dark Sky's side sent over an invitation for cooperation, Ji Ling Tian already had an idea in his heart. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have come to meet with his nemesis. It doesn't matter if it's a few percent interest. If you're really sincere in cooperating, I can even not take 10% of the interest. However, I want one of your Dark Sky. Gu Xiaobei also looked up. She could probably guess who the person Night Brook wanted was. As expected, the next second, Ji Ling Tian slowly opened his mouth. 7 demons? As long as you send the 7 demons to our Phoenix Void, I don't even want 10% of the benefits of dealing with the Chang family this time. Anyway, his purpose was to deal with Chang Wuan, and as for whose pocket the benefits ended up in, he didn't really care. Ha! Gu Xiaobei sneered. Night Chief thinks the 7 demons are an object? Give them to whomever I say? I only have this condition. Ji Ling Tian sat directly on the sofa and crossed his legs as he spoke coldly. As for whether or not to agree, you decide for yourself. Phantom's temper was also notoriously bad, and Ji Ling Tian had expected her to simply flip out. Unexpectedly, she just hooked her lips and smiled lightly. Good. The 7 demons can go to Phoenix Void. Ji Ling Tian froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Phantom to agree so readily. Good. Then, good cooperation. 2 cool tinged hands clasped together. How could Nightstream know that the 7 demons he had been trying to find and explore were actually the Phantom in front of him? Gu Xiaobei also wanted to know why Ji Ling Tian and Nightbrook were both so interested in the 7 demons. Chapter 181, likes to take advantage. All this night, Gu Xiaobei was arranging to work with Feng Su to count on Chang Wuan. This sum, she planned to pit a little more from Chang Wuan. She hadn't slept much this night. The next morning she yawned and went to school. Ji Ling Tian also slept on the table, not knowing what he did last night again. Gu Xiaobei also yawned and plopped down on the table. In a daze, she thought she heard a few students in front of her arguing over a question. In the past, in class 5, we would only explore and argue over things like buying albums, playing games, which celebrity is tearing up the scene with which celebrity, which restaurant's food is delicious, and when would we argue over what kind of motion a charge is making in a magnetic field, whether or not to use a catalyst for this chemical reaction, and whether or not to use a catalyst for this tense in English, the future or the present tense. All of this change has taken place without even realizing it. Teachers who used to teach class 5 had a headache, as the children in this class especially dislike learning and their test scores always failed to go up. Although their families are all well off, studying is still important after all. But now, all of a sudden, class 5 has become good at learning. Not only do they listen carefully in class, but they also stop the teacher to ask questions after class. Although it is true that the questions they ask are very basic, it is precisely because of their poor foundation that they have so much room to improve and progress at a rapid rate. The teachers who have been coming to class 5 lately have been passionate. As the students discuss and work on problems, math teacher Gui Yaban slips in and out between the seats to answer their questions. Saturday 6. This bracelet of yours is very pretty. Gui Yaban walked over to Saturday 6 and stopped to laugh. Saturday 6 used to be an inconspicuous presence in class 4, and no teacher or classmate ever noticed her. She did so well on this midterm that she was instantly noticed by many teachers. Saturday 6 shyly lowered her head and whispered, "It's a gift from Sister Xiaobei. I think it's pretty too." "Pretty my ass," Sun Yiru muttered, rolling her eyes. Gui Yaban glanced towards Gu Xiaobei's side. Student Gu Xiaobei is sleeping again. I don't know if it's because he studied too late last night. It was really hard. The current Gu Xiaobei was the favorite of all the teachers in the entire 5th class, and no matter what she did, the teachers felt that she was doing it for her studies. Sleeping in math class must be because she knows all of this and is saving her energy for the rest of her studies. Teacher, why are you so biased in favor of Gu Xiaobei? Sun Yiru gritted her teeth in anger. I heard that she often goes out at night to fool around. Don't you dare talk about my sister like that. Just say what's wrong. Sun Yiru wasn't afraid of Saturday 6. When Gui Yaban heard this, His face instantly turned ugly. Student Sun Yiru, watch your words. Why do you have such a dirty mouth for a student? Hui Yaban's family conditions in general. The person is also very good-tempered. Usually in the SC, Li to the students are polite and courteous. For him to say this about Sun Yiru, it was evident that he really liked and defended Gu Xiaobei. Sun Yiru was even more horizontal. Still, she didn't dare to contradict the teacher too much. She fiercely gouged out Saturday 6, and then glanced towards Gu Xiaobei's side, and didn't say anything anymore. After class, Saturday 6 is still sitting in his seat reading the questions. Sun Yiru saw this and snorted coldly. Oh, no matter how much you study, you're still a poor man. What can you do if you get into university? In the future you're still working for people of our class? Saturday 6. Just then, someone at the door called out to Saturday 6. When Saturday 6 looked, it was actually Oh Xia. She hurried out. O'Shaughnessy pulled a couple of packets of chocolates out from behind him like a trick. You taste this. I didn't make you a guinea pig this time. Oh, I've eaten them all myself and they're delicious before I gave them to you. Oh Xia also had a piece of chocolate in her mouth, looking like a cute hamster. Saturday 6 took it with a smile. Thank you then, this is for you. She pulled out another handful of lemon mints. Have you not been getting enough sleep every day lately? Look at your dark circles getting worse. Oh Xia took it. Her sagging puppy dog eyes were dark and bright. She looked innocent and cute. Yes, if it wasn't for the chocolates for you, I wouldn't have come today. After all, finding the Wanderer's Trail is much more important than attending classes. So when are you coming back next time? I'll bring you something else to eat. If you bring good food just tell me. I'll come, Oh Xia cheerfully said. He slightly lowered his eyes and saw Saturday 6 bracelet. This bracelet is so beautiful and suitable for you. Ah, yes? Sister Xiaobei gave it to me. Saturday 6 lifted that bracelet up and shook it. The cat's eye stone shimmering gold and green in the swaying sunlight. I think it's super pretty too. I love it so much. My mom says it looks good too. Well, Oh Xia tilted her head and thought, I seem to have a bead like this in my house, so I'll give it to you later. You can find someone to make it into a necklace to wear, just to make a set. Then thank you so much. Saturday 6 thought this kind of bead was just a few $100s a piece, and didn't push back with Oh Xia. Just then, Sun Yiru walked out from inside the class. She just happened to hear what Oh Xia and Zhou Lulu said. Some people, just shameless. Everything tube other people want, like to take advantage of other people. Sun Yiru Yin and Yang said. I do not know if it is too poor, cannot afford to buy anything. Saturday 6 face turned red and he was so angry that he didn't want to talk to her. Sun Yiru, however, said to Oh Xia, don't be fooled by this Saturday 6. She looks honest, but in fact, she can be calculating. Look at these candies she gave you. She doesn't know how many people she has shared them with. So many boys in our class have eaten this candy she gave them. She just likes to use these little things to please others, and then get more favors from them. This kind of girl can be really disgusting. That's right. Look at how she smiles so fawningly at the boys every time. Just cold to us girls. Ha! The two girls next to Sun Yiru followed and helped. Saturday 6 eyes instantly reddened with anger. Since her last midterm, the students around her have been nice to her, and they usually share small snacks, and in return, she gives out her candy to others. There are both male and female students among them, but how is it so disgusting to ask them to say it? As if she'd done something shameless. Saturday 6 was so afraid that Oh Xia would misunderstand himself just because of Sun Yiru's words. After all, Oh Xia was now, sort of, her friend. Chapter 182, Lady Luck. Oh Xia just looked at Sun Yiru without saying anything. Who are you? Oh Xia tilted her head, blinking her big eyes with an innocent and cute look. Do I know you? I'm just being nice and reminding you. Sun Yiru was a bit embarrassed, but Oh Xia wrinkled his nose. Said, I don't need you to remind it. I'm not long eyes won't look at things. 6 to share the sugar to others, so what? I'm also sharing with 6 and these things is originally I'm willing to give to 6. It's not 6 to take the initiative to be if you're like me. I won't give it to you even if you ask for it. Sun Yiru was so disliked by Oh Xia that she couldn't speak. Even if she dared to go against the teachers, she wouldn't dare to go against the 4 schoolboys. Oh Xia grabbed Saturday 6's wrist and pulled her back a bit, standing away from Sun Yiru. 6. You have to stay away from her from now on. It's so annoying. Oh Xia looked at Sun Yiru and frowned. Inside the 4 school herbs, Oh Xia is actually the most innocent and cute. His temper is like that of a small child. Sometimes he likes to play pranks, but most of the time he is still innocent and kind. At the same time, he likes what he likes and dislikes what he dislikes. When Saturday 6 was good to him, he was good to Saturday 6. And when Sun Yiru annoyed people, he wouldn't give her a single bit of face. At this moment, a person also came out from class 5 and said in a clear and cold voice, I think so too. Sun Yira turned around and happened to collide with Gu Xiaobei's gaze. Gu Xiaobei's eyes were cold, like sharp ice swords. Instantly, she couldn't help but shiver. 6. Turn around and switch with my front table. You come sit in front of me. Gu Xiaobei's front desk was a boy with a big waist. Usually he could perfectly block Gu Xiaobei just by sitting there, so that she could sleep in class without worrying. Sun Yiru definitely wouldn't dare to bully this boy. Gu Xiaobei, who do you think you are? Is Xingli run by your family? You can let whoever you want sit wherever you want? Sun Yiru snorted coldly. Their Sun family is much richer than the Gu family. You can try. Gu Xiaobei coldly hooked her lips. After saying that, Gu Xiaobei took Saturday 6 back to class. Oh Xia didn't even bother to look at Sun Yiru, hugging the candy that Saturday 6 had given herself and left. Sun Yiru was so angry that she ran to call Sun Shu for a while. Mom, didn't you say that Gu Xiaobei's father likes you? Mom, I don't care. If he doesn't teach Gu Xiaobei a lesson, I definitely won't agree to you marrying him. Sun Shu on the other end of the phone also kept calming Sun Yiru. Don't worry baby girl, that Gu Igua is now the one who dares not go west when mom says east. He definitely won't let Gu Xiaobei have a good time. Only after hearing Sun Shu's assurance did Sun Yiru's face ease a little. However, she had only just stepped into the class when the homeroom teacher, Julie, said to her, Sun Yiru, from now on, you'll be at the same table as Li Wu's classmates, and on Saturday 6, you'll go sit in front of Gu Xiaobei. Sun Yiru immediately became unhappy, glanced towards Gu Xiaobei's side, and said with her neck sticking out, on what grounds? Teacher, you're too biased, aren't you? Gu Xiaobei can sit wherever she wants? Are we all going to follow her surname Gu in class 5 now? If you're upset, you can talk to the principal. Shrugging that off, Julie left. In fact, if she were to choose, she would also prefer Gu Xiaobei over Sun Yiru right now. But she's just an ordinary teacher at Saintly who wouldn't dare cross the Sun family. But the principal was different. Ah, you know, it was the principal herself who had just told her to listen to Gu Xiaobei in the future. As for the principal, he naturally listened to Master Mu Chansheng Mu. Sun Yiru could only watch as Saturday 6 moved away. That way it wouldn't be easy for her to bully Saturday 6 in the future. But it didn't matter. Gu Igua would definitely listen to his mom. And when the time came, Gu Xiaobei wouldn't feel better. In this lesson, Sun Yiru didn't even have a good lesson and kept staring at Saturday 6 and Gu Xiaobei with a resentful gaze. But Saturday 6 was happy. She was finally able to sit in front of Sister Xiaobei. Being so close, she had a blast in class. Saturday 6 was so happy that she could hardly sit still. And as she went on with her lesson, she couldn't help but want to look back at Gu Xiaobei, fearing that she was actually dreaming. Gu Xiaobei, lying there sleeping, also felt one gaze after another watching. Finally, she looked up, gently tapped Saturday 6 on the head with her pen, and whispered, listen well. Gu Xiaobei's unique voice line carried the power to charm people's hearts, and although it sounded a bit cold, a few moments of pampering could be felt in it. Saturday 6 sat up straight in an instant. She didn't even dare to look back during this lesson. After the class ended, Saturday 6 turned his head happily to look at Gu Xiaobei. Sis, I'm telling you, I'm listening to the lectures now and I can understand the basic content. I feel sure it's because of your halo shining on me. Sis, Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but hook her lips in a smile and gently knocked her head. Oily mouth. Not at all sis. I really think that you're my goddess of luck. Ever since I met you, my grades have gotten better and better. Sun Yiru just happened to come out from her seat at this time, passing by both of their seats, rolled her eyes and coldly snorted. Licking a dog should also be licked to the right person. Don't end up licking yourself a nothing, licking an empty ah. With that, she took off. Saturday 6 was simply about to die of anger. It was even if Sun Yiru bullied her. How could she talk about Gu Xiaobei like that? Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled coldly. By then she will know what it means to be empty. Isn't Sun Shu about to get married to Gu Igua? She's still waiting for a good show. Jillian turned her head to look at her. Gu Xiaobei's delicate face was filled with confidence, looking as if it was radiant. It's so bright that you can't take your eyes off it. Gu Xiaobei also turned her head to look at him, and their gazes collided. Just then, someone shouted from the doorway, Gu Xiaobei, someone is looking for you outside in the playground. Jiling Tian was dissatisfied that his stare down with Gu Xiaobei was interrupted and frowned impatiently. Someone poked their head out the window to look and exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. How did someone drive a car onto the playground? It's still a Ferrari. Gu Xiaobei headed out, and many of his classmates followed along to see what was going on. That's a Ferrari. I don't know what kind of big shot is coming. And only after they went out did they realize that the playground had been surrounded by so many security guards that the students who wanted to run during recess had been whisked away to a small playground on the other side. There was also an RV parked next to the Ferrari. and a lot of people were moving stuff underneath. Gu Xiaobei frowned slightly. Who was this person? Really here to find her? Chapter 183, Gu Xiaobei doesn't want what Lin Yi dreams of. I just saw a whole bunch of umbrellas, recliners and such being carried out. Everything was set up before one of the men opened the car door. The staff had relayed like an umbrella, and the man got out of the Ferrari, walked quickly under the shade, and then lay down on a chaise lounge. What about that Gu Xiaoxi? A man with huge sunglasses on his face and fair skin leaned back on a recliner and asked, biting on a straw. This man, Zhou Yichen, the flow boy who had just caught fire, was the star of several idol online dramas, and had achieved a lot of success. Because of his fan base, he can now act in dramas as well. And this time the female lead of the drama is the girl who can play esports games, and there are several other male actors competing for the role of the male lead. And it was the agency that gave him the idea to first come to the recently bursting into flames of Bei Wang, and at the same time, Gu Xiaobei, who is the female lead of the music video of the new song of Yi Jieqiao. Brother, it's Gu Xiaobei. Assistant Xiao Wang bent down and whispered. I don't care if she belongs to Gu Xiaonan or Gu Xiaodong. I've personally come over to look for her. And she's still not coming? Is she not giving me face? Zhou Yichen was very dissatisfied. He was now a big star. Going out was a possibility of being recognized by fans. Personally condescending to a student was already giving her face. Unfortunately, though, only about a third of the crowd gathered around could recognize him, and the remaining two-thirds were just there to see what all the fuss was about. You're Gu Xiaobei, right? As soon as Xiao Wang saw Gu Xiaobei, he was instantly stunned. Previously, I had thought that the styling in Yi Jieqiao's new song MV was pretty enough, but I didn't realize that Gu Xiaobei actually looked so good in her everyday clothes. It's especially similar to the scripted heroine who is cool and very pretty and plays games super aggressively. Xiao Wang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the male lead, this time, should be a sure thing. Xiao Wan looked Gu Xiaobei up and down and was satisfied. In a while you just go and put on some makeup, and then the clothes I also prepared for you. You go to the caravan inside to change on the line. Let's audition for a while. I'll take a video and send it to the director. Xiao Wang said quickly. Don't worry, I believe you will definitely be selected. Gu Xiaobei frowned lightly. What are you talking about? You didn't understand? Xiao Wang didn't expect Gu Xiaobei to have a good-looking person but not quite enough brains. I'll talk to you one more time. Come to the audition after you finish your makeup and change your clothes later. Who told you I was going to audition? Gu Xiaobei directly interrupted him. The young king froze. Obviously it hadn't occurred to him that Gu Xiaobei would ask this question. Sister, that's an audition, and you have high hopes. As long as you can be chosen by the director, you'll be a big star in the future. Xiao Wang believed that no one would resist this temptation. There's nothing going on, I'll leave first. Gu Xiaobei had thought that it was someone who came to look for him, but he didn't expect to come out and see that he was actually so bored. Hey! Xiao Wang hurriedly chased after him. Zhou Yichen had originally sat on the recliner in the back boredly sipping his drink, waiting for Xiao Wang to communicate with Gu Xiaobei. I didn't expect that this Gu Xiaobei would actually refuse. Zhou Yichen immediately got up and huffed towards Gu Xiaobei. A staff member held an umbrella over him the entire time. Is the pay unsatisfactory? Zhou Yichen swept Gu Xiaobei a glance from behind his sunglasses, with a condescending look. How about this? I'll have someone arrange a few more roles for you at the back. All of them will be the scripts of the big hit online dramas. And by then I can have someone arrange for you to be on the role of a female third or fourth. Definitely not the kind of small supporting roles that have no lines. How about that? Gu Xiaobei looked at him with a clear and cold look in her eyes as if she was looking at a retard. Hey, are you still not satisfied with this? Gu Xiaoxi? Zhou Yichen misremembered Gu Xiaobei's name again. Do you know how many small actors would be lucky to have a role with lines when they debut? And do you know who I am? If you can be paired up with me in a TV series, you'll have a much better chance of catching fire. Gu Xiaobei rolled her eyes and turned around. After leaving the entertainment industry for more than 2 years, how come the circle is even taking in retards now? Hey! Zhou Yichen and Xiao Wang caught up again. The investors were also very optimistic about Gu Xiaobei right now, so if they could get Gu Xiaobei to play the female lead, Zhou Yichen's chances of getting the male lead would be even greater. The two of them kept chasing after them, and Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but get tired of it. Follow me again and I'll keep you out of TV shows for the rest of your life. Zhou Yichen buzzed in Gu Xiaobei's ear like a mosquito about the benefits of the TV series, making her brain explode. What to be famous? What to make money? What to be a star? Back when Ji Shu was a national goddess, this Zhou Yichen still didn't know where to play in the mud. Zhou Yichen was so angry that he stomped his feet. Gu Xiaobei not only rejected him, but also called the principal and told him to kick Zhou Yichen out. Gu Xiaobei was someone that Master Mu had mentioned repeatedly in front of the principal, and the principal didn't dare to disobey her. So, The principal not only told the security guards to throw Joey Chen out, but also told the security guards not to let these people in so easily in the future. Joey Chen was almost angered and crooked his nose. He's a big star now. It's been on fire for several Netflix shows. Why did Gu Xiaobei not pay any attention to him at all? But now, there was another person who was even more angry than Joey Chen. In the last few days, Chung Wandering hadn't asked Lin Yi to look for him. Lin Yi had to spend most of her time cowering in that rented house with Ding Hong. The two of them sold their houses just to raise money to give Lin Yi a facelift so that they could get on Chung Wan's good side and get back into the entertainment industry. That drama where the female lead is an electric campaigner. It's rumored that someone has already gone to talk to Gu Xiaobei. Ding Hong looked like he hated it. After spending so much money to give Lin Yi a facelift, it turned out that she was now good, just a bed partner of Chang Wana. When Chang wanted her she had to send her to the door, and when she couldn't think of her she could only nestle here. Moreover, for this drama, when Lin Yi was still an esports goddess, the investors had named her to star in it. Why does this Gu Xiaobei want to rob me of everything? Is she deliberately trying to cross me? Lin Yi had read the script. It was simple and well acted, and the heroine's persona was delightful. It looked like it was going to burst into flames. Unexpectedly, Ding Hong's next sentence made Lin Yi even angrier. I also heard that Gu Xiaobei refused to appear in the movie. Lin Yi? Did Gu Xiaobei even want what she had dreamed of? Lin Yi sulked and spat blood. Ding Hong squinted his eyes and said as if in thought, but, we are not completely helpless. Chapter 184, Are you happy to be Gu Xiaobei's alternate? The play is called My Canyon Prince and it focuses on the story of boys and girls who are both e-campaigners at the same time. And from looking down on each other in the beginning, they end up becoming friends, helping each other and eventually liking each other. Although it's mostly about the male lead, the female lead has a full and interesting persona. Many of the more famous actresses are of course reluctant to be cast in this kind of male drama, but the kind who are just starting out with a little bit of fame are eager to get the role. What Ding Hong meant was for Lin Yi to go to Cheng Wan and ask Chung Wan to think of a way to see if he could arrange for her to be in this crew. Lin Yi was so angry that she clenched her teeth. Sister Hong, can't it be that if Gu Xiaobei doesn't even want something, do I have to beg Chang Xiao to find a relationship for me to get it? She felt like she was practically picking up Gu Xiaobei's leftovers. Gu Xiaobei is a cutie. Could it be that you are also a cutie? Is it? You've always wanted this movie before. Just something happened and you didn't get it. The main part of this movie is on the male lead. And you don't need to have any acting skills, just go and sell your face. Moreover, this face is your biggest advantage now. Your recovery period is almost over now. As long as you put on makeup, plus lighting and finding angles, and fixing the film later, you and Jishu will still look very much alike. Lin Yi touched his face. Before, when she was in the recovery period, her face was still a bit swollen, and she resembled Jishu by about only 4 points. But at that time, when she walked on the street, there were already a lot of men who would ask her for WeChat, and it's because of her face that she managed to fall for Chang Wana. Now that the recovery period is over, she already looks 6 parts like Jishu. With this face, can she really succeed in killing her way back into showbiz? But Sister Hong, didn't you say before that I was already blocked? Thinking about this, Lin Yi gritted her teeth in anger. It's fine. So many people come and go in the entertainment industry every day. As long as you change your name, who will remember you? Anyway, your face has changed now. As long as you change your name, no one will know that you are Lin Yi. Change your name? She had already changed her name once before from Lin Fengxia to Lin Yi, but she kinda liked the name Lin Yi. Yes, since your face already looks like Jishu, why don't you just change your name as well, and call yourself Lin Shu, the Shu with a female and a Zhu character, so that, even more, you can rub it in. Although Jishu had left the entertainment industry for more than 2 years, the heat was still very high. As long as she could rub off on Jishu's heat, Lin Yi would definitely be able to turn the tide this time. After discussing with Ding Hong, Lin Yi went to find Chang Wan. Chang Wan's mood had gotten slightly better in the last few days. With Dark Sky's help, Feng Su hadn't been targeting the Chang family so much lately, and Dark Sky had even started to deal with Feng Su. Before and after, he had also sent a lot of money to Dark Sky, but as long as he could bring down Feng Su, doing anything was worth it. Chang Wan didn't care much about Lin Yi's request. It was just a small-budget TV series, not worth his trouble yet, and he directly told Cheng Gang to get in touch with someone and told Lin Yi to talk about it on his own. Lin Yi hadn't dared to tell Chang Wan about the name change. Jishu is the white moonlight in Chang Wan's heart. If he knows that she has changed her name to a name that is homophonic to the word Shu in Jishu, it is expected that Chang Wan will be unhappy. Under Cheng Gang's arrangement, Lin Yi and Ding Hong went to meet Joey Chen. Joey Chen is a recent burst of popularity, especially like to play big. No matter where you go, you have to show off your status as a star. Obviously today is a cloudy day. he still let several assistants to give him an umbrella. When Linny came over, he was knocking on his legs and drinking milk tea, sizing Linny up from head to toe, and said disdainfully, "It really does look a bit like Jishu, but Jishu was already a star a few years ago, and you only look half as good as her, so I don't know if you'll be able to get ratings." Joey Chen's biggest characteristic is that he is mouthy and has offended many people in the entertainment industry. If not for the fact that his first few dramas were relatively hot, he would probably have been targeted to the point of retiring by now. Xiao Wang leaned over to his ear and whispered, "Brother, this is an introduction from Chang Xiao's side. We should still be polite." "Chang Xiao? Isn't that just the guy who was recently targeted by Feng Su to the point of going bankrupt? What's the big deal?" Joey Chen rolled his eyes. Xiao Wang hurriedly coughed. "Brother, Chang Xiao, even if he loses a few billion, that's still the Chang family, and there hasn't been much action on the Phoenix Void side in the last few days." Joey Chen did not know how many people he had offended with this mouth, and Xiao Wang really sweated for him. "Oh," Joey Chen opened his mouth full of concern. "I heard you can play games?" Linny nodded with forced anger. At first, she was the goddess of gaming in the entertainment circle, and she didn't know how many fans were holding her up, and at that time, when a male star of Joey Chen's caliber was placed in front of her, she wouldn't even look squarely at him. Now it was good. Joey Chen had dared to flaunt his power in front of her. When she bursts into flames again, Joey Chen won't even be worthy of lifting her shoes. "It's true, isn't it?" Joey Chen peeled off his sunglasses. "I remember there was a female celebrity called, what was it? Wang Yi? Said she was some kind of gaming goddess, and even went to someone's tournament site to play a match, but ended up losing miserably, and in the end, it was Gu Xiaoxi who stepped in to win." Xiao Wang reminded in a low voice. "Brother, it's Lin Yi and Gu Xiaobei. It doesn't matter." Joey Chen waved his hand. "So you won't be a big talker like Wang Yi." Joey Chen actually dared to call her a big talker to her face, and even misremembered her name. Lin Yi was simply furious, but now she was appearing in front of Joey Chen as Lin Shu, and moreover, she couldn't let people in the entertainment industry know that she was the former Lin Yi. "Alright, I think it's better for Gu Xiaoxi to play the game a bit better, and also looks prettier than you." Joey Chen yawned. "You wait for me to contact Gu Xiaoxi again. If it really doesn't work out, then I'll arrange for you, and you'll be the first alternate. How about that? Proud of yourself, right?" Linny simply wanted to tear Joey Chen's face off. She and Ding Hong were still pissed off when they left. "Sister Hong, this Joey Chen is nothing. Daring to talk like this in front of me. I have to be happy to be Gu Xiaobei's first alternate? I'm happy as hell." Okay, don't curse. Cheng Xiao is not willing to step in to help you, so let Chen Gang pull the strings. Now the only person we can contact is Joey Chen. As long as we can get this opportunity, are you afraid of not having a turnaround? Linny gritted her teeth. After she made it big after this drama, she would definitely make Joey Chen and Gu Xiaobei look good. On Joey Chen's side, he tried to contact Gu Xiaobei again. Chapter 185, Threatening Gu Xiaobei. Xiao Wang called Gu Xiaobei several times in the past few days, and Gu Xiaobei answered at first, but then she just blacked him out. Once Joey Chen saw that she was so difficult to rip off, he also got interested. I don't know how many female fans have liked him and coaxed him since he's been on fire. Gu Xiaoxi actually ignored him. Joey Chen changed someone else's phone to call Gu Xiaobei, but as soon as Gu Xiaobei heard it was his voice, he directly hung up and pulled the plug. A few days down the road, the entire brokerage was running out of calls. Joey Chen simply texted Gu Xiaobei. "Gu Xiaoxi, I've already asked. As long as you're willing to act, I can make you not need to audition. I've seen your MV. I feel that your sense of camera is not bad, and I'm just a little bit different. Ha 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 ha, how about it? Surprise! Surprise, Gu Xiaoxi? System tip, the other party has refused to receive your message." Joey Chen changed another number. "Gu Xiaoxi, let me tell you, I've also contacted you to be the second female lead in a web drama. I'm the male lead, and you can even act out a kissing scene with me. How's it going? Gu Xiaoxi, excited or not?" System tip, the other party has refused to receive your message, because Gu Xiaobei would pull in black after receiving one message each time. Gu Xiaobei could only see his first message each time, but even so, Joey Chen was still happy to change his number to send it to Gu Xiaobei. "Gu Xiaoxi, I've decided to be generous. I've just received an invitation, sent to me by Qin Yuner, who asked me to go to their family's banquet." Qin Yuner, Gu Xiaoxi, that's a senior student at the Imperial Conservatory of Music, just a little bit worse than me. As long as you're willing to star, I'll take you to the Qin family's banquet and introduce him to you. How about it? Gu Xiaoxi, who gave you the guts not to return my messages? System tip, the other party has refused to receive your message. Joey Chen didn't expect that even the Qin family's banquet couldn't tempt Gu Xiaobei. Little Wang carefully asked, "Brother, Which outfit are we going to wear to the banquet tonight? Joey Chen gritted his teeth and threw the phone aside. Wear the most handsome one. Little Wang was just about to pick out clothes for Joey Chen when he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "But brother, you look the most handsome in anything you wear." Joey Chen's face then looked a little better. Gu Xiaobei's sighed. She was sitting on the couch with her legs crossed and was connecting with Nightbrook. In these recent days, Feng Su and Dark Sky had joined together to put on a show, and Chang Wuan really thought that Feng Su's sight had been struck down by Dark Sky. Elder Chang also reminded Chang Wuan to pay more attention. After all, the Chang family does not know how many people are now eyeing Chang Wuan's family. If Chang Wuan loses, those of his older brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts will instantly replace his position in the Chang family. However, the process wreaked havoc or didn't worry too much. After all, Dark Sky and Feng Su were mortal enemies. For so many years Dark Sky and Feng Su were in a hostile relationship. How could they possibly unite against him? Chang Gang, who was on the side, bent down and asked, "Master Wrecker, are we going to the Qin family's banquet tonight?" "Go my ass." Chang gritted his teeth. "It's only good if that old man Qini gets the hell out of here." Qini had been in the imperial capital for a while, and there was still something on the Magic City side that he had to go back and deal with first. So, tonight is kind of a party to send him off the empire. Qini deliberately invited a lot of people, but also let Gu Xiaobei invite a few classmates to come along. He wanted to introduce Gu Xiaobei to some more people to know, so that even if he was not in the imperial capital, other people would not dare to belittle her. Originally, Qini did not want Gu Igua to come as well, but thinking that Gu Igua was after all Gu Xiaobei's real father, he more or less had to give him some face. Gu Yuran didn't know how happy she was to learn that she could go to the Qin family's banquet. Last time she had lost face at the Qin family's banquet. This time she would have to go and make a big splash to get her face back before she could do so. Gu Yuran had a good relationship with Zhang Yan lately, and Zhang Yan had given her a lot of things, so she put on makeup, and a pretty dress, and jewelry, and set off with Gu Igua. Yuran, this time you go must have a good relationship with Gu Xiaobei. No matter what, your uncle will soon leave the imperial capital. Before leaving, if your uncle can also recognize your identity in front of the people, in the future, won't the two of us be able to have a better life? Before, Gu Igua had wanted to give up on Gu Yuran. However, he had contacted Gu Xiaobei several times, and Gu Xiaobei not only ignored him, but also directly pulled the plug on him. He was out of options and could only place his hopes on Gu Yuran. Luckily, his relationship with Sun Shu has been getting better lately, and Sun Shu has given him a lot of favors, and this time, as long as he can get married to Sun Shu, he will be able to get Sun Shu's capital injection for his company in the future. If Gu Yuran pleases Qin Yi again, he won't have to be afraid of Gu Xiaobei. "Don't worry, Dad," Gu Yuran spoke sweetly. "My sister and I were all misunderstandings before. After all, we're still sisters. We're all family. I'll be sure to get along with my sister." Gu Yuran had thought that she would definitely be able to overwhelm the crowd tonight, but as soon as she got out of the car and saw Gu Xiaobei standing in the doorway, her eyes instantly erupted with jealous rage. Gu Xiaobei is also wearing a skirt designed by Aaron today. Last time Aaron sent her a number of them over, all tailored to her figure. Even if she changes one a day, it's enough to wear for 3 months. She was wearing a very simple necklace around her neck, lining her slender swan neck white and nice. Her outfit today looked simple at first glance, but every part of it was exquisite, so good that people could not move their eyes. It was this casual yet noble dress, coupled with her stunning face, that made people think she was the main character of this party. Qin Yuner was joining her at the door to greet the guests. After all, Gu Xiaobei was now considered a member of the Qin family, and in this banquet, she was considered the host. Gu Igua and Gu Yuran walked over together. "Sister is so pretty today." Gu Yuran barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Gu Xiaobei, however, acted as if he hadn't heard her. Gu Igua said, "Gu Xiaobei, Yuran is talking to you. How can you ignore her? You two are sisters. You have to get on good terms." Gu Xiaobei sneered and didn't say anything. "If you keep this attitude up, do you believe I'll go tell your uncle that you haven't been living at home at all this time?" Gu Igua was enraged by her icy attitude. Gu Igua also does not know where Gu Xiaobei lives. Obviously the last time Qini invited her to stay with her, she also refused, but she also did not recall home. Chapter 186 Let the White Lotus Have No Way Out. "Dad, don't be like this," Gu Yuran said gently. "Sister, you'd better come home and live together. Dad and I miss you, and Dad and I will be worried about you if you're always outside." Gu Yuran tugged on Gu Igua's sleeve, and only then did he react. He had come here this time to make good relations with Qin Yi and Gu Xiaobei, not to quarrel with Gu Xiaobei. On the way, he was still reasoning with Gu Yuran, but he didn't expect to forget himself first when he arrived here. This Gu Xiaobei was just too infuriating. Every time he saw her, He had no way to control his emotions. Xiao Bei, Dad is also too worried about you. This way, it just so happens that your uncle is also going back to the Magic City. He definitely doesn't feel at ease with you being alone in the imperial capital. Go and tell your uncle that from today onwards, you'll be coming home to live, okay? Gu Yigua thought about it. If Gu Xiaobei recalled that the family lived at home, Qini would definitely give him a lot more benefits in order for him to treat Gu Xiaobei better. Just at this time, Qin Yuner finished talking with the person next to him and also walked over this way, and with a gentle smile said, "What's wrong, cousin, me and Dad?" Before Gu Yuran could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gu Xiaobei. "Cousin." The two of them said they have something to say to uncle. Gu Xiaobei's eyes were as bright as stars, and with a slight pursing of her lips and a smile, she was already a rare and stunning color in the world. Her attitude towards the Qin family was much better than towards the Gu family. Since Gu Yigua wanted to threaten her, she would simply make the first move and let Gu Yigua see if she was afraid of threats or not. "Oh, something to tell me?" Qin Yi also walked out from inside. "Master Qin, uncle." Gu Yigua and Gu Yuran's faces instantly became a bit embarrassed. Qin Yi stretched out his hand towards Gu Xiaobei, who naturally placed her hand in the crook of Qin Yi's arm and hugged his arm. Watching Gu Xiaobei and Qin Yi being intimate, Gu Yuran's eyes turned red with jealousy. "Uncle, I heard that you're going back to Mordor. Dad and I specially came to see you off for a bit. I hope that after Uncle goes back to Mordor, he should also be happy every day. And think of us often." Gu Yuran had a dainty look on her face. Qin Yi acted as if he hadn't heard Gu Yuran's words, only inclining his head to look at Gu Xiaobei, his face filled with gentleness. "Xiaobei is dressed so beautifully today. Little girls just have to wear dresses to look good. Yuner, you'll help your sister buy more dresses in the future," Qin Yi said. Qin Yuner helplessly spread his hands. "Dad, you've given Xiaobei your card, where else would you need me to buy it? What is given to Xiaobei is for Xiaobei to spend. Shouldn't you as a cousin be nicer to Xiaobei?" Qin Yi was gentle to the extreme when he spoke to Gu Xiaobei, and he was cross-eyed when he looked at Qin Yuner. "I don't always like my aesthetics. Xiaobei, won't you buy more? Buy 100 pieces. Doesn't Xiaobei have a single favorite?" Qin Yuner was now spoiling Gu Xiaobei to the skies. "Thousands of dollars is nothing. If Xiaobei likes it, buy it. If you don't know what Xiaobei likes, buy them all." Gu Yuran and Gu Yigua were left out to the side, extraordinarily embarrassed. Qin Yi and Gu Xiaobei spoke for a while before looking at Gu Yuran and Gu Yigua on the side. "What did you two just want to talk to me about?" "Uncle," Gu Xiaobei spoke first. "Just now they wanted to tell you that I haven't been staying at home lately." Gu Xiaobei cocked his head and made an innocent face as well. "It's just pretending to be soft and White Lotus. Who wouldn't? How can Gu Yuran's acting skills be better than her Jishu's? What's wrong? Is it that Gu's house is uncomfortable to live in? Is the Gu home too small? What don't you like about it?" After hearing this, Qin Yi didn't get furious as Gu Yigua had imagined, mistaking Gu Xiaobei for having an affair outside. His first reaction was actually that the Gu family was too small and uncomfortable, which was why Gu Xiaobei didn't live there anymore. The Gu family is at the very least a 3-story single-family house. Why did it make Qin Yi speak as if it were a thatched hut? "No, uncle," Gu Xiaobei sniffled, her eyes instantly moist. "It's just because Dad will be getting married soon, and then Auntie Sun and Sun Yiru's classmates will have to live in it. So it should be more crowded with so many people living in it. And Dad has already been living with Yuran for 18 years. They should be also be used to each other. I'm just an outsider. It's better not to disturb their family." Gu Yuran looked on in disbelief. Wasn't this tearing up of her eyes her specialty? Gu Xiaobei actually dared to speak in her tone. Gu Xiaobei also looked at Gu Yuran. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked up, holding a trifle of coldness. This is what she's doing. Going the way of the White Lotus and leaving the White Lotus with no way out. Qin Yi instantly became furious after hearing Gu Xiaobei's words. "Who are you marrying?" He glared angrily at Gu Yigua. Gu Yigua instantly trembled in fear. I've just been in touch lately, and I'm not saying it's all about tying the knot. How long has it been since Yuan passed away? And you actually want to get married now?" Qin Yi took a violent step forward. Gu Yigua cringed. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips in a sneer. "Hope was really blind when she actually eloped just to be with you. What are you? Besides being a good talker and having a good face, what else do you have to offer? If it wasn't for Hope's help, you'd be able to develop your career like this now? Now you want to find someone else before Hope's corpse is even cold. What? That woman promised to give you a capital injection? You're really a professional soft eater, aren't you?" Qin Yi scolded Gu Yigua. However, he guessed correctly. Sun Shu not only promised to give Gu Yigua capital injection, is already part of the capital injection. Sun Shu thought she mastered the initiative in this relationship. Called Gu Yigua to the east, he did not dare to go west, but in fact, now the Sun family a lot of money are invested in Gu Yigua's business inside. Now even if it is not married, she and Guigua is also a rope on the grasshopper. Naturally, Guigua can get more by marrying her, but if Genie doesn't agree, Guigua definitely wouldn't dare to marry her. She couldn't turn her back on Guigua when the time came, and once she did, all her previous investments would go down the drain. Sun Yira was still trying to upset Gu Xiaobei through Sun Shu. Now, Gu Xiaobei would let her know what it meant to have a basket full of water. Master Qin, Guigua still wanted to explain, but Qini didn't even want to listen anymore. Take care of yourself, Qini said, pulling Gu Xiaobei inside, leaving Guigua and Gu Yuran alone. They stood in place awkwardly, not knowing for a moment whether to go in or leave. Chapter 187, The Kiss Back. It was Qin Yuner who said, since Mr. Gu is here, let's go in first. But there are some things that are better for Mr. Gu to think clearly before doing so. Guigua compensated with a smile. Originally, it was also Gu Xiaobei who misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way. Xiao Qin. You explain it to Master Qin. Xiaobei is a smart and sensitive child. I'm sure she won't misunderstand for no reason. Qin Yuner's words were nonchalant although her voice was still gentle. Mr. Gu take care of himself. After saying that, Qin Yuner also went in. Guigua and Gu Yuran could only shyly walk inside. Qini was taking Gu Xiaobei with him, introducing her to some important guests. Xiaobei, you sit here for a while. I'm going to take a call. Qini picked up the phone and saw that it was Elder Qin calling, so he hurriedly stepped aside to answer it. Gu Xiaobei sat there, picked up a drink and sipped it to himself. Taking a sip, she looked down again. The last time I drank at my uncle's was pretty good, but this time she didn't dare drink it either. In case if you forcefully kiss Qi Ling Tian again. Just as this thought popped up in her mind, Gu Xiaobei's face instantly became a bit hot. She knew that she had always been bold after drinking too much, but she didn't think that she could actually be so brazen. Think of Chao Chao and Chao Chao arrives. When Gu Xiaobei looked up, Ji Lingtian was standing in the doorway. She hurriedly ducked to the side. She didn't want to be seen blushing by Ji Lingtian. Hey, do you have eyes? Do you know who I am and you dare to bump into me? A man said impatiently to Gu Xiaobei. As soon as Gu Xiaobei looked up, she saw a man wearing sunglasses and a fancy dress. As if it looked a little familiar, the man took off his sunglasses as soon as he did. Hey Gu Xiaoxi, why are you here? Gu Xiaobei lazily ignored him and pulled his feet away. Zhou Chen, however, didn't care and continued to follow her. Hey, Gu Xiaoxi, didn't you still pull the plug on me before? Why? Are you taking the initiative to come here? Oh, I told you. You'll definitely want to come to the Qin family's banquet. How about it? Aren't they all big shots here? Who do you want to know I can help you introduce? I'm a big star now. Can you stop following me? You're so annoying. Gu Xiaobei followed Zhou Chen wherever he went, rambling on and on. Zhou Chen instantly became angry. Gu Xiaoxi, you actually dare to yell at me? Do you know how many girls like me? Then would you please go find the girls who like you? If it wasn't for the fact that this was her uncle's banquet and she didn't want to make a scene, she would simply want to punch Zhou Chen right now. Zhou Chen was furious. Just then, a girl not far away screamed and ran this way. Ah! Zhou Chen pushed up his sunglasses with a condescending look. Gu Xiaoxi, see, my fans are here. Let me tell you, as long as you agree to come and star in this drama, you'll have fans in the future too. When the time comes, I'll help you and teach you how to act. You know, no one else in the entire entertainment industry has this kind of treatment. Ha ha ha, happy, Gu Xiaoxi. I'm happy your grandma's leg. Gu Xiaobei really couldn't stand it this time. Why is Zhou Chen so noisy? She's hiding in a corner and he still won't leave her alone. Gu Xiaoxi, how can you curse? A moment in front of my fans are not allowed to swear. You later into the entertainment industry to maintain the persona. Even if you want to curse can only be in the heart secretly think. By this time, the girl had rushed over. Zhou Chen took the pen out of his pocket and prepared to sign. Gu Xiaoxi, I'm usually very high-strung, but this fan is so fervent that she's chasing me here, and I'm a little embarrassed, so I'll just sign an autograph for her. Gu Xiaoxi, I can send you an autograph later too. Excited? Gu Xiaobei turned her head, her eyes cold. Zhou Chen didn't notice at all and was still rambling. Gu Xiaoxi, Before Zhou Chen could finish his words, Gu Xiaobei threw a punch. Zhou Chen instantly covered his nose. My nose is super expensive. Gu Xiaoxi, are you crazy? Gu Xiaobei looked at him coldly and blew into her fist. She just didn't use much force at all. Zhou Chen just felt pain. If she used 3 points of force, Zhou Chen will probably have to go to the hospital to redo a nose. Gu Xiaoxi, you actually hit me in front of my fans. By this time, the girl had rushed to heal. She didn't even look at Zhou Chen and rushed straight to the back. Brother Ling Tian, you're here too. I haven't seen you in ages. After she finished speaking, She glanced at Zhou Yichen again and pinched her waist. Hey, you're not getting a nosebleed, are you? Get lost, don't splash on my brother Ling Tian. Zhou Yichen was so angry that he almost fainted, covered his nose and went to the restroom. Gu Xiaoxi, I'll clean you up when I come back. Gu Xiaobei slowly turned his head. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Ling Tian was standing behind her. There was another girl standing next to him. The girl's name is Lu Qingrong. She's Lu Haixing's daughter. Brother Ling Tian, I miss you so much. You don't even want me? I have gone abroad for 3 years. Every time I send you a text message you don't return me. Brother Ling Tian, people are so sad. Ever send a text message? Jillian frowned. Of course, Lu Qingrong said. I sent several of them every day, saying that I super missed you, but you didn't reply at all. Then I called and couldn't get through. Did you change your number, brother Ling Tian? Oh, so that one was you. Ji Ling Tian spoke coldly. I thought it was a harassing text message and directly pulled the plug. Even when Ji Ling Tian was talking to Lu Qingrong, his eyes were always on Gu Xiaobei. Under his gaze, Gu Xiaobei was surprisingly a little vain. But what does she have to be vain about? Gu Xiaobei glared back again. Lu Qingrong deflated her mouth. But brother Ling Tian, I'm back now. We can finally be together. I have a girlfriend. Ji Ling Tian spoke coldly. Lu Qingrong froze. What? Brother Ling Tian, are you lying to me? How could you possibly have a girlfriend? Gu Xiaobei instantly sensed a few degrees of danger as she watched Ji Ling Tian keep staring at her. As expected, the next second, Ji Ling Tian directly wrapped his arms around her waist. Gu Xiaobei covered her mouth with lightning-like speed, but Ji Ling Tian bit her finger hard. Gu Xiaobei let go in pain, and Ji Ling Tian instantly kissed him, driving in. This kiss was extremely overbearing. In an instant, Ji Ling Tian seized all the air from Gu Xiaobei's mouth. She just felt her mind go blank. Chapter 188. Gu Xiaoxi, you are degrading yourself. Lu Qingrong instantly froze. Who is this woman? How dare she rob her brother Ling Tian? Gu Xiaobei pushed Ji Ling Tian away with force and wiped her mouth. Ji Ling Tian. She shouted his name angrily. Ji Ling Tian had an innocent look on his face. As a courtesy, didn't you forcefully kiss me last time too? Gu Xiaobei's cheeks warmed slightly. You are really your initiative. Lu Qingrong was so angry that she couldn't speak well. Ji Ling Tian had just looked at Gu Xiaobei with a smile on his face, but when he looked at Lu Qingrong, he instantly had a cold look on his face. Don't point your finger at my girlfriend. Ji Ling Tian spoke coldly, and Lu Qingrong only felt like the air around her was freezing. Lu Qingrong cried at once and covered her face and ran to find Lu Haixing. Just at this time, Qini finished his phone call and walked over. Xiaobei, come on, I'll take you to meet a few more people. Young Qi is here too. Mr. Qin. Ji Ling Tian nodded slightly and greeted. I'm sure Ji Xiao already knows Xiaobei, so I don't need to introduce you. The Ji family was one of the most important existences in the imperial capital, and even in the whole country, so Qini was still relatively polite to Ji Ling Tian. Ji Ling Tian lightly hooked his lips. Of course, I know her well enough. He emphasized the pronunciation of the word deeper, and his gaze fell on Gu Xiaobei's lips. Gu Xiaobei gouged him fiercely, gritted her teeth, and demonstrated at him. Ji Ling Tian, however, only felt that she looked like a grimacing kitten. Extraordinarily cute. Good. Then I'll take Xiaobei that way first. Please make yourself at home. Mr. Qin. Qini left with Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian stood in place. Looking at her back with a slight smile, he raised his hand and touched his lips. Once upon a time, when I watched Shimu fall in love, I always felt that hugging and kissing together was a particularly disgusting thing, but now I felt that he couldn't wait to kiss Gu Xiaobei every now and then. This feeling of his lips being attached to each other was really mesmerizing to him. Zhou Yichen also walked out of the bathroom. His nose wasn't bleeding, but it hurt like hell. He contacted Wang and took him to the hospital later to check for any problems. He's pretty good looking on his own already, but to make his nose more straight, he went for hyaluronic acid last month. The one used was the most expensive kind, and now it was so good that Gu Xiaobei punched it up, and he suspected that the effect of the hyaluronic acid was completely gone. I may have to get a refill before the new movie starts. Zhou Yichen covered his nose and walked out. When he suddenly saw Gu Xiaobei standing with Qini, he snapped his eyes wide. No wonder Gu Xiaobei was so arrogant. Turns out it's a big shot. Gu Xiaoxi's reluctance to step into the entertainment industry was surprisingly because she was evening out big money. Maybe it's because the big money doesn't want her to show her face? To be kept as a canary at such a young age. How could Gu Xiaoxi be so delicious and lazy? Zhou Yichen covered his nose and headed out, thinking that he must criticize Gu Xiaoxi when he had time. After the banquet ended, Gu Xiaobei did not leave, because Qini was going back to Magic City tomorrow and had a lot more to say to her. She had been talking with him and had stayed at the Qin family villa in the meantime. Xiaobei No matter what happens to you in the imperial capital, you have to look for your cousin. If he dares to leave you alone, just tell me and I'll fly over and break his legs on the spot. Qin Yi instructed Gu Xiaobei. He was too worried about this niece of his. When Yuan passed away, Gu Yigua's brain was fuzzy, so he cared about Gu Yuan, his adopted daughter. Now, it's actually trying to marry another newcomer and bring in another stepdaughter. Will Xiaobei still have a place in the Gu family in the future? Gu Xiaobei just nodded desperately. Uncle, just don't worry about it. Since the age of 7, she's been in charge of herself. For so many years she had been licking blood at the tip of a knife. What kind of hard times had come and gone, and had gotten used to living on her own and solving things on her own when she encountered them. But Qin Yi made her feel that being protected turned out to be such a beautiful thing. Just then, Gu Xiaobei's mind suddenly popped up with the figure of another person. In fact, besides Qin Yi, there was another person who had protected her many times. That would be Ji Ling Tian, but he just had the audacity to forcibly kiss her. Gu Xiaobei clenched her teeth in anger again at the thought. Her fingertips were bitten through. Is this guy a dog? Gu Xiaobei and Qin Yi chatted for a while before going back to bed. Even if she didn't usually live here, the Qin family had always prepared an extra-large bedroom for her, and the sheets and covers inside would all be sun-dried and dried by the servants every day. When Gu Xiaobei slept on it, he could still smell a scent of sunlight and felt warm. She opened her cell phone to find several unread messages. Strange number, Gu Xiaoxi. I really didn't think you were this kind of person. You can't go on falling like this. You come to the movie quickly. I'll help you get a little higher pay. Strange number, Gu Xiaoxi. How dare you not return my messages? There was also a message that was received from that number of 7 demons. Night Creek, meet me tomorrow. I'll send you the address. Gu Xiaobei suddenly thought that Phoenix Void had been cooperating with Dark Sky for several days, and according to what Phantom had promised before, the 7 demons should also go to Phoenix Void now. She immediately replied, okay. The next day, Gu Xiaobei followed the address and went to the place where Nightbrook had asked to meet her. 7 demons? You're here? Nightstream was asking her out at a cafe. Gu Xiaobei nodded slightly. It's a bit embarrassing to abduct you to Phoenix Void in this manner. Nightstream laughed softly. But remember, I told you the first time we met that I would find you. And, as I said, you're well suited to join the Phoenix Void. 7 demons sat across from him, took out her cell phone, and scanned the code to order a latte. She had never been used to coffee that was too bitter. Fengshu was full of talents. Gu Xiaobei lowered her eyes and spoke in a cool voice. But there's no shortage of me. Ji Ling Tian thought to himself, how could there be no shortage? The owner of that butterfly knife was the 7 demons, and the 7 demons were more than likely the one he had been searching for years. With Ji Ling Tian's identity, he hadn't asked the 7 demons to step in to help, only hoping that this time, after letting her join Phoenix Void with Nightbrook's identity, he would be able to draw the relationship close enough for her to step in. When the 7 demons had saved him, who was unknown to him, he felt that the 7 demons were not essentially a bad person. And there must be some reason why she didn't admit that she knew medical skills. Your hands. Nightbrook's eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at the 7 demons' hands. On her finger, she had a band-aid. This is still last night Qin Yuner put on her. She didn't take it off after washing her face this morning, and now the band-aid isn't even sticking. The edges are a bit warped, revealing a bit of the wound inside. Looks like a bite. Chapter 189, You're My Girlfriend. Gu Xiaobei lowered her eyes and glanced at her fingers. This band-aid is blue with a pink piggy drawn on it. It was bought for her by Qin Yuner on purpose. It was as if the Qin family treated her like a child at all times, trying to make up for all those childhoods she had lost in the past. She reapplied the band-aid with disinterest and said, oh, it's nothing, a pig bite. By a pig? Ji Ling Tian frowned. There will always be all sorts of characters in the organization, and it's inevitable that you'll get hurt at times. Night Chief has been in Fengshu for many years, so he still understands this, right? Gu Xiaobei lied without changing his face. Ji Ling Tian couldn't see a single break from her face. After all, it is the showbiz industry put all the awards won a grand slam of the movie queen Ji Shu. Her acting skills, but first class. Ji Ling Tian only felt a little strange. It's true that you have to perform all sorts of tasks on a regular basis in the organization, and it's also true that injuries are commonplace. But what kind of task would you perform that would get you bitten by a pig? Noticing Nightbrook's doubts, Gu Xiaobei spoke with a flourish. The previous missions were all secrets within the Dark Sky. And now that I've joined Phoenix Void, I feel that I'm obligated to keep the Phantom's secrets from the past. What's with the secrecy? It's not because she didn't make it up at all. However, there was no way for Ji Ling Tian to refute this reason. Feng Su and Dark Sky had always been arch rivals, and he was the one who had forced the 7 demons to come over. If the 7 demons had just come over to talk to him about the Dark Sky, then how could he be sure in the future that the 7 demons wouldn't go out and talk about Feng Su? Naturally. Ji Ling Tian said softly, did the night chief call me out this time for something? After all, you also saved my life once, just call me Night Stream. Ji Ling Tian raised his eyes, his amber-colored eyes staring at the seven demons, like a clear, crisp stream in March. In that instant, Gu Xiaobei suddenly felt a few moments of familiarity. This familiarity came inexplicably. The two locked gazes for a while before Gu Xiaobei spoke coldly. Night Brook, after all, we're going to be working together in Phoenix Void in the future. From today onwards, I'll contact you directly if there's any mission. Happy cooperation. Ji Ling Tian extended his hand. Gu Xiaobei also placed her hand in his. The two gently shook. Happy cooperation. Ji Ling Tian could feel that there was a thin layer of calluses on the seven demons' hands. But that's normal. Who in their line of work hasn't practiced with a gun for a few years? Gu Xiaobei had thought that Nightbrook had called her over today because she wanted her to do something. At least, she would also be able to know why Nightstream had always been so interested in her identity as a seven demon. Was it really because she had saved his life in the first place? But Nightstream actually didn't say anything. As if coming over today was really just a simple matter of freshening up and buying her a cup of coffee. After she finished drinking, when she left, Nightbrook even asked her if she wanted to see her off. Gu Xiaobei gently shook her head. I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Ji Ling Tian stood in front of the coffee shop and watched as seven demons drove a car out of the parking lot. It was a very ordinary BMW, marketed at about $300,000, the kind you couldn't find if you threw it in traffic. It was also in line with the identity of the seven demons. After all, she was only an ordinary member in the dark sky, but the car Gu Xiaobei drove was worth $1 or $2 million. It seemed that, after all, he was overthinking it. Ji Ling Tian lowered his eyes and laughed softly. The kind of cartoonishly cute band-aid that didn't look like something Gu Xiaobei would use at first glance. Could it really be that he liked Gu Xiaobei so much that when he saw anyone, he would think of her? Ji Ling Tian lowered his eyes and smiled, his long eyelash feathers blocking the joy in his eyes. He raised his hand and touched his lips lightly. It was as if the flavor of Gu Xiaobei still lingered there. It was as if Ji Ling Tian was addicted to this feeling, and he thought that the next time he had the chance, he would have to kiss a little deeper before he did so. Early the next morning, Ji Ling Tian had just arrived at the classroom when his gaze landed on Gu Xiaobei's lips. Morning. In an unprecedented move, Ji Ling Tian actually greeted Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei gritted her teeth and gave him a look, waving her fist as if in demonstration. In Ji Ling Tian's eyes, such Gu Xiaobei was as cute as a kitten with open teeth and claws. Saturday 6 in the front looked back dazed. Geez, didn't they say that Ji Xiao was the coldest and never greeted anyone? Kirito gave her a very disgruntled look, and Saturday 6 hurried back. This Saturday 6 was simply Gu Xiaobei's heart and soul, and Ji Ling Tian couldn't help but be a little jealous. Luckily, Gu Xiaobei just let Saturday 6 sit in front of her, not taking his place at the same table. Otherwise, he'd just throw Saturday 6 into class 3 and go be at the same table with Oxia. I don't know if it was a connection of the mind, but Ji Ling Tian's name had just popped up in his head when Oxia came running to the door of their class. Rokuroku. Osha waved at her happily, her blonde hair reflecting brightly in the sunlight. The whole thing looked super energized. Saturday 6 bounced and ran out. Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but turn her head to look at Saturday 6 back. At first, Saturday 6 was bullied by so many people in class 4, which was why Gu Xiaobei had her transferred to class 5. But when she first came to class 5, the other students didn't treat her too well. But now, her relationship with so many of her classmates was kind of good, especially after meeting Oxia, who seemed to be getting happier and happier. Saturday 6 would often talk to her about Oxia lately, and he even shared a lot of the chocolates and candies he gave to Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei liked sweets, but not to the extent that she was as addicted to sweets as Saturday 6, and Gu Xiaobei was more accustomed to eating bubblegum, because it was chewed in her mouth. She could always spit it out and stick it to the cat's eye, making it easier for her to carry out her mission. Ji Ling Tian also turned his head to look at her. Gu Xiaobei sensed the gaze of his gaze and slightly inclined her head, and their gazes became entangled together. Look at, Gu Xiaobei said fiercely. Ji Ling Tian spoke clearly and coldly. You're not the fart. You're my girlfriend. Gu Xiaobei? Ji Ling Tian, you're not finished, are you? Gu Xiaobei leaned over at once, wanting to grab him by the collar and teach him a good lesson about being a human being, but Ji Ling Tian also twisted his body in a smooth manner. One foot hooked onto Gu Xiaobei's stool, and as she swayed, Ji Ling Tian leaned forward and she fell solidly into his arms. The entire 5th class all froze. Am I dreaming? Am I blind? Ji Xiao actually hugged Gu Xiaobei? It was Gu Xiaobei who took the initiative, but Ji Xiao didn't refuse either. Gu Xiaobei wanted to strangle Ji Ling Tian. She raised her head. Ji Ling Tian lowered his head, and their gazes collided. Jillian wanted to kiss it again. Chapter 190 Chocolate cake is not right either. Aha, my male god has been defiled by Gu Xiaobei. Cry cry cry. Actually, I think Gu Xiaobei and Ji Xiao are a good match too. I kind of want to get high on real life CP. I thought Gu Xiaobei would be with Chu Ao before. After all, she's the king of the north. Oh, actually, when we were filming the music video, I thought she and Xiao Xiao were quite compatible. But Ji Xiao is a better match. The surrounding students cast envious or jealous gazes, and some female students had already begun to brainstorm a 200,000 word romance novel. However, Jiling Genius had just gotten close when Gu Xiaobei violently raised her hand and viciously pounded on his chest. There was a loud bang, which startled the surrounding onlookers. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xiaobei instantly hooked Jiling Tian's neck. Jiling Tian took the pain and leaned back, trying to avoid her control while holding her waist. But the iffy aroma coming from Gu Xiaobei's body made him a bit apoplectic for a moment. The movement was then a beat slower than Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei hooked his neck, and just as the onlookers' classmates let out a gasp thinking that the two of them were going to hug and kiss, no one could see how Gu Xiaobei moved. In short, the next second, Jiling Tian was immobilized by her shackles on his neck. If it wasn't for Jiling Tian's timely counteraction, she would have been pressed onto the table by now. It seemed that this Gu Xiaobei's stance was really good, and was actually able to confront him. The corner of Jiling Tian's mouth gently hooked. Gu Xiaobei gritted her teeth slightly, her side face slightly red. The others thought it was because they were tired from the strenuous movements just now. But Jiling Tian could see clearly that she was because she was shy. He couldn't help but laugh again. Wow, what a lucky day it is to see Ji Xiao smile. Ji Xiao is really too handsome. I'm going to faint. Who was it that just said it was a good match? This is all a fight. It's a good match for a fight. You've seen who beat up Ji Xiao and is still in one piece. When you put it that way, it seems true. Julie walked in through the doorway, clutching a thick stack of papers. Everyone will study in the next class. Do the paper. I'll give you. Halfway through her words, Julie suddenly noticed that something was wrong and raised her head to look back. Gu Xiaobei, Jiling Tian, what's wrong with the two of you? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll make you look good. Gu Xiaobei gritted her teeth and spoke in Jiling Tian's ear, finishing her sentence before letting go of him. If anyone else dared to do that to him, I'm afraid they would have died without knowing how. But Gu Xiaobei was different. She felt her face slowly burning. It's not like I've been drinking, why would I get vertigo? Damn, can't really be shy. Blame Jiling Tian. Gu Xiaobei simply lay down to sleep, burying her face in her arms. Saturday 6 was at the door talking to O'Shaughnessy, still unaware of what was going on. After Osha shouted her out, he winked at her mysteriously with his hands behind his back. 6. Guess what gift I brought you? It's sugar. Not at all. Guess again. Saturday 6 cocked his head. Well, that's chocolate. No. Then, must be the cake. No. It's that thing you're super into, Osha said with puffed up cheeks. Saturday 6 eyes instantly lit up. That's chocolate cake, O'Shaughnessy said like an exasperated little hamster. I told you the cake was wrong. Does chocolate cake make it right? You have a point, but I really can't think of anything else. Do you want to eat the new chocolate cake from that dessert store? I'm told it's delicious. Want to eat? Let's go together after school. Oh, Xiao was also tantalized by Saturday 6 cravings, her eyes shining brightly as she said. Saturday 6 nodded happily. Oops, no. Why are we talking about chocolate cake? Guess the gift. Saturday 6 deflated in thought, then shook his head. I can't really guess anymore. Gas. Osha puffed out her cheeks. I thought you really wanted it, but it seems you don't want it at all. Want? I want everything you send me. Saturday 6 cherished Xia as a friend, so he hurriedly said, but after saying that, she felt that what she just said was a bit too ambiguous, and instantly turned red. Just at that moment, the class bell rang. Osha shoved something into Saturday 6's hand before running off toward his class. Saturday 6 looked down at that box in his hand, half unable to see exactly what it was. Since this class was on study hall, Saturday 6 wasn't in a hurry to listen to the lecture, so he just sat in his seat and unpacked that box. After unwrapping it, she realized that what Xia had given her was actually the same model of cell phone as his. She wanted one before, but couldn't search for it online, and she also wanted to buy the one from Xia, who wouldn't sell it, but said she'd think of something for her. In the past 2 days, she had thrown this matter to the back of her mind, but she didn't expect Xia to remember it. Saturday 6 was momentarily a bit touched. She picked up that cell phone and looked left and right. This phone was much thicker than a normal smartphone, and Xia had shown her a lot of features, being able to pull a keyboard out from underneath, as well as an antenna. Why was it held in her hand like a brick? She couldn't even find where the on button was. Gu Xiaobei watched her turn around in front of him as if she was very anxious, so he patted her shoulder and whispered, "Bring it here." Saturday 6 obediently handed his cell phone to Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei showed her how to turn on and extract the keyboard and antenna. "Wow!" Saturday 6 instantly exclaimed in shock. The next second she reacted to the fact that she was still in self-study, hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered to Gu Xiaobei, "Sis, you're too good too. Sis is practically all-powerful, does everything. Study hard and don't play with your cell phone." Gu Xiaobei tapped her head with a pen. Saturday 6 rubbed his hair, spat out his tongue, and nodded in agreement. She slipped her cell phone into her book bag and started working on the questions. Sun Yiru on her left glanced her way, her eyes all full of loathing. Last night, Sun Shu told her that Gu Igua had decided not to get married first. However, Sun Shu's money has already invested a good portion of it in Gu's business, and now she can't take it out, or else she will lose a lot of it. Now, their whole family had been fooled by the surname Gu. I should have known that a man who could give birth to a daughter like Gu Xiaobei could be something good. Sun Yiru now hated Gu Xiaobei. Once class was over, Saturday 6 hurriedly took out his cell phone and asked Gu Xiaobei how to operate it. Gu Xiaobei taught her some basic applications. Saturday 6 carefully pulled the keyboard out and typed a few words. "Use it well, sis." Sun Yiru, who was next to her, was even more uncomfortable when she saw Gu Xiaobei and Saturday 6 laughing so happily. Her eyes instantly flashed with a few vicious glints. Chapter 191, Cell Phone Stolen. This cell phone is super amazing and can access the internet without plugging in a card. Saturday 6 logged into his WeChat and sent a message to Xia. Saturday 6, super thank you. This cell phone is good. I'll give it to you for how much? After all, this cell phone is Xia from the internet. Saturday 6 also do not know whether it is expensive or not. Xia, it's okay. It's just a gift for you. Is your next class gym class? Let's skip class and eat the chocolate cake you mentioned. Okay? Saturday 6, good. But it's on me. O'Shaughnessy, Saturday 6 thought about it. This cell phone is really a bit thick and heavy, and it is not convenient to put it in the pocket, so it can only be put in the bag. But if you go to gym with a bag on your back, it's too obvious that you want to skip class. Although many people after running will sneak to other places to chat or drink milk tea and so on, but after all, can not do too obvious well. Saturday 6 carefully placed that cell phone in the compartment of his book bag and took his own cell phone out to gym class. In gym class, the teacher did the same thing as before, had them warm up and run 2 more laps, then took the boys to play ball, leaving the girls and the boys who didn't want to play ball free. Many girls walked towards the supermarket in the school in 2s and 3s, and Saturday 6 saw Xia standing right under the tree next to him waving at him, and after saying goodbye to Gu Xiaobei, he hurriedly ran that way. Really super thank you. Isn't that phone hard to find though? I couldn't find it online before. Will it be expensive? Saturday 6 asked. Xia waved her hand. No, it's just a giveaway from people who participated in the event. It wasn't sold publicly so you can't find it. A giveaway Saturday 6 thought to himself. That shouldn't be too expensive. Xia's words were actually not wrong. It was indeed a giveaway for the event, but for those who could participate in the event, there were only a total of 50 of the most powerful hackers in the world. At that time, he still wanted to go and see the swimmer, but he didn't realize that he had tried his best to participate in the event, only to be told that the swimmer had long ago claimed his cell phone and left. Then I'll treat you to that super yummy chocolate cake. He's super flavorful, and the cream isn't greasy at all, and the chocolate is especially good. Saturday 6 said glowingly. By the way, there's also a caramelized cheese milk cover, which is super yummy. Must try it later. Yes. Saturday 6 took Xia to that dessert store and ordered a lot of things. At first the two still ate their own portions, but as they ate they began to exchange them with each other. This is super yummy for me. No grabbing mine. Mine tastes better than yours. Just order another one for yourself. But it's a waste if you can't finish it. Just give me a taste. By the end of the session, they both had bellies full of cake and milk tea. Saturday 6 patted his little tummy contentedly as he headed back to the playground to assemble. She and Xia made a day to eat together again the next time a new product came out. Saturday 6 found that time spent with O'Shaughnessy over dessert always went by extraordinarily quickly and happily. After the dismissal, Saturday 6 held Gu Xiaobei's arm and walked back, saying excitedly, "Sis, it's really super delicious. I even packed a piece for you. You must try it later." Good. Gu Xiaobei smiled lightly. By the time he got back to his class, he still had a few minutes before the next class started, so Saturday 6 was going to play with that cell phone for a little while longer. But then she felt into her book bag and her heart instantly stuttered. She touched a blank. Saturday 6 bent down and touched it again carefully. She also took her book bag out of the hole in the table and rummaged through it. But everything's gone through and there's no such thing as that cell phone. Lulu, what's wrong? Gu Xiaobei asked. Saturday 6's face went white, like he was about to cry. She looked blankly at Gu Xiaobei and said with a sobbing voice, "Sister, my cell phone is missing." If her own cell phone had been stolen, it would have been fine. The big deal would have been to spend a few $1,000s to buy another one. But that was the cell phone that Oh Xia had just given her. Although Oh Xia said it wasn't expensive, but it hadn't been publicly released, so it was definitely not a good buy. And besides, it was a gift from Oh Xia to her. Saturday 6 has always treasured gifts from friends. Have you looked carefully? Saturday 6 turned his head again and emptied the contents of his table whole. But still nothing. "Sis, I've searched all over. There really isn't any," cried Saturday 6 at once. "What to do, sis?" At this time, Gu Xiaobei suddenly looked up and met the gaze of Sun Yiro next to him. Sun Yiro's eyes carried a bit of sarcasm in them, and she hurriedly looked away just as she clashed with Gu Xiaobei's gaze. It was there before gym class. It was gone after class. Last gym class. Did any of the students go back to class? Did they see anyone suspicious? Gu Xiaobei looked up and asked. Recently, Gu Xiaobei's status in class 5 was very different, and many students liked her. Everyone looked at each other after hearing Gu Xiaobei's words. In the old days, there were students who would come back to class during gym class to study, but midterms just finished. Who's coming back? After a while, a boy raised his hand and said, "I think I saw Zhu Zero make a trip back to class." "Not me," Zhu Zero hurriedly retorted. Gu Xiaobei's gaze fell clear and cold on him. "Then have you seen any suspicious people?" "No, I didn't see anyone. I just came back for a bit and left." Zhu Zero was a little afraid to look at Gu Xiaobei. Everyone instantly became suspicious of him when they saw how vain he was. "It's you. Come on. You admit it. Give someone their cell phone." "That's right. Who else could it be if not you? You're the only one who's ever come back by yourself during class." "Yeah, you don't even play ball when you're told to." There were several students chirping and crusading against Zhu Zero. After all, Zhu Zero was in St. Li and belonged to a very bad family. He kept shaking his head. "It really wasn't me. So tell me, what did you come back for?" Zhu Zero swallowed and couldn't speak. "That's you." Zhu Zero's eyes were red as he desperately tried to defend himself, but no one believed him. "You've targeted people Gu Xiaobei before. It must be because Saturday 6 and Gu Xiaobei are on good terms that you did this. That is, if you didn't do it, why don't you dare say what you came back for?" "Alright," Gu Xiaobei spoke in a deep voice, his cold gaze roving over everyone. "Check the surveillance and you'll know if anyone else has been here." Before Gu Xiaobei could make his next move, Ji Lingtian picked up his cell phone and made a call. "Yes, send over the security camera footage from the last class. And by the way, tell old Zhang that there's something going on in our class, so he doesn't have to come to class next period." When Ji Xiao speaks, what teacher dares not to listen? Chapter 192, A Big Gift for Sun Yiru. Soon the security footage was delivered. The video surveillance did show that Zhu Zero went back to his class not long after the lesson. And, as soon as he entered the class, he peeked around and then, when he saw no one around, he made his way to the back. "How dare you say it wasn't you?" one of the students shouted. However, Zhu Zero did not stop in front of Saturday 6's table, but went directly to Gu Xiaobei's seat. He dropped off one thing and then hurried away. Some students voiced their doubts. "In that case, isn't it Zhu Zero? Zhu Zero, what did you put in Gu Xiaobei?" "Yeah, Zhu Zero, what did you put in there?" A student pressed his curiosity and asked. Zhu Zero was red-faced and stammered, unable to say a word. However, Gu Xiaobei couldn't help but frown. She hadn't noticed anything on the table when she'd just come back. The surveillance video continues to play. Just then, another stranger walked into their class, and after realizing that no one was there, he quickly ran to Saturday 6's seat, fished something out of her book bag, and headed out the door. When he passed by Gu Xiaobei's seat, he paused for a moment and swept a glance, then picked up the thing that Zhu Zero had just put down, opened it and took a sip, held it in his hand and left, probably because of thirst. Zhu Zero took a look and his eyes went round. The milk he had specially prepared for Gu Xiaobei was actually drunk by a thief? It took him all night to carve on that milk bottle. As soon as Gu Xiaobei finished drinking, he would be able to see the love letter on top of the bottle. Ever since he realized that Gu Xiaobei was the king of the north, he had been feeling more and more guilty and concerned about Gu Xiaobei. He didn't know when he had realized that he had fallen in love with Gu Xiaobei. When he saw Ji Xiao and Gu Xiaobei so close in the last class, he had a very hard time in his heart, and after thinking about it, he decided to confess to Gu Xiaobei. "I didn't realize that it was actually stolen by a thief. This person is not from our class, hey." "Yeah, how can we find out?" The students couldn't help but sigh. Saturday 6 was also red-eyed. Ji Ling Tian's gaze was icy cold as he said in a deep voice. "This person didn't stop for a second and went straight to Saturday 6's seat, which means he knows our class very well. so there must be a mole. Step forward yourself and return the item. I can consider dealing with it lightly. Ji Ling Tian spoke coldly, and the air in Class 5 seemed to freeze. When Saturday 6 things were stolen, Gu Xiaobei would be unhappy, and the person who made Gu Xiaobei unhappy deserved to die. Ji Ling Tian slightly gritted his teeth. How about a body search? A classmate whispered a suggestion. He was really scared looking at Ji Xiao's icy look. During this recent period of time, Ji Xiao's temper was so good that many people had forgotten how scary the old Ji Xiao was. It's not good. We are all in the same class. Isn't it a bit too much to search? Someone else also retorted. If you don't want to be searched, quickly come forward yourself. Ji Ling Tian furiously wrinkled his eyebrows, his eyes like swords. There was a silence. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips in a sneer, not saying, fine. Lu, you call Xia over. There are only 50 of these phones in the world, each with its own unique serial number and tracking code, and as long as the radio wave function is not turned off, someone who knows the serial number and tracking code will be able to find the phone. And she had told O'Shaughnessy all this stuff when she sold him this phone anonymously online. She didn't want to reveal her identity, which is why she gave this phone to Saturday 6 by selling it to Xia at a low price. Now, O'Shaughnessy sure knows how to find that cell phone. As expected, O'Shaughnessy came and pulled his cell phone out, darting around the keyboard. He puffed out his cheeks and looked a little serious. Sun Yiru, who was next to him, was a bit nervous. Her right hand was a little unnatural, covering her pocket, and she tried to move out. She hurried out the door with her head down while everyone was so focused on the matter that no one noticed her. Without looking back, Gu Xiaobei reached out and stopped her. Gu Xiaobei, what are you doing? What am I doing? Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips coolly. What are you doing? I want to go out. I need to go to the bathroom. What's the matter? You won't let me go to the bathroom? What are you? What am I? Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips. I'm the school bully. Have you forgotten? Gu Xiaobei's voice was soft, but it carried a shocking power. She hooked her lips. Her eyes were cold, and Sun Yiru was like an ice arrow piercing her heart for an instant. Get out of my way, Sun Yiru said, and went to pickpocket Gu Xiaobei's arm, but Gu Xiaobei just flicked her wrist. No one saw how she struck, and Sun Yiru's whole body flew out, and ruthlessly hit the wall. Just then, however, O'Shaughnessy hit a key and said, there. The ear-piercing bell rang, and Sun Yiru was stunned for a moment. Gu Xiaobei walked over and pulled out a piece of cell phone from her coat pocket. Sun Yiru, it's not that I haven't given you a chance. Gu Xiaobei's voice was soft, but it was like a knife lynching her to death. It's you who didn't seize it. Sun Yiru violently cringed and trembled. At that moment, her entire body was enveloped in Gu Xiaobei's shadow. Gu Xiaobei's mouth was tinged with coldness, like a fallen angel spreading its wings and sweeping her into hell. From now on, you can get the hell out of Xingli. Ji Ling Tian spoke coldly from behind. In the entire sacred prophet, no one dared to say no to Ji Ling Tian's command. Even principals are no exception. When he said he wanted Sun Yiru to roll, Sun Yiru really rolled. Gu Xiaobei looked back at Ji Ling Tian. He got her line in, but it didn't matter. She had other gifts for Sun Yiru. Gu Xiaobei ambled over to Sun Yiru's ear and smiled coldly. How many more assets does your Sun family have? $700 million? When you get up tomorrow morning, your mom will see that she still has a balance of 700 left on her account, and that's enough money for you to go through the withdrawal process. Sun Yiru looked at Gu Xiaobei with disbelief and a look of horror. She was this close to Gu Xiaobei, and she could see every inch of Gu Xiaobei's cold face. How would Gu Xiaobei know? It was only just yesterday when Sun Shu and she complained about Gu Igua that their family only had $700 million now. Is Gu Xiaobei a devil? But Sun Yiru couldn't say a word now. She was filled with fear of Gu Xiaobei and trembled as if she had seen a living ghost. Soon, she was thrown out of the classroom by the people Ji Ling Tian had found. Saturday 6 reddened as she hugged her lost and found cell phone. Sis, thank you. She huffed and looked at Ji Ling Tian again. Ji Xiao, thank you too. Xia grunted. You don't even thank me. O'Shaughnessy. Before Saturday 6 could finish his words, Shimu suddenly appeared at the entrance of Class 5. Ling Tian. Xia. Something happened to Zhou. Chapter 193, Finding Jishu. The four main schoolboys at St. Lee's College are all very well connected. As soon as they heard that something happened to Yi Jiaqiao, Xia and Ji Ling Tian hurriedly went out. Gu Xiaobei followed suit. Aside from Saturday 6, Yi Jiaqiao was also someone who had helped her many times since they first met, and since he was so gentle, Gu Xiaobei treated him as a friend. Simu drove and talked to them roughly on the way. This morning, Yi Jiaqiao felt uncomfortable, but thought it was because of the change of season and cold. So I didn't care. So I went to drink some hot water and took some anti-inflammatory medicine. Who knew he wouldn't be able to speak just after second period? Recently this period of time Lee Jie-chao's voice has not been very good. The last new album release he stayed up all night to sing again. After catching a cold his voice was mute for several days. The new album had just been released and he didn't have time to go to the hospital. So he took some pills to carry him through. As a result, this time to carry the accident, and hurriedly contacted young Zio to take him to the hospital. Simu followed suit. Lee Jie-chao was afraid of delaying Shimu's study, so he let him go back first, and in the meantime, he helped himself to take notes. Before Shimu left, he instructed Yang Zio to tell him once something happens. Who knew that I had just received a call from Yang Zio saying that Lee Jie-chao was in the middle to late stages of throat cancer. Gu Xiaobei's heart thumped. Pharyngeal cancer acts on the vocal cords and has a significant impact on vocalization. Shimu couldn't help but sigh as he drove. How do you think this happened? Joe is usually so nice. Actually, O'Shaughnessy's puppy dog eyes were wet and looked as if he was a little worried and scared. How did Joe get cancer? What are we going to do? Cancer is the hardest disease to cure in this world. Even if you have money. Ji Ling Tian was considered the calmest, and asked in a deep voice, what did the doctor say? The specifics aren't quite clear yet. Shimu turned the steering wheel. The peach blossom eyes that were usually always upturned were now full of sorrow. Yang Zio said that Joe was a bit uncooperative with the treatment, so he asked us to go over and take a look. Since they stepped on the gas the whole way, they arrived at the hospital quickly. Yang Zio stood right outside Lee Jie-chao's hospital room. A man in his 30s, already in tears. I don't know what to do. Yang Zio's voice is also mute. The doctor said, now must be chemotherapy, and it is best to remove the vocal cords. But Joe does not agree. You all know, he entered the entertainment industry's biggest dream is actually not acting, but singing. He said he would rather disfigure than remove the vocal cords. I also cannot persuade. You guys go in to accompany him to talk. A few of them pushed the door open and entered. Clothier Joe was lying on the hospital bed and was looking out the window. On the windowsill stood a little bird, twittering and chirping, taking 2 steps, then tilting its head to look at him and chirp twice more. Silmu hurried over to chase the bird away, sat down next to Yasuki Chow, and said, Chow, how are you feeling right now? Quite well. Yasuki Joe blushed miserably and raised a smile, his voice hoarse as hell. What brings you all here? Oh, Xia couldn't control her emotions and cried with a deflated mouth. Joe, be a good boy and listen to the doctor, okay? Ling Tian usually always squeezed him, and Shimu always bullied him. Usually only Lee Jie-chao treated him the best, like a big brother. Oh, Xia was scared when she looked at Yasuki Chow wearing all white and smelling like disinfectant. Close Suk Joe raised his hand to rub his blonde hair and smiled. It's okay, okay? Osha deflated, about to cry again. Simo picked him up by the collar and yanked him to the back. Now Close Suk Joe's mood is also very unstable, so he can't be influenced anymore. Osha stood back obediently, bearing her tears. Joe, Silhouette was about to say something else, but was cut off by Yasuki Joe. I'm sorry, can you guys go out first? I have something to say to Ling Tian. His gaze fell on Gu Xiaobei and he smiled lightly. Xiaobei, thanks for coming to see me. Gu Xiaobei was invited out along with Shimu and Xia. Young Zio hurriedly greeted him. Well, Shimu gently shook his head. Usually Joe is the best tempered, but when it really comes to this time, he's more stubborn than anyone else. Yang Zio's eyes instantly turned red. He wiped a handful of tears and said with a thick nasal voice, I persuaded. It's useless. Xiao Xiao said. He still has several songs that he hasn't sung yet. Even if he dies tomorrow, he still has to finish the song today. Singing was his ambition. After Yang Zio's words, everyone present was moved. Singing is the meaning of life for Joe Clothier. What's the point of living if his vocal cords are removed and he can never sing again? That new song last time, the one where you acted in the MV for Xiaobei, there's actually a series of them. They're all written by Xiao Xiao with Ji Shu as his inspiration. He said it's the best few songs he's written in his life. If he doesn't sing them, he can't rest in peace even when he's dead. The new song last time had a good response, and he wanted to take advantage of the heat to get the other few produced and launched, but it turned out. Yang Zio covered his face, and a man in his 30s cried out in front of the crowd. A lot of artists in the entertainment industry like to play big, but Lee Jie-chao is always polite to him. At this time, Ji Ling Tian pushed the door out from the hospital room. Everyone looked at him hopefully. Although Lee Jie-chao and Ji Ling Tian's usual temperament were simply two extremes, they all knew that Lee Jie-chao was considered to listen to Ji Ling Tian the most. Oftentimes, only Ji Ling Tian could understand his heart. That's why he just left only Ji Ling Tian behind. However, Ji Ling Tian only gently shook his head. Yang Zio's gaze dimmed for a moment. It looked like Ji Ling Tian hadn't been able to persuade Lee Jie-chao either. Joe really valued those songs, and I talked him into it, and he said he might as well die if he couldn't make a sound for the rest of his life. We can help Joe find a good doctor. There must be a way. Ling Tian, isn't there. Oh Xia looked at Ji Ling Tian with tears in her eyes. Although he usually called Ling Tian Demon King in one breath, he knew that at this moment, if there was anyone else who had any way to help Xiao, it would definitely be Ji Ling Tian. Getting a doctor is just one aspect of it. And also, Zhou's thoughts of a cure aren't very strong right now, and we have to come up with something. But Zhou, he won't even listen to you now. Silhouette sighed. Ji Ling Tian lowered his eyes and spoke in a cool voice. There is another person whose words he will definitely listen to. In that instant, it was as if Gu Xiaobei knew what Ji Ling Tian was going to say. As expected, in the next second, Ji Ling Tian said, Jishu, the best thing to do now is for us to find Jishu. Chapter 194, Jishu was back. Linny was sitting at the table putting on her makeup while Ding Hong watched her. Little auntie, this is a hard-earned opportunity. You must seize it. Since Linny had hooked up with the director of the TV series, Ding Hong had reverted back to her old name. This face only resembled Jishu by 5 points, but Linny had gotten a lot out of it. Looking at the face in the mirror that wasn't supposed to belong to her, Linny didn't know for a moment if she was supposed to like it or hate it. Ding Hong used her only remaining connections in the entertainment industry to get Linny connected with the director of the TV series My Canyon Prince, and with just one night's company Linny was given the opportunity to play this leading role. Previously, it was impossible to get through from Joey Chen, but I didn't expect it to be this easy. Although Ding Hong was happy, he wasn't completely without worry. If Linny starred in this drama and it could be a big hit, then all of her previous investments with Linny would be recouped. But if this matter is known to Cheng Wuan, Ding Hong didn't dare to think further. Cheng Wuan refused to give Linny a name, but after all, Linny is now considered Cheng Wuan's woman. She dared to go behind Cheng Wuan's back and get together with another man. This is not to Cheng Wuan cuckold? Cheng is not a good-tempered person. Linny stared at Ding Hong from the mirror, as if she could see what was going on in her mind. Sister Hong, no matter what, this matter must not be known to Cheng Xiao. The director of the play My Canyon Prince was old and ugly, and Linny would never have slept with him if it wasn't for the leading lady. But Cheng Wuan was different. Although his attitude towards Linny had never been good, he was generous, good-looking, and the Cheng family's position in the imperial capital was not to be underestimated. Ding Hong was now on the same rope as Linny, so naturally she wouldn't take the initiative to tell Cheng Wuan about this matter. Joey Chen's side soon found out about Lin Yi's intention to star as the female lead. Of course, the name he knew was Lin Shu. Joey Chen instantly became upset. Tell the director that if he doesn't use me to act, then I simply won't act, Joey Chen said furiously. Little King was there to comfort him. Brother, this drama is a TV series after all. It's not the same as the previous web series. It's better if we don't play with our temper too much. Xiao Wang's tone was weak, afraid that he might say something wrong and upset Joey Chen. I'm a big star now. I'm the male lead in this drama. Shouldn't I be the one to decide who to use for the female lead? Xiao Wang could only continue to say in a small voice. Brother, you see that Gu Xiaobei's side hasn't given you a positive reply. And Lin Shu is now already considered a better choice for us. After all, she looks a lot like Ji Shu. The director should also be considering that if you use this as a gimmick, by then your drama can have a lot of attention before it airs. This way you can also become a big hit because of this drama. Hee, Joey Chen let out a laugh. I'm already a big star. Even if I don't act in this movie, I'm still a big hit. Yes, brother, of course you are. Xiao Wang hurried to please him, but Joey Chen still didn't like Lin Yi very much. He asked Xiao Wang to get him a few more staff members' cell phones to send messages to Gu Xiaobei. Hey, Gu Xiaoxi, I gave you a chance before, but now it's good that someone else took it away from you. Gu Xiaoxi, you're really out of your league. System tip, the other party has refused to receive your message. Joey Chen changed his cell phone again. Gu Xiaoxi, I'm telling you, you'll regret not acting in this drama. Do you know how many people want to become famous every year? I'm already a big star now, so I can impart a lot of experience to you. If it weren't for the fact that I hate that female leads so much, do you think I would still contact you? Gu Xiaoxi, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you agree now, I'll go talk to the director. System tip, the other party has refused to receive your message. Gu Xiaoxi, you're pissing me off. If I get a pimple on my face tomorrow morning, it'll be your fault if I'm not able to start shooting. Gu Xiaoxi, get back to me. System tip, the other party has refused to receive your message. Bang! Joey Chen was so angry that he slammed his cell phone hard. Xiao Wang watched from the sidelines, practically in tears. He's going to have to compensate people's staff for buying cell phones with his meager paychecks again. Gu Xiaobei threw her cell phone to Xiaobei, asking her to help her blacken Joey Chen's number, and lay on the sofa by herself, looking at the ceiling out of her mind. She thought of Klo Sok Jo. If he refuses chemotherapy and surgery, I'm afraid Aicho won't last much longer. Gu Xiaobei raised his hand to look at it. But, She also really can't afford to hold a scalpel. She's afraid that Aicho will die on her operating table as well. But no surgery. At least she could encourage Aicho. Beaver, find those makeup tools I used to have. Boss, which ones? Little Beaver was busy playing with Joey Chen's new number. The ones from Jishu. Beaver's movements suddenly paused. Boss, are you going back again? Gu Xiaobei nodded. To be Jishu, she still needed to make herself look mature. And of course, on the tip of her nose, that little mole. Since she couldn't cure Yijiao, at least, she had to encourage Yijiao to regain his hope of survival. Xiao Beaver quickly brought those over. And Gu Xiaobei looked into the mirror and did some remodeling on her face. She started with a computer simulation. Jishu from over 2 years ago was when she was 23. And now it was time for her to be 25. Gu Xiaobei had only altered a few small places and instantly made herself look a little more mature. The tiny mole on the tip of her nose added to the sexy look of her whole body. Rather, it wasn't as cold as the 18-year-old Gu Xiaobei. Beaver watched from the side and couldn't help but marvel. Boss, you're really too beautiful. Gu Xiaobei stared at herself in the mirror and slowly said in her heart, Ji Shu, welcome back. She sent a message to Wang Jianshan. Wang Jianshan was Jishu's agent, and he had sent Jishu many messages since she had retired, but none of them had been answered. Suddenly hearing his cell phone ringing with the ringtone set specifically for Jishu, Wang Jianshan thought he was having a bad ear. Opening his cell phone, he froze instantly. Old king, I'm ready to come back. Wang Jianshan slapped himself hard. Hiss, really hurt. It's not a dream. The artist next to him looked frozen. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Chapter 195, Jishu instantly dominates the screen. Jishu is coming back. Wang Jianshan shouted excitedly. It's been almost 3 years, and he thought he'd never see that worldly beauty again. Never be able to enjoy the audiovisual feast of her acting. But I didn't realize that she was actually coming back. The female artist in front of Wang Jianshan froze. Jishu is coming back? Is that the same Jishu who bagged all the awards in the first place and no one in the entertainment industry is her rival? Many of the staff present had worked with Jishu in the beginning, and as soon as they heard she was coming back, they were excited. Brother Wang, really? Aha, my goddess is coming back. What you goddess? That's my goddess, okay. Brother Wang, when is the goddess coming back? I miss her so much. Goddess, what's the next movie to be filmed? I'm going to be a lighting technician again. It's okay if I don't get paid. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, it's okay if you don't pay. I want to go to the playhouse too. Being able to work with Jishu was their greatest joy. Wang Jianshan said. I don't know yet. She just said she wants to come back. Wait for me to talk to her specifically. Brother Wang, I'm counting on you. Yes, Brother Wang, waiting for your good news. Everyone present was so excited that even the director gave everyone a day off, saying that they didn't need to shoot the movie today first. After all, everyone was so excited after learning the news that they probably didn't have much of a mind to work. Might as well take a day off first. The director also came to Wang Jianshan's side and said, I say Brother Wang, you see that we have also worked together for so many years. This director had also made quite a few famous TV series and movies already, and usually in the circle, that was the object that was sought after. So he had a bad temper, and when he spoke to people, he was all very impolite. However, at this moment, he was fawning over Wang Jianshan. Brother Wang, look, Jishu will be back soon. Her first movie. Can you work with me? The director looked at Wang Jianshan with an expectant face. That's who it was. That's a Grand Slam movie queen. A goddess who doesn't fall down in the entertainment industry. If people in the circle knew she was coming back, surely all the good scripts would be waiting for her to pick first. What with all the domestic and foreign directors sure to be watching her? I'm afraid it'll be too late to say anything else by then. Wang Jianshan pondered for a moment. Director, you also know that Jishu has always had her own plans. I can't make the decision. I know. The director laughed. I just want you to mention it in front of Jishu, so that if you have any newcomers in the future, I'm sure I'll have all the good roles reserved for you here. In order to be able to work with Jishu, the director has put in a lot of effort. However, when Wang Jianshan contacted Jishu, she said she wasn't going to do a drama for a while. Let's put out the return first, and then I'll take a few days off before we talk about it. Gu Xiaobei had a lot of things to be busy with right now, and if he went shooting every day, at least on the school side, it would be hard to hide it. Wang Jianshan, okay, let's see you arrange it. As long as you come back, we can talk about anything. Gu Xiaobei logged on to his Jishu's Weibo, then sent a tweet out. Jishuv, hello everyone. It's been almost 3 years. It's been a long time. Just 11 simple words that instantly set the showbiz world on fire. Ah, am I blind? Am I dreaming? Upstairs I slapped you, did you feel the pain? It really wasn't a dream. I was so excited that I jumped up in place and ran 2 kilometers. Goddess. The goddess is back. Goddess. We all miss you. Don't go away when the goddess is back. Okay. If you're too tired to shoot, take selfies. I'll be happy just to see you every day. Goddess. Goddess Jishu. Goddess Kong Kong me. Our whole family loves you. In an instant, her microblogging comments exceeded 2 million, and the number of reprints reached a high of 1 million. And this, just a minute had just passed. Straight out of the Guinness Book of World Records. Twitter was instantly paralyzed. All the techs were urgently online to deal with it. And Twitter added 10 more servers. Last time there was a popular fresh meat public romance also added 5 servers. How come this time added 10 or not enough? That's Jishu. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss had to let us work first, I would have wanted to go ahead and comment on it. Darn it. I wouldn't have gotten married if I had known Jishu was coming back. It's hard to believe that you still want to marry Jishu. Ask all the men present who don't want to marry Jishu. Those Twitter techs were chatting as they flew around fixing servers. Yeah, you know, Jishu is a recognized goddess in the country. She is the unified version of everyone's aesthetic. The hashtag Jishu returns instantly skyrocketed to number 1 on the Hot 100. And today, a whole hot search, all about Jishu. Hashtag goddess Jishu. Hashtag the plays Jishu acted in all those years. Hashtag when did you start liking Jishu? Hashtag reasons for Jishu's return. Hashtag Jishu's hidden marriage and children? Hashtag Jishu's husband. These true and false news took over the entirety of the hot search in one breath. Tonight, all the marketing numbers were retweeting about Jishu. Even the news were talking about Jishu. She is an era. Bang! A crackling sound rang out as Linny swept everything on the table to the ground. Sister Red, what's going on? How come Jishu is back? When she saw that tweet, Linny thought she was dreaming. That's Jishu. Once she came back, all the resources in the entertainment industry were going to be tilted in her favor. Even that director of My Canyon Prince just messaged her, saying that she doesn't have to go to the audition tomorrow. Wasn't there a lot of speculation that Jishu was married with children or simply dead? Why is it that after almost 3 years of being gone, she's actually coming back? Why doesn't she go to hell? Ding Hong didn't have a good face either, but the most important thing now was to calm down. Otherwise, wouldn't all her and Lin Yi's previous investments be wasted? Sister Hong. Linny smashed everything before sitting next to her and gasping for air. That director actually said to me that because Jishu came back, he doesn't want to use me as the female lead anymore. This contract hasn't been signed yet. He doesn't even have to pay for the breach of contract. Linny gritted his teeth in anger. Wouldn't she be letting someone sleep with her again for nothing this time? She promised to let her play the female lead after getting laid, but now she's flipping out. Linny wanted to rip this face of his off and throw it to the ground. What a Jishu. It will bring her bad things. Chapter 196, Visiting Yasuki-jo. Just take it easy for a moment. I'll sort this out, Ding Hong said in a deep voice. Lin Yi nodded. The only person she could count on now was Ding Hong. Ding Hong took his cell phone out and called the director. Yes, director. I know. Jishu is back. Ding Hong had a sneer on his face, but his voice sounded curt. But think about it. How could Jishu come to act in this drama? Moreover, our Lin Shu and Jishu look so much alike, and now that Jishu is back, she can definitely bring out a lot of heat, and by then, won't our Lin Shu's heat follow her? If you don't use it, Lin Shu will be picked up by another director. Okay director. I know you must have just been thinking clearly for a moment. Yes, I'll bring Lin Shu over to sign the contract with you right away. Ding Hong, after all, had been in this business for a long time, and his 3-inch tongue was still very powerful. After Ding Hong hung up the phone, he cursed fiercely. Asterisk. If it were before, she wouldn't even bother with this kind of small director. But now that Lin Yi wasn't competing, she could only catch up. Ding Hong hurried back and told Lin Yi to pack up and get ready to sign the contract. Sister Hong, you are also too good. Okay, stop it. Ding Hong did not have a good temper. You also collect a little temper in the future. Really still think you were the goddess of gaming in the beginning. Look at these things are broken. Not still have to buy a new one? The two of them before all the money was taken to Lin Yi plastic surgery. And even sold the house. And now they do not even have money for living expenses. A few days ago, or sold a necklace given by Chang Wuan, only to have money for food. Lin Yi hurriedly nodded. The news of Jishu's return instantly spread throughout the country. On Ji Ling Tian's side, of course, he knew about it. Ji Ling Tian stared at his cell phone, a little lost in thought for a moment. This thing, it's really a coincidence. He only told Xiao Mo to find Jishu yesterday. After all, Jishu had left the entertainment industry for more than 2 years, and over these 2 years, I don't know how many people wanted to find Jishu, but they couldn't. This man, it's like he's evaporated. But Jishu actually came out on his own today? How can this be such a coincidence? It was as if a few doubts surfaced in Ji Ling Tian's heart, but he himself couldn't say exactly where this doubt came from. On Yang Zio's side, he directly contacted Wang Jianshan. Wang Jianshan originally didn't want to bother Jishu, but he and Yang Zio were also old friends in the entertainment industry and usually exchanged resources with each other. Moreover, Yang Zio wasn't planning to annoy Jishu with work matters. He said that he was asking Jishu to save his life. Jiaqiao, this young man from the former Wang Jianshan, has seen a few times. Singing good. Acting is also considered good. The most important thing is that people are very polite. Not like some small actors. Just a little fame. Began to play the big name. Wang Jianshan still gave Yang Zio Jishu's contact information. Yang Zio was still a little worried when he called Jishu. After all, that's the goddess of showbiz. Unexpectedly, after he said a little bit about Jiaqiao, Jishu instantly agreed. I know. Turn around and send me the address of the hospital. I'll go tomorrow. Yang Zio froze at once. He had prepared a whole lot of words to beg Jishu, but she agreed before he could even say them? Well, I'll send it to you. Thank you very much. This time, Clothier Joe was finally saved. Yang Zio sent this message to Ji Ling Tian and the three of them. We all also made a date to visit Yasuki Joe tomorrow, because they didn't want to disturb Jiaqiao and Jishu's time together. Jishu made an appointment for 1 o'clock noon, and the three of them waited until 3 p.m. before going over. Ji Ling Tian sent a message to Gu Xiaobei, asking if she wanted to go together tomorrow. Gu Xiaobei glanced at the time and agreed. Ji Ling Tian, then tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Go together. Gu Xiaobei, okay, I'll just go there directly by myself. She would first visit Jiaqiao as Jishu, which shouldn't take more than 2 hours. Then she would go to the bathroom to remove her makeup and change her clothes, and just wait for Ji Ling Tian and the others at the hospital entrance. Counting the time, it was perfectly adequate. Gu Xiaobei removed Jishu's makeup from her face, intending to take an early shower and rest. But just then, that number of her 7 demons received another message. Night Creek, tomorrow at 3 p.m. You go out on a mission. 7 demons, what mission? Night Creek, going to visit someone in the hospital. At this moment, Gu Xiaobei's heart had floated a few points of uneasiness. 7 demons, who? Night Creek, Clothesline Joe. It's Joe Clothier again? Tomorrow at 1 o'clock she would go there as Jishu, and at 3 o'clock she would go there again as Gu Xiaobei. That was fine, but how was she going to make another trip as the 7 demons at 3 o'clock? How could the 7 demons and Gu Xiaobei appear in Jiaqiao's hospital room at the same time? If it was Night Brook who first spoke to her, and Ji Ling Tian then looked for her okay, she directly found a reason to put off Ji Ling Tian's. But now she has already promised Ji Ling Tian Gu Xiaobei held his cell phone and thought for a while. 7 demons, I don't know him, so why should I go see him? Night Stream, when you dark sky people carry out a mission, do you still ask for reasons? Indeed, completing the mission unconditionally was a rule shared by Feng Su and Dark Sky. 7 demons, okay. Gu Xiaobei put down his cell phone and took stock, thinking that he could only act as he saw fit. The next day, she got up and put on her makeup before taking a cab to the hospital. She was wearing a hat, sunglasses and a mask, so the cabbie didn't really recognize her either. She went straight to Yosuke Joe's hospital room. Still lying on his side, Closuk Joe looked out the window, on the sill of which stood the little bird, chirping away. Hearing the door open, he turned his head. Gu Xiaobei took off his mask and sunglasses, revealing the face that belonged to Jishu. Closuk Joe's demeanor instantly became agitated. Sister Jishu, he hurried to get up, while Gu Xiaobei hurried over and sat beside him. You're not well yet, lie down first. Jishu's voice, which Gu Xiaobei had also deliberately practiced, sounded a bit more mature and not as cold as her original voice. Slightly more intimate. Yasuki Joe stared at her with unblinking eyes, as if he was afraid that she would disappear in the next second. Gu Xiaobei guffawed. I heard that song you sang. Listen to her in the season. It's very nice. When I heard that song, it was as if I thought of my own years in the entertainment industry. Sister Jishu, you also listened to it. Jiaqiao lowered his head a little embarrassed. I also wrote several songs for you. Wait for me, these days we'll all record out. Chapter 197, Face-to-Face Collision. His throat cancer is in the middle to late stages and I'm afraid he won't live long. Before he passed away, he wanted to sing all the songs he had previously written for Jishu. Jishu is his idol. When he first entered the circle, his greatest hope was to work with Jishu, but he had just caught fire when Jishu retired. Now, he could only sing for Jishu. Song are not in a hurry. Recently I received a script for a good movie. Are you interested? Gu Xiaobei smiled gently and said to Jiaqiao. Clothier Joe was silent for a moment. Although his favorite thing to do is sing, he also loves to act. Especially, acting with Jishu. But he doesn't know what day he's going to die. And if he's halfway through the movie, wouldn't that be a waste of everyone's time? The director also likes your singing voice, and if possible, the movie's theme song would like to be sung by you. Gu Xiaobei looked at Yusuke Chao. The eyes of the two met. Jiachao had never been in such close contact with Jishu before, but she was still as warm at heart as she had been 3 years ago, albeit with a touch of detachment. Gu Xiaobei hoped he could inspire Jiachao's hope for life. For a moment, it was as if she saw Ikecho's eyes light up, but it only lit up for a moment and then dimmed. The birds outside the window chirped again. Klo Suk-jo inclined his head and glanced at the bird. The bird's voice is so crisp and clear. However, his voice had begun to hoarse now because of the spread of the cancer, and he still didn't know if he could sing out those songs he had written to Jishu. Even if the vocal cords are removed, there is only a 30% chance of survival. He's not willing to gamble. No, Sister Jishu, Jiachao sighed softly. I'd rather not go. My acting skills are not really that good. You can find a better leading man. As for the theme song, Klo Suk-jo's eyes dimmed. There are still 3 songs left to sing that he wrote for Jishu, and he may not even be able to sing all 3 of them. Jiaqiao, Gu Xiaobei said softly, do you remember what one of your favorite movies of mine was? The Long Silence of the Mountains and Rivers. Klo Suk-jo said, it's my favorite, and it's the first one you made your debut with. Gu Xiaobei nodded. At that time, she was still a newcomer in the entertainment industry. Because of her pretty face, she has gotten a bit more attention than others, but because of her pretty face, a lot of people won't pay attention to her strength. The Long Silence of the Mountains and Rivers is the story of a fallen princess who rose from the bottom, suffered bullying and insults, went through all kinds of trials and tribulations, and finally killed her enemies on the dragon chair with her own hands, ascended the throne herself, and restored the old dynasty. There are very many scenes of martial arts training, beatings and suffering in this movie, but Jishu never used a stand-in. She went on all by herself. In the middle of winter, she jumped into the icy water with a poof. And the scene where she stood on the castle tower and jumped down. Although it was shot on a green screen, the platform was more than a meter high at that time, and she didn't even hesitate. She leaned back and fell down. It took a lot of hard work for her to show everyone what she was made of and take home all the awards. The dead princess in the mountains and the rivers are long silent is full of temptation in every step she takes. Many people think that the prime minister who loves her and says he will marry her, help her hide her identity, and let her live well in the future to give up her revenge, is temptation. However, when she used to suffer, when she practiced martial arts until she broke down, when she was bullied and humiliated in the street, when she fought with wild wolves, when she was dying and was about to die, or when she desperately tried to stuff herbs into her mouth. In fact, giving up was also a heavenly temptation for her. Jishu's vocal line had a power that tugged at the heartstrings. Her voice was like a spring breeze in March, drilling from one's pores into one's body. Giving up is the easiest thing in the world. Death is just a moment. Whatever comes after you close your eyes has nothing to do with you anymore. Jiachao almost didn't dare to look at Jishu's eyes. I've heard your songs, Ike Cho, and if you were really an easy quitter, I wouldn't have come to see you today. After Gu Xiaobei finished speaking, the two of them didn't speak again for a long time. There was a silence in the hospital room. The bird on the windowsill, still unaware of what was happening, stood hopping around, cocking its head and chirping every now and then. Sister Jishu, thank you. Klo Suk-jo spoke slowly. Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips at him. Get some rest. I won't bother you. Here's my phone number. You can find me anytime. Thank you, Sister Jishu. Gu Xiaobei walked out. The time she had agreed with Ji Ling Tian and the others was almost up, so she had to hurry to remove her makeup and change her clothes. Gu Xiaobei went into the bathroom and sent a message to Nightbrook while removing her makeup. 7 demons, I'm almost there already. How about you? She thought that she could first meet with Nightstream as the 7 demons and turn around. Ji Ling Tian and the others were going to see Jiachao first, so she thought that Nightstream wouldn't go along? That way you can stagger a time difference. Nightstream, I'm not going today. Just go visit yourself and let me know how he is later. Gu Xiaobei was instantly delighted. That's right up the alley. Everything would have been a lot easier if Night Creek hadn't come. Gu Xiaobei sent another message to Ji Ling Tian's side. Gu Xiaobei, I'm here. Where are you guys? Jillian, almost there. About 10 minutes to go. Gu Xiaobei, okay. Then I'll go up to see him first. After sending the message, Gu Xiaobei went up first. But first, she put a human mask on herself before pushing the door open. She would have to use her identity as a 7 demon to meet with Yasuki Joe before she could do so. Jiachao had never seen the 7 demons before, so when he saw her come in, he was still a bit confused. Hello, Gu Xiaobei said icily, in a businesslike tone. I was ordered to visit you. By order? Clothier Joe was a bit puzzled. Gu Xiaobei put down the fruit in his hand and said, how do you feel? Jiachao is a very gentle person. If he were replaced by Shimu or Ji Ling Tian, Gu Xiaobei would probably have been kicked out long ago if he came in as a stranger. It's okay, but may I ask on whose orders you came to see me? That's fine with you. Since you're okay. Gu Xiaobei picked up his cell phone and glanced at the time. Ji Ling Tian and the others were probably arriving soon, so she had to hurry to get out. Yi Jiaqiao watched Gu Xiaobei walk out with another puzzled expression. This guy is too weird. However, Gu Xiaobei had only just pulled open the door when she saw Ji Ling Tian and Shimu and Xia had already walked over. It's you? Ji Ling Tian instantly raised his eyebrows when he saw Gu Xiaobei. Previously, when Lucky Shang and Ryan were negotiating, Ji Ling Tian had seen this face of the 7 demons, so it's not surprising that he knows her. Chapter 198. Did you ask for it yourself? Gu Xiaobei just nodded to Ji Ling Tian before hurriedly running out. As she closed the door, she heard Ji Ling Tian ask Yi Jiaqiao in the hospital room, did Gu Xiaobei come? Gu Xiaobei frantically ran towards the bathroom. She hastily took off her human skin mask and hid it, then changed her clothes again before going out. Luckily she had special compressed clothes that were compressed to the size of a capsule. Otherwise she would have been noticeable enough just by bringing so many clothes. After Gu Xiaobei cleaned up, she looked in the mirror to see that there were no problems before heading towards the ward. Why are you guys up here? Seeing Ji Ling Tian, Gu Xiaobei raised an eyebrow. I went to the bathroom first. I didn't expect you guys to come earlier than me. Ji Ling Tian's gaze swept over Gu Xiaobei with a few moments of measuring. It should be because Jishu had come, so Yi Jiaqiao's spirit looked much better than yesterday. Visiting hours were limited each day, and everyone took turns talking to Zhou Clothier. Xia hugged Yi Jiaqiao's arm and wouldn't let go, muttering about how Shimu and Ji Ling Tian had been bullying him recently when Yi Jiaqiao was away. Ji Ling Tian flipped his cell phone next to him, and Gu Xiaobei instantly received a message. Night Creek, did you go? 7 demons, goes. Night Stream, why did you go and not come? Does it mean you've left? 7 demons. This man, why is he so prickly? Night Creek, you go back and check on him again. Ask the doctor specifically how he's doing now. 7 demons, okay. Gu Xiaobei put down his cell phone, but he had absolutely no intention of doing it again as the 7 demons. Anyway, Ji Ling Tian and the others would be asking the doctor about the situation in a while, so she could just relay it directly to Nightbrook at that time. It wasn't like Nightstream knew in what capacity she had gotten this information. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and suddenly clashed with Ji Ling Tian's gaze. She felt that Ji Ling Tian was a bit strange today. He's pretty weird every day though. As soon as Gu Xiaobei locked eyes with Ji Ling Tian now, she would remember what happened when he forcefully kissed her earlier. And then there's the urge to hit him. Visiting hours were over, and the 4 of them said goodbye to Aiksho and left. Ji Ling Tian did go and ask the doctor about the current condition of Yi Jiaqiao. Gu Xiaobei had memorized all of them. On the way back, the 4 of them were still in a bit of a low mood. Xia kept looking out of the window for a long time before deflating. Jishu has been here. Zhou should agree to the treatment. Simu sighed. Who knows? Zhou hasn't signed the consent form for the surgery yet, but his spirit looks to be a little better than before. Ling Tian, can you think of something? Xia blinked her big eyes at Ji Ling Tian like a pitiful puppy. Ji Ling Tian said in a deep voice, the most crucial thing right now is to help Chao find a good doctor. Preferably one who can do the surgery without removing his vocal cords. Without removing the vocal cords? O'Shea rounded her eyes. But is that possible? Surely it would be better if the vocal cords weren't removed. Zhou would love to sing. It's hard. This kind of surgery is extremely demanding on the attending surgeon. And it's good enough that removing the vocal cords can cure it. Shimu said. Ji Ling Tian let out a hum. I've already asked my dad to help me ask around in the United States. And there's no doctor who can guarantee that it will be successful. But there are a few powerful doctors who say that if they agree to remove the vocal cords, they can increase the cure rate to 60%. Silhouette sighed again. Osha blinked her big tearful eyes and deflated pitifully. The thought of possibly losing Zhou made him want to cry. Shimu suddenly said, if we can get the Sacred Hand Divine Doctor from back then to come out, we might be able to do it. Sacred Hand Shrink. Hearing those 4 words, Gu Xiaobei's heart suddenly fluttered. Ji Ling Tian said in a deep voice, the Sacred Hand Divine Doctor hasn't appeared for 5 or 6 years. Finding the Divine Doctor, how can it be that easy? But, Xia was instantly anxious. But didn't Jishu also leave the entertainment industry for more than 2 years and appear again? Maybe there is still hope? After returning, Gu Xiaobei had Little Beaver find himself a patient who needed an operation. Boss? Little Beaver had always received strange requests from Gu Xiaobei in the past 2 days. One moment she wanted to return to the entertainment industry, and the next she was looking for a patient? Doesn't the boss never operate on people anymore? If you're told to look for you, go, Gu Xiaobei said in a deep voice. It's not hard to find a patient who needs an operation. There are plenty of them inside the hospital. Gu Xiaobei put on her white coat and walked into the operating room that Little Beaver had already arranged for her. The patient has received anesthesia and is lying there peacefully. Gu Xiaobei picked up the scalpel and walked towards that patient. It's just an appendicitis operation. A minor surgery like removing an appendix is as easy as blinking for her. Even if you are a novice doctor, nothing can go wrong. But Gu Xiaobei held the scalpel and walked over to that patient. The bright surgical light hit down, and she looked at a person lying there peacefully and quietly, and her eyes instantly began to dazzle. The past flashed before her eyes. Gu Xiaobei's hands began to tremble. Large beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead, and her face even began to turn pale, almost unsteady. Ding! A crisp thud. Extraordinarily clear in this quiet operating room. Gu Xiaobei's scalpel fell to the ground as she covered her frantically beating heart and hurriedly fled. She pressed her back against the door to the operating room and could feel her body already drenched in sweat. She gasped for air, like a drowning man coming back to life. Even if she had to do it all over again 10,000 times, she would still choose to kill that man on the operating table in the first place. But it was by killing that man that she could no longer hold a scalpel. She could play a butterfly knife to perfection. She could take a man's life from 1,000 meters away with a gun. She could carry a Gatling one-handed and kill him. But she just couldn't hold this scalpel that was so light that she couldn't hold it anymore. She wanted to save Mu Changsheng, and she also wanted to save Yi Jieqiao, but she had no way. Gu Xiaobei bit her lip tightly. Just then, she received another message. Night's dream, how's Clothier Joe's body? Gu Xiaobei took a deep breath and calmed down a bit before replying to his message. Jillian asked the doctor today, and she listened in. She told Nightbrook everything the doctor had said. Night's dream, did you ask for it yourself? Gu Xiaobei didn't want to return to him. On the other end of the phone, Ji Ling Tian stared at the screen for a while. 10 minutes later, he still hadn't received a reply. The corners of his mouth, however, had slowly hooked up. Chapter 199, soon to be famous. This matter of Jishu's return has been over for 3 days and still occupies the headlines of entertainment news. All the marketing numbers and self-publishers are posting content about Jishu these days. Everyone was speculating what Jishu was going to shoot in his first scene back. She doesn't seem to be shooting right away, though. The script that she had talked to Yi Jieqiao about before was only in the process of being approached. She had read it. The script was not bad, and the director had worked with her many times, but she wanted to wait for Yi Jieqiao to get better, and then she would go together to make this movie. So this is something that, for the time being, is a confidential situation. Other directors were trying to find ways to contact Wang Jianshan to see if they could work with Jishu. Jishu is a guarantee of ratings and box office, but not everyone is qualified to contact Wang Jianshan. A lot of small directors wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. So, they targeted someone else. A few days ago, the drama My Canyon Prince posted promotional photos with set photos of the male and female leads. Linny was already 5 points like Jishu after plastic surgery, and this photo has PS Linny so hard that she actually looks 8 points like Jishu. It attracted a lot of heat instantly. Originally, this drama was a male drama, mainly about the character played by Zhou Yichen, and now, in order to better rub off on Jishu, the director has asked the screenwriter to add a lot of scenes to Linny. Now, Linny could even be on par with Zhou Yichen. There were even a few posters where Linny stood in the C position. Does he want to die? Zhou Yichen was furious after seeing these photos. Brother, don't be angry. Xiao Wang hurriedly coaxed him. The director is probably trying to get the drama to catch fire. Brother, as long as the drama can catch fire, won't you catch fire too? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm the lead actor. What's that Wang Shu? Zhou Yichen cursed. She's Jishu if she's fixed with PS to look like Jishu? Gu Xiaoxi is no more like her. And Gu Xiaoxi is really good at playing games. The director was blind to use this Wang Shu. Brother, her name is Lin Shu. I don't care what her name is Shu. Who the hell is she to be my equal? I think she's crazy. The director is crazy too. Ask the director if he wants her or me. Brother, Xiao Wang was on the verge of tears, but he didn't dare to go against Zhou Yichen. So he still went to contact the director and asked what was going on. After all, the play is indeed a male drama, and it's a bit against industry ethics for the director to privately add the female lead's part to it. I didn't expect the director to say, Xiao Wang, you also know that the hottest person in the entire entertainment industry now is Jishu. If we can rub off on Jishu's hotness, we'll be on fire, and everyone's better off if we're on fire. Don't you think so? Director, but after all, this is a male drama. Xiao Wang just became an agent not long ago, and has been oppressed by Zhou Yichen, so his aura is weak. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the director. Lin Shu said, now contact her. Director has a lot. Jishu again read she is a person. It is impossible to play so many plays at the same time. Cannot ride Jishu's. Can find a like Jishu's is also good. Lin Shu is not a lack of theater. and other crews to give the price is also high. If it is not because of the contract with us, but not necessarily to come to it. You can tell Joey-chan that he's a popular actor now, but there are many more than him, and if he doesn't act, there are plenty of others. After saying that, the director hung up the phone fiercely. He smiled apologetically at Ding Hong in front of him. Sister Hong, look, you must let Lin Shu continue to come and act in our play. Originally, he thought that this play could only be a fire in the esports circle, but he didn't expect that now. Because of rubbing up against Jishu's heat, he didn't know how many people had run to squat on this play. He felt like he was about to go red. Ding Hong nodded. This is to give you face, director. In the future, when we go to the theater, if someone still dares to tell our family Lin Shu what to do, we won't act anymore. We have to know that a lot of directors want our family Lin Shu to go over there even if they are helping to pay for the liquidated damages. I know. The director who had previously been yelling at Linny and also Ding Hong was now nodding his head nonstop in front of Ding Hong. Linny was also very proud of himself now. She's finally back to her old position of calling the shots. That Joey-chan actually dared to look down on her before. After she started filming, she must give him some color. Sister Hong, we've finally succeeded. After the director left, Linny was instantly happy. In the past few days, she has received several offers from directors. None of them are exactly big productions, but they're a lot better than what was going on before when no one was asking for them. Ding Hong also laughed. Yes, my little auntie. It seems that this face of Jishu's isn't completely useless. Linny opened the front camera and looked left and right. She was going to find an angle where she looked the most like Jishu and take a selfie. Ding Hong also looked at her face with satisfaction. When we make some money, we'll take you abroad to fix it up. You still don't look enough like Jishu right now. As soon as she heard about another plastic surgery, Linny instantly felt a pain in her face. The last time she was recovering from surgery her face was swollen like a pig's head and she couldn't eat anything. And because it moved so much, she almost died from an infected wound. Sister Hong, going again? Of course you have to go. My little aunt. Think about it, who is the hottest person in the entertainment circle right now? It's Jishu. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to hurry up to rub off on a wave of heat and hit your popularity, you won't have a chance in the future. You're on fire now, and if Jishu retires again at that time, won't you be able to take her place? And think about it, there are quite a few people who want to go down this path. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that Gu Xiaobei. She looks just like Jishu. You won't even have a place to cry if you're taken advantage of. Upon hearing Gu Xiaobei's name, Linny instantly gritted her teeth. That's right, she couldn't let Gu Xiaobei get carried away. And over there, Xiao Wang thought about it and didn't know how he was going to relay what the director had just said to Joey-chan. When he went back, Joey-chan was messaging Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaoxi, you've pulled the plug on me for the 78th time. Joey-chan wailed. He had just sent another message to Gu Xiaobei, hoping that Gu Xiaobei would come and act in the drama. Although he couldn't receive a reply to the text messages he sent every day, Joey-chan found it quite interesting. Working with Gu Xiaoxi was definitely better than working with that Wang Shu, but Gu Xiaoxi actually didn't appreciate his feelings. Xiao Wang took a look at Joey-chan's posture, or quietly closed the door and went out. Forget it, let's not piss him off at this point. Chapter 200, Don't Mess with Saturday 6. Gu Xiaobei's side simply didn't bother with Joey-chan. She was still thinking back to the events of the day. Klo Suk-jo was already starting to get weaker and weaker. His health was already bad, and since he knew about his condition, he was even more anxious in his mind, and inevitably became even weaker. But Gu Xiaobei was really out of his depth. She hadn't slept much this night. She went to school early the next morning and slumped over her desk to catch up on her sleep. When Ji Ling Tian came in, as soon as he saw Gu Xiaobei sleeping on her back, he immediately slowed down his movements and gently sat down next to her. Not daring to breathe, the class looked at him like he was a living ghost. Is this key? It wasn't just Ji Ling Tian himself who kept quiet. Whoever dared to make the slightest sound out loud in the class. Ji Ling Tian coldly raised his head and that person instantly didn't dare to make a sound. For a while, Class 5 was so quiet you could hear a pin drop on the floor. Gu Xiaobei came straight to catch up on his sleep this morning, didn't eat breakfast, and sent a message to Saturday 6, asking her to bring some breakfast for herself. Saturday 6 was a little late getting here as he had deliberately gone to a place 2 blocks away from the school to pack her a superb little ravioli. I ended up meeting Xia at the school gate. Xia saw Saturday 6 and greeted her with a happy face. Roku, you're here so early too. His hair reflected golden light in the sunlight like an ever-enthusiastic little prince. Early. Saturday 6 froze for a moment. Yeah, not late yet. Xia stretched out her arms and breathed hard. It feels so good to come to school early. I feel super motivated and hardworking. Of the 4 schoolboys, Xia skipped class the most. In the old days, He basically didn't come to class when he could and basically hid at home to look for signs of the wanderer. Even if they came to school, they were basically late. There was even a time when I slept in and thought that 5:30 p.m. was 5:30 a.m. and that everyone was out of school by the time I got here. Lately, though, O'Shaughnessy had found school to be quite interesting. To be able to see Saturday 6, to be able to share candy with her, and to be able to skip class with her for chocolate cake. Well, it's all pretty sweet anyway. He loves sweet things. Did you have breakfast? Saturday 6 asked him. Xia obediently shook his head. No, I woke up and came over. Auntie made breakfast, but I didn't want to eat it. It's a bit hard to swallow bread in the morning. I packed some delicious little ravioli and I'll share it with you. Saturday 6 didn't have enough to eat this morning either, so he just bought an extra portion, which he had planned to eat with gu xiaobei. Wow, it smells so good. Xia happily picked it up. Rokuroku, you're so nice. Are you like this the kind of? Oh yeah, beautiful person with a good heart that they always say you are. Saturday 6 blushed at Xia's compliment. It's just a small wonton la. If you like it, you can send me a message and I'll buy it for you in the morning later. Aha! Xia nodded happily and hugged the small portion of ravioli as if she was hugging the most delicious thing in the world. He's just so super easy to satisfy and has a super nice personality. No matter what he's sad about, all he needs to do is eat a piece of candy and he'll be happy. That's why Saturday 6 loves being friends with him, too. Right, Rokuroku, can you use that cell phone now? I only know how to switch on and off and go on the browser now. I'm not very good at anything else yet. Saturday 6 scratched his head. I don't even know how to download an app. This cell phone looked thick and heavy and super old-fashioned, but the functions inside were so technologically advanced that Saturday 6 had studied it by himself for half a day and didn't understand it at all. Let me teach you. Xia and Zhou Lulu were talking as they walked towards the school building. Since he had to teach Saturday 6 how to use a cell phone, the two were close together, their two heads pressed together. Saturday 6's hair was blowing up in the wind, occasionally raking past Xia's earlobe. When he feels a little itchy, he raises his hand to scratch it. Saturday 6 could smell the clean scent of laundry detergent on him, momentarily blushing a bit. At this moment, on the third floor of the teaching building, there were a few girls staring at the two of them with jealous faces. These three girls were all from class 3 and were classmates with Xia. Although Xia had a good personality, he didn't usually come to class, so he didn't know the class very well. But there were a lot of girls in St. Lee's Academy who liked Xia, and even more girls in their class liked him. The anger in his eyes was on the verge of burning now as he watched him get close to the girls in the other classes. Xia and Zhou Lulu were completely oblivious. The three girls were standing by the window in the hallway looking down. Who's that? Always pestering our Xia schoolboy. That's right. It's so annoying. Wasn't she the one who came to our class last time to look for the Xia schoolboy? It seems like, hey, she has a lot of guts. Who doesn't know that Schoolmaster Xia and Chang Wine have the best relationship? After saying that, both girls looked at the other girl. This girl's name was Lu Qingzhou, the second miss of the Lu family, Lu Qingrong's younger sister. The last time she almost fell in class, it was Xia who helped her. After that, she liked O'Shaughnessy. Every time she saw Xia, she would greet him, and Xia had a good personality and responded to her. The Lu family is rich, and the other two girls have been holding up Lu Qingwine. Qingwine, I heard that your sister and Ji Xiao are also very close. Yes, Qingwine, your family is rich and powerful, and you even have a lot of cooperation with the Chang family. That girl really has too much guts. She actually dares to steal the Xia boyfriend from you. Lu Qingzhou gritted her teeth and looked down viciously, as if she wanted to poke two holes in Saturday 6's body with her eyes. Suddenly, the three of them heard someone talking next to them. Hey, isn't that Saturday 6 from class 5? Yeah, she's here with Xia again. That's not true. She's so scheming. She often waits for Xia at the school gate, creating chance encounters and making Xia mistakenly think he's destined to be with her. That's who Xia skipped class with last time to go out for cake, isn't it? Isn't that right? Who doesn't know her? After that, the two girls left. Lu Qingzhou hadn't noticed that those two people, one was Gu Yuran and the other was Chu Xinjing. They had already known that Lu Qingzhou liked Xia, so they said that on purpose. At this moment, the anger in Lu Qingzhou's heart was already blazing. Saturday 6? Great! Lu Qingzhou gritted her teeth, but the two girls next to her were a little worried. Qingwine, this Saturday 6, I think I've heard of. Yeah, I heard that she's Gu Xiaobei's little follower. Gu Xiaobei, you know. Last time someone bullied Saturday 6, they were directly beaten up by Gu Xiaobei. Everyone in class 5 says that if you don't want to die, it's best not to mess with Saturday 6. Chapter 201, Grabbing Your Little Wonton. Gu Xiaobei? I just don't believe it. She's that powerful? Lu Qingzhou gritted her teeth. Besides, the one I'm dealing with is Saturday 6. What does it have to do with her? A dog with a rat minding its own business. I'll see if she dares to find trouble with me. The Lu family also belonged to a big and powerful family in the imperial capital, and the cooperation with the Cheng family had been very close in the past few years, so Lu Qingjiu was still a bit high up in the school. Those two girls were her followers, so of course they listened to whatever she said. Lu Qingjiu pulled the two of them aside and spoke of her plan. Saturday 6 went up to the third floor with Xia, then waved goodbye. At that moment, it was as if Saturday 6 felt someone staring at her. She turned her head for a moment, then realized that someone was standing in the hallway in front of the third-class entrance looking up at her. Seems like there's a bit of ill will in the gaze. Saturday 6 doesn't know that girl. She took another closer look, but the girl went back to her class. I think it's a misreading. Saturday 6 was in a hurry to deliver ravioli to Gu Xiaobei and didn't care that much. Sis! Saturday 6 shouted happily as soon as she entered the classroom. This little ravioli is super delicious. Try it. For a moment, all the students turned their heads. Saturday 6 actually dared to speak up. She's got a lot of nerve. Gu Xiaobei yawned and looked up sleepily. Her eyes were half-lidded, and her delicate face held a lazy, unconscious beauty. I'll taste it. Woken up by Saturday 6. Gu Xiaobei wasn't the least bit upset and directly reached out his hand. The gazes of the other students in the class fell on Ji Ling Tian again. Ji Xiao, who had just been furious and immediately grimaced at anyone who dared to make the slightest sound, was now acting as if nothing had happened. The four words temperamental were indeed the most suitable to describe Ji Xiao. Gu Xiaobei took a bite and nodded. How's it going, sis? Is it good? Yummy. Then I'll bring it back to you later. Saturday 6 was all happy. I've been eating it for years, and their little wontons are the best. Good. Then you eat first, sis. Oh, I'm going to the restroom. Saturday 6 walked out happily. Gu Xiaobei slowly ate the small wontons, holding a spoon in one hand and cupping her cell phone in the other. Flipping through this morning's news at random, Ji Ling Tian moved slightly closer and said coolly, "It smells quite fragrant." Gu Xiaobei had been too lazy to care about him, but suddenly another bad idea came to mind. She scooped up a small wonton with a spoon and passed it over to Ji Ling Tian. "It's quite fragrant. Would you like to eat it?" Once Ji Ling Tian saw that Gu Xiaobei was so proactive, the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. He lowered his head and was about to eat right off her spoon. That way, it's considered indirect kissing. However, in this flash of lightning, Gu Xiaobei suddenly retrieved that spoon and passed it right to his mouth. "If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself." Gu Xiaobei was triumphant, his face filled with a winning smile. She finally got angry at Ji Ling Tian for once as well. At this time, neither Ji Ling Tian nor Gu Xiaobei realized that both of them usually had a clear, cold and composed look. But when they were in front of each other, they were so childish. Gu Xiaobei had just bitten into that wonton when Ji Ling Tian suddenly leaned over and flew over to grab her waist with one hand and pressed the back of her head with the other. With a gentle kiss, Gu Xiaobei only felt her lips being softly touched before Ji Ling Tian was satisfied and snatched that wonton back. He raised an eyebrow and chewed on that wonton. The corner of his mouth gently hooked up as he looked at Gu Xiaobei. The students next to him looked on in disbelief. Just now, Ji Xiao is snatching food from Gu Xiaobei's mouth? Gu Xiaobei sat there frozen, as if she hadn't reacted to what had happened. No one has ever dared to be so bold. Ji Ling Tian took advantage of the situation and contentedly got up and headed out. "I'm going to the restroom first. Bye." "Sweet." Gu Xiaobei waited until he had gone out before reacting. "Really sweet? How can this ravioli be sweet?" Ji Ling Tian was taking advantage of her again. Gu Xiaobei's hand exerted force and instantly broke that spoon. "Ji Ling Tian, if you come back, I'll make you look good." Watching the movements of Gu Xiaobei's hands, the surrounding students didn't dare to watch the fun. If they looked any further, it might be their skulls that Gu Xiaobei broke. And at that moment, Saturday 6, who had just finished going to the bathroom, pushed the door, but suddenly realized that he couldn't push it. Strange, is it stuck? Saturday 6 pushed twice more, and the door to this compartment was still unresponsive. "Hello, anyone?" Saturday 6 tried to shout. It's almost class time, but it shouldn't be so bad that no one comes to the bathroom at all. Suddenly, Saturday 6 heard a footstep from outside. Classmate, please can you help me see what's wrong with this door? I can't open it." "Oh," the man outside sneered. "That's because this door only closes to shameless people." Saturday 6 froze for a moment. "What do you mean, classmate? You're Saturday 6, aren't you? You're disgusting. Shamelessly pestering Xia every day. I'm telling you, if you ever dare to pester Xia again in the future, you're just waiting to die you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a bucket of water was thrown in from outside. The water, which still smelled sour, was from the bucket in which Auntie washed her mop. Saturday 6 screamed. She was soaked with sewage, dirty water dripping down her hair. Lu Qingjiu watched this with satisfaction, then clapped her hands and headed out. You're a great one, Qingwine. Yeah, in the future, this shameless person definitely won't dare to pester schoolmaster Oxia anymore. That's right, Qingwine. The Oxia male god can only belong to you. Those two girls bragged about Lu Qingwine. Oh, listen to that name of hers. Right, Saturday 6. Her mom wouldn't have given birth to her on a mahjong table. Right, if she dares to pester Oxia in the future, I won't just splash her with dirty water. I'm going to scratch her face. Lu Qingjiu rolled her eyes and said, Qingwine is mighty. Qingwine bully. Lu Qingjiu lifted her chin and flaunted her way out, but just outside the bathroom door, she saw a man standing in the doorway. Oh, Oxia. Lu Qingjiu stuttered for a moment. When did O'Shaughnessy stand here? Did Oxia hear everything she just said? The sun shone through the window, and Oxia's hair reflected the golden light. He used to always greet her when he saw her. His big eyes curved up in a cute and down-to-earth way. Who did you put in there? Oxia's eyes weren't always warm like before. Instead they were full of ice. Chapter 202 Super Sacrifice My Northern Master. Lu Qingjiu hadn't seen such an Oxia and was instantly stunned. O'Shaughnessy, I. Before Lu Qingjiu could finish her words, Oxia directly peeled away from her and rushed inside. Colonel O'Shaughnessy, that's the women's bathroom. My God! The two girls next to her exclaimed. Lu Qingjiu hurried over to stop Oxia, but just then, her arm was clutched by a man. Ouch! Lu Qingjiu felt like her arm was about to break, and all of a sudden her eyes reddened. You've got a lot of nerve. She was about to open her mouth to curse when she saw the two girls beside her blush. She slowly turned her head, only to find Ji Ling Tian looking at her icily. Qi Xiao. Lu Qingjiu's legs went weak. How dare you? Ji Ling Tian spoke icily. His voice didn't have much of a rise or fall, but Lu Qingjiu only felt like she had been thrown into an ice hole, almost frozen. Ice water was coming at her from all sides, and she could barely catch her breath. Messing with Saturday 6 would make Gu Xiaobei unhappy, and those who made Gu Xiaobei unhappy deserved to die. Ji Xiao. Those two girls took a look at Lu Qingjiu's arms were clenched red, as if the bones were about to break, and hurriedly came up to plead for mercy. Ji Xiao. It's all because that Saturday 6 went too far. Qingwine is just angry. Qingwine? Ji Ling Tian frowned slightly, but his hand didn't let go. Lu Qingjiu's features twisted in pain. Yes, Ji Xiao. Isn't Qingwine's sister Lu Qingrong a childhood friend of yours? You should know her. One of the girls rushed to say. Lu Qingjiu had always said that her sister Lu Qingrong and Ji Xiao were childhood friends. If that was the case, Ji Xiao must really like Lu Qingrong. He's sure to be good to Lu Qingwine as well. But who would have expected that Ji Ling Tian would just let out a cold laugh after hearing this? With a hard push, he directly threw Lu Qingjiu out. A childhood friend? Ji Ling Tian stepped closer, his eyes cold. Who gave you the guts to create such rumors? The two girls were already too scared to speak. Shaking like chaff, Lu Qingjiu went limp, her aching arms unable to even support her. Inside the bathroom, Osha had kicked open the door to the cubicle. Saturday 6 ran crying. O'Shaughnessy hugged her. Even though she was all covered in sewage and her hair was dirty, he still didn't mind her at all. 6 good boy. Don't cry. Oxia gently patted her back. Saturday 6 cried until he couldn't catch his breath, and grabbed Oxia's arm with a death grip, as if he was grasping the last straw. Oxia helped Saturday 6 walk out together. When he spoke to Saturday 6, his voice was still gentle, and he looked as if he was still the sunny and cheerful Oxia, but the ice coldness in his eyes was impossible to ignore. It's all because of him that Lulu was bullied. Those who bullied 6 must pay. O'Shaughnessy helped Saturday 6 walk out. Ji Ling Tian was tugging on Lu Qingjiu's arm, picking her up. Lu Qingjiu cried until she couldn't catch her breath. Ji Xiao, please, spare me. Lu Qingjiu originally thought that she had bullied a soft persimmon. How come in a flash? Oxia and Ji Xiao both came to help Saturday 6. Spare you? Oxia said. Why didn't you spare 6 when she was crying inside the cubicle just now? Before Lu Qingjiu could say anything, her entire body was yanked up by Ji Ling Tian. Ji Xiao! Lu Qingwine screamed. She didn't yet know what awaited her. However, in the next second, a person suddenly came over like a gust of wind and snatched the Lu Qingwine from Ji Ling Tian's hand. Lu Qingjiu spun in place and hit the wall hard. She wasn't even able to see exactly who had yanked her before her eyes started to glaze over. The two girls who were watching next to him also received a kick from one of them and hit the wall hard. Lu Qingwine was yanked back again. The next second, she was thrown off again. She hit the wall with a thud and felt her nose break. Several classes ran out to watch. Class 3's eyes instantly widened. Isn't that Lu Qingwine? Yes. Someone actually dared to hit Lu Qingjiu. *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** It's horrible. Who is this guy? You don't even recognize this. This is Gu Xiaobei. Asterisk 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 is that Gu Xiaobei who made Xiao Xiao's music video? Yeah. And it's the king of the north in the CWZ. Oh my god. Before when she wore a dress when she was filming Zhou Xiao's music video, I thought it was simply too pretty. And now I think it's also too valiant. And valiant and cool. She can actually throw Lu Qingjiu out with one hand. It's too much. No matter what. Lu Qingjiu is also a member of our third class. What gives them the right to beat up a member of our third class from their fifth class? There were more Class V students running out as well. Our class, Xiaobei, is super well behaved. Yeah, excellent character and academics. He even came first in his grade in the last exam. And he's super good tempered. Yes, and super nice to your classmates too. The people from Class 3 instantly turned their heads and glared at the people from Class 5. Does your class have a conscience? You call that being a good boy? You call that being super tempered? You call that being nice to your classmates? The people in Class 5 rolled their eyes, each with a sentence written on their faces. Who let your class Lu Qingjiu commit the first offense? Anyway, all of us in Class 5 know that Saturday 6 is the last one to be messed with. Sister. Watching Gu Xiaobei stand up for herself, Saturday 6 tearfully called out to her. Forget it, sis. She also didn't want Gu Xiaobei to cause any more trouble for her. But how could Gu Xiaobei let it go? As soon as she went out and saw Saturday 6's wretched appearance, and then saw Ji Ling Tian carrying Lu Qingjiu, she probably knew what had happened. Gu Xiaobei tugged Lu Qingjiu downwards. Lu Qingjiu was woefully dragged by Gu Xiaobei, stumbling and rolling down the steps. Ji Ling Tian. Gu Xiaobei shouted without looking back. Kick them both down too. The corner of Ji Ling Tian's mouth hooked, and those two little followers of Lu Qingjiu were kicked down together. Outside the corner of the building there is a large tank, which puts a lot of rainwater. Is the cleaning auntie stored up to water the flowers? There is also a faint odor emanating from the inside. You're crazy. Lu Qingjiu screamed, but Gu Xiaobei directly threw her into that tank. The remaining two did the same thing. Gu Xiaobei. Lu Qingjiu raised his head from the tank, his hair still covered in some moss. Extraordinarily wretched. Gu Xiaobei lifted his hand and pressed her back into the tank. Gobble gobble. Chapter 203, Big Fatty? Lu Qingjiu choked on several mouthfuls of dirty water. Only when she couldn't catch her breath and thought she was about to die did Gu Xiaobei let go. She had only just taken 2 breaths of fresh air when she was pressed back by Gu Xiaobei. This is repeated 4 or 5 times. In the back, Lu Qingjiu barely even had the strength to resist. She lay in the tank, snot and tears running down her face, a belly full of sewage, and a foul odor from burping. Gu Xiaobei clapped his hands and folded his arms to walk back. Jillian stopped her on the steps. Why dirty your hands? I'll just take the next fight. Ji Ling Tian took out a wet wipe from somewhere and helped her wipe her fingers delicately. Gu Xiaobei had wanted to pull her hand out, but God forbid she refused. Ji Ling Tian held her hand and helped her wipe it carefully. There was a thin layer of calluses on her hands. Alright, Gu Xiaobei pulled her hand back. I'll just go wash it. Saturday 6 had already been taken by Xia to shower and change. Gu Xiaobei returned to the classroom without changing his face. Class 5 is applauding enthusiastically. Xiaobei, you were so bossy just now. Worthy of being the king of the north. Yeah, the North King is awesome. Let's see who dares to look down on our class from now on. Gu Xiaobei sat down without changing her face and saw that Saturday 6 had sent her a message. Sister, thank you for just now, but I don't want to go back to class right now, so please take a vacation for me. With Xia accompanying her, Gu Xiaobei wasn't worried. Good, you're in no hurry to come back. Take a walk outside. Xia took Saturday 6 to one of her favorite dessert stores and ordered her milk tea and cake. Saturday 6 wasn't very excited and just took small bites. She still felt bad when she thought about what had just happened. Those girls scolded her for being a toad wanting to eat swan's meat. She was a small family who actually wanted to climb up to Xia. What a shame. O'Shaughnessy sat across from her, working his cell phone rapidly, not knowing what he was doing. Saturday 6 lifted his head to look at him and lowered it again. Maybe, she really should stay away from Xia. O'Shaughnessy looks like a little prince. However, in the next second, Xia suddenly put the cell phone down and firmly said, Lulu, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Saturday 6 looked up, his eyes a little startled. Look at the school posting. Saturday 6 was surprised and picked up his cell phone to look at it, only to see a few big red words floating on the front page of Saintly College's posting bar. Whoever dares to bully Saturday 6 again is messing with me. Xia, consequences will follow. And, no matter which post you click into, that line follows you like a pop-up window that you can't turn off. Now, the whole school should know that from now on. Saturday 6 was his Xia's cover. Saturday 6's eyes instantly reddened as she sniffled. Xia, Thank you. Oh, Xia rubbed her hair. Okay, don't cry. They also have a kind of cookies that are also super delicious. I'll go buy them for you. Okay? Saturday 6 nodded heavily. Aha, good. Watching Saturday 6 happy. Oh, Xia followed suit. At this time, in the 5th class of the 3rd grade, that number of the 7 demons received another message. Jiling Tian didn't know what he had gone out for and wasn't in his seat, so Gu Xiaobei was relieved to take his cell phone out and look at it. Night Creek, tomorrow you'll go back to the hospital. 7 demons? Doesn't Phoenix Hollow have any other quests for me to do? Night Stream, that's the most important task. Be there tomorrow at 12 noon. On time. 7 demons, okay. Night Creek, tomorrow there will be a consultation with 3 attending physicians, and you will be listening on the sidelines. 7 demons, okay. Although he didn't know exactly what Nightbrook meant, Gu Xiaobei still agreed. She guessed that perhaps Nightbrook knew, too, that she knew the art of healing, but she really can't hold a scalpel anymore, even if she listens to the results of the consultation. Clothier Zhou's illness necessitated an operation. Tomorrow's consultation. Jiling Tian and Shimu, they are definitely going. He asked Gu Xiaobei if he wanted to come along. Gu Xiaobei excused herself. She didn't want to continue the dress-up game. What's more, Jiling Tian knew the 7 demons. Jiling Tian didn't force himself on her. The next day, Gu Xiaobei put on the mask of the 7 demons and went to the hospital at the time Nightstream instructed. The doctor's consultation had not yet begun when she went. She was waiting at the door. Yang Ziyo did not know what he was saying to Yi Jiechu inside. Gu Xiaobei listened to 2 sentences, and there was also Jishu's name inside. Presumably, Yang Ziyo was persuading Yi Jiechu to undergo the surgery, and Yi Jiechu was reluctant. But at the mention of Jishu, he hesitated. If you survive, you can make a movie with Jishu. Not long after, Jiling Tian and the others also came. Seeing that the 7 demons were here again, Jiling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. The 7 demons spoke with full concern. You know, I have many employers, no matter what kind of mission I have to carry out. Jillian didn't look skeptical, and just shrugged. But now that we're going in to talk to Zhou, it won't be very convenient for you to go in. Gu Xiaobei stepped aside. Jiling Tian closed the door behind him and also pulled the curtain. Gu Xiaobei had no intention of eavesdropping and simply walked to the side. She plopped down at the window at the top of the stairs and looked out. So boring. There was no telling when Jiling Tian and the others would finish. Gu Xiaobei took out his cell phone and played with it for a while, but he didn't see anything interesting. Meow dash. Suddenly, she heard a cat call. Why is there a cat in the hospital? Gu Xiaobei turned back in confusion. She saw a silver-gray figure standing in front of her, cocking its head to look at her. Meow dash. Biggie, why do you look different than before? Meow dash. Biggie, don't you recognize Big Fatty? Meow meow dash. Biggie, when are you going to buy Big Fatty a necklace? Big Fatty meowed a few times before walking over towards Gu Xiaobei, rubbing his furry head against her ankle. Strange. Why is Big Fatty here? Could it be that when Jiling Tian went out just now, he didn't keep an eye on it and let Big Fatty follow him out? That's a little dangerous. Gu Xiaobei squatted down and scratched Big Fatty's chin. Big Fatty is a very cautious kitty and won't let strangers touch her. It even tried to bully Gu Xiaobei when she first went to the Ji family. But now, she was already familiar with Gu Xiaobei. Big Fatty directly lay flat and exposed his little belly face up for Gu Xiaobei to touch. Gu Xiaobei let out a laugh and scratched its chin again. Big Fatty purred twice, looking like he was enjoying himself. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips. But, before she could laugh, she suddenly thought that something was wrong. What she's using now is the face of the 7 demons. Gu Xiaobei suddenly froze. A familiar pair of shoes stopped in front of her. Chapter 204, will you understand this? Gu Xiaobei didn't need to look up to know who was coming. The hand she was touching the big fat one stiffened slightly. Big Fatty lazily half-squinted his eyes, enjoying Gu Xiaobei's touch. Suddenly, it sensed that Gu Xiaobei's movements had stopped, and meowed a little unhappily. Big guy, you use your heart. Don't be trippy when you're touching the big fat one. Big Fatty meowed twice, but suddenly saw his family's young master. Big Fatty rolled over on his back and climbed to his feet. Meow dash. Young master, you just left Big Fatty at the stairway and ran away. Do you know that Big Fatty is a cute little kitten? What if the bad guys take it? Meow dash. Luckily, Big Brother was there, and Big Fatty instantly sensed that she was Big Brother alright. I just don't know why Biggie doesn't look the same today as before. Big Fatty leapt onto Jiling Tian's body in a flash, and Jiling Tian hugged it in a smooth manner. Gu Xiaobei sure got up. 7 demons? Jillian called her name, her tongue curling in a three-quarter smile. Gu Xiaobei raised her head to look at him, her eyes clear and cold, not different from usual. After being touched twice by Jiling Tian, Big Fatty felt that it was still most comfortable when Gu Xiaobei tickled its chin. so it poked its body to try to get into Gu Xiaobei's arms again. Ji Tian lowered his eyes and smiled lightly. This cat in my house is the most cognizant of life. Usually if someone he doesn't know gets next to him, he's going to blow up his hair. Big Fatty twisted his body and kept arching his furry head against Ji Tian's hand, his fat little paws desperately trying to pick at Gu Xiaobei's arm. Big brother Kong Kong Big Fat ah! Big brother hug Big Fatty. Gu Xiaobei didn't have any emotional fluctuations on her face and simply said, "Is that so? That's probably because I'm extraordinarily liked by small animals. Meow dash." Big Fatty couldn't help but get a little disgruntled when he saw that Gu Xiaobei never reached out his hand to catch himself, showing his teeth and barking. What little animal? Big Fatty has a name. Ji Tian let out another low laugh. I really don't know how much more you can surprise me. Playing the piano, being able to take the first place exam, being so good that you can pick up a person with one hand, and being the esports genius Bei Wang that CWZ has been searching for years. Ji Tian lifted his eyes to look at her, and the two of them intertwined their gazes. Gu Xiaobei, what else do you have that I don't know about you? Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She knew that Ji Tian had probably suspected her long ago. She lived in a villa area with the 7 demons, and had also once known some things that she wasn't supposed to know. And Ji Tian had been a little surprised when he went to the villa area to drop her off. Also, she hit someone in front of Ji Tian, picked up Lu Qingjiu with one hand, and threw her into the water tank. She was just an ordinary student from the countryside, and it was indeed hard to explain that she was so good with her hands. But, Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and smiled softly. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Her face was calm, and if Ji Tian hadn't already been certain that Gu Xiaobei was definitely the 7 demons, she would have only been hidden from her at this moment. Can't understand? Maybe this way. You'll be able to hear it? Ji Tian laughed softly. Gu Xiaobei still didn't know what Ji Tian meant and raised her eyes to look at him suspiciously. But the next second, he suddenly shoved the big fat into Gu Xiaobei's arms. Gu Xiaobei subconsciously took over the big fat and hugged it with both hands. But right at this moment, Ji Tian suddenly leaned over and directly bit her lips. Gu Xiaobei surprisingly didn't dodge because he was holding Big Fatty with both hands. Big Fatty was sandwiched between Gu Xiaobei and Ji Tian's embrace, and the hot feeling of being in love surrounded it. Meow dash. Big Fatty wants to fall in love too. Big Fatty wants to kiss too. Big Fatty desperately arched at Ji Tian, who wrapped one hand around Gu Xiaobei's waist and held Big Fatty's head down with the other. The two's breaths intertwined as Ji Tian attacked the city, almost seizing all the air from Gu Xiaobei's mouth. Gu Xiaobei was lost in thought for a moment. She heard Ji Tian let out a soft laugh next to her ear. The hot breath sprayed on her earlobe. Gu Xiaobei felt a little itchy and turned red again. Ji Tian. She instantly got up and with a vicious leg lift, she kicked towards Ji Tian while holding her big fat. However, Ji Tian instantly dodged out of the way. He was 3 steps away from Gu Xiaobei. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked up. You know, whether you're in disguise or not, you're so cute when you're shy. Ji Tian, I'll kill you dash. Gu Xiaobei was infuriated and instantly couldn't care less about hiding his voice. He directly shouted out in Gu Xiaobei's voice. To do so would be tantamount to recognizing her. In that instant, a few moments of joy rose in Ji Tian's heart. The 7 demons were Gu Xiaobei, and he had asked for them from Phantom's hands. Although Feng Su and Dark Sky had always been arch rivals, it didn't matter. The 7 demons were now Feng Su's people. The 2 of them will, from now on, be affiliated with the same organization, and in the future, they'd have plenty of opportunities to do missions together and walk side by side. In the future, he would be able to get close to the water, spend time with Gu Xiaobei at school, and spend time with the 7 demons outside his night stream. Sooner or later, he would catch up with Gu Xiaobei. It was just that at this time Ji Tian didn't know that Gu Xiaobei wasn't just the 7 demons, she was also the boss of the Dark Sky, the Phantom. Gu Xiaobei furiously wiped her mouth, regretting how she hadn't just bitten Ji Tian's tongue off. She shoved the big fat one back into Ji Tian's arms and turned around angrily to head down the road. Big Fatty was being held by Ji Tian. His large, round eyes were filled with incomprehension as he meowed twice. Don't you want to break up with Big Fatty? Big brother, if you really want to break up with Big Fatty, also buy Big Fatty a nice necklace as a breakup gift, okay? Although revealing your identity is not for the sake of Xiao. I still want to ask you about Xiao's illness. Ji Tian suddenly said to Gu Xiaobei's back. Gu Xiaobei's figure suddenly lurched. Countless memories came to her mind, and finally turned into that scalpel. Clink fell to the ground, also hit her heart. With her back to Ji Tian, she suddenly blanched. She's afraid that Clo Suk Zhou will die on her operating table as well. Gu Xiaobei opened her mouth. A bunch of words stuck in her throat, but she couldn't say a single word. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly ran desperately downhill and was gone in a flash. Big Fatty's furry head rubbed against Jiling's chin. Meow dash. Young master, where did Big Brother go? Did he go to buy a necklace for Big Fatty? Ling Tian. Oh, Xia called after him. Joe wants to talk to you. Ling Tian glanced again in the direction Gu Xiaobei had left. He had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that perhaps it was better to leave Gu Xiaobei alone at this time. Chapter 205, Brother Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaobei drove straight to the countryside where she grew up. Behind the village, there is a mountain with a number of small graves sparsely lined up. When people in the village die, they are buried on this hill. Gu Xiaobei stepped on the weeds and walked forward until he reached a small graveyard before stopping. The small graveyard didn't look much different from the others, except that it had a smaller headstone and a poplar tree planted in front of the grave. This was planted by Gu Xiaobei. Buried inside was Su Xiaoshan's set of clothes. A dozen people in the village saw Su Xiaoshan jump into the river, but she fished for 3 days and found nothing. At the end of the day, only this suit floated up. Su Xiaoshan was her only friend in this village and her best friend as a child, but she didn't protect him. At that time, Li Guixiang was not good to her. She could not even eat sometimes. It was Su Xiaoshan who secretly brought her food from home. The village has a strong preference for boys and girls. Li Guixiang only has one Wang Juzi in her head, and although Su Xiaoshan is also a boy, his life is not much better, because he's not biological. Su Xiaoshan's mom couldn't give birth to a baby, so his dad brought Su Xiaoshan back from the outside. Some people outside say that Su Xiaoshan was bought, while others say that he was born to his father and another woman. After all, his mom wasn't nice to him. At that time, Gu Xiaobei was only with Su Xiaoshan, and she thought that when she grew up and became successful, she could take Su Xiaoshan away. After she ran away from home, she joined Dark Sky by mistake. Frantically taking on tasks every day gave her little time to go back and see Su Xiaoshan. Then she learned a message. It was like a bolt from the blue. Su Xiaoshan was persecuted by a man. The man was a repeat offender from the next village, always liking little boys. After the incident, everyone said that Su Xiaoshan was the one who misbehaved and ran away to another village to play. They said that it was all Su Xiaoshan's fault, that Su Xiaoshan deserved it. Su Xiaoshan lay there bleeding for 3 days, and no one took him to the doctor. Because his mother was pregnant and the village barefoot doctor said it was a boy, his dad and mom wouldn't even let him in the house, so they made him lie down inside the hayloft and stay with the cows. That's all, and there are those who say, "You're very kind." Such children who corrupt the family should be thrown out to fend for themselves. Su Xiaoshan didn't wait for Gu Xiaobei to come back. He himself jumped into the river at the head of the village, dragging his scarred legs. He bled all the way down the river, and so many people followed him for laughs, watching him jump into the river while stoned on melon. He deserved it, they said. Now the village is clean. Gu Xiaobei wanted to kill that man. She wanted to kill everyone in the village, but she was still an insignificant minion in the Dark Sky back then. She had to move up. She wasn't that capable. Su Xiaoshan left a letter for her alone. The handwriting on it was crooked. He's only in 2nd grade and doesn't know all the words yet, even some of them phonetically. Xiaobei, I'm dead. Don't blame them. My father and my mother raised me for many years. I'm quite grateful to them. You have to live well without hatred. You mustn't kill them, or the ghosts of injustice will keep me from being reincarnated. The river will wash me clean. Will you bury me in the back of the hill? Thank you. We'll be friends in our next life. But Gu Xiaobei didn't fish him out. She fished for 3 days and finally fished out that shirt. She set up a burial mound for him, and anyone in the village who dared to obstruct it was kicked off the mountain by her. Then later on, her countless talents were stimulated, and she was only just 10 years old, and she was known far and wide as a divine doctor. She never cured those villages, but the aide she trusted the most sent the man who had harmed Su Xiaoshan to her hospital bed. The man had lost so much weight that he went to the hospital and said he had terminal liver cancer and only she could save him. She doesn't want surgery. The man recognized her. He lay on the hospital bed and laughed, telling how he had harmed Su Xiaoshan in the first place, and how he had watched Su Xiaoshan jump into the river. Gu Xiaobei screamed and plunged the scalpel into his heart. She was familiar with the structure of the human body, and the matter of killing someone with a single stab was simply too easy for her. It wasn't her first kill, but it was her first as a doctor. Su Xiaoshan didn't want her to become such a person with hatred. He wanted her to be a good doctor. But since then, she's never been able to have surgery again. Every time she picked up the scalpel she thought of the man and the scene he had described. Think of Su Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaobei sat in front of Su Xiaoshan's grave bag, gently pulling the weeds on it for him and placing a box of bubblegum in front of his tombstone. Brother Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaobei reddened her eyes, tears barreling down her face. Brother Xiaoshan, what do I do? You tell me. What do I do? She wanted to save Mu Changsheng. She wanted to save Yi Jiaqiao. And she wanted to travel back in time and save Su Xiaoshan even more. But she couldn't save anyone. Gu Xiaobei covered her face as tears raged down from inside her fingers. A gust of wind blew through the poplar tree above her head, gently swaying its branches. Many people in the village like to carry a willow tree in front of their family member's grave in the hope that they will stay and return to this place after reincarnation. But Gu Xiaobei planted a poplar tree for Su Xiaoshan. Such a dirty and filthy place is not worthy of the clean and dry Su Xiaoshan. She wants him to never come back. The photo on the tombstone was taken when Su Xiaoshan was 8 years old. His smile forever fixed at that innocent age. Gu Xiaobei reached out and touched the picture, murmuring and speaking, "Brother Xiaoshan, I'll work hard. I'll definitely work hard." And at this time, across the ocean, a bodyguard dressed in black handed a thick file and some photos to the man in front of him. The man was dressed in a white lab coat, with softly shaped eyes hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses. The eyes were ice cold. "Mr. Su, the person you requested to investigate earlier has now had his results," the black bodyguard said in broken Chinese. The man picked up both the information and the photos and looked them over. Most of these were about Su Xiaoshan when he was a child, and some were things related to him after his death. The man looked closely. His face resembled the picture on Su Xiaoshan's tombstone, and it might even look like this if Su Xiaoshan had lived to be this old as well. Su Xiaoshan was 3 years older than Gu Xiaobei and should be 21 this year, while this man looked, well, 22. Chapter 206, Scrubbing the Heat. Gu Xiaobei? The man slowly repeated a name after reading it. The corners of his mouth slowly tickled. He tossed the information and photos into a nearby document shredder, then looked up at the black bodyguard in front of him. "Get ready, I'm going back home." "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll purchase your ticket right away. May I ask if you need to purchase your return ticket together?" "No, I don't intend to come back for a while, so go get ready and hand over the property here." The bodyguard's eyes flashed with a momentary surprise. "Mr. Su, you're doing very well in the United States. Why do you suddenly want to return to China?" The man looked up instantly, his icy gaze causing the bodyguard in front of him to instantly shiver. "That's not a question you should be asking." "Yes, Mr. Su." The bodyguard held out a piece of paper. "Mr. Su, please sign here as authorization." The man took out a fountain pen and keeled over to write his name. Su Ichuan. He swiveled his swivel chair and looked down from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 23rd floor. The lights are on. It's like a city without night, where sin and goodness walk side by side, where paper and food are intertwined going forward. People of all shapes and sizes have lives of all shapes and sizes. He's been poking around for years and it's time to go back. And at this point, it's still daytime in the country. Jishu's hotness remains high, but after everyone is ecstatic because of Jishu's return, there are also a lot of marketing numbers that have started to pick up on Jishu's hidden agenda of leaving the entertainment industry for more than 2 years and then coming back. A lot of people are talking about it, saying that Jishu had a child in hiding, and that she was abandoned by her husband, and that she went to court over the division of property, tearing everyone apart. Some people also say that Jishu was originally a plastic surgeon and left for 2 years to get a fix, but all these claims of smearing Jishu were called out by Jishu's fans. Jishu has a child out of wedlock and is getting a divorce? Don't be ridiculous. Any man under the sky who can marry Jishu must be treated like a treasure. How can any man divorce Jishu? You guys can make up nonsense like a normal person. Okay? Is Jisoo a plastic surgeon? Your brain needs a facelift too. Upstairs plus 10,086. Could it be that this Lord marketing number has given his brain a shot of wrinkle remover? If Jisoo's face can be made by plastic surgery, I'll go without anesthesia. Me too. If I could have this face, I wouldn't sleep at night, hugging the mirror and looking at it. In the last few days, any news related to Jisoo was particularly highly discussed. Just then, Ding Hong arranged for Lin Yi to remake the music video that Gu Xiaobei had shot before. Many people knew that Yi Jieqiao was a fan of Jisoo, and this song, he had specially written it for Jisoo. When the music video came out at the time, there were many people who said that Gu Xiaobei looked like Jisoo, especially when that lift of the eyes simply stunned everyone. Ding Hong arranged for Lin Yi to remake the music video, and the scenes in it were slightly remodeled to become more like scenes from a movie that Jisoo had once acted in. And Lin Yi's look is very similar to when Jisoo was in the movie. The paycheck for the drama My Canyon Prince had been called in advance, and Ding Hong took out a portion of it to buy hot searches for Lin Yi. Hashtag this song for Jisoo should still be performed by Jisoo hashtag. The topic instantly made it to the top 3 of the hot search, and clicking in was the music video for Lin Yi's remake. Instantly, there were so many fans of Jisoo flooding in, but after watching it, they felt that they had been cheated. What a mess. Can you not rub Jisoo's nose in it? This face is far from Jisoo even if it's not. The body is also so stiff. But also learn others to shoot martial arts action. Playing the piano when hunched over. There is no beauty at all. Okay. Yeah, except for that 3 minutes and 27 seconds shot where the back takeoff looks a little better. There's really no eye candy. reply upstairs. 3 minutes and 27 seconds. That shot didn't show his face. It was edited from Jishu's previous movie. And that back is indeed Jishu. Throwing up. Where did that big sister come from? Hugging our Jishu. This isn't as good as the little girl who acted in the beginning. Don't remake it blindly. That's it. That little girl is more like Jishu. And her temperament is also good. What the hell is this remake? Linny was furious when she saw these comments. But soon, Ding Hong bought a lot of sailors and came over to press the comments. Oh my god. This is Jishu himself. I've fallen. Sis is too good looking. Forwarding, a goddess is always a goddess. Who is this young lady? She's really good looking. Replying to upstairs, this is Lin Shu, who will soon be starring as the female lead in My Canyon Prince. Must see. Sister is so pretty. Soon, those original fan comments were drowned in a sea of water. Gu Xiaobei didn't have the heart to care about this right now. But Zhou Chen was furious when he saw this. He had several trumpets dedicated to sparring with black fans, which came in handy this time. What sister? Auntie is more like it. Switching accounts. 100,000 miles away from Jishu. Not as good looking as the previous MV heroine at all. Switching accounts. My Prince of the Canyon is a male drama alright. The female lead is simply a sidekick. Switching accounts. Lin Shu doesn't deserve Zhou Chen at all. Zhou Chen is a real prince. She's not even a maid. She's too ugly. The people who praised her in front of you are all sailors, aren't they? After cursing, Zhou Chen was satisfied and picked up his cell phone to look at the comments. But soon, his phone dinged and dinged, instantly reaping countless comments and likes. Ha 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 ha. Laughing until I rolled out of bed. The male lead personally stamped the female lead to buy a water army. This drama really laughed me to death. This can't be a marketing ploy, but it's really funny. Zhou Chen really laughed me to death. Does Lin Shu's face hurt? She actually said she looks like Jishu, and the male protagonist said you're ugly. On the side, Wang screamed, brother, what did you do? Zhou Chen also picked at his cell phone to look at it. Days. When he switched accounts for the last time, he actually shook his hand and switched to the big one. No wonder there are so many comments and likes. The water army Ding Hong had hired earlier was considered a waste. Zhou Chen's comment instantly went to the top. Linny was so angry that his face was crooked. Ding Hong called the director over. We're paying out of our own pockets to help publicize the drama. What do you mean? Ding Hong yelled at the other end of the phone. Chapter 207, inquiring about Ijia Qiao. The director didn't expect this to be the case either. Now he's already being ridiculed by everyone even before he's done much drama. The director called Zhou Chen over. Zhou Chen, what do you mean? The director's voice suddenly raised a few points. Zhou Chen was still a bit weak, but the director's call came through and his voice was even higher than the director's. What do I mean? What do you mean? Finding an ugly to be my heroine. And you have the nerve to ask me. I haven't even asked you yet. You even secretly added drama to her. You don't have to act if you don't want to. And I'm telling you, you're out of contract. You're going to have to pay me back. Double. Double is double. Master doesn't care about your little money. You go buy some eye drops and wash your eyes properly. What kind of person can be a heroine? I think you have a dehydrated cerebral cortex. Zhou Chen you. I. You're not only a you also stutter. Can't even speak a sentence well and still have the nerve to learn from others to be a director. You hot chicken crap TV show, just wait for the street you. I'm not acting. After saying that, Zhou Chen hung up the phone fiercely. The director was frozen by Zhou Chen's scolding and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Zhou Chen threw his cell phone to the side, directly crossed his legs, touched the banana next to him, and took a big hard bite. What a bull TV show. He's not even happy to be in it. Xiao Wang trembled and said, brother, if we lose money this time, we have to lose a lot of it. Why don't we let the director's side terminate the contract, so we can still? No way. Zhou Chen instantly jumped up and angrily said, I've always been the only one to dump others. There's no such thing as someone else dumping me. It's just money. Just pay him back. Go and make arrangements. Don't hang around in front of me. Little King walked out crying. When she learned that Zhou Chen had decided to terminate his contract, Ding Hong was relieved. Linny rolled her eyes. He's nothing. He still doesn't want to work with me. Make it sound like anyone wants to work with him. He's going to regret this. Little auntie, you're about to be on fire. Hearing Ding Hong's compliments, a few smiles appeared on Lin Yi's face. That's right. She's about to hit the big time. What Ji Shu, what Gu Xiaobei, what Zhou Chen, are not worthy of her shoes? Ding Hong asked. By the way, little auntie, did Chang Xiao look for you in the past 2 days? Linny flipped out his cell phone to look at it and shook his head. Changwana hadn't asked her to go to bed for several days. Changwana didn't know how happy he had been in the past 2 days. He had long ago left Lin Yi behind. After all, now that the real Jishu had returned, he had little interest in an imposter like Lin Yi. Moreover, with the help of Dark Sky, Feng Su had not continued to target the Cheng family. Their family's industries all seem to be making money at the moment, and their stock prices are relatively flat. Just how could he have known that all of this was just a play that Dark Sky and Feng Su had joined forces to put on? Phantom contacted Nightstream again, and Nightstream said that further concessions of interest could be made, as long as the 7 demons could be allowed to remain in Phoenix Void. When she saw this message, Gu Xiaobei froze slightly. After going to Su Xiaoshan's grave and crying for a while, her emotions smoothed out a lot. Right now, there were a lot of important things waiting for her to do. Gu Xiaobei stared at this message from Nightbrook for a while. A doubt slowly surfaced in her mind. It seemed that Nightbrook was very interested in the 7 demons, just because she saved him once? Moreover, how did Nightstream know Yisuki Qiao? Gu Xiaobei called Yi Jieqiao and inquired about his health. Yi Jieqiao wasn't a person who liked to sell his misery, and it was also true that since Jishu's visit, his spirit was much better than before. Don't worry, Ling Tian said that he has already contacted a few doctors for me, so there might be hope. Yi Jieqiao's voice still sounded hoarse, but it did have a little more hope and vigor than before. Jishu was still a great encouragement to him. That's good. I've heard a lot of people have been visiting you lately, so you need to get some rest too. I know. You don't have to worry much. Thank you, Kahoku. Gu Xiaobei asked in a seemingly casual manner. By the way, I heard that Nightbrook went to see you as well. Nightbrook? Yi Jieqiao said in confusion. I don't recognize it. Is it from our school? Gu Xiaobei said. It's fine. It seems to be from the next school, probably a fan of yours. There really came a girl I didn't recognize, and brought me fruit. Yisuki Joe thought back, but she said who arranged for her to come. Could she be Nightstream? It's fine. It's fine. I'm just casually asking. By the way, where is the Dr. Ji Ling Tian contacted for you? He didn't say specifically. It seems like there's America. When he finished speaking, Klosuk Joe coughed viciously. He's not in a position to talk much anymore. Gu Xiaobei instructed him to rest more and hurriedly hung up. After hanging up the phone, she thought about it, prepared something out, and then sent a message to Nightstream. 7 demons, I've been to see your friend about his illness. There are some medicines that should ease his discomfort. I'll give them to you tomorrow? Night Creek, okay. 7 demons, make a time and place. Night Creek, sending it to you later. 7 demons, okay. Although Yi Jieqiao's disease must be operated on to be cured, there are some medicines that can ease his difficulties. And if you can make Yi Jieqiao a little more comfortable, Gu Xiaobei's heart will also feel a little better. Soon, Night Creek sent her the time and place. The next day, 7 demons took the medicine to the cafe that Nightstream had made an appointment with. When she went there, Nightstream was already waiting, and in front of her was a latte at just the right temperature. Last time I saw you order a latte. You can try this flavor. It's good. Thanks. Gu Xiaobei sat down across from him and took a sip. She pushed the medicine she had brought to Nightbrook. Such a big bag? Gu Xiaobei nodded. Some medicines aren't very easy to find. This is the stock from Dark Sky's side, so I'll bring it over to you. Nightstream's brows were clear with a starry smile. Isn't it bad for you to take things out from inside the Dark Sky like that? Would Phantom blame you if he knew? The 7 demons didn't pick up on his words, but only raised their eyebrows. From what Phantom said, you plan to let me stay in Fengshu for a long time? Yeah, I think you can be more valuable in Phoenix Void. Ji Ling Tian lowered his eyes and looked over the medicines, hiding his true emotions underneath one long eyelash feather. In fact, he just wanted to get closer to Gu Xiaobei, not only in Ji Ling Tian's capacity, but also in Nightbrook's. Fortunately, Gu Xiaobei didn't know right now that he was Nightbrook. Chapter 208, Fighting. But right at this moment, Gu Xiaobei suddenly struck out, his fist carrying the wind as it ruthlessly slammed into Ji Ling Tian's heel. Ji Ling Tian was attacked out of the cold before he could react, but he subconsciously dodged to the side and managed to avoid it. What's wrong with you? Ji Ling Tian was filled with disbelief. The words are fine. Why are they suddenly moving? The corners of Gu Xiaobei's mouth teased a three-quarter smile. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light appeared steeply. She reached out and pressed the table, probing towards Ji Ling Tian to attack. Ji Ling Tian quickly dodged. Gu Xiaobei pressed over the table with a palm and directly grabbed the table leg, then attacked towards Ji Ling Tian. Ji Ling Tian hugged the large bag of medicine and bent down in a smooth manner, managing to avoid the table that was thrown at him. Oh my god, what the hell are you guys doing? Stop fighting! The cafe waitress, not knowing what was happening, screamed, but Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian both ignored him. The waitress was so scared and trembling that she was going to call the police. Ji Ling Tian grabbed the tissue box on the table and threw it directly without looking at it. The waiter screamed as the phone he was holding had been knocked out of his hand. No police! Ji Ling Tian shouted as he dodged Gu Xiaobei's movements. The waiter was too scared to move. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian's stances were on par with each other, and the two of them had been entangled in a fight for quite a while, with neither of them taking advantage of the situation. Just then, Gu Xiaobei suddenly stepped on the coffee that had been spilled earlier on the floor, and with a slip of her foot, she fell backward viciously. In that instant, Ji Ling Tian couldn't react in time and directly reached out to hug her. Her slender waist was unmanageable, and Ji Ling Tian and her were so close that they could almost feel each other's heartbeats. Just then, Gu Xiaobei suddenly reached out. Ji Ling Tian was afraid that Gu Xiaobei was trying to uncover his mask, and although it was impossible to uncover this kind of mask with his bare hands, and he could only use a special potion to remove it, he still subconsciously tilted his head violently. Gu Xiaobei's fist smashed solidly into the corner of his mouth. Ji Ling Tian was in pain and abruptly let go of his hand, while Gu Xiaobei directly stood up from his embrace and clapped her hands. I was born a man of the dark sky, and I will die a dead man of the dark sky. So just die. I'll go back sooner or later. After putting down these words, Gu Xiaobei took off. Ji Ling Tian wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth. Could it be that Gu Xiaobei was in such a temper just because he wanted the 7 demons to stay? Ji Ling Tian still didn't know that after leaving the cafe, the corner of Gu Xiaobei's mouth picked up a smile. Her mind was in turmoil that day, and there were things she hadn't thought through yet. But soon, she reacted. It had been Nightbrook who had sent her to the hospital the last few days. It was also Nightstream who had found the band-aid on her finger in the first place and asked her what was going on. Gu Xiaobei and the 7 demons hadn't appeared at the same time, but Ji Ling Tian and Nightbrook, likewise, hadn't appeared at the same time. She'd been busy changing identities for the past few days though. However, if Nightbrook and Ji Ling Tian didn't know each other, it was logical that nothing would go wrong. Ji Ling Tian asked her to go to the hospital. She went. Nightbrook told her to go to the hospital. She went, and she told Nightbrook what the doctor said. The most important thing was that Klo Suk Jo didn't know Nightstream. He's not one to lie. It was assumed that in order not to disturb him and add to his mind, Ji Ling Tian had not greeted him in advance. Gu Xiaobei whistled briskly and stepped on the gas directly to Ji's house. Before going, she didn't say hello to Bai Wenjing, but Bai Wenjing was overjoyed to see her come. Little Bei boy, you haven't visited me for a long time. I've been playing king on my own for the past 2 days, and I've been scolded all the time, and I've even been reported to have my number blocked. Gu Xiaobei let out a laugh and pulled her along toward the sofa. Let me help you look? Aha! Bai Wenjing sat beside her. Xiaobei immediately blow those people's heads off. Get angry. Gu Xiaobei was dumbfounded and opened his phone to update the game, so he brought her along to play. With Gu Xiaobei's help, Bai Wenjing finally won 5 games in a row. She cradled her cell phone and instantly laid down on the couch with a contented look on her face. Little Bei boy is just awesome, Bai Wenjing cheerfully said. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll have Li Ma go make it. Did you like that sturgeon roe sauce from last time? Brother Cold had some king crabs sent over, so I'll have Li's mom make it for you. Okay? Good. Gu Xiaobei pursed her lips and smiled. Stinky Sun should be back for dinner in a while as well. Should we ask his opinion? Bai Wenjing cocked her head. Never mind, his opinion doesn't matter, as long as you like to eat, little Bei boy. Bai Wenjing winked at Gu Xiaobei. Did you tell him you came today? Gu Xiaobei gently shook his head. Then I won't tell him either. Bai Wenjing smiled happily. I'll give him a surprise then. After saying that, she happily went to find Li Ma. Big Fatty yawned and poked his head out of the second floor. Meow dash it purred with a lazy stretch. Who's disturbing Big Fatty's sleep? Drag it out to dry as a small dried fish. Suddenly, its eyes glazed over. Meow dash. Big Fatty squealed happily and bounded straight down from the second floor and jumped onto the couch. Biggie, when did you get here? Big Fatty arched his furry head over Gu Xiaobei's palm and meowed endlessly. Big brother, did you leave that day to buy a necklace for Big Fatty? Get it out. Where's the necklace? You must have wanted to surprise Big Fatty, right? Gu Xiaobei gently scratched the big fat chin. Meow. Hurry up and take out the necklace. Big Fatty won't forget it once you scratch it. Well, but it's really comfortable. Meow meow meow. Just then, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from outside. Li Ma looked out and was instantly shocked. My god, young master. What's wrong with you? Inside the room, the corner of Gu Xiaobei's mouth slowly hooked up. Ji Ling Tian and Li Ma whispered something that Gu Xiaobei didn't hear. Bai Wenjing just went upstairs to look for things after she finished explaining with Li Ma. She had bought quite a few things in the past few days, all of which she wanted to give to Gu Xiaobei. She walked down with her things in her arms just in time to see Ji Ling Tian open the door. You went out to fight again. Bai Wenjing was so angry on the second floor that she pinched her waist. Even if you fought in a group fight, you actually lost the fight. You're so worthless. How can you be worthy of my little Bei boy? Bai Wenjing huffed. The corner of Ji Ling Tian's mouth carried a visible bruise. It was just called by Gu Xiaobei at the cafe. The bruises were still very visible after he washed the disguise off. Mom! Ji Ling Tian shouted with a frown. Just then, his motion to change shoes suddenly gave way. On the sofa, Gu Xiaobei sat with a straight spine. Her hands were slowly stroking the big fat, the corners of her mouth picking up a few smiles as she looked at him with a surfeit. Ji Ling Tian had the feeling of being caught in the act. Chapter 209, Deceiving a Pure Kitten. Bai Wenjing came downstairs holding a bunch of things and said disgruntledly, "You stinking son! Why don't you hurry over and help me out?" Xiaobei boy hadn't come to see her for several days, and these things were all things she had saved up over the past few days to give to Xiaobei boy. Ji Ling Tian froze for a moment, then obediently came over to help Bai Wenjing move her things. He hid his face behind a pile of gift-wrapped boxes and thought fast about what the hell he was going to do in a few moments. His brain, which he had always been so proud of, actually went down at this moment. Bai Wenjing cocked her head at Ji Ling Tian with a few moments of doubt. She used to call him baby, but since she had little Bei, she would call him her stinky son. If it were usual, Ji Ling Tian would have protested long ago, but today he actually didn't say a word? It must be because he has low self-esteem. The fact is that she has not inherited her good genes. She knows how to fight every day, and her academic performance is not as good as Xiaobei's. If this goes on, how can he marry Xiaobei back to her as his daughter-in-law? It's such a no-brainer. Hurry up and put it down and let Bei take a good look at it. Bai Wenjing picked up Big Fatty as soon as she could and shoved it into Ji Ling Tian's arms, then told Gu Xiaobei to hurry up and open the gift. "Xiaobei boy, you see, oh, here are several dresses. I think super suitable for you. I don't know if the size is accurate. I let my brother Han buy it in Italy and send it back directly. And the 2 bracelets are also super beautiful. Xiaobei good boy, you try it. There's some other miscellaneous knickknacks here. I can't even remember what they are. So anyway, you can unwrap them and take a look." Bai Wenjing rummaged through a few things and cocked her head for a while, but really couldn't think of anything. Anyway, she usually buys whatever she sees that she likes and that suits little Bei. Has the salesman wrap it up, and then takes it straight home. Bai Wenjing sat between Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian, which eased Ji Ling Tian's embarrassment a bit. Otherwise, he didn't know how to face Gu Xiaobei. An hour ago, he was still snickering that Gu Xiaobei didn't know that he was Nightbrook, and that he could use both identities to pursue her at the same time. Little did he know that an hour later, she'd be sitting on his couch with a knowing smile. Big Fatty struggled to break free from Ji Ling Tian's arms and probed in the direction of the pile of gifts. Meow dash. Let's see what Big Fat Concan has. Is there a necklace that Big Fatty likes? Gu Xiaobei unwrapped a blue-purple gemstone necklace and guffawed. This necklace and Ji Xiao are quite a match. Bai Wenjing turned her head to look at Ji Ling Tian. The bruise on the corner of his mouth was really about the same color as this gem. It's really too humiliating for you. Even if you fought, you actually lost. Bai Wenjing huffed. Little Bei good boy. You have to protect this stinky son of mine more at school in the future. Mom, I'm just going to school. What's to protect? Ji Ling Tian sighed helplessly. Bai Wenjing crossed his eyes. Humph. What do you know? If Xiaobei protects him obediently, he can do nothing but return the favor with his body. Xingli is still quite dangerous. Gu Xiaobei said in a serious manner. I even got bitten by a pig last time. After saying that, she raised her index finger in a serious manner to show Bai Wenjing. Ji Ling Tian looked over at once. This Gu Xiaobei, again, was insinuating that he was a pig. No, it's already considered explicitly ironic. Bai Wenjing grabbed Gu Xiaobei's finger and looked at it. Xiaobei good boy, your such a beautiful finger was bitten by a pig. What if it delays you from playing the game in the future? Stinky son, there's actually a pig in your school. When you go back, you have to beat that pig up. You hear me? How dare you bully our little Bei boy? Just turn that pig into roast pork. Ji Ling Tian would really like to beat himself up, at least by knocking himself out. He wouldn't have to sit here and watch Gu Xiaobei taunt him. Only the corners of Gu Xiaobei's mouth slowly curved up, and his starry eyes were so bright that they seemed to be reflecting an entire Milky Way. Ji Ling Tian hadn't seen Gu Xiaobei this happy for days. Once upon a time, she always had a cold look, but now it was arrogance with a little bit of smugness inside, and the small joy of a successful prank. He just loved seeing her look so smug and arrogant. What if my own girlfriend always likes to call herself a pig? What else can I do? Spoil it. Anyway, he had already unilaterally decided that Gu Xiaobei was his girlfriend, and it was no good for anyone to object. I will still protect Ji Xiao. After all, he is the boss. Gu Xiaobei said with clear eyes, looking very serious. Boss? Bai Wenjing shot Ji Ling Tian a look. You have the nerve to be the boss even after losing a fight. From now on, tell Xiaobei to be good and be the boss. You hear me? Ji Ling Tian nodded helplessly. Big Fatty stubbed his ears and looked left and right with his round eyes. It is now quite certain that it is the big man who is now the most favored in the family. Young master, that's a thing of the past. Big Fatty let out a meow and tried to jump on Gu Xiaobei. This bracelet would make a nice necklace for Big Fatty. Gu Xiaobei reached out and picked up Big Fatty while scratching gently on its chin. By the way, a few days ago, Ji Xiao even took Big Fatty out and left him by himself at the stairway. He almost got lost. Luckily, I saw him. Gu Xiaobei stroked Big Fatty's head while the necklace rested on the fingers of her other hand, gently swaying. Big fat round eyes followed the bracelet as it dribbled around. Bai Wenjing instantly looked at Ji Ling Tian and then at Big Fatty. Big Fatty arched his furry head over Bai Wenjing's palm and meowed pitifully, then looked at Ji Ling Tian again, ears behind his head, shrinking back as if he was afraid, and meowing in a small voice, like a tattletale. Bai Wenjing instantly stormed out. Ji Ling Tian, you're going to lose, Big Fatty, and see how I'm going to beat you. I'm going to tell Brother Cold. So Ji Xiao, who is not afraid of the sky and is always the boss outside, is being fixed by his future daughter-in-law and his mom together in a joint effort. Gu Xiaobei hooked her lips and smiled coldly. Oh, little man, still want to pick my vest? Big Fatty let out a meow and looked at the bracelet in Gu Xiaobei's hand. His pupils slowly dilated and his eyes were dark, bright and cute. Big brother, Big Fatty even helped you sue young master. Hurry up and put this on Big Fatty. Meow. Doesn't Big Fat deserve a reward? However, Gu Xiaobei only looked at Ji Lingtian's misery, and while laughing, he reached out and stroked Big Fatty's furry head. Big Fatty flopped down on the couch and gave a disgruntled meow. Big brother, and you're no good. Cheating innocent kittens. Chapter 210, Bride Price for You. Big Fatty thought that Gu Xiaobei would come to coax him when he got angry. I didn't realize it had been lying there sulking for half a day without anyone noticing. Bai Wenjing got tired of beating up Ji Ling Tian and came over to pick up Big Fatty and stroked his fur. Big fat good boy. I bought you a new little can of food. Later on, let Lee's mom take you to eat. Oh, today's reward, you can eat 2 little cans of food. Meow dash. Big Fatty doesn't want any little cans. He wants the necklace. Okay. No need to be touched. The meal will be ready soon. Let's go eat. You go and eat the canned food obediently. Oh. Meow. Humph. Big Fatty is not impressed. You're all bad people who cheat innocent kittens. It's your favorite canned tuna. Meow. Don't try to bribe Big Fatty. Badasses. Big Fatty won't give in this time. Meow meow meow. Tuna. Okay. Big Fatty is magnanimous and will forgive you all one more time. Oh. The food was already on the table, and Big Fatty happily followed Lee's mom to the can. During the course of this meal, Ji Ling Tian profoundly realized that it was really possible that he had picked himself up. Bai Wenjing's kindness towards Gu Xiaobei was simply overflowing, and when she looked at Gu Xiaobei, her eyes were different from when she looked at Ji Ling Tian. This table of food was basically all Gu Xiaobei's favorites, and all the good food basically went into Gu Xiaobei's bowl. It wasn't until the end, when Gu Xiaobei expressed 3 times that she really couldn't eat anymore, that Bai Wenjing graciously let Ji Ling Tian have a taste as well. But that's okay. Ji Ling Tian thought, daughter-in-law is to eat a little more to be good, grow more meat, so hold up to have a sense of touch. Having hugged Gu Xiaobei a few times before, she was really too skinny, with not a single bit of extra meat on her body. After dinner, Bai Wenjing played games with Gu Xiaobei for a while, and saw that it was getting late before she asked Ji Ling Tian to drive Gu Xiaobei. No, I drove here. I'll just go back by myself. No way, Bai Wenjing said in a serious manner. It's so late. You're a girl going back. What if you meet a bad guy? Just let your smelly son drive your car and send you back. Then he can just take a taxi back himself. The corner of Ji Ling Tian's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but reach out and touch the bruise at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, which bad man is so ungrateful to meet his daughter-in-law? His daughter-in-law can beat the out of a bad guy. However, Ji Ling Tian still listened to Bai Wenjing and went to see Gu Xiaobei off. As soon as he was out the door, he clutched his cell phone and didn't know what he was doing, frantically pressing the screen. He first helped Gu Xiaobei open the passenger door, reached out to protect her head, and waited for her to sit down before running to the driver's seat. If others saw that the Hello Ji Xiao, Phoenix Void's boss Nightstream, 005 of the Special Intelligence Bureau, Ji Ling Tian, who was always cold-faced and had no good temper towards people, would actually take care of a girl in this way, it was estimated that their jaws could fall off in surprise. Gu Xiaobei put the passenger seat back to recline and leaned there very comfortably. Silence spread among the two. Cough. Ji Ling Tian coughed twice, breaking the silence. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes to look at him, a trifle lazy and casual in her eyes. Crisp and nice. This time with the Chung family, all the benefits Feng Su will not take, all of them will be given to Dark Sky. Ji Ling Tian turned the steering wheel and looked ahead, pretending to open his mouth casually, but in fact, His earlobes had already quietly reddened. I've already spoken to Phantom. No matter what, you have to stay in Fengshu. You can't go back. Of course Gu Xiaobei knew that. What was displayed on her cell phone right now was the message Ji Ling Tian had just sent. He was all sorts of coercive, saying whatever he could to make the 7 demons stay in Phoenix Void. So, Gu Xiaobei's amber-colored eyes were like a brimming, slightly cool lake in March. Is this the condition you used to exchange for my contract of sale? No, it's a bride price. Gu Xiaobei didn't say anything as he hugged his cell phone. The blush on Ji Ling Tian's face started from his earlobes and climbed all the way to the center of his face. The temperature in the car was inexplicably high. Gu Xiaobei took his cell phone and replied with 2 words. Can. Since Ji Ling Tian wanted the 7 demons to stay in Phoenix Void so much, then let's stay. As he passed the red light, Ji Ling Tian took his cell phone out and looked at it. Joyful colors filled the face. Since Phantom agreed, it was a good thing. In the future, he'll be able to be in an organization with his girlfriend. It seems that although this dark sky is a dead ringer for Phoenix Void, this Phantom person is also okay. In the evening, Nightstream and Phantom talked for a long time. They had been laying a trap for Chang Wuan for a long time. And now, it was time to close the net. Chang Wandering was proud of himself these days. Ever since Dark Sky had intervened, Feng Su didn't dare to continue working against him. The Chang family's current stock was even higher than before when Feng Su hadn't dealt with him yet. Apart from the payment to Dark Sky, Chang Wuan had made a lot more. He took the opportunity to take back quite a few of Chang's Enterprises shares, taking the opportunity to increase his controlling stake, and then when it went up a bit, he would sell it off and make a big profit while he was at it. Chang Wana could wake up laughing in his dreams these days. He had now completely forgotten Lin Yi to the back of his mind. After all, now that the Chang family was gaining momentum, in a few days, not to mention Gu Xiaobei, even if it was Jishu herself, he would be able to take it down. Chang Wana had already looked after several projects and invested in a few movies and TV series. As long as Jishu wants to star in these dramas and movies too when the time comes, then he will have to dedicate himself to him. He had wanted Jishu for more than a day or two. This time, he finally waited for the opportunity. Early the next morning, Chang Wuan habitually opened the software to see how much Chang's Enterprises stock had risen again. According to his estimation, the stock in his hand should open up $500 million today, and by the time it closes, it is estimated that it will go up by $1,500 million. He planned to hold it for 3 days, and when he sold it off, he would make at least $4 billion. And he didn't just have the shares of Chang's Enterprise in his hands, he had also invested in several other industries. As for those movies and TV shows, they are also very well received in the industry. There will be other investors to follow up as well. And when it's a big hit, he'll still get a share of the box office. Another big profit. But just after opening the software, Chang Wuan froze. He rubbed his eyes so hard he almost suspected he was color blind. What's going on? How can a stock that was red all the way up yesterday suddenly turn green? He rushed the executives under his hand to come up and meet together to discuss the matter. But the meeting has just begun. The opening of the market is only half an hour. Chang's Enterprise stock directly fell off. In this wave, Chang Wuan lost $700 million. And predictably, it will continue to fall tomorrow. And he won't be able to sell any of the stocks he's holding. When you do the math like that, he could be losing billions of dollars. Chapter 211, 1,000 pieces of bubblegum. What's going on here? Chang Wana burst into a rage and swept everything on the table to the ground. None of those executives dared to speak. Chang Wana threw a tantrum in the conference room, but to no avail. 20 minutes later, Chang Gang came in from outside, his face pale. Master Wrecker, the people on Dark Sky's site can't be contacted. Labor just called a few days ago and now I can't get in touch? Chang had the heart to kill. Think of a way. Chang thundered. Make sure to bring the stock price under control. It can't keep falling. If it keeps falling like this, he may be going broke. Before he went abroad, Master Chang gave him $2 billion to do business on his own. And it took him several years of hard work before he finally proved himself. Now I'm afraid we're going back to the old days overnight. Those executives are starting to catch up on their work. But just at this time, the CFO suddenly exclaimed, Master Wrecker, our company's software has been hacked. As a well-known large enterprise, Chang's Enterprise has a set of specialized office software inside. All the people in all the departments communicate and interact on a daily basis, as well as work emails are exchanged on this office software. This software is Chang Wuan in the United States at the time spent a lot of money to find people to develop, but also hired 20 technicians each year is responsible for maintaining and updating. But now, that software has a whole black screen. No one can do anything about it. Where's the technical director? Get him over here. Chang Wuan shook the mouse a few times, and when he saw no response, he shouted angrily. The technical director rolled into the office. What are you guys doing? Chang roared. How could you be hacked? Master Wrecker. We don't know. The technical director trembled. Just now it was fine. The firewall did not even alarm. This kind of hacking technology, we have not seen it before. The firewall of this software is compiled with many languages. It is very difficult to break through, and the firewall has 10 layers. Even if a hacker breaks through the outer layer, the technician receives the alarm reminder of the firewall, but also in time to maintain and respond. But just now the firewall didn't show any abnormality at all. Moreover, they were using it properly 5 seconds ago, and it only lagged for 5 seconds before it completely blacked out. That is, their firewalls would only last 5 seconds against this hacker. Moving! It's moving! Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone poked their heads toward the computer. Sure enough, that software started moving again, but no one is operating the mouse. Just one big line floated across the software owns the sky. The line bounced around the screen for a good 5 minutes before the software returned to normal. Changwana picked up the computer next to him and slammed it down hard on the ground. Isn't that calling him, eh? As for this heaven, is it the heavens? Or the dark heavens? Chang had already sensed that this time around, it was him who had been fixed by Dark Sky and Feng Su joining forces. Otherwise, how could the stock price have fallen so much? Dark Sky and Feng Su had been mortal enemies for many years, and were actually able to unite together in order to pit him. In this wave, his losses went straight up to $4 billion. Changwana felt a bit of a myocardial infarction. Master Wrecker. Someone shouted cautiously. Get out! Get out of here! Chang yelled harshly. All of you. The executives clutched their computers and fled the conference room in a hurry. Only Chang Gang was left. Chang Wuan sat down angrily, his mouth picking at the corners with a bloodthirsty murderous aura. Go and find out what's going on. Chang Wana gritted his teeth and said word by word. And also find out what businesses are involved with this incident this time. Phoenix Void and Dark Sky were, after all, only organizations behind the scenes, and on the surface, they definitely had to cooperate with other companies in order to pit Chang Wuan. Chang Wana wanted to see who in the imperial capital had the guts to cooperate with Dark Sky and Feng Su to trap him. If you dare to take advantage of him, you have to pay the price. Chang Wana was furious over here, but over at Saintly College, Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian were both in a good mood when they came to school this morning. It's for you. Open it. Just as Ji Lingtian sat down, he pulled out a good-sized gift box from his book bag. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes with a few moments of disbelief. Ji Lingtian bent down and whispered in her ear. As my girlfriend, you'll receive gifts every day from now on. Ji Lingtian, you want to die, don't you? Gu Xiaobei gritted her teeth and raised her foot to kick at him. There's no end to taking advantage. She raised her foot and kicked towards Ji Lingtian with a vicious wind. But Ji Lingtian dodged to the side and grabbed her ankle. Gu Xiaobei stood on one foot and jumped twice, gritting her teeth as she looked at Ji Lingtian. Everyone in Class 5 instantly looked over to the back. Kisho is too good at it now. Yeah, it's really ambiguous. Good tops, good highs. I'm locked in on this pair of C-piece. Everyone stared at Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian with I-know smiles on their faces. Zhu Ziru also looked over with a sad face. Last time, he managed to muster up the courage to confess to Gu Xiaobei with a bottle of milk, but the milk was actually taken away by a thief. Ji Lingtian hurriedly let go of his hand and whispered, count it as your gift for joining Phoenix Void. Alright. Although the surrounding students didn't hear what Ji Lingtian said clearly, they also heard that this was his gift to Gu Xiaobei. Dang, Ji Xiao must be super generous with his money. I wonder if it's the latest bag, or a limited edition piece of jewelry? Gu Xiaobei opened it with a sullen face, then froze momentarily. She held out a large box. It was filled with what probably could have been 1,000 pieces of bubblegum. The onlookers also froze. Each of them looked at Ji Lingtian dumbfounded. Ji Xiao, you have a big family. You chase girls. Why don't you send a bag or jewelry or flowers, but actually send bubblegum? Ji Lingtian had never been in love, and last night he made a point of taking lessons from Shimu. Shimu said, send girls gifts. Expensive is only second. The most important is the heart. To pitch in, it's important to make sure that as soon as she sees the gift, she can remember the person who gave it. Ji Lingtian thought about it. Gu Xiaobei especially liked watermelon-flavored bubblegum. He sent her $1,000, and even if she ate 3 a day, that would be almost a year's worth of food. When she's finished, he'll send another big bucket. For the rest of her life, whenever she ate bubblegum, she thought of him. Ji Xiao, this is too straight, man. It's actually bubblegum? I'm dizzy. Ji Xiao, can you really chase a girlfriend like this? Ha ha. Do you guys guess whether school bully Gu Xiaobei will fight with Ji Xiao in a while? Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaobei froze for a moment, but softly said, thank you. Chapter 212, Ji Xiao. Long time no see. She took the big pile of bubblegum, sat quietly on the sidelines. Ji Ling Tian was extraordinarily happy to see Gu Xiaobei accept his gift, but for some reason, he always felt a little strange looking at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei propped her head up, her tea-colored hair sliding down the side of her face, revealing her delicate nose and blocking her cold brows. She remembered, when she was very, very young, Li Guixiang treated her badly, and Wang Zhuzi had whatever snacks he wanted to eat, but she didn't eat anything. Once, Su Xiaoshan got a piece of bubblegum from somewhere and gave her half of it. It's watermelon flavored. The two of them sat on the ridge and chewed at the setting sun. Tiny Gu Xiaobei boasted under the dusk, "Brother Xiaoshan, when I grow up, I'll buy you lots and lots of watermelon flavored bubblegum." Then she got used to eating this flavor of bubblegum. But Brother Koyama wouldn't come back. Gu Xiaobei lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes blocking those dampness in her eyes. These days, it was always easy for her to think of her brother Xiaoshan. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath to suppress her tears. Ji Ling Tian watched from the side, not knowing whether Gu Xiaobei liked her gift or not. Is she crying? Were you moved to tears because you received so much bubblegum? Ji Ling Tian couldn't help but gloat. It seems like a really thoughtful gift he chose. At that moment, Xia ran to the door of their class. The classmate leaning against the back door didn't even need Xia to say anything before calling out to Saturday 6. Anyway, O'Shaughnessy came to class 5 with nothing else to do but look for Saturday 6. Go out on a Saturday 6 open. Dang it! Xia put her hands behind her back, then suddenly took out a box and handed it to Saturday 6. Nah, it's for you. Saturday 6 opened it and saw that inside was a necklace of cat's eye stones. It matched the bracelet Gu Xiaobei had given her earlier. Here, let me help you put it on. Saturday 6 straightened his hair a bit and then looked down. O'Shaughnessy helped her put the necklace on. The two were so close that Saturday 6 felt as if he had buried his face inside Xia's embrace. She could smell the clean scent of laundry detergent on Xia's clothes, and the fresh scent of shampoo in her hair wafted into Xia's nostrils. The two blushed together. That looks good on you. Xia rubbed her hair. I'll go back to class first. Saturday 6 nodded, touching his necklace with extra happiness. Even though the necklace was only supposed to be a few $100s, she still couldn't take something from Xia for nothing. And in a couple days, she was going to bring Xia super yummy cupcakes. After school, Ji Ling Tian invited Gu Xiaobei to visit Yi Jiaqiao with him, and Gu Xiaobei didn't refuse. In fact, she tried again in the last couple of days, but she realized that the more she tried, the worse she got than before. She hadn't had surgery in many years and thought the feeling was ready to dissipate. So last time, she managed to pick up a scalpel and stand in front of the operating table, but before she could do the surgery, she started shaking and couldn't even hold the knife steady. It turned out to be even worse in the last few days, as she tried so hard to keep herself calm, only to realize that she was shaking so much after putting on her scrubs that she couldn't even touch the scalpel. Ji Ling Tian sent over the medicine she had prescribed for Yi Jiaqiao earlier, and after taking the medicine, Yi Jiaqiao also said that she was much more comfortable. But Gu Xiaobei knew that these medicines could only ease Yi Jiaqiao's pain. They could not eradicate his cancer cells. Just as the two of them went to visit Yi Jiaqiao, Cheng Gang sighed, had already found out some of the contents and told Cheng Wuan. Cheng sat behind the table, his face grim. Cheng Gang said, "Master Wrecker, we've already found out that there are some funds from Phoenix Void and Dark Sky side that came from Ji's enterprise. However, according to our investigation, Ji's enterprise only provided financial assistance, and after that, it didn't reap any dividends or rewards." Ha! Chang Wana sneered. He should have thought of it a long time ago. This Ji Ling Tian, specializing in messing with him. It even colluded with Dark Sky and Phoenix Void. And, still, it's the unrequited kind. Master Wrecker, what should we do? Cheng Gang was a bit hesitant. Ji's business, it's much more powerful than Cheng's business. Cheng gritted his teeth slightly. Go find out for me what Ji Ling Tian has been doing lately. I'll make him spit out all the money I lost. Yes, Master Wrecker. Cheng Gang hurriedly retreated. Cheng wandering rubbed his temples, and a shadowy cold light came out of his eyes. Ji Ling Tian and Gu Xiaobei were still talking to Yi Jiaqiao inside the hospital. Yi Jiaqiao's spirits seemed better than the last few days, but the doctor still wouldn't let him work too hard. Even visiting hours are strictly controlled. Ji Ling Tian and Gu Xiaobei accompanied Yi Jiaqiao for half an hour before they were kicked out by the doctor. Yang Ziyo was sitting on the bench outside. Young Ji, Xiaobei. Yang Ziyo greeted them both. Brother Yang, Ji Ling Tian said, how's Joe doing these days? His spirit is a little better, but the doctor said that the cancer is still spreading. It's just that those medicines made him not feel too bad, but I'm still very thankful to Ji Xiao. If it wasn't for those medicines, Xiao Xiao would be in a lot of pain right now. You still need to tell him to pay more attention to resting. Gu Xiaobei said softly, it looks to me like he's a bit sleep deprived. Yang Ziyo also sighed. Xiao Xiao has spoken to me several times over the past few days, wanting to finish recording the song he wrote for Jishu earlier, but how can he possibly get out of the hospital in his current physical condition? After saying that, he looked towards Yi Jiaqiao's hospital room. I really hope that he can get better. Xiao Xiao is one of the few male celebrities I've seen in the entertainment industry who has a good temper and treats people well, and he's very accomplished in music. Gu Xiaobei also looked in the direction of the hospital room, and her right hand began to gently tremble again. Now her symptoms are also starting to get worse. It wasn't even necessary to hold a scalpel. As long as she had the thought of wanting to help someone with an operation, she would think of that man, and his description of Su Xiaoshan's misery. Her right hand then trembles uncontrollably. Just then, the elevator dinged, and someone came out of the elevator. All three of them looked that way. Ji Ling Tian's eyes suddenly shrunk. Cheng Wuan was wearing a silk shirt with the top 2 buttons unfastened, a look of prodigal lethargy. Ji Xiao, long time no see. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked up as his gaze fell on Gu Xiaobei. The color of his eyes sank suddenly. Chapter 213, I want Gu Xiaobei. This Gu Xiaobei, the more he couldn't get, the more he wanted to have. This gentleman, who gave you permission to come in? This is a private place. You know, this hospital is the most famous private hospital in the imperial capital, and this whole floor has been chartered by Ji Ling Tian, only for Yi Jiaqiao to use alone, just so I can make sure he's well rested. Came to visit a friend. Cheng Wuan's mouth curled up with a bit of playfulness. What? No? He pulled a small bouquet of yellow and white daisies out of his back. It didn't look like he was visiting a friend, but rather like he was honoring a dead soul. Ji Ling Tian's eyes suddenly shrunk, a cold light appearing. Cheng Wuana, it looks like the Cheng family doesn't have enough to keep you busy right now. Cheng Wuan's eyes couldn't hide the gloom in his eyes. He gave a cold laugh and tugged his collar loose. Isn't this Cheng's enterprise about to go bankrupt? I'm idle as the president, so I'll come to see if there's anything that Ji Xiao needs me to help with. In the next second, Ji Ling Tian rushed to Cheng Wuan as if he was stepping on the wind and swung his fist fiercely. Bang! Although Cheng Wuana had already been beaten up by Ji Ling Tian many times, his stance was far inferior to Ji Ling Tian's, and even if he realized that he wanted to beat himself up, he simply couldn't dodge. He hit the wall hard. All the bones in his body felt like they were going to fall apart. Cheng Wuana slid down the wall. He wiped the corners of his mouth fiercely and dusted himself off. Ji Ling Tian, I see that you don't want Yi Jiaqiao to survive. Even though Cheng Wandering was in a sorry state, there was still a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Before he came, Cheng Wuan had already asked Cheng Gang to investigate. Ji Ling Tian had been busy working on Yi Jiaqiao for the past few days. The news has been kept under wraps. But where are the impervious walls in showbiz? A lot of people know about the fact that Joe Clothier has cancer. It won't be too hard for Cheng Wuana to check it out. Ji Ling Tian stood far away and looked askance at him in a condescending manner. I did 3 years of graduate school abroad, and my lab, which is the largest biomedical research institute in all of California, has more than enough experience in cancer treatment. That's right, Cheng Wuan's teacher abroad is a famous Chinese medical scientist. The main research direction is cancer attack. When Cheng Wuan returned to China, he brought back his teacher's lifelong research efforts, intending to sell them to foreigners at a high price. It was 007 who stepped in and stole his sapphire out of the sky to bring out that information. Now, that information had been forwarded by Cheng Yin to his superiors. Gu Xiaobei even went to ask Cheng Yin 2 days ago, and Cheng Yin said that the above had not yet studied the results. After all, this information was that master's life's work. But unfortunately, in the end, this master also died of cancer. Maybe if we give him 3 or 5 more years, he can really work out a cure for cancer. Now, he's just left a big pile of information that needs to be explored by many researchers together to continue to tackle this challenge. But Cheng Wuan was the master's favorite student during his lifetime. Otherwise, the master couldn't have given him that information on his deathbed. Well, Cheng looked at Ji Ling Tian and Gu Xiaobei, who were both silent, so he raised an eyebrow and said, as long as Ji Xiao spits out $4 billion in favors, I can consider helping Yi Jiaqiao. This deal, it's not a bad deal, right? $4 billion, almost exactly what he lost this time. Ji Ling Tian slightly scrunched his eyes. $4 billion was not a small amount of money, but it wasn't like he couldn't get it out. If Cheng Wuan could really help, it wasn't impossible. But at this time, Cheng Wuan suddenly added, I'm just saying to think about it. Ah, Ji Xiao, if you kneel down again, kowtow to me and beg me, I'll just agree. Cheng sneered. The air around Ji Ling Tian suddenly chilled. This Cheng Wuana, he's got too much guts. Just then, the alarm bell suddenly rang. Several nurses ran this way along with the doctor. Yang Zio instantly panicked. Doctor, what's going on? The doctor ran into the room along with several nurses, leaving only one nurse to explain to them. The system monitored the patient's respiration and blood pressure and suddenly became abnormal. So the doctor rushed in to see what was going on. Breathing and blood pressure? Yang Zio panicked at once. He blacked out and almost fainted. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian also ran in together. Countless instruments were brought in, and the doctor hustled them all out of the door to resuscitate Yusuke Zhou. Gu Xiaobei's right hand began to tremble desperately, and she covered her right hand with her left hand, but to no avail. The cold smile on Chang Wuan's face grew thicker and thicker. What a godsend! He guessed that it wouldn't take long for Ji Lingtian to come begging for him. It was over an hour later that the doctor came out of the hospital room, removing his sweaty mask. The patient's stabilized for now, the doctor said with a tired look on his face. But he's supposed to have been secretly practicing his singing lately, and we found this under his hospital bed. The doctor put a sheet of music and a small tape recorder in Yang Zio's hand. Yang Zio tapped that recorder and Jie Chao's clean vocals flowed out. Sure enough, it was the 2 songs he hadn't gotten around to singing to Jishu yet. He still refuses to give up on his musical dreams. Doctor, Xiao he. Yang Zio choked. The doctor sighed. The patient's condition is very bad. His health has suddenly deteriorated. We recommend immediate surgery. Otherwise, the success rate will only get lower. And, if you are in a position to do so, you'd better go and find an expert in this field. Or else there could be very serious complications during the operation as well. Yang Zio leaned over the glass and looked through the door to see Jiechao inside. Ji Lingtian's eyes sank as he walked towards Cheng Wuan. Before he could open his mouth, Chang Wandering suddenly lifted his chin with an arrogant expression. I know that Ji Xiao is arrogant, so let's forget about the matter of kneeling down and begging for mercy. I can give you another $4 billion if you can cure him. $8 billion. Even if it was Ji's company, it would take a lot of effort to take it out. However, Chang Wandering only hooked his lips in a cold smile, his eyes carrying a bit of playfulness. His gaze fell on Gu Xiaobei. Yes, but I have one more condition. His tongue gently licked the corner of his lips as he surveyed Gu Xiaobei from head to toe, the lust in his eyes not hidden in the slightest. If you want me to save Yi Jiaqiao, in addition to $8 billion, you have to make Gu Xiaobei obediently climb into my bed. Serve me for 3 days and 3 nights. Now. Immediately. Now. I don't know since when. Chang Wuan realized that his desire to get Gu Xiaobei was even stronger than getting Jishu. Chapter 214. Hello, my name is Su Huan. Yi Jiaqiao's condition was already so serious. Ji Lingtian must have asked for him. But in the next second, Ji Lingtian's face suddenly sank, and the air around him instantly chilled. He clenched his fist and slammed it towards Chang Wuan. His stance was too much more powerful than Chang Wuan's. Chang Wuan couldn't have dodged even if he wanted to. With this punch, I'm afraid Chang Wuan would either break his nose or lose his teeth. But just in the nick of time, Gu Xiaobei suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Ji Lingtian's wrist. Looking at the entire imperial capital, only Gu Xiaobei could stop Ji Lingtian at this time. Chang Wuan was still in a state of shock just now, and as soon as she saw Gu Xiaobei stop Ji Lingtian, she instantly picked at the corners of her mouth and smiled. How about it, Gu Xiaobei? Think about it? He raised an eyebrow, his eyes sweeping recklessly over Gu Xiaobei's body. This Gu Xiaobei looked very much like Ji Shu, but the aura on his body was even colder than Ji Shu's, making people want to conquer involuntarily. Take her first, then take Ji Shu. After receiving the $8 billion from Ji Lingtian, he would be able to completely raise his eyebrows in the Chang family. Chang was playing a perfect little game in his mind. Yang Zio had been hesitating next to him. At this moment, he said, Xiaobei, cannot be like this, give money even if, you must not talk to him. If Xiao Xiao knows, he will not forgive himself even if he gets better. How about it, Gu Xiaobei? Just give us an answer if you want Yi Jiaqiao to live or not. Chang tugged at his tie carelessly. Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes and said coolly, are you sure you can cure Yi Jiaqiao? Chang's eyes narrowed and he didn't say anything. I can agree to your terms, but if you can't cure it, I want you to spit out $160 billion, then throw you into a bunch of big men and make you serve them for 10 days and 10 nights. How about that? Her voice was soft, but it carried an oppressive force. Everyone in the room believed that if she said it, she could do it. Chang pursed his lips and stared dead at Gu Xiaobei. This girl, she was more dangerous and difficult than he thought. But he just likes things that are challenging. Yes, but do I have to inspect the goods first? I don't want to be played by someone else. Chang smiled sardonically and looked at Gu Xiaobei. Pop. But in the blink of an eye, Ji Lingtian's hand that wasn't held by Gu Xiaobei lifted up and viciously slapped Chang Wuan. Chang Wuan was slapped in the eyes and spun in place a few times before hitting his head against the wall. Ji Lingtian. The right side of Chang Wuan's face swelled up high and he couldn't even speak properly. If you dare to do this to me, I definitely won't care about Yi Jiaqiao anymore. Try me. Ji Lingtian hooked his lips in a cold smile. You're the only one in your Cheng family? I'll show you what happens to your entire family. Let them know that all of this is because of you. Ji Ling Tian, you dare. My Cheng family is not a vegetarian in the imperial capital. Not a vegetarian? Don't worry. I'll make it so that you can't even eat dirt in the future. The Cheng family is what kind of thing? In the imperial capital development for decades. Have a little money and status. Really think can in the imperial capital call the wind and rain? All four families are still around. Changwana was instantly enraged. But at this time, Ji Ling Tian suddenly received a phone call. Dr. Su is back? Okay. You send him the address of the hospital and tell him I'll be right here waiting for him. Hanging up the phone, Ji Ling Tian's face only slightly eased. He said to Yang Zio, the doctor I found in the United States has already returned to China. Sooner than I thought. Dr. Su was a very powerful expert in the United States, and even Ji Xiaohan had gone through a lot of trouble when he had previously sought Dr. Su to treat Ji Ling Tian's grandfather. Jie Xiao's body wasn't suitable for long-distance flights. Otherwise, Ji Ling Tian would have sent him there. His grandfather's disease, Dr. Su was not involved much. After all, his grandfather's disease is not cancer, and Dr. Su is not a professional counterpart. Therefore, Ji Ling Tian also contacted Dr. Su to see if he could make a trip back to China to take a look at Jie Xiao. He wasn't holding out much hope before. Although Dr. Su was Chinese, he had a high status in M. The line of people who wanted to seek treatment from him was years long. Moreover, it was said that he had the support of a mysterious organization behind him, and even the M country gangsters couldn't do anything about him. Yang Zio was instantly happy. Ji Xiao, thank you very much. If it wasn't for you this time, I really don't know what to do. I really. Yang Zio was a bit incoherent for a while. Chang Wuan stood holding onto the wall, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the right side of his face was still swollen, because he was slapped by Ji Ling Tian. He now had a bit of tinnitus and didn't hear exactly what Ji Ling Tian had just said, but I think he said a Dr. Su. Is it the Dr. Su he knows? Cheng didn't want to ask Ji Ling Tian either, so he simply waited here as well. There are two giants in the medical oncology community in the U.S. One is Cheng Wuan's teacher at the time, and the other is Dr. Su. At first, Cheng Wuan's teacher even wanted to take Dr. Su as his disciple, but he was rejected by the other party. Immediately afterward, he went off on his own. A lot of people said that it was because Dr. Su couldn't see Cheng Wuan's teacher, but even so, Cheng Wuan's teacher still didn't get angry, and had said many times that one of the two medical geniuses he admired the most in his life was Dr. Su. There's another one that the teacher didn't say even before he died. It's just a shame every time you mention another genius coming in. Chang Wana, as the teacher's most favored student, had also vaguely heard him speak vaguely a few times. The other genius was even more talented than Dr. Su, or the teacher discovered it when he returned to China some years ago. Only, that genius was never seen again. Who knows who that genius really is? Soon the elevator rang. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the elevator. A man stepped out of it. He was clean-looking, the direction of all his features was soft, and his gold-rimmed glasses added a bookish touch. Ji Ling Tian had met him before when he went to the United States. Dr. Su, Kisho. The two shook hands and said hello. Changwana stood next to him, as if he had been struck by lightning, staring dumbfounded at the front. Surprisingly, it was really Su Yichuan. Ji Ling Tian actually invited Su Yichuan back to his country. As for Gu Xiaobei, she also froze the moment she saw Su Yichuan. His eyebrows and eyes looked like Su Xiaoshan's. Gu Xiaobei froze there all of a sudden, looking at him incredulously. Su Yichuan lightly raised his eyes and locked gazes with her. He curled his lips in a smile. Ji Ling Tian and Su Yichuan walked over together. Su Yichuan gently nodded his head towards Yang Zio and Gu Xiaobei, and his clear and moist voice also made Gu Xiaobei hear a bit of familiarity. Hello, my name is Su Yichuan. Chapter 215, Computer Simulation of Looks. Countless cluttered scenes rotated wildly in front of Gu Xiaobei. Kahoku, don't live with hatred. Xiaobei, let's leave this village together from now on. Xiaobei, I'll give you half of this bubblegum. Xiaobei, I stole this corn from home. Eat it. Xiaobei, let me take you to the river to catch shrimp. That. No one is playing with you. Can I play with you from now on? My name is Su Xiaoshan. What about you? In the end, Su Xiaoshan's face and the face of the man in front of her mingled together, and Gu Xiaobei almost couldn't distinguish between memories and reality for a moment. Gu Xiaobei? Ji Ling Tian saw that she was lost in thought and called out to her. Only then did Gu Xiaobei come back to her senses and forced a smile. Hello, Dr. Su, my name is Gu Xiaobei. Su Yichuan held Gu Xiaobei's hand, and inside her hand, There were a few moments of cool sweat hidden. With just a light touch, Suichuan let go. Gentlemanly. A few inexplicable lights flashed in his eyes. It was as if the light reflected off the lenses and went unnoticed. At that moment, a sentence flashed through Suichuan's mind. So, you are Gu Xiaobei. Yang Ziyou hurriedly ran to ask the doctor for Yi Jiechao's medical records so that he could give Suichuan a reference. Suichuan walked towards the hospital room, and suddenly his gaze fell on Chang Wuan, who was not far in front of him. Suichuan, even you are back. Chang's mouth was tinged with a few cold smiles. Although he was the teacher's most honored student, there were many people who said that if the teacher could find those two geniuses, Chang Wuan would have to step aside. It's because Suichuan didn't bother to come. That's why he was taken seriously by the teacher. Suichuan, on the other hand, was on equal footing with his teacher after he set up his own business. Suichuan frowned slightly, his voice warm. I'm sorry, I know you? Because he had spent so much time in the United States. He was very fluent in English, but when he spoke Chinese, it was a little unnatural. Chang Wuan's face was a little hard to hang on to. He treated Suichuan as his greatest rival, but Suichuan didn't recognize him at all. My name is Chang Wreckage. Chang introduced himself through gritted teeth. Oh, hello. Suichuan responded casually, as if he was just an insignificant passerby. Only after walking out 2 steps did Suichuan turn around and say, I remember. You're a student of Matin. Matin is Mr. Chang Wuan's English name. Yes, after Matin's death, I heard that all of his research materials were taken away by you and, moreover, got lost? Suichuan smiled. If Matin knew, he would definitely pray to God to never let you go. After saying that, Suichuan followed Jiling Tian into the hospital room. Asterisk. Chang Wuan was furious and slammed his fist hard against the wall. Why is everyone targeting him? But a sharp pain came from his hand again. Chang hurriedly rode down in the elevator, intending to bandage it. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed to go out and be seen with a face full of injuries. Suichuan took a rough look at Yi Jiechao's basic condition, then checked his medical records. He's not doing too well at the moment. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow my instruments will also be sent back to China. At that time I will give him a thorough examination. At that time I will first give him a basic surgery to stabilize his condition for the time being. However, has he taken other medicines? I see that his blood test is a bit different. Suichuan flipped through a few pages and said gently, but the person who prescribed the medicine has high medical skills. The dosage matching of these medicines must not be wrong, or else it will be easy to get into trouble. Ji Lingxia consciously glanced at Gu Xiaobei, but simply said, well, a friend gave it to me. Suichuan saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask more. Yi Jiechao needed more rest, and Suichuan had just gotten off the plane and needed to get jet-lagged, so a few people left first. Before leaving, Suichuan said goodbye to everyone, then looked at Gu Xiaobei and smiled softly. Ms. Gu, is there anything strange on my face? Gu Xiaobei looked at him and froze for a moment, then instantly shook her head. I saw that you've been looking at me with strange eyes, and I thought it was something wrong with me. Suichuan smiled gently. If there's anything Ms. Gu doesn't like, please feel free to talk to me about it. Ms. Gu Xiaobei. These two voices intertwined in Gu Xiaobei's head. She pursed her lips and smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. After sending Suichuan away, Jiling Tian wanted to send Gu Xiaobei back. No need. But there's something strange about your face. No need is no need. Gu Xiaobei glanced at Jiling Tian, then directly got into the car and locked the door. Jiling Tian pulled on the car door a few times and boarded up in a hurry. Gu Xiaobei, open the door for me. What's wrong with you? Gu Xiaobei, however, ignored him and directly stepped on the gas all the way and sped away. Yang Ziyou also froze. Ji Xiao, what's wrong with Xiaobei? Jiling Tian shook his head. He opened the door as well, buckled his seatbelt, and sped off. Gu Xiaobei moved from side to side in the midst of the traffic, and in no time at all, he had left a bunch of cars behind. That Hummer was awesome just now. It must be driven by a handsome man. What a handsome guy. I'm telling you, only a 20-year-old old driver can drive this kind of car well? Those car owners who had been dumped by Gu Xiaobei all opened their windows and talked to each other as they passed the red light. What the hell? I just saw it. It's a beauty. Laugh your ass off. Beautiful? I think it's because you're thinking of a pretty girl. With this car, if it were a female owner, I'd eat upside down. Gu Xiaobei didn't even hear these discussions as she went straight back to the villa. Boss, why are you here today? Little Beaver clutched a bag of potato chips, and before she could finish, Gu Xiaobei slammed the door shut. She locked herself inside her room. Gu Xiaobei trembled as she took her computer out. Then her hands flew to operate it. She once used computer technology to simulate herself as she was at the age of 23, also known as Jishu. Now, she was going to use computer technology again to simulate what Su Xiaoshan would look like at age 21. Gu Xiaobei had been saving that picture of Su Xiaoshan when he was 8 years old, but she didn't dare look. It was as if something was clogging her heart, and her heart was aching violently with every beat and every breath. Soon, Su Xiaoshan's appearance at 21 appeared on the screen. Gu Xiaobei stared dead at the screen. With Su Huan, there's almost a 99% resemblance. Where exactly the remaining 1% was unlike, she couldn't say. Gu Xiaobei suddenly covered her face. At first, she fished in the river for 3 days and 3 nights and found nothing. It wasn't as if she hadn't thought over the years that maybe brother Xiaoshan hadn't died at all. But everyone in the village said that his intestines fell out, and that he bled the whole way, and that the river was that deep and that cold. How is it possible to be alive? Chapter 216. Gu Xiaobei suddenly had a headache. She was a genius in medicine, and she herself knew full well that if what the people in the village were saying was true, then Su Xiaoshan would definitely not be able to survive. But, maybe a miracle? But if it really was Su Xiaoshan, why was he acting like he didn't recognize her? Can there really be two people in the world who look so much alike? Nearly identical? Even Su Huan, his last name is Su. Gu Xiaobei ruthlessly closed the computer, changed his clothes, and turned around to go out. Boss, you're going to. Little Beaver called out to her again, but Gu Xiaobei still didn't answer. She resumed her car and sped off towards the outskirts of the capital. Gu Xiaobei opened the car window and let the wind curl her long hair and flutter around her ears. Her delicate face carried a few moments of gravity, and her coldness spread out in all directions, like a stunning beauty carved out of ice. She scanned the rearview mirror, probably sensing that someone was following her, but didn't care. All she wanted to do tonight was to vent hard. Gu Xiaobei drove directly to that abandoned airport. There were quite a few people playing with airplanes here today, and at this moment, Zhang Yan was still taking advantage of the opportunity to put on Gu Yuran's equipment to be furtive with her and take advantage of her from time to time. Gu Yuran also felt it out, but only smiled shyly. Ever since she was brutally beaten up by Chang Wuan at the Qin family's banquet, she couldn't hold her head up in the imperial capital's gentry circle. Now Yang Yan has been a very good choice for her. In the past few days, Zhang Yan had taken her to many places, and this airport, too, had come several times. Zhang Yan's skill at flying airplanes was actually pretty good, and Gu Xiaobei hadn't been here for a while, and the newcomers, lately, were all touting Zhang Yan. Not only that, he has also taken on several disciples, all of whom call Gu Yuran's sister-in-law in every breath. But Gu Yuran still didn't agree to sleep with Zhang Yan. After all, she hadn't received her hands on the promised jewelry designed by Su Xing. Zhang Yan said that he already had someone buy it and was sending it back home, so it wouldn't be too late to get on it after she got her hands on it. Gu Yuran was much savvier now. Brother Zhang, playing with airplanes again? Yeah, and bring your sister-in-law along. Gu Yuran smiled blushingly and didn't say anything. Zhang Yan grabbed Gu Yuran's shoulder and said, I'll take you up to fly the airplane later, okay? Let you personally experience what it's like to fly an airplane. Zhang Yan whispered in her ear. Really? Gu Yuran's eyes widened in surprise all of a sudden. The first few times, Zhang Yan just brought her along, but he never let her operate. But what if I don't know how to do? It's okay, I'll just teach you from the sidelines. You can drive on autopilot and I'll let you know when you need to operate it. And when the time comes, I'll be there to help you. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Gu Yuran was also a bit eager to try, but by the time she sat in the cockpit, she realized that there were so many buttons on it that she didn't know which was which. Gu Yuran instantly fainted. Zhang Yan operated a bunch of things, then helped her turn on autopilot. Well, you basically don't have to operate anything next, just move whichever button I tell you to move in a moment. Gu Yuran nodded nervously. With Zhang Yan's help, she flew in the air for 10 minutes, turned around again, and then slowly landed. Sister-in-law is really amazing. Yeah, I've never seen a girl as good at flying airplanes as my sister-in-law. Zhang Yan's minions all came over to compliment Gu Yuran, and she was blown away for a while. Gu Yuran pretended to be modest. It's actually nothing. It's all because Brother Yin taught him well. She poked her tongue out delicately. What the heck? It's because you're a little genius. Zhang Yan laughed and pinched Gu Yuran's face, and Gu Yuran sheepishly punched his chest. While the two were flirting, Gu Xiaobei had already walked over and casually threw his card to the staff member to be scratched, then swept Gu Yuran a glance. When Gu Yuran first saw Gu Xiaobei, she thought she was blind. Only Gu Xiaobei was wearing a black slim-fitting dress, a pair of long legs that were thin and straight, and a thin waist that looked like it could be held over with one hand. The cold aura of her body blended perfectly with the dark night. Gu Xiaobei, what are you doing here? Gu Yuran pinched her waist with a look of contempt. It's different from you anyway. Gu Xiaobei sneered. I came here by swiping my own card. The staff member handed her black card back to her, and she held it between her index and middle fingers, shook it a little, and stuffed it back in her pocket. Gu Yuren's eyes got hot when she saw the black card. Zhang Yan also has one. This card is the admission ticket here. Just to buy this card requires more than 100,000 yuan, and every time you come to fly, you still need to spend tens of thousands of dollars. Even if you recharge in advance, you can only get a 10% discount. This card, Gu Xiaobei, must have been made with the money her uncle gave her. Otherwise, where would she get so much money for herself? These few juniors of Zhang Yan's hadn't seen Gu Xiaobei fly an airplane before, and they all started to taunt her. I say, little sister, you're so pretty, don't be a hero, that airplane is not a bicycle. Not everyone can drive it. That's right, not every woman is a genius like our sister-in-law. Genius? Gu Xiaobei half smiled and sized Gu Yuran up from head to toe. Gu Xiaobei, what's that look in your eyes? You're still very unconvinced, aren't you? Gu Yuran stretched her neck. What, flying an airplane? I think you're just here to catch a trophy case. If you're capable, compare yourself to me. Are you worthy? Gu Xiaobei sneered. Zhang Yanning said, I'll compete with you. Ever since he was slapped in the face by Gu Xiaobei last time, he went back and practiced for a long time. I've wanted to get my face back for a long time, but I didn't think I'd get the chance today. Good. Gu Xiaobei directly agreed. She was just about to vent today, and Zhang Yan kind of delivered it to her door. Gu Yuran instantly smiled once she saw her promise. She lay on Zhang Yan's chest and tired of him as if he had no bones, and pinched her throat. Brother Yan hit her hard in the face. How about the two of us do our moves in the air separately and the other one imitates them? Whoever can't learn it first loses. How about it? Zhang Yan said. Could be. After Gu Xiaobei finished speaking, she directly pulled open the cockpit door and got on the airplane. The whole action was crisp, sardonic and arrogant. For a while, so many people's attention was drawn to it. Gu Yuran thought to herself that this time, Gu Xiaobei was about to lose face in front of many people. Better yet, it would be better if the plane fell straight down and killed her. Chapter 217, another one. Young Yan made a move that he was very good at first. Aerial spinning. He was seen piloting the plane, turning it around 3 times in the air, and then continuing onward. Wow! Worthy of my brother Zhang. Hikari-san is great. Too cool for this move. That little girl isn't going to come up here and admit defeat. Ha ha ha. If I were her, I'd just fly the plane and find somewhere else to park, or else it'd be a shame to come down. You should know that this action was Zhang Yan's specialty, and he usually didn't do it easily. There aren't many people in the entire imperial capital who can do that. Right in the midst of the crowd's taunts, Gu Xiaobei maneuvered the plane, completing the spin with faster and more perfect movements. The ground froze. Did she really just move? Did anyone count how many laps it was? That maneuver was so cool too. It was like the fuselage didn't move. Only the wings turned. It was perfect too. This wouldn't be the same big guy from before, someone asked, looking incredulously at the sky. Which bigot? And some of the uninformed masses who hadn't been here long. It's that big guy who used to PK with Zhang Yan and Rhoda SB Shang before. So that big guy really exists. I always thought it was fictional and that one person could do that thing? Big Brother is the god of heaven come down, okay? But Biggie is actually a girl? There was a heated discussion. Instead, it was Gu Xiaobei's turn to do the moves and Zhang Yan's turn to imitate them, only to see Gu Xiaobei violently lifting the airplane up, instantly leaping to a higher altitude. People on the ground already need special glasses to see it, and Yang Yan followed suit, pulling the plane up hard. He just wanted to give Gu Xiaobei a resounding slap in the face today, but at that moment, Gu Xiaobei's airplane flew violently towards the ground as if it had lost control. The speed is staggering. The staff on the ground were instantly startled, thinking that something had gone wrong with Gu Xiaobei's airplane, and hurriedly contacted the tower side to prepare for crowd evacuation and rescue. But who knows? The tower replied, communications are normal. Everything is fine. Everything okay? In other words, this was an action done by Gu Xiaobei? Is she in a race? She's practically getting herself killed. This is not to die. Zhang Yan, who was in mid-air, hesitated slightly and also turned the airplane head down and flew down. If Gu Xiaobei could do it, he could certainly do it as well. However, as he watched the ground get closer and closer, Gu Xiaobei had no intention of slowing down. Even the people on the ground could feel the gale. Zhang Yan also panicked. If Gu Xiaobei didn't stop, he wouldn't be able to control it. By then it would be too close to the ground and too fast for him to react in time. But he didn't want to lose face either. Although Zhang Yan was still following the descent, he quietly slowed down. Did Zhang Yan slow down? Someone on the ground looked out. Gu Yuran stretched her neck and said, Smearing people with your mouth open? If you're good, you go on. You're a speed detector. You say slow down and then slow down? My brother Yan's skills are superb. But just then, Zhang Yan finally couldn't carry it and pulled the plane up hard to stabilize it. Any further descent and he's going to crash. He rose slowly, then hovered in mid-air. And at this moment, Gu Xiaobei was only 400 meters away from the ground. You know, this is a high-speed airplane. 400 meters could be a blink of an eye. But right at this moment, Gu Xiaobei was operating something quickly. Just when everyone thought the plane was going to hit the ground, the plane suddenly turned around and reared up. The wind whipped up by the tail blew past Gu Yuran's ears, stirring her hair haphazardly together as if it had slapped her hard. Gu Yuran froze. Everyone froze. This is some kind of operation. They had never seen such a showy operation. I'm afraid the top international pilots can't do it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This must be the big guy from before. That big guy from before didn't always make it. I can't believe a girl actually did that. Ah, so handsome. I love it. What the hell? Don't take it from me. Although Zhang Yan was still in midair, he could probably guess what the people on the ground were saying. He'd obviously gone back and practiced for a long time, and basically no one could do that triple turn in the air just before. Why? Why could Gu Xiaobei be so powerful? The more Zhang Yan thought about it, the more angry he became. But he had already lost and could only maneuver the plane to a slow landing. But Gu Xiaobei had no intention of going down. Her heart, to this day, is still clogged. A lot of things from the past that she didn't even want to think about. Only when the plane was flying at high speed could she leave her memories behind. Just then, suddenly another airplane flew up. Because everyone was focusing on Gu Xiaobei and Zhang Yan before. For a while, the crowd of onlookers didn't know who was in this airplane. What is he going to do again? It was seen that after this airplane flew, it also turned around 3 times in mid-air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He wouldn't be replacing Zhang Yan up there to challenge the big man, would he? Kind of awesome. Who is this brother? Gu Xiaobei also narrowed his eyes. She lifted off right after her, and the plane followed. It seems that there is a real challenge coming. Gu Xiaobei's eyes narrowed and the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up, just in time for her to vent. After Gu Xiaobei pulled the airplane up high, he then swooped down. The other plane followed close behind. At this time, Zhang Yan also stabilized the plane and walked down from it. But everyone was looking up at the sky and no one even noticed him. Zhang Yan was about to die of anger. But he followed suit and tilted his head, only to see that the airplane behind him actually fell faster than Gu Xiaobei's. At this rate, I'm afraid he won't be able to control it when he's 1,000 meters from the ground. Unless he was even more skilled than Gu Xiaobei. But Zhang Yan was also very knowledgeable about airplane piloting. And he knew that Gu Xiaobei was basically the limit of humanity. And Gu Xiaobei had already sensed something wrong with the airplane next to him. Her eyes narrowed and she hesitated slightly. In just half a second, the two planes were closer to the ground. When he was still 2,000 meters from the ground, Gu Xiaobei violently pulled up his plane. Instead, the other plane went down another few hundred meters before pulling up after it. Gu Xiaobei's guess was right. This person was not very experienced at flying airplanes, and if she hadn't pulled back in time, this person would have died. Gu Xiaobei controlled the landing of the airplane and squinted as he watched that one slowly land not far away as well. She strides over and opens the cockpit door as soon as she can. Chapter 218, Drinking Together. Ji Ling Tian. You're crazy. Long before she came to the outskirts of the capital, Gu Xiaobei had already realized that Ji Ling Tian was following her, but she left it alone. This Ji Ling Tian actually has such a big nerve. The last time he had his butler come and ask if he could learn to fly an airplane with her. This time he had the nerve to follow her in such a dangerous maneuver. Ji Ling Tian, do you realize that if you had hesitated just now, you would have died? If I hadn't realized it earlier, your bones would probably be burned to cinders by now. Are you crazy? You've only learned to fly airplanes a few days ago. Can you? Before Gu Xiaobei could finish her words, Ji Ling Tian suddenly peeked out of the cockpit, scooped up her waist, and picked her up. Then he activated the autopilot button and the plane slowly took off, shaking off the people on the ground. He pressed the back of Gu Xiaobei's head and deepened the kiss. The plane broke through the clouds and the moonlight grew brighter. They held each other close and exchanged breaths in midair away from the ground. Gu Xiaobei's mind went blank at that moment, but inexplicably, those stray thoughts disappeared from her mind. For the first time, she didn't resist Ji Ling Tian's kiss, because those memories were really too painful for her to remember. It took a while for Kirito to let go of her. Gu Xiaobei sat on Ji Ling Tian's lap, and the two of them were so close that they could even feel each other's heartbeats. But the cockpit was so cramped, and there was simply no other place for her to sit. Gu Xiaobei moved twice, wanting to get as far away from Ji Ling Tian as possible, but she simply couldn't. At this time, Ji Ling Tian suddenly grabbed her waist and imprisoned her movements. Ji Ling Tian, you don't move. Ji Ling Tian spoke in a hoarse voice. His breath was scorching hot, and Gu Xiaobei suddenly didn't dare to move as if she had been scalded. Ji Ling Tian rested his chin on her shoulder and said hoarsely, "If you move again, something will happen." Gu Xiaobei was so angry that she clenched her teeth and simply wanted to kill him. This Ji Ling Tian simply had to take advantage of her whenever he had the chance. She probed and pressed a few buttons quickly before the plane began its slow descent. She jumped out of the cockpit first, followed by Ji Ling Tian. As soon as Gu Yuran saw that the two actually got off the plane together, her eyes instantly lit up with jealousy. This Gu Xiaobei could actually be so close to Ji Xiao. ********. Big brother actually knows Ji Xiao. That man is Ji Xiao. Yeah, you don't even recognize Ji Xiao? Look at how close the two of them are. Geez, this big guy wouldn't be Ji Xiao's girlfriend, would he? I'd like to try and see if I can chase a big guy. Don't even think about it. You can't even get a plane in the air and you want Biggie to be your girlfriend? There was a lot of chatter and discussion, and a number of people approached this way to get a closer look. Ji Ling Tian sent a voice message to his housekeeper Ji Weishan. "Stop them. Don't let anyone get close." "Yes, young master." So a dozen big men came out of nowhere and blocked the men. Ji Ling Tian stood still at the back, holding his arms and looking at Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei gritted her teeth and shook her fist at him. Ji Ling Tian, however, suddenly took a step forward, as if he wanted to hug her, and whispered in her ear, "If you want to vent, I'll vent with you. I don't know why you're unhappy, but as long as you can be happy, I'll do anything with you." Gu Xiaobei's heart suddenly rubbed. She raised her eyes to look at Ji Ling Tian and suddenly leaned over. From a distance, it looked like she was going to tiptoe in and kiss him, but then she inclined her head and bit him hard on the neck. Ji Ling Tian was in pain, but he didn't make any sound, just stood there fixedly, casually biting her. She seemed to be trembling softly. It was as if she had used her heart as a cage to hold a myriad of beasts. Those beasts collided wildly while she endured thousands of pains, but refused to let them out to plague the earth. Ji Ling Tian raised his hand, wanting to hug her. Gu Xiaobei, however, suddenly looked up. Her eyes were bright and clean, like stars in the sky. "Going for a drink together?" She licked the corners of her lips lightly, like a siren made of ice, cold and wintry. Ji Ling Tian thought that even if she wanted his heart, he would still pull it out and give it to her. Good. It's just a drink. He dared to accompany her to fly a plane to her death. What's so daring about drinking? The two drove to a bar together. Gu Xiaobei ordered a table full of wines of different colors, lined up neatly. "No one leaves until we finish drinking today." She hooked her lips. Good. Ji Ling Tian took the lead in raising a cup and tilted his head back. Gu Xiaobei followed closely behind. The bar was full of pretty girls with heavy makeup, but those like Gu Xiaobei, who were so naturally beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of them, had never even seen them. Several punks tried to come over and strike up a conversation, but were scared away by a look from Ji Ling Tian. There were also a few bold ones whose arms were almost on Gu Xiaobei's shoulders, but before Ji Ling Tian could make a move, Gu Xiaobei grabbed the punk's arm without looking back and directly threw him to the ground. Snap! The ground rattled with the sound of bones pretty much all over his body. *********. This beauty is a bit valiant. Yeah, that body, unbeatable. Think, who the doesn't want to? Can you beat her? Forget it. Even if I don't get to sleep, it's worth getting punched in the face if I get to hold her arm for a bit." So the other punks came over and tried to ride Gu Xiaobei's shoulders. As a result, Gu Xiaobei directly knocked the wine glass on the table this time and threw it over without looking back. Several punks backed away screaming in agony, covering their hands at the same time. So the whole bar knew that this table today was a big shot they couldn't afford to mess with. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Ling Tian poured down cup after cup. Gradually, Gu Xiaobei's eyes were getting lost. Ji Ling Tian had known that she actually didn't drink very well. No go. Gu Xiaobei sensed Ji Ling Tian getting up as if he wanted to come over to help her, and instantly flung her arms out. "I'm not leaving. Keep drinking." She slammed a card down hard on the table. "On me. Okay, I'll drink with you today." Anyway, if he accompanied him, nothing would happen to Gu Xiaobei. 24 more vodkas. Gu Xiaobei propped her head up, her eyes hazy as she watched Ji Ling Tian pour himself a full cup before reaching for it. She had already drank until her eyes were weak, and her outstretched hand missed the cup several times. Or Ji Ling Tian grabbed her hand and handed it to the cup before she grabbed it. But just then, a bony hand reached out, pinched the top edge of her cup. A clear, moist voice sounded above her head. "How old are you to be drinking so much?" Chapter 219, biting his jaw. Gu Xiaobei looked up and glanced at the man. He had a clean-cut face and an air that didn't fit in with the rowdy bar. "It's Su Ichuan." Gu Xiaobei slightly lowered her eyes and directly let go of her hand. then picked up another glass of wine and drank it. Ji Ling Tian half narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Ichuan. After Gu Xiaobei saw Su Ichuan today, her mood became very wrong. And now, Su Ichuan actually found his way directly to the bar? Ji Ling genius did not believe that it was some kind of coincidence to see it. Su Ichuan, this kind of person, at a glance, will not come to this kind of place. Gu Xiaobei. Su Ichuan carried a few thinly veiled huffs. You can't drink so much. And you, Ji Ling Tian, how old are you too and you're drinking like that? He looked at them both like a big brother. The tone was natural, even with a bit of anxiety in his brow. Ji Ling Tian laughed softly. We're both adults now. After you turn 18, you can drink. It doesn't matter what country it's in. Su Ichuan frowned, but Gu Xiaobei suddenly raised her hand and clashed with the cup in his hand. Come on, cheers. When she finished, she tilted her head back and drank the glass. The yellowish liquid ran down her white neck, which was kind of fascinating under the swaying light of the 7 colored lights. She finished her drink, got up shakily, glanced at Su Ichuan, and then smiled. Seeing that she was walking a bit unsteadily, Su Ichuan hurriedly reached out to try to help her. However, Ji Ling Tian was one step faster. Gu Xiaobei tilted her body and fell directly into his arms, then grabbed his collar. Looking at how close she was to Ji Ling Tian, Su Ichuan frowned. A little helpless. You two drink so much. You have class tomorrow. What lessons? Gu Xiaobei, her cheeks red from drinking and her eyes misty, deflated unhappily and said, I knew those things long ago, and I'm still talking about them every day. Every day. It's annoying as hell. I'm not going to class. Gu Xiaobei growled in aggravation. Drunk, she looked, well, different from her usual self. Ji Ling Tian held her with one hand to not allow her to move. One hand patted him and coaxed gently. Okay, don't go to class. Just don't go to class. Humph. Gu Xiaobei turned around and made a face at Su Ichuan. Su Ichuan was dumbfounded. This Gu Xiaobei, who usually looked cold, was actually so cute when she was drunk. Gu Xiaobei flailed in Ji Ling Tian's arms and kept waving her arms. Ji Ling Tian was afraid that she would hit someone, so he carried her outside, trying to get her to blow off some steam and clear her head. Su Ichuan also followed behind the duo, but just as she was about to reach the door, a gust of wind blew by, and all of Gu Xiaobei's hair flew up, abruptly blocking her delicate eyebrows. Jillian reached out and helped her gather her hair. He saw that she had gotten a bit of dirt on her face somehow, so he reached down to help her wipe it off. He was close to her because of the dim lighting, but in this instant of lightning, Gu Xiaobei suddenly grabbed Ji Ling Tian's hand that was close to his own, then twisted his body and pressed Ji Ling Tian against the wall. She stood on her tiptoes, and with one hand on the ramparts, she encircled Ji Ling Tian in her arms. The wind rolled in through the open door. Gu Xiaobei's refreshing scent mixed with the light smell of wine drilled into Ji Ling Tian's nostrils, smelling so good. Ji Ling Tian was lost in thought for a few moments. Gu Xiaobei, however, half squinted her eyes mesmerized, and reached out her right hand to pinch Ji Ling Tian's chin. She spoke in a slow voice, the corners of her mouth raised, full of arrogance and evil. I told you that only I, Master North, can initiate. Have you forgotten? Ji Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. Gu Xiaobei instantly huffed. How dare you laugh at me? Very good. Man, you've successfully attracted my attention. Ji Ling Tian had a black line. What kind of lines are those? Gu Xiaobei pinched his chin, stood on her tiptoes, and was about to kiss him. The two got closer and closer. The dim moonlight added a bit more charm to the place. Gu Xiaobei wasn't in a hurry to kiss him, her nostrils going back and forth on his neck like a puppy gently rubbing against someone. Ji Ling Tian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This Gu Xiaobei was really tempting. Just as he immediately couldn't help but turn the tables and give her a hard kiss, Gu Xiaobei suddenly opened her mouth and took a bite on his chin. Hiss dash. Ji Ling Tian was simply going to be infuriated by her. Is she a dog? Why is it that you're either gnawing on your neck or biting your chin? But Gu Xiaobei, as if she had found something fun, hugged Ji Ling Tian and bit his chin without letting go. Because Ji Ling Tian was a head taller than her, she had to stand on her tiptoes to be able to bite his chin. And she'd had quite a bit to drink, and she was already unsteady on her feet. And when she stood on tiptoe, she was even more unsteady. She staggered and staggered, but refused to let go. Ji Ling Tian simply held her waist and stabilized her, casually biting her. To the eye, the two of them looked like a young couple in the middle of a passionate kiss. Su Ichuan followed the two of them out, lagging behind for a while because he wasn't very familiar with the place yet. That was the sight he saw when he came out. Gu Xiaobei. He hurried over and grabbed her arm. Ji Ling Tian's eyes also suddenly shrunk. When he had just hugged Gu Xiaobei, he was still full of tenderness. But now, the air around him seemed to have turned a little colder. Su Ichuan stared at him without fear. Gu Xiaobei finally loosened her tongue and tilted her head to look at Su Ichuan. Brother Xiaoshan? She seemed to have gotten a little more drunk, and the silhouettes in front of her eyes shook. The face of Su Xiaoshan in her infancy and Su Ichuan now overlapping, making it impossible for her to tell them apart. Her voice was a little soft, very different from her usual cold look. Su Ichuan reached out, wanting to take her away. Hearing those 4 words called out by Gu Xiaobei, Ji Ling Tian's heart also plummeted downward. What brother? Gu Xiaobei had just spit out her words a bit unclearly, and Ji Ling Tian hadn't heard her, but he heard the word brother loud and clear. Gu Xiaobei and Su Ichuan, when did they become so familiar? She hasn't even called him brother yet. Gu Xiaobei, I'll take you to sober up. Su Ichuan grabbed her arm and said. Su Ichuan, as if he couldn't even tell that Ji Ling Tian was a bit angry, just let out a laugh and said, Ji Xiao, come along too, or else if you get up tomorrow morning, you should have a headache. Ji Ling Tian and Su Ichuan each grabbed one of Gu Xiaobei's arms. It was as if they were all waiting for Gu Xiaobei to make a choice. In the end, who's it going to be with? As the evening breeze blew by, Gu Xiaobei's long eyelashes fluttered gently. She looked at Ji Ling Tian and then at Su Ichuan. Suddenly, she laughed out at Su Ichuan in a very happy manner. Brother Koyama. Chapter 220, I'll wait for you. Brother Xiaoshan. Look. His jaws are super comfortable to bite. Try it too. Gu Xiaobei was the same as when she was a child. No matter what fun and interesting things she encountered, no matter what goodies she possessed, she wanted to share them with Su Xiaoshan. Su Ichuan couldn't help but glance towards Ji Ling Tian's face. He also had a clear row of teeth marks on his jaw. Gu Xiaobei stared at him with bright eyes as if she had discovered some treasure. Brother Xiaoshan, you try too. She smiled and bent her eyes. Su Ichuan remembered the information he had read earlier. Inside the profile, Gu Xiaobei had always been unapproachable, and she had a low need for affection, whether it was love or friendship. It is said that she always looks cold and is not willing to get close to anyone. But this Gu Xiaobei in front of him seemed very different from what the information said. Good boy. Su Ichuan coaxed Gu Xiaobei like a child. Let's go sober up first, okay? Don't. Try biting his jaw first. Su Ichuan couldn't help but get a headache. He bit Ji Ling Tian's jaw? It was a picture he couldn't really think of. You be good. Before Su Ichuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gu Xiaobei. As soon as she shook off Su Ichuan's hand, she grabbed Ji Ling Tian's arm and took half a step back, pulling away the distance between her and Su Ichuan. You're not even brother Xiaoshan. If you were brother Xiaoshan, he would have tried what I shared with him. The look on Su Ichuan's face suddenly changed. Ji Ling Tian pulled Gu Xiaobei behind him. Su Ichuan raised his head to look at him. Dr. Su just returned to China, so he should still be going through jet lag. So Gu Xiaobei and I will leave first. After saying that, Ji Ling Tian took Gu Xiaobei and left directly. He placed Gu Xiaobei on the passenger side, then stepped on the gas and sped off. Su Ichuan stood at the entrance of the bar, looking at the departing duo, and did not speak for a while. When he got home, he didn't go to bed to get jet-lagged either, but just took out a bunch of information to look at. These are the results of his research on cancer treatment while he was in the United States, but it's always just that one step away. It is said that Matten, Chang Wuan's teacher at the time, had a little more research than he did, but he died before he could discuss it with Matten. Tomorrow those testing instruments and such will be sent to the country, and he'll give Yusuke Joe a full checkup first, and then he'll do a little bit of surgery as well, but really removing the lesions, he still can't guarantee it. There's no one under the sun who can do such precision surgery, but Matten is convinced that the genius he used to see in his country can do it. It was a pity that Matten would rarely mention this genius in front of outsiders, and even Su Ichuan didn't know who that genius really was. After he finished reading Yi Jiaqiao's medical records, he picked up Gu Xiaobei's pile of information and read it again. Here, it was the childhood of Su Xiaoshan and Gu Xiaobei. Gu Xiaobei had become famous in the village when she was very young, so there were still many people in the village who remembered her from before. You can ask around if you put your mind to it. Su Ichuan turned over page after page. It was as if he saw a smart and pretty little girl running around in front of him with a big smile, and then, slowly emerging into a stunning and cool girl. Then what happened after that? The people Su Ichuan sent didn't find out. It was as if everything had come to a screeching halt when Gu Xiaobei was 7 and Su Xiaoshan was 10. Su Ichuan packed up all this information and put it back again. The evening's bar interlude seemed to have no effect on him at all. Su Ichuan went to the hospital early the next morning with instruments and surgical paraphernalia. Closuk Joe is still in a deep sleep. He hadn't been in the best of spirits for the past 2 days, and had been asleep for most of the day. Su Ichuan gave him a basic test. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian and Yang Ziyo were waiting outside, just like that time before. As soon as Gu Xiaobei woke up, he pretended to forget what he had done after drinking. There are still vague bits and pieces that actually come to mind. For example, she has been biting Ji Ling Tian's chin. And then she also asked Su Ichuan to come along to try. Gu Xiaobei simply felt invincibly ashamed just thinking about it. You really can't drink anymore in the future. Su Ichuan said that Yi Jieqiao's current physical condition is not yet suitable for surgery, and he has to recuperate for a few days before he can do so, and he will prescribe some medicine for Yi Jieqiao first. In addition to taking medication, Yi Jieqiao also needs instrument-assisted conditioning. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian stood in the doorway and watched. When Su Ichuan approached Yi Jieqiao with a silver-white object, Gu Xiaobei suddenly winced fiercely, then stepped back to the side. She didn't even dare to look. Ji Lingtian gave her a look. After pondering for a moment, he still approached Gu Xiaobei and asked, "Since you know medicine, why can't you operate on Zhou?" Ji Lingtian knew that the owner of that butterfly knife was the Seven Demons, also known as Gu Xiaobei. Legend has it that the man who owns that butterfly knife is the miracle doctor who can bring people back to life. Although the matter of resurrection is a bit too mysterious, but basically what kind of difficult cases into her hands can be cured. For the sake of his grandfather, Ji Lingtian had been looking for her for a long time, not realizing that she had been right by his side the whole time. He had heard before that the divine doctor hadn't been treating people for a long time, but if Gu Xiaobei can prescribe medication, why is it that he just can't perform surgery? Gu Xiaobei gave him a sideways glance. It's like a deep, bottomless pool that pulls one down into endless darkness. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes blocking the chills of terror from her eyes. "I'm sorry, Ji Lingtian." Her voice trembled a little. "I really can't do it." This was the first time Gu Xiaobei had slowed down her tone to talk to him like this. He suddenly realized that Gu Xiaobei must have some inside information that he couldn't tell outsiders. He didn't know exactly what it was because of, but he was willing to guard her. "Good," Jillian responded. "Don't worry, Zhou's a good man. He'll be fine." While Gu Xiaobei was staring at something else and wandering off, Ji Lingtian took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chiu Mo. "Ji Lingtian, Chiu Mo. There's no need to look into what I asked you to look into last night. Mo, boss. There's already a little bit of an inkling. Ji Lingtian, telling you that you don't need to check means you don't need to check. Mo, okay boss." Last night, Ji Lingtian could tell that something wasn't right between Gu Xiaobei and Su Ichuan, so he immediately asked Chiu Mo to find out what was going on. But now, suddenly, he didn't want to look into it. This secret should cause Gu Xiaobei a lot of pain, and he didn't want to reveal her scars. He would stay with her until her wounds healed. Chapter 221, More Drinks? The two were silent together for a while. Ji Lingtian just stood quietly beside her. "Gu Xiaobei, this hospital we're in is one of the best private hospitals in the entire imperial capital. There are too many rich people in the imperial capital. Walking on the street, a billboard hits 10 people. 9 are worth over $1 billion, and 3 are worth over $1 billion. This is the most expensive place to get medicine and the highest level of medical care. But even so, on average, in 3 days, one person passes away here. Those public hospitals, on average, pass away dozens of people every day. Fewer people die here every day, but the death rate is higher than those public hospitals because those who go to the public hospitals may not be that sick. Whereas here, because of the high fees, basically only the terminally ill take their chances with the money. Not everyone has that chance. After all, hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars are gone if you stay here for a day. But, even so, the mortality rate here is still high, because money can't buy everything, and even the most brilliant medical skills, the most expensive medicines, and the most advanced instruments can't guarantee that they will be able to save a person's life. So many people are born and die every day in ditto that a midwife doesn't feel like a savior because she has to welcome so many new lives every day. And an EMT doesn't have to feel like a sinner because he or she wasn't able to save a patient. Ji Lingtian's voice was very light. His voice was like spring rain in March, delicately drifting towards people. Only after about 10 minutes did Gu Xiaobei turn her head and softly said, "Ji Lingtian, thank you." In fact, ever since Mu Changxing's condition had worsened and Yi Jieqiao had gotten cancer, Gu Xiaobei had not been in a very good mood. She used to love nothing more than being her own doctor. She loved the sense of accomplishment of snatching a life from the hands of the Grim Reaper, and she thought that she would definitely become a miracle doctor in her life to save lives. But she didn't have a chance to save her brother Koyama, and even killed the patient lying in her own hospital bed with her own hands. It was the nightmare of her life and ruined her dreams. But these past few days, it was fortunate that Ji Lingtian was with her. Although she always fought with Ji Lingtian, sometimes she would not be polite when she moved, but she also had to admit that her mood was much lighter when she was with Ji Lingtian. Ji Lingtian suddenly reached out and hugged her, without any love or desire, just wanting to hug her. Gu Xiaobei gently pressed her head against Ji Lingtian's chest. The sound of his powerful heartbeat made her feel much more at ease. A great favor is not appreciated, so why don't you just give your body to me? Ji Ling Tian's voice with a few hints of laughter sounded above her head. Ji Ling Tian. Gu Xiaobei was so angry that she shouted his name and then kicked over. Ji Ling Tian suddenly laughed. That's right. It's the energetic Gu Xiaobei that's cute enough. It didn't matter if she punched him more, as long as she was happy. He's happy to take a beating. If people knew that Night's Dream, the hallowed Ji Xiao, the leader behind Phoenix Void, actually had such thoughts, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Fortunately, Su Yichuan's conditioning is still doing relatively well, and all of Yi Jiachao's vital indicators have recovered quite a bit. Gu Xiaobei and Ji Lingtian could also return to school without worry. The next day, it was the weekend. In the evening, Gu Xiaobei received an invitation. It's an invitation to the Lu family's party. The Lu family's eldest daughter had just returned from abroad, and in order to be able to integrate her into the imperial capital's celebrity circle as quickly as possible, the Lu family had organized this banquet. In the past, Gu Xiaobei was too lazy to attend such occasions, but she had also been in a dull mood the last few days, and it would be good to go to a more lively occasion. It's always a good idea to keep yourself from remembering the old mess. Before Qini left, he had specially introduced her to the high society of the imperial capital to get to know her, which was why she was able to receive this invitation. It didn't take long for Ji Ling Tian to send her a message. Kirito, what's the schedule for tomorrow? Gu Xiaobei took a picture of the invitation and showed it to him. Ji Ling Tian rolled over and got up from the bed. This invitation, he had also received. However, he had little interest in the Lu family, so he wasn't going to go. But since Gu Xiaobei was going, he was definitely going as well. Ji Ling Tian also took pictures and sent them to her. Ji Ling Tian, what a coincidence. Gu Xiaobei, ha 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 ha. Jillian, continue to go drinking tomorrow? This sentence instantly reminded Gu Xiaobei of the 2 times she had gotten drunk in front of Ji Ling Tian. One time, she pressed Ji Ling Tian against the window and forcibly kissed him. There was also a time when she circled Ji Ling Tian in her arms and bit his jaw hard without letting go. Gu Xiaobei instantly blushed a complete red. Gu Xiaobei, get lost. After Ji Ling Tian received her reply, he couldn't help but laugh softly. He cradled his cell phone and arched an eyebrow. This whole teasing your own girlfriend thing is really fun. The next day, Ji Ling Tian went to the Lu family's banquet. Both sisters, Lu Qingrong and Lu Qingjiu, were waiting at the door to greet the guests. Lu Qingjiu was beaten up by Gu Xiaobei a few days ago and thrown into that big dirty water tank. She felt like she couldn't hold her head up in class 3 and didn't go to school for a few days. She even came back and told her parents that she didn't want to go to St. Li, but St. Li's academy was the best school in the entire imperial capital right now. And if she didn't want to go to St. Li's academy, there wasn't a better place for her to go. Lu Qingjiu is so envious that her sister Lu Qingrong can go abroad. But her foreign language is not good. Even if she wants to go abroad, she has to learn a year of foreign language first. She thought about it and continued her studies at home for now. Lu Qingrong invited Ji Ling Tian today, and Lu Qingjiu invited Xia, and both of them dressed up properly and waited at the door. Just then, they both saw a car pull up in front of them. Gu Yuran stepped down from the car. Lu Qingjiu instantly recognized Gu Yuran. Sis, did you invite her? Lu Qingjiu bristled unhappily. This Gu Yuran was the schoolflower in Saintly College and usually liked to be in the limelight. Lu Qingjiu thought that she was also quite pretty, but there were still many people who said that she was not as good as Gu Yuran, so Lu Qingjiu especially hated her. Lu Qingrong shook her head. So how did she get here? Annoying as hell. Lu Qingjiu walked over impatiently, trying to get rid of Gu Yuran. Hey, Gu Yuran. Lu Qingjiu stood in front of her and pinched her waist. Who told you to come? Gu Yuran deliberately dressed up today, wearing a princess dress, but also wearing sparkling jewelry, is waiting to meet the envious eyes of others. Who knows come up to be questioned by Lu Qingwine. Chapter 222, A Rough Slap. You're not welcome in our house. Lu Qingjiu looked at her coldly. Get lost if you don't have an invitation, okay? This is obviously a banquet for her and her sister Lu Qingrong. This Gu Yuran is dressed up in a flamboyant way, and those who don't know still think that she is getting engaged today. But then a man got out of the driver's seat. Gu Yuran hugged Zheng Yan's arm with a resigned look. Hikari, she's kicking me out. Lu Qingjiu froze as soon as she saw Zheng Yan. The Zheng family was one of the most powerful families in Shang City, and now they were also planning to come to the imperial capital to do business, and they had a lot of cooperation with the Lu family. So this time, Zheng Yan was among those invited. Seeing this, Lu Qingrong also hurried over. So it's young Zhang who has come. Young Zhang's female companion is really good looking. My sister is a bit misunderstood. I still hope that young Zhang and this young lady won't be angry. Qing Wine quickly apologized to young Zhang and this young lady. Lu Qingjiu didn't bother to pay attention to Gu Yuran, and with a grunt, she ran away. I think she just saw Xia. Lu Qingrong and Zhang Yan exchanged pleasantries. Just then, Gu Xiaobei also came. She didn't even look at Gu Yuran and directly took a step towards the inside. As soon as Gu Yuran saw that Gu Xiaobei was alone, she hurriedly called out to her, "Gu Xiaobei." Seeing that Gu Xiaobei was ignoring her, Gu Yuran even carried her skirt and ran to her side, blocking her way. "Hey, Gu Xiaobei, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" Gu Xiaobei raised her eyes faintly, with a lazy look. "Who did you come here with? You didn't sneak in here by yourself, did you?" Gu Yuran looked around. No one came along with Gu Xiaobei. She was only able to come as Zhang Yan's female companion. What was Gu Xiaobei actually able to come by herself? She doesn't believe it. The moment Lu Qingrong saw Gu Xiaobei, the expression on her face froze. She instantly recognized that this was the girl who had kissed brother Ling Tian last time. It's really shameless to actually dare to steal brother Ling Tian from her. And it was obvious that this girl just knew that brother Ling Tian was coming today. So she came again. It's so shameless. Heartthrob. Lu Qingrong stomped over, intending to teach Gu Xiaobei a good lesson. This student. Lu Qingrong lifted her chin, looking down on Gu Xiaobei. "Who let you in? Today's banquet is full of important people. You're not allowed to come without an invitation. Please leave immediately." Lu Qingrong had spent a few years abroad, and was still better at making this appearance of being polite. When she heard Lu Qingrong drive Gu Xiaobei away, Gu Yuran didn't know how happy she was. And not far away, Lu Qingjiu searched for half a day, but did not find Oxia, and thought that his eyes were blurred, so he walked back again with his head hanging down. As a result, she saw Lu Qingrong talking to Gu Xiaobei. "Good for you, Gu Xiaobei. Throwing my mom into the dirty water tank. How dare you come to my house? Butler! Butler!" Lu Qingjiu shouted at the top of her voice. She didn't dare to go up and fight Gu Xiaobei hard. Gu Xiaobei's strength was just too great. The butler quickly ran over. "What's wrong, miss? You take some men and throw this man out. Why, what kind of cats and dogs you all let in?" "Yes, ma'am." The butler rushed over with the men. After all, it was the Lu family's banquet, and the butler didn't want to come up and start making moves, so he first politely asked Gu Xiaobei to leave. "Oh," Gu Xiaobei raised an eyebrow and took out an invitation. "Wasn't it you who had to invite me here? Who would hire you? You're just whimsical." Lu Qingrong rolled her eyes impatiently, but before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze. Because the invitation Gu Xiaobei had taken was not the same as the one she and Lu Qingjiu had sent out. The one Gu Xiaobei was holding was an invitation exclusively for their parents. Before Lu Qingrong could react, Gu Xiaobei shrugged and said, "Since you guys don't welcome me, I'll leave." With that, she headed out the door. Lu Qingrong froze in place. While not far away, Lu Qingjiu didn't know what was happening and was still smug. She walked towards Lu Qingrong's side. That's when their parents, the two Lukes, came running out. "Where's Gu Xiaobei?" Lu's mother asked. "No, oh." She herself felt ashamed and left first. It would have been. What an occasion today. She actually dared to blend in. Lu Qingyuan rolled her eyes. Lu's mom couldn't be bothered to say anything and hurriedly ran over. And Lu's dad, also known as Lu Haisheng, followed closely behind. "Ms. Gu, why are you leaving just now?" Lu's mother managed to catch up with her, panting. "It was your daughter who told me to hurry up and leave." Gu Xiaobei returned the invitation to Lu's mom. Mother Lu held the invitation and smiled apologetically. "Miss Gu, you mustn't be angry. My daughters don't know any better. I'll discipline them right away." After saying that, Mother Lu asked Lu Qingjiu and Lu Qingrong to hurry over. One must know that Gu Xiaobei was Qin Yi's own niece. Before Qin Yi left the imperial capital, he deliberately introduced Gu Xiaobei to so many people. Families like theirs were simply worthless in front of the Qin family. Lu Haisheng still has to be polite in front of Chang Wuan. But Chang Wuan doesn't even have the qualifications to work with Qin Yi. Yesterday, Lu's mom didn't have much hope when she sent the invitation to Gu Xiaobei. But today, when she heard that Gu Xiaobei was here, she hurriedly ran out to greet him. Unexpectedly, her two daughters actually dared to stir up such a big mess for her. Lu Qingrong and Lu Qingjiu walked over. Lu Qingrong probably sensed that something was wrong, so after coming over, she didn't dare to say a word. But Lu Qingwu knew nothing about it. She rolled her eyes, full of concern. "Mom, let this bumpkin go if she wants to go. Do you still want my sister and I to see her off?" "Shut up," Lu's mother roared. "Which one of you two was the one who drove Miss Gu away just now? How dare you two?" Lu Qingrong's face was pale and she didn't dare to say a word, thinking that if she was silent, she might be able to escape. "Mom, what are you talking about? What Miss Gu? She's just a country bumpkin. Besides, even if she's really the eldest miss of the Gu family, what can she do? The Gu family is far inferior to the Lu family." "You shut up," Lu's mom roared. "Who the hell are you two? Well, since both of you won't admit it, I'll beat them both." After saying that, Mother Lu raised her hand and slapped it hard towards the faces of Lu Qingjiu and Lu Qingrong. One of the two of them received a hard slap. Mom! Lu Qingjiu froze. MS. Gu, are you relieved now? Lu's mom turned her head to look at Gu Xiaobei and coyly said,